In this world, there are labyrinths known as dungeons. The older and deadlier the dungeon, the more powerful and valuable the artifacts hidden within. Since then, rather than looking after the well-being of their people, kingdoms have scrambled to explore these dungeons in search of artifacts, and this party is no exception. A young private drawn to a strangely blooming flower reached out to touch it. Suddenly, an urgent voice stopped him. "Watch out, sir. If you touch that plant, your whole body will swell up and be completely poisoned." The young soldier quickly yanked his hand back after a comrade smacked him on the head for being overly curious. Every artifact retrieval party makes sure to hire an adventurer. This time, the party had hired our male lead, Steve Atelier. The one leading the group was a man with blonde hair and golden armor, radiating absolute arrogance. A subordinate informed Steve that they had halted in front of an entrance radiating a mysterious black mist. Steve Atelier smirked, confidently stating that this was one of the oldest dungeons in the kingdom. The commander nodded in satisfaction and barked an order. "Band stock, ready the weapons, and gather the men. We head in as soon as the basic scouting is done." Bandstock stammered, You mean right now, sir?" The commander nodded. "It took us a week just to reach this dungeon. A 2-week trip is more than enough time for us to wrap this up." Watching them chat, Steve couldn't help but wonder who that commander's daddy was. How else could he afford so many soldiers, let alone hire an A-rank adventurer like himself? Still, Steve had no reason to refuse. As long as the commission paid well, he was in. The dungeon looming before them was an A-rank threat. He couldn't even imagine what horrors lurked inside. But with such a massive force, Steve figured they actually had a solid chance. Steve was lost in thought when the commander called out to him, "Hey, adventurer, let's move." Once inside the dungeon, Steve used his level 7 pathfinding skill to locate the shortest route to the center. This was the true capability of an A-rank adventurer. Next, he activated his level 6 animal instinct to heighten his senses. By tracking sound waves and vibrations, it was basically like opening a third eye. Besides, this was exactly how Steve put food on the table. Since ordinary people couldn't perceive it, the privates just exchanged confused glances. Wondering if they could even trust him, one critical young soldier muttered, "I'm sure Lord Jarrow didn't hire him just for show, just trust the guy." Having mapped the route, Steve signaled that he would take the lead, making sure to warn them to keep a sharp eye on their surroundings, especially right above them. Bandstock and a few others curiously looked up. The flickering torchlight revealed rows of razor-sharp spikes hanging upside down, looking as if they could drop at any second. The reason Steve noticed them was because, with every step, he could hear the faint grinding of machinery behind the walls. This was probably the first trap of these ancient dungeons. The floor and the traps were likely connected. Steve ordered them to stick to the walls and move as lightly as possible. 2 soldiers listened in a daze. It sounded utterly absurd, yet somehow incredibly convincing. Steve led the way, carefully feeling his way along the wall as he walked. Whenever he detected a trap, he disarmed it. Finally, they reached the most complicated part. In the widest chamber of the dungeon stood the guardian protecting the artifact. For an adventurer like Steve, this was the final wall he had to overcome. Just thinking about it made him feel exhausted. Is this the place? Without hesitation, Bandstock roared an order, commanding the warriors into a defensive combat formation. Then he turned and asked Steve how to summon the guardian. Steve picked up a pebble and tossed it onto the ground. A mighty roar echoed from the pitch-black tunnel. Everyone's eyes widened in terror, their hearts pounding as they waited for the creature to emerge. A massive green head covered in white fur appeared, its 2 fiercely glowing eyes sending the soldiers into sheer panic. It's a Tarrasque!" The Tarrasque roared again, shaking loose clumps of dirt from the ceiling. Bandstock steadied the formation and ordered the front line to advance. They raised their shields to block the fierce flames blasting from the monster's mouth, while Bandstock bellowed from behind. "Don't let it break our defense! Deploy the shield wall!" A level 6 shield wall allowed them to resist both physical and magical attacks. The moment it activated, they successfully withstood the Tarrasque's flames. The archers in the back row aimed straight for its mouth. On Bandstock's command, the archers took their positions, but between the massive flames, the distance, and the intense wind pressure, getting a clear shot was nearly impossible. Bandstock gritted his teeth. Right now, they could only aim for the beast's mouth by relying on pure sensory perception. and the one with the best senses here was Steve. So, he signaled Steve to use whatever skills he had to snipe the Tarrasque's aggressively fire-breathing mouth. Steve was still processing the chaos when Banstock screamed at him. "Now I'm asking if you can make the shot," Steve cursed internally. This was a move he absolutely hadn't seen coming, but hey, he was a prestigious A-rank adventurer. "I'll try." He grabbed a crossbow and activated his animal instinct skill. The bolt shot forward, piercing straight into the Tarrasque's throat. Even Steve was amazed by his own badass skills. The Tarrasque howled in agony. Banstock signaled the group not to lose focus, because the real battle was just beginning. Enraged, the monster thrashed its massive limbs at them. Steve dove out of the way, thinking to himself, the enemy is strong. The fire isn't the real problem. The sheer physical power is. He frantically signaled Banstock to do something, fast. But every arrow that flew at the Tarrasque just bounced right off its incredibly thick hide. While they were caught in the panic, the beast took the chance to swat away a few more soldiers. Banstock was getting anxious now, barking at his men to use their shields to hold it back. By now, the Tarrasque had locked eyes on Steve, the guy who had shot it in the mouth. Steve was screaming his lungs out when the privates immediately threw up their shields to push the monster back. Combined with the stun effect, the Tarrasque barely had time to recover before Banstock, who had somehow sneaked behind it, viciously slashed at its left eye and roared. "Advance, once more!" The Tarrasque was knocked back again, its massive, bulky shell making it incredibly hard for it to stand back up. Banstock signaled Jero to deliver the finishing blow. Gripping his perfectly sharpened high-tier sword, Jero charged forward and carved a deep gash right through the Tarrasque's neck. After taking it down, Jero triumphantly swung his sword as his subordinates cheered wildly. "We won! We killed it!" Steve was still in a daze, having just witnessed a guardian being slain with his own eyes. But then, his brain immediately jumped to the artifact. Steve followed the group into the center of the dungeon, with Jero probing him for answers along the way. Rumor on the streets is that despite being an A-rank adventurer, you still haven't managed to clear a single dungeon by yourself. Is that true? Music Steve just stayed dead silent. Who told this guy to poke right at his deepest insecurity? Jero easily figured out that Steve's past failures to reach the dungeon center were all thanks to the Guardians. So, he asked, how does it feel to lay eyes on your very first artifact? Everyone gazed up at a skull-shaped ring hovering in midair, radiating an eerily powerful magical blue glow. Steve was completely mesmerized, muttering under his breath, "That is absolutely badass." Jero led him closer to the alluring ring. "Well then, why don't you give it a touch?" Steve was itching to make a move. Wasn't this guy afraid he just snatched the thing? But Jero was brimming with confidence. His troops still had over half their numbers left after that last battle. If Steve tried to run, he'd be leaving his head behind. The seductive call of the artifact, combined with Jero's urging, proved too much. Steve couldn't help but reach out and touch the ring. Who the hell could have seen it coming? A split second later, it unleashed thousands of volts, blasting him with electricity. The crowd just stood there, staring blankly, as Steve was electrocuted so severely his skin began to peel away, not lifting a single finger to help. Finally, Steve collapsed onto the dirt, shriveled and lifeless. Watching this unfold, that bastard Jero casually tossed out a single phrase. "My bad." That smug, punchable face filled Steve with burning rage. Turns out, Jero had just been using him. These ancient artifacts were wellsprings of dark energy. They didn't just fall into human hands without a bloody price. Hot tears welled up in Steve's eyes, rolling down his charred, scorched flesh. Jero stomped his boot down hard on the hand that was gripping the artifact. "We won't forget your sacrifice." After dropping that mockingly cold line, he ordered Banstock to step up and inspect it. Banstock examined it for a moment before confirming the curse had been broken. Jero ground his heel into Steve's shattered arm, then casually dusted off his knees and stood up. Perfect. Now, get ready to move out. But the moment he picked up the ring, strange, pulsing veins shot out from it. Suddenly, the skull on the ring unhinged its jaw fiercely. It lunged straight towards Steve's hand, using those pulsing blue veins to reattach his severed arm. Right before their eyes, Steve's entire body began to regenerate. Fresh skin knitted itself back together over raw muscle. Sensing the imminent threat, Banstock swung his sword to attack, but the blade couldn't even scratch Steve. Even a volley of arrows proved completely useless. Jiro ground his teeth in pure frustration, furious that this immense power had fallen into Steve's hands. Suddenly, Steve's body shot upward, floating into the air. All around them, the dark dungeon began to violently crack and crumble, a clear sign the artifact had claimed a master. Banstock panicked, desperately trying to drag Jiro away, but the prince was still obsessively glaring at the prize he'd lost. Banstock ripped out a teleportation scroll to make their escape. Jiro just stood there glaring at Steve, absolutely seething, blood rushing to his head. He had sacrificed so much to get down here for this damn ring, only for Steve to absorb it all. The very second Jiro raised his sword to strike, Banstock yanked his arm, teleporting them away. "Steve!" Jiro roared the name with absolute venomous fury. As the cavern collapsed, Steve plummeted into the abyss, a sudden notification echoing in his mind. The Mortem Relic has acknowledged Steve Atelier as its partner. God knows how much time had passed when Steve finally dragged his miserable body out of an underground stream. Coughing violently, he collapsed flat onto the dirt, every nerve screaming in agony, feeling like his body had been ripped apart and stitched back together. Through the pain, a flickering blue light caught his eye. He glanced over at his hand, now bearing the Mortem Ring, completely bewildered. All he could remember was that bastard Jiro tricking him into touching the ring, followed by a blinding, agonizing surge of electricity. By all logic, he should be dead. Suddenly, a massive spectral skull materialized from the ring, its booming voice echoing out, "That's right, you did die, Steve Atelier, my pathetically weak partner." Meanwhile, back with Jiro. The prince was seething, veins popping on his forehead. Out of his entire elite squad, only he and Banstock had made it back alive. Having lost both his men and the ultimate prize, he dropped to his knees and roared at the sky. "Son of a bitch!" Banstock nervously patted his shoulder. "Your Highness, please, you need to calm down." But how the hell was Jiro supposed to calm down right now? He instantly snapped, turning his wrath onto his subordinate. "Why the hell did you use the scroll?" Banstock's jaw practically hit the floor. He couldn't believe this guy. If he hadn't used the damn scroll, his thick-headed boss would be buried under a mountain of rubble right now. Jiro was panting like a wild bull. Hearing Banstock address him by his royal title only made the humiliation sting worse. "My older brothers, they already know I took command of these troops. That's exactly why I couldn't afford to lose a single damn soldier." Jiro was at a complete loss for words. If he told his family that Steve had somehow resurrected from a charred, shriveled corpse, they would laugh him out of the royal court. Thinking back to the ring, he realized it definitely wasn't a standard parasitic artifact. It had physically animated its dead host in a bizarre, impossible way. Banstock frowned. It was his first time witnessing something like that too. If it wasn't parasitic, then what the hell was it? It's a symbiotic type. Jiro massaged his temples, forced to explain basic lore to his dense, brawn-overbrained subordinate. Ancient artifacts are generally divided into two main categories. The most common ones are the independent types. Most artifacts are independent. You wield them according to your own will, essentially functioning as a magical tool. Then you have the parasitic types, which are far more dangerous and powerful. With those, the moment the host kicks the bucket, the artifact is destroyed along with them. But those are just the two most well-known classifications. Symbiotic artifacts, on the other hand, are unimaginably rare. They possess the terrifying ability to resurrect their host at will. That explanation lined up perfectly with what Banstock had just witnessed. Still, he figured there was no way Steve could have survived getting buried under an entire collapsed dungeon. The kid had to be dead. Jiro prayed he was right, but he still issued a low-profile wanted bounty for Steve across the neighboring towns. He kept the reward purposely low, ensuring it wouldn't draw unwanted attention. Meanwhile, Steve was still flat on his back, questioning his entire existence. The poor guy hadn't even had a first date yet, and now he was permanently stuck with a literal wedding ring. He tried to activate his innate animal instincts, but the ring instantly vetoed the idea, and it didn't just tell him no. It gave him a violent, agonizing electric shock as a warning. Furious and completely numb from the pain, Steve snapped back at it, only for the massive skull to materialize right in his face, scaring the absolute crap out of him. "I used my soul revival passive to drag your pathetic life back from the brink, along with a few other modifications. Right now, your body is simply dealing with the side effects of paralysis." "Paralysis? What the hell do you mean, soul revival?" Steve was completely, utterly lost. The spectral skull shot him a look of absolute mocking judgment. It means your energy reserves are entirely depleted, you useless, incompetent fool. Still reeling, Steve finally managed to utter the classic line, What exactly are you? The ring puffed up with an air of absolute arrogant grandiosity, practically demanding that Steve carve the name into his brain. I am the Mortem Relic. Sometime later, the two of them were actually carrying on a conversation as Steve trekked forward. He couldn't help but ask if all ancient artifacts possessed a living consciousness like this guy. The Mortem Relic scoffed haughtily. Of course not, you idiot. I'm one of a kind. Even though the thing was an incredibly foul-mouthed jerk, Steve genuinely felt relieved that he at least had someone, or something, to talk to. His curiosity piqued, he asked how many unique skills the ring could actually use. Based on everything Steve had ever learned, a magical tool was only supposed to possess a single, fixed, unique skill. Yeah man, if you could sell this ring for a good price, you'd be set. Motem stated calmly, if I were at full power, I'd easily fetch around 40. Hearing that, Steve was so stunned he completely let go of the cliff edge. He was actually planning to pawn it off for some quick cash just a second ago, but not anymore. The absolute maximum number of skills and spells a normal human can master in a lifetime is 10. Even if you're loaded with magical gear, you'd cap out at 20 tops. Steve scrambled to sit up, his attitude doing a complete 180 in the face of Motem's overwhelming power. So, are there any skills I can use right now? Motem nodded, but since it had completely drained its mana bringing Steve back to life, they had to wait for it to recharge. And apparently, the fastest way to recover mana was to literally just chat with it. Steve grunted as he dragged himself upward, forced to make small talk with the ring. When he asked about mana, Motem suddenly remembered a tiny, crucial little detail it had forgotten to mention. Steve only had 12 hours left to live before he dropped dead. Again, Steve was hit with another massive wave of shock, though luckily, he didn't lose his grip this time. Red in the face, he started screaming at Motem. What the hell? I thought you brought me back to life. Are you screwing with me right now, or is this actually hell? Motem finally bothered to explain the rules. If it died, Steve lived. As long as Steve lived, the ring wouldn't vanish. But if the ring ran out of mana, they were both goners. The ring's tone shifted, completely dropping the arrogant banter. Did you seriously think you could cheat death without paying a price? If you want to live, get your ass moving. Who knows how much time had passed? Steve had finally dragged himself out of the dark dungeon and was now sprinting through the forest like a madman, cursing Motem with every breath. The ring just ignored him. What did he expect from a magical artifact that had literally never experienced the concept of stress? I was having a perfectly good nap until you woke me up, Motem sneered. But since you're thrashing around so desperately to stay alive, fine. I'll give you the power you're begging for. Instantly, Steve's arm was engulfed in Motem's dark energy. A massive, shadowy mouth full of razor-sharp teeth materialized, clamping down hard on his arm. The ring's voice echoed darkly, but don't forget this. Just because you woke me up doesn't make you my master. You're the one fighting for your life here, human, not me. Steve was already sick and tired of having this arrogant megaphone attached to his hand. But the absolute worst part? It still flat out refused to tell him how to actually recover its mana. As it turns out, low-tier monsters and cursed objects were basically Motem's favorite snacks. Long story short, Steve had barely 12 hours left to go hunting, all while a smug, nagging voice constantly counted down his impending doom right in his ear. Steve really hoped there'd be a bunch of monsters lurking around the dungeon entrance. He tried to tap into his primal instincts to track them, but with his body still half paralyzed, he was about as useful as any ordinary guy off the street. Left with zero options, Steve had to do things the old-fashioned way. Tracking the muddy footprints along the path, he soon spotted deep claw marks gouged into the tree trunks, followed by a very familiar, stomach-churning stench of rot. Steve knew instantly. That was definitely a dire wolf. Sure enough, a massive wolf happily tearing into a chunk of bloody meat came into view. Even better, his body's paralysis was going to wear off in just 1 minute and 30 seconds. The timing was perfect. According to Motem, this paralysis kicked in whenever its mana hit 0. The more powerful the skill used, the longer he'd be left completely helpless. Steve held his breath, sitting completely still as he waited for the paralysis to fade. Thank God there was only one direwolf out here grabbing a solo snack. A moment later, Motum casually announced that the paralysis was gone. Steve immediately asked if the ring actually had any offensive skills. Without missing a beat, Motum offered up Air Bullet, a spell that fired highly compressed air at ridiculous speeds for maximum damage. It was a standard bread and butter spell used by combat mages on the battlefield. But there was a catch. With its current mana, Motum could only fire it exactly once. Steve rubbed his pounding temples, forcing himself to focus. If he only had one single shot, he had to make it count. It had to be a dead center hit right to the heart or the lungs. If this worked, the beast would instantly drop unconscious, and they could finally butcher the damn thing. Steve slowly raised his hand, whispering a stern warning to Motum not to fire until he gave the signal. But if there was one thing Motum absolutely despised, it was being ordered around by a human. So, completely ignoring Steve's little signal, it fired the skill instantly. A terrifyingly violent blast of air shot out at breakneck speed, instantly blowing a massive bloody hole right through the direwolf's torso, completely snapping several thick trees in the process. Steve stood there, completely dumbfounded. Was that supposed to be an air bullet or a freaking air cannon? He just stared blankly at the mangled, bloody remains of the direwolf for a solid minute. The pure destructive force of that blast was wilder than a raging giant on a rampage. And of course, that was when the ring decided to act all smug and show off. "I am not some cheap magical trinket casting garbage spells," Motum scoffed. "Shutting up and firing is a hell of a lot better than standing around shaking in fear." Realizing he absolutely could not win an argument with this thing, Steve threw his hands up in defeat. He walked over and cast the Devour Curse on the ruined carcass, feeding the monster's soul to Motum's starving, mana-deprived belly. Meanwhile, back at the capital, the royal court was currently in session. Sitting under the absolute authority of King Body Roos were his 3 royal princes. The eldest was Raptors, followed by Anfet, and finally, the youngest, Jero. Since Raptors was the firstborn, he was naturally handed the title of Crown Prince. As a result, the other 2 brothers were constantly at each other's throats, desperately doing whatever it took to prove their superiority and steal the throne. In this world, hoarding powerful ancient artifacts was the fastest way to cement your political power. But right now, Prince Jero looked like nothing more than a reckless, burnt-out mess. Throughout the entire carriage ride back, he had been uncharacteristically silent. His grim mood left Bandstock sweating, quietly wondering what kind of idiotic scheme his boss was cooking up this time. Suddenly, Jero broke the silence, muttering the name of the seer. Connor, one of Prince Anfet's filthy little lapdogs. "That backstabbing scammer," Jero snarled. "I was an idiot to blindly trust the intel from a temporary ally, though I suppose they weren't lying about the ring being cursed. But the most crucial detail about that damn ring, they conveniently kept their mouths shut about it. Jero still couldn't figure out if they had screwed him over on purpose or by accident. Left with no other choice, he was forced to swallow his pride and return empty-handed. Seeing his overly dramatic boss spiraling into another paranoid panic attack, Bandstock quickly tried to do damage control. "Please don't stress over this, Your Highness. You have survived countless battles on the front lines, haven't you? You will handle this situation perfectly, I'm sure of it," Bandstock reassured him. But the truth was, even though Jero was an absolute beast on the battlefield, he was completely unprepared for the bloody reality of royal politics. It was infinitely harder to survive. Years had passed, and the prince still hadn't adapted to the venomous scheming of the court. Honestly, if he didn't have Bandstock watching his back, he would have been a dead man a long time ago. Back in the forest, Steve was standing there, completely blown away by Motum's terrifyingly overpowered skill. The ring had violently sucked the direwolf's soul completely dry. Yet, somehow, the greedy artifact still sounded annoyed. Apparently, an entire direwolf only refilled a measly 15% of its total mana. When Steve dared to roll his eyes, the ring instantly barked out a threat, viciously forcing him to snap his mouth shut. But Steve's real concern was terrifyingly practical. With such a pathetic amount of mana, how many times could he actually use his skills to stay alive? On top of that, since he was the one who swiped the royal artifact, Prince Jero's assassins were undoubtedly tearing the woods apart looking for him. The immediate priority was clear. He needed to find a safe place to hide, and fast. Steve stealthily made his way back to the edge of town, desperately hoping to recover the stash of gear he'd hidden before entering the dungeon. But his heart sank. 2 heavily armed guards were stationed right at the entrance. He knew without a doubt that the second he poked his head out, they'd drag him off in chains. Desperate, Steve scanned his surroundings until his eyes locked onto a patch of wild valerian flowers. Instantly, a plan clicked in his head. First, he struck a small fire. If he could just maximize the chemical reaction with his Freeman's powder, he could whip up a seriously heavy-duty sedative gas. Covering his nose and mouth tightly, Steve fanned the thick, sweet-smelling smoke directly toward the 2 guards. The moment they sniffed the weird, unnatural scent in the air, their eyes instantly rolled back into their heads, and they collapsed hard into the dirt. Witnessing Steve's quick thinking firsthand, even the arrogant Ring was forced to admit the kid actually had half a brain. Steve finally had his moment to strut around and rub it in Motem's smug face, loudly bragging about how he was a veteran adventurer. But as he strolled down the town's alleyways, Steve froze. Pinned to the wall was a wanted poster featuring a very familiar face, one that looked about 90% exactly like him. And worse, the royal bastards had completely framed him for grand theft. Shaking with fury, Steve furiously crumpled the paper into a ball, completely ignoring Motem's mocking laughter echoing in his mind. Either way, he was in deep trouble. Overnight, he had become a wanted fugitive with a government bounty on his head. After grabbing his gear, Steve planned to make a run for it. If the rumor spread, living in a normal village would be impossible. Thinking it over, Steve sighed. At least he had Motem to help him scrape by and flee the kingdom. Still, scurrying away like a beaten dog made his blood boil. Sensing this, Motem countered, "So, you want revenge then?" Steve nodded. Anyone in my shoes who wouldn't want revenge is a total pushover. Motem chuckled, finding the whole situation increasingly amusing. "If that's your driving force, I'll lend you a hand," Motem boasted. "You should consider yourself incredibly lucky, kid. With me by your side, you'll be practically invincible." Steve shot Motem a side eye. "What the hell are you bragging about when you can only use 4 skills? Only then did Motem explain its true nature. Curse Devouring was an ability capable of erasing eternal curses and the very roots of evil, meaning its strength and mana relied entirely on how much magical energy it consumed. As for the rest, Steve had to piece it together himself. Connecting the tiny details with Motem's hints, he finally asked, "Wait, do you absorb relics too?" Right on cue, Motem proudly showed off its stash. Countless high-tier relics had already been devoured by it. "Steve Atelier, help me gather more relics," Motem bargained. "Do that, and your quest for revenge becomes my business too." Steve thought of that arrogant prick Jero waving that warrant around. Just one good explosion and that bastard would be blown to pieces. With that image in mind, his fiery determination was reignited. "Are you serious?" Steve asked. "If I do exactly what you say, I can crush Jero with my own 2 hands?" Feeding off the pure hatred radiating from Steve, Motem seemed to surge with power, enveloping him in its aura. It was going to show Steve exactly how sweet it felt to trample his enemies beneath his feet. Meanwhile, at a local tavern, a young man was fishing for information. "Hey, Danton, know any place to score some good beast hides at a fair price?" Danton casually whistled while wiping down a mug. "For top-tier hides, you'll have to hit the black market," the young guy groaned in frustration. "The black market? That place will bleed my wallet dry." Danton was about to recommend a skilled adventurer to him when his eyes landed on a fresh pile of wanted posters on the counter. Picking up the bounty flyer with Steve's face on it, a flicker of genuine surprise crossed his features. "Steve?" Danton muttered to himself. "What kind of mess did you drag yourself into this time, buddy?" At that exact moment, Steve was sneaking around looking for a safe house and ended up stumbling upon a village's secret passageway. He was dead certain all the premium loot was stashed down there, just like a black market. Motem couldn't wrap its head around why Steve was so obsessed with sneaking into this place, rather than just diving straight into a dungeon to gather relics. Steve immediately cursed it out for being an absolute idiot. "If we're diving into a dungeon, we need emergency escape scrolls," Steve snapped. "If we just waltz in completely unprepared, we might grab the relics, but we sure as hell won't make it out alive." Motem recalled the exact scroll that Bach had used back in that dark cavern. Despite being incredibly useful, people were terrified they'd fall into the wrong hands, so their sale was heavily restricted. Fortunately, Steve already had a workaround. After staking the place out for what felt like an eternity, he had finally pinpointed the village's secret entrance. Steve rapped on the wooden panel covering a dog hole in the wall. Suddenly, a muffled voice echoed from inside. "The fish that goblins eat is the freshwater bass." Steve was completely clueless and sat there completely frozen. Not getting a response, the guy inside grew irritated. "Hey, that password is from 3 months ago." Recognizing the familiar voice, Steve let out an awkward laugh. "My bad, Danton. You know I don't come down here that often." Danton burst out and caught Steve in a bear hug, so tight it nearly suffocated him. He playfully scolded Steve for not keeping up with the secret codes. "Man, if I wasn't the one on guard duty today, you'd be toast." Danton laughed. Steve, panting for breath, thanked him profusely. "It's an absolute emergency. I couldn't think straight." Steve defended himself. Danton just let out a hearty laugh. "Normally, you strut right through the front door. Never thought I'd see you crawling through a dog hole," Danton teased. Either way, thrilled to reunite, he invited Steve inside for a celebratory drink. But Steve just needed to sit down and catch his breath for a minute. Leaning in, Danton couldn't hide his curiosity and asked about the wanted poster. "Are you seriously that broke that you had to resort to stealing?" Danton asked. Steve let out a heavy sigh. Looks like bad news really does travel fast. Dumping out the loot he'd gathered, Steve started his pitch. "All right, listen up, boys. I've got vitality-infused claws from a direwolf and top-tier pelts right here. Snooze and you lose. Who wants them?" After hyping up the crowd, Steve left them to inspect the goods and turned to Danton to check the going rate for escape scrolls. Hearing the price was 600 crowns, Steve's shoulders slumped. "Bro, spot me some cash, will you?" He was banking on his loot selling, but he knew it would take a while before the cash actually hit his hands. Danton just snickered and teased. "Nah, I don't feel like it." Steve's face instantly dropped in despair. Seeing his pathetic expression, Danton laughed out loud and finally asked, all right, how many scrolls do you actually need?" "At least 4, Steve blurted out. "I swear on my life, I'll pay you back in 2 days tops." Danton agreed to front him the money, but he couldn't help but wonder aloud. If Steve just paid a 400 crown fine, he could clear his bounty entirely. Just the mention of that damn wanted poster made Steve's blood boil all over again. The princes of this wretched kingdom were absolute scum. "Those bastards set me up," Steve growled. At the end of the day, a man's got his pride. How the hell could paying 400 crowns buy back his dignity? Danton burst out laughing, then promised to hook him up with a guy who sold scrolls at a discount. "You need anything else while you're at it? If you're looking for fresh gear, go bother Clyde over in the corner. Just put it on my tab." Steve asked Danton to pack him some decent human food, then made his way over to Clyde. He slammed his fist hard onto the table and shouted Clyde's name. The old man jerked awake, reeking of cheap booze the second he opened his mouth. "What?" he slurred aggressively. "Who the hell is trying to start something?" Steve winced, immediately stepping back to avoid the foul stench of alcohol and unwashed body odor radiating off the guy. But to his shock, the moment Clyde fully woke up, he broke down sobbing miserably. "I'm selling my gear for dirt cheap and nobody still wants to buy anything. Boo-hoo!" Steve stared at the pile of gleaming equipment on the table, utterly speechless. Clearly, the other mercenaries had no eye for quality and completely overlooked them. Seeing an opportunity, he made the old man an offer, asking which piece of gear he was the most confident in. Hearing that, Clyde sobered up instantly, absolutely thrilled that Steve might actually be a paying customer. Steve immediately shut that down. "Just a heads up, if it's expensive, I'm absolutely not buying it." Clyde flat out refused to lower his prices, but offered to let Steve take something for a test run. Steve nodded, stating he needed a weapon that would actually keep him alive down in the dungeons. Clyde excitedly dug through the pile. He knew he had to find a weapon that actually suited him to do any real damage. Steve was built like a tank, tall and heavily muscular. Seeing this, Clyde tossed him a glowing magical hammer. Mortem watched them and snorted in amusement. Most dungeons had incredibly tight, narrow corridors. How the hell was Steve supposed to swing a giant hammer in there? Steve nodded in agreement, but then suddenly remembered something and yelled out. Hey, if you're trying to sneak out, don't scream like that. You're the only one who knows I exist." Mortem scolded, then turned his attention back to Clyde. "This guy doesn't know the first damn thing about basic magic. Every single weapon in this pile is top-tier gear. Steve was completely surprised to hear the artifact talking so much today. And on top of that, it was actually showing genuine interest in this gear. Mortem replied with pure arrogance, I am a divine artifact, you know. Of course, my eyes see things differently than you mere mortals. Since Mortem could analyze the structure of objects, he told Steve to grab the sword sitting over there. If you use that one right, you'll never want another weapon again. Steve picked up the short but ridiculously massive sword to examine it. Looking closely, it really wasn't your average blade. Fully geared up, Steve finally stepped into the dark dungeon. But what he wasn't mentally prepared for was being ganged up on by a massive horde of monsters. He killed one after another, yet the dark tunnels were still swarming with glowing red eyes. Steve quickly signaled Mortem, who launched a massive attack that wiped out almost the entire horde. Mortem rushed out to devour their curses and, surprisingly, sprouted 2 extra bony arms. Steve figured all that excess energy was being used to grow its limbs. After clearing out the monsters, Steve grabbed his pickaxe and headed deeper into the cave, grinding away to harvest the glowing lapis lazuli stones. But with every step he took, he uncovered another deadly trap. Examining the mechanical parts, Steve realized they were actually incredibly rare. While he was scooping up the loot, a terrifying roar echoed through the cave. Steve quickly asked Mortem for some light. Seeing the monstrosity in front of him, he couldn't help but curse out loud. Holy shit, this is insane. A mineral reserve was creeping towards Steve. The moment it spotted him, it opened its massive jaws and let out an ear-piercing roar. Steve just now realized that in a place overflowing with rare minerals like this, of course, that hideous lizard would show up. The mineral reserve suddenly puffed up its cheeks, not to act cute, but to spew a massive load of slimy, toxic acid right at Steve. He reacted fast, but a few drops still splattered across his face, burning like absolute hell. His biceps were literally smoking like grilled meat from the acid burn. Seeing Steve wince in agony, Mortem sarcastically mocked him. What the hell are you so scared of? Don't you have a healing factor? You're not gonna die. Sure enough, his regeneration skill kicked in, and the severe burns on Steve's skin vanished without a single trace. Even with his healing abilities, Steve knew this monster was no joke. The mineral reserve used highly corrosive acid to digest ores, and its body was heavily armored with solid rock. Even using half its strength, a hit from that thing could leave Steve permanently scarred. Mortem bluntly told Steve to just give up. The harder he tried to kill the monster, the worse the situation was going to get. Using gas explosives in a closed cave would cause the entire tunnel to collapse. Steve was actually about to throw a bomb, but hearing Mortem's warning, he had no choice but to leap backward to dodge the mineral reserve's attack. But suddenly, Mortem shouted, "Good job!" leaving Steve completely confused. The artifact told him to draw the sword he bought from Old Man Clyde. If you save it now, you'll be taking it straight to your grave. Steve didn't hesitate for a second. He pulled out the massive blade and immediately revved up its engine. He charged head-on at the giant lizard, ducking at the last second to dodge its deadly claws. Then, Steve unleashed a devastating slash that literally shattered the ground beneath them. While the mineral reserve was looking around in dazed confusion, Steve leaped straight above its head. He held the great sword in a reverse grip, ready to plunge it down. The monster abruptly snapped its head back, but Steve's blade struck true. The tip of the sword smashed directly into the thick mineral armor on its skull, but it couldn't quite pierce through. The beast raised its massive claws, ready to tear Steve to absolute shreds. Mortem immediately screamed, "Now, fire!" Steve slammed the switch on the hilt. The blade violently extended, thrusting straight through the mineral reserve's head and blowing it to bloody pieces. Steve dropped to the ground, grabbing his fiercely trembling arm. So, that was the true way to use this insane weapon. But the sheer force of the impact had wedged the sword completely tight inside the monster's shattered skull. As usual, Mortem eagerly devoured the dark curses lingering on the beast's corpse. Meanwhile, Steve let out a heavy sigh of regret. The pressurized gas needed to power that blade wasn't exactly easy to come by. He only had 4 cylinders left. Clyde seemed to focus a lot on their durability, but if they took a really hard hit, would those cylinders explode? Something is very wrong here. Mortem's sudden whisper made Steve tense up. The artifact felt that something was incredibly off, but it couldn't quite put it into words. But there was one thing it was absolutely certain about. Steve shouldn't rush into battle. Steve thought Mortem was just looking down on him and frowned in annoyance, but right at that moment, Another bizarre screech echoed through the cavern. A second mineral reserve came charging at him like it was running a damn marathon. Steve cursed under his breath. He couldn't afford to burn through all his gas cylinders, but there was no way he could win without them. The massive beast swung a devastating punch. This second one clearly preferred throwing hands over spitting acid. Right then, Steve spotted a crucial opening, a soft spot totally exposed without any mineral armor. Steve made a split-second decision to stab right there, but things were never that easy. The mineral reserve whipped its massive tail, sending him flying across the cave. Steve pushed himself off the ground, shaking off the heavy dizziness. This one clearly had way more combat experience than the first, especially with that 8-meter-long tail, which was insanely thick, yet lightning fast. Still, compared to the mighty Tarrasque he fought before, these mineral reserves were nothing but oversized house geckos. Steve charged forward again to clash blades, but the moment their weapons connected, he instantly took back his previous thought. This filthy beast was ridiculously strong. For the second time, Steve was completely swatted out of the air by its massive tail, crashing hard into the dirt. Watching Steve get absolutely battered, Mortem cursed violently. "You absolute idiot! I told you to be careful. There is something seriously wrong with that monster." ST already knew the power of this mineral reserve monster after exchanging a few blows, but he still firmly believed it had a weakness. Suddenly, its hand shot out, grabbing Stit tightly by the face before he could even react to its ungodly speed. Mem kept yelling right beside him, "Stet, snap out of it! Stop dreaming! Even goblins don't act as human when they fight!" But SESOT replied with absolute confidence that he already had a plan. He tightly gripped the Freeman's powder in his left hand. If he mixed it with the Firefly powder in his right hand, what would happen? It wouldn't just make a spark, it would deal a fatal blow right to its weakness. The blinding light from the explosion forced the monster to let go. In the very next second, Stitch shoved his blade right into its gaping mouth. He was dead certain he had won, but suddenly a warning popped up. 95% of the target's body structure is abnormal. Motem panicked and screamed ST's name, but a split second later, the massive explosion and roaring flames drowned out its voice. After that terrifying blast, ST's body regenerated his head and all 4 limbs. Motem cursed up a storm in frustration, giving him a massive headache. "This is your fault. You only warned me after I'd already touched it." But what mattered more was the info on that bastard. It was a mineral possessing a magical artifact far stronger than a standard mineral reserve. To be exact, someone in this dungeon had twisted its body into that bizarre state. Not even Morton knew what kind of trick the guy had used. Stit was baffled. "Don't tell him he'd have to fight crazy terrorists like that from now on," Motem replied, completely unfazed. "Obviously! What? Are you scared?" Stit's eyes burned with fierce determination. The only thing he was scared of was running out of things to fight. After activating his beast instinct to find the way, Stay didn't get a single hit of intuition. Walking a bit further, the two stumbled upon a human skeleton fully encased in crystal minerals. But in reality, it was a monster, the lazy type that barely reacts when enemies approach. Mem advised Sit to just ignore it. If he poked the wrong thing, it might blow up in his face just like the last one. Stit figured that made sense, so he just walked right past it. Who would have thought that after barely taking 3 steps, the skeleton started shifting, ready to detonate? That nearly scared the soul out of Motem, too. After the blast, Steve ended up falling down into a different tunnel. Thank God he kept his distance this time, so the injuries weren't too bad. Motem warned him to stand up slowly and carefully, because if he bumped into another explosive, even it wouldn't be able to revive him. But Tit didn't hear a word Motem said. His eyes lit up the moment he saw the bizarre, eye-catching, colorful minerals. Just thinking about how much money he'd make selling all this junk made him ecstatic. He reached out and touched a nearby rock formation. The rock immediately sparked with a strange light, making Motem even more certain of its theory. It could sense a bizarre, magical energy slowly suffocating the atmosphere of this dungeon. The deeper they went, the thicker and more overwhelming the density became, making Motem's nose incredibly uncomfortable. Judging from the 2 monsters Stay had just fought, it could tell that encountering them in this dark tunnel made them way more volatile and trigger-happy. It was probably this weird blanket of mana covering the area that was mutating their bodies. And looking at how that mineral slab reacted when Stet touched it, it proved that every single object in this dungeon was infected. Hearing this, ST felt like he was walking straight into a massive minefield. Just when he thought things couldn't get any worse, Motorem warned him about the cherry on top. The mana density was so absurdly high here that they wouldn't even be able to use their healing skills properly. Only then did ST notice the bruises on his arm were still there. On top of that, Motem pointed out that in such an unstable environment, there was a high chance their escape scrolls would be completely useless. They had to rely on this mana flow to find a safe coordinate before they could use the scroll. If the mana was radiating heavily, it meant they could push into the deeper zones. Stit thought they were trapped, but Motorem saw another way out. Hunt down whoever was leaking this mana and kill them. Even though it didn't have a damn clue if the culprit was a guy or a girl, after all that rambling, it just wanted Steve to go deeper. Luckily, he was completely on the exact same page. After walking a long way, Stay finally stood in front of a heavy door. They hadn't been able to track down the culprit spreading the mana, but who knows? Maybe the bastard was hiding right behind this door. The moment he pushed it open and stepped inside, a glowing orb resting on a bizarre stone pillar startled the hell out of Steltine. Mem immediately spoke up. "That's a Jinn spirit. Look closely at its core. Can't you feel that? That right there is an artifact. A Jinn is a spirit born from the fusion of pure mana and death aura. It's an amalgamation of pure elements driven only by a desire to destroy. It has absolutely no consciousness. You could pretty much call it a walking natural disaster." But Stay couldn't wrap his head around why an artifact would be sitting right in the center of the spirit's core. Suddenly, Stet was blasted by an overwhelmingly oppressive force. Motem finally pieced it all together. The Gatekeeper was the root cause of everything. It had fused with the artifact, acting as a conductor to radiate its own chaotic mana everywhere. Long story short, every single thing ST looked at right now was a ticking time bomb. But Tit actually thought that was great news. If they beat this guy, they could finally get out of here. The Gatekeeper hurled a handful of glowing, volatile rocks straight at Stit. He swung his sword, swatting them away at lightning speed before they could detonate. But one of the rocks glowed with a yellow light completely different from the rest. A second later, it blew up right in his face. Mem frantically yelled at him to be careful. This spot held the highest concentration of that bizarre mana. So the more Steve provoked it, the more violently things would explode. At this rate, if Steve didn't run, everything around him, even his own body, would be blown to absolute pieces. ST gritted his teeth. This damn ring always saved the most crucial details for last. Suddenly, the Gatekeeper slammed both hands into the ground. The bizarre posture made Steve freeze. Something was being violently sucked into the Jinn spirit, like it was charging up for a massive attack. This time, Motem spoke to him with absolute deadly seriousness. "If you want to live, run, now." From the Jinn spirit, a barrage of massive light beams blasted straight towards Stit. He barely managed to dodge that literal cannon fire. Having just unleashed its payload, the entire Jinn spirit was smoking heavily. Steve instantly saw his opening and lunged forward to attack. The thing's entire body was made of stone, but it seemed its joints were a fatal weakness since the armor was thinnest there. But a rock shot out, blocking Steve's sword, then froze dead in mid-air. Suddenly, the rock violently changed direction, slamming upward right into Steve's jaw. He collapsed hard to the ground as the rock zipped back to the Gatekeeper. Stet wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, completely at a loss on where to strike to actually hurt this guy. Seeing that Stit stubbornly refused to run away, Motem had no choice but to suggest he aim for the artifact in its core. Since its core was fully fused with the artifact, if Steve could drain all the mana out of it using his devouring curse, he could neutralize it completely. Steve gritted his teeth. Sure, that's easy for you to say. But if he even got close to the Gatekeeper, he'd be sent flying by the falling rocks. The moment the giant golem gathered its mana again, it unleashed the exact same attack from earlier. Steve fired off an aura bullet to meet it head-on, yelling to Motem, "Can you pierce through that guy?" Motem sounded completely helpless. "We don't have the power. Get out of the way." Left with no choice, Steve dove and rolled to the side. This time, the terrifying beam of light split off, striking at him relentlessly from every direction. While Steve was still reeling from the blinding flashes, the Gatekeeper's massive fist loomed right in his face. Swearing under his breath, he frantically dodged out of the way. Ranged or melee, Nothing was working against this guy. Steve decided to risk it all to see if the monster could block his next move. Seeing Steve closing in on its core, the gatekeeper instantly sealed itself shut. Furious, he plunged his sword downward. He really didn't want to waste it, but it was time to bring out his ultimate move. He detonated an explosive vial, but it couldn't even scratch that thick armor of stone. While Steve was standing there dumbfounded and cursing, the gatekeeper's giant hand swatted him right back to where he started. Steve clutched his head in agony. He was absolutely furious and feeling utterly helpless. Why the hell weren't his aura bullets doing anything? Motem had warned him, but of course, Steve hadn't listened. The moment his attacks hit that strange magical energy, his skills lost their explosive power. Just as Steve was coming to his senses, another barrage of exploding rocks rained down on him. He struggled to block them with his sword. The gatekeeper swung its massive arms, hurling an avalanche of boulders as if trying to bury Steve alive. Seeing him collapse, Motem actually sounded a little worried. "Hey, are you okay?" Steve felt like he was throwing eggs at a meteor, and right at that moment, the gatekeeper's massive hand was already slamming in from his left. But Steve didn't even care. He just gritted his teeth and finished his dramatic monologue. "If I can't even survive this, how the hell am I supposed to get my revenge?" Fueled by raw adrenaline, Steve launched himself forward like a rocket, hyping himself up. Every attack so far had been totally useless, but Glide's weapon was the one thing that could actually counter this monster's strikes. If he could just hit that exact tiny crack, the creature's defenses would completely shatter. Steve triggered the explosion on his blade, forcing the gatekeeper to pull its fist back. The giant golem stared in confusion as smoke billowed from its mangled hand. Taking his chance, Steve pulled out his very last explosive vial, betting everything on this one strike. But he just couldn't land a clean hit on that crack. Suddenly, the gatekeeper raised both of its massive arms into the air, making Steve freeze in his tracks. Then it started spinning at a terrifying speed, turning into a destructive tornado of stone. Motem screamed out its favorite catchphrase again. "What the hell are you standing there for? Move!" For some reason, Steve tried to tap into his bestial instinct, but there was no escaping an attack that fast. Utterly battered and covered in wounds, he collapsed face first onto the dirt. Motem hated seeing him get trashed like this, but suddenly, Steve's body started to react. Distinctive blue sparks of lightning began crackling all along his arm. It was the sign of mutation. Steve gasped. "Motem, how many minutes do I have left?" Motem ran the numbers. "Normally 3 minutes, but in your current state, you might have a minute max." A sharp glint flashed in Steve's eyes. That's more than enough for one last hit, he thought. Knowing that unleashing this ultimate attack could shatter both his weapon and his own body, even a single minute was plenty of time to blow things sky high. Tearing through the thick cloud of dust, he planted his feet and leaped high into the air, aiming straight for the gatekeeper. Seeing him pull such a reckless stunt, Motem screamed in panic. "What the hell are you doing? Are you trying to get yourself killed?" Steve was so annoyed he wanted to punch Motem right then and there, but his actual plan was to use Motem's aura bullets to blast himself even higher than the giant golem. The gatekeeper seemed utterly confused as Steve vaulted right over its head. Meanwhile, Steve was practically cheering inside. His distraction had worked perfectly. By forcing the beast to protect its core, it left its top axis completely exposed, no matter how fast it spun its arms. Without hesitating, Steve plummeted downward, burying his sword deep into the gatekeeper's stony body before triggering the explosion. The plan seemed flawless, but it only left a tiny crack in the creature's armor. Instantly, a barrage of stone bombs rocketed toward him in a brutal counterattack. Watching Steve stand there like an idiot, Motem frantically screamed at him to fight back. But Steve couldn't hear a damn thing. His mind was racing, cursing up a storm as the terrifying reality of death stared him in the face. He just couldn't accept it. How could a 20-something guy who hadn't even had his first girlfriend kick the bucket so soon? Suddenly, Steve felt something hard in his pocket. He whipped out the glowing mystic ore shard and raised it high. Motem flipped out, thinking Steve was about to off himself, but to its absolute shock, Steve plunged the shard directly into the gatekeeper's skull. An earth-shattering explosion ripped through the air, leaving Steve smoking like a piece of burnt barbecue. The blast was so intense it tore the skin right off his fingertips. But his eyes were blazing with fierce triumph, especially when he saw the gatekeeper's core finally laid bare. Steve raised his hand, letting Motem feast to its heart's content. A raging tornado of cursed energy poured out, all of it instantly devoured by the artifact's bottomless appetite. Having successfully taken down the gatekeeper, Steve dragged himself out of the ruin, clutching his shattered sword. Suddenly, a wave of lightness washed over him. Being outside really did wonders for Motem's recovery speed, and thankfully, his body finally stopped its terrifying mutation. Steve sat up and did a quick check of his body, breathing a huge sigh of relief once he confirmed his six-pack was still completely intact. With that priority sorted, he opened his status window to check his overall condition. Both his Bestial Instinct and Curse Eater skills had leveled up. Normally, Bestial Instinct was a nightmare to upgrade compared to Curse Eater, so this was an incredible stroke of luck. The dead silence around him felt weirdly lonely. He quickly realized it was because Motem hadn't made a single peep this whole time. The moment he called out to it, a flood of system notifications suddenly pinged in front of his eyes. Motem's mana limit had jumped from 100 to 150, and its Aura Bullet had officially evolved into Aura Surge. The Chaos skill was now unlocked. It looked like Motem truly evolved by devouring other ancient artifacts. But why the hell was it dumping all these upgrades on him at once? And it didn't stop there. Motem's skill unlocking process was still going. Its stored mana skyrocketed to over 8,000, revealing a massive list of locked abilities. Steve stared blankly at the screen, having absolutely no clue what half of these skills even did. Man, if Motem would just wake up and explain this to me, that'd be great, he thought. It probably needed to finish its whole upgrade sequence before it could talk again. Steve wondered if every artifact out there had an attitude problem like Motem did. If he could gather more of these mana-absorbing relics and charge them up, his own body would receive a massive power boost. So, he figured he might as well risk it and try out the enhancement. But for now, he could only choose to activate one of the two newly unlocked skills, either Curse Eater or Cursed Aura. Just hearing those two names sent a chill down his spine, so Steve didn't want a damn thing to do with either of them. But in the end, he had to pick one just to finish his item selection. Sometime later, Steve finally dragged his exhausted body over to old Clyde's place to get his weapon reforged. He carefully laid out all the shattered pieces of his sword that he had managed to scrape together onto the table. Classic. An awkward silence fell between them as they stared at the completely pulverized sword. Steve scratched his head and quickly explained, "Hey, don't get the wrong idea. This thing is the only reason I'm still breathing. Thank you so much, my boy." Suddenly, Clyde burst into tears, sniffling as he swore to repair the sword and forge it into something even stronger and more durable, catching Steve completely off guard. Since the old man was so fired up, Steve was more than happy to help out. He pulled out all sorts of trap components he had scavenged from the dungeon, along with a few leftover demon parts. On top of that, he handed over a pouch holding about 3,000 CR as a deposit, asking Clyde to upgrade the weapon and add some extra cylinders. After finishing up with Clyde, Steve headed over to Danton's tavern. Danton's face lit up the moment he saw him, greeting him like a long-lost brother. Steve just shot him a sarcastic side-eye. "What's with that look? Aren't you pissed that I completely leveled your little money-making dungeon? I'm guessing you've already made a killing off those minerals, huh?" Danton nodded eagerly, trying to talk Steve into checking out the black market, but Steve made an excuse to head upstairs and crash for the night. Danton watched Steve walk away, unable to stop himself from sighing as he muttered, "Is it actually true? Did he really clear out that dungeon all by himself?" Once he got to his room, Steve practically collapsed onto the bed, too exhausted to move a single muscle. He raised his ring and whispered softly to Mortem, "Hey, you can come out now." "Hey, you," Mortem drawled out lazily. "Ugh, my head feels like mush." But despite its sluggish tone, Mortem's physical form had become incredibly terrifying and far more menacing than before. Steve nearly jumped out of his skin. He let out a long sigh and asked, "So? I really won't know what the skill does until I actually activate it?" Mortem just nodded. By the time it met him, it had already undergone a hard reset. Because of that, all of its skills and abilities had been completely sealed away. And yesterday was actually the very first time Mortem had absorbed an artifact. Air Bullet was supposed to be a basic, simple skill with no evolutionary paths or mutations. But after yesterday, it had mutated into air explosion, proving it had adapted to become the absolute perfect skill exclusively for Steve. Steve was completely lost as to how an air bullet differed from an air explosion, and Mortem couldn't give him a straight answer either. Whether it evolved or just changed its name, it's basically the same thing. Mortem told him, "You'll just have to train hard, Steve. It's too complicated to put into words." Still, Mortem couldn't shake the nagging feeling that it had forgotten something important. Steve, however, couldn't care less about whatever Mortem was spacing out on. He only cared about one thing: how the cursed Halo skill he had chosen actually worked. But Mortem just brushed him off, promising to explain it during their next dungeon raid. It seemed pretty hyped to see the new skill in action, eagerly asking when they were heading out. But Steve quickly shut that down. He needed to pass out and catch up on some serious sleep first. Night fell, but loud, chaotic noises kept echoing through the inn. Outside Steve's room, Danton was pounding furiously on the door, sounding absolutely frantic. "Steve, something terrible happened! Get up, hurry!" The two of them rushed downstairs in a panic. Steve approached old Cly, his eyes going wide with shock. The old man was laid out on a table, unconscious. His face was completely battered, covered in nasty bruises and deep cuts. Danton immediately signaled an assistant to bring something over. One of the patrons had found Clyde passed out in an alleyway and dragged him here. Danton popped the cork off a vial filled with a wine-red liquid and poured it straight over Clyde's face, throwing Steve into a panic. Whoa, what the hell are you giving him? Pouring booze on him isn't going to save his life." But a split second later, Clyde's face miraculously healed, returning to a healthy rosy color, instantly changing Steve's tune. "Holy crap, what is that?" "That stuff works like magic." "How much did that cost?" "It sure as hell wasn't cheap," Danton replied. "But if I don't use it now, when am I supposed to?" Fully healed, Clyde finally regained consciousness, his voice completely groggy. "Ugh, where am I? Who's there? Steve? Danton? Is that you?" Steve immediately pressed him about the scumbags who had jumped him. The old man racked his brain until he finally recalled a clue linking the attack to Dick's gang. The moment that name dropped, every single person in the tavern scowled and let out a collective, heavy sigh. "Ugh, that piece of trash again?" Steve just stood there, completely lost, having no idea who this guy was. Danton massaged his temples with a groan. "He's just an absolute moron." According to Danton, Dick was a complete lowlife who got off on harassing people. But since he hadn't committed any major crimes, everyone just put up with his garbage. Some time ago, Danton had publicly dressed him down in front of a massive crowd, utterly humiliating him. He figured Dick was probably trying to get back at him by targeting old Cly. "They didn't just beat me half to death," Clyde muttered. "They robbed every last coin Steve gave me. And they kept muttering something about how he's friends with that bastard too. I'm going to report him to the guards and beat the living hell out of him. There is no way I'm letting this slide." At the word report, all the color drained from Steve's face. Blood boiled in his veins. He threw on his coat and stormed out to hunt down Dick and his gang of thugs. On the way, Mortem asked curiously, "Oh, are you mad?" Hearing the mocking tone in its voice, Steve shot back, dead serious, telling Mortem to knock off the jokes. He wanted to beat them to a pulp with his bare hands so he wouldn't feel an ounce of guilt. Mortem assumed Steve was out for blood, but he was far more rational than that. If he just slaughtered anyone who pissed him off, he'd be no better than a wild animal. But at the same time, he absolutely wasn't going to let them off with a mere slap on the wrist. Steve activated the upgraded version of his Beast Instinct skill to track Dick down. Meanwhile, that very same scumbag was busy snitching on Danton and Steve to a couple of city guards. But the guards clearly weren't buying a word he said. After all, in this town, Danton's reputation was absolutely spotless. If he wasn't the most honest man around, no one was. Plus, it was the dead of night. Banging on Danton's tavern door to investigate baseless claims without a shred of proof was just plain ridiculous. Dick gnashed his teeth in frustration and slunk back to his cronies. His gang couldn't understand why he was so obsessively fixated on the measly 400 crows of bounty on Steve's head. "That's barely enough to cover a few decent meals," one of them grumbled. "Come on, let's just get out of here." But Dick wasn't satisfied with the pathetic amount of coin they had just scraped together. He was dead set on catching Steve, planning to use the opportunity to rub it in Danton's face and finally get his revenge. Just then, the very man he was looking for stepped out of the shadows, right in front of them. Steve glared at him, his eyes burning with a barely restrained rage, looking like he wanted to rip the guy's jaw completely off. Dick immediately recognized him and let out an arrogant sneer, turning to his crew. Well, well, what did I tell you, boys? He's the guy I was talking about. Steve sarcastically thanked the three idiots. It had been way too long since he'd gotten to beat up a bunch of pathetic commoners like them. A furious guy with a mustache grabbed him by the collar. Without missing a beat, Steve snapped his arm and hurled him across the room before the guy even knew what hit him. Then he casually flexed his fingers, like that was just a little warm-up. Provoked and completely enraged, Dirk and the black-haired thug stepped up. The black-haired guy whipped out his combat knife, but before he could even use the damn thing, Stay launched himself into the air and drove a knee straight into his face. The thug went flying backward, blood spraying from his nose like a busted fountain. Dirk still hadn't learned his lesson. With way more guts than brains, he lunged forward. Give it everything you've got. We're after that 400 crowns. A sudden uppercut from Stat rattled his brain, stunning him for a few seconds. Stay waited for him to fall right into the perfect strike zone, and delivered another thunderous punch. What's wrong? If you want to capture me, you've got to beat me first, right? Dirk spat out a mouthful of blood, desperately wondering how the hell Steve was this monstrously strong. But Steve wasn't done playing yet, and he wasn't about to let the guy just lie there. He pulled out one of the healing potions he'd swiped from Danton and poured it all over Dirk. Mortem quickly caught on to Steve's twisted plan and started giggling. Hey, your personality is just absolutely delightful. The next morning, Danton was whipping up some breakfast while sharing the latest gossip with Steve. Word on the street is that Dirk and his crew were wandering around looking completely beaten to a pulp this morning. I wonder what the hell happened last night. What do you think? Steve sat down and stretched lazily. Me? Oh, I just got a little late night exercise in, that's all. Right at that moment, Clyde came running in to announce that he had finished upgrading Steve's sword. After being fine-tuned, the blade was significantly lighter, more compact, and looked absolutely stunning. Clyde made the tip of the blade heavier and added some trap wires to boost its offensive power. The destructive force was top-notch, even without the cylinders. Staring at such a delicate, elegantly crafted sword, two utterly straight guys like Steve and Danton felt deeply concerned about their masculinity. After showing it off, Clyde awkwardly handed over a few cylinders. Since they were powered by a highly specialized gas, he couldn't track down enough alchemists or dwarves to produce them. In the end, he only managed to make 4 of them. Knowing that Steve wouldn't be coming back for a while, Clyde wrote down some required materials in a letter of recommendation, so Steve could take it to a specialist to get more made. Danton also promised to spread the word about Steve to other black market branches to help him stay in touch. Steve strapped the sleek sword to his waist, incredibly grateful to the both of them. Clyde flashed a sly grin and said, "Hold on a second, you've got to at least give it a name before you take off. It's a one-of-a-kind weapon, after all." Naming things was honestly a nightmare for an indecisive guy like Steve. Luckily, Mortem had already brainstormed a name for it, the Infiltrator. Meanwhile, over at Brandon Castle in the Venia Kingdom, Jarrow and Banstock had finally arrived. He had barely collapsed onto the sofa in total exhaustion when there was a knock at the door. Jarrow frowned, clearly annoyed. "Who is it?" / "It's me." The second Prince Enfet swaggered into the room. Seeing Jarrow politely greet him, he just arrogantly tilted his chin up. "Save the empty pleasantries. Well, was it worth it?" Knowing perfectly well that his brother was here about that specific trip, Jarrow turned visibly pale. Enfet smirked and started recounting Jarrow's so-called achievements. Abandoning the front lines, illegally leading an army off course, and excavating an A-rank tomb without the Emperor's permission, all major crimes. If the Emperor found out, Jarrow would absolutely be held accountable. Using this as leverage, Enfet threatened Jarrow to hand over the artifact. Utterly powerless, Jarrow could only bury his face in his hands. Seeing him like this, Enfet suddenly ordered him to keep his mouth shut when the Emperor summoned him. He promised to provide an alibi to cover Jarrow's tracks. If Jarrow opened his mouth and said the wrong thing, everything would just get way more complicated. Then Enfet tossed a filthy, blood-stained bundle right at him. "When Father summons you, make sure you bring this along." Sure enough, just a few minutes later, Jarrow received the royal summons. The moment he arrived, he dropped to his knees before the Emperor. The Emperor nodded and began questioning Jero about his whereabouts over the past 2 weeks, noting his prolonged absence. Standing nearby, Anfet spoke up first. Royal Father, when Jero caught wind of the Goblin Rebellion breaking out in the southwest, he moved quickly to suppress it before he even had time to report back to us. It was an unavoidable emergency. The woman standing on the other side was Henrietta, the general of the First Prince's Western Front. She was highly suspicious. How could the Western Army have zero intelligence about an armed goblin force in the southwest? Yet Jero, the guardian of the northern border, somehow knew about it and went all the way down there to crush it. Anfet frowned and called for Conrad, having him use the clairvoyant skill of the artifact in his possession. This orb could reveal events happening across the realm, and Anfet claimed he had tipped Jero off in advance. The rebels had been planning to breach an A-rank dungeon to steal an artifact hidden inside. If Jero hadn't acted so decisively, the situation wouldn't have been resolved nearly as smoothly. Hearing the artifact mentioned, Jero's confidence began to waver. Since artifacts were a highly sensitive topic for everyone, Anfet immediately went on the offensive. Are you seriously suggesting that we should have just followed standard protocol and wasted precious time? Effectively silenced by Anfet's sharp retort, Henrietta backed down. The king then asked for the exact details of what happened. Jero nervously tried to stick to the script Anfet had laid out for him. With the sole exception of Vice General Banstock Breadfield, the entire army I led was wiped out. However, I was able to destroy the artifact. He claimed that it was some sort of parasitic entity, so he chose to obliterate it rather than let it fall into enemy hands. After that, Jero pulled out the foul-smelling bag Anfet had given him. Anfet purposely chimed in. He even brought back the head of the enemy general as proof of his successful campaign. Jero reached in and pulled out the severed head of a goblin. After verifying that it was indeed a goblin, the Emperor simply said, "As long as you are safe, that is all that matters. You are dismissed. Go get some rest." Seeing everything go off without a hitch, Anfet couldn't hide his arrogant smirk. After all, Jero owed him a massive favor now. Meanwhile, by a crystal-clear stream far away, Mortem's deeply disgusted voice rang out. "How on earth can you eat something that looks like shriveled-up frog toes?" Stag glanced down at the deliciously roasted fish in his hands, then gave Mortem a highly judgmental look. Seeing him continue to happily munch away, Mortem kept complaining. "Whatever. Anyway, I've noticed that the further southwest we go, the fewer signs of human life there are. Does that have anything to do with where we're going?" Steve also knew why this place was so deserted. It was because the very last elf village was hidden in the vast forest to the southwest. Since they aren't human, outsiders are strictly forbidden from coming anywhere near them. But look on the bright side. At least Steve could use his skills here without worrying about getting caught. It was actually the perfect spot to build a few test dungeons. Still, Steve knew it wasn't always a walk in the park. There were countless rumors about just how dangerous the Elven Kingdom could be. Meanwhile, somewhere in the dense woods, a young man was desperately using Flash Step to run for his life. Even with his legs completely giving out, he refused to let them catch him. Suddenly, an arrow shot out from the shadows behind him, striking the young man and sending him crashing hard into the dirt. A group of figures leaped down right in front of him. They looked just like normal humans, except for their long, razor-sharp ears. The two in the front were just about to finish him off, when a clear, commanding voice suddenly rang out. "Hold it! We're taking this one alive!" Back in the present, this mountain range to the southwest of the Venice Kingdom was known as the Forest of Shadows. Steve glanced around, wondering just what kind of twisted forest this really was. Even with a compass or a map, you'd never find your way out of here, huh? He placed his hand against a tree trunk, groaning inwardly. He didn't have a single shred of basic knowledge about this place, and it wasn't like he could just eat his artifacts to survive. The dense, overgrown foliage was completely throwing off his sense of direction. The canopy was so thick he couldn't even see the sky, leaving him with absolutely no idea which way to go. Having a map here was completely useless. It truly lived up to its name as the Forest of Shadows. Suddenly, a voice echoed in his mind. Is whining about it going to magically fix things? Realizing the irony, he muttered, "Don't tell me a famous explorer like me is actually lost." But then he stopped. Wait, what's that? He spotted a man tied up and hanging from the rocks right in the middle of a pond. Steve squinted, muttering to himself, is he not human? He quickly got the man down and fed him some water, gently tapping his face. Hey, look at me. Come on, wake up. Seeing that the guy was still out cold, Steve just couldn't bring himself to walk away. He let out a heavy sigh. Good grief. I really can't just leave him here to die, can I? That was when Modem finally chimed in. Steve, you need to move somewhere else, right now. Confused, Steve asked, wait, why? Motem replied dryly, well, if you really want to stay and play with these water monsters, I won't stop you. The moment it said that, several hideous creatures began to rise from the surface of the pond. Steve stared in horror, realizing that the decaying bodies floating in the water were probably the people who had tried to save this man earlier. Watching their flesh being slowly corroded away, he swallowed hard. If he just sat there doing nothing, he was going to end up exactly like them. He clenched his fist. All right then, let's do this, he thought to himself. A small spark of energy flared to life in his hand. Boom. Chanting a quick spell, an air bomb materialized in his palm, blasting right into the monsters. In the blink of an eye, the creatures were blown apart, bursting into a shower of water droplets. Wasting no time, Steve hurriedly slung Patterson over his shoulder and made a run for it. But since these things were practically made of water, they reformed almost instantly, completely blocking off his escape route. I need a way to take them out for good, he muttered. Steve quickly slammed his hand down onto the shallow water where the monsters were standing. That's it, he realized out loud. They're literally just water. If brute force won't work, we'll try this. He launched his counterattack, yelling, let's see how you handle this. Steve instantly activated his skill to strike back. A barrage of magical projectiles blasted into the enemy. System notification, low-level debuff applied, chain reaction effect triggered, maximum targets hit. 5. Crackling lightning gathered in his palm before he slammed it directly into the water beside him. Steve poured his mana into it, amplifying the electric current to a terrifying intensity. The massive shockwave completely paralyzed the pack of monsters, finally giving him an opening. Suddenly, Motem's voice echoed in his head. "Auntie Steve, move." Heaving a massive sigh of relief, Steve panted, well, since we've made it this far, there's no way those things are catching up to us now. Beside him, the unconscious man finally started to flutter his eyes open. He groaned weakly. Ugh. Huh? Where am I? He looked completely bewildered, clearly shocked to be waking up in the middle of nowhere. Panicking slightly, he blurted out, "What the hell? This isn't the pond anymore, is it?" He looked at Steve. "Wait, did you save me? Oh, thank the heavens. Thank you so much, kid." Seeing the guy's dramatic shift in attitude, Steve scoffed slightly. "You recover pretty fast, don't you?" He turned to face the man, crossing his arms to get some straight answers. "All right, calm down for a second, would you? Care to explain why you were tied up out there like bait?" Patterson looked visibly anxious. Are you seriously asking because you don't know? We're in the Forest of Shadows, the only ones who would capture humans alive just to toy with them? Who else could it be? Steve's eyes widened in sudden realization. Ah, I get it now. Steve nodded. It was the elves. But wait, if you knew it was a death trap, what on earth were you doing out here in the first place? The man sighed. My crew and I were rushing to the capital to meet a strict deadline for our cargo. We had no choice but to cut through the Forest of Shadows to save time. But then, we were ambushed by the elves. Hearing this, Steve remembered the gruesome scene from earlier. Wait, so those dissolved bodies in the pond, those were your friends? Putting on a terribly fake show of grief, Patterson sniffled. I was forced to watch the whole thing. Those damn elves tied me up and strung me over that cursed pond. My poor friends tried to save me, and they... sob. Unaware of the man's deceptive nature, Steve simply nodded sympathetically. Right, okay, I'm sorry to hear that. Listen, we're not too far from the edge of the forest now. I'll guide you out of here, but after that, you'll have to make your way back to the village on your own. Think you can handle that? Still putting on his anxious act to take full advantage of Steve, Patterson bowed his head. Just you offering to help me is more than enough. I can't thank you enough, young man. Steve activated his enhanced hearing skill. All right then, give me just a second. He closed his eyes, focusing intensely to scout out a safe path forward. His primal instincts had been screaming at him ever since he entered, telling him that this forest was deeply unnatural. It felt completely different from anywhere else. The deeper they went, the quieter the sounds of wildlife became, though it wasn't like the animals were entirely gone. Regardless, he knew that if he just headed toward where the ambient sounds grew louder, he'd eventually find the exit. Steve snapped his eyes open. Found a way out. Stay close. Let's go. Music, Steve took the lead, carving a path through the brush. He glanced back, calling out, "Hey, Mr. Patterson!" Patterson blinked. Huh? What is it? But before Steve could answer, a deadly volley of arrows suddenly rained down from the canopy, aiming right for the two of them. Steve instantly drew his sword, deflecting the incoming fire, while Patterson let out a pathetic shriek and cowered on the ground. Furious at the ambush, Steve roared into the trees, "Show yourselves!" The attackers didn't say a single word. Instead, several shadowy figures dropped silently from the high branches, landing gracefully onto the forest floor. Elena stepped forward, taking the lead, and demanded, "Hand him over." Unfazed, Steve replied, "And if I say no?" Seeing Steve's stubbornness, her subordinates shifted into combat stances. They stood in silence, waiting for Elena's command. She drew her bow and warned, "I won't ask a third time. Hand him over." Steve casually replied, "You seem to be mistaken about something here, don't you?" Gripping his sword tightly, he declared, "I'm not just trying to hold you back right now. If you want to attack, then bring it on. Enough with the nonsense." Motum spoke into Steve's mind. "If I weren't here, you probably would have handed him over right away, huh?" The two of them conversed telepathically, their thoughts loud and chaotic. A male elf stepped forward and snapped, "What do you mean? How? Do you have a death wish?" Behind him, Elena kept her bow drawn, ready to fire at a moment's notice. Seeing that the situation wasn't in their favor, she lowered her bow and said, "Regardless, talking this out is still better than resorting to violence, isn't it?" Steve let out a gasp of surprise. "Huh?" The men beside her turned in shock, speaking in unison. "Elena, but—" She cut them off. "We are not mindless monsters who just slaughter people. I'm already sick and tired of being misunderstood." She shot them a warning glare and said, "Both of you, keep your mouths shut." They replied in unison, "Yes, ma'am." Then Elena spoke up. "You there, human?" she asked Steve. "Do you even know why we're demanding you hand him over?" Up until now, Steve hadn't harbored a single doubt about the man he had saved. He scoffed and flatly replied, "I don't." "But you're free to explain it now." Anxious that his cover was blown, Patterson stammered, "Will you— What? You're actually going to believe these elves?" Steve felt incredibly annoyed by the whole ordeal. He let out a heavy sigh and snapped, "Hey, keep quiet for a second." Elena looked at him and said, "Before I explain, I want to hear your side. What exactly did that man tell you?" Elena's cold laughter echoed through the quiet forest. "Ha ha ha. So he's all talk, huh?" Patterson broke into a cold sweat. Trembling in fear, he stuttered, She pressed on. "You just made the whole thing up, didn't you?" Elena then motioned for them to follow. "Come with me." Steve grabbed Patterson by the collar. The man panicked. "Hey, wait!" She continued, "I'm going to show you something very interesting." Elena led the humans down to an overturned carriage and scattered wooden crates. Steve looked around, noticing the crates, and realized something. With a hesitant look, he asked, "Is this—" Elena glanced at the carriage and said, "This is the carriage that guy mentioned. If you were looking at this scene, what would you make of it?" Catching on, Steve pointed out, "The carriage is facing the wrong direction." He looked toward the exit of the forest and explained if he really wanted to flee deep into the woods to escape an attack, the wheel tracks should be heading inward from the outside. But these tracks? They're heading from the inside out. Elena calmly replied, "That would be the first interesting detail." Looking at Patterson, who was now drenched in sweat and shaking with fear, she spoke. Elena then hopped down toward the pond from earlier. "Right here," she said. Steve anxiously warned her, "Hey, if you fall in there—" But Elena ignored him, searching the water for something. "This is our domain," she declared without an ounce of fear. "There is absolutely nothing to worry about." Elena tossed up a severed hand so heavily corroded that the bones were exposed. She continued, "And here's the second interesting detail. Does this look anything like that guy's so-called comrade?" Elena patiently explained so Steve would understand. "Up until now, no traveler passing through this forest has ever left behind something like this. If you catch my drift, tell me. What does this mean?" Steve was furious that he had been played for a fool. Clenching his jaw tightly, he growled, Patterson, you lied to me. He grabbed the man firmly and snarled, "Save your excuses! This is the exact mark of slave traders." With nothing left to lose, Patterson, despite trembling in fear, stubbornly shot back, "Yeah, and so what if it is? You're a human. Why the hell are you siding with these filthy elves instead of your own kind?" In response, Steve reeled back and delivered a brutal punch straight to his face. Enraged, Steve roared, "Shut your damn mouth!" He glared down at the slave trader with a burning hatred, looking as if he wanted to tear the man into 100 pieces. "If you were really so righteous, you wouldn't have hidden the truth," Steve yelled. "If you didn't even have the guts to confess what you are, then don't you dare act like you have the moral high ground." Patterson slumped to the dirt, clearly reeling from the sheer force of the blow. He had spat out a broken tooth. Steve continued, spitting in disgust. What absolute garbage about siding with humans? Elena observed him closely and asked, "So, what are you going to do now? Now that you've seen the truth, what's going through your mind?" Steve fell silent, deep in thought. It seemed he had completely run out of words. He just stood there, his fist clenched tight. Elena quietly watched, waiting to see what Steve's next move would be. Meanwhile, Patterson, still on his knees, let out a sinister, desperate smirk. Seizing the split-second distraction, he summoned all his remaining strength and bolted, making a mad dash for freedom. Elena's subordinates immediately stepped up. "Allow us to handle this." They let loose an arrow that pierced straight through Patterson's shoulder. He shrieked in agony, "Ah!" Yet, despite the wound, he refused to stop running. Elena raised her bow once more. She fired a precise shot into his leg, sending him crashing face first into the dirt, entirely immobilized. Steve watched in absolute awe, wondering how she could so effortlessly land a shot on someone sprinting at that speed. The arrow had struck the most excruciating spot possible, piercing cleanly through his joint. Elena casually walked over and pinned him down with her boot. Writhing in agony and trembling from head to toe, Patterson pleaded, I'm so sorry." He threw his hands up in surrender, begging, "If you just spare my life, from now on, I swear I'll stay completely out of your sight and behave." But there wasn't a single shred of genuine remorse in his voice. Desperate, Patterson turned to Steve. You said you were an adventurer, right? Please, you have to save me. We're both humans. Whatever you want, I'll do it. Just name your price." Hearing such pathetic words spill from a slaver's mouth, Steve remained dead silent. The man continued to frantically beg for his life. "Please, I'm begging you!" Ignoring his pleas, Elena drew her bow, ready to deliver the final strike. Trembling with fear, Patterson pleaded, "Please, just let me go." She intentionally fired wide and muttered, "Oops, missed." Wiping her arrow, Elena spoke up. "I actually thought you would save that guy, seeing as you're of the same kind." Steve looked at Elena and replied, "Too bad. We were comrades right up until the moment he betrayed me. Besides, I'm not exactly great at holding back my anger, so it'd be pretty hypocritical of me to stop you." Elena aimed her bow straight at Steve. "In that case," she said coldly, "you'll understand why I have to eliminate trespassers." Steve replied calmly, "Of course I do. I know full well how brutally the VIS people have treated the elves." Upon hearing that, Elena loosed her arrow, but Steve had absolutely no intention of dying here. "That said," he added, "I have my own reasons for being here, reasons I can't just share." The arrow suddenly shifted, reappearing right behind Steve. Elena instinctively took a step back. Her guard went up instantly. What in the world? He didn't even move a muscle. Anxiety crept into Elena's eyes, now brimming with deep suspicion. Glaring at Steve, she tried to deduce, is this guy a sorcerer? And yet, I didn't sense it at all. Steve quickly activated his defensive abilities. Active skill, recovery, automatically restores stamina and heals wounds. Active skill, crosswind. Unleashes a gust of wind from the center of the body to alter the trajectory of incoming projectiles and completely neutralize them. The longer it remains active, the more mana it consumes. Elena quickly caught on. She realized that the ring he wore was definitely a magical artifact. She called out to her subordinates, "That guy isn't reacting to magic at all. Is he even a sorcerer?" "Don't stop. Keep attacking," she ordered. "Eventually, his mana will run dry and he'll be forced to rely on his magical artifacts." Her subordinates shouted back, "Yes, ma'am." The subordinates immediately sprang into action. Two of them took careful aim, triggering their active skills. Level 5 Explosive Rounds. A focused barrage fired by 2 or more attackers, complete with a homing feature. Steve waited with bated breath, keeping his guard up as he channeled power into his ring once more. He closed his eyes, releasing his inner strength. Crosswind! Elena's subordinates widened their eyes in absolute shock. The 2 arrows veered right past Steve, burying themselves deep into the tree behind him. He smirked and said, "Well, I figured this would happen anyway. Why do I even have to explain my motives to you?" Refusing to accept the situation, Elena unleashed a rapid volley of arrows and shot back, because, at the very least, we have to show the world that we don't just slaughter people without a good reason. The magic ring suddenly spoke to Steve. "Hey, don't waste your mana. Steve, no matter how much your magic scales up, it's only going to hit around 125 to 150. Hearing that, he drew his sword and replied, Yeah, I know." Then, armed with nothing but a single blade, Steve effortlessly deflected their relentless attacks. He thought to himself, what's their game plan here? They're only aiming for my head, huh? Well, that makes it pretty easy to block. Steve began looking for an opening to break through their encirclement. He thought to himself, still, I can't just stay on the defensive forever. If I take a direct hit, I'll probably just lose an arm or a leg, right? Motum scoffed. The hell are you talking about? If that hits you, you'll be blasted into ashes. Realizing there was no other way, Steve channeled the magic ring once again. Motum chimed in again. You weak little brat, time to go on the offensive. Air strike. The explosive burst of air he had just conjured ripped through the very earth, utterly destroying everything in its path. Elena's subordinate barely managed to dodge the blast. He whipped his head around and yelled, Elena, watch out. Please be careful. In the blink of an eye, Steve materialized right next to the subordinate. He delivered a brutal, crushing kick to the elf's side. The impact sent the guy flying off, crashing violently into a nearby tree. Elena's mind raced. It should be absolutely impossible for him to cast another spell while he's actively using a magical artifact. Utterly bewildered, Elena asked aloud, Wait, don't tell me that ring is an ancient artifact? Steve glanced down at his ring and casually replied, Ah, bingo. A look of horrifying realization washed over Elena. This guy, she muttered, he's like some cursed monster. Without hesitation, she loosed another arrow straight at Steve, but he swiftly dodged out of the way. Gritting her teeth in sheer fury, Elena snarled, A goddess like me will absolutely not be tainted by your filth. Steve murmured nervously to Motum, What the heck is she on about? It feels like she's straight up cursing us out. The ring chuckled, Ha ha ha. To be fair, that face of yours is pretty curse-worthy. Steve blinked in surprise. Just at that moment, Elena launched herself high into the air, leaping away from her spot. What did you just say? In that split second of distraction, he completely lost track of Elena, who was rapidly closing the distance and drawing her bow. Are you talking about me? Steve asked Motum. He turned to look back, but before he could even register what was happening, someone yelled out, No, not you! But it was too late. The arrow was already whistling violently through the air. Caught entirely off guard, Steve took a direct hit. He groaned helplessly, Why is it always me? From a vantage point high above, one could see Steve and Elena locked in a fierce, deadly battle. The tension in the air was thick enough to cut with a knife. In that brief moment of lost focus, Elena's spiraling arrow had pierced right into Steve's chest. An agonizing, searing pain began radiating throughout his entire body. Active skill, recovery, restores stamina, and heals major injuries. Elena closely monitored the situation, narrowing her eyes. It looks like he's actually healing, she noted. Suddenly, a radiant light burst forth from Steve's wound, and the embedded arrow slowly began to push itself out. Seeing this impossible feat, Elena relentlessly drew her bow, firing a barrage of arrows straight at him. But this time, he was fast enough to deflect the shot away from his chest, though the arrow still managed to bite deeply into his arm. The sharp jolt of pain finally snapped his mind back to full reality. Damn it! I've been way too careless with them, Steve cursed inwardly, realizing he had let his guard down despite knowing exactly how dangerous the elves truly were. Seeing him deflect her arrow so effortlessly, Elena realized his power was no joke. Even with perfect aim, hitting him wasn't guaranteed. Right then, Steve launched his counterattack with an air bomb. At that exact moment, the skull in his hand burst into flames. Seeing him cast a spell, Elena immediately went on high alert. Thinking fast, she drew her bow and fired an arrow. Elena's quick arrow completely shattered that air bomb. It was unbelievable. Caught off guard, Stit thought, what the hell? Just one arrow, and it took down an air bomb? Is that even possible? Stit recalled how his air bomb worked. First, you have to focus your mana to create a core, and only through that core can the spell unleash its full power. If the core takes a physical hit before the process is finished, the mana scatters, causing the spell to self-destruct. But that was just theory. Thinking back to his previous strike with the energy-absorbing ring, hitting a transparent, dust-sized core in under 2 seconds, just by reading the prep movements, Moten watched curiously as she drew her bow for the next attack, quietly evaluating her. She definitely isn't your average elf. Right then, Steve quickly drew his sword and charged at Elena. Yeah, I thought so too. He closed the distance and swung his blade. A brutal, direct overhead strike came crashing down, but Elena managed to dodge it. Stit adjusted his grip on the hilt, making a sharp clicking sound. Click, clack. A split second later, the exact spot his sword had struck erupted with terrifying explosive power. With debris flying everywhere, Elena thought to herself, that's clearly no ordinary weapon. It seems he's still holding back. Quick as the wind, she leapt backward out of his striking range. Then she drew her bow and fired straight at him. Unfortunately for her, Stit managed to dodge it just in time. Crosswind, Elena thought, using the wind to alter the trajectory? Fine, then I'll use this volley to blow your head off. At that moment, she focused her attention on the ring on his finger. Judging the distance from her to the center of that ring, she locked onto her target. I'll use this technique. The bow was pulled taut. She just needed to let go, aiming right for his head. She waited as Stit's fist came swinging toward her. Elena seized the perfect moment, locking her aim onto that ring. Now's my chance. But just as she was about to strike, Steve nearly landed a blow on her first. Thankfully, Elena was quick enough on her feet to dodge it. Stit flashed a cocky smile, thinking to himself, no matter how outstanding an elf's skills are, Dakum, once I close the gap while you're mid-air, you've got nowhere to run. Stit quickly reached out and grabbed Elena, thinking, what are you gonna do now, huh? Gathering his momentum, Stit reeled back and delivered a brutal headbutt, yelling, my intuition is dead on. The massive impact to Elena's head knocked her out cold. That really could have been a problem. Sometime later, Elena slowly regained consciousness. Blinking, she saw a blurry silhouette sitting nearby, complaining about fighting humans. Man, I'm exhausted, the voice groaned. This is the hardest I've fought since I was a kid learning swordsmanship from my master. Surprised, she opened her eyes wide, just snapping fully awake as she stared at Steve. What in the world? Recognizing him, she glanced down and realized that her hands and feet, along with all her subordinates, had been securely tied up. Glaring at Steve, she demanded, what exactly is your reason for entering this forest? Are you planning to harm your own kind too? Stit replied casually, I didn't have any reason to meet the elves in this forest, let alone get into a fight with humans. Even so, his eyes darkened as he shot her a dangerous glare. Still, you guys better prepare yourselves to pay a heavy price. Stit's piercing gaze left Elena terrified. She pressed her lips tightly together, forced to listen to his warning. That's the price for messing with my life. With that, he dumped out her entire bag, scattering all her food and supplies on the ground. To her absolute surprise, Steve merely picked up a small magic stone. I'm just going to take this much, so we'll call it even, all right? Honestly, I was so starving today, I thought I was going to drop dead mid-fight. Elena stared at him in utter disbelief as he continued. I figured taking just this little bit wouldn't be a big deal, Stit muttered. What are you looking so shocked for? He asked, unrolling a map to look it over. Oh, by the way, just to clear things up, I only came to this forest for the dungeon. Perfect, Stit thought to himself. With this, I don't have to worry about getting lost in the woods anymore. He then started packing his things back into his bag. I'm going to need to use this map a lot, so I'll just give it back to you next time we cross paths. Right then, Elena tried to stop him. Wait a minute, that's... But Stit was already walking away, waving goodbye. All right, catch you later, Elena screamed out in utter desperation. Wait, you foolish human, get back here right now. But Stit was already long gone. Far away, he opened the map and mumbled to himself. Ah, so this is how it works, huh? Following the map's directions, he finally found a specific tree. Man, Without this map, I must have walked in circles around here at least a dozen times. Who would have thought there'd be something like this hidden under the roots? Right in front of him lay a dark, ominous cave hidden beneath the giant tree. Moten chimed in, "Well, that's quite a shocking thing to hear from a so-called explorer." Stid ignored him and started making his way into the pitch-black dungeon. Normally, he pointed out, trees shouldn't be able to grow this well around a dungeon because of the intense mana. Just then, he noticed something strange. Now that's really weird. Moten spoke up, questioning him. "What are you acting so surprised about?" Stit replied, "This is the very first time I've ever seen a dungeon completely overgrown with trees like this." Stit reached out, touching the thick trunk to feel the mana. Ding! A system window instantly popped up. Warning, insufficient authentication clearance to use this function. "Just as I thought," Stit mumbled to himself. "I really don't have any experience exploring a dungeon quite like this." Shifting tactics, he readied his sword in one hand for defense, while raising his other hand to cast a spell. "All right then, how about this? Animal instinct." Stit closed his eyes, letting his ears pick up the echoing sound waves. In his mind's eye, vibrant blue waves rippled out, mapping and covering the entire pitch-black dungeon, catching the location just by listening to the echo of the blade. Echolocation really is something else. The artifact, Motem, spoke up. "Being an adventurer really keeps you from starving, huh? Since when did you start mining dungeon stones?" "Ha," Steve replied, "since I was 12. Using his sword to guide the way, he steadily pushed deeper into the dungeon. "If there's a gig that lets you do what you want and puts food on the table, why wouldn't you take it?" He and the ring kept chatting as they walked. But despite going this deep, right when something was supposed to show up, it was just dead quiet. As he stepped further into the shadows, a massive tangle of roots appeared ahead. "If there were any monsters around, I would have heard their heartbeats by now," he said. The artifact, Motem, chimed in. "The problem with you veterans is that you really need to watch your mouths." Steve chuckled. Maybe so." He suddenly stopped. Looming right in front of him was a terrifying, massive monster made entirely of twisted roots. The artifact, Motem, spoke up, curious. "Who's this guy? Being that big just looks like a hassle." Steve asked in surprise. "What the hell is that?" Motem stared at the massive entity and replied, "That's a root rigger." Steve repeated, "A root?" The monster's roots were coiled all around him, putting him on high alert. "So, is it normal for this place to be completely covered in roots?" Motem warned him. "You'd better not touch them." The massive roots lunged at Steve, and he immediately struck back. He was completely surrounded by the twisting vines on all sides. "These things can move, but they don't have hearts, so they can't feel a thing. Even so, you still have to keep your guard up against monsters like this." "Well, you learn something new every day," Steve muttered, parrying another barrage of roots. The monster attacked in massive swarms, forcing Steve to spin around to dodge the relentless strikes. Yet, he remained completely calm, showing no signs of fear. Steve naturally didn't panic. The monster's attacks looked overwhelming, but with a swift motion, he went on the offensive, slicing through the roots one by one. "Looks like it's no big deal after all," he judged. But the moment Steve let his guard down, a cluster of roots ambushed him from behind. They lunged straight at him, instantly pinning him down. Seeing this, Motem sighed. "Seriously? Couldn't you have said anything else to avoid jinxing it?" At that moment, the roots began to slither and crawl, digging right into his body. "Whoa, what the hell is that?" Motem exclaimed. "See? That's exactly why I told you not to touch them." The twisting roots started burying themselves deep into Steve's flesh. Steve panicked. "Is now really the time for an I told you so? Wait a minute, this thing is sucking my blood. Damn it, it's actually drinking my blood." More and more roots coiled tightly around him, squeezing his body like starving pythons crushing their prey. Steve gritted his teeth, thinking, so these red roots are actually pretty nasty. They really do suck human blood to survive." Steve groaned in pain, his jaw clenched tight. "It's squeezing tighter." Just when the pressure became absolutely unbearable, Steve activated a skill to break free. Crosswind! A powerful gust of wind erupted. The violent blast ripped the massive roots right off of his body, sending them flying. His arms were now covered in deep, gruesome puncture wounds left behind by those bloodthirsty roots. "Oh ho! the ring on his finger teased. Nice timing on that skill. You were this close to turning into human jerky. Steve quickly cast a healing spell on his battered arms. Human jerky? Really? He muttered. If you let your guard down for even a second, these things will swallow you whole. He took a deep breath. Guess I really need to be careful from here on out. With that, Steve ignited a blazing fireball in the palm of his hand. I've definitely never seen a plant like this before. Suddenly, a glowing system panel appeared. Active skill. Fire. Generate flame. Maintain orbital trajectory. Accumulate energy and enhance power. Following the prompt, he instantly unleashed a devastating fire punch. The sheer force of it left even him completely stunned. Damn, that actually worked. That single blazing punch was enough to burn the massive root monster to absolute ashes. The explosive attack even blasted open a clear path forward for Steve. The ring muttered, "Unbelievable." It completely absorbed the magic. Steve grinned confidently. Perfect, I'm gonna crush you. The moment the monster was fully destroyed, a massive explosion erupted from the hollow of the tree, teleporting Steve right out of the area. Steve glanced over his shoulder. A system panel flashed before his eyes. Magic artifact. Memento Mortem power increased from 150 to 250. 2 active skills, including multi-reaction, have been cancelled. Steve read the prompt, a huge grin spreading across his face. Awesome! It's been way too long since I've gotten my hands on something this good. The system panel continued to scroll. Artifacts absorbed 1. Current mana, 4,564. Right below that, Savuter. Artifact, 1. Mana, 7,000. Synchro. Artifact, 2. Mana, 45,000. Near-death artifact, 2. Mana, 45,000. Steve stared at the numbers in absolute shock. Wait, what the hell is this? A mana deficit? Steve looked down at his ring, feeling a sudden wave of apprehension. Well, if that's how it is, I guess I have no other choice. Just as Steve was busy figuring out his new abilities, Elena suddenly appeared right behind him out of thin air. Steve's reflexes kicked in instantly. He spun around, his fist fully raised and ready to strike. Whoa, what the, you again? In a flash, Steve drew his sword and held the blade right against Elena's throat. Elena didn't even flinch. I'm not here to fight, she said calmly. Steve slowly lowered his sword. Could have fooled me. I thought you came back for round 2. So, what exactly are you here for? Are you here for the map? Because I already told you, I'll give it back as soon as I'm done with it. To his surprise, Elena dropped to her knees. I didn't come for the map, she pleaded softly. I don't care about anything else you took, but please, just give me back that one item. Steve blinked, completely caught off guard. Wait, give what back? The necklace, Elena answered, her voice trembling slightly. Steve reached into his pocket and pulled out a delicate chain with a glowing purple stone. You mean this thing? Elena's face lit up as she replied. Yes, that's it. That's exactly it. Just then, her subordinates finally caught up to her. Panting, they asked, My lady, are you all right? We begged you not to go off alone. Their eyes then fell upon the bracelet in Steve's hand. What? Wait, why does that human have it? Before they could say another word, Elena suddenly punched her own subordinate squarely in the gut. They cried out in agony, dropping to their knees and looking up at her in utter bewilderment. My lady! After serving each of them a swift blow, Elena let out a heavy sigh. Steve stared at the bizarre scene in sheer confusion. Motum's voice chimed in. Well, they finally showed up, huh? Steve couldn't help but wonder what on earth was going on. Elena then dropped back to her knees, pleading with Steve. Please, I'm begging you. Just give me back that bracelet. You can keep absolutely anything else. Steve questioned her. You do realize how incredibly reckless that is, right? What if I force you to do something terrible? What if I turn out to be completely evil? Elena gazed at him with unwavering trust and replied, Anyone who would ask a question like that couldn't possibly be a bad person. Besides, you went out of your way to save someone. Even knowing how vile that man was, you spared his life instead of killing him. She thought back to the moment she had been ready to execute Patterson. You are far from being a villain. Steve held up the necklace, looking puzzled. Wait, really? You actually believe that? Anyway, what's the deal with this necklace? Is this thing really that important to you? Elena fell silent, offering no response. Steve looked at the necklace and said, Look, if you don't want to talk about it, you don't have to. I'll give this precious item back to you. He paused, then laid out his terms. But on one condition. Elena quickly answered, Just name it, what do I have to do? Steve looked at her and said, My goal? He continued, Yours for pub is to completely destroy every single dungeon in this forest. Elena's eyes widened in shock. Huh? What did you just say? He was using her help as the ultimate bargaining chip. Help me out, Steve proposed. If we achieve that goal, I will hand this necklace right back to you. How does that sound? Elena stared longingly at the necklace before quietly giving in. All right, I understand. Meanwhile, a scarred hand gripped a small, crumpled piece of paper. The note read, I will be away for the next few days. If the elders ask about me, please tell them I am out patrolling a distant area. P.S. There is no need for any of you to worry about me. Helena thought to herself, reminiscing about her childhood. Ever since I was born, the Yang village has always been my home. When I was little, my grandmother raised me and taught me so many things. One of those lessons was about humans, how everything they do is driven by greed. Because of that greed, they wouldn't even hesitate to commit atrocious acts. And honestly, every single human I've ever encountered in this forest, she furrowed her brow, keeping her silence as the thought lingered, has been exactly like that. Walking quietly behind him with a lantern in hand, Elena silently observed Steve. However, you are the very first one who hasn't acted like that. Steve glanced back, sweating bullets and biting his lip. This atmosphere was so incredibly awkward, he felt like he couldn't even breathe. A voice suddenly echoed in his head. You two were fighting tooth and nail just a moment ago, and now you're acting all buddy-buddy. Of course it's going to be painfully awkward. Yeah, no kidding, Steve mentally replied to Modem. He then turned his head toward Elena, nervously rubbing the back of his neck, and offered an apologetic smile. Hey, sorry for dragging you along with me. Elena spoke up, her words catching him completely off guard. You could be a bad person, sure, but you could also be a good one. You really don't get it, do you? Then, as if suddenly remembering something, Elena asked, By the way, what's your reason for attacking the dungeons? No matter how desperate humans are for artifacts, there's no logical reason for them to seek out the dungeons deep within this specific forest. Steve scratched his head, looking straight ahead. There are plenty of dungeons outside this forest, too. He furrowed his brows, letting out a heavy sigh, and half covered his face with his hand. Honestly, it's super complicated. I'm not even sure if I should be talking about it. Holding her lantern, Elena didn't push the issue. She simply gave a soft, understanding reply. I see. 4 days later. Inside a dark cave, Steve was rappelling down a thick rope anchored near the entrance, complaining the entire way down. This cave isn't ridiculously deep or anything, but man, getting down here is a massive pain. What an absolute nightmare of a cliff. As the rope secured around his waist lowered him further into the abyss, a faint, unsettling scuttling sound suddenly echoed nearby. Seriously, these dungeons really do have everything, don't they? Startled, he whipped his head toward the source of the noise. He instinctively recoiled from the massive insect, leaping to the side and jamming his sword into the cave wall just to keep his balance. Great, so it's giant bugs this time? He grumbled to himself, yanking his sword back out. Insect monsters, just my luck. Steve drove his blade forcefully straight into the creature. If I can just sever its leg joints, I should be good to go. He pinned the giant bug hard against the rocky floor, then looked over at Elena with a bewildered expression. Hey, are you holding up all right over there? She frowned, her eyes sharp and fully on guard. Watch your back. Looming right in front of Elena was a monstrously large ant, a giant ant to be exact. The colossal ant let out a vicious screech and charged straight at her. Just as it lunged, Elena effortlessly vaulted high into the air. In a flash, she drew her crescent-shaped blade. Suspended at the apex of her jump, she unleashed a blinding flurry of slashes upon the giant beast before gracefully landing back on her feet. Before Elena could even breathe a sigh of relief, her eyes flew wide open. She looked up just as another creature materialized right in front of her, letting out a ferocious roar that instantly put her on high alert. But out of nowhere, ST lunged forward, landing a brutal kick on the insect that sent it flying across the room. Great, another one, he muttered. The monstrous bug skidded backward from the blow, frantically scrambling to regain its balance. It shrieked in absolute fury. A second later, 2 more monsters emerged from the shadows right behind it, their terrifying maws stretched wide open. Sit raised his hand, summoning a glowing sphere as he urgently called out to Elena. "Hey, fall back, get behind me." Suddenly, the beast froze, locking its deadly gaze on him. Sit held up his hand, and a cold voice echoed deep within his mind. "Come on, burn them all to ashes." He thrust his hand forward, unleashing a massive torrent of roaring flames toward the monsters. Fire, he thought. The colossal inferno rapidly engulfed the beast, burning it alive. It was completely swallowed by the sea of fire. The sheer display of power left Elena staring in pure awe. Disbelief washed over her as she thought, "What the hell is this? Was this guy just playing around when he fought me?" T sighed, casually dusting off his hands. "Gotta admit, that smells pretty good." As the flames continued to blaze through the cave, turning the monsters to ash, Elena stared at the aftermath and blurted out, "Hey, just how many skills do you have to use to get your hands on an artifact?" He gave her a nonchalant shrug. I'm not entirely sure myself. Probably around 10 different skills, give or take." Then he frowned and asked, "But they are actually burned to death, right?" Elena shook her head slightly. This one used its own body as a shield to stop the flames from spreading deeper into the cave. He whistled in genuine appreciation. "Well, that's actually pretty impressive." Sit nudged the charred monster with his foot, muttering, "Even a mindless beast managed to pull off something like this." He turned to her and explained, "A bit late to mention this, but the name of this dungeon is Small Bing. As you can see, the monsters here are insects, mostly ants, and with the exception of a few weird ones, the majority of them have incredibly tough outer shells." He reached out toward the roasted bugs. "Now, let's see what we have here." He mentally visualized the technique, and a radiant light blossomed from his hand, washing over the insect carcasses. The sudden glow caught Elena off guard. Watching the energy cleanly slice through the shells, she stared at Steve and asked, "Hey, do all artifacts come with crazy skills like that?" Steve hesitated, struggling to find the right words. He glanced back at her and scratched his head. "No, probably not all of them, but is it really that strange? Why are you staring at me like that?" Elena nodded, furrowing her brows in deep thought. Manifesting actual magical power is on a completely different level than just releasing raw energy. Meanwhile, Sit raised his hand, absorbing some kind of essence to form a glowing blue sphere. "It contains true essence," she continued, "something akin to a soul." He slowly clenched his fist, gazing down at the skull ring on his finger, which was now pulsing with an eerie light. He finally explained, "These monsters can actually absorb the power of artifacts. Even if it's just a dead carcass, it doesn't harm humans. Though occasionally, they'll completely devour the artifact itself." Elena fell silent for a moment, processing his words. "You're saying it doesn't harm humans?" Without waiting for a proper answer, she turned and started walking deeper into the cave. "Come on, let's go." Sit stared thoughtfully at the ring, just as the artifact's voice suddenly echoed in his head. "Why are you starting to think exactly like she does?" the ring mocked. Instantly defensive, he shot back. No, it's not like that at all." Steve quickly hurried after Elena, before suddenly whispering a question to the ring. "Oh, so now you're finally asking if you should trust me?" The ring replied with a smug, casual tone. "Do I even have another damn choice right now besides you?" He cursed under his breath in pure frustration. "I get it, damn it all," ST grumbled, his annoyance clearly showing. "Why the hell does this place get so ridiculously complicated the deeper we go?" Elena calmly stepped in to explain. "This dungeon's layout is exactly why even the elves struggle to launch an assault here." Suddenly, a thought struck him. "Hold on a second. Let me try something." ST gripped his sword and delivered a sharp strike against the rocky cave wall. He closed his eyes, softly chanting an incantation, and reached out with his senses, activating Animal East. His eyes snapped open in absolute panic. "Whoa! What the hell is this?" Sit's vision was flooded with the horrifying silhouettes of massive insects crawling out from the suffocating darkness. He swallowed hard, fear creeping into his voice. What are all these things?" The two of them stood frozen in the middle of the cavern, while ST sent out subtle sound waves, bouncing them off the walls to map out their surroundings. Echolocation, he thought, using sound to grasp the layout. Ugh, man. This is without a doubt the most insanely complex dungeon I have ever seen. Even the scuttling of those creepy, earless ants is overlapping and echoing through all these tunnels. He furrowed his brow, his thoughts racing. I can sense way too many things moving at once. Getting a solid read on this place is going to be a total nightmare. Elena maintained her calm composure. This dungeon naturally formed with a structure so labyrinth-like that absolutely no one has ever managed to explore it entirely. If we just rely on normal methods, conquering this place is virtually impossible. Sit bit his thumb in frustration. Then what the hell are we supposed to do now? Suddenly, a chilling sound echoed through the tunnel. Both of them snapped their heads toward the noise. Elena's voice dropped to an urgent whisper. Hide! Now! ST looked at her in utter confusion. Wait, what? Where the heck are we supposed to hide in here? Before the words could even leave his mouth, she lunged at him, throwing an arm tightly around his neck and nearly choking him out in the process. Ah! Elena swiftly threw her cloak over both of them, keeping him firmly trapped in a painful headlock. Just shut up and be quiet, please, she hissed in his ear. A split second later, something massive and terrifying scuttled at breakneck speed right over the path where they were standing. Two gigantic worker ants scurried past, firmly gripping a massive pupa in their jaws. Standing perfectly still beneath the invisibility cloak, he leaned in and asked in a barely audible whisper, What's going on? Can't those things see us at all? Suddenly, a translucent system window materialized in front of him. Skill activated level 5. Camouflage cloak. This cloak perfectly assimilates with the surrounding terrain for ultimate concealment. After activation or following a maximum movement period of 5 minutes, the camouflage effect will gradually begin to diminish. Cooldown required to restore functionality. 30 minutes. Just then, Motum's voice chimed in. Hey, you can actually use that pupa to figure out the right path. It continued. If you track where they're taking that pupa, you'll know where the fire is spreading, and we can figure out the right way to go. ST shot an incredulous glare at his hand and whispered back, Wait, seriously? We can use a giant bug cocoon as a damn compass. Motum exclaimed, That's a great idea, but what exactly did this pupa come from? Sti explained, Oh, it came from a caterpillar. Motum replied, Wait, so this caterpillar is supposed to turn into a queen ant? If this really is the queen's lair, it'll be heavily guarded. She's definitely surrounded by the rest of the swarm. They aren't called giant ants for nothing. Realizing something, Sti said, Oh, that actually makes sense. So if we just follow the ants carrying the eggs, they'll lead us right to the queen, won't they? Motum chimed in with a warning. If you've got it figured out, then let's get moving before the swarm catches up to us. They were still deep inside that bizarre cave. Once the ant had crawled out of sight, the two of them sat down to form a plan. Elena spoke up. It really is a solid plan, but this dungeon wasn't built in a day. There is absolutely no way no one else thought of this. If it were that simple, wouldn't the elves have conquered this dungeon a long time ago? Motum spoke up. That's easier said than done. The path to the dungeon's artifact is crawling with ants. How could a few dozen elves possibly take them all down? Sitting beside her, Steve sighed, his eyes full of irony as he looked over and said, You talk as if you've actually seen it yourself. Motum then chimed in, offering words that were a mix of sarcasm and comfort. How could a couple dozen elves ever defeat them? Don't worry, we'll get through this. Suddenly, a massive explosion rocked the cave. Stit raised his hand, conjuring blazing orbs as he silently called out the spell's name in his mind. Fireball. Another huge explosion tore through the air. Elena quickly threw her cloak over them, using it as a shield to block the blast. The cloak of concealment. He glanced down at his ring and muttered, Perfect, we're almost there. Are we really? Motum replied. It's still a long way off. Keep moving. Steve's eyes narrowed with deadly focus. Gripping his sword tight, he unleashed a vicious slash straight at the giant ants. Beside him, Elena drew her bow, aiming dead center at the monstrous creatures. With a swift, decisive pull, she let her arrows fly. Together, the two of them clashed violently against the swarm of giant ants. Roaring flames incinerated the charging monsters. His eyes blazed with fierce determination, completely set on wiping them all out. As Stit unleashed his fire to obliterate the ants on one flank, Elena was just as relentlessly busy on hers. She fired volley after volley at the ants swarming from the far side of the cavern. Frowning, Stit stared down at his ring and spoke up while she was busy cleaning her weapons. There are way too many of them. He thought to himself, If we use Elena's stealth skills to slip by and combine it with my abilities, we should be able to find a blind spot where they aren't moving. Motum's voice echoed directly in Steve's mind. So, you're annoyed about it, huh? He didn't answer, simply closing his eyes to sense their surroundings. Animal instinct. Stit opened his eyes, glaring deep into the cavern where a thick, suffocating bloodlust was radiating from. He thought, no, that's not it. I can feel something close by. Gripped by the sensation, Stit announced, we're almost there. Just a little further. Got it. Elena was holding a strange bracelet, swirling with dark, ominous energy. She furrowed her brows in confusion and asked, what in the world is this? She reached out, running her fingers over the band. This... Suddenly, she let out a sharp gasp and dropped the bracelet to the ground. Ugh. Elena steadied her voice to explain. This is elven craftsmanship. It probably belonged to one of the victims who was fed to the caterpillars. They never made it back to their families. Motum suddenly manifested and spoke up. Well, if they're just dead weight and no one's using them, we might as well take them. We're going to need stuff like that if we want to use the sea aura skill. Sit closed his eyes, recalling the magic circle that had absorbed the blue mist. He thought to himself, if I want to use skills like sea aura, I'm going to need cursed items exactly like these. It feels pretty messed up to just loot the belongings of fallen elves like this. Stit muttered, pointing at the scattered items tangled among the pupae. Elena, since these items aren't being used anymore, do you mind if we take them? Elena hesitated, struggling to find the right words. Well, about that... Elena furrowed her brows in absolute bewilderment. Are you out of your mind? These things are heavily cursed. One wrong move and they could literally kill us. Steve just waved his hand dismissively, a confident smirk spreading across his face. I've got an artifact protecting me, so you really don't need to worry about that. Feeling completely helpless, she sighed. I have no idea what goes on in that head of yours. Elena continued, watching him dig eagerly through the pile of cursed gear. If you're really not worried, then just do whatever you want. Motum laughed gleefully. Ha 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 ha. Oh, I'll put them to very good use. Let's scoop them all up. Steve's expression darkened. He clasped his hands together, flashing a deeply wicked smirk. Perfect. All right, let's keep moving. As the two of them stepped forward, the sight before them stopped them dead in their tracks. Steve was the first to break the silence. Well, I think it's pretty damn obvious that the dungeon's artifact is right there with that giant freak of an ant, wouldn't you say? Deep within the cavern rested a massive queen ant, her abdomen grotesquely swollen, flanked by two fiercely loyal royal guards. The queen ant locked her eyes on them, letting out a low, menacing hiss. Grrr. Elena drew her bowstring back, aiming right at the queen. No more holding back. Suddenly, the massive clutch of eggs around the queen began to writhe and twitch, freezing them both in their tracks. One by one, the eggs began to hatch as the spindly, terrifying legs of baby ants tore through the shells. The frantic swarm of scuttling legs lunged right at them. Steve violently ducked while Elena leaped backward to evade the strike. Eyes wide with shock, they glared at the writhing mass. Steve yelled out, "What the hell?" And then dozens more eggs began to violently burst open. Stit pointed at the massive clutch in pure panic. Are they all seriously hatching right now? Before he could finish, a horrific scuttling noise from behind forced them to whip around. Elena shouted a desperate warning. "Steve, the swarm from the tunnels is rushing in behind us." A massive tide of ants was skittering furiously toward them. Steve gritted his teeth, veins bulging on his forehead as panic set in. He thought, ants in front of us, ants behind us. We're completely surrounded. He threw his hand forward, unleashing a massive torrent of fire directly at the queen ant. Sit made his choice. Then there's only one way out. We have to take down the queen. Fire magic! The worker ants broke out of their shells, throwing themselves into the flames to protect their queen. Stit thought in surprise, what the hell? They've already formed a defensive line around the queen? Stit couldn't hide the worry on his face. In his mind, Motum chuckled with amusement. Heh heh, now this is getting interesting. If that's how it is, there's still a way. Stit stared at the wall of ants guarding their queen. That's it. Let's see how this little toy works. Stit chanted, activating his aura burst skill. He shouted, thrusting his hand forward to blast the cave ceiling, bringing the rocks crashing down. Air bomb! The giant ant's path was instantly blocked by the falling boulders. Stit turned back toward the queen and smirked. Perfect. Let's use this on the rest of the swarm. He glanced calmly at the giant ants growling at him. Every last one of you damn bugs. Stit adjusted his bracelet, a cocky grin spreading across his face. Is going to die. A sword lying among the scattered bones radiated a heavy, dark aura. These corrupted items were left behind in the dungeon, tainted by sinister curses. Stit knew these artifacts were extremely dangerous, capable of draining the user's power or inflicting deadly diseases. Aside from dungeon researchers, no one dared to touch them. Stit clenched his fist with a menacing smile. Because Motem was suppressing their curse, he could wield their power without any backlash. His aura skill allowed him to fully channel and unleash this dark energy. They both kept a wary eye on the giant ants as Stit thought to himself, but this power is definitely a double-edged sword. Stit suddenly called out, startling Elena. Elena, don't step in front of me. Stay exactly where you are. He dropped the bracelet into his palm and crushed it in his grip. Aura burst. A massive wave of black energy erupted from his body, violently knocking the swarm backward. The dark shockwave blasted straight toward the ant queen. The queen trembled, desperately trying to withstand the pressure. Her guards weren't so lucky, collapsing to the ground in violent spasms, while Stit himself dropped to one knee. Drenched in sweat, Stit struggled to catch his breath. This packs a serious punch, but am I even using it right? Motem's voice echoed back. Exactly like that, kid. Now tell the girl to finish the job, Stit yelled out to his companion. Hey, Elena. She looked over at him, completely stunned. Face deathly pale, he forced the words out. Take out the queen. I can't hold this down much longer. Snapping back to reality, Elena nodded. I'm on it. Elena drew her bow, aiming dead at the queen. Drop dead, you miserable bug. Pay for what you've done. She released the bowstring, sending 2 arrows whistling through the air straight at the monster. The arrows pierced deep into the queen's flesh, making it shriek in agonizing pain. Seeing this, the remaining ants let out furious screeches. The swarm charged wildly at the 2 of them. Regaining his footing, Stit grabbed Elena, pulling her close against him as he shouted a command. Stay right here. Suddenly, fierce blue lightning began to crackle around him. He smirked and called out his skill. Lightning strike! Lowering her bow, Elena let out an observant sigh. You know, this is my first time meeting someone as reckless as you. Stit replied casually, busy examining a glowing monster core floating in his hands. Behind them lay the charred carcasses of the giant ants. Yeah, well, I've got no excuses for that. Stit glanced down at the skull ring on his hand. The artifact's magical power was steadily rising. My power's growing too. Suddenly, a glowing scroll materialized out of thin air. He snatched it from the air, sounding completely thrilled. And that marks the end of our second dungeon. Next. The 2 of them were now trekking through a dense, overgrown forest. 3 days later, Stit broke the silence. So, there's only one dungeon left. What was it again? That's right, Elena replied. It's the oldest dungeon in this forest, and by far the deadliest. Stit smirked, glancing over at Motem. Don't sweat it. I'm way stronger now than I was back then. Motem glared at him, his voice laced with warning. Watch your mouth, kid. Elena turned her head to add to the conversation. At the end of the day, the biggest threat out here is the elves. Stit frowned in confusion. The elves? She quickly explained, isn't the Vi region an elven settlement? We haven't run into a single elf so far, which means they're completely off our radar. From here on out, you need to follow my lead exactly. Elena suddenly threw her arm out, stopping him in his tracks. Confused, he looked at her. What's wrong? She knelt down, tracing a footprint in the dirt as she analyzed it. These tracks are a bit old. Do you even know what made them? Stit asked, clearly skeptical. Doesn't that just look like a deer track? Elena's expression was dead serious. It looks like one, but it's not. This is the unique footprint of a citer. Stit stared blankly at the tracks as Elena explained. They're an elite elven scouting unit operating deep within the forest. They're a squad made up of their absolute best, mostly born with extraordinary natural talents. When it comes to tracking, nobody does it better. The ones I know from that group are all terrifying people, Steve said, deep in thought. Yeah, but I've never even heard of the name Strider. If they're so exceptional, why aren't they famous among humans? Elena frowned anxiously and replied, "Because anyone who discovers Strider's existence never makes it back alive." He stood there awkwardly, unsure of what to say. Elena shot him a warning glance. "If you fight them head on, you'll lose instantly. But if they decide to snipe you from a distance, you'll be dead before you even know where the shot came from. Knowing that, we need to act fast and decisively." As the two walked on, Elena kept a close watch on their surroundings. Seeing her deep in thought, Steve asked, "What's wrong this time?" Sensing something off, she murmured, "How strange." Elena frowned at the eerie atmosphere. "I can't even hear a single sound from the animals." Steve replied casually, "I don't feel anything off. What's so strange?" "It's a pitch-black forest. Isn't that totally normal?" Still, he quietly activated his animal senses skill. He used the skill to listen to the surrounding forest. "Why is she acting so paranoid?" he thought to himself. "I don't sense a single thing moving out there." Meanwhile, Elena kept her eyes fixed ahead, still on high alert. "Someone is toying with us. We have to figure out exactly where they are." She thought frantically. Why are they keeping their distance instead of closing in? Why would they do that? With that thought, Elena closed her eyes and activated her skill, Hostility Detection Level 4. The skill locked onto their enemies, analyzing vital info like their positions and the exact moment they would strike. Her eyes suddenly snapped open. Warning bells screamed in her head. A glowing red aura materialized around her, the enemy's targeting mark. "It's way too obvious," she thought. Elena whipped around to face him, screaming at the top of her lungs, "Watch out! Danger!" But suddenly, a projectile tore violently through his shoulder, blasting a massive hole right through the flesh. Steve stared in sheer agony at his shattered shoulder. He collapsed heavily to the dirt. As she sprinted toward him, an arrow slammed deeply into a nearby tree trunk. From the dense bushes nearby, two shadowy figures stood completely still in the darkness, watching them coldly. Steve's eyes went wide with unbearable pain, staring in shock at the gaping hole torn through his flesh. "Steve! Steve!" Elena cried out in absolute panic to the man lying motionless on the ground. Suddenly, another arrow struck the dirt right at her feet, causing her to jerk her hands up in surrender. Stepping out from the shadows, Jester and Isaac finally revealed themselves. Jester was the first to speak. "Well, hello there, Elena. It's been a long time, hasn't it?" Elena glared fiercely. "What the hell do you think you're doing?" Isaac furrowed his brow, his tone sharp. "We should be the ones asking you that." Jester gave a cold, dismissive smirk. "We were just on patrol. Tell me, why did you have the nerve to bring a human into our territory?" Elena gritted her teeth, cursing them internally. "How dare they attack a human while I'm here?" Isaac raised his bow, aiming straight at her, his voice absolute ice. "That's enough." His eyes narrowed with sudden intensity as he stared ahead, scolding her with a frosty expression. "You are truly shameless. Elena, do you have any idea what kind of unforgivable crime you're committing?" Elena threw her arms wide, shielding the unconscious man bleeding out on the dirt. No, you guys have no idea what's going on, do you?" With unwavering defiance in her eyes, Elena declared, "This man has to get to Ricci. I'm just escorting him there." Jester, rummaging through Steve's bags, pulled out an ancient necklace. He shot her a look of pure disgust. "So what? You're a guardian of the relics, yet you're protecting the very thief who stole one?" "Humans are utterly repulsive." Jester stood up, looking down his nose at Elena. "Elena, you used to be a ranger too." She flinched, whipping her head around to stare at Jester in utter shock. "How long have you been standing there?" He completely ignored her panic, his face deadpan. "You've heard the legends about that relic, haven't you?" The three of them began the trek back to the elven village, with Jester carrying Steve over his shoulder. Jester effortlessly slung the unconscious man over one shoulder, resting his other hand on his hip as he teased her. "What's with the long face, Elena?" "It's been forever since you came home. You should be thrilled." Elena snapped back furiously. "Shut your damn mouth." Jester just gave Steve a bewildered look and muttered, "Seriously though, what is up with this guy? He's been bleeding out this entire walk, but he still hasn't died." Elena glanced back at Jester, her tone dead serious. "If you actually realized how valuable he is, you'd drop that attitude of yours in a heartbeat." Jester scowled, genuinely offended. "What the hell did you just say? I dare you to speak like that in front of the elders. No, try talking like that in front of your own grandmother." Isaac scoffed, thoroughly annoyed by their bickering. Both of you, cut it out. The elder is here. Just then, Elder Bellinora emerged to greet them. You two did very well. While Jester and Isaac stood respectfully behind her, she smiled warmly at her granddaughter. I am so happy to see you again, my child. May the relics protect you, Elena. But Elena just stood there, biting her tongue in absolute silence. The elder then turned her gaze to Steve. And who might this human be that Jester dragged all the way here? Jester quickly replied, he's one of the thieves who stole the Guardian's relic. The bastard even used it for blackmail. We tracked him down to a village nearby. We brought him in so we could interrogate him properly, just in case. Hearing this, Bellinora furrowed her brow in confusion. The relic? But isn't he already dead? Glancing down at the horrific wound on Steve's shoulder, Jester muttered, To be completely honest, Elder, we're not entirely sure. The arm that was gushing blood a moment ago, it's actively healing itself. By all logic, he should have died from blood loss miles ago. But his heart just keeps on beating. Hearing this, the elder turned away with a heavy sigh. Stop the bleeding and throw him in the holding cave. We will decide his fate later. And as for you, Elena, come with me. Hearing the command, Jester bowed respectfully. Yes, Elder, he replied. Elena's face dropped into a gloomy pout as she reluctantly walked behind them. Yes, ma'am. With a heavy sigh, she followed her grandmother deep into one of the chambers. Bellinora walked with slow, deliberate steps. The Re-Dungeon is a domain we might no longer be able to contain. Just protecting the village is pushing us to our absolute limits, Elena replied, her voice trembling. What? Has it really grown that massive? The elder explained grimly. The dungeon's energy is radiating far too strongly into the surrounding areas. Just a few days ago, one of our own elves was dragged into its depths. We are dealing with something that not even the Striders can control. The dungeon has a natural instinct to expand its territory. The village barrier can only hold it back for so long. Her tone grew sharp with tension. And yet, during such a desperate time, not only did you allow the sacred relic to be stolen, but you also aligned yourself with a filthy human. Elena panicked, completely at a loss for words. I swear, no one, especially not me, is taking this situation lightly. Lady Olivia would agree with me. The scene shifted to Steve. Motem was desperately trying to wake him up. Hey, wake up! Hearing the voice, Steve groaned, clutching his throbbing head in agony. Suddenly, a sinister chant echoed all around him. Kill him! Kill him! Punish the human. Steve froze, completely disoriented. Where the hell am I? Motem quickly replied. So, you are finally awake, huh? The spirit quickly briefed him on everything that had happened while he was unconscious. I managed to heal your physical body, but I couldn't force you to wake up. Listen closely, I will give you a quick rundown of the situation. Pay attention, Motem warned. You really could have died from that arrow. Even I might not have been able to save you. And just so you know, you have only been recovering and back from the brink of death for about 4 days. Steve's eyes widened in shock. 4 days? Then Motem continued grimly. And right now, you are in the elven interrogation and execution grounds for humans. Just then, a booming, authoritative voice echoed through the hall. Silence! Human, tell us, is it true that after stepping foot into the dark forest, you stole the sacred relic that Elena was sworn to protect? Hearing the accusation, Steve's first thought was, wait, what happened to Elena? Motem chimed in, look to your right. Steve glanced over, a wave of relief washing over him. Oh, thank God. Well, at least she's being treated much better than I am. Motem scoffed. I would not be so sure about that. Steve's mind raced back to the pendant. Wait, a relic? Are they talking about that necklace? Realizing the truth, Steve finally spoke up. Yeah, I did. The moment those words left his mouth, the entire hall erupted into a chaotic uproar. The intense reaction caught Steve entirely off guard. Whoa, what the hell? Wasn't that just a personal keepsake for Elena? High above them, Elder Bellinora delivered her judgment. And after stealing it, you used the pendant's power to force Elena into guiding you through the forest. Is this true? Steve gave a firm nod. Yes, it is. Her interrogation grew fiercer. And what was your vile purpose in entering our forest? Were you planning to capture my people and sell them as slaves? Steve immediately shook his head. No, my only goal was to completely destroy the dungeon inside this forest. The sheer audacity of his words left Jester and Isaac absolutely stunned, while Elena kept her head bowed in anxious silence. Bellanora narrowed her eyes. If that absurd claim is true, then answer me this. How many troops and supplies did you bring? Give me their exact coordinates immediately, and tell me your true scheme. And tell me, she pressed harder, what sinister mind control skill did you use to bend them to your will? A drop of sweat rolled down Steve's face. I don't have any of that. It's just me. The crowd gasped in pure disbelief. Is he out of his mind? Are we supposed to believe he cleared an entire dungeon all by himself? Why are we even listening to this human scum? They are all nothing but filthy liars. Cutting through the noise, Bellanora gave the command. Jester! The cruel elf immediately stepped up, looming right in front of Steve. Yes, Elder. A wicked, confident smirk spread across his face. Listen up, human. You really should have spat out the truth while you still had the chance. He glared down at Steve with terrifying malice. This kind of brutality was highly unusual for the elves, making Steve instantly jolt into a defensive posture. Jester cracked his knuckles. I guess using human methods of torture is the only way to make your kind squeal, right? Let us see if you can hold out until the very end. Without warning, Jester drove a brutal punch deep into Steve's gut, sending him doubling over in agonizing pain. Elder Bellanora watched coldly from her high seat before shifting her piercing gaze toward Elena. Now, I shall interrogate the accomplice. Elena, first of all, why didn't you immediately call the tribe for backup when the sacred treasure was stolen? While Jester mercilessly continued his one-sided beatdown on Steve, the elder pressed her interrogation. What I want to know is, why did you submit to a filthy human's threats so obediently? Elena trembled, thinking bitterly to herself, if the guardian of the treasure had openly announced it was stolen, the entire tribe would have been held responsible for the disaster. Even so, she reported with deep respect, I truly believe his ability to clear dungeons will be a great asset to our elf tribe. As Elena recalled his combat techniques, she continued her report. Whether it sounds like an exaggeration or not, he has single-handedly destroyed 2 dungeons back-to-back. Bellanora growled in anger. Elena! She whipped around, her voice sharp. We are here to conquer the dungeons as well. You know perfectly well how crucial the military is. Ignoring Jester, who was in the middle of launching a vicious kick right at Steve's face, the elder continued her rant. If what you say is true, and you witnessed every single thing that man did, then tell me, how many troops and supplies did he prepare? Taking hit after hit, Steve kept his eyes locked on his opponent, desperately gathering his strength. She firmly stood her ground. There were no troops and there were no supplies. It was just the 2 of us. Suddenly, a stern voice echoed through the hall. Elena! Elena's grandmother demanded, I don't know what in the world has gotten into you, but why are you trying so hard to defend that outsider? Elena frantically pleaded, It's not like that, my lady. Every word I've spoken is the absolute truth. Elena abruptly stopped speaking, her eyes fixed intently in one direction. Ia called out in sheer astonishment. My lady, the elves watching the arena are completely shocked. What on earth is happening? More and more onlookers gasped in disbelief at the spectacle before them, their murmurs growing louder. That guy, he hasn't gone down at all. Motem materialized, his presence enveloping Steve. What exactly are you trying to show me? Human combat tactics? A system window popped up. Reaction, skill, level 1. Proficiency increases directly with combat focus and points of impact. Steve grinned with burning excitement. All right then, let's keep trading blows like this. No breaks allowed. All. If you're not careful, you'll be the one hitting the dirt first, not me. Jester just smirked, letting out a dark chuckle in response. Let's see about that. Meanwhile, Elena calmly continued her explanation to the elder. My lady, as I mentioned earlier, that is exactly how he cleared the dungeons. She pressed on. As the 2 of them are about to clash, he is actively absorbing power through the dungeon's monsters and its very core. Motem spoke in his mind. Skill or not, isn't this a perfect fit for you? You're overflowing with power. If you use Air Bomb, you could end this fight using a fraction of your mana. Oh! Steve thought it over carefully and replied, causing a massive scene here won't do either of us any favors. Up in the stands, Bellanora glared at Elena. Do you have any idea what you're saying, Elena? Drawing power like that is completely absurd. You are claiming he defies the fundamental laws of this world. Another voice cut through the tension. My lady, Asius spoke up, offering a serious suggestion. If that is the case, please give the order to release the monsters. The elders collectively gasped in surprise, before Elena's grandmother demanded an answer. Monsters? Ia replied with unwavering calm. If Elena's words are true, we can verify them right now. She turned her gaze. Isn't that right, Elena? She nodded slowly. Yes, exactly. Suddenly, a loud shout rang out. Down in the arena, Jester threw both hands up in a mock gesture of surrender, calling out to Steve. All right, calm down. I'm actually having the time of my life right now. Steve frowned, completely confused. What the hell are you doing? Jester smirked as he unbound Steve's hands. Want to try out a new move? Steve blinked, totally lost. What are you talking about? The moment his hands were freed, his eyes went wide at the sight before him. The massive arena gates were slowly grinding open, unleashing a chorus of deafening, savage roars. A colossal beast loomed directly across from Steve, making his stomach drop. You want me to fight that? As the monster bellowed in rage, he instantly recognized it. An armored bear, he thought to himself. I had no idea these beasts could even be tamed. Elena's grandmother watched nervously. How in the world is he supposed to handle that thing? Ia quickly answered her. Isn't this going a bit too far? Not at all, my lady. If what Elena says is true, then a beast like this is nothing to him. Elder Bellinora's voice boomed across the arena with absolute authority. Human? Prove your worth to us? Steve hesitated, muttering under his breath. Right, I have to win this no matter what. Still, fighting that freak of nature barehanded is a bit much. He held out his wrist, speaking to Modem. But look at my hands. Weren't they bound completely tight by those elves? The cursed bracelet must still be stuck to me. Motem casually replied, It just hides itself whenever you don't want to see it. Steve blinked in surprise. Wow, it actually has a feature like that? Motem confirmed firmly, Yes, now get ready. Steve manifested a blazing fireball in his hand and grinned. Let's see what you've got. Beast or not, with this kind of power, I'm taking the win. Here goes nothing! He launched the attack instantly, sending the massive fireball hurtling across the arena. The blazing sphere flew straight and true, exploding directly against the armored bear. But as the smoke cleared, Steve cursed under his breath. Damn it! Just look at that ugly mug! Motem chimed in, entirely agreeing. You can say that again. Without missing a beat, Steve readied his next strike. Then eat this! A ferocious surge of compressed air violently gathered around his hands. Air bomb! The highly pressurized blast of wind shot forward, aiming right for the monster's head. Even the beast was caught off guard by the sheer speed of Steve's attack. But despite taking a direct hit, the armored bear remained standing, an immovable mountain in the center of the arena. The shockwave from the air bomb swept through the stands, leaving the spectators gasping in terror. What on earth was that? Meanwhile, the massive beast simply shook its heavy head, brushing off the impact. Steve stared in pure disbelief. It took that point blank, and it's still not down? The beast unleashed a blood-curdling roar, raising its massive, razor-sharp claws to strike. It slammed its giant paw right where Steve had just been standing. Thankfully, he had leaped high into the air, instantly shifting his stance to prepare a new skill. With his eyes locked on the target, Steve launched his counterattack. Then take this. The armored bear was struck by fierce streaks of lightning. Isaac gasped in disbelief. Is that even possible? Seeing the way he wielded magic, Jester was equally terrified. This is absolutely absurd. He has zero magical equipment, yet he can cast spells like that. How is that even possible? Down in the arena, the monster was completely charred from the blast, growling in agonizing pain. Up in the stands, the observing elders were left absolutely stunned by his devastating power. Elena kept her eyes fixed on the arena, her gaze filled with unwavering trust. Meanwhile, the armored bear glared furiously at its own wounded body. Motem warned him that his body desperately needed to recover. His mana was draining fast. If you keep this up, you're going to be in extreme danger, it warned. Sid replied with absolute calm. I know, looks like my mana is almost totally tapped out. He continued, his voice brimming with the unshakable confidence of a victor. But this is more than enough. Bring it on! Sid launched himself at the armored bear with blinding speed, just as the beast viciously swung its massive claws at him. He easily dodged the lethal strike. Suddenly, a series of razor-sharp wind blades materialized right behind the beast. Quick as a flash of lightning, Sid leaped high into the air right behind it. Seizing the perfect opening, he unleashed an attack that caught the monster completely off guard. Fireball! Sid's roaring flame struck the beast dead on. Despite taking a direct hit, the monster snapped its massive jaws wide open, ready to swallow him whole. But to everyone's shock, Sid grabbed its jaws and tongue with his bare hands. Ripping its tongue forward, he sneered, "Let's see if your insides..." Sid smiled, a dark, wicked grin spreading across his face. "You are as tough to break as your outside." His final strike ended the brutal battle, utterly destroying the beast. "Devouring curse!" Jester and Isaac watched in absolute horrified disbelief. "No way!" The surrounding elves were completely frozen in shock. "How could he do that?" Elder Bellinora stammered, her voice trembling with dread. Is this some kind of dark heresy?" "He is a monster. This completely defies the laws of nature," Bellinora declared with harsh severity. "Mind your words." The grandmother muttered to herself, "Do we really have any other choice? This is our absolute last chance. There is no one stronger than him." Elena's grandmother looked deeply ashamed, covering her face as she admitted, "I am so sorry for ever doubting you." Elena slowly turned and asked, "So, what's our next move?" Her grandmother sighed anxiously. "What else can we do? We are completely out of options." Elder Bellinora turned to the boy, her tone dead serious. "Human, what is your name?" He met her gaze with complete composure. "Sid Atelier." She pressed him further. "So, Sid, are you fully prepared to fulfill your duty? You just risked your own life out there to prove your worth. But first, answer me this. Why did you steal Elena's sacred relic in the first place?" Sid quickly defended himself. "I had no idea it was a sacred relic, and I never had any intention of stealing it from her." The elder stared him down coldly and declared, "If you truly wish to challenge the Bloodwood, we won't stand in your way. However, we will absolutely not provide you with any supplies or support." Mem noted bluntly, perfectly matching Sid's speechless expression. "Wow, that old hag really hates your guts." Elena stepped forward, her voice resolute. "I am going with him." Her grandmother immediately shut her down. "Absolutely not! I forbid it!" Elena couldn't understand her reasoning. She desperately tried to explain, but the Bloodwood is on a completely different level of danger compared to ordinary dungeons. Elena pleaded with them, no matter how strong he is, sending him into a place like that all alone is suicide. Bellinora harshly cut her off. "You claim you're speaking for the good of our people, yet you still bear the heavy guilt of losing the sacred relic." Turning back to Sid, she delivered her final verdict. "I loathe even having to speak to you, human, but she will not be accompanying you." Mem immediately saw right through them. To put it simply, they just don't want to risk sending their precious elves into a death trap dungeon, the system remarked. "These guys are way craftier than the dwarves." Sid stood with his hands on his hips, totally getting it. Well, I can't really blame them for playing it safe. He knew it was a lost cause and told her, "No matter what you say, you're not going to change their minds." But Elena was still stubbornly holding her ground. That's when Sid's voice cut through the tension. "Just stay here." Elena looked at him completely bewildered. "Wait, what?" He calmly reminded her, "Did you already forget? My artifact grows stronger every single time I clear a dungeon." He pointed right at her, his voice full of conviction. "I am already leagues stronger than the day we first met. So, don't worry, I'm nowhere near as fragile as you elves seem to think I am. Besides, I have absolutely no intention of dying today." Elder Bellinora barked her orders. "Jester, return his weapons, and human..." "Do you require any other assistance?" Sid replied without missing a beat. A few potent healing elixirs would be perfect. She agreed immediately. "Very well, leave that to us." In the forest where the blood tree took root, a loud voice barked out orders. "Don't let it cross the perimeter!" Nazia drew his bow, shouting his command. "Hold the line!" Arrows pierced the air, shredding the monster's tentacles. An anxious elf shouted over the chaos. "How much longer until backup gets here?" Suddenly, a frantic voice cried out, "Commander, watch out!" He let out a shocked cry as the tentacles seized him tight. The others screamed out in terror, "Commander Nazia!" The monster sprouted countless smaller tentacles, trying to crush Nazia's entire body. Out of nowhere, a blast echoed through the air, obliterating the vines coiled around him. "A fireball!" one of the elves cheered wildly. "Backup is here!" The rest of the squad broke into relieved cheers. The frontline troops could finally catch their breath, but their relief turned to shock when they saw Steve walking up right behind Jester. "Why is there a human here?" Natsuya demanded, completely stunned. "What is the meaning of this? How did he even get out here?" "We are deep in the danger zone now." Isaac's voice boomed with deadly serious authority. "Consider this a warning. I will sever the limbs of anyone who dares to lay a finger on this human." Natsuya looked at Jester in utter disbelief. Why would the support corps ever team up with a human? And what is with that magic? Jester let out a heavy sigh. "Honestly, I have no idea." Shaking his head, he went on, "The elder said that he might just be our absolute last hope." Steve spun around and gave a cheeky wave. "I'm heading in, you pointy-eared freaks." Back in the warm, sun-drenched sanctuary of the elves, Elena looked completely baffled. "Why are you stopping me?" She paused for a second, her voice rising in frustration. "Grandmother?" Her grandmother rested her chin on her hand, her expression deadly serious. "Did you really think I would let you march straight into the Crimson Wood? Not a chance in hell." Her eyes softened with old grief as she explained. "Do you have any idea what I was left with? After losing my son and daughter-in-law to the Bloodwood, I only have you, my one and only granddaughter. But our people are dying," she replied, her voice breaking. Elena pictured the innocent elves fighting for their lives. "If our front lines fall, it won't just be the extinction of our entire race. This whole forest will be twisted into a dungeon." She let out a heavy sigh, her eyes searching. "If we really want to draw out Steve Atelier's full potential, shouldn't we be giving him the absolute best support we can?" Her grandmother answered smoothly, clearly having thought this through. "And you honestly believe you are the perfect candidate for that?" Caressing her granddaughter's cheek with a sorrowful look, the old woman forced the words out. "Stop lying to yourself, child. Ken is gone, and the Bloodwood is never going to bring him back." Stricken with grief, Elena muttered to herself, "Lying. To myself?" "That is enough," a firm voice cut between them. It was Elder Bellanora stepping in to mediate. "This is no time for bickering. We must always be prepared for the absolute worst, and this situation is no exception." She analyzed the grim reality of their position. No matter how incredibly strong that human might be, if he fails, we are doomed. "We need a flawless backup plan." Elena's grandmother paused, hesitant. "A backup plan? You don't mean, are you really going to do it again?" To Elena's absolute shock, the elder spoke with steady calm. "This time, I will go." She lowered her gaze, a deep sorrow in her voice. "I know I am nothing compared to Ken, but at the very least my presence might put our people's minds at ease." Steve's boots crunched over shattered bones as he pushed deeper into the dungeon. "This place has been a total nightmare right from the entrance," Motem complained. Steve couldn't help but agree as he kept walking. "No kidding. I can literally taste the blood in the air. Way worse than our first dungeon, huh?" Steve asked, glancing around curiously. "Hey, do you know anything about the weird plant life in these dungeons?" Motem replied with pure apathy. "I didn't even remember these things existed." Even with its spotty memory, Motem was quick to warn him. They have to be something highly unusual to survive inside this Bloodwood dungeon. Do not touch a single thing. Just keep moving. It didn't stop nagging. "If you drop dead from poisoning, you and I are going to be parting ways real fast in this hellhole." Steve pinched his nose, gagging at the overwhelming stench of blood. Yeah, I get it. It's not like I'm thrilled to be exploring this godforsaken place either." Motem scoffed, refusing to let it go. "So, are you just going to call it quits right here? I assumed you actually had a plan when you decided to just blindly charge in. And what about that pathfinding skill? Didn't that work perfectly fine in our first dungeon?" Steve stared out at the twisted, chaotic mess ahead of them and smirked with utter confidence. "I can only use that in wood attribute dungeons. I've already shattered one of them, and look, we are standing exactly where we need to be. Did you seriously think I'd walk in here without a game plan? Do you have any idea how much experience I've got under my belt?" Steve drew his sword, the blade sliding free with a sharp scrape. "The only reason these roots managed to spread this far out is because they're sitting right on top of an underground river. He drove his sword brutally into the thick, tangled mat of roots below. And do you know what happens over time when you have a massive underground river flowing below? The roots beneath his boots snapped and gave way. Exactly as he'd predicted, the ground beneath them was a massive sinkhole. Steve dropped smoothly into the cavern below, brushing himself off. See? What did I tell you? But the sight waiting for him made him freeze. What the? Stretching out in front of Steve was a dark underground river. Colossal roots snaked along both banks, and hanging from them were large, grotesque pods swinging in the air. These look way too familiar, he thought to himself. The water in the river had mutated into a vile, unnatural color, radiating a putrid stench. Steve felt his stomach drop. That smell. It can't be. Sealed inside those grotesque pods hanging from the massive roots were humans. Their life force had been completely drained away. They looked like mummified corpses. Acting on pure instinct, Steve stepped closer to inspect the sickening pods. Judging by the rotten stench filling this cave, he muttered, everything inside these pods must be... Instantly, Steve triggered his magic. Passive skill. Auto-reflect, level 1. Even with a low probability, the skill provided a massive boost to his reaction speed when attacked. Steve slashed violently through the pods with his sword, his voice dripping with venom as he called out to the master of this slaughterhouse. You really hate it when someone interrupts your meal, don't you? I have no intention of letting you devour me so easily. Suddenly, something slithered out, reaching for him. By now, the captives had been freed from the pods, though it looked like they'd need a little more time to wake up. Steve approached one of them and called out, Hey, wake up! The man began to stir. Oh, good morning, Steve said. Any idea where you are right now? Still trapped in a blind panic, the man screamed. The Bloodwood Dungeon! What is a human doing here? We're all going to die. Steve didn't hesitate to slap him right across the face. Shut your mouth and calm down, Steve snapped. You're not dead yet, so stop whining. Don't go shaking in your boots over a few overgrown weeds. Even after taking that slap full to the face, the man was still trembling. Steve calmly pulled out a scroll. Take this, he ordered. It's a teleportation scroll. Once everyone wakes up, use it to get them all out of here. I have somewhere else to be. The man finally snapped out of it, terrified that Steve was about to abandon them. He grabbed Steve's shirt and pleaded, Wait, we have to save him. Steve gave him a baffled look. What the hell are you talking about? I've already checked all the pods. But the man frantically cut Steve off. No, there's still someone else, the man blurted out in a panic. He's the only reason we're even alive. I can't leave unless he comes with us. Steve, still confused, asked, Huh? Who? Lord Draenoa, he replied. Meanwhile, in another part of the dungeon, Draenoa weakly fluttered his eyes open. Draenoa's prison was entirely different from the others. He was locked away in a separate chamber, his entire body pinned down by thick roots. Hearing a strange noise, he thought to himself, Haven't they taken enough? Do they still want to drain this artifact from me? They've crossed the line. I couldn't give them any more, even if I wanted to. Back with Steve, he was now carrying the panicked man on his back, and they quickly located Draenoa. The man burst into joyful tears, screaming, Lord Draenoa! But his relief instantly turned to horror when he saw the thick roots impaling the old man's body. Oh my God! Damn, Steve muttered as he took in the gruesome sight. Hell, that looks like it hurts, Steve said to the guy on his back. Get off for a second. Steve unceremoniously dropped him to the ground and sprinted toward Draenoa. This is gonna sting a little. The man hit the dirt with a thud and shrieked at Steve in pain. You brute! Be gentle. Don't kill him. Ignoring him, Steve swiftly cut Draenoa free, then handed the old man over for the younger guy to carry. Get him out of here, and be careful with his wounds. Steve gave him a serious warning. Use healing magic on him. Do not use potions. Potions will only make his condition worse. Seeing the guy just standing there like a statue, Steve barked, Move it, the others are probably awake by now. The man hoisted Draenoa onto his back, not forgetting to express his gratitude. Thank you so much, and thank you for the teleportation scroll. Once they were safely away, Steve spoke up to Mortem. That Draenoa guy. He's exactly who I think he is, isn't he? Mortem replied, Who else could it be? Recalling the sight of that weak, panicked guy lugging Draenoa away all by himself, Mortem couldn't help but feel concerned. Still, is it really safe to let him haul that old man out alone? I'm assuming he's got a teleportation scroll of his own, Steve said. Steve nodded. Yeah, but the dungeon boss won't attack them once they group up with the others. Mortem sounded skeptical. Are you absolutely sure about that? Steve smirked confidently. I'm sure, I can feel it. The master of this dungeon is waiting right behind that wall. It's practically dying to meet me. Without wasting a second, Steve unleashed an airstrike, shattering the heavy wall to pieces. Steve stepped into the chamber and muttered, Bloodwood? I guess the name makes sense. The Bloodwood was exactly that, a colossal tree. Embedded right in the center of its trunk was a twisted humanoid figure. The entire room reeked of iron and rot. The tree was literally feeding on human blood to survive. It was beyond anything he had imagined. I didn't think a plant could be this utterly horrifying, Steve muttered. In response, the humanoid figure let out a guttural, bone-chilling growl. Tensing up, Steve asked, Mortem, do you have any data on this thing? Mortem replied, It's a mutated plant subspecies. It might be related to the flora growing on the surface above the dungeon. Steve dashed straight at the Bloodwood, weapons drawn and ready to strike. Mortem kept talking. It's wrapped too tightly around the artifact. I can't get a clear scan of what it actually is. Right now, it's just a disgusting monstrosity, Steve fully agreed as he closed the distance. Then let's call it exactly that, Steve yelled. A monstrosity! With that, Steve launched another airstrike. But suddenly, the roots began to writhe. Steve quickly realized that this tangled mess of roots wasn't just lifeless wood. They were sentient. The squirming roots rapidly coiled together, forming an impenetrable, defensive shield that deflected his attack. Steve landed swiftly and immediately readied his next spell. Eat this! Fireball! The blast slammed directly into the Bloodwood, but Steve gasped in shock. What the hell? Blood hands. The crimson roots had woven themselves together like massive hands, forming a thick barricade that completely shielded the Bloodwood from Steve's flames. A cold sweat broke out on his forehead. This thing is way too tough. None of my attacks are breaking through, and lightning won't even scratch it because it's a damn tree. Mem agreed, Makes sense. The Bloodwood sneered provocatively as Mem continued, The master of this dungeon must have been at the very top of the forest food chain for centuries. Taking this thing down won't be a walk in the park. Even Lord Renoa was defeated by the Bloodwood, so this is definitely not something we can take lightly, Motem added. Let's think about it. I'm certain this isn't the first time this thing has captured a mage of that caliber to drain their energy. Though you don't seem to care, it makes perfect sense why it's so powerful. Stitt relentlessly attacked the Bloodvines with his sword. Wait, that guy was a mage? The Bloodwood launched its counterattack, and Steve realized, well, I guess that explains why these vines are so damn tough. Stay struggled to fend off the Bloodwood's heavy blows, clicking his tongue in frustration. Damn it, even with my passive skills, this thing is just way too strong. Stett was losing his footing. At this rate, I'm seriously going to get myself killed. Just as he said that, a vision of Stag getting impaled by razor-sharp thorns flashed before him. Stitt wildly swung his sword, relentlessly hacking at the Bloodvines. Was he really a mage? Stitt's clothes were torn to shreds, but his burning will to fight never once wavered. Stitt thought to himself, the only things I've fought in this dungeon are these damn trees, so I haven't been able to absorb the right kind of energy. With that in mind, he pulled a glass vial filled with some mysterious liquid from his back pouch. Stitt popped the cork and downed it in one gulp. I need to conserve my energy to heal these wounds. The Bloodwood actually looked taken aback. Stitt smirked and taunted, Don't get cocky. You're nothing but a bloated lump of energy. Suddenly, Stitt realized that the disgusting monstrosity was smiling. He froze in shock. Is it? Laughing? That's impossible. That absolute bastard. Stitt quickly pieced together everything that had happened, starting with those unnaturally massive roots. It completely ignored the basic instincts of a guardian meant to protect its dungeon. Its influence extended far beyond that of a normal dungeon, creating those bizarre giant pods. There wasn't a single monster left in this entire place except for these carnivorous plants. It could even mutate itself to capture and sustain a long-term supply of nutrients. Could this thing actually be sentient? That sounded completely absurd. The Bloodwood kept up its eerie, demonic grin, and Steve cursed under his breath. Damn it! The longer I look at it, the creepier it gets. The monster had successfully provoked Stay into using his Gale Strike. The mess of vines binding his hands completely snapped apart, and Stet's fury boiled over. How dare a lowly monster like you mock me? Breaking free, Stit roared with absolute resolve. Bring it on. I'll tear you apart if it's the last thing I do. The Bloodwood relentlessly swarmed Stay from all sides. Stay unleashed his Gale Strike, triggering an automatic deflection. Standing amidst the colossal roots, Stit lowered his head, his expression hidden in shadow. Look at that, he muttered. I guess you really can piss off a bunch of trees. If I let these giant vines coil around me like this, I'll have just enough room to strike back. Stit let out a mocking laugh. Am I right? But if you try to slice them into thinner, smaller branches, it's gonna hurt like hell. The Bloodwood ground its teeth, emitting a screeching sound that radiated pure rage. Stit kept up his assault. To be honest, there was something I wanted to test out on the Iron Bear, but I couldn't because there were too many eyes on me. But here, yeah, I can let loose. Stit activated his skill. Skill combination. Blade Dance was activated. As the skill was unleashed, an earthquake-like shockwave violently ripped through all of the Bloodwood's supposedly impenetrable roots. The monster clamped its jaws shut in agonizing pain. Stit shielded his eyes. Damn, this is burning hot. The Bloodwood was completely defenseless. Mem urgently yelled, While you have the chance, hit it with everything you've got. Don't stop. Stit immediately went on the offensive, but Motem frantically warned him that won't completely neutralize it. Stit leapt into the air, fully committing to the strike. I know, a few seconds of paralysis is more than enough. Motem snapped back in disagreement. You're getting way too arrogant. Got a better idea? Stit had already pinpointed the Bloodwood's weak spot. Look closely. Its entire body is made up of countless thick, sturdy vines, but there's definitely one spot it desperately needs to protect. Stit charged head-on at the Bloodwood, throwing a heavy punch. He sneered, Still think this is funny, you smiling freak? The monster opened its jaws and fiercely clamped down on Sit's fist. He scoffed. How does a thing without even a proper face have a mouth like this? Boiling with rage, he shouted, It's time to end this! The damn tree activated its cursed aura skill. Seeing Steve's arm still trapped in the Bloodwood's jaws, Motem shouted again, The cursed aura alone isn't enough. Can you push it further? Stet grunted back, Hell yeah, I can! Through the searing pain, the face of Gerald flashed in his mind, fueling Steve with a surge of newfound power. I won't let anyone look down on me. Steve poured every last ounce of his strength into the attack, roaring at the top of his lungs, even if it means dying all over again. Devouring Curse! By casting the Devouring Curse, he absorbed all the energy from a cursed item to amplify his abilities. He boosted his active skill from Fireball to Hellfire, unleashing a blindingly hot blast of flames to completely incinerate the target. The Hellfire erupted, and this time it was more devastating than ever. Meanwhile, outside the dungeon, Bellanora asked, What is the current situation inside? Is that human dead or alive? Captain Natsia respectfully replied, Right now, we honestly have no way of knowing. He went in quite a while ago, but there hasn't been a single sign of movement. Bellanora sighed in disappointment. Just as I thought. She stepped forward, her tone icy. The Bloodwood is reaching its limit. Now it's my turn to crush it. Natsia immediately tried to stop her. You can't do that, my lady. Lady Bellanora, please, Natsia pleaded earnestly. You mustn't act so recklessly. Just then, a group of people emerged from the dungeon. Leading them was someone carrying Lord Renoa on their back. The special forces immediately drew their bows, aiming at the strangers. But Captain Natsia barked an order. Hold your fire! Lower your bows! Jester stared in sheer disbelief and gasped. Captain Natsia, those are the missing elves! Bellanora and Elena stood completely stunned. Seeing this, Elena anxiously rushed them to safety. Captain Natsia trembled, terrified that the enemy might still be alive. Father! Seeing Lord Draenor lying motionless on the cold ground, Elena desperately rushed over to him. Elena cried out, Father! Captain Natsia spoke with hesitation. Elder, perhaps that human... He took a breath and continued. He actually pulled it off. Lord Draenor looked up weakly at the two of them, including Elena's mother. Bellanora and Elena couldn't hold back their tears. Draenor managed a weak smile. As long as you are all safe, my heart is at peace. Just then, the man who had carried Lord Dranoa out of the dungeon spoke up. He reported in a total panic. "Captain Nausea, I know I am completely out of line here, but please, you have to send a special forces team back into the dungeon." Captain Nausea was taken aback. "What did you just say?" The man pleaded desperately. "That human stranger stayed behind all by himself. He saved us. He even saved Lord Dranoa." He fell to his knees, frantically begging the captain to save their benefactor. "We even took his only return scroll. No matter how strong he is, a normal human like him cannot possibly make it out alive. I am begging you, sir. Please save him." Just then, a massive explosion echoed from the dungeon entrance. Everyone instantly snapped their attention toward the sound. Someone from the crowd screamed, "What is happening to the dungeon?" Lady Bellanora gasped in pure panic. "Nausea! That human! We have to save him!" Without a second thought, Captain Nausea barked his orders. "Jester! Ada! We are going in, right now!" At that exact moment, Steve strolled casually out of the collapsing dungeon, his body already healing. He calmly asked Modem, "Hey, is my left arm fully healed yet?" He sighed nonchalantly. "Man, why is this taking so long?" Motem sighed in utter defeat. "Just how badly did you mangle your own arm to make it take this long?" Captain Nausea was the first to spot him, shouting, "The human! He made it back!" Steve, completely clueless about the drama, just blinked and let out a confused, "Huh?" The survivors, seeing him return in one piece, completely lost their minds with joy, jumping up and down. "He's our savior. The blood dungeon has been broken. The human saved us all. The blood dungeon is gone. We are all safe." The crowd cheered wildly at the top of their lungs. "We are finally free." Meanwhile, Banstock turned to Jero, the third prince of Benicia, and advised, "It has been quite some time since you were near the northern border, your highness. We should leave as soon as the royal guards arrive." But Jero brushed off Banstock's warning. "Hold on a second, Banstock. I need you to stay here and handle a little errand for me." Banstock looked utterly surprised, mixed with a hint of confusion, and gave the third prince a brief reply. "Yes, your highness." Jero then handed Banstock a letter that looked incredibly serious. "Take a look at this." As Banstock carefully opened the letter with growing curiosity, Jero explained, "It is a newly formed dungeon. A spy we sent into the Gan Kingdom stumbled upon it and sent word directly to me." Still processing the prince's words, Banstock hesitated. Then, "What exactly do you want me to do, your highness?" Jero, seemingly waiting for that exact question, replied with a dead serious expression. "Handpick a few men from your special forces. Go and retrieve the holy relic inside it immediately. This dungeon is technically sitting right inside Gendian territory. If we are not careful, this could easily trigger an international incident. So, exercise absolute caution. Do not get caught." Banstock fully grasped the gravity of Jero's orders and nodded. "Understood, sir." Radiating royal authority, the prince swung himself up onto his horse and looked down at Banstock. "I will head to the northern border first. Meet me there once your mission is complete." Banstock bowed deeply, accepting his prince's command. "Yes, your highness." Meanwhile, in a different part of the woods, Steve and Elena were walking together in absolute awkward silence. The atmosphere between them was thick and suffocating. Unable to stand the tension any longer, Steve finally broke the ice. "Look, I am not trying to be a jerk here, but isn't it going to be seriously dangerous for you to stroll into a human village looking like that? I mean, the pointy ears and those markings on your face." Elena panicked for a split second, but quickly regained her composure. "Don't worry, as long as I have this mark, ordinary people will only see me as a normal human. Though, it doesn't work on anyone who already knows my true identity." Hearing this, a million questions started buzzing in Steve's head. Is that some kind of secret elven magic? Well, I guess I shouldn't be too surprised. I mean, these guys can literally predict how a dungeon behaves. These fleeting thoughts suddenly reminded Steve of what Lord Dranoa had explained earlier about the secrets of the elves. Some elves are incredibly sensitive to magical energy. Families like our Dranoa clan can actually see the flow of mana. He had continued. Sometimes that energy concentrates at a specific point, becoming so incredibly dense that we cannot even look directly at it. Dranoa had then added, "And that exact moment is when a new dungeon is born." Steve had asked in confusion, "Wait, So you are telling me a dungeon was just created? Draenoa had nodded. Yes. The always nosy Motum had chimed into the conversation. Well, look on the bright side. At least no one will be there to get in our way. Steve had replied, that won't last long. We need to clear it out fast before anyone else catches wind of it. Steve was abruptly pulled back to reality by Elena's voice. Hey Steve, whenever you leave, I am going with you. Caught completely off guard by her statement, Steve blinked in pure confusion. What? A thought immediately popped into his head. Man, she is so old-fashioned. Who actually goes out of their way to pay off a life debt for their entire village these days? Steve put on his usual arrogant smirk, feeling a bit exasperated by the whole situation. Trying to ease his annoyance, Motum whispered, Hey, come on now. An elf's abilities could actually come in pretty handy, you know. Steve took a moment to actually consider Elena's combat skills. Since she was used to long-range fighting, she was genuinely pretty impressive. She had that insane elven agility, masterful archery, and to top it off, she could even predict dungeon spawns. Elena cautiously interrupted his train of thought with a gentle question. What exactly is in this direction? Steve replied, There is a small village just up ahead. We will hit the town, grab some rest, and then we have got about another week of travel ahead of us. The moment the words left his mouth, the village appeared right before their eyes. But looking at its massive scale, it didn't exactly scream small village. He glanced at Elena and muttered, All right, I see it. Just stay right behind me. Even with your human disguise, people are still going to be watching how you act. Once again, Motum cut into the conversation, asking a question that left Steve completely speechless. Aren't you being a bit too confident? Did you forget about the bounty on your head? Steve blinked. Huh? Do you really think that wanted poster looks like me? I don't even wear those clothes anymore. His answer left Motum deeply skeptical. It seems I still have much to learn about humans. Upon reaching the village gates, the two were stopped by the guards. I asked for your name. Brian Gosling, Steve replied smoothly. Hearing this, Elena couldn't hide her confusion as she glanced at him. The guard quickly turned his attention to Elena. And who's the woman traveling with you? What's her name? Elena was caught completely off guard. Elena Gray. The guard gave her a slightly suspicious look, but quickly moved on. Huh? Just don't lose your travel passes. He handed the passes to Steve, adding, Have a good day. After passing through the gates, the two entered the village. Steve seemed quite pleased with her quick thinking and made sure to praise her. Not bad at all. But in stark contrast to his smug expression, Elena looked rather anxious as she turned to him. Steve, I have a question. Huh? What is it? Not wasting a second, Elena asked, Why did you lie about your name? Her question caught him completely off guard. It was the ever-perceptive Motum who chimed in. Are you just now realizing this? You idiot! Did you never tell her that you're a wanted man? Hearing Motum's words in Space Rinpat, Steve's demeanor did a complete 180. Damn it, I completely forgot. Steve sighed. Well, let's head inside. I'll explain everything. Once they settled into a tavern and Steve recounted the whole story, Elena furiously snapped at him, You liar! Steve immediately defended himself. No, it's not what you think. The two of them then fell into a heavy silence, neither saying a word to the other, a stark contrast to the lively atmosphere of the tavern. Steve let out a tired sigh. Your voice is a lot louder here than it was out in the forest. Elena looked a bit apologetic. He continued, You really should get used to this kind of thing. I suppose so, she murmured. With that, he slid a mug of beer over to her. We're going to be living like this for a while, so you might as well give it a try. Elena didn't pay much attention to his words, her eyes fixed on the mug instead. Driven by curiosity, she decided to take a sip. She picked up the mug and eagerly gulped it down, but she quickly paid the price for her recklessness. She immediately spat the beer back out. The aftertaste was horribly bitter, burning her throat as if she had just swallowed muddy water. Seeing her reaction, Steve thought to himself, Does she not like it? Motum chimed in again. I knew it. I truly don't understand how you humans can drink this swill. Steve shook his head in exasperation. All right, let's get back to the main point. After calmly explaining the rest of the situation, he wrapped it up with, And that's why I'm here. Elena seemed to finally grasp the whole picture, tentatively asking, So, you even got a bounty placed on you because of him? Steve nodded. Yeah, I guess so. This is my personal vendetta, so you can head back to the forest if you don't want to get involved. Elena didn't argue with his words. I think your desire for revenge is entirely justified." As she said this, she recalled their very first meeting when Steve had told her, "I truly regret letting you see that I'm not the kind of person you thought I was. I had to become a madman or a hypocrite to stop you." Elena finally understood. That must have been what he meant back then. She spoke up with determination. "Besides, you saved my entire race from the brink of extinction. In the name of Drawa, I will repay this debt until it's fully settled, and the others stand with me on this." Hearing this, Steve let out a long sigh. He knew he couldn't refuse someone so fiercely determined. Before he could voice his thoughts, Elena continued, "But taking revenge on the king is no small feat, regardless of whether you can pull it off. Plus, what exactly is that ring?" Suddenly, he hushed her. "Wait, keep your voice down." It turned out he was eavesdropping on the conversation from the next table. "Did you hear? The soldiers are flooding every road in the kingdom." The man sitting with him replied, "Oh, about that? It's because the bandit raids have been getting out of hand around here. They don't just steal cargo, they might even snatch people. Folks are saying they let their guard down for a second, and when they woke up, they were robbed blind of everything they worked so hard for. You'd better watch your back." After listening in, Elena turned to him. "That's going to be a huge problem. With soldiers patrolling every route, there's no telling what might be hiding out in the woods. What's your plan?" Steve heard her, but momentarily at a loss for a next step, his mind a tangled mess. He replied distractedly, Outside, an announcement was being made to the townsfolk. "If anyone needs to purchase supplies, gather around here." A guard was declaring, "As you all know, one of our major trade routes has recently suffered a severe incident. Soldiers have been dispatched to resolve the issue, but fully clearing the route will take some time. Because of this, merchants with hired guards will be pairing up with those who don't have any. Please form groups with those sharing the same schedule and destination." Hearing this announcement, Steve's face lit up with a triumphant smirk, realizing instantly that this was his golden opportunity. Let's see who'd be a good fit. Putting his thoughts into immediate action, he quickly walked over to strike up a conversation with a man. "Excuse me, where are you heading?" The young man replied. "Huh? We're planning to head down this road to the center of the Gendia Kingdom. Are you heading there too?" Steve answered enthusiastically, "Yeah, do you mind if I tag along?" Looking a bit hesitant, the man told Steve, "To be honest, I've already joined another party. You should ask him." "That's Fakwa Faish, a renowned merchant." Seeing the merchant, Steve sighed in exasperation, thinking to himself, "Wow, what a miserable-looking guy." After hearing him out, Fakwa snapped in annoyance. "What? I thought I made myself clear. I'm only taking your group, no more additions." The man scratched his head and laughed awkwardly. Everyone's watching, and, well, you know how it is. Fakwa asked, "Are you an adventurer?" Steve replied, "Yeah, I am." Pondering for a brief moment, Fakwa agreed and turned to lead the way. "I assume you know how to hold your own. Don't lag behind." Then the young man gave a thumbs up to signal that everything was sorted, saying, "Let's go. You can ride in the carriage with me." Steve thought to himself, "Well, that was easier than I expected." They set off early, the morning sun illuminating the lush green forest. On the way, the man struck up a conversation. "You said you're an adventurer. Mind telling me what exactly it is you do?" Since he was hitching a ride, Steve answered sincerely, "We explore dungeons. We make a living by trading the rare items we find inside." Hearing this, the man smiled. "Ah, I see. No wonder I wanted to help you out. I've always wanted to be an adventurer myself." The man then scratched his head and shared his story. "But I took a goblin arrow to the knee when I was young," to which Steve replied, "Goblins are absolutely terrifying when they attack in packs." Meanwhile, Elena was vigilantly scanning their surroundings. Earlier, Steve had told Elena, "Between the two of us, you're the one who can sense danger the fastest. I have a feeling something might go down on our very first day, so could you keep a close eye out for anything unusual?" She had nodded in agreement. "Sure thing, just leave it to me." By nightfall, the savory aroma of roasted meat drifted around the campfire. Steve and Elena sat closely by the warm flames. The rest of the caravan scattered around to rest. Some were warming themselves by the fire, while others were maintaining their weapons. Elena spoke up, "Looks like there's nothing out of the ordinary yet." Steve replied, "Yeah, let's hope it stays this smooth." The moment he said that, a man from the caravan suddenly collapsed, startling them both. Steve panicked. "What the?" He caught a whiff of something and his body started to sway heavily. What's going on? Elena frowned, thinking hard. Sleeping powder! It's already spreading. At this rate, we're done for. She immediately leaped high into the air, escaping the affected area. Perched on a branch, she spotted a group of men approaching. Assassins? She thought to herself. One of the strangers cursed. Damn it, why do they have so many mercenaries? Bernard stared at the gleaming badge on Fakwa's chest and sneered, Look at that. Everything that guy owns is definitely worth a fortune. He then turned and asked, Boss, are we taking it all? The leader replied, No. Glaring at the soundly sleeping Fakwa, he declared, I'm only targeting that fat pig. Then he reached out and grabbed a roasted leg of meat from the fire. He commanded, Don't lay a finger on anyone else. The lackeys replied in unison, Yes, sir. It turned out the leader of this group was Garrett. He took a hearty bite of the delicious meat and gave his orders, and as usual, grab all the potions you can carry. We can't leave any survivors. The underlings voiced their compliance. Just as they turned to make their move, Bernard hesitated and asked, But, boss, I think we have a problem. Garrett noticed his tone and asked, slightly surprised, What is it? Why is that guy still moving? Steve was trembling, trying his hardest to hold on and not pass out. Gerst ordered, Take him down. His lackeys immediately charged forward to finish the job. Steve was shaking with rage, gritting his teeth in fury. Not only did he raise his hand to block the first attacker's strike, but he also leaned in to dodge and growled, Using magic to steal, and you dare hurt people too? Right after, Steve gave him a brutal punch to the face. Seeing the first guy sent flying, Bernard swung his fist and charged in from behind. Steve's eyes turned icy. All right, let's see what you got. He spun around, landing a straight punch square in Bernard's face, roaring, How dare you fight me? The punch sent blood spurting from Bernard's nose as he instantly blacked out. After taking down the first two, Steve panted heavily and asked, Is that everyone? Seeing their first two men defeated, the thugs in the back stood frozen in shock. One of them stammered, What? The spell is still active. That was Steve's passive skill. Level 1. Passive skill, anti-magic. All harmful spell effects cast on the user are mitigated, reducing their efficacy by 20%. Exhausted and gasping for air, he said to Modem, Not bad at all. This is one of the new skills I got from the Bloodwood. Is this what I get after leveling up? Motem replied, It's not exactly a physical form, but our bond has grown stronger, which also means you're becoming superhuman. Steve glared at it. I really don't like the sound of that. It snapped back. That's my line. Seeing they couldn't win, the thugs cried out for their leader. Boss, take him out. Garrett was caught completely off guard. To think someone could actually resist this? I didn't even think it was possible for him. What's going on? Saleh. The one named Saleh was a short mage. He replied with a tremble in his voice while maintaining the spell. There's absolutely nothing wrong with my magic. He's the freak here. The plan going south left Garrett visibly frustrated. He demanded, Hey, you? Just who the hell are you? How are you shrugging off that spell? Are you some kind of mercenary? Look, we'll clear out the second we grab the valuables. Don't make this any harder than it needs to be. Steve scoffed, repeating his words. Don't make this any harder than it needs to be? Then he fired back. If you were in my shoes, would you just turn a blind eye? Garrett let out a dry chuckle. Fair point. With a heavy sigh, he added, Well then, I suppose it's time we end this. His body suddenly vanished into thin air. Caught completely off guard, Steve had no idea his opponent was already right on top of him. Garrett materialized out of nowhere, landing a brutal kick that sent Steve flying several feet across the dirt. Gritting his teeth through the pain, he scrambled back to his feet, cursing inwardly. This bastard, he's flickering in and out of the mist like a ghost. His enemy gave him no time to recover, his form already beginning to fade away once more. Completely oblivious to the imminent danger, Steve called out, What the hell are you? Before he could even finish his sentence, a devastating kick smashed squarely into his face. He collapsed to the ground, out cold. Seeing his opponent finally unconscious, Garrett let out a long sigh of relief. Damn it, this kid's tough. Shrugged off Saleh's magic and still had the energy to fight back. He's definitely no pushover. An exhausted Saleh chimed in. Just hurry it up and stop whining. Garrett chuckled. I really didn't expect him to put up such a fight. But there's one last thing I need to do. Saleh blinked in surprise. There's more? He barked an order to his subordinates. Look at him. Grab him. We're taking him with us. His men stared back in shock. Wait, what? Saleh frantically tried to step in. But boss, our hideout will be... Garrett immediately cut him off. Come on, just move it, he yelled, right before Saleh completely passed out from exhaustion. Hidden high up in the branches, Elena had witnessed the entire ordeal. He really did vanish just now, she whispered, her voice laced with concern. Her eyes locked onto Garrett as he laughed and chatted with his men below. She couldn't help but wonder if he was really just some common thief, completely baffled as to why he had brought up Atelier. Watching a masked thug heave Steve over his shoulder, she made her choice. I guess I have no choice but to tail them. Night fell, casting the forest in a cold, eerie darkness. Motem grumbled endlessly in his head. Didn't you pass out just because you couldn't breathe? You have me, for crying out loud. You always drop your guard around ordinary humans, Steve argued back in utter helplessness. And what exactly was I supposed to do against a guy who literally turns invisible? I was nothing but a punching bag out there. There wasn't much I could do with some creep-hurling dark magic out of nowhere. Motem let out an exasperated sigh. I really don't think you grasp what it means to fight alongside me. Then why don't you actually manifest and fight instead of just sitting back and running your mouth? Steve snapped. Suddenly, a steaming cup of water was set down on the table beside him. Who are you muttering to? A voice asked. Steve bristled defensively. Hey, don't think I'm dropping my guard just because you tossed me in a tent. The man merely chuckled. Goodness, aren't we a bit on edge? A hand suddenly extended toward him. My apologies, but that's really not what I'm looking for here. Allow me to introduce myself. He offered his hand with a warm, disarming smile. The name's Garrett. I want you to join my crew. He laid his offer on the table, dead serious. As I said, I'm Garrett. I'm a patriot at heart, and I truly love this kingdom of ours. Think of me as a wicked leader who serves the people, Steve scoffed inwardly. A patriot? For a garbage dump of a country like Venia? And I'm Brian, he replied with cold indifference. Unbothered, Garrett held his welcoming stance and let out a hearty laugh. It seems the more I talk, the more bored you look. Let me just cut straight to the chase. With utter sincerity, he repeated, Join my crew. The moment the words left his mouth, his subordinates erupted in protest. Boss, they yelled. Steve immediately shut him down. Do I look like an idiot to you? Why on earth would I join a gang of thugs trying to play at being the bandit king or whatever? Garrett frowned, his jovial demeanor slipping as he corrected him. Watch your tongue. We are a proud syndicate of outlaws. We don't just rob any random merchant, we only target the corrupt, and we redistribute that wealth right back to the people. Steve wasn't buying it for a second. A thief is still a thief. Bernard stepped forward, scowling. Is it really necessary to recruit this brat when he clearly doesn't even want to be here? Boss Garrett replied smoothly, Of course it is. My gut instincts are never wrong. He then confidently pointed out an example. Take yourself, Bernard. You were just a pathetic beggar we picked up off the streets, and look at you now, an absolutely brilliant operative. Bernard, the same masked thug from earlier, flinched, visibly offended by his boss's blatant lack of tact. The hell do you mean, beggar? Garrett looked over at Sal, the short little mage who always kept his hood up. And of course, our timid Salih. You taught yourself magic, and now you're a brilliant mage. He slammed his fist on the table and demanded, And who made that happen? His subordinate immediately replied, It was you, my lord. Garrett burst into joyous laughter. That's right, I'm the one who finds diamonds in the rough. Before he could even finish his sentence, an arrow grazed his ear. Feeling a sharp, piercing pain as blood began to drip, a sudden wave of panic washed over him. Shouts erupted from the men in the camp as 2 more arrows whistled past, snuffing out their torches. One of the subordinates screamed, My lord, it's an ambush! From the shadows, a voice judged them mockingly. Such sloppy security, and you call yourselves bandits? Garrett's men panicked, their voices clamoring over one another. Who's out there? Show yourself! I have no idea. Arrows began shooting out from the darkness in all directions. Steve smiled in approval. Just then, Elena sensed something was wrong, while Garrett shot to his feet, anxiously ordering his men to check for injuries first. Then he heard the clatter of a falling chair. Steve had taken the chance to slip away. Garrett whipped his head around. You have backup? Up in the trees, Elena guided him. This way, Ghost. Seeing her lightly drop down from the branches, Steve asked. There were a lot of guards back there. Did you take them all out? I took care of them, Elena replied smoothly. As they dashed past the unconscious guards, she added, They won't be waking up anytime soon. Steve glanced at the bodies and thought to himself, Poor bastards. The two ran for a while, thinking they had finally lost their pursuers. But out of nowhere, Garrett was right on their heels, shouting, Hey! He was panting heavily, clearly exhausted. You guys are way too fast, Garrett panted. Steve let out a heavy sigh. Wait, shouldn't we have left you in the dust by now? Elena asked in sheer disbelief. We took the absolute fastest route. How the hell did he catch up? Gasping for air, Garrett wheezed, If I can't convince you to join me, I can't just let you walk away. You know exactly what has to happen now, don't you? Steve was starting to lose his temper with this incredibly stubborn leader. Don't be an idiot. Enough is enough. But the moment the words left his mouth, Garrett made his move. He lunged forward like a coiled spring. Dashing straight at Steve and Elena, he caught them off guard, forcing them instantly into a desperate fight. Steve threw a heavy punch while Elena swung her staff down hard. But in a flash, their opponent turned completely transparent, phasing right through their attacks. Steve's eyes widened in pure shock. He passed right through us! Elena stared in disbelief. Not again! Suddenly, Motum's voice roared, Watch out! Your stomach! Garrett materialized out of thin air right in front of Steve, delivering a vicious kick to his gut. In a split second, Steve silently triggered his defensive skill, Auto Reflect. He managed to block the devastating blow, sending Garrett flying backward. Garrett's eyes widened in utter shock. He actually blocked it? He furrowed his brows, narrowing his eyes in deep suspicion. You can track my movements, can't you? Meanwhile, Motum noticed the gemstone pinned to Garrett's shoulder and quickly guided Steve. Look at his shoulder. That's a sacred relic. It allows the user to phase between the physical and spiritual realms. That's why his body keeps blurring in and out. Recalling how Garrett had just vanished into thin air, Steve whispered under his breath, What the hell are physical and spiritual realms? Motum warned him with absolute gravity. It's almost impossible for the naked eye to track him. Just follow my lead. Just as Garrett was about to vanish for another strike, Saleh and the rest of the underlings finally caught up. We found you, my lord! While Steve was still frantically checking his surroundings, Motum's voice snapped in his head. On your right! A brutal fist materialized exactly where he had been standing just a second ago, but Steve narrowly dodged backward by activating his wind leopard technique. Motum immediately called out, His flank is completely exposed. Without missing a beat, Steve launched a fierce counterattack, driving a vicious hook right into Garrett's ribs. The sheer force of the blow made Garrett grit his teeth, letting out a muffled groan of pain. Elena, now! Steve roared. Without hesitation, she flicked her wrists, sending 3 lethal throwing stars flying through the air. Garrett was forced to phase into thin air once again to dodge the incoming blades. Watching the intense battle from the sidelines, Saleh was utterly dumbfounded. How on earth is he seeing the boss's attacks? Or rather, Garrett was throwing everything he had into surprise attacks, yet Steve was blocking every single strike. Trembling in awe, Saleh muttered to himself, Is there any normal person who could actually track those movements? Saleh even watched as Steve fluidly parried, snapping back with a brutal uppercut aimed straight for Garrett's jaw. It was a miracle that Garrett managed to dodge it at the very last millisecond. Panic gripped Saleh as he watched his leader struggle. This guy's movements were only getting sharper the longer they fought. Realizing the danger, Saleh quickly raised his hands, preparing to cast a spell. I don't know if the boss can hold him off much longer. I have to help him, he thought. But suddenly, a rock came hurtling through the air from out of nowhere. Smack! The rock nailed the short little mage squarely in the face. The underlings nearby screamed out in a panic, Saleh! Elena stood there casually tossing another rock in her hand with a menacing glare. I won't let you interfere with their duel, she warned coldly. Saleh had already collapsed to the ground. Seeing their mage go down, the furious underlings immediately charged at Elena. Get her! Take her down right now! She didn't even flinch. Moving swiftly, she activated her skill. Gale Burst. She summoned a fierce gust of wind, deliberately throwing her enemies completely off balance. A massive shockwave of wind erupted from Elena's body, slamming directly into the charging mob. The gale was so violently strong that Garrett's men were forced to brace themselves just to stay on their feet. They gritted their teeth against the crushing pressure. She can use magic too? Seeing his men completely pinned down by a single gust of wind, Garrett was momentarily distracted. "These guys," he muttered under his breath. Right at this moment, Farquhar appeared and bellowed, "It's them! They're the ones who attacked our supply route." ST thought happily. Nice, backup has arrived. The merchant Farquhar ordered the mercenaries to attack them. Because of the previous ambush, the mercenaries were already boiling with rage. "You dared to sneak attack us? You'd better be ready for this." Set's face darkened as he recalled the merchant Farquhar's order. Watching the mercenaries he had just traveled with lunge at him, he threw his hands up. "Wait, I'm on your side." Seeing that they didn't even pause but only grew more frenzied, Sit cursed under his breath. "Damn it, how can these idiots be holding such a grudge?" He looked at the furious merchant standing in the back and thought to himself, "It's dark, and it looks like that bastard Farquhar is misunderstanding something. But if I run away now, I'll be wanted as an accomplice." Sit reached for his sword. If it has to be this way, I don't have a choice. He swung his blade thinking, "I'm fighting back, but this is strictly self-defense." Off to the side, a painful groan rang out. The person struggled to open his eyes and look around. It was Sa Lei. He finally woke up. Rubbing the wound on his face, he asked breathlessly, "What's going on?" Gareth asked with concern, "Hey, are you all right?" Saleh looked at the chaotic scene unfolding before him. The mercenaries were engaged in a brutal brawl with their men. He reported to his leader, "I don't know how, but the guys we robbed this morning found our position and they brought backup." He pointed at a warrior twice the size of a normal man, clad in thick armor, who was tossing their comrades aside. "Especially that guy over there. Most of our weapons aren't doing a thing to him. The only thing we haven't tried is magic," Gareth probed anxiously. "Do you think you can handle him?" Salih raised his hands, preparing to cast a spell. "I'll try." He activated his ability, a level 3 dragging spell, designed to reduce the target's movement speed by 30%, with the failure rate depending on the target. Countless glowing golden hands materialized, pulling the giant warrior backward. But he was only held down for a split second before something shattered the magical hands completely. Seeing this, Saleh gasped in shock. "He has an anti-magic shield!" Gareth grimaced. "They really came here to take us out. I can't believe they've got their hands on such expensive gear." With that, he drew a dagger. "At least he's the only one wearing that protective armor. Damn it, I'll take care of him myself." Gareth vanished from sight, leaving a stern order behind. "Salih, stay here and support the others." The small mage was stunned. "Wait, what?" "Hold on, boss." The giant armored warrior flinched, suddenly feeling something climb onto his shoulders. Gareth locked his legs around the man's neck and swiftly drove his dagger downward. The blade sparked against the thick metal helmet covering the warrior's face. Seeing it did 0 damage, Gareth gritted his teeth and cursed silently. "Screw this! Taking down a guard should only take 1 hit." Before he could strike again, the giant warrior reached over his head, punching Gareth straight in the face and bicep. Then he brutally slammed him into the ground. As the giant warrior raised his fist to crush Gareth, a loud shout suddenly rang out. "Get down!" Sid appeared right in the nick of time, blasting a stream of magical fire directly at the giant. Gareth's eyes widened in panic. "What the... magic?" Engulfed by the magical flames, the giant warrior roared, "It burns!" Nearby, Motem laughed smugly. "Did you really think a piece of artificial anti-magic armor could fool me? Bullshit." Looking over at him, he added, "You seem to be having a lot of fun over there." As the magical flames faded, the giant warrior dropped to his knees. He planted his massive broadsword into the dirt to keep from collapsing completely, then used the momentum of his blade to force himself back up. Sid observed, "A great sword, but an ordinary person can't wield something like that without leaving massive blind spots." The warrior swung his blade, smashing it into the ground, but Sit casually sidestepped, dodging the heavy blow. Memories of past battles flashed through his mind. He let out a sigh. "Do you honestly think this is my first time fighting a brute like you? You're just another giant. I'm used to this." He swept the giant's legs, throwing him off balance. "All it takes is 1 good hit to bring the whole lot of you down." He then signaled to Elena. "Take him down!" Elena leapt from the trees above, wrapping her slender arms tightly around the warrior's neck. Gritting her teeth, she channeled her strength, and with a fierce twist, she slammed the giant warrior to the ground. The giant's head cracked open, bleeding heavily, as someone in the crowd let out a scream. Gareth pushed himself up from the ground and asked, "Why the sudden tag team?" Steve grumbled in frustration. "They mistakenly thought I was part of your gang, so I couldn't exactly run away." He then turned around, reaching out his hand as he explained further. "Besides, I'm not exactly a fan of the Venetian family either. Figured I could help you guys out and take them down at the same time. Here goes nothing." Green bolts of lightning erupted from Steve's hand. The sudden strike of electricity paralyzed the mercenaries where they stood. Fa watched in utter dismay as his men completely lost their ability to fight. Gareth stood there, dumbfounded, while Salih's jaw dropped in absolute awe, watching the mercenaries drop their weapons and collapse in paralysis. Gareth barked an order at his men. "What are you standing around for? Tie them up." The pitch-black forest was now illuminated by a faint light. Even though he was tied to a tree trunk, Faqua's furious curses still echoed through the woods. "You idiotic adventurers! You were in cahoots with those bandits all along! This is exactly why I never wanted to work with you uneducated brutes!" Sit slammed his fist into the tree right next to the merchant's head, startling him into silence. Sit spoke up. "Listen here, let me get one thing straight with you. Why the hell are you blaming me for getting you dragged into this mess?" Gareth looked at Fa sternly and demanded, "Anyway, how did you even find us?" "I erased all of our tracks." The merchant Fa gave a cold snort and turned his face away, refusing to say a single word. Gareth gritted his teeth in anger. "This guy?" Salih suddenly seemed to realize something. He looked up at his leader and said hesitantly, "Boss, maybe..." Gareth raised an eyebrow. "Huh?" As if knowing exactly what Salih was getting at, he reached into his cloak and felt around, muttering in disbelief, "No way." Gareth pulled out a small badge. He remembered looting this very item off Fa. It was pulsing with a faint trace of magic. Seeing this, he cursed. "Damn it! Do people really still use tracking badges? They're insanely expensive and can only be used once, so they're incredibly rare." Salih cast a sleep spell on Fa and sighed. "This is exactly why we told you to let us handle the rare goods we take from merchants. This is what happens when you just go around snatching things blindly." Gareth tried to defend himself. "How was I supposed to know he'd be this paranoid?" He cleared his throat. "Anyway." Gareth tossed a water flask to Steve and praised him. "You two did great out there." This caught Steve slightly off guard. While he was chugging down the water, Gareth took the chance to ask, "Didn't you just say you were sick of them too? Do you happen to know some of the old stories back in Venya?" Finishing the water, Sit let out a long breath and replied, "You're not entirely wrong about that." "So, what exactly are you planning to do? A coup?" Garrett watched his men tie up Faqua's mercenaries. He murmured, "I suppose so." House Venya collapsed a long time ago. Preying on the fears of the neighboring kingdoms, they've racked up a massive amount of debt by bleeding their own people and allies dry. Burning with righteous fury, he continued, "I refuse to just stand by and watch our country fall to ruin like this." Glancing over at Faqua, who was snoring loudly and drooling, Garrett explained, "He's one of Venya's primary backers. He funneled money into the military forces at the northern border. In exchange, he gets tax immunity in Venya. Like I said, I haven't robbed anyone." Hearing this, Steve fell deep into thought. "It seems we share the same goal, but your methods are going to take way too much time." Garrett looked confused. "What was that?" Steve replied, "Just my personal opinion, don't mind me." Saying that, he turned his head and asked, "So, am I free to go? Or are you planning to stop me?" Garrett asked, "Are you going to report us to anyone?" Unhappy with the suspicion, Steve frowned. "Do I really look like that kind of guy to you? I have much more important things to worry about." Garrett burst into laughter. "Then I won't hold you back any longer. The enemy of my enemy is my friend." He then turned back to announce to his men, "Listen up. I don't think there's anything left for us here. We're heading out to another location, so pack up. We leave in 1 hour." Sale let out a heavy sigh. "Man, I really thought we'd get to stay here a little bit longer." A few groans and complaints echoed through the camp. Garrett quickly added, "And I don't want to hear any complaining." Then he turned around, offering a friendly smile and extending his hand to Steve. "Until next time, Brian." Looking at the hand offered to him, Steve smiled back. Despite being called Brian, he thought to himself, to be completely honest, I really don't want to team up with this guy. In the end, he still reached out to shake Garrett's hand and said, if fate allows it, our paths will cross again. Meanwhile, somewhere deep in the forest, the sound of whining could be heard. Hey, we've been walking for quite a while now. Are we there yet? We're almost there. Elena suddenly came to a halt, looking straight ahead as she announced, this is the place. Steve stopped right beside her, letting out a sound of awe. Whoa, you can actually pinpoint the dungeon's location. He stepped forward, staring directly into the dungeon to assess it. Looks like a newly formed one. That explains why it's still so neat and untouched. Let's head in. Lead the way. Without hesitation, the two of them stepped inside. He reached out his hand, using his senses to scout the path ahead. Suddenly, Elena seemed to notice something and cried out, Monster! Steve looked at the creature that had just scurried away into the shadows and said, It's a goblin! Saying that, he turned to her, analyzing the perfect type of monster for a fresh dungeon. Have you ever fought a goblin before? She carefully answered him, a few times. Sometimes they roam the woods in packs. Hearing that, he immediately turned his head and calmly warned her, I don't know much about the goblins you've run into in the forest, but you better be on high alert with the ones in here. Suddenly, Steve threw his arm out to block Elena, making her flinch in surprise. He drew his sword and crouched down in front of a trap, observing it closely before saying, It might look completely makeshift, but this right here is a lethal trap. Hearing this, she voiced her inner doubts. Do you think the goblin set that up? Slowly bringing his blade closer to the tripwire, he replied, Yeah, goblins are notoriously skilled when it comes to things like this. He gently sliced through the string, providing a live demonstration. Especially when you don't fall into their traps. Right on cue, a horde of them charged forward with weapons raised, proving his exact point. They tend to get really angry. The furious goblins open their maws wide, lunging straight at him in a vicious attack. Steve simply smiled. With an effortless grace, he reached out his hand, summoning a small orb of energy and chanting, Fireball. Following his command, a roaring blaze engulfed the goblin horde. He held up his skull ring, absorbing their spirit energy, and carefully reminded her, Always remember, the goblins inside a dungeon are extremely dangerous. Witnessing this entire scene, Elena stood by his side in absolute speechless silence. The scene then shifted, focusing on a pendulum swinging gently back and forth. After swinging for a while, the pendulum was brought to a dead stop by some unseen force. Its owner cried out, directing their attention toward it. The one wielding the pendulum was Millie from the Stock Special Task Force. She stared intently at it, muttering the instructions she had been given. Just as Lord Banstock said, since this is a newly formed dungeon, there will be fewer monsters and the dungeon boss will be much weaker. It's the absolute perfect time to secure the artifact. Following right behind her were two other members of the Stock Task Force. Emmerich and John were in the middle of a discussion. I know the timing is great and all, but doesn't anyone in our squad know how to use pathfinding? Do you honestly think finding a scout like that is easy? Besides, we don't even need an extra scout for this mission anyway. Hearing him say that, Emmerich nodded in slight agreement. I guess that's true. Right at that moment, Millie raised her hand, cutting them off completely. Hold on, something is wrong. She crouched down, gently touching a severed tripwire as she examined it closely. This trap is already broken. Maybe some intelligent monster triggered it. She picked up the two ends of the severed rope, gasping in astonishment. No! Whoever did this must have used their own bodies. A monster couldn't possibly be this precise. Hearing this, Raymond quickly chimed in. Actually, I thought something felt off too. Even though this is a newly formed dungeon, we haven't encountered a single monster, not even a slime. Emmerich, standing behind them, stared at the scene before him in complete surprise. I think there's something going on in there. A scene of utter devastation lay before them. Goblin corpses? Did a whole horde of them pass through here? No, all these bodies have been burned to a crisp. Millie's expression turned dead serious. She furrowed her brows, stating with absolute certainty, a newly formed dungeon like this couldn't possibly spawn fire attribute monsters, which means someone else is already here. As those very words left her mouth, Elena and Steve were already pushing past the goblin horde, advancing forward. Hurry! We can't let them get the holy relic first. I don't know who's inside, but they probably haven't gotten far. A calloused hand pressed lightly against the heavy closed doors as he asked the person beside him, "In here?" The heavy doors creaked open and Elena peered inside, her eyes wide with astonishment as she assessed the room. "Looks like this is the dungeon boss." Steve furrowed his brows slightly, murmuring thoughtfully, "Its name is Agi." The monstrous Agui glared at the two intruders, its voice rumbling terrifyingly. "If you cannot destroy all 9 of my eyes at the exact same time, this will not end well for you." Staring up at the colossal beast before him, Steve broke into a cold sweat, feeling a knot of anxiety. Let's see about that. While he was still figuring out a plan, the monster lunged, throwing a massive punch right at him. Reacting instantly, Steve nimbly vaulted onto the creature's massive arm to dodge the blow. He planted his hand firmly against the beast's arm and roared, "Arc!" Instantly, a relentless barrage of lightning erupted, striking the monster and sending it into agonizing shrieks. The creature's deafening roars echoed all the way down the corridors to Millie's location. Raymond, following closely behind, furrowed his brows with a grave expression as she urged them on. "Hurry!" Emmerich's face also tightened into a serious frown as he heard her next words. "They've encountered the dungeon boss." Just as she finished speaking, they arrived at the chamber. "Over here! There's someone inside!" Millie froze for a moment, her breathing heavy and tense as she took in the chaotic scene, wondering, is it them? Even though she had no idea who these strangers were right at that very second, Elena was already drawing back her bow to aim. Watching their fluid combat movements, a wave of panic washed over Millie. With skills like that, it's safe to say they wiped out the entire goblin horde, but we have to protect the holy relic at all costs. Making up her mind, she narrowed her eyes and issued a cold, hard command. "Raymond, get ready to snipe." Hearing her order, he hesitated, clearly stunned. "Are you serious?" But he quickly readied his weapon anyway, settling into a stance as he asked for the target. Millie pointed straight at Steve. "Lock onto that man right there. Once he's down, we can handle the boss ourselves." With that, Raymond drew his bowstring back, taking his stance. The system interface instantly flared to life. Activating piercing shot, level 4. Penetration power enhanced. Activating shooting assist, level 3. Projectile accuracy enhanced. Arrow trajectory will be highly resistant to external forces such as gravity, wind resistance, and so on. Just as he was about to release the arrow, a brief moment of hesitation crossed his mind. "I don't know who you are, but..." Setting his jaw, he aimed squarely at Steve and let the arrow fly. "Goodbye." Yet, as if sensing the lethal intent, Steve instantly leaned back, flawlessly evading the deadly projectile. Seeing this, Raymond couldn't believe his own eyes. He gasped in sheer disbelief. He dodged it. How is that even possible? But that very attack earned him a truly terrifying glare from Steve. The moment a massive fireball blasted toward them, Emmerich lunged forward, tackling him to the ground and screaming, "Raymond, look out!" They both crashed hard onto the dungeon floor. Heart pounding, Raymond scrambled up, frantically checking on his friend. "Emmerich, are you all right?" Right at that moment, having unleashed the explosive flames, Steve stepped forward, his voice dripping with murderous intent. "Who the hell are you people?" He closed the distance, looming over them with a deeply intimidating aura. "Don't even try to feed me any bullshit. I can clearly see you're humans. Ah, aren't you?" The moment he stopped speaking, a mysterious voice echoed in his mind. That arrow just now, it reeked of killing intent. Staring up at the terrifying figure before him, Raymond's mind was racing with questions. Did he just cast a fireball? Oh, but Box... At that thought, his mind flashed back to the utter devastation they had seen outside. Does that mean all those scorched goblins back there were wiped out by him alone? He stared blankly at the man, a chill running down his spine as he realized, this guy, he's incredibly dangerous. Annoyed by their prolonged silence, Steve aggressively raised his hand. "Not gonna answer me?" Crackling arcs of lightning suddenly struck Emmerich head on, making him violently cough up blood. A panicked voice screamed out for him, "Emmerich!" He had desperately raised his shield to block the attack and protect Raymond. Motum's voice echoed in Steve's mind once more. "That shield is imbued with magic." Steve frowned, momentarily confused. What? What exactly does it do? Motum immediately answered him. "It absorbs incoming energy and redirects it outward from the shield." Steve questioned further, his tone sharp. So you're saying my attacks are useless against it? Motem quickly shot that down. No. Your raw power far exceeds the shield's absorption limits. Your attacks will still tear right through it. How dare he try to block me with that trash tier magic? It's not even a holy relic. Meanwhile, Emmerich gritted his teeth as he struggled to hold the shield, thinking in dread, this guy, he's a total monster. Suddenly, the boss, Agui, now bristling with thousands of arrows, let out an ear-piercing shriek that shattered the standoff. Seizing the opening, two figures leaped back to evade, shouting, "What the hell are you doing?" Elena landed swiftly beside Steve, immediately questioning, "Who are these people?" Keeping his attack stance, Steve scowled in intense irritation. "I don't know who they are, but they're definitely not friendly. They're just getting in my way." Hearing this, Elena's eyes hardened with resolve. "Then we'll take them out first. Let me help you." At her suggestion, Steve shifted his footing, readying a brutal kick in full agreement. "All right, here we go." With that, he delivered a devastating kick straight into Emmerich's shield, roaring out to command, "Shoot!" The moment Steve gave the signal, Elena drew her bow and fired. A single arrow rocketed into the air, instantly multiplying into a relentless shower of arrows raining down on them. Just in the nick of time, Millie dashed in, her blade flashing as she cleaved the arrows out of the air. "Stay focused," she shouted. "Keep calm, and we'll take them down one by one." Seeing this, Elena's eyes widened in sheer astonishment. As for Steve, he calmly observed her weapon, assessing the whipsword. After slashing through all the arrows, Millie swiftly lashed her sword forward. Its segmented blade wrapped tightly around him, catching him completely off guard. "What?" Without a second of hesitation, she screamed. Following her command, Emmerich immediately charged, slamming his shield right into Steve. Seizing the opening, Raymond fired an arrow straight at him. "He's lost his footing! We can't miss this chance!" Right at that moment, Steve gritted his teeth, veins popping on his neck as he let out a guttural roar. Forcing his way out of the bind with all his might, he shouted the final word, "Storm!" While Damon was still caught in his confusion, thousands of arrows materialized right above his head. "What the Is this magic too?" Fortunately, he was agile enough to dodge the torrential rain of arrows. He gritted his teeth, turning his head in sheer frustration. "At this rate, we're going to lose. My barrage of strikes keeps getting blocked by that woman." His gaze was locked right onto Steve and Elena. At that moment, Steve called out, demanding answers. "Who are you people? Why are you targeting me?" Seeing the special task force remain dead silent, Motem answered in their place. "Do you really think they'd spill their secrets to the enemy?" Saying that, he materialized beside Steve and asked, "It seems they've been specially trained. Do you have any ideas?" A drop of cold sweat ran down his face as he replied flatly, "How should I know? I can't think of a single person who'd want to come after me." Suddenly, the image of Zero flashed in his mind. He furrowed his brows, forming a theory. No, I made sure to keep a low profile. There's no magic in the world that could track someone to a place like this. Are they after the holy relic, or hunting for the gatekeeper demon's loot? While he was lost in thought, Millie barked out new orders to the other two. "Change of plans. Raymond, Emmerich, you two handle that guy. I'll take care of the girl." Raymond and Emmerich answered her in unison. "Got it." Suddenly, Agui's deafening roar echoed from behind them. Elena turned back to look at the beast, warning, "Its power has recovered." Steve immediately chimed in. "And it's absolutely furious." Then a loud shout rang out. "Let's move!" Seizing the moment, Millie put all her strength into her arm, violently lashing her whipsword. Elena reacted in a flash, raising her bow to block the vicious strike. With every relentless lash, she was forced to step back, retreating until she was right beneath the monster, Agui. Instantly, the beast unhinged its massive jaw, gathering pure, destructive energy within. Then it hurled that sphere of devastating energy straight down at her position. Steve, who was locked in combat with Emmerich, screamed out in panic. "Elena!" he yelled, but Emmerich violently parried Steve's sword aside, roaring a fierce challenge. "If you want to focus on her, you'll have to step over our dead bodies first." Glaring at the obstacle in his way, Steve furrowed his brows and let out a sharp click of his tongue. He quickly bounded backward, narrowly dodging Emmerich's slash. He aimed his ring forward, channeling his power as he spat out in annoyance. Why don't you mind your own damn business and deal with your own problems? Right after, he blasted the gathered energy straight at Emmerich's shield, crying out inwardly, "Aura burst!" Emmerich braced himself, struggling to hold the shield steady against the blast as he signaled his partner. "Hurry it up, Raymond!" From behind, Raymond drew his bow, infusing it with his power. The loosed arrow shot forward with terrifying force, grazing right past Steve's face and leaving a bloody scratch. The windstorm is still in effect. Steve glared at their seamless teamwork, burning with frustration. Has he already adapted to my fighting style? These guys are way more of a pain than I thought. His gaze turned cold and deadly as he made a silent resolve. Looks like I'll have to crush them first before I can help Elena. On the other side, Elena, covered in bruises and wounds, let out an exhausted breath as she stared down her opponent. Standing across from her, Millie looked just as battered, panting heavily. But suddenly, the massive creature's next move caught Elena's attention. The monster Agui was gathering energy again, gearing up for another attack. Without hesitation, Elena unleashed her skill. Gale Strike! Seconds later, the two colossal surges of power collided, triggering an earth-shattering explosion. Millie braced herself against the shockwave, staring at the sheer force in pure astonishment. Wind fused with fire, her attack rhythm can definitely be used for long-range strikes. As the shockwave cleared while Millie was still assessing the situation, Elena vanished and reappeared right behind her. Elena delivered a vicious, high-powered kick straight to Millie's ribs. With icy confidence, she warned, "Don't assume I can't fight in close quarters just because I wield a bow." Millie blocked the heavy kick, her voice dripping with equal defiance. "Right back at you." Her iron boots pivoted slightly as she gritted out her words. "I won't be going down easily either." Clenching her fist tight, Millie launched a savage counterattack, forcing Elena into a brutal melee brawl. In a flash, Elena took a heavy, direct punch straight to the face. But Millie didn't escape unscathed. She ate a brutal punch to the face, too. The two traded savage blows, the impact sending them both flying backward. In an instant, Millie's whipsword lashed out, embedding itself deep into the cavern wall. Using it as an anchor, she vaulted into the air, diving straight at Elena below. She spun mid-air, unleashing a devastating dropkick, but Elena barely managed to block it. Without skipping a beat, Elena gripped her bow tightly and counterattacked. She slammed the solid limb of her bow right into Millie's body, making her flinch in pain. Millie gritted her teeth, letting out a stifled groan as her brows drew together in fury. Suddenly, she spun around and lashed her whipsword, wrapping it tightly around the Agui monster's fangs. Seeing this, Elena furrowed her brow and pressed her lips together, going on the defensive. Millie landed softly on the Agui monster's head. Suddenly, a flash of blue light caught her attention. She stared at Stay's lightning in sheer astonishment. That lightning skill again? But the energy was so much denser than before. She quickly screamed out a warning. "Emmerich! He's planning something! We have to stop him!" Millie's words caught in her throat, turning into a muttered curse as she realized he had already been knocked out. Damn it! Without hesitating, she used her sword to steer the Agui towards Stee, resolving inwardly, "I have to do something to stop him." Stee watched the incoming threat in surprise. "Oh?" The controlled monster was already gathering energy in its jaws, ready for another strike. He gritted his teeth, furious. "Why are you in my way again?" With that, he unleashed Aerial Strike combined with Tempest, summoning a massive surge of power that engulfed him. Millie hastily threw her arms up to shield herself from the overwhelming force. Even the heavily injured Emmerich had to grit his teeth and endure the agonizing impact. Seizing the moment, Stay yelled the signal, "Elena, strike!" The moment the words left his mouth, an arrow shot straight toward the demon's head. In a flash, the arrow left a trail of blood as it slammed into the ground behind them, accompanied by a loud scream. A low curse escaped Raymond's lips. Clutching his bleeding head, he warned his teammate, "Damn it! Emmerich! Save Millie!" Following his words, Emmerich quickly responded, turning to look at the person engulfed in flames next to him. "Got it. Get up, Millie." When the figure lying there didn't respond, a heavy silence fell over him. Steve glanced over and realized her energy was being entirely drained by the shield. Pushing it out of his mind, he raised his sword and turned back to the monster, which was still struggling to break free. "Thanks for waiting on my precious skill," he taunted. With that, he pushed off the ground, his silhouette vanishing in an instant. Reappearing, Stee jammed his sword straight into the Agui's gaping maw and shouted, "Detonate!" At his command, a concentrated blast erupted, blowing the Agui's head into pieces. He immediately reached out his hand, channeling his power as he chanted, "Cursed, devour!" The monster's remains dissolved into an ethereal mist, sucked entirely into the ring on his finger. Once it was done, he landed softly and called out to the person behind him. Stee looked at the remaining members of the special task force and made a request to Elena. "Can you go protect the holy relics in the other rooms and wait for me? I'll finish things up with them here." Hearing this, a flicker of worry and doubt crossed her face. Is it really necessary to go that far? They'll be buried alive in this dungeon once we take the holy relic anyway. His next question left her in stunned silence. "You know how I managed to survive, don't you?" Stee recalled the moment he fell into the abyss and said coldly, "I only survived because Jero let his guard down. I refuse to repeat his mistake and leave loose ends." With that, he advanced toward them, raising his sword with cold resolve. "Don't hold this against me. You're the ones who started this." Emmerich had his eyes squeezed shut, seemingly waiting for his demise, but his hands tightly gripped two bizarre objects, emitting a strange hum. Suddenly, a thick cloud of smoke erupted, completely engulfing them. Stee glared at the thick haze in annoyance, muttering, "A smokescreen? What the—" Seizing the opportunity, Raymond roared at the top of his lungs, "Emmerich, run! Don't let them take them!" The second the words left his mouth, Emmerich leaped to his feet and bolted. Spotting the direction he was headed, Stee desperately shouted, "Elena, guard the holy relic! That's what they're after!" At the same time, Raymond hung back, drawing his bow and taking aim. "It's now or never," he told himself, aiming dead center at Stee's exposed back. "My body's in no shape for this, but at this distance, just die." Suddenly, an arrow whistled from behind, plunging straight into his head. Raymond's eyes widened in sheer disbelief. Even through the smoke? He caught a final glimpse of Elena, the one who had loosed the arrow, before choking out his last words. "Damn it all." Seeing Raymond cough up blood, Steve frantically yelled, "Elena, go!" His mind was racing, questioning everything. Would they seriously sacrifice their own comrades just to achieve their goal? The moment he spoke, Elena darted off, giving chase to Emmerich. Her eyes burned with fierce determination as she swore to herself, "I absolutely won't let them have it." The system's prompt chimed instantly. Skill activated. Swift stride. Widens running stance to achieve maximum speed. Boosted by the skill, she launched herself forward, blazing right past him. Witnessing her terrifying speed, Emmerich gasped in shock, biting his lip hard. Suddenly, Elena spun around and hurled two daggers straight at Emmerich. Just as he threw his arms up to block, Steve ducked low and sprinted forward, shouting, "Grab the holy relic!" Staring at the glowing ring hovering just ahead, he urged, "We'll make our escape right after." Hearing his words, Emmerich cracked an eye open and glared at him, cursing internally. "You bastard, I won't let you!" He violently thrust his hand towards Steve, fueled by a desperate resolve to stop him. "You won't get past me that easily." Furious at being blocked again, Steve felt his blood boiling. He turned back and roared in frustration, "You're still going? Shouldn't you have just given up by now?" Pivoting quickly, he channeled his magic and unleashed a massive wave of flames. Fireball! Emmerich had no time to react. He took Steve's attack head on, thick flames immediately erupting and swallowing his entire body. Taking advantage of the chaos, Steve dashed ahead. The raging inferno blazed fiercely, as if intending to reduce Emmerich to ashes. He screamed in pure, agonizing pain. "Ah!" he cursed under his breath. "Damn it!" Finally, Steve caught up to Elena. She turned and reached out her hand, offering to pull him up. Emmerich's consciousness began to fade. "I'm sorry, Lord Bazok," he thought dimly. "Everyone, I'm so sorry." He was horribly scorched by the flames, his battered face on the verge of being swallowed whole by the fire. His mind faded, leaving only one final thought. "I couldn't finish it." Emmerich's eyes grew hazy. He was completely drained, without a single ounce of strength left to fight back, resigning himself to the falling rubble that slowly buried him. A long while later, night fell. Deep in the forest, the dead of night was deadly silent without a single rustle. The moment the two of them barely made it out, the entire place collapsed behind them. Teleported outside alongside Elena, Steve stood there gasping for air while she was just as exhausted and dripping with sweat. He whipped his head around, scanning the area, and asked, "Who the hell were they? Why would they risk their lives like that?" Standing beside him, Elena frowned and pointed out, "Calm down. Do you remember what the archer said?" She recalled how that man, despite his face being covered in blood, still forced himself to scream at the top of his lungs. "Emmerich, run! Don't let them get it!" Elena thought about it for a moment before continuing. Based on that, they must be hunting for the holy relic. Hearing this, Steve quickly pulled the relic out and stared down at it. The holy relic. So this is what they were after. He stared at it intently without even blinking, scrutinizing it closely before asking, "What's it like inside?" The shadowy, gloom-emitting entity named Motum scoffed in sheer disdain. "Are you seriously asking me that? Do you even have a brain? How great could a newly formed item from a dungeon possibly be? Hurry up and let me eat it." Hearing this, Steve pursed his lips. He stared at the bracelet, hesitating for a long while. Suddenly, he snapped it onto his own wrist. Motum's surprise instantly turned into outrage. "What the hell are you doing?" Steve tilted his head down, recalling the items he had found before, and said casually, "Nothing, just trying it out. Out of all the holy relics we've found so far, I haven't gotten to use a single one, all because you keep absorbing them." The bracelet suddenly erupted with blinding beams of light, its energy pulsing wildly. Feeling the surge, Steve was completely caught off guard. He had no idea what was happening, but he stared at it in absolute awe and fascination. Whoa. All the information about it just flooded into my head. Its name is Bar. Seeing him actually use it, Motum furiously snapped, "You shameless brat! How dare you use another holy relic when you already have me?" He glared at the relic on Steve's wrist and continued, "Once a holy relic merges with a host, I can't absorb it anymore. Did you know that, huh?" Steve acted like it was no big deal, turning to tease Motum with a grin. "I'm just taking precautions. It's pretty risky to rely entirely on you. You get it, right?" "Makes perfect sense," Motum angrily cursed, feeling completely insulted by the brat. A system panel materialized in front of him, notifying that the holy relic Bar had successfully merged to form an artifact. Standing behind him with her hands on her hips, Elena asked curiously, "You're not absorbing it this time?" Steve bent down, scooping up a few stones from the ground. He replied, "Yeah, I want to test it out." With that, Steve tightly gripped a stone in his hand and whispered, "Enchant." Instantly, as if infused with raw energy, the stone burst into a blinding light, leaving them absolutely stunned. Steve's jaw literally dropped. Eyes wide as saucers, Elena asked, "Was that enchantment?" Steve examined the stone in his hand, which was now crackling with tiny sparks of electricity. "Yeah, absorbing it would have been a total waste. What do you think of this skill?" Elena looked down slightly, analyzing the sheer potential of combining this power with a weapon. "It temporarily infuses an object with magical energy. I've heard you can turn a completely ordinary dagger into something that rivals an actual magical weapon. From what I know, the complexity of that spell is unmatched. How are you able to pull it off so easily?" Steve smirked in satisfaction and raised his arm to show off the bracelet. "See? I told you. The stronger I get, the easier it is to use these holy relics." He glanced at the Motum ring on his finger and added, "That goes for you too, doesn't it?" Steve quickly reassured Motum so he wouldn't throw a tantrum. "And none of this changes the fact that you're still the best holy relic I've got, so just chill out." Motum scowled, but stayed silent. He just let out a huff and dropped it. Meanwhile, in another location, the sky was a brilliant blue, and a crisp, cool stream babbled under the warm sunlight, painting a perfectly picturesque scene. A man was sitting with his back leaning against a tree, soaking in the view. Seeing someone approach, he called out, "Ah, it's you two. Hello, you're the ones, right?" Steve flashed a cheerful smile. "Yep, we're leaving it all in your hands." Seeing this, Elena couldn't help but be curious. "Who's this? You know him?" Steve paused, searching for the right words before answering. "A guide, or something like that." He unfolded a map and started checking their route. "If we keep heading north, we'll hit a mountain called Old Jack, along with one of the largest mining cities on the Sintikma continent. Right next to that mountain is our destination." Elena stared intently at the map, still a bit confused as she asked, "The city you're talking about is in a completely different direction." Meanwhile, Steve was spinning around, frantically searching for something. "Hold on, there's something I need to find first." "Ah, found it." Steve excitedly waved Elena over to look at the ground. It's extremely hard to get into Centigma because their security is insanely tight, so we have to approach from a different direction. Half buried in the dirt was a neat little box. Inside sat 2 perfectly placed stones alongside a pile of gold coins. Elena picked up one of the stones, completely baffled. "Why did you stash this here?" Steve replied dismissively. "It's just something we need to get past the checkpoint." But Elena wasn't letting it go. "Need it for what, exactly?" Ignoring the question, the guide tugged on the ropes of his fully loaded cart and laughed. "You two are in luck, and so am I. Fewer people travel there nowadays, so it's getting a lot harder to pass through this route." The man pulled back the heavy curtain, revealing the space inside, and rushed them to get in. The two of them took one look and completely froze. "It's way too small." But before Steve could even finish his sentence, the man immediately brushed him off. "Don't even think about it." Elena, however, saw things differently. She nodded, conceding the point. In situations like this, humans truly do have a fascinating culture. The other person chimed in, "This is already considered pretty spacious, you know." ST's mind went completely blank, his cheeks burning red as he watched Elena step into the carriage. "I need to get more tools," he told himself. The wheels began to turn. The carriage had only been moving for a short while when a patrol approached from outside, their voice ringing out in interrogation. "Halt! What kind of carriage is this?" The driver replied, "Here is the list of goods we're transporting." The inspector scanned the list and read aloud. "Grade D mining explosives, excavation gear, portable lanterns. You'll be cleared to pass once the paperwork is sorted." "Thank you," the driver replied hastily. A good while later, his voice called out again, startling them both. "Hey, we're here. You two can come out now." Sid and Elena, who had been huddled beneath a blanket inside, quickly pulled the fabric away. Blushing with awkward frustration, he muttered, "Looks like we made it. Let's just get out of here." Stepping out, the two poked their heads out to take in the bustling, lively scene below. Their guide introduced it. "Well, welcome to Centigma. Since you two slipped in through the secret route, you'd better stop by the tavern first." The warm glow of yellow lanterns and the roar of lively chatter filled the air. At one of the tables, someone spoke up. "So, you're the rumored Steve, huh? At least that's what Danton told me." A bald old man with a long scar across his eye raised a mug of ale to his lips. Clenching a cigar in his teeth, he introduced himself. "Name's Balthazar. Normally, I'd give you a proper welcome, but you couldn't have picked a worse time to show up." Hearing this, ST blinked in utter confusion. The worst time? Elena, meanwhile, was glaring at her drink, grinding her teeth in visible annoyance. Balthazar began to explain the situation in detail. Recalling the bloody, chaotic scenes, he said, "Over the past few days, there's been a massive surge of monsters wreaking havoc around the mines. Every single soldier in the vicinity has been mobilized to reclaim the area." Balthazar then pulled out a wanted poster, featuring a rather goofy sketch of Steve's face, chuckling as he teased the boy. "If you had half a brain, you wouldn't have shown your face or gone looking for trouble. Fascinating portrait, by the way." Stitt glared at him, grinding his teeth. "Don't worry, I'm not planning on sticking around anyway." He picked up his drink, taking a few sips before asking, "When exactly are all the black market blacksmiths and alchemists getting to this area?" Balthazar stared at him in disbelief. "Huh? I really don't think you grasp the situation here." "You little brat!" Around them, the other patrons were already buzzing with animated gossip. Standing at the bar with his hands on his hips, he stated flatly, "Every blacksmith in town is working themselves to the bone, filling hundreds of gear orders for the special forces. Nobody's going to give a damn about your little request now that the military has stepped in." ST's eyes went wide with panic. "Wait a minute! Then what the hell did I even come here for? What exactly are people selling around here?" The old man didn't miss a beat. "Explosives, extortion, and mining equipment." Balthazar let out a heavy sigh. Leaning forward and resting his chin on his hand, he said, "Listen, kid. Naturally, blacksmiths would rather craft high-quality, custom gear instead of churning out cheap, mass-produced garbage for the army. But in times like these, you do what you gotta do. I'm just following orders myself." ST grew more frantic by the second. He shot up from his seat, leaning aggressively over the table and nearly giving the old man a heart attack. "I get it," he urged desperately, "but I can pay you. More than enough. Can you just point me to someone who can help?" Balthazar groaned in reluctant defeat. "God, you're a stubborn little brat." He glanced over at the gear ST had set aside and muttered, "Fine, I'll ask around. But don't get your hopes up. There's bound to be some opportunist looking to bleed you dry in a crisis like this." In the blink of an eye, a few days flew by. Utterly drained of all energy, Sit slumped lifelessly across the table, weeping and whining dramatically. "I've got the money, but nobody wants to take it. What's going to happen to my journey? What about my revenge?" Suddenly, a voice broke through his despair. "Still no news?" Elena smiled as she walked over to him. She did a little twirl to show off her new outfit. "Hey, this seems to fit pretty perfectly. Human clothing is so restrictive, but thank you anyway." Suddenly, a booming shout echoed across the room. "Hey, Atlee, I got news for you!" ST's head snapped up in an instant. Finally, two heavily cloaked strangers approached from out of nowhere, leaving Steve staring wide-eyed. Balthazar introduced them. "Even though they're drowning in orders, these two actually volunteered to help you out. You'd better buy them around later." "A blacksmith and an alchemist." Steve's eyes widened in sheer astonishment. Scarcely daring to believe it, he repeated, "A blacksmith and an alchemist?" Seeing Steve so dumbfounded, one of the cloaked figures reached up, pulling back his hood to ask, "What's the matter? Never seen a dwarf before? You humans always seem to think blacksmith and dwarf are exactly the same thing." He offered a stern introduction for himself and the burly, smiling girl standing behind him. "A pleasure to meet you. I am Casper, an alchemist. This young lady here is the blacksmith. Name's Lottie." Steve stood up to shake their hands, still looking completely bewildered. I'm Steve. Elena, standing nearby, let out a soft chuckle. Casper shook his hand firmly and said, "All right, Stit, I'm sure you're well aware, but we're in the middle of a pretty damn awful situation right now. Every single craftsman is working day and night just to keep up with the endless military orders. The black market is completely shut down for the time being." Steve stood with his hands on his hips, glancing down at Balthazar. The old man just shot him a proud thumbs up. Casper wasn't finished. "Still, someone's got to do this kind of work to keep the real economy moving. Wouldn't you agree?" the dwarf asked him with a stern, knowing look. "First, tell us what you need. Then we can see about helping you." Steve reached back and drew his long sword. "Well, could you take a look at this for me right now? It's a sword my friend forged." Casper and Lottie stared at the weapon in awe, their eyes wide with sheer disbelief. Casper blurted out, "Huh? A sword," Lottie said. "I've never seen a blade quite like this." They picked up the sword, turning it over in their hands before giving their verdict. This was no ordinary weapon. Steve sat with his fingers intertwined, thinking carefully. Monster was the name of the twin blades. Lottie held the sword in her hands, admiring it and gasping in absolute wonder. This blade is forged from highly complex materials, yet it remains incredibly sturdy and durable. It can even use gas to trigger explosions. Whoever crafted this must be a veteran master blacksmith. Recalling the small green gas canisters and little slips of paper in his bag from earlier, Lottie said, "I'm really not sure about the method to create this gas you speak of. These materials are extremely hard to come by." A voice chimed in, "Care for a guess?" Casper held the small piece of metal in his hand and asked, "Why don't you try using gunpowder as the explosive trigger for this weapon?" He stared intently at the slip of paper and continued, "Not only does it pack a much stronger punch than gas, but it's also easier to find and transport. The only problem is the cost." Steve hefted a heavy pouch of coins, a confident smirk playing on his lips as he said, "But don't worry about that. And one more thing, could you upgrade my armor for me? I want something made of leather." Casper looked slightly surprised. "Leather armor? I'm not sure if that's possible in this market." With that, he leaned back and asked, "What do you think?" Lottie put her hands on her hips and replied, "Sure, I can handle it. It's even easier than making a saddle, but on one condition." She raised a finger, smiling as she added, "You have to find the leather yourself. If you can manage that, I'll forge your armor, even if it takes me all night." Hearing this, Steve slumped in absolute despair. He hung his head, cursing the heavens and his terrible luck. Where in the world am I supposed to find leather in a mining town? Banta, who was cleaning up over at the opposite counter, chuckled softly. "Good question. There might be a few wild beasts around the mines, but the vast majority of them are rock monsters." Suddenly remembering something, Steve blurted out. He snapped his head up and sprang to his feet, asking eagerly, "What about that monster you told me about yesterday? The one that showed up near the mines? Is it made of rock?" Banta wiped a glass, recalling the massive, gaping wounds on the victims from before. Judging by the state of the miners who made it back, they looked like they were brutally torn apart by some wild beast. Even after the wounds had healed, the scars were absolutely gruesome. But I've never seen the monster with my own eyes, so it's hard to say. Seeing that terrifying, savage grin spread across Steve's face, he felt a wave of unease, the hair on the back of his neck standing on end. He asked, "You're not actually planning on going after that thing, are you? It might not even have any leather on it." Steve stubbornly replied, "Well, the only way to find out is to skin it." Banta tried his best to talk him out of it. But not even the city guards could stop it. That's exactly why they had to assemble a whole army from all over the place. Steve rested his chin on his hand and chuckled. "Don't worry," he said. "The whole point of upgrading my gear is to make sure I stay alive. I'm not going to do anything stupid. Besides, you're a dwarf, so I'm pretty sure you know just how good this armor's going to be." Hearing that, Banta finally felt a little relieved. All right, he said. "Then you should go talk to him." Banta glanced over at the drunk old man who was sleeping soundly nearby as he spoke. He's a member of the Sentikma City Guard, and also a very reliable source of information about what's going on around here. He's a crucial link in the black market. Why don't you try asking him? He was the first one to tell us about the monster. While the old man was fast asleep, a loud voice suddenly boomed, completely shattering his sweet dreams. "Allow me to buy you a drink." The old man looked at the young man carrying a massive mug of beer over to him, completely baffled. "What do you want?" Steve cut straight to the chase. "I want to know more about that monster in the mines." The old man groaned in sheer exhaustion. "Not this again?" His cheeks flushed red with alcohol and irritation. "I don't want to talk about it. It seems like everyone only seeks me out just to ask about that damn thing." Steve looked at him with utmost seriousness, his expression full of absolute sincerity. "I'm not just asking for the fun of it," he said. "You saw the miners get attacked, didn't you?" The old man's face instantly went deathly pale, a dark shadow falling over his features. Gritting his teeth, he slammed his fist violently onto the table and roared in fury, leaving Steve completely stunned. "Yes, I saw it. I just stood there, completely useless, watching unarmed men get ripped cleanly in half by its claws. And I ran away like a pathetic coward, totally failing my duty as a warrior. Are you satisfied now?" Furious, Banta rushed over in a flash and slapped the old man right across the face, sending his head spinning. Banta barked, "I need you alive." "You fool! You're our most valuable source of information." The old man finally caved and revealed more. It was a manticore. Hearing those words, Steve tensed up, breaking out in a cold sweat. He instantly pictured the terrifying creature with massive wings and a venomous scorpion tail. "A manticore?" he asked in disbelief. "You mean those monsters that are usually found out in the Cadelt Desert? What in the world is a manticore doing all the way up here in the Jack Mountains?" The old man began to recall that horrific nightmare and continued his story. While they were digging deep down into the mines, a massive wall suddenly collapsed. That cave-in injured a lot of people, and right after, a manticore with razor-sharp wings lunged straight at us. In the blink of an eye, the comrade standing right in front of me was struck down, blood splattering absolutely everywhere. The guards didn't even have time to react before they were brutally slaughtered on the spot. It's a grotesque, hulking beast, with the body of a wild animal, huge wings, and a tail dripping with deadly venom. Hearing this, Steve's eyes lit up with absolute thrill. He thought to himself, a manticore, a savage beast with giant bat wings and a highly venomous scorpion tail. It's the absolute perfect creature to harvest materials from. Steve said, "Thanks. Here's the reward for your help." The old man, sitting leaned against the wall, lowered his head as he struggled to adjust his arm guard. The old man asked, "Are you really going after it?" Steve furrowed his brows, then let out a laugh while scratching his head. "Yep, I actually need some monster hides." The old man let out a helpless sigh and warned him, "All right, fine. I suppose there's no stopping you reckless warriors and thrill seekers anyway. But let me warn you, that beast is covered completely in steel." He dropped the coin pouch back onto the table and added, "You can keep the money. I didn't tell you about this monster just so you could go and get yourself killed." Steve got a bit flustered, quickly waving his hands in a panic. "Hey, it's fine." He pointed a finger at himself, grinning with confidence. "I'm a lot stronger than I look, you know. Besides, I wouldn't just blindly decide to hunt a manticore. Suddenly, a small spark of bright blue lightning crackled at the tip of his finger. The old man didn't quite get what he meant. The monster I'm talking about is as strong as a dragon. You youngsters are all just showing off. Steve focused, snapping his fingers sharply forward, causing the lightning to burst outward. Suddenly, a small iron spike materialized right in front of him, making the two old men sitting there jump out of their skin. They gasped, "Huh? What was that?" The old man realized it, asking in awe, "Are you a mage?" Balthazar couldn't stop marveling. Wow, no wonder the kid is so confident. Steve humbly blew the smoke from his fingertips. He raised an eyebrow and replied, "Not exactly, but at the very least, I can more than hold my own. You don't mind if I head out now, do you?" The old man furrowed his brow, speaking with lingering unease. "Listen here, then. You'll need a way to sneak into the mines, won't you?" He offered. "If you'll let me, I'll arrange everything for you." Elsewhere, with their shoes and clothes stained and reeking like they had just crawled out of a sewer, a soft groan echoed. This stench! Steve and Elena pinched their noses, forcing themselves to keep moving forward. He asked, "Is this the secret path he was talking about? A sewer?" Elena replied, "Well, at least we managed to avoid the soldier encampments all over the city. Everything around here is a slimy mess, with piles of bare bones just scattered about." The skull spoke into his mind. "Steve, the monster has definitely been through here." Seeing the gruesome scene before him, Steve groaned inwardly. "Good Lord, we just got in here and it's already a total mess." He reached out his hand, beginning to channel his power, his animal instinct. As he did, Steve tightly covered his nose, holding his breath. The stench of rotting meat and guts was absolutely unbearable, but the skull quickly reassured him. "Stay calm." Steve looked down at the tracks stamped into the ground beneath their feet, deep in thought. Look at those footprints in the mud. They're all heading in one direction. Suddenly, Elena noticed a strange arm nearby with a ring on it. She called out, "I think we'll be safe here at least." "Look at that," Steve said. He stared at the blackened, rotting hand and flinched. It was a severed arm. His eyes turned cold as he glanced down. Could this belong to one of his guards? Steve recalled the old man's words back at the tavern. "I only have one request. Please bring back the belongings of my fallen comrades." Elena picked up the ring and gently slipped it into the pouch at her side. She said, "At least we found something." Steve agreed. "Yeah, keep your eyes peeled. We might find something else." He took the lead while Elena followed close behind. He said, "Let's go this way." As they walked, Steve spoke up and asked, "Do you know anything about these things?" Motum, the skull, exclaimed in surprise. Steve clarified. "About the manticores. I've only ever heard stories about them. So they can resist both physical and magical damage? That is completely unfair." Motum replied, "They do have incredibly high endurance, but of course, they have their weaknesses too. The wing joints connected to their shoulders are the thinnest, weakest spots on their bodies. That's where they are most vulnerable to physical attacks." Taking it all in, Steve nodded. "I'll keep that in mind." By the time they finished speaking, the two of them had already ventured deep inside. Elena looked toward a pile of discarded weapons and bloodstains, speaking up, "It looks like a total bloodbath up ahead." Steve asked, "Do you think the manticores did this?" Motum answered, "Well, there aren't exactly any other monsters around here capable of causing this kind of carnage." Hearing that, he stepped forward, picking up an item to inspect it. "Fair enough, but why though?" Right as he finished his sentence, a massive roar suddenly echoed out, making both of them jump and whip their heads around. Motum saw right through the situation and immediately warned him, "It knows we're here. It's just waiting for you to step into its territory. It's not as tough to deal with as a dragon, but it's still extremely high level. Most people would never choose to face one of these things." Hearing that, Steve let out an exhausted sigh. Terrifying. But even knowing the danger, Elena didn't back down. She said, "There's no need to be scared. Honestly, my grandmother's 8-hour training sessions were way scarier than this." As she spoke, she flashed back to that memory. "Wake up, Elena. We're just getting started." Steve's face went completely blank as he asked, 8 hours of sheer terror?" Motum chimed in, "Just what did that elf woman force her to do?" At that thought, he slapped his own cheeks hard to snap himself out of it. "That's right. I'm trying to take down an entire damn nation here. I can't afford to cower before a freak like this," Steve reminded himself. Motum added, "Exactly. Even if you lose an arm and both legs, I'll make sure you stay breathing. So what are you so afraid of?" Steve shot back. Don't treat me like some disposable ragdoll. With that, he pulled out a spool of steel wire. Don't worry, I have zero intention of dying in this filthy dungeon. Elena asked, do you have a plan? From what I've heard, there's no way you can take it down with just a trap like that. Steve kept rigging the trap, looking a bit ridiculous as he replied. Hey, it's a reinforced iron frame. At the very least, it'll stall the manticore for a second, and nothing is useless when we're betting our lives on this. Once the setup was complete, he drew his dagger and looked at her. I'm going to bait it over. Hold your position and cover me from here. She nodded. Got it. Be careful. Steve's eyes flashed with confidence mixed with a hint of curiosity. Let's see just how tough this thing really is. With that, he tightened his grip on the dagger and mentally chanted, Enchant. He crept deeper into the darkness, knowing the beast could strike at any second. Suddenly, Motem spoke up. What is that? Right in front of Steve was a large mound of dirt, with a bizarre object resting right in the center. He squinted. Is that an egg? Motem replied, looks like it. Manticores don't lay eggs until they're at least 50 years old. That's an incredibly rare find. Steve whistled in amazement. Well, I guess I won't have to worry about cash for a while, if I can get my hands on that. He stood there muttering to himself, completely unaware of the creature with glowing eyes watching him from right above. Actually, I don't think you should be eyeing that right now. Mafatswat, worry about your own hide first. The very second the words left Motem's mouth, the monstrous beast lunged straight down from the ceiling. It opened its massive, fang-filled jaws, looking to swallow Steve whole. Luckily, at that critical split-second moment, Motem yelled out. Moving on pure instinct, he barely managed to dive out of the way. Steve, his face pale with shock, gasped, You saved my ass! But before he could even finish the sentence, Motem screamed, Behind you! Hearing that, he twisted violently to the side, narrowly dodging the manticore's razor-sharp claws. Steve instantly whipped out his dagger. Motem quickly explained, Manticore eggs are practically indestructible. It knows you can't actually hurt the egg. The beast's face twisted in pure rage as it glared at Steve, letting out a blood-curdling growl. Panic set in as he thought to himself, This is bad. A venomous tail, acid spit, razor-sharp fangs, and deadly claws. There's no way I can defend against all of that at once. Realizing he was outmatched, he didn't hesitate for another second. He spun around and ran for his damn life. Seeing its prey flee, the manticore wasn't about to let him go, immediately giving chase right on his heels. The beast leaped high into the air with a deafening roar, flashing its massive, razor-sharp claws. Still sprinting, Steve glanced back, threw his hand up, and cast his spells. Arc Fire! Fireball! The two powerful spells combined and slammed directly into the manticore. But before Steve could even register the hit, Motem screamed, Watch out! Unbelievably, the beast didn't have a single scratch on it. It whipped its venomous tail right through the massive flames, striking straight at Steve. He watched in absolute horror as two lightning-fast toxic stingers shot past him, piercing deep into the ground. What the hell? It can shoot its venomous stingers too? Motem responded. Even so, blasting it with magic is still a much better bet than getting close with a blade. Keep firing. With the situation looking this grim, Steve had no other choice but to trust the advice. He unleashed wave after wave of fire. Motem encouraged him, Keep at it. It can't tank these blasts forever. Unable to close the distance, the manticore furiously whipped its tail, launching another barrage of venom. Caught off guard, Steve was unfortunately grazed by the attack. He winced in sharp pain and glanced at his arm. Motem warned him, That acid will melt straight through anything that isn't magically enchanted. Be extremely careful! Steve locked his eyes back on the beast and roared, Elena, fire! Hearing her cue, she instantly sprang into action. A razor-sharp arrow whistled through the air, heading straight for the manticore's eyes. But the attack was barely a mosquito bite to the beast, not leaving a single scratch. Refusing to give up, Elena kept firing arrow after arrow, thinking to herself, That hide is insanely tough to pierce. She unleashed a relentless rain of arrows, but the manticore simply swatted them all away as it charged forward. But mid-charge, it suddenly slammed right into the steel wire trap Steve had rigged earlier. The momentum violently tangled its massive body in the wire, sending it tumbling wildly across the dirt floor. Steve shouted, That's enough! I'll take it from here! Steve thrust his hand forward, conjuring a massive sphere of flames, and chanted, Fireball! The moment the spell left his hand, a massive explosion rocked the dungeon, kicking up a thick cloud of dust and debris. Elena held her ground, gripping her bow tightly as she waited for her next order. Spotting the perfect opening, Steve signaled her, "Now, keep firing!" The manticore was instantly engulfed by the roaring flames and a brutal barrage of incoming arrows. But suddenly, the beast's muscles bulged with pure, unadulterated rage. With a deafening roar, it flared its colossal wings, violently blowing away the flames and the arrows in a single swoop. Elena flinched in utter terror at the sight, her eyes wide with shock. Steve quickly called out, "I'm going in for close combat. You just keep your distance." Knowing better than to argue, she simply nodded and yelled back, "Understood." While the manticore was momentarily distracted, pawing at its eyes, Steve sprinted forward. "This is my chance," he thought, the joint connecting its wing to its body. Without hesitation, he fiercely drove his dagger straight into the creature's wing joint. Damn it, I missed the vital spot. Ambushed and in agony, the monster threw its head back and unleashed a savage, blood-curdling roar. A split second later, it locked its terrifying bloodshot eyes dead onto Steve. It rammed its rock-hard head into him, slamming him violently against the wall. A mouthful of fresh blood spewed from Steve's lips. He gasped, "Steve!" Hearing that, Elena was startled and called out to him. Mem quickly got to work, casting a healing spell. Reinvigorated by the healing magic, ST dragged his battered body up and said, "Don't worry, I can still hold on." Motem warned him, "Don't rely on healing magic too much. It only keeps you on your feet. It doesn't actually cure your injuries. If your organs are ruptured and you're bleeding internally, you're a dead man." Even knowing this, Steve felt no fear. He looked up and muttered, "It's fine. It was totally worth it. Look." Sure enough, the sword was still impaled in the manticore's body. It was wedged tightly right into its wing joint. He smiled, letting out a breath of relief, and added, "Right where I aimed." Motem urged him, "Then you better finish this quickly. That sword is the only melee weapon you've got." ST threw his hand forward and declared, "High risk, high reward. This isn't the first time the odds have been stacked against me. Arc!" The moment he shouted the spell, a blast of blue lightning erupted. The violent bolts of electricity coiled together, striking the manticore dead on and making it howl in sheer agony. Seeing this, he rejoiced inwardly. "Yes, it's working." Motem chimed in. "The electrical current is flowing right through the sword and directly into its body. You're finally doing some real damage." Overwhelmed by the massive voltage, the monster's strength began to fade, its screeches growing weaker by the second. Sit was equally exhausted from continuously casting spells. Gritting his teeth, he prayed inwardly, "I didn't think this would be an easy fight, but the longer this drags on, the worse it gets for me. Please, just die already!" Suddenly, the manticore's expression darkened ominously. It threw its head back to the sky and let out a deafening roar. From its tail, streams of toxic yellow venom began to seep out. The manticore fired off deadly venom spikes straight at Stay and Elena. However, he and Motem were quick to react, working in perfect sync. They shouted, instantly unleashing an explosive shockwave to violently repel the incoming barrage of toxic darts. Motem yelled, "Acid everywhere! Let's try that again!" Obeying, he closed his eyes, clenched his fists tightly, and shouted out the attack. No sooner had the words left his mouth than the manticore lunged forward, swinging its massive claws. Spotting the danger from afar, Elena raised her bow, aiming dead center at the furious beast. It was so fixated on Stay that it remained completely oblivious to her. Right as it slammed its lethal claw down, her arrow struck. Just like before, the attack didn't even leave a scratch on it, but it clearly felt the impact, snapping its terrifying head around to glare furiously at Elena. It whipped its venomous tail right at her, while she was completely unaware that she was running out of arrows. If we don't finish this battle soon... Back on Stit's end, he quickly spotted the life-threatening danger, sheer panic flashing across his face. Without a second thought, he dove in, tackling Elena to the side just before the lethal strike hit. Stit stared at the pulverized ground where they had just stood, furiously thinking to himself, "Ugh, that damn tail is pissing me off!" Gathering his thoughts, he barked, "Ellen, get down and cover me." Hearing this, she immediately responded, "Got it." Steve glared at the manticore in front of him and swore, "Damn it, it actually did some real damage." Yet, the monstrous beast was now standing perfectly fine, as if the grueling battle hadn't even happened. He wondered to himself, why the hell does it look completely unaffected? Modem materialized and said, "Trust me, that last attack definitely did a number on it. You just need to land one more solid hit." He replied, "Man, I really wish I'd brought my lens with me." Dodging another vicious strike, Stee continued, "With that thing, I could have easily blasted a massive hole right through it." Motem snapped back, "Forget about that and focus on the fight in front of you." At that, Steve thrust his hand up, generating a massive surge of lightning. "Let's see if you can take this," he thought fiercely. "Arc!" he roared, blasting the monster head-on with a strike of maximum voltage. His face was a mix of terror and anxiety as he desperately hoped for a miracle to happen. But just like before, the manticore flared its massive wings, completely shattering the entire lightning blast. Witnessing this, Stet was utterly horrified. Eyes wide in disbelief, he blurted out, "Oh shit. How the hell?" The colossal beast stood tall and imposing, glaring dead ahead. Suddenly, its eyes glazed over, and its massive body collapsed heavily to the ground. Drained of all its strength, it sprawled motionless on the earth, kicking up a thick cloud of dust. Seizing the moment, Stee immediately leaped up and charged forward. It worked! Now's my chance! But he completely failed to notice the manticore's tail violently whipping around right behind him. Motem panicked and screamed, "Watch out! Stee! The tail!" Fortunately, in the absolute nick of time, Elena's arrow whistled through the air, completely pinning the monster's tail. Striking a total badass pose, she smirked. "I've got your back." Even Meeman couldn't help but hand out some well-deserved praise. "Nice shot, Elf, even though I know you can't hear me." At this point, Saint whipped out the makeshift tool he had picked up earlier and declared, "Anything can be a weapon, if you just try hard enough." With that, he brutally plunged the tool right into the manticore's wing. "Your wing is mine now." Gritting his teeth, he violently ripped the wing right off its body, sending a massive shower of blood everywhere. The monster opened its fang-filled maw, shrieking in pure, agonizing pain. Standing at point-blank range, Stee was absolutely deafened by the piercing screech. He slapped his hands over his ears, grimacing inwardly. "Ugh, just shut up." Despite the immense pain, he pushed through it, eyes narrowing fiercely. "I'm not done yet." Shouting this, ST delivered a devastating punch straight to the monster's head. The sheer brutality of the scene left both Motem and Elena utterly stunned. But he didn't stop there. He immediately followed up by casting Fireball. Throwing punch after brutal punch, he roared, "Fireball!" He unleashed blast after blast, giving the manticore zero chance to fight back until it crumpled completely into the dirt. Seizing the final opening, Steve delivered the finishing blow, a massive fireball that practically melted the earth beneath them. Only then did he finally stop. His face, hands, and legs were completely drenched in blood. As for the monster, it had been sent straight to hell, its body blown clean through and charred into roasted meat. Pushing himself too hard, Steve's arm took a hit. He clutched it, trembling in pain. Elena rushed over immediately, asking, "Steve, are you okay?" He replied, "Yeah, well, at least I'm still alive." She pulled out a red potion and said, "Rub some of this on the wound, then drink the rest." Hearing this, he did as he was told, applying it to his injured arm. He then chugged the rest in one breath. Mortem appeared right then, praising him. "Not bad. That ending was quite impressive." Still in disbelief, Elena chimed in, "I can't believe you took down that manticore all by yourself. I'm completely stunned." Steve let out a heavy sigh of relief and asked, "We won, right? It's actually dead, isn't it?" She answered, "Yeah, even though it's hard to believe." He smiled, glancing at her as he said, "Good, now let me skin it, and then we'll get out of here." But before Steve could even finish his sentence, the manticore's tail lashed out right in front of him, making him blurt out in shock. Steve looked at the charred body of the monster and said, "All right, let me skin it, and then we'll leave." Just as he said that, he suddenly froze, bringing a hand to his face as he muttered, "What the hell is this?" Seeing his expression, Elena and Mortem were also surprised and asked, "What's wrong?" "Is something the matter?" He replied, "It's nothing." Steve continued walking toward the monster's body, peering inside to take a closer look. His face filled with disappointment as he said, "There's really nothing here, not a single corpse of anything it devoured." Mortem chimed in, "You're right, considering how many people it's eaten, it's hard to believe its stomach is completely empty." No matter how much he thought about it, Steve still felt like something was horribly wrong here. He recalled what happened earlier, thinking to himself, there were so many traces of human remains in the dungeon, yet its stomach is empty. The only thing left is the egg. The moment he thought of this, Elena and Mortem also suddenly realized it. Their eyes widened as they gasped, "The egg?" Right at that moment, another manticore's tail violently lashed out, striking right in front of Steve. Catching him off guard, the venomous stinger was inches away from his eye, leaving him no time to react. In the nick of time, Elena dashed over and delivered a flying kick straight to the monster's tail, knocking it off course. Steve was thrown to the side at the same time. He slammed hard into the dirt, his head bleeding profusely. With eyes full of worry, he looked toward her and yelled, "Elena!" Meanwhile, Elena couldn't escape the danger as the monster turned its vicious focus onto her. Its tail shot forward, wrapping tightly around her neck. Unable to move, she reached up, desperately trying to pry it off. But her strength was fading. The grip tightened by the second, cutting off her air as her face twisted in agony. Seeing Elena in mortal danger, Steve forced himself up and rushed over, clenching his fist as he thought to himself, "Detonate!" Taking the blast, the monster shrieked in pain and dropped Elena to the ground. The situation was growing increasingly dire, filling him with dread as he cursed inwardly, "Damn it! I should have realized there were two of them the moment I saw that egg." Standing right in front of him now was another manticore, looking far more ferocious than the last one. This was the female, and she was massively larger than the male. Without any hesitation, she reared up and stomped hard, shattering the earth beneath her. With rocks flying everywhere, she thrust her rock-hard head toward Steve in the blink of an eye. The attack was so fast and unexpected that he couldn't react in time. Taking the blow head-on, he coughed up a mouthful of blood as his entire body was sent flying backward. But waiting for him right behind was the monster's tail, ready to strike. Steve was brutally impaled, an agonizing wave of pain crashing over him. Gritting his teeth, he tried to endure the excruciating pain. Sweat poured down his face as he let out a weak groan. Viscous venom oozed from the wound inflicted by the manticore. Her face pale with terror, Elena screamed, "Steve!" Trying to reassure her, he yelled back, "It's dangerous! Stay back!" While thinking to himself, the manticore with torn wings from the tavern tails, he wondered, is this the one they were talking about? With that thought, Steve raised his hand, conjuring a glowing fireball as he chanted inwardly, "Fireball!" The blast engulfed the manticore in flames, the fiery pain causing it to thrash and knock him to the ground. Mortem's voice rang out, "Get up! If you pass out, it's going to crush you." "I told you, recovery magic only keeps you on your feet. It doesn't fully heal you. Its acid is too strong. You won't be able to withstand it." Elena rushed over by now, standing protectively in front of him as she cried, "Hang in there!" His voice trembled as he replied, "I'm fine, but it's too dangerous for you." He tried to warn her, "We need to fall back right now and figure out a way to..." But at that very moment, Elena noticed something, her gaze snapping to the side. Right beside her, the manticore's tail swept in before she could even react. Her bow was completely shattered by the devastating blow. The brutal strike sent Elena flying, violently crashing into the ground. A thick cloud of dust and rubble plumed into the air. Slumped on the ground in agony, blood still pouring from his wounds, Steve cried out, "Elena!" Mortem interjected, "At least use the acid-neutralizing potion." He pulled out the remaining recovery potion from earlier, downing the rest of it before asking, "What happened to Elena?" Over there, Elena was lying completely still on the ground, not moving an inch. Mortem answered, "She's not dead yet, but if you don't take this thing down soon..." Before Mortem could finish, Steve cut him off, gripping his dagger tightly. "I know, we'll all die. I literally have no other choice but to kill it." As if understanding his resolve, a flash of fury sparked in the manticore's eyes. It let out a vicious growl, and without a second of hesitation, it fired a venomous spike from its tail straight at Steve. He wasn't about to just stand there and take it. Raising his hand, he unleashed a burst of wind energy, deflecting the toxic projectile away. Mortem spoke up, "I'll block its projectiles. Just focus on attacking." Hearing this, Steve raised his enchanted sword and activated his buff. He charged straight at the monster's incoming tail, thinking to himself, "I don't care how massive it is. It's still just a living, breathing creature. And that means its sensory organs are its weak spots." Wind energy. Right as the tail stabbed into the ground, A blast of wind propelled Steve upward, narrowly dodging the attack. A blinding cloud of dust kicked up, completely obscuring the monster's vision. Stinging from the debris, it desperately pawed at its eyes. Seizing the moment, he tightened his grip on his dagger and dove downward, aiming for the kill. Quick as lightning, he slashed his blade right across its wings. Blood sprayed violently as the beast let out an ear-piercing shriek of agony. Steve kicked hard against its body, yelling, "I'm not done yet!" The moment the words left his mouth, he drove the dagger brutally into the manticore's left eye before it could even react. Suddenly, its one remaining eye flared a glowing blood red. The monster whipped around, sinking its teeth into Steve with a critical, crushing bite. Seeing this, Mortem frantically cast a life-saving spell. Recovery! The horrifying wounds on his body immediately began to mend. He cracked a faint smile, his expression darkening with a menacing glint. The manticore also sensed something horribly wrong. Breaking into a cold sweat, it glanced sideways in terror. Out of nowhere, a colossal force slammed into it, forcing its jaws open in agony, and sending Steve tumbling safely to the side. His body was now covered in wounds of all sizes, but they were rapidly healing in a miraculous way. Stitt lay on the ground, laughing maniacally like a madman. Looking at the monster's expression, he felt immensely amused and asked, "What's the matter, you giant ugly beast?" A vicious gleam flashed in his eyes as he smirked and continued, "You were way too confident a few minutes ago, so why do you look so scared now? Are you all bark and no bite?" Elena furrowed her brows slightly, her eyes slowly opening. She sat up wearily, and seeing her awake, the stay immediately asked, "Can you stand?" Still in a daze, Elena asked him, "Did I pass out? What happened to the manticore?" Suddenly, a look of utter shock washed over Elena's face. What on earth is going on? She thought to herself. She looked toward the manticore, wondering, is the manticore actually terrified of him? Steve's voice quickly pulled her out of her thoughts. Gripping a knife in one hand and a shovel in the other, he said, "Hurry up, Elena, our prey is still alive." Seeing Steve's battle lust, Motem warned, "I don't mean to ruin your fun, but remember that you are almost completely out of energy. You only have enough for one last strike." Hearing its warning, he replied, "That's more than enough." Offering the knife to Elena, Stitt said, "This won't drag on much longer." His gaze remained fixated on the manticore as he asked, "Can you lend me a hand?" Hearing Steve's request, she immediately replied, "Absolutely." A faint, ethereal light suddenly emerged, striking profound fear into the beast. The manticore howled internally. A blinding beam of blue light and raw energy erupted from the sword buried in its eye. Agonized by that surge of energy, the manticore let out a deafening roar. His face contorted as intense thoughts raced through his mind. While the sword is lodged in its eye, I should drive it straight into its brain. Suddenly, the manticore went completely silent, not making a single sound. Watching it collapse to the ground, entirely devoid of strength, Steve thought to himself, "It's coming to its senses." Seizing the opportunity, he dashed forward. Stitt swung the shovel in his hand, decisively landing a brutal blow right into the manticore's remaining eye. The sheer agony of the strike made the beast scream out in torment. At that moment, Stay urgently ordered, "Elena, cut off its tail, now!" Following his command, Elena swiftly maneuvered to the back of the manticore. Without missing a single beat, she decisively severed its tail. The freshly severed appendage detached and fell to the ground with a heavy thud. Capitalizing on the severed tail, Stitt rushed over and hoisted it high into the air. His face clearly showed the intense strain of his racing thoughts. "If you are the ultimate predator of this dungeon, then I will impale you with my ultimate weapon." The moment that thought crossed Steve's mind, the sharp tail thrust forward, striking the manticore and sending it crashing down. The razor-sharp tip of the tail plunged deep into the manticore's flesh. He stood to the side, gazing down at its lifeless body resting on the ground. Motem appeared behind Stay, exuding a powerful aura as he declared, "We finally did it." The scene shifted to a lavishly decorated room, buzzing with the lively murmurs of gossip. "Hey, what on earth is he carrying? Who is that guy?" "Look, it's Bantara." He and the crowd behind him stared in absolute astonishment. "Good heavens!" he exclaimed. "Is that a real manticore? The one from Mount Jacra?" Watching Stay and Elena struggling with a massive, tangled heap in front of them, Bantara asked, "Are those all of its body parts? does this mean you actually defeated that monster? Still panting from the heavy lifting, he replied, yes, there was a male and a female hunting together. I think the female temporarily left her egg there because her wing was injured. Stit pulled out a gigantic egg, making Bantra gasp in awe. An egg! His expression unchanging. Stit chuckled and said, it's my first time seeing one too. Stit brought out a bag marked with a $sign and added, oh, and here is the compensation for the information. The older man immediately cut him off. No, keep it. Surprised by Bantara's words, Stit blurted out, wait, what? His face beaming with joy and complete satisfaction, the man said, just getting to see this is reward enough. I will be bragging about this for years to come. Stit watched helplessly as Bantara began squabbling with the crowd, trying to touch the massive pile of loot. Keep your hands off! Ignoring the commotion, Stit walked over to the table where the horned old man sat and said, and this is for you. Startled by his words, the old man looked up. Huh? Seeing the items in the bag Steve had brought, the two-horned old man gasped in disbelief. What is all this? This is... He trailed off, utterly stunned. I'm sorry, Stit said, rubbing the back of his neck awkwardly. Most of them didn't have anything left on them, but I tried to bring back as much as I possibly could. Hearing this, the old man quickly replied, there is no need to apologize. Honestly, I should be the one thanking you. Tears streamed down the old man's face as he wept. At least now I have something to give to their families. Knowing I can finally tell them what happened, I feel so deeply relieved. Seeing the joyful relief on the two-horned old man's face, Steve couldn't help but offer a gentle, warm smile. As night fell, the tavern echoed with loud, bustling chatter and overflowing excitement. Hey, I heard you saw the manticore's egg. Where is it? Casper stared at the enormous egg intently, his voice filled with awe. Is this really it? I had only ever heard rumors about it before. LTI, holding a piece of cloth in hand, inspected it eagerly. Just look at its shell. It's so hard and incredibly sturdy. Bantra sat with Steve at the opposite side of the table, his eyes glued to the egg. He sat there and declared loudly, all right, listen up. I don't mind you all taking a look, but you must absolutely not breathe a word of this to anyone else. If anyone gives me trouble over this, I swear by the gods of the underworld, I will hunt them down to the deepest pits of hell. Hearing Bant say this, he gave a playful smile and said, great customer service, though I'm honestly surprised I didn't have to pay much for these two manticores. Lottie held a large scrap of hide in her hands and replied cheerfully, well, I have no idea what you did to kill them, but their pelts are pretty badly damaged. Still, that's the least of your worries when fighting a manticore. Honestly, it's a miracle you even made it out alive. He thought to himself, yeah, if I'd worried about their pelts during the fight, I would have been dead in a heartbeat. Casper turned to Steve and said, oh, and that sack on the table? That's your change from the weapon upgrades. Hearing that, he immediately opened the sack on the table and asked in surprise, there's this much left over? Lynn chimed in, I left your sword at the workshop, you can pick it up tomorrow. As for the armor, it'll take about 3 days if I start working on it today. Sit asked curiously, doesn't it take a lot longer to treat and cure monster hides? Hearing this, she gave him a thumbs up and said, only if you're an amateur. Don't underestimate the craftsmanship of Sentik Ma. Taking advantage of the moment, ST quickly asked for a favor. I actually have a problem. Elena gently cradled the broken pieces of her bow in her hands, her expression filled with sadness and regret. Seeing this, he asked, so, is there any way to fix this bow? Lottie answered bluntly while Elena and he stared at the splinters. No. Examining the remains of the bow, she said, it's damaged way beyond repair. We'll just have to make a new one. However, this bow was crafted with incredibly exquisite technique, so I'm not entirely sure I can replicate the exact same quality. Remembering how Elena had used the bow to block a strike during the battle, Sit felt extremely guilty. I'm so sorry, he said gently. This is all my fault. Though her face was etched with sorrow, she still tried to comfort him. It's all right. It was just an old bow my grandfather gave me. I knew this would happen sooner or later. Steve panicked, screaming internally. Clutching his head, he mentally asked Motum, did she just heavily emphasize the word grandfather? Sensing the sheer panic in Steve, the familiar took the opportunity to laugh wickedly and replied, she sure did. Noticing Elena's ears drooping, he whispered to himself in confusion, wait, what does it mean when her ears droop like that? Sit turned to her and said, first thing tomorrow morning, let's go find a blacksmith. I'll help you get a much better bow. Hearing his promise, Elena gave a polite nod and murmured, "Thank you." As she turned to leave, Sit called out softly, "Good night." Right then, Motum suddenly chimed in. "Hey, Sit." Hearing the call, he immediately answered, "What is it?" Motum stroked its chin and asked, "Do you honestly think we'll find one anywhere around here?" "Not really caring," he snapped back. "Can you just shut up for a second? I'm trying to think." The scene shifts to a place filled with countless razor-sharp wooden stakes. The northern front of Benezia. Zero, clad in heavy armor, stood amidst the massive wooden stakes and commanded, "Rebuild the wall as fast as you can. We must be ready for the next wave of monsters." The soldiers carrying heavy wooden stakes in their arms shouted in unison, "Yes, sir!" Stepping up the wooden stairs, he muttered as he walked, "These monsters just keep coming from all sides, yet we aren't getting the supplies and reinforcements we desperately need." Slumping at his wooden desk, Zero spoke with weary frustration. "Nothing is going according to plan." A loud voice echoed from outside. "Brandon Castle has contacted us again." He replied gloomily, "I'm in no mood to hear more excuses or meaningless empty talk. Tell them I'm busy." A private, looking frantic, rushed in holding a glowing purple orb and said, "It's different this time, sir." Zero frowned, looking up as he asked, "Who is it?" The purple orb on the desk projected a voice. "How have you been lately, Your Highness?" Recognizing the voice, Prince Zero's tone immediately shifted. "Vanstock! You called just in time. I was starting to wonder if something had happened." On the other end, Vanstock recalled the exact order Zero had given him previously. Take the absolute best among the royal guards and retrieve the artifact as quickly as possible. He spoke with clear hesitation. "Ah, my lord, we have a bit of a problem. Do you recall the special task force you sent to retrieve the artifact from the new dungeon a few weeks ago?" Zero rubbed his temples and groaned. "Let me guess. They came back empty-handed." Hearing this, Vanstock replied gravely, "Actually, it's even worse than that." As he spoke, a vision appeared of what the scouts had witnessed in the dungeon. "I assembled a squad to search for them, and they reported that the dungeon has been completely destroyed." The news caught Zero completely off guard, making him exclaim, "What?" With a furious expression, he snarled, "Doesn't that mean someone else got their hands on the artifact? Did the royal guards betray me?" Following Vanstock's judgment, an image materialized showing a group of orphans in ragged clothes, along with a rolled-up parchment bound by something deeply eerie and sinister. He quickly denied it. "Of course not, my lord. All the royal guards were handpicked from destitute orphans with nowhere else to go. And if they ever harbored thoughts of betraying the royal family, well, naturally there hasn't been a single traitor to this day." Zero clenched his fists. Glaring at the glowing orb, he said, "I know you trust these guards, Vanstock, so I won't question their loyalty. But this isn't just about some artifact. My very position is on the line here." An image of Anfet flashed through Zero's mind. He buried his face in his hands and groaned, "There is no telling what my older brother will do if he finds out about this. Find them, as soon as possible." Vanstock replied, "Yes, my lord. Right away." The scene shifts to a thick, juicy hamburger sitting on a very elegant plate. A voice rang out, "Hey boss, how many weapon shops are there around here?" Bantara asked, "Are you looking for a new bow for that young lady?" He scarfed down the burger in a hurry and mumbled, "Do you think I'll actually be able to find one?" He replied, "I'm not so sure. I mean, of course you can find a bow, but it won't be easy to replace hers." Bant crossed his arms and said seriously, "It seems like that one held an awful lot of sentimental value for her. Besides, elves despise everything that comes from the dungeons, so chances are she won't even like the kind of weapons we forge around here." Steve hurriedly wiped his mouth and said, "All right, I gotta go. I'm gonna find a bow for her, even if I have to check every single pawn shop and weapon forge in this city." "Thanks a lot for the meal." At this, the man standing behind the counter gestured toward him and said, "Hate to break it to you, but you're a bit too late. Your girlfriend has already gone back up to the surface." Hearing Bant say this, Steve exclaimed in surprise, "What? When?" The old man stroked his chin. "She woke up before you and asked me how to get out of here. I'm sure she'll be fine, but there are a lot of shady characters roaming around. If you're that worried, you'd better go after her." He threw his napkin right into Bantaza's face. Steve said impatiently, "Why didn't you try to stop her? And for the record, she's not my girlfriend." Watching his hurried back, the old man remarked, "All right then, she seems a bit more perceptive than you." Boys are always the last to realize these things. Entering the town, which boasted a rich and bustling marketplace, a voice rang out. Where on earth did she wander off to? By now, Steve was wearing a black cloak over his outfit. With a worried look, he said, Wait, I just realized I never explained the value of money here to Elena. I hope she doesn't get scammed. Motem whispered in his ear, Don't worry about her. At least she's more careful than you are. Just then, the voice of a passerby caught Steve's attention. I know a great tavern nearby. Come have a drink with us. Those words made him look up. Following the sound, Steve saw a group of men surrounding Elena, trying to sweet-talk her. Oh, come on, I really do know a great spot. Forget about the weapon shop. Staring at the figure in doubt, he muttered, Is that Elena? The voice in his ear chimed in, Aren't you going to go after her? He hid to the side to observe, thinking to himself, There are 3 of them. Will she be okay? Suddenly, something caught his eye. Steve was taken aback and thought to himself, What the? Following his gaze, he saw a fiery Elena fiercely rejecting the men's advances by kicking one of them straight into a wooden barrel. Half expecting this, Steve chuckled in amusement and said, I should have known there'd be trouble. Motem added from beside him, Those 3 don't stand a chance. Steve stepped out of his hiding spot, catching the attention of one of the thugs. The thug barked aggressively, Who the hell is this guy? Steve gave a slight smile, pointed at himself, and replied casually, Don't worry about me. Just pretend I'm not here. Furious, the thug lunged at him, yelling, What do you want? Here to enjoy the show? Steve swiftly dodged the attack and delivered a painfully solid punch. Following an uppercut, Steve gave him a buy one get one free special, landing another hit that knocked the thug flat on the ground. His face was now streaming with tears, with blood spurting from his nose and mouth. Another thug just looked at him and shivered in fear. Elena rushed in and delivered a swift kick to the thug. She snapped, What are you looking at? Elena's kick successfully sent him flying to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. Steve stood there stunned, then smirked and asked, Hey, you holding up okay? Hearing him, she shot back, Were you actually worried about me? A memory of a past battle flashed before her eyes. Elena said, And then it happened again. During that last battle, I couldn't defeat those guys. I'm trying to overcome my weaknesses. Meanwhile, Steve stood to the side, observing her. He pulled his hood down, watching closely as he silently assessed. Well, those guys were actually pretty well trained. She said, Let's head somewhere else now. The voices of Steve and Elena echoed through the narrow alleyway. She asked, What are you doing out here? Looking equally puzzled, he replied, I was just about to ask you the same thing. Steve walked ahead of Elena and said, Looking for you, obviously. Why did you come out here all by yourself so early in the morning? She spoke with a hint of sadness. We elves believe that old items hold great value, so before sunrise, I buried my grandfather's bow in a proper resting place. Her words pierced right through him. Her grandfather, the bow, buried. Motem whispered beside Steve. Seems like she's trying to make you feel guilty. Elves are clearly a lot smarter than you are. Clutching his chest, Steve said, I see. I suppose that took a while. The two of them walked through the small town, passing by various shops big and small. Elena said, No, not exactly. I actually just burned it. It was pretty hard to find somewhere secluded enough, though. Anyway, after that, I decided to look for a new bow in the shops around here, instead of going back to the inn. Her words caught him completely off guard as he blurted out, Wait, what? But when I asked around, they all said no one had visited their shops. She explained, I was afraid people might find out I'm an elf if I actually walked in and talked to the owners. Just as Elena described, the image of her standing outside, peering into the shops came to mind. Elena continued, So, just to be safe, I only looked at the shops from the outside, but I didn't really see anything I liked. I was just thinking about heading back when those men suddenly approached me. A helpless look appeared on Steve's face as he thought to himself, So, that's what happened. He said gently, Give me some time. I'll definitely find a bow that you'll love. I promise. Hearing this, Motem chimed in. Are you kidding me? Where are you going to find a replacement for a bow that meant so much to her? Annoyed at the interruption, Steve warned, Stay out of this. Motem retorted, Don't copy me. That's my line. Just then, while wandering around, Steve noticed a particular shop. Steve said, Hey, let's check this place out. Stepping inside, he and Elena were surrounded by a massive pile of different weapons. Steve looked around in surprise and said, I guess since this is a mining town, they have all sorts of rare items in stock. Excuse me, is anybody here? Meanwhile, Elena noticed a bow rack. She thought to herself, these bows? She picked one up and examined it closely. Seeing her interest, Steve quickly asked, what is it? Did you find one you like? Elena sighed and said, no. The type of wood they used is all wrong. The grain of the wood they used for the core of this bow is literally screaming in pain. Her words left him utterly baffled. You can hear it? Don't worry, there'll be plenty more bows in other cities. Motem immediately cut in. You're never going to find a bow for her. The shop owner came out from an upstairs room and said, oh, sorry, I was just packing some things up. Are you folks looking for anything in particular? He walked over to a counter across from Steve's, who replied, wait a moment, sir. Right then, Motem's warning echoed inside his mind. Hold on, Steve. There is a lot of clutter in here, but I bet there are some truly rare hidden gems. Steve turned to look at the mess, with a face full of doubt. You perceive things entirely differently than humans do, don't you? Tell me, what exactly do you see? An object resembling the hilt of a dagger suddenly materialized in his hand, followed by Motem's firm assertion. This is going to be absolutely perfect for your little friend. Steve stared at it blankly, completely lost. Huh? What in the world is this? Steve and Elena were chatting away inside a tavern. He looked at her and let out a heavy sigh, but she was brimming with pure excitement. What a relief. I am really glad you finally found a weapon you actually like. Me too! He shot Motem a fleeting look of utter disdain. It really is quite an impressive piece of equipment. I mean, it uses your own energy to manifest whatever weapon feels the most comfortable for you. My skills are vastly more impressive. Elena was absolutely thrilled to have it. She hummed a happy little tune as a brilliant idea suddenly sparked in her mind. Thanks a million. I think I am going to call it Ricordacho. You actually gave it a name? Steve's face suddenly scrunched up in deep discomfort. Hey, ever since I put these things on back at the shop. Beads of sweat rolled down his face as he gritted his teeth, staring intensely at the rings on his fingers. I have been feeling incredibly weird. My entire body just feels so damn heavy. Concealment. I really tried my best to pick out items that wouldn't draw too much attention. Motem was having the time of his life, laughing as he patted the boy's head. Ah, the sweet, intoxicating scent of dark energy and sheer death. I absolutely love it. It feels fantastic. Now, you are finally starting to look like someone worthy of being called my friend. Ugh, I do not like this one bit. A thick, oppressive, dark energy was radiating all around them, and it was seriously starting to get on his nerves. Elena looked over at him. So, when are we heading out? Lodi said my gear's still activating. We can leave the second we get them out. Deep within a tranquil forest, an ear-piercing shriek suddenly shattered the silence. Ah! A repulsive green monster was violently cleaved right in half. It was Steve, slaughtering them one by one with a razor-sharp glare in his eyes. Right in front of them stood a massive, towering green monstrosity with rows of razor-sharp teeth. So, the leader is a goblin, huh? We are getting pretty close to the town of Gallon now. Whoever owns this land hasn't been doing a very good job of guarding it. He quickly discussed a battle plan with his teammate. Elena, I will hold off the leader. You take care of the rest of them, all right? She nodded in agreement and instantly unleashed a volley of arrows. Got it! With her impeccable marksmanship, one beast went down instantly, prompting another to brandish its weapon and charge straight at Steve. The weapon was inches from piercing his face. Here it comes! The club smashed right into his chest, but he had already activated his defense, looking back at the beast with a highly confident smirk. Hey, this thing actually works. The manticore skin is really doing its job. From now on, I am calling this my armor. He grinned at the monster from ear to ear as a surging wave of power was summoned forth. And now, it is my turn. The monster's face instantly drained of color in pure terror. Soon, the battlefield was littered with the bodies of hundreds of defeated enemies. Are you holding up okay? He had just unleashed a devastatingly powerful move to take down the leader. Oh, this was a piece of cake! Elena found the whole ordeal incredibly easy. So our main goal at this next place is to teach those corrupt village lords a harsh lesson, right? Exactly. Pretty much. He saw a lot of promise in their next target and couldn't even try to hide the sheer excitement on his face. We are going to help out the townspeople and sever one of the royal family's most precious streams of income. Oh, and I actually heard something pretty damn interesting from my buddy Danton. Danton had slipped him some insider information regarding the royals. Have you heard about this yet? Steve, a certain lord by the name of Beaton has started moving massive piles of cash around. He was completely taken aback and found himself itching to know more about the guy. Wait, isn't Bob the Lord of Gentown? Why is he suddenly doing all this? Word on the street is that he is using all that money to buy up as many ancient artifacts as humanly possible, and they are all being stashed somewhere in Gen. At long last, they finally arrived at Jenning. Well, we made it. Come on, let's go find a place to crash for the night. Down a seemingly quiet street, a commotion was currently unfolding. No, please, my lord, I beg you. An act of blatant extortion was playing out right before their eyes. If you take this pig, my family will have absolutely nothing left to eat. Please, please, just let us keep it. A thuggish guard, completely abusing his power over the poor townsfolk, roared back at them. Shut your damn mouth. Everything you own belongs to the Lord. Drop the pathetic whining and hand over the pig right now. Elena saw red and was just about to intervene, but Steve immediately grabbed her arm to hold her back. She shot him a bewildered look, completely thrown by his reaction. Aren't we going to do something about this? This is just plain wrong. Just hold on a second. We need to assess the situation before we go charging in. Unfazed by their tears, the ruthless guard snatched up the pig and strutted off, leaving the peasant family to weep in total despair. Steve approached the old man, pulling a coin from his pocket. "Excuse me, sir," he said, holding it out to him. "We're looking for a place to crash. Would you mind letting us rent a room here?" The farmer's family warmly welcomed the group with a hearty meal. "Ah, you really didn't have to go through all this trouble for us," Stay said. "Oh no, it's the very least we can do," the old man replied. "Those bastards have been bleeding us dry for years now. At first, it was just a small hike in the fees for basic things like water. But then they started slapping us with all sorts of ridiculous fines and tolls." He let out a long, heavy sigh, his forehead slick with sweat. "But we have nowhere else to go. All we can do is keep our mouths shut and keep our heads down." Steve sympathized with their bitter plight. Earning a living was hard enough, so freely trading goods wasn't really an option for them either. "Looks like they have it even worse than I do," he thought. "Even though I grew up an orphan, my struggles feel like nothing compared to this." Elena was furious at the cruelty of those thugs. Why are the soldiers pillaging the farmers? If the Lord is raking in that much tax money, he shouldn't have any trouble paying his men, right? The old man went on, detailing their endless suffering. Things weren't so bad until they started piling on all these taxes. But eventually, even the soldiers' pay got cut for some reason. That's probably because the Lord blew all the gold on something else, Stay guessed, feeling a wave of frustration. How should I play this now? He pondered. If the Lord hoarded that much wealth, he must have stashed it somewhere completely off the radar. Hey, Stay suddenly asked, catching the old farmer off guard, how do you know so much about the soldier's situation? The tavern in town, the old man replied. I always hear the guards running their mouths over there. Steve's eyes lit up, a sly smirk creeping onto his face. A tavern, huh? As always, the best intel comes from the bottom of a bottle, he thought. Would you excuse me for a bit? Fast forward to a bustling, noisy tavern. Damn, you're pretty strong, you know that? The man speaking was an older officer, flanked by several soldiers. He clearly carried some serious authority. I haven't seen your face around here before, and you look like you've been through the ringer. Who do you work for, kid? I can't believe he managed to beat me at arm wrestling just like that, the officer laughed. Steve put on an excited face and pumped his fists. Ha ha ha, I'm a local mercenary, Steve replied casually. I just take whatever jobs suit me. Ah, a mercenary, eh? I knew there was something different about you. The officer took a liking to Steve, grinning from ear to ear. We don't see many folks with your kind of fire around these parts. Tell you what, how about I buy you a drink? Hell yeah, I'd really appreciate that, Stay replied. I could definitely use a stiff drink after dealing with those monsters today. The officer blinked in surprise. Monsters? There shouldn't be any monsters around here. Stay slumped his shoulders, putting on a weary look. Well, mostly just a few goblins or pests skulking around the town. But I ended up running straight into their chief. The officer crossed his arms, listening as Stay let out a heavy dramatic sigh. Ah, a goblin chief. Fair enough, I can't argue with that. We do get a few of them wandering in from time to time. So, did you manage to take the beast down? A completely genuine-looking smile spread across Steve's face. Take it down? I barely made it out alive. Honestly, I was hoping a veteran like you might have some advice for me. The officer puffed his chest out with pride at the request, gesturing wildly. Ha ha! You've still got a lot to learn, kid. As a mercenary, you're going to run into serious trouble if you can't even put down a little goblin. He proudly boasted about his past victories. Ahem. When I was your age, all my commander had to do was give me an inspiring speech, and The table was already a total mess, cluttered with empty bottles. Mister, if you just have the right piece of gear, taking out a chief is a walk in the park. Thoroughly hammered, the officer started airing out his true grievances. He scowled, slammed his fist on the table, and roared, "But all the damn gold in this territory is being wasted on buying those cursed artifacts. Why the hell won't he use that money to pay our wages first?" Steve's eyes glinted with interest as the drunken officer spilled the beans. He was completely wasted now. Wow, the Lord must be incredibly rich, Stay prompted. This is the perfect opening, Stay thought. Time to cast the bait. You know, I actually happen to have an artifact on me. He dangled his bracelet in front of them, watching their eyes light up with raw, undisguised greed. Stay held back a sigh at the pathetic, hungry expressions of these greedy lackeys. Are these guys just painfully naive or downright stupid, he wondered. At the very least, their faces completely gave away everything they were thinking. The drunken officer suddenly burst into laughter, his forehead gleaming with sweat. Ha ha ha. Don't you worry, kid. I've seen how his lordship throws his money around. He'd probably buy an artifact even if you pulled it straight out of a trash heap. He was clearly eager to jump on the opportunity to broker this deal, his face practically glowing with excitement. If you're looking to sell that beauty, head over to Lord Chelsea's castle. The commander of the knights usually handles that kind of business. Thanks for the tip, Steve replied. He finally stepped out of the tavern, rubbing his temples and letting out a heavy, exhausted sigh. Well, that took a while. Elena had been waiting outside for quite some time, but Stay looked a bit sheepish since the intel he had managed to gather wasn't exactly game-changing. Did you get the information you needed? She asked. Stay awkwardly scratched the back of his head. Sorry about that. I thought I could just slip out, but it turned into a massive drinking party. As they walked away together, Steve filled Elena in on everything that had gone down inside. Good grief, those guards can drink like fishes, Stay muttered. Elena crossed her arms. I will never understand how you humans can stomach such vile, bitter liquid. In the quiet night, lit by rows of glowing lanterns. Hey, Stay, I've got a bad feeling about this. Elena was wide awake, sharing her lingering unease with him. We're being watched. I noticed. Could they be any more obvious? He grabbed a stone, channeling his energy into it, ready to strike. I can hear them. Without a second thought, he hurled it at their stalker with terrifying force, striking a target a whole mile away. He deliberately missed the guy's face, smashing the wall right where he was hiding, scaring the living daylights out of him. He barked a threat at the flustered spy. Show yourself. Who the hell are you? Turns out he wasn't alone. A whole gang of armed thugs stepped out of the shadows. I'll make this quick. Hand over the artifacts and get out of here. The guy couldn't even finish his sentence before Elena planted a vicious kick right in his face. Then, dropping straight from the sky, she delivered a devastating blow that caught the whole gang completely off guard. Steve, meanwhile, looked genuinely terrified of Elena's sheer power. Holy crap, she didn't even let the guy finish talking. Well, we were going to attack them anyway, but sometimes I wonder, how the hell did I ever manage to beat her before? Mem found the whole thing endlessly amusing, teasing him. She really reminds me of you, you know. You only beat her because of me. Did you honestly think you could take her in a dragged-out fight? Elena was fighting fiercely while the two of them bickered. All right, I get it. Now get in there and give her a hand. The fight dragged on for so long that the moon was already high in the sky. Pretty much what I expected. The entire gang of stalkers had been beaten to a bloody pulp. Wait, is that the rich snob from the tavern getting his ass kicked too? These guys just don't know when to quit. Who's pulling your strings? We just want your artifacts. Predictably, he ate a boot to the face for acting so arrogant. A single kick from Steve sent the guy flying 3 meters away. That wasn't what I asked. His tone turned dead serious as he interrogated them. You ambushed us just minutes after we left the tavern, and you already had these black uniforms ready to go. You must have planned this from the very beginning. He shot a deadly glare at a mustached thug. But if you ask me, I highly doubt a bunch of amateurs like you could come up with a plan like this. Give me your hand. He grabbed the thug's finger, much to the man's confusion. I have places to be, but since I'm such a nice guy, I'll give you exactly one chance. You'd better tell me what I want to know while I'm still feeling generous. He squeezed the finger hard, his voice dripping with malice. Or starting tomorrow, you'll be eating with your other hand. Terrified and writhing in pain, the thug quickly spilled the beans, naming his boss as Lord Chelsea. Steve looked at him in total shock. Wait, what? Sweating bullets, the guy confessed every single detail. Lord Chelsea forced us to do it. Lord Bowden has been blowing way too much money on artifacts, so Lord Chelsea ordered us to rob anyone bringing relics into this territory. Steve narrowed his eyes, clearly skeptical of the answer. Aren't they just stealing the artifacts for themselves? Man, these guys really aren't the sharpest tools in the shed. And where exactly are these artifacts being kept? You'd better tell me everything you know. One of the thugs fell to his knees, sobbing helplessly. We don't know everything. The thug spoke truthfully about his boss. Lord Chelsea is insanely paranoid about information leaking out. Because of that, he never says a word to normal grunts like us. There's honestly nothing left to squeeze out of us. Steve rested his chin on his hand, deep in thought. Well, if you really don't know anything else, then I have absolutely no reason to let you walk away. Hearing that, the mustached thug screamed in a panic, desperate to spill something else. Wait, there is something suspicious. Suspicious? The thug babbled out his own theories to Steve, begging for his life. There's an old well near the military base where Lord Bowden stays. Even though it's been abandoned for years, I've seen them dumping literal tons of meat down there. Steve instantly caught the hole in his story, his face scowling in disgust. What the hell? Are you expecting me to go digging through a pile of rotting meat? Are you trying to play me with useless trash? The thug scrambled to defend himself, his face dead serious as he swore he was telling the truth. It's not useless, I swear. The meat they throw down the well is fresh. Sometimes they even catch live wild animals and toss them straight down. He started piecing the bizarre details together. It was completely baffling. Why would they dump food down a well right next to the Lord's estate? Lord Bowden, the stolen artifacts, the fresh meat. Wait, are they feeding some kind of monster down there to guard the relics? That is exactly the kind of twisted crap these sneaky bastards would come up with. The scene shifted to the interior of the Lord's castle. Someone knocked on the heavy doors, asking for an audience. Come in. An elegantly dressed man stepped inside and offered a respectful bow. You must be exhausted, patrolling the base at such an early hour. It's nothing, my lord. Chelsea came here to see you about a few matters. You still haven't received a reply from the first prince. Hearing this, the man let out a sly smirk. There is no need to rush. He said they would be perfect for his collection of antiquities, and he seemed very enthusiastic about them. He couldn't stop thinking about those precious artifacts, eager to add them to his collection. He is especially interested in the newest artifact. In his letter, he emphasized just how eager he is to lay eyes on it. He had better be ready to pay up. That artifact alone is worth far more than the other two combined. The two of them continued discussing their schemes for the antiques. The plan is meticulous and highly promising. Now, all we have to do is deliver it to him in the capital over the next few days, and we'll be set for the rest of our lives. Stay vigilant and make sure no unexpected incidents occur. Yes, my lord. Another morning broke over the small town. It was still early, but Steve was already making preparations for his next move. We have to make our move tonight. All the guards from yesterday were tied up in the corner of the room. If Chelsea's group is as calculating as they say, he'll realize his men are missing right away. He was brewing potions, looking incredibly bored as he discussed the plan with Elena. We'll have to break into that vault by the end of today at the very latest. How exactly do you think we're going to break in? Are we just going to crawl down the well? He looked casual, but when lost in thought, he was dead serious. If these guys are the ones guarding his artifacts, I bet there are going to be a ton of traps set up. Steve pictured the terrifying scene inside that well. It was undoubtedly going to be full of challenges. I'm not exactly sure what's down there, But right now, that's probably our fastest and safest way into the vault. Elena also eagerly chimed into the planning. Right, you're probably spot on about the traps. But since we have no idea what's down there, how are we supposed to know what to prepare or what gear to bring? He swirled the potion vial and laid out his sharp deductions. Alright. First off, that monster is definitely a living creature. Since we know it has to eat, and seeing that it eats meat, it must be a predator. So if we prep some food, it should definitely affect it. The potion smoked and gave off a faint glow. He stared intently at it for a long moment. The only problem is getting back out. He bluntly turned to Elena for help, catching her full attention. That's where I'm going to need your help. I need you to create a distraction. 1 hour after I get into the castle, use whatever method you think works best. She was extremely anxious, as his proposed plan sounded quite dangerous. You're going in alone? You can't possibly handle that monster all by yourself. Are you worried I'll just get in your way? Steve, however, was brimming with confidence and quickly reassured Elena. Don't worry, the distraction is a crucial part of the plan. That's exactly why I need you on the outside. For this to work, can you do that for me? Hearing those sincere words from Steve, she felt a surge of joy and her confidence instantly soared. Not a problem. Night fell once again in utter silence. Steve was stalking something in the dark when suddenly something dropped. Thud! It turned out Elena had brought back a pig she'd managed to catch. Wow, you actually caught one. This is even better than I expected. Great job. He slowly pulled the newly brewed potion from his pocket. The smell of warm blood will easily mask the scent of the sedative. Steve began injecting the potion into the pig, while Elena scouted the perimeter. How's the situation around here? They were currently at the castle, ready to execute their plan. It's pretty heavily guarded, though there seem to be fewer guards on the outer walls. He hoisted the massive pig onto his shoulder. On the outer walls, huh? Alright, see you later. A short while later, he was dead tired from hauling the heavy pig up the castle wall. Remind me to never climb a wall with a giant animal on my back ever again. Steve quickly grasped the situation thanks to his godly observation skills. There are a lot of guards patrolling the area, but the security inside the castle seems a bit looser. Instantly, the well appeared right before his eyes. This is definitely the well they were talking about. Instantly, the well appeared right before his eyes. This is definitely the well they were talking about. Steve stared straight into the pitch-black depths and couldn't help but shudder at the foul stench wafting up. Ugh, that smell. He felt a pang of apprehension about jumping down. That is definitely the stench of the monsters dumped down there, and there's a massive one waiting. I'm suddenly starting to regret this. Meanwhile, Mem was right beside him, urging him into action. Just get down there. Their scent is incredibly strong. Meanwhile, Mem was right beside him, urging him into action. Just get down there. Their scent is incredibly strong. Steve stuffed the pig into the mouth of the well. Hurry up and get down there before someone sees you. All right, all right. Suddenly, an authoritative voice shattered the silence, making Steve jump. Anything out of the ordinary? It turned out to be Baden, patrolling the perimeter and questioning the guards. Please do not worry, sir. It's as quiet as usual. As usual, you say? He nitpicked the guard's words with a deeply arrogant expression. Are you hoping to slack off while on duty? I'm surprised you haven't lost your job with that kind of attitude. He quickly walked off, while Steve was so nervous his heart felt like it was going to burst out of his chest. Increase the number of guards around the outer walls starting tomorrow. We cannot afford any slip-ups before we leave the stronghold in 3 days. Yes, sir. As Steve was hiding, a skill was suddenly triggered. Auto Reflex temporarily enhances the user's reflexes. The activation chance increases with experience. This amazing skill couldn't have come at a better time. That's not exactly all this skill can do. Baden's silhouette slowly faded into the distance. By the way, they were definitely in a precarious state, unlike being in an actual war. They are heavily armored. It is a miracle no one has rebelled yet. Do the commoners not know how to fight back? A question kept gnawing at Steve's mind. Yeah, I just do not get why they are so obsessed with hoarding artifacts, especially since they just locked them away in a vault. He and Mortem clung to the walls of the well shaft, waiting for the beast below to eat its bait and fall asleep. How much longer do we have to hang around here like this? Just be patient. The tainted meat has already dropped, but it will take a little time for the sedative to kick in. After what felt like an eternity, The space around them plunged into pitch blackness. I reckon we have waited long enough by now. Let us head down. Sit dropped to the bottom of the well with the grace of an expert. He could no longer smell that wretched stench. Ha! My nose must have gotten used to the smell. It does not seem so bad right now. Suddenly, he turned his head and his eyes widened in shock. Whoa! A gargantuan, terrifying beast lay fast asleep right in front of him, while steam pulled up its data. That is a swamp fiend. These things are native to the marshlands. How on earth did they manage to drag it all the way down here? That requires a very specific set of skills. Things money simply cannot buy. Let's go. Steve carefully slipped past the slumbering beast. The drug is hitting it hard, so it will not be waking up for a few minutes. We would have been eaten alive the second we set foot down here if we had not drugged its food. Mortem felt a mix of awe and absolute dread. How the hell do ordinary humans get in and out of here with monstrosities like this guarding the well? Maybe they possess an artifact that controls them, or perhaps there is a hidden passageway. That thing certainly does not look like a tamed pet to me. Just try not to get crushed. He conjured a sphere of magic to act as a lantern, lighting their way forward. Ah, is this the place? The heavy door was secured by a rather flimsy-looking padlock. Guess this is their cheap final line of defense. But come to think of it, most intruders would not even make it past those beasts, let alone get this far. Sit deftly picked the lock with practiced ease. Now then, let us see what kind of treasure the greedy count has been hoarding down here. Inside was a dazzling treasury, overflowing with countless precious jewels and gold. Whoa, just look at all this loot. Steve, forget about all that gold. Look straight ahead. Mortem pointed toward the vast center of the chamber. There, resting on a pedestal and draped in a crimson cloth, was something of immense value. Stay approached it cautiously, gasping in awe as he pulled back the cloth. Resting inside were rare and remarkably powerful weapons. So, this is where the old man has been hiding them. I have got to admit, though, I am slightly disappointed. These daggers and helmets are really nothing special. Well then, hand them over to me. As soon as Mortem equipped the gear, a surge of power radiated from him. The Memento Mortem's energy cap skyrocketed from 850 to 3,250, and its abilities were vastly enhanced. 2 new abilities had been unlocked, including the active skill, Tesla. Steed smirked, thoroughly satisfied with this newfound power. Oh, hell yes! My energy reserves just shot through the roof. I will not have to worry about running out of juice anytime soon. Artifacts consumed, 5. Current energy level, 9,760. These relics were proving to be an absolute game changer for him. The next tier of skills to be unlocked were Synchro and Sizer. However, they demanded a staggering 45,000 energy points each. Steve marveled at the sheer potential but let out a heavy sigh, realizing just how much grinding lay ahead. Looks like we are going to be waiting a damn long time before we can upgrade those. Hold on, there is one more. Mortem quickly alerted him to a single artifact they had almost missed. It looked just like a glowing potion phial. Wait, this is an artifact? You are telling me this little bottle is a relic too? Mortem quickly cleared up Steve's confusion. Duh, obviously. Did you think all artifacts were just boring chunks of metal and stone? Some of them can even exist in gaseous or liquid forms. Hearing this, Steve eagerly grabbed the phial and tried to pop the cork. Damn it! He strained until his hands ached, but the stopper would not budge an inch. Phew! This thing is sealed tight, and I cannot break the glass. Whatever, how am I going to figure out a way to open it later? Slinging a massive sack of loot over his shoulder, he turned to leave, completely forgetting the massive problem waiting outside. The guardian beast had awakened, towering over them, radiating pure bloodlust. Stit immediately drew his weapon, bracing for combat. Damn it, enchant! He dashed toward the monster at lightning speed. His heavy broadsword slammed into the creature with devastating force, making it roar in agonizing pain. Stit unleashed a relentless flurry of strikes, but the beast abruptly retaliated. A vicious, sweeping backhand sent him flying across the room. Thank the gods his guard was up. Stit glared daggers at the monster. These things hit like an absolute truck, and I cannot keep blocking strikes like that with just my sword. He raised his fist, channeling his aura. Taking them both on at once is going to be a nightmare, so I have to take out one of them first. Whoosh! Nothing happened. Why did Steve's ability suddenly fail? Boom! Ugh! The beast instantly seized the opening and lunged right at him. Steve whipped his head around to glare at Mortem, completely baffled. Hey, what the hell did you just give me? Why isn't it working all of a sudden? You're the one in charge of the magic. Mortem was sweating bullets. I just noticed it myself. But I think there are fragments of meteorite embedded in the walls of this dungeon. They're so tiny you can't even see them unless you look really closely. But they're definitely doing the trick. Meteorite? You mean the same metal they use to make shackles for mages? Steve gritted his teeth, wincing as he dodged an attack, his mind racing. Exactly. So that's what Count Bogdan blew all the people's money on. That massive bastard. Steve glared at the massive monster towering before him, fighting these beasts in a cave lined with breath crystals. He gritted his teeth and cursed under his breath. That damn Count, no wonder this country is dead broke. Meanwhile, outside, Elena stood in silence, observing the situation. She let out a soft sigh, her grip tightening on her bow as she prepared to provide covering fire. Without hesitation, she aimed her bow at the sky, a skill activated. Active skill, constant velocity, level 3. It allowed projectiles fired from ranged weapons to ignore gravity and maintain a constant speed over a set distance. Elena smiled to herself. I'm not really used to wielding a massive bow like this. They were always more of Aida's signature weapon, but I guess this'll do just fine. With that thought, she released the arrow toward the ground below without a second of hesitation. The empowered arrow tore through the air with terrifying speed, moving so fast it didn't even leave an afterimage. It slammed violently into the fortress wall, startling the guards and sending them into a panic as they scrambled to look up. Elena watched the soldiers frantically scanning their surroundings, thinking to herself, are they really that blind? I'm a whole 1,500 paces away from them. The more she thought about it, the more amused she became. Knocking another arrow, she smirked. I'm actually starting to really like this bow. Caught off guard by the relentless attacks coming out of nowhere, the panicked soldiers sounded the alarm, screaming, "We're under attack!" Hearing the commotion, Chelsea rushed out in a panic and barked his orders. Don't just stand there! Find out where the enemy is firing from! But the arrows continued to rain down relentlessly. The soldiers scattered like a disturbed hive of bees, shouting back in sheer panic, "It's too dark! We can't see a damn thing, sir!" Where the hell is it coming from? Chelsea demanded. Get into defensive formation. Secure the perimeter. Meanwhile, up on the fortress wall, a guard huddled behind his shield suddenly noticed something. He froze, his eyes going wide with terror. Instantly, he signaled to the rest of the men. They're in the woods. Look at the angle of the arrows. The enemy is definitely firing from the forest. Chelsea's face grew tense with anxiety as he hurriedly issued a new command. Leave only the essential guards to protect the castle. The rest of you, go hunt down those attackers. If they put up a fight, kill them on sight. He had barely finished speaking when Count Bogdan suddenly rushed over, demanding, Chelsea, what on earth is going on out here? My lord, you shouldn't be out here, Chelsea replied urgently. It's far too dangerous. Please get back inside at once. Down below, the fortress gate swung open as loud orders echoed through the courtyard. Everyone, move, get ready. The moment our troops cross, raise the drawbridge. Do not let a single soul into this castle. Up in the trees, Elena's expression remained as cool as ever. Looking down at the chaos below, she murmured, Oh, I can't let you do that. A system window popped up in her vision. Active skill. Piercing shot, level 5. It drastically increased a projectile's ability to punch through thick objects like armor or monster hides. Without missing a beat, she released her grip, sending the arrow hurtling straight for the heavy iron gates. Over at the fortress walls, the massive heavy-duty chains supporting the drawbridge were completely severed by the sheer force of the arrow. The bridge slammed down, completely useless and impossible to raise. The soldiers screamed in absolute terror. Oh no, the drawbridge is broken. Elena glanced down at her bow and let out a tired sigh. Keeping up the bow's energy output while chaining skills is definitely not a walk in the park. Well, I've secured an escape route for Steve. The rest is completely up to him now. Meanwhile, deep underground, Steve's brutal life-or-death battle was still raging on. Steve darted nimbly across the cavern, dodging frantically as he yelled, Come on, do something already! Is there seriously not a single skill I can use right now? Motem quickly replied. What exactly do you expect me to do? Before it could finish, the monster brought a massive fist slamming down into the earth, shattering the ground and sending huge chunks of rock flying everywhere. Motem materialized and pressed on. You can't use your mana in here. Even I can't bypass that restriction. But honestly, this is actually a pretty golden opportunity. Steve stared in disbelief. A golden opportunity? Easy for you to say. You aren't the one doing the fighting. How else do I explain this to you? Motem retorted. Isn't this exact kind of situation the whole reason you upgraded your weapon in the first place? Steve spun around, using the beast's massive body as a stepping stone. Yeah, I was just thinking the exact same thing. Moving faster than the eye could track, he vaulted right over the creature, landing squarely behind it while the beast stood completely bewildered. His grip tightened around his specialized combat knife, his eyes locked in a deadly glare at the monster below him. Without a second of hesitation, Steve plunged the knife deep into the back of its neck. The beast shrieked in agonizing pain, entirely unable to defend itself. As the blade sank to the hilt, Steve gripped the handle fiercely. Die, you bastard, he roared in his mind. Instantly, a massive explosive force ripped through the beast, blowing its colossal body to pieces in a gruesome shower of blood and gore. Even Steve was utterly blown away by the absolute carnage. Is this that special gunpowder made from salamander bones? Damn, this stuff packs one hell of a punch. That dwarf really outdid himself upgrading your blade, Motem chimed in. Steve began rummaging through the monster's mangled remains, muttering under his breath, No kidding. That blast could have easily blown my own arm off. Just then, another grotesque monster came hurtling out of the darkness at breakneck speed, lunging straight for him. Thankfully, Steve's reflexes kicked in and he dove out of the way just in the nick of time. Rolling back to his feet, he thought to himself, this explosive could blow my freaking arm off if I'm not careful. But honestly, the blast is worth it. There is no way in hell I'm letting myself get caught in those teeth. Without another word, Steve grabbed a fresh explosive shell and reloaded it into the hilt of his combat knife. With a fierce battle cry, he charged head-on toward the towering monstrosity. The beast seemingly caught the noise and whipped its massive head around. Seeing Steve charging right at it, it unhinged its jaw, bearing rows of razor-sharp fangs, and let out a terrifying, blood-curdling roar. The sheer shockwave from its roar hit him like a physical wall, throwing off his momentum. Fury flashed across Steve's face. His brow furrowed deeply, and he gritted his teeth as he fought against the pressure. As the monster lunged forward to crush him, Steve swiftly dropped to his knees, sliding flat onto his back to narrowly evade the deadly attack. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. The perfect opening had just presented itself right above him. He wasn't about to let this slip by. Gripping his blade tightly, he thrust it forcefully up into the beast's exposed throat, causing a geyser of hot blood to erupt. Using the beast's own momentum, he ripped the blade all the way down from its neck to its stomach, utterly eviscerating it and dropping the monster dead in its tracks. The creature's massive body practically split in two, chunks of flesh scattering across the cavern floor. Steve slumped to the ground, letting out a long, heavy sigh of sheer relief after the brutal execution. He wiped the gross splatter of monster blood off his face and groaned. "Oh, God. The stench is absolutely unbearable. Well, I didn't exactly plan for it to end that smoothly, but I'll take it." Motem materialized as well, pinching his nose to mock him. "You look absolutely awful," he snickered. "Well, there's nothing more I can do." He shifted his gaze to the neatly stacked, tightly tied bags of gold in the corner and said, "It is time to grab what we need and get out of here." As he reached out his hand, he thought to himself, what a total disaster. Steve hoisted the massive pile of gold onto his back and sighed. That didn't work either. "What a waste," Mem chimed in. "Are you just talking to yourself now? You still have to climb out of this well and sneak past all those guards." Hearing this, he burst into laughter and said, "I have already bypassed their final line of defense. What is there left to be afraid of? Plus, I just came up with a brilliant way to stick it to that corrupt count." Motem asked in surprise, "Oh, and what exactly is that?" Stitt replied, "I will tell you once we are out of here. Ah, hey, I wonder if Elena is doing all right." Continuing his steps, Stitt said, "See, I told you so. There is absolutely nothing to worry about." Motem replied, You sure know your traps, I will give you that. Right then, he reached out and pulled a lever on the stone wall. Look at this, only an amateur would install something so obviously man-made on a natural stone wall. As the lever was pulled down, the pile of rocks and dirt quickly crumbled away, revealing a hidden door. He continued, "What is truly shocking is the production cost. Look at that, it's opening. Just how much money did they blow on this thing? That is all taxpayer money too." Without any hesitation, Steve quickly pushed the door open and stepped inside. The interior was a completely different world, with everything beautifully decorated and gleaming bright. He gasped in awe. It leads straight into the castle. Finally, some fresh air. Suddenly, a loud shout rang out. "Hurry up! The bridge has been destroyed!" Hearing the panicked voices, he quickly hid himself to the side. Seconds later, a group of frantic soldiers ran past, yelling, "What kind of lunatic attacks a castle right in the middle of Banea?" Taking it all in, Steve asked in surprise, "The bridge is destroyed? Did Elena do that?" To figure out what was going on, he shut his eyes tight and activated his animal instinct skill to listen in. An info panel popped up. Active skill, animal instincts. Maximizes senses in the limbs and enhances hearing to utilize echolocation. His vision rapidly zoomed out, allowing him to observe absolutely everything. Search every corner of the forest. Sid looked up and saw the castle walls absolutely riddled with Elena's arrows. The enemy's primary method of attack is a bow and arrow. Their numbers and identities are unknown, but these are no ordinary foes. So, report to me the second you find one. Having observed just this much, Steve's eyes suddenly flew wide open. He thought to himself, "That is definitely Elena." He vaulted through the window to the ground below, thinking, "I am not exactly sure how she pulled that off, but the soldiers are all scattered now. It will be a lot easier to move around." As he was walking, he suddenly stopped dead in his tracks upon spotting a horse. He let out a soft gasp. "Oh, it has been forever since I last rode a horse." With that, Steve hoisted himself onto the horse and galloped off, blowing right past a soldier. Startled, the soldier grabbed his head and screamed, "Whoa! What the hell was that?" By the time they realized what was happening, he had already blown past the castle gates and escaped outside. The guards looked at each other in sheer panic and yelled, "I spotted an enemy! He is right over there! He just left the castle with a full bag of loot! Stop him!" Seeing them so frantic, Steve smiled in sheer amusement, thinking to himself, "Perfect, I will ride this horse straight to town." Just as the thought crossed his mind, a loud voice called out. Startled, Steve turned his head to look. The person who had just called out was Elena. "Great job," he said, pleasantly surprised. "You really turned them upside down." She asked, "Are we all done here?" He replied, "Ah, we are about halfway there. There is still one thing left." Hearing this, Elena followed up in surprise. "Whatever it is, the enemy is getting ready to chase us down. Are you planning on fighting them?" Sty flashed a mischievous grin and replied, "Nope, we are heading straight for the town." After a while, the two of them finally arrived at the town. The place was incredibly peaceful. He spoke up. "Elena, could you hold on to this for me for a few minutes?" She reached out, hugging the massive bag of loot, and watched as ST dashed off. He added, "And when I give the signal, do exactly what I asked you to do a minute ago, all right?" As he walked away, he raised his hand and conjured a fireball. From a tiny spark, Steve launched it straight into the sky, where it erupted into a roaring blaze, illuminating the entire area. Then he shouted at the top of his lungs, "Hear me, all the serfs living in this town! Come out, right now!" Hearing the booming shout, the astonished townsfolk opened their doors and peeked their heads out. He continued, "This is your one and only chance to escape that oppressive tyrant." Those words left the villagers in absolute shock. Their eyes widened, their jaws dropping as they stared outside. Sit curled his fingers, pointing straight up at the sky, and declared, "If you want a fresh start in a new land, then leave this town. Elena?" Hearing his call, Elena immediately grabbed the giant bag of loot and hurled it high into the air. In a flash, Steve fired a blast of compressed air right at the bag. The air bullet struck with explosive force. The bag ripped wide open, sending gold, silver, and dazzling jewels raining down everywhere. Staring at the pile of gold materializing right in front of him, an old man stood utterly dumbfounded. Unable to believe his own eyes, he asked in a trembling voice, "What in the world is happening here?" Just then, Chelsea showed up and furiously bellowed, "What the hell do you think you are doing?" He thought to himself, that is the treasure from the Count's castle. Realizing this, he and his squad of soldiers surrounded ST, demanding, "Just who do you think you are?" He replied, "What's the big deal?" Pointing confidently at himself, he spoke his mind. "I'm just returning things to where they originally belonged." "Do you have a problem with that?" Seeing Steve's attitude, that bastard Chelsea angrily pointed at him and ordered, "Capture him at once, but do not kill him." Of course, Steve wasn't about to back down. He smirked, pointing forward as he said, "Just as I thought, scum like this are way too easy." Finishing his words, he unleashed a technique, firing a barrage of razor-sharp ice spikes right at them. An ice wave. Seeing this, they cried out in terror, "Ah, it's magic!" He didn't stop, waving his hand as he continued. "None of you are going anywhere until all the villagers have safely left. I could easily slaughter every single one of you if I wanted to." By now, the soldiers had their feet buried deep in the ice, completely immobilized. Terrified, they muttered to one another, "I can't move." He chuckled, "But that wouldn't be very nice of me now, would it?" Saying that, he mounted his horse and prepared to leave. "Besides, there's one thing I need you lot to do once the ice melts. Go and deliver a message to that greedy bastard for me. If he ever pulls a stunt like this again, he's the next one I'll be hunting." Time flew by, and soon it was the following morning. In a vast, densely wooded clearing bathed in blinding sunlight, a voice rang out. "Ugh, I still reek of those dust fiends." Steve wiped his smelly body with some grass and said, "I'm trying to get rid of the stench. This kind of plant is supposed to be great for deodorizing. It smells a bit better now, right?" Hearing this, Elena sighed and asked, "What kind of plant is that?" Hearing her, he let out a defeated sigh and answered honestly, "Well, it's not the first time this has happened to me. Now that we've cleared out all the dungeons on the kingdom's outskirts, it's time we start heading toward the heart of Benea." Saying so, he reached into his bag to pull something out. "Oh, I just remembered. I found something pretty cool," she asked in surprise. "I thought you gave all the treasure to the villagers." Steve took out a glass vial filled with a glowing liquid and said, "I really didn't know what to do with this," Elena asked again. "Wait, you mean—" He cut in, "I'm pretty sure it's an artifact, but I couldn't open it, so I haven't been able to check what's inside." No sooner had he spoken than Elena effortlessly popped the lid right off the vial. He gasped in shock. "How on earth did you open that?" She replied, "There's a tiny switch on the cap." Steve couldn't wait any longer. He grabbed the vial and tilted it. "Let's see what kind of artifact this is." Suddenly, his eyes widened in absolute astonishment. He immediately held the vial out to Elena and said, "Here, Elena, you can have this." Hearing that, she froze in surprise. Her eyes filled with confusion as she stayed silent. Steve happily explained, "It's an artifact that boosts your overall physical abilities. It could be incredibly useful." "This is perfect. I've been meaning to get you a good artifact anyway." At this point, noticing she still hadn't reacted, he asked curiously, "What's wrong? Do you not like it?" "It's nothing." He added, "Don't worry, just close your eyes and take a sip. Though, I can't really vouch for the taste." Suddenly, Motem appeared and scolded, "Are you completely idiotic? Don't you remember the first time you met her?" Even just mentioning artifacts made her look utterly disgusted. "Did you really forget about that?" Hearing that, Steve finally recalled the look on Elena's face back then. "Damn it!" He gasped. "Ah!" Motem elaborated further. "That's how elves usually react to artifacts. She nearly lost her own family in a dungeon. Do you seriously think she would want to use an artifact?" Steve grew flustered, hastily waving his hands as he said, "I'm so sorry, Elena. I completely forgot. I'm not trying to force you or anything." Meanwhile, Elena sat in silence, her expression deeply sorrowful as she thought to herself, "My abilities still aren't as good as Steve's." She recalled her past. "Despite my innate talent for magic, I can only cast a few spells. I could never manage to gain the upper hand in that battle against the humans in the dungeon. On top of that, when we fought that manticore before, I even managed to lose my bow." The more she thought about it, the more miserable she felt. "I have to stay with him so I can be of help. But if I'm always completely useless during the most crucial moments, am I truly helping him at all?" Steve softly called out to her again, "Elena!" The moment he spoke, she suddenly reached out, snatching the potion vial as she declared, "I will drink it." Hearing this, Steve quickly waved his hands. "It's fine, really. I understand why you wouldn't want to drink it." You don't have to force yourself. The other elves might never forgive you. She cut him off, saying, Be quiet. I volunteered to help you. I don't want to just be a burden. He immediately protested. You're not, she continued, but promise me one thing. Elena stared at the potion vial and said, If the elves cast me out for this, promise me you'll take responsibility for me. Hearing her bold words, both Steve and Modem stood there dumbfounded, their jaws dropping. Huh? Before they could even process it, Elena downed the entire potion in one single gulp. Steve watched in absolute shock, his eyes wide as he asked, How do you feel? Are you okay? It took her a moment to regain her composure before she replied, I can feel it coursing through my veins. It's heightening all of my senses and completely purifying my body. So, this is the elixir of life. Hearing that, he smiled and said, That might just be your body reacting to the artifact. Suddenly, she jolted, crying out, Oh! Oh! Elena clutched her arm, her face twisting in pain as she groaned. She gritted her teeth to endure the agony, sweat pouring down her face like rain. Only then did Steve remember going through the exact same thing himself. He quickly reassured Elena, telling her to stay calm and take deep breaths. This is just how your body reacts to the parasitic artifact. Don't panic. Hearing his words, she tried her best to calm down, her eyes squeezed tightly shut. But the pain seemed far beyond what she could bear. She collapsed to the ground as Steve cried out her name, Elena. In that moment, Elena's subconscious plunged into pitch-black darkness. What are those sounds? She wondered. I can hear them coming from every direction. With my ears, I can hear the breathing of even the tiniest creatures. Not just that, I can smell the scent of the forest trees. Through my fingertips, I can feel the tiniest specks of dirt. Her eyes slowly fluttered open as she thought. It feels like my entire body is overflowing with sensations. At that thought, Elena jolted upright and rubbed her aching head. Ugh, I feel like I'm going to throw up. Seeing her awake, Steve asked anxiously, How are you feeling now? You're going to feel a bit exhausted until you get used to controlling the artifact. Just let me know if you need anything, all right? Suddenly, Elena blurted out, Steve, I can smell you from here. Wanting to cry, he began desperately scrubbing his body with a handful of grass. I know. Your nose must be super sensitive right now. Meanwhile, the scene shifted to the Benicia royal palace. Raptors read the letter in his hand and scoffed. Tell him to use his brain and think about what he's saying before writing his next letter. Because if he doesn't, he crushed the paper in a fit of rage and growled, I'll go over there and chop his damn head off myself. Hearing this, the soldier stood at attention and replied, Yes, your highness. Right at that moment, a massive towering man appeared and asked, What's that all about, your highness? Raptors handed him the crumpled paper and sighed. Ah, Mark, read it yourself. Raptors was the first prince of Benicia, and the man beside him was Mark Dowell, the giant of the east. Mark skimmed through the letter and asked, The count? Isn't he that noble who's been bothering you lately? Raptors sneered. I was only humoring him because he offered to send me some rare artifacts. Why else would I waste my time with that useless old fool? Mark continued. He mentions in his letter that someone stole all of those artifacts. Raptor scoffed. Well, I didn't expect much from him anyway. Idiots like him can never do a single thing right. He scowled, his tone darkening. What really pisses me off is that some bastard stole all those artifacts, and some of them were meant for my personal collection. This is a personal insult to me. Pacing forward, Mark asked, Do you want me to track him down? Raptor snarled, That son of a bitch dared to humiliate me. A member of the royal family. I don't care who he is. I will find him, and I will make him pay even if it's the last thing I do. With those words, Raptor spun around, pointed straight at Mark's face, and ordered, Mark, I'm putting you in charge of hunting down and capturing this thief. If he gives you any trouble, just kill him. Just make sure you get the job done. Hearing this, the giant immediately replied, I'll try to bring him back alive if I can. Yes, your highness. Meanwhile, back on Steve's side, loud shouts were echoing through the air. Stop being so stubborn! You're going to get us all killed if you don't listen. Seeing the horse still thrashing about wildly, Elena gently reached out and stroked it to calm it down. Miraculously, it seemed to work. Steve glared at the sly horse with utter contempt. Oh, I see. So you'll listen to her, but not to me, huh? The horse just gave him a side eye and let out a smug whinny. Elena smiled softly and said, I haven't been to the mountains in years. It's so beautiful here. Steve looked at her curiously. Beautiful? I know your senses are in overdrive right now, but can you even see anything? She shook her head. No, but I can feel everything around me. I actually really like this. Steve was taken aback. Really? He then pulled out his map and let out a heavy sigh. Well, anyway, we're taking this route so we don't get tracked. Staring ahead at the rather treacherous-looking bridge, he added, but this area is way more dangerous than I thought. I don't think we can take the horse any further. Just as he finished speaking, Elena suddenly interrupted. Wait a minute. She slightly adjusted her blindfold and whispered, I hear something. It sounds like the flapping of wings. Steve looked at her in surprise. Wings? He closed his eyes and tried to sense it himself, thinking, animal instinct. Even with my skill activated, I can't hear a damn thing. How on earth can she pick up such a faint sound in the middle of a windy valley like this? Her senses must be incredibly sharp right now. Meanwhile, Elena continued to strain her ears, listening intently to the distant sounds. I hear a monster roaring, and the faint voices of people, she said. I think they're being attacked. Turning her head toward Steve, she asked, Are we going to save them? Though, it might complicate things for us if they turn out to be soldiers from another town. We have to rescue them, he replied firmly. Town soldiers wouldn't just wander off and get lost in a dangerous place like this. Besides, they could hold their own in a fight. But as he stared into the dense wall of fog ahead, apprehension crept in. The real problem is, how the hell are we supposed to fight an enemy in this thick fog? Not to mention, we're as good as dead if this bridge collapses. Right then, Elena unslung her bow and drew an arrow, cutting him off. Steve, don't move. It looks like the monster heard us. She leveled her bow forward and pulled the bowstring taut. Seeing her flawless form, Steve couldn't help but whisper in awe. Very impressive. Elena's expression was deadly focused. Her grip on the bow tightened, and one of her eyes flared a brilliant red as she unleashed the new skill she had awakened from the potion. In a flash, the arrow fired off at lightning speed, tearing violently through the wind. A split second later, a ferocious, agonized roar echoed through the valley. Steve's eyes widened. Did you hit it? Nice! Elena let out a soft sigh of relief and replied, The people over there know we're here now too, and they don't seem hostile. Hearing this, he peered ahead and asked, Aren't they soldiers? She hugged her arms, her voice trembling as she replied, No, I don't think so. Oh, what are you asking about now? What is it? Elena looked down at her arm and said, It's nothing. I'm just still getting used to this. We can leave as soon as my energy stabilizes. With that, the two of them made their way across the bridge. Right on the other side, the ground was littered with the scattered corpses of monsters. Alongside them were the heavily wounded. They urged each other on, shouting to help anyone who was hurt. Come here, I need more bandages and a healing potion. The two looked toward a corpse, a monster with a horrifyingly deformed body, and gasped. Good God, we didn't have any enemies targeting us like this. This was a massive attack. The guy next to him chimed in. But we're the only ones out here. Who the hell shot it? Just as they finished speaking, Steve and Elena approached and asked, Excuse me, we're explorers. We were wondering if you guys needed any help. Seeing someone approach, they exclaimed in surprise, Huh? Wait a minute, what are you doing out here? Hearing this, he sighed, thinking to himself how annoying that voice was. Suddenly, Garrett appeared with a beaming face, waving his hand and calling out, Hey, over here, I didn't expect to see you again so soon. Steve replied in annoyance. Bree, screw off. What do you want now? What are you even doing here? Garrett didn't seem to care. He just walked up, patted his shoulder, and continued. I take it you're still not interested in joining my crew, huh? I love that stubbornness of yours. Garrett turned and made an offer. Come on, we haven't seen each other in a while. Let's head back to my hideout and catch up. We could even discuss the possibility of working together. Hearing that, Steve shot back angrily. What? Work together? Are you spouting that nonsense again? Garrett looked over at Elena and asked, Are you all right? I don't think I recognize you from any of the crews around here. You're even covering your eyes. Hearing this, she simply gave him a cold glare, not answering a single word. Steve looked toward Motum and said, I don't think she's used to her new power yet, but she's already using it. She won't even need to hide herself like before. It replied, True intelligence makes a huge difference in how quickly someone adapts to using an artifact. He asked, Are you trying to tell me something? It continued, What I mean is, Just then, Garrett interrupted. Come on, it's been a while since we last met. Let's go to my hideout, and we can take our time talking. After traveling for a bit, they finally reached the hideout he mentioned, where the atmosphere was incredibly lively. It's a bit loud, isn't it? Garrett explained. My crew is in the middle of rebuilding the suspension bridges. This is the perfect spot for a hideout. We just need to clear the paths first, Steve exclaimed in awe. Oh, I guess that's not too bad. Is that why you were hunting those monsters earlier? To clear the way? Garrett replied, Exactly. There are tons of monsters around here, so it's super easy to find food. They actually taste just like chicken. Hearing that, Elena covered her mouth and coughed a few times. Seeing this, he turned his head in surprise and continued, Ah, right. What brings you out here anyway? I thought we were heading in opposite directions since the last time we met. Steve asked warily, Why do you care where I'm going? Garrett chuckled and replied, Relax, man. I know you're not exactly thrilled to see me, but hear me out. I don't know where you're headed, but if you want to explore this area, you're going to have to team up with us, right? Hearing this, he asked casually, Huh? Why is that? He explained, Well, as you can see, the only way around the Regia Valley is by using the suspension bridges or the tunnels in the abandoned old mines. But recently, some of the bridges collapsed from wear and tear, and the tunnels have been blocked off by monsters. It finally made sense to Steve, who asked, So, you're saying we have to rebuild the bridges first to get across? Garrett replied cheerfully, No need to worry. Not all the bridges are completely wrecked. We can quickly fix the ones that still have their frames intact. I actually want your help with something else. He let out a tired sigh and replied, I think I know what you need help with. All right, fine. With that, Steve raised his hand to the sky, conjuring glowing arcs of lightning as he thought to himself, Lightning Wave. A system panel popped up. Lightning Wave fires a wide area electric blast with a low probability of causing stun and paralysis. This attack is highly effective against large groups of enemies within a specific area. Up in the sky, a swarm of monsters had already gathered. They were humango bird monsters. They were hovering in the air when suddenly, a lightning-fast bolt of electricity struck, throwing them into a panicked frenzy. That lightning strike came from none other than Steve, blasting upward and lighting up the entire sky. The flock of bird monsters was instantly roasted alive before they could even fight back. Their charred bodies dropped to the ground like flies. Witnessing this scene, Garrett couldn't help but be horrified, thinking to himself, he's even stronger than the last time I saw him. What the hell is he doing? Steve, meanwhile, was equally surprised by the skill he had just used. This skill is way stronger than Lightning Arc, but it drains 1/5 of my energy. I better be careful, or I'll end up knocking myself out. Just as he thought this, Elena walked over and asked, You look tired. Should we rest for a bit? He replied, I'm fine. This is the perfect chance to test out my skills. Forming a small orb of electricity in his hand, he said, Let's finish what we started. Back me up. She responded, glancing up. At a distance of 1,300 paces, they're flying straight toward us. Steve immediately pointed his finger in that direction and said, All right. The moment he finished speaking, he unleashed a massive bolt of lightning with devastating destructive power, piercing straight into the sky. The bird monsters were utterly obliterated by the lightning pillar, their feathers scattering everywhere. But as the corpses of the monster birds rained down, a mysterious presence flickered in and out of sight. With her sharp eyes, Elena noticed it immediately and called out, There's something else out there! Just as she said, a monster with a maw full of razor-sharp fangs suddenly appeared, letting out a ferocious roar. The sheer volume of the sound was deafening, especially for Elena's highly sensitive ears. She covered her ears in agony and collapsed to the ground. Seeing this, Steve asked anxiously, What is that? Are you all right? High above them, a flock of monsters with human bodies and avian wings swooped in. The crowd shouted, The cranes! Garrett rushed over with his men, weapons drawn, and yelled, We want in on this too! We can't just stand by and let you show us up! Fall back! Steve unleashed a powerful strike forward and warned, Get everyone out of here and keep your distance. This is going to be a massive hit. Hearing this, Garrett turned to his men and ordered them to protect the crowd. It seemed he had a plan in mind. He smirked disdainfully. Now, let's see what this baby can do when it's fully charged. With that, he unleashed a massive wave of electricity, striking the crane monsters head on and leaving them shrieking in agony. Their bodies were scorched black by the lightning, their eyes rolling back in their heads. The bystanders stared up at the sky, completely paralyzed with their jaws dropped. Garrett muttered with a thrilled smile. And that is exactly why I want him on my squad. He then turned to his men, barking out orders. Combat units, sweep the perimeter and check for any stragglers. Seeing Steve standing there, panting heavily, Garrett asked, Don't you think you went a little overboard there? Steve replied, Nah, I'm good, just a little dizzy, that's all. He glanced over at Elena and added, Covering her eyes like this helped, right? She seemed pretty overwhelmed by all the noise. He breathed a sigh of relief and continued, Yeah, thank you. Once the dust had settled on Ikshin, Garrett shouted, All right, now that the show is over, let's get back to rebuilding these bridges. In the blink of an eye, 2 days passed and the bridge was finally complete. Garrett spoke up. Maybe it's because we didn't have to worry about monster attacks anymore, but we finished way faster this time. We really owe you one. Steve replied, I've got to admit, you guys work incredibly fast. If you keep this up, this could actually become a pretty decent place for folks to settle down. Garrett handed him a loaf of bread and replied, Since you two cleared out those beasts for us, we'll be able to work here in peace for a good while. Normally, we have to drop everything and run the second a monster shows up, so there are days when we get absolutely nothing done. Steve asked, Sure, you'll be fine for a day or two, but what happens after that? Those monsters are bound to come back eventually, and then you won't even be able to use these bridges. Garrett just smiled. It takes about 10 years for the humangos to mature and start hunting again, so we've got plenty of time. Hearing this, Steve pointed out, But the humangos aren't your only problem. We've seen all sorts of different monsters around here over the last 2 days. Garrett replied, We've already built a shelter, so at this point, it's just a matter of time and patience. If we push hard for a few more months, we'll have a proper trade route set up, complete with a safe haven where we can collect tolls from travelers. Just as he said that, a frantic shout rang out. Commander, we've got trouble. Garrett whipped his head around and demanded, What is it? What could possibly be a bigger problem than you abandoning your post? Sal replied breathlessly, I'm not messing around, Commander. He swallowed hard and continued. Our trackers have returned. Hearing this, Garrett froze for a split second before barking an order. Grab your gear! Garrett and Sal immediately spun around and sprinted off to lead the way. Seeing the panic, Steve just sat there casually munching on his bread. Well, that looked serious, he mumbled. Elena chimed in, Should we go after them? With his cheeks stuffed full of bread, he dusted off his hands and replied, If we're dealing with hunters, it's better if I handle this solo. I'll go on my own, so you just stay here and keep an eye on things. She nodded in agreement. A little while later, at the edge of a massive, fog-shrouded canyon, Steve and Garrett peered down into the depths. So, those are the hunters? Steve asked. Yeah, you see them? Garrett replied, his face etched with blatant worry. He went on. After we split up, we end up fighting off endless waves of warriors trying to track us down. It's just an endless cycle of hit and run. Down below, the enemy's numbers were clearly far greater than before. Anyone could see that at a glance. But it looks like they'd brought along some interesting friends this time. What caught Garrett's eye in particular was the crimson banner hoisted high in the air. Very special friends at that, he muttered under his breath. Back at the hideout, Garrett slammed his fist down on the table and practically yelled. It finally happened. He gritted his teeth and added, Our scouts managed to pinpoint the hunters before they could sniff out our base. But this time, they seemed seriously pissed off at us. I mean, they even went out and hired mercenaries. The Drake Company is incredibly famous. We won't be able to just mess with them and run circles around them anymore. Steve, completely unfazed, asked, Wait, the mercenary group is called Drake? Garrett nodded in response. You've seriously never heard of them? They're pretty damn famous. Steve answered bluntly, Nope, never. They must be pretty full of themselves to name their crew after a dragon, huh? Garrett elaborated, They're incredibly well known, especially their leader, Got. The Dragon Breaker, the Dragon Slayer, the guy's got every nickname in the book. Now completely intrigued, Elena couldn't help but ask, A Dragon Slayer? Why would someone of that caliber be working as a run-of-the-mill mercenary? Garrett scoffed. Don't let the name fool you. It's just a self-proclaimed title. He's never actually killed a real dragon. It's all just for show. Even so, there's one thing I know for sure. The artifact they're holding is seriously dangerous. Surprised, she asked, His artifact? Garrett nodded gravely. Yeah, it's an ancient artifact called Spiratus. It can absorb everything in its surroundings and fire it back out like a bullet. Elena gasped, "Wait, isn't that incredibly impressive?" Garrett shook his head, explaining, "The real problem is its raw power. Every single shot packs the punch of a literal cannonball, and there's absolutely no limit to its ammo because it uses literally anything as ammunition. And depending on the wielder, you can even fire off a barrage of shots while on the move. From what I've heard, that thing once besieged an entire castle all on its own." Motum scoffed after hearing that. "Ha! Anyone could do that." Steve chimed in, "You sure seem to know an awful lot of details about this." Garrett let out a heavy sigh and replied, "They just have a habit of making a massive scene wherever they go. I mean, they've got a dragon crest, a dragon name, and even dragon-themed weapons. I only know what I've heard from the rumors. Still, looking at the situation, there's only one reason why Gigi hasn't attacked us yet. They still haven't pinpointed our exact location. They want to be absolutely sure so we don't notice them and slip away." Hearing this, Steve stood in deep thought. He figured if this Gigi guy was even half as good as they said, the best move was to run. Thinking of this, he pointed at himself and asked, "So, I'm just caught up in this little squabble between you and your hunters, right?" Garrett quickly gave an awkward laugh and said, "Huh, well, of course. You're our strongest member after all. What would we ever do without you?" Steve let out a helpless sigh and replied, "I was going to help you out regardless, but couldn't you try being a little more careful? I only have to worry about this GG bastard, right? And what about the rest of those idiots? Can't you just hide and assassinate him? You've got that thing that turns people into complete morons, don't you?" Hearing that, Garrett snapped back angrily. "What do you mean, complete morons? If I could do that, we wouldn't be having this little meeting right now." Right at that moment, Moten suddenly appeared and spoke up. He's telling the truth. His artifact's ability is to relay words. In reality, for a living human entity to step into the starry domain goes against the very laws of the universe. Naturally, there are consequences. As more time passes, the physical toll on him will only get worse. Listening to all this, Steve still couldn't make heads or tails of it and asked, "Can you explain that in plain English?" It replied, "The longer a living being stays in the realm of souls, the more physical agony their body endures." Steve blurted out, "Now, was that so hard to say?" Elena looked over at Garrett and asked, "So, what exactly can we do?" He answered, "Well, we have a few options. We've stocked up on arrows for hunting monsters, but attacking recklessly will only give away our position." Steve asked, "What do you think? Would it be hard to snipe them from here?" Hearing this, she replied, "It's not just the distance. The forest is too dense. There are way too many obstacles in the way. And if we miss, we'll be at a huge disadvantage against that cannon." Steve then looked at C and asked, "What about that guy?" "Selly, can't you just make everyone fall asleep like you did to us?" Garrett explained. "Their title as mercenaries isn't just for show. They're fully equipped with anti-magic gear." Steve smirked and said, "Well then, I guess we have our answer." Garrett asked in surprise, "What are you planning to do?" "Do you actually have a plan?" Steve replied, "We've got a highly effective weapon and a pretty solid shield right here. All we need now is a sturdy bird cage to put them in." The more Garrett listened, the more confused he got, blurting out, "What the hell are you talking about? Seriously, what even are you at this point?" Steve revealed a wicked smirk, the corner of his mouth curling up as he said, "If you grind an iron rod long enough, you'll get a needle. Just watch." Meanwhile, over at the mercenary camp, an angry voice rang out. How the hell did they manage to slip away? Right when we thought we had them cornered too. A massive guy with a thick beard let out a loud laugh and added, "Nothing to worry about. We're already tracking their scent." He raised his mug of ale and shouted, "Let's wipe out those mountain bandits before tomorrow, and finally wrap up all these other delayed missions. Until then, let's drink." And just like that, they kept cheering and partying wildly. The soldiers standing nearby saw this and turned to gossip among themselves. "We blew a fortune on those mercenaries. Are we really just going to let them slack off like that?" The guy next to him replied, "They've got a solid track record. Just set up a 3-layer perimeter around the camp and be careful when lighting the fires so the enemy doesn't spot us." The soldier answered, "Understood, sir." Over on Gorg's side, he pulled out his artifact, gently rubbing it as he asked, "Are you getting hungry too?" With that, he brutally slammed it into the dirt and said, "Time to eat." The sheer force of the strike caused the surrounding ground to instantly cave in and crack apart. Seeing this, the soldiers couldn't help but gasp in terror. That's an artifact. It's actually eating. Like master, like weapon. Enough. Gorg kept chugging his booze while his artifact loudly chewed on the earth. He took a massive gulp and then asked, "Where the hell is DM at a time like this? The drinks just don't taste as good," without him chattering away beside me. Just as he finished his sentence on Saramorski and from out of nowhere, a familiar arrow came shooting in, tearing through the wind. The arrow flew straight at Gigi. Luckily, his artifact managed to bite it in half just in time, saving his life. He jerked his head up in shock and asked, "An ambush!" Seeing this, his subordinates panicked and yelled out, "Commander, are you all right?" Gorg leaped to his feet and ordered, "It's just one arrow. Go find out where it came from." But right as he said that, he suddenly froze, looking down at his feet, realizing something about his own breath. Right behind him, his subordinates were already frozen solid, rooted to the spot. They cried out in terror, "Boss, it's ice magic. We can't move." Seeing the situation rapidly spiraling out of control, a worried expression crossed his face as he growled, Who dares?" Meanwhile, back on Steve's side, Elena spoke up. "I aimed right for his head. Those reflexes are terrifying." Garrett added, "You can never underestimate an experienced mercenary." Then he gasped, "Wait, what? You're heading out already?" Hearing this, Steve stretched his joints and replied, "Well, since our little sneak attack failed, there's no point in hiding anymore. Besides, my plan was never to attack from a distance anyway. All right, let's go." The moment he finished speaking, he launched himself straight forward into the fray. Garrett called out after him, "I bet that guy has incredible perception. Keep us safe while you're at it." "You too, girl." Back over on Gigi's side, he was completely caught off guard by the sight before him, his eyes going wide. It turned out that Steve and Garrett had just suddenly appeared right in front of him. He let out a dark laugh and spoke up. "Oh ho, so you finally decided to show yourselves, have you? You damn filthy bandits." Gerg stomped hard, shattering the ice beneath his feet. "A pleasure to meet you, my good friends." Raising his ancient artifact, he smirked and went on. "You're the bandits who escaped from Leah Alley, aren't you? Just the two of you?" Hearing this, Garrett smiled and replied, "Well, I suppose so. 2 is more than enough for you, and I'd prefer to be called a righteous outlaw." Stitt glanced sideways and added, "I'm not a bandit, I'm simply a collaborator." "A collaborator? Never mind. I don't want to talk about it." Gerg threw his head back and burst into booming laughter. "It doesn't matter who you are. All I have to do is take care of you, and this will be over before you know it." The moment those words left his mouth, Stitt immediately drew his sword. Chanting a spell in his mind, the blade was swiftly engulfed in crackling blue lightning. He leapt into the air, swinging his sword down right at Gerg before the man could react. But Gerg's reflexes were incredibly sharp. Just as the blade reached his face, he threw his arm up to block it. Right after, he raised his other hand, clenched his fist, and threw a massive punch straight at Stitt. The force of the blow was tremendous, but thankfully, the boy managed to dodge to the side. Seeing this, Gerg ground his teeth in frustration and clicked his tongue in annoyance. Seizing the moment, Garrett drew his weapon and silently dashed in for a sneak attack from behind. However, the moment his blade struck Gerg's body, it was instantly stopped by his thick, impenetrable armor. Without taking a single scratch, Gerg glanced over his shoulder and smirked. The sight sent a chill down Garrett's spine, his face paling in sheer panic. Before Garrett could even process what was happening, Gerg launched another brutal punch straight into the ground. Then his eyes widened, staring off to the side in utter disbelief. It turned out that in the nick of time, Garrett had used a movement skill to rapidly flash away to safety. Seeing this, Gerg thought to himself, "Is that an artifact too?" His face filled with suspicion as he deduced, "I guess these guys aren't just amateurs." Just as the thought crossed his mind, a barrage of arrows rained down from the sky right where he stood. With swift agility, he leapt backward to evade them. Gritting his teeth, Gerg thought anxiously, "Tsh, there's another one. The same sniper from earlier." While he was caught in his tangled thoughts, Stitt suddenly charged right at him from the front, sword in hand. He wondered, when did this brat get so close? Before he could even finish his sentence, Stitt's sword thrust directly into his chest, followed by a fierce command, Detonate! Instantly, a devastating explosion erupted, blasting Gerg's entire body violently backward. His face twisted in excruciating pain as he clutched his chest, violently coughing and groaning in agony. Seeing this, his terrified subordinates stared at him and screamed, "Key Commander!" Even Garrett stood frozen, unable to believe his own eyes. After delivering that earth-shattering blow, Stitt slowly touched down, landing right in front of him. Stitt thought nervously, if he took that hit head-on, shouldn't he have a gaping hole in his stomach? Did he jump back during the second explosion to reduce the impact? Just then, Gerg shot a side glance at the boy. A sinister grin spread across his face as he said, "That's quite an interesting weapon." With that, he activated his prized artifact, aiming it squarely at Stitt, and roared, "Let me show you something interesting too." Seeing him pull out his trump card, the boy instantly formed a new plan. Stitt leaped backward, taking cover behind one of the frozen subordinates, making the poor guy sweat bullets in terror as he screamed, "Keg's Commander, please don't shoot!" Seeing this, Gerg paused and sneered, "I see you're well prepared, but don't think that's all I'm capable of." Without a moment's hesitation, his massive body launched into the air. Clenching his fist, he commanded, "Bow down!" Seeing the incoming punch, Stitt instinctively threw his arms up to guard his face. The sheer force of the strike sent the boy skidding backwards several steps. Gerg's face darkened, his eyes flashing with a ruthless, murderous intent, refusing to let Stitt breathe. Instantly, he raised his artifact and charged fiercely at the boy. Meanwhile, Elena was still hiding in the bushes, waiting for the perfect opening to snipe him. But unable to find a clear shot, she thought to herself, "He's way too close for me to do anything right now." Garrett stood there with an anxious expression, letting out a heavy sigh as he wondered, "When the hell am I supposed to jump in?" Suddenly, Motum's voice echoed out. I guess his title isn't just for show. He's managing to hold his ground against a bizarre weapon like the Piercer, and he's completely maximizing his raw power in close combat. But Stitt was entirely unimpressed. Gripping his sword tightly, he retorted, "Save the compliments for after the fight." With that said, he swung his blade, aiming right for the barrel of the artifact. The powerful strike forced Gerg's arm back, making the giant stagger. Stitt stared at him, thinking to himself, if physical weapons don't work, what about magic? Not wasting a second, knowing he had to give it everything he had, he instantly unleashed a spell straight at his opponent, silently casting Surge. Seeing the incoming attack, Gerg was caught off guard, his eyes widening in shock. But his expression shifted just as fast. A wicked grin crept onto his face as he raised his artifact, completely absorbing the magical blast. This time, Stitt was the one completely stunned. "Damn it," he blurted out. "He's way tougher than I thought." Gerg let out a maniacal laugh and sneered. "I figured you had more than one artifact up your sleeve. That was definitely a magic artifact." Without skipping a beat, he charged forward and bellowed, "I've seen countless punks just like you." Seeing the brute rushing in, Stitt nimbly leaped backward to evade the strike. The subordinates, hyped up by the clash, eagerly cheered him on. "Crush him!" "Commander!" After dodging the last attack, Stitt landed on one knee, aiming his hand straight at Gerg as he asked, "So you're a highly experienced mercenary, huh?" Gerg, slightly taken aback, replied, "What, just another lightning spell? Haven't you realized that Spiratus can absorb it completely?" He added mockingly, "I have to admit, though, for a bandit, you're really not half bad." Facing those words, Stitt showed absolutely no fear. Instead, the corners of his mouth curled into a mysterious, confident smirk. Gerg kept the barrel of his weapon aimed dead at the boy. "Then, out of pure respect, I'll grant you an ending worthy of your arrogance." With that said, Gerg unleashed an ultra-violent slam right into the ground, obliterating the earth and shattering the surrounding ice. The sheer shockwave of his attack ended up freeing his subordinates, who had been frozen solid. He shot a sharp glare at his men and asked, "Well, can you move now, boys?" The grunts, visibly riled up, gripped their weapons tightly and began furiously cursing. "Thanks, Commander. How dare you bastards use us as meat shields? I'll kill you!" Before they could even finish their threats, Gerg aggressively cut them off. "Stay out of this!" Veins popped on his face, his eyes burning like roaring flames. "I'm done playing around. None of you interfere unless you want to end up chopped in half." Hearing the raw fury in his voice, his subordinates didn't dare talk back. The entire group scrambled away, nervously shouting, "Yes, sir!" Waiting until they were entirely out of the way, Gerg stroked his prized artifact, flashing a deadly smile. Now then, let's take it from the top. Hearing that, Stit refused to just stand there and take a beating. Like a bolt of lightning, the boy launched himself high into the air. He brought his sword slashing violently down toward Gerg's artifact. Spotting the strike, Gerg mocked, "You're seriously choosing close combat to go up against my cannon? Big mistake." He tightly grabbed onto Stit's wrist, an evil smirk spreading across his face. "The longer this thing runs, the further your meat shields will fly." Hearing this, he didn't panic. His eyes shone with absolute confidence as he shot back. "You'd better worry about your own mercenaries right now. I'm a Grand Commander. Leading is what I do. That's just too bad for you, isn't it? You're all already trapped in my birdcage." These words left Gott utterly bewildered. His face went blank as he blurted out, "What?" Barely had the word left his mouth when a scream echoed from nearby, making him flinch. He glanced over, thinking to himself, "Magic?" It turned out that right behind him, his entire squad of subordinates had been completely wiped out. Their bodies crumpled on the ground. The survivors shouted, "There's something over here! Move aside!" Dengar was furious, his teeth grinding together as he thought, "More lightning magic? Is there another mage?" Seeing his expression, the young man felt immensely satisfied. He smiled brightly and said, "A bit too late to look back now. I won't let a single one of you leave." Terrified by this, he gasped, "No, he's doing all this by himself. How could these bandits have such a powerful ally?" Right where Gott stood, a massive spherical magic cage enveloped the area, so tightly sealed that not even a fly could escape. Steve said softly, "Take one step out of this cage and you'll be roasted alive." A system panel quickly popped up. Tesla skill activated, creating a sphere that automatically attacks enemies within its range. The sphere's duration depends on the amount of mana consumed and the number of times it strikes. More and more cages kept appearing, completely surrounding the remaining soldiers and subordinates. They screamed, "Commander, we can't move because of these weird spheres!" Realizing his carelessness had backed him into a corner, Gott was enraged. Trembling with fury, he snarled, "You shameless bastard!" Just as he said that, a thundering wave of footsteps rushed in from behind. The subordinates schemed among themselves. "We have no choice but to take out the skill user. Stay right there, Commander." With that, they raised their weapons and charged as one, aiming to ambush Steve from behind. "We'll handle this." The danger was drawing closer by the second. There was no way he could react in time to this sudden ambush. Luckily, at that exact moment, Garrett appeared like a flash of lightning, standing guard right behind him. He raised a hand to block Gott's minions and said, "I've got your back." All by himself, he effortlessly took care of the remaining thugs, slamming their heads into the dirt. Garrett sighed in utter boredom. "Man, why am I stuck dealing with these charred little fry?" Just as he spoke, a surviving lackey lunged at him, roaring, "Die!" But before the thug could even swing, 3 arrows pierced the air with blinding speed, dropping him dead on the spot. Startled by the sudden save, Garrett stared at the arrows pinned into the guy's body. He thought to himself, "Did she aim straight for the joints?" Elena's flawless technique made him gasp in awe. "She's pretty terrifying," Garrett muttered as he choked out another lackey. "Anyway, I'll take care of these guys, so don't go getting the wrong idea over there." "Shorty," Steve grinned, pointing his thumb over his shoulder as he asked, "Did you hear that?" Boiling at the insult, Gott ground his teeth in a frenzy, his voice shaking as he cursed, "You damned bandits!" He suddenly launched a heavy strike straight at the boy, roaring, "Have you guys got no honor at all? Fight me fair and square." Hearing this, Steve shot back, fair and square, asking for that in a life-or-death battle. As he spoke, he conjured an energy sphere and aimed it right at him. Is just a death wish. Seeing Steve making his move, Gott refused to back down. "It's useless. Your skills won't even leave a scratch on me." He thought to himself, "There's a cooldown period after using a skill. I'll target his blind spot then." The energy sphere in Steve's hand grew larger and larger, emitting a blinding light as he called out the command. "Or a bullet!" Instantly, a massive blast of compressed energy shot straight at Gott, striking him before he could even react. He desperately braced himself to block it, terrified as he asked himself, What the hell is with this power?" His feet were forced to slide backward. How did he suddenly get so incredibly strong? It's impossible. As the thought crossed his mind, he remembered the moves Steve had used earlier. He intentionally held back his energy so I wouldn't dodge a head-on clash. This was all a setup! But by the time he finally understood everything, it was already too late. Steve yelled out the command, "Get him!" At the signal, Garrett moved like a flash, launching himself high into the air. He delivered a brutal flying kick right into Gott, sending him flying backward with a loud cry. At that exact moment, Steve threw a punch, unleashing his skill once more. Or a bullet. Gott's entire body slammed violently into the stone wall behind him. A chaotic storm of thoughts raced through his mind. Who the hell is this guy? A bizarre weapon that shatters armor, lightning magic that only traditional mages can use, and a skill that can overpower my cannon without wasting a single bullet? He's right. This is no time to hold back. Thinking this, he flexed his aura and roared, "Fine, I'll show you my Spiratus." But before he could even unleash his new move, the Tesla sphere had slowly drifted over. He flinched, his eyes darting up in absolute horror as he thought, "What is that?" Before he could even finish the thought, a barrage of lightning bolts blasted directly into him, making him scream in agonizing pain. Seeing this, Steve beamed at his spectacular success, standing back to watch. A moment later, Gott collapsed to his knees on the dirt. He looked pathetically battered, his face utterly dazed, still unable to process reality. A sword was slowly pointed right at his face. He asked himself, "A sword? Am I going to die? Me? Even with my strongest weapon, I'm going to die without even lifting a finger? I refuse to accept this." Suddenly, sensing something horribly wrong, Mem materialized and yelled, "Hey, get out of the way!" It cast a whirlwind spell, violently pushing the boy to the side just in time to dodge a terrifying cannon blast. As the blast blew past them and struck the area behind, a catastrophic explosion erupted, sending thick smoke and dust into the air. Steve hadn't even processed what was happening yet. He thought in sheer horror, what the... An ordinary cannoneer couldn't possibly pull this off. All around them, a relentless barrage of blasts was being fired wildly and erratically by Gott. He looked completely out of control, screaming wildly like a madman. Seeing the situation going south fast, Garrett shouted, "Hey, what are you going to do about this?" Steve threw his arms up to shield his face and yelled back, "Hang on a second, this wasn't part of the plan." Gott's face was still twisted in that same psychotic frenzy. He fired his heavy cannon wildly in every direction, screaming at the top of his lungs. Suddenly, a streak of light shot forward like lightning, piercing straight into the barrel of his gun before he could even react. The heavy cannon was instantly jammed by the foreign object. That bastard GG peered inside in surprise, wondering what the hell had just flown in there. Lodged right dead center inside the cannon's barrel was none other than an arrow, completely blocking it. Terrified, his eyes went wide as he stood frozen in place. A split second later, his cannon exploded, blowing him straight to the afterlife. Elena stepped down from above. With an icy glare, she said softly, "For someone wielding such a heavy weapon to lose their cool..." She paused, her expression turning downright cold. "But that means you've just forfeited your life." As the smoke and dust gradually cleared, Gigi's precious artifact was left rolling across the dirt. Elena spoke up, and as the three of them advanced toward his remaining minions, she continued, "Now, let's finish everything up around here." And just like that, the whole mess was neatly resolved. Time flew by, and soon it was morning. Over at Garrett's camp, everyone was shouting out to one another, "Hurry it up! We're almost done with the repairs!" Steve stretched his arms as he walked, letting out a long sigh. It's finally over. Seeing this, Elena asked him worriedly, "Aren't you pushing yourself a bit too hard?" Standing guard right after such a massive battle, he replied, "Well, it's good exercise for manual labor anyway." Hearing that, she asked, "Are we leaving right now?" "You did a great job," Steve replied. "Yeah," the man continued. "Go talk to the commander after you've rested up and bring the lady with you." That completely caught them off guard, leaving both of them standing there in utter confusion. A little while later, he arrived at Garrett's tent and called out, "Hey, what did you call me for?" Hearing the familiar voice, Garrett looked up and replied, "You're here early. Did standing guard take up too much of your time?" "I have something important to discuss with you. Give me a second." Hearing that, Steve grew even more curious and urged him on. "What kind of nonsense are you going to ramble about this time?" Garrett then continued, "Those guys." Garrett reached out to pick up a tightly wrapped object and said, I disarmed all of them and sent them packing into a monster-infested forest. Hearing that, Steve thought to himself, no wonder those monsters were so calm. With that said, he placed the artifact GG had used earlier onto the table and exclaimed, "Here it is. Consider it my gift to you." Staring at the item on the table, Steve asked without a hint of excitement, "What is this?" "I'm doing some charity work." Garrett chuckled and replied, "Jokes aside, I do have a conscience. I can't just keep owing you favors all the time. If it wasn't for your help, we'd probably have been forced to abandon this place and run from our pursuers. I think you deserve this. Besides, there's honestly no one here who can even use the damn thing." Curious, Steve asked, "What exactly do you mean by that?" Garrett just replied, "Watch this." The moment he said that, Garrett picked up the artifact and strapped it directly onto his own arm. Instantly, the ancient relic shifted and resized itself to perfectly fit its user. He continued, "I'm guessing this artifact alters its size depending on the caliber of ammo the user wants to fire, maybe even its shape. GG loved using cannon-sized rounds, and he had the brute strength to handle the recoil. So, its size expanded to accommodate that." After hearing his explanation, Steve chimed in, "I guess it'd be a waste to just blindly fire massive shells like that. But honestly, isn't that right up our alley?" Motem suddenly materialized and asked, "What if you gave it to that elf?" Steve replied, curious, "You don't want to eat it?" "First with the Amrita, and now this. Why are you being so generous all of a sudden?" Motem answered, "I realized it back when we were fighting the Manticore. You're not entirely wrong, but if you want to make use of that elf, you need to raise her to a level where she's actually useful. Just consider this an investment for the future." Hearing Motem's logic, Steve felt it made a lot of sense. "Well, if you put it that way, but how exactly is Elena supposed to use this thing? Can she even wield a weapon that isn't a bow?" Motem added, "Just hand her the Spiratus first." After listening to Motem's detailed instructions, Steve didn't hesitate. He immediately turned to Elena and called out, "Elena, could you put your bow away for a second?" He continued, "Try equipping this first." Hearing that, she asked curiously, "What are you trying to do?" He didn't answer, simply instructing, "Just hold the bow." By now, Elena's hand had already fused with the new artifact. Steve asked curiously, "Whoa, how does it feel?" Startled, she replied, "Nothing much, really." "Honestly, it's a lot lighter than it looks," Steve explained. "If you wield it like this, you can even use it as a shield in close quarters combat. Plus, it can generate its own projectiles, so you won't need to lug arrows around everywhere anymore. Everything around you becomes your ammo." Witnessing this, Garrett was thoroughly impressed and remarked, "That's actually brilliant. With the lady's marksmanship, she'll get way more use out of it than any of us ever could. So, I take it you guys are accepting the gift?" Steve asked, holding up a stack of papers in response. "Definitely." "Then what's the deal with all these papers?" "Are these for me too?" he asked, glancing down at the sketches printed on the pages. "Looks an awful lot like a quest commission from the guild, doesn't it?" Garrett replied. "Ah, those aren't for you. They were stuffed inside GG's pockets. That guy was pretty well connected, so he had a ton of these lying around." While flipping through them, Steve suddenly noticed something off. His eyes widened as he blurted out, "This seal! What is this?" Hearing that, Garrett rushed over to take a look and said, "This must be a direct commission from the House of Anir, right? The client is the second prince, Anfet Messer. It's an escort mission for a supply convoy heading to the northern front. It basically says the mission will be entirely voided if they aren't present at the exact time of departure." Steve questioned, "The northern front? I thought that bastard Jero was supposed to be in charge of that. What route are they taking, and when is the exact departure time?" Garrett replied, "The route runs straight from the north of Redlock and cuts right through the capital. But it's been hours. That supply convoy has definitely already hit the road by now." His face grew serious as he thought to himself, "If I can hijack those 3 to 5 massive supply carts, it'll put a ton of pressure on Jero." With that in mind, he asked, "How long is this operation supposed to take?" "Can't we use that to figure out exactly where the convoy will be?" Garrett replied. "A massive relocation like this is bound to face delays if they want to play it safe. It looks like they've been preparing for 20 to 25 days now." As he spoke, he pointed a finger at the map. They definitely plan to pass through Lesia Canyon and reach the capital right here. Hearing this, Steve excitedly urged him on. "Perfect, let's make our move." That made Garrett freeze. Dumbfounded, he blurted out, "Wait, what?" Steve cheerfully held up the map and said, "You told me you didn't want to owe me a favor, right? Then give me a hand with this." Garrett asked how he planned on chasing down a convoy that had already departed. Steve simply replied, "We can cut straight through the canyon and ambush them before they even hit this route." The more he thought about it, the more thrilled Steve looked. This is a heaven-sent opportunity for us to seize their supplies. Seeing the look on his face, Garrett let out a wry smile. "You're actually serious about this, aren't you?" He went on. "The thing is, it might look like a shortcut on the map, but if you want to take your proposed route, you'll have to pass straight through a heavily monster-infested zone. We'll never make it in time if we have to fight our way through that." Sid asked curiously, "Why are there so many monsters around here?" Garrett explained, "It's home to the oldest cavern in Lycia. The creatures crawling out of there are on a whole different level. You can't even compare them to your average demons or beastmen. The ones we fought so far were just the weaklings that couldn't survive such a vicious environment. Basically, we're talking about an S-class danger zone." "I think we might have a little problem then," Sid added with a bright, eager smile. "If it's just a cavern, then leave it to me. Lend me one of your men." Seeing that look on his face, Garrett felt a sudden sense of dread and asked, "Wait, what? Why do you look so fired up? Are you planning to wipe out that entire cave too?" The scene shifted to the cavern, where dangerous monsters lurked in the shadows. Steve called out, "Do you see anything we should watch out for?" Bernard replied, "Not much, but the closer we get to the cave, the stronger the tremors in the ground become." Steve pressed on. "Anything else?" "Other than these storm clouds gathering unnaturally overhead, I don't see anything out of the ordinary," he said. Hearing this, Steve glanced up at the sky, deep in thought. "There hasn't been a single drop of rain this entire time we've been here, yet the clouds are so thick near the cavern." Snapping out of his thoughts, he patted Bernard on the shoulder. "Thanks. Keep up the good work." The scout nodded. "I'll let you know the second anything feels off." With that, Steve nimbly leaped down into the lower levels, his mind racing. Unexplained tremors. The only monster capable of causing this is... Mem suddenly chimed in. "It's gotta be some kind of death worm." Hearing that name, he immediately thought back to a monster he had faced before, a weary look crossing his face. "You don't think it's a rock eater, do you? Why do I always end up dealing with the absolute worst ones? Wait, there's a good chance. This canyon is covered in marble deposits. They love that stuff, and those weird shifting tracks on the ground definitely point to them moving right beneath us." The more he thought about it, the heavier his sigh became. A rock eater's outer shell is completely immune to most metals and magic. Hitting it just makes it glow red. Just as that thought crossed his mind, a sudden noise caught his attention. He shot a glance to the side, thinking to himself, "What in the world is that noise?" A rumbling sound. It turned out that massive racket was being caused by Elena. With a single strike, she had completely shattered a solid boulder. He gaped in astonishment. "Elena? What kind of insane skill did she learn to pull that off?" Motem casually replied, "That right there is what we call archery. Now that's a true archer for you. Your average bowman definitely couldn't shatter solid rock with just an arrow." Meanwhile, Elena kept her focus sharp, drawing her bow time and time again to obliterate the obstacles in their path. Steve watched her, a little puzzled. "Looks like she's winding up for another shot." Motem nudged him, drawing his attention back to Elena. "Just watch closely. See how she does it." Steve gasped in sheer amazement. "She doesn't even have an arrow knocked. Wait, she's actually doing it." Elena pulled the bowstring taut, and a swirling current of air instantly gathered and condensed right into her hand. In the blink of an eye, a solid, tangible arrow materialized in her grasp. Steve immediately caught on to her trick. Wait, is she actually forging that arrow by condensing the dust and impurities straight out of the air? That looks insanely powerful. But then, a drop of sweat rolled down his face as he blurted out in utter disbelief. "Hold on, at this point, isn't that basically a javelin? There's no way she can fire something that dense." Unbothered, Elena locked her sights dead onto the target in front of her. With a clean release, the massive arrow shot forward, tearing through the air at blinding speed. The projectile launched straight up into the sky, violently ripping right through the thick layers of clouds. Steve stood completely frozen, stammering out, "That's incredibly impressive. Honestly, I don't even think I could hold that thing." Raising both hands in playful surrender, he walked over to Elena. "You heard all that, didn't you? You think pulling that off is easy?" Elena was drenched in sweat, rubbing her temples, looking thoroughly exhausted. Try multitasking 3 complex magic structures at once. That would drain anyone. She turned her gaze to Steve, explaining the details. Still, I'm the one who chose this, so I just have to get used to it. Anyway, did you finish checking on that thing you mentioned earlier? Steve quickly replied. Oh, right. I was actually just about to bring that up. We need to head out and gather some materials. Want to tag along? Elena gave a willing nod. Sure, just let me get ready first. The group ventured together into the depths of a pitch-black cavern. Glancing around, Garrett couldn't help but voice his anxiety. Damn it, this place gives me the creeps. How does something like this even form naturally? I swear, I'll never understand these freaky caves. Sweating bullets, he nervously checked in on the person walking beside him. By the way, you look pretty exhausted. Are you holding up okay? Steve covered his mouth with a long yawn and replied, I was just up late gathering a few supplies we needed. I'll be fine. He perked up, gazing eagerly at the cavern before them. So this is the cave, huh? Garrett asked, following his gaze. Yeah. If we can make it through, we'll catch up to the supply convoy in no time. Assuming it's actually doable, of course. I'm actually starting to regret this a little, now that I'm seeing it up close. Ha ha. Steve let out a dry, speechless laugh. I told you to just stay put, Garrett insisted, trying to sound confident despite his obvious nerves. Don't worry, I'll be the first to run if anything goes south. Steve shot him a helpless look. So reliable. The 3 of them quickly made their way into the cavern as the crowd cheered them on. Good luck, Commander. Clear a path to the other side. You've got this. Garrett offered a confident wave to the crowd. I'll be back. Steve impatiently urged him on. Hurry up! He shoved open the heavy doors sealing the cavern. Garrett followed close behind, while Elena looked around in awe. Whoa! It's so dark in here! Suddenly, something shot out from the shadows, making Garrett scream in sheer panic. Ah! Steve and Elena calmly pulled out lightstones, illuminating the pitch-black space. Garrett gripped the hilt of his sword, silently marveling at their composure. Pretty veteran moves right there. Meanwhile, Steve carefully scanned their surroundings inside the cave. He frowned, immediately sensing something was off. There's definitely an abnormal energy presence in here. I wouldn't be surprised if this is an S-rank dungeon. Suddenly, he blurted out, 65%. Garrett and Elena shot him matching looks of confusion. Steve quickly elaborated. Adventurers agree that the survival rate for clearing an A-rank dungeon is around 65%. But this place feels totally different. It's far worse. Garrett grew visibly tense. Then, what's the survival rate for an S-rank dungeon? Steve's next words filled him with absolute dread. The base rate is 15%. But if you run into the dungeon boss, it drops to 1%. Do not let your guard down for a second. He grimly warned his team. He also made sure to remind Motum. I'll be watching your back too. The spirit reassured him in its usual tone. Just stay calm. The trio cautiously pressed deeper into the pitch-black cavern. Suddenly, right behind them, 2 mysterious magic circles materialized in the air above. Behind you! Motum screamed, frantically warning Steve. He reacted instantly, whipping his head around. A system window flashed. Auto reflex triggered. Reaction time temporarily boosted. Synergy activation confirmed. 2 massive boulders plummeted straight toward the trio. Steve moved like lightning, yanking Elena and Garrett out of the crushing attack's path. He gritted his teeth, adrenaline pumping. I was just wondering why it was so damn quiet. Massive chunks of earth and stone kept pouring out of those 2 bizarre magic circles. A magic trap, Steve realized grimly. Having barely dodged death, Garrett was panting heavily, his face pale with terror. What on earth was that? Elena gasped, her nerves frayed. I've been keeping a close watch using my Amrita. How could I not even sense it coming? Steve quickly broke it down for them. It's a high-tier magic trap. You can't detect it with your 5 senses or even by reading the mana flow. A lot of people die precisely because of that. Motum suddenly popped up, flashing a smug, self-satisfied grin. You only survived because I spotted it with my own 2 eyes, you know. Steve just gave it an indifferent reply. Yeah, we get it. Garrett frantically scanned their surroundings, strictly on edge. Anyway, are you sure we can actually keep going? Not only is the path blocked, but what if there are more traps? Steve clenched his jaw, aiming his weapon straight ahead as he answered. Of course we're pushing forward. Air bullet! A violent blast of compressed air shot out, hurtling forward with explosive force. The aggressive strike completely shattered the massive boulder, carving out a huge, clear pathway. Garrett let out a stunned gasp at his ridiculously brute force method. Seriously? Blowing up a tunnel rigged with deadly traps? Yeah, sounds like an absolutely brilliant idea. Steve took the lead, stepping forward with total confidence. Let's move. Motem floated closely, warning him with a cautious tone. It's effective, sure, but if you just blast your way through every single obstacle, you're either going to collapse the entire cave on us or drain your mana completely dry before we get out. Steve barely gave it a second thought, brushing off the warning. So what? What do you want us to do? Dig our own tunnel underground? I don't exactly have a better plan right now. Motem patiently broke down the situation for him. The way these magic traps work is by tracking the vital energy emitted by living creatures. So, if you completely mask your life force, you won't trigger them. You still have those rings hidden under your gloves, don't you? Stitt stared in sheer disbelief at the cursed rings adorning his fingers. I've worn these this whole time. Suddenly, a massive surge of energy erupted from his hands, tearing through Steve in agonizing pain. Cursed Aura. The system chimed, announcing the activation of the Cursed Aura skill, capable of transferring debuffs and item curses to nearby enemies. Garrett watched in horror as a bizarre, eerie energy swallowed Stitt whole. Whoa, what the hell is that? Are you okay? I'm genuinely freaked out right now. Steve gritted his teeth through the physical agony, thinking to himself, masking my own life force using the negative energy from the curse? Looks like I'm actually getting the better end of this deal. He panted heavily through the pain, forcing a reassuring tone for his teammates. I'm all right. Let me just test something out first. Suddenly, he staggered off in a specific direction, leaving the other two staring in utter bewilderment. Just wait here a second. Stitt headed toward a nearby magic circle, while Moten exclaimed with eager anticipation. I've set up a massive magic trap over there. Step inside. Stitt let out a heavy sigh and muttered, easier said than done. Without hesitation, he stepped right into the magic circle. He closed his eyes, silently bracing for its reaction. Absolutely nothing happened. Stitt gasped in pure astonishment. Did it actually work? Mem replied with absolute confidence. Loud and clear. Garrett, having watched his every move, asked with deep suspicion, Hey, what exactly are you trying to test out here? Steve's face lit up with absolute joy as he waved his teammates over. Ha ha, come over here. I found the perfect way around this. In the pitch-black cavern, a faint purple glow bathed the area, accompanied by the agonized panting of his two companions. Stitt tried to calm them down. It might feel a little vile right now, but this is honestly the easiest way for us to get through here. Garrett nodded in understanding, gritting his teeth through the pain. If the expert says so, then I guess this is the easy way, even though I have no idea what easiest even means anymore. Steve shot him a cautious look, warning him, It's way too early for you to start complaining. Take a look over there. The three of them cautiously approached a massive, gaping hollow in the cavern. Garrett gasped in sheer disbelief. What? What the hell is that? Stitt quickly cleared up his confusion. Those are the tracks left behind by the rock-devouring worms. We're about to get started. Steve took the lead, leaping straight down into the massive pit. My tracker is telling me we need to head straight toward the very end of this cavern. Without hesitation, the other two quickly followed his lead and dropped down into the pit. Stitt carefully poured a vial of glowing purple liquid straight onto Garrett's blade. Garrett couldn't help but stare in confusion. What's up with this phantom melt flower extract? Stitt quickly broke it down for him. Basically, it's a highly corrosive acid that melts straight through minerals and metals. Garrett stared at the eerie mist swirling around his blade, his skepticism growing by the second. Then shouldn't we keep it far away from our own weapons? Steve brushed off his concern. It won't damage your blade at all. Don't sweat it. He continued his breakdown of the strange flora. The phantom melt flower secretes an acid to dissolve its immediate surroundings just to absorb nutrients, so it doesn't just melt everything indiscriminately. He took the sword back and gently wiped away the excess purple droplets. This specific flower actually thrives in the Leia Canyon, so it's incredibly effective against those rock-devouring worms since they feed on the exact same type of stone. Steve then shifted his gaze over to Elena. And here, if you coat the tips of your arrows with this, they'll pack the exact same attribute. Elena took the vial and carefully followed his instructions. You'll be able to pierce straight through the Stone Eater's outer armor with this, but its effectiveness drops the more you use it, so make every shot count, keep your attacks to an absolute minimum. Our main objective right now is just reaching the target location. After prepping the two of them, Steve crouched low and slammed his palm against the rocky floor. Massive fissures spiderwebbed outward, carving a path forward. The three of them stuck close together, cautiously venturing deeper into the abyss of the cave. Suddenly, a violent tremor ripped through the ground beneath them, throwing them off balance. Garrett instantly tightened his grip on his hilt. What the? Elena swallowed hard, every muscle tensed as her eyes darted frantically around the shadows. Something's coming, Stitt murmured, a glint of twisted anticipation in his voice. If they're coming to us, that saves us the massive headache of hunting them down. A colossal rock-devouring worm exploded through the cavern wall, hurtling straight toward the trio. Stitt slammed his palms together, channeling his spiritual energy to face the beast head-on. He desperately shouted a reminder to the others. You guys remember the plan, right? Go, I'll hold it off. The other two caught his drift and immediately scattered out of the blast zone. A violently swirling azure vortex manifested right in the palm of his hand as he cast Frostbind. A blinding beam of azure light shot toward the colossal worm, flash freezing its thrashing body in an instant. He roared at the top of his lungs, signaling his team. Run! But the massive worm writhed violently, effortlessly shattering the glacial chains binding it in place. Enraged, the beast lunged forward, locking its sights directly on Steve. He hastily backflipped out of the way, narrowly dodging its devastating strike. The sheer raw power radiating off the beast made him click his tongue in intense frustration. The massive worm reared back and charged once again. It unhinged its massive gaping maw, bearing rows of razor-sharp teeth as it snapped at its prey. A panicked voice suddenly rang out, screaming a warning at Steve. Watch out! Elena suddenly appeared right behind him. She raised her bow, taking aim straight at the hulking beast. She loosed an arrow that whizzed right past Steve, flying straight into the giant worm. The creature's massive maw was blown apart by the strike. It shrieked in agonizing pain, the sound echoing through the entire cavern. Steve stood there stunned, stammering out his praise. Nice! Nice shot! Sensing the lethal danger, another worm quickly burrowed into the dirt to hide. And right after, the rest of the massive worms all dove underground in unison. Seeing them retreat, Steve was absolutely furious. Are these bastards really digging underground? Spell! Suddenly, a massive worm burst from the ground to ambush him. From point-blank range, it lunged right through the blinding cloud of dust. In a flash, Steve slashed the colossal worm right in half. Cleaved in two, the beast shrieked in absolute agony. The remaining worms instantly followed up, jaws unhinged as they swarmed Steve all at once. Suddenly, a brilliant blue aura burst forth, enveloping a section of their bodies. Garrett charged in like a beast, violently hacking into the massive worms. The blazing blue aura radiating from him was overwhelmingly powerful. He shot a glance at Steve and scoffed. Weren't you going to tell us to keep it low-key and fight them one by one? Capitalizing on his distraction, a worm lunged at him. Steve frantically yelled out, Dodge! Run! The two of them sprinted out of the swarm's encirclement, bolting straight toward Elena. Calm as ever, she locked onto the beasts and let her bowstring fly. Two powerful arrows shot out, instantly obliterating two of the massive worms. Seeing the massive swarm still hot on their heels, Steve roared at his team. Just keep running. They scrambled toward a heavy stone door up ahead. Through the gate! Hurry! They dashed right through the threshold. Steve and Garrett strained with all their might to slam the door shut against the giant worms. The beast shrieked outside, violently slamming against the heavy stone to force it open. After a tense moment, the shrieking slowly faded away. Garrett cautiously broke the silence. Is it over? Steve immediately shot back a warning. Way too early to drop our guard. Only then did he finally take in the surrounding scenery. Do you guys see that thing over there? He locked eyes on a massive frozen statue, his voice tinged with dread. That's the gatekeeper. Steve nodded, absolute certainty in his voice. I guarantee it. Sweating bullets, Garrett gripped his weapon tight, ready for a bloody fight. So that's the Tomb Guardian, right? It's just sitting there. Why isn't it moving at all? Steve narrowed his eyes cautiously. Let's find out. He scooped up a loose rock from the floor. Let's give it a little poke, shall we? With a flick of his wrist, he lobbed the stone straight at the guardian statue. Clack! The stone bounced off its heavy frame, yet the statue remained completely frozen in place, not showing a single sign of life. But then, a terrifying, wicked grin split across its face. Catching the deadly shift, Steve screamed out a frantic warning to his team. Watch your feet! Move! Before the words even left his mouth, a massive surge of energy blasted right at them. Steve barely managed to block a razor-sharp icicle hurtling at his face. Fireball! A roaring blaze erupted, completely shattering the Guardian's icy assault. Scrambling back from the deadly exchange, Steve casually wiped a trickle of blood from his mouth, staring the monster down with wild anticipation. All right then, let's just see how tough an S-rank Guardian really is. Steve stuck a flawless landing, the shattered remains of the ice spikes raining down all around him. Still, a knot of tension formed in his gut. It attacked without a single twitch. Zero warning. He glared at the Guardian, totally baffled as the massive creature still sat completely motionless. Is it just screwing around with us? Suddenly, he barked out a command to Elena. Elena, I need cover fire from the back. Getting the message, Elena bolted into position in a split second. Understood. Steve then snapped his eyes over to Garrett. Garrett, you and me, full frontal assault. We're literally taking on an ancient tomb boss here. Garrett was sweating buckets, completely stiff with panic. I'm scared out of my damn mind over here. Meanwhile, Elena seamlessly slipped into position. She drew her bowstrings taut, fully prepped to lay down cover fire. Sensing the shift in the room, the Tomb Guardian finally began to stir. Steve exploded into a sprint. Channeling pure energy into his palm, he materialized a blazing fireball. Let's go! He hurled the raging inferno straight at the towering monster. Fireball! The scorching mass of flames roared toward the Guardian, instantly drawing its deadly gaze. A wave of bone-chilling frost rolled off the monster, stopping the fireball dead in its tracks. In the blink of an eye, a blast of freezing mist swept the area, totally snuffing out the flames. Done playing games, the massive Guardian violently rose to its feet, ready to face them head-on. Out of nowhere, Steve closed the gap for a point-blank strike, catching the beast slightly off guard. He unsheathed his sword and brought it down in a vicious arc, but a jagged spike of ice violently erupted from the ground right behind him. Catching the terrifying sound behind him, Steve broke out in a cold sweat. That same exact attack? Out of nowhere, a blinding streak of light tore across the room. Elena's arrow soared through the air, violently piercing the Tomb Guardian. Seizing the split-second distraction, Steve thrust his blade directly at the monster's core. Putting everything he had into the strike, he swung with all his might, aiming to chop its head clean off. But the Tomb Guardian just cracked a sinister smile. It reached out with its bare hands, catching the razor-sharp blade mere inches from its neck. Crushing Steve's sword in its massive grip, the monster locked onto him, leaving him completely trapped in its deadly sights. It channeled its freezing aura through that sword straight into Steve's body. The intense cold froze part of his arm, making him wince in agonizing pain. Is it trying to freeze me? Just then, Gareth appeared right behind the Guardian, raising his sword high and slashing down at it. It didn't have time to react and took the full force of his strike. Suddenly, streams of energy surged forth, binding the Guardian tightly and locking it in place. Steve praised the plan in his head. Nice distraction. Right after that, he broke free from the Guardian's grip and leaped back. He shouted, "Great job!" Gareth flashed in front of the Guardian, aiming his blade right at its throat. The tip stabbed directly into its neck, but the creature was completely unharmed. It grabbed the blade and held it tight, stopping it from going any deeper. Gareth gritted his teeth, unable to pull his sword free, and let out a horrified gasp. "Damn it!" he cursed inwardly. "How pathetic! I can't even buy him a little time." Suddenly, the Guardian clenched its fists and channeled its magic. Sharp ice spikes erupted all around its body. A massive shockwave blasted outward, turning its entire body into a terrifying, spiked sphere of ice. Steve tensed up as he recalled what had just happened. Gareth had just stabbed that thing right in the head, and it didn't even bother dodging. Then he remembered how it reacted when he had slashed at its head earlier. It actually dodged his piercing strike. Realizing this, he immediately channeled his mana. A pitch-black orb materialized in the palm of his hand. Tesla. He silently confirmed his theory. That meant it was actually afraid of that attack. With both hands, he hurled the two orbs straight at the Guardian. He didn't forget to warn his teammate nearby. Gareth, watch out! Elena seized the moment and fired an arrow at the creature. The Guardian took the full brunt of her powerful attack. Its foot shifted slightly to dodge the lethal blow, but one of Steve's black orbs, crackling with terrifying lightning, suddenly closed in on it from behind. Both orbs closed in, unleashing a massive electric shock that paralyzed its entire body, leaving it completely unable to counterattack. Steve dashed forward, ready to finish this Guardian off once and for all. It's working! Just as it was stunned, he was completely caught off guard by a sudden, unnatural twitch from the creature. He quickly unleashed a blast of light at the Guardian, Windblade. Somehow, the Guardian managed to struggle free, firing a beam of ice that slashed right into his leg. Looking down at his bleeding wound, a wave of tension hit him. I can't believe it can still attack. Steve was in so much agony that his whole body shook uncontrollably, but he still forced himself to stand. Just one more strike. That's all I need. The injury on his leg was severely limiting his movement. If only I could hit it with everything I've got. With that thought, he pushed past his limits and lunged at the Guardian. Sword in hand, Steve charged forward, catching the monster completely by surprise. He drove the tip of his blade straight into its body for a vicious counterattack. After the strike landed, he broke into a cold sweat, anxiously waiting for the Guardian's reaction. Elena stared at him intently, her nerves stretched to the limit. Gareth was equally eaten up by anxiety. He fidgeted, following her gaze, and hesitantly muttered, Did we get it? Deep, jagged cracks began to spread across the Guardian's head, right where Steve had slashed it, and a second later, raging flames erupted, engulfing its entire head. Both Steve and Gareth stared in wide-eyed disbelief. The flames exploded into a violent vortex around the Guardian, radiating a blistering magical heat. The creature was rapidly incinerated, leaving nothing behind but a charred, motionless husk. Thinking the battle was finally over, Steve let out a breath. Oh, brilliant! But his fists immediately clenched again as a new wave of panic set in. Oh, no! The fire's spreading way too fast to dodge! Fanned by a sudden, mysterious gust of wind, the flames roared higher and rapidly devoured the entire room. Elena gasped in horror, quickly shielding her face from the scorching embers. Oh my God! Where the hell did all this fire come from? She stared at the Guardian burning in the inferno, utterly bewildered. Is that even the same creature from before? Did it transform or evolve? What on earth is going on? She snapped her head around, her heart dropping, and leaped down from her sniper spot. Wait a second. Where are the other two? Suddenly, an agonizing scream tore through the air right next to her. Ah! Elena glanced over to see Gareth howling in pain, clutching a nasty wound on his shoulder. She spoke up, keeping her tone cool. Oh, so you're still in one piece, but why is it just you? Gareth panted heavily as he explained. Ugh. He used the wind pressure from his ultimate attack to blast me clear out of the blast radius. He recalled the terrifying moment. Steve had grabbed him fiercely by the collar, and a powerful current of wind had surged directly from his arm. And then, a massive blast. Gareth was completely swept up by Steve's gale, hurling him far away from the epicenter of the explosion. He let out a frustrated sigh as he continued. By the time I came to, I was already lying right here. He fixed his gaze on the charred remains of the Guardian within the roaring flames. But I'm honestly not too worried about him, because a bead of cold sweat rolled down his face as he put all his faith in Steve's abilities. I know for a fact he'll make it out of there. Suddenly, Gareth froze in absolute horror as he noticed something wrong at the center of the inferno. Through the blazing heat, he saw Steve, battered, bloodied, and being utterly consumed by the raging flames. No, that can't be right, his voice cracked. Did he sacrifice himself just to save me? Elena followed his terrified gaze. Seeing Steve's horrifying condition, a wave of pure panic washed over her as well. The sheer shock of it dragged Elena into a numb, suffocating void she couldn't break out of. What's happening? I can't hear anything. I can still hear Amrita, but I can't hear Steve's heartbeat anymore. Is he really gone? I should have stopped him. Once again, I could do nothing but stand and watch. Am I still not strong enough? Tears streamed down her face in overwhelming guilt. I am so sorry, Stet. As the flames slowly died out, Stet lay completely motionless. Seeing Elena in a daze, Garrett urgently shouted, "Hey, snap out of it. This is not the time to be spacing out." Unable to snap her back to reality, Garrett hastily drew his sword and took a defensive stance, ready for anything. "Damn it, she's completely lost her will to fight. This mission is a bust. We need to get the hell out of here right now." He stared tensely at the charred monster, which was evolving and growing even stronger. "Even at my best, I am not sure if I can escape this monster alive. How are we supposed to dodge those flames? And even if we do make it out, what the hell do we do about the flesh-eating stone golems outside?" Seeing the Tomb Guardian suddenly raise its hand to launch an attack, Garrett's mind raced frantically. "No, I shouldn't be worrying about that right now. What am I doing? We need to move now." The Guardian gathered energy in its palm, ready to strike. Just then, a faint blue aura began to envelop Stet's body. The sudden movement from his direction snapped Elena out of her despair. Meanwhile, Garrett was sweating bullets, standing face to face with the blazing Guardian. The blue aura surrounding Stet slowly healed the fatal burns covering his body. Passive skill, Resist Death activated. Not even death can hold you back. As the blue aura wrapped around him, Motem's voice echoed in his mind. "Are you done playing around?" Stet hurriedly wiped the blood from his face and cursed in frustration. "Damn it, that hurts like hell. I really didn't think I would have to go through that feeling ever again." Just then, the Guardian thrust its hand forward like a sharp blade, aiming straight for them. It let out a sinister grin, lunging at them with roaring flames erupting all over its body. Stet clenched his fist with absolute resolve, a powerful surge of energy swirling around his arms. Windblade! He effortlessly shredded through every scorching fire attack the Guardian threw at him. Then, Stet charged straight at it. Veins bulged on his face in pure fury. "That might have been the second time I died, but right now I have more power than ever before." Even the Guardian was taken aback by his terrifying aura. Fierce gusts of wind like razor-sharp blades slashed toward it. Windblade! Stet swiftly leaped backward, narrowly evading the impact area. He bolted away as fast as the wind, dodging the Guardian and regrouping with his teammates. He picked up the sword he had dropped earlier while glaring at the monster. "You bastard!" he groaned, looking down at his completely shredded clothes. "You burned all my damn clothes." Seeing him standing there completely fine, Garrett screamed in utter disbelief. His eyes widened in absolute shock. "What the hell are you? Are you even human?" Elena's cheeks flushed bright red. She bit her lip, looking slightly annoyed. Seeing their reactions made Stet feel incredibly awkward. He quickly tried to smooth things over. "Sorry, I really wasn't trying to mess with you guys or anything." Elena hurriedly wiped her tears, but Garrett cut him off. "You can explain all that later." She fixed her gaze on the ferocious enemy, dragging their focus back to the life or death situation at hand. "We need to deal with the Tomb Guardian first," Garrett blurted out, his voice shaking with anxiety. "Look, I know taking down the Tomb Guardian is our top priority, but which one are we supposed to start with?" He continued, sweating nervously. "Is it even normal for one tomb to have two damn guardians?" Right now, there were two terrifying guardians glaring at them, one made of blazing fire, the other of freezing ice. Stet furrowed his brows, just as clueless about what was going on. Two of them? What the hell is going on here? Even he couldn't hide his panic. "I have never seen anything like this before. This really doesn't look good. If that's the case, you two handle the ice one." Readying his weapon, he quickly instructed his teammates, "I will take the fire one. We have to keep them separated." With that, he charged straight at the Guardian, leaving Garrett wide-eyed in horror. "What? Are you crazy? Isn't it practically suicide to take that thing on alone?" Ignoring Garrett's panicked screams, Stet bolted straight toward the blazing monster. Ice Wave! He unleashed a freezing blast of energy, sending it hurtling straight toward the Guardian. But with a blazing wall of fire, it effortlessly blocked his attack. Stet narrowed his eyes, determined to crush the beast. He focused all his energy into the palms of his hands. Our skills might not match up, but let's show this thing who the real boss is. Devour! A mysterious light gathered around his hands, perfectly fusing with the dark aura radiating from his rings. Devour absorbs dark energy from cursed items and dramatically boosts your power, Motem explained clearly. If we burn through these two items, we will only have 5 left. Reinforced active skill, Ice Wave, Avalanche. A massive onslaught of ice and snow crashed down, obliterating everything in its path. A devastating shockwave of frost swept across the massive cavern. The Guardian frantically channeled its magic, erupting in roaring flames to fend off Stet's freezing assault. But the massive wave of ice completely engulfed it. Stet shouted at the top of his lungs, signaling his team. "Garrett, Elena, hold them down for me." The Cave Guardian's flames licked at Stu's arm, tearing an agonized scream from his throat. Ah! Yet the searing pain only fueled his battle lust. He condensed his energy into a small sphere in the palm of his hand. "I'll take you on, one-on-one." Stet pinned a Guardian to the ground, roaring to his teammates, "Pin them down for me." Elena caught on instantly, raising her bow and taking dead aim at the enemy. She loosed an arrow that tore through the air like a tempest toward the remaining Guardian. Stet locked his focus entirely on the one he was holding down. "All right, then." He glared viciously into its eyes. Energy surged into his hands, forming a miniature vortex of ice. "It's just you and me now!" Meanwhile, the ice-wielding Guardian was struggling to block the arrow Elena had just fired. It froze in shock as a lethal aura closed in on it. Garrett appeared out of thin air, unleashing a flurry of slashes across its body. Caught completely off guard, it had no time to counter. Even so, Garrett's furious strikes didn't leave a single scratch on its thick hide. He gritted his teeth, a bead of sweat rolling down his face. "Tough bastard, but I've still got my trump card." But the Guardian didn't give him a second to breathe, hurling a barrage of massive ice spikes right at Garrett. Roaring in absolute fury, it unleashed a relentless assault on him. Suddenly, a vicious arrow tore through the air, catching the Guardian completely off guard. The shaft buried itself deep into its skull, making it gnash its teeth in agonizing rage. Elena immediately shouted out to Garrett, "Now's your chance!" Garrett got the message and moved instantly. Swift as the wind, he dashed forward and closed in on the Guardian. Knowing his blade was useless here, he drove a brutal knee straight into its chest. The impact forced the Guardian to stagger back several paces. It clutched its chest, visibly struggling to recover. Pushed to the absolute brink of rage, it let out a blood-curdling shriek. The Guardian lunged at Garrett, its arm acting like a razor-sharp blade that swatted him completely aside. Seeing where it was heading next, Garrett screamed out a warning, "Look out!" Elena's heart skipped a beat in sheer panic. A freezing aura completely enveloped her, and tiny shards of ice began bursting from the ground. An instant later, a jagged ice spike tore right through the earth, shooting up to impale her. Elena nimbly dodged to the side, narrowly escaping the lethal strike. Garrett gritted his teeth, his mind racing for a solution. "Damn it, we can't take this thing down by ourselves if we don't do something, and fast." Suddenly, a massive wall of ice erupted right in front of him, completely blocking his line of sight. What the hell? The Guardian launched another vicious assault. Its arm mutated it into a massive razor-sharp block of ice. It vaulted high into the air, using the momentum to swing the crushing ice straight at Elena. Elena stayed completely calm, raising her shield to block the devastating blow. The Guardian slammed its strike right into the empty space just in front of her. Elena held her stance firmly, bracing herself against the massive shockwave of its impact. Elena spun around, driving her knee high to deliver a direct hit. She slammed her kick right into the ice block on its arm, shattering it into countless glittering pieces. Without missing a beat, Elena bolted from her spot. In a flash, she materialized right behind the Guardian. She pulled her fist back, aiming a devastating punch right at it. It frantically threw up its arms to defend itself as a bone-chilling aura erupted all around its body. Elena suddenly froze in her tracks, utterly stunned. This frost energy! It's even stronger than before. My hands are so cold I can barely move them. Her entire body locked up, completely paralyzing her attack. From beneath her feet, thousands of deadly spikes shot out to impale her. Seeing the lethal danger she was in, Stet screamed at the top of his lungs, "Garrett, get Elena out of there!" Garrett caught on instantly, diving in to cover Elena. He snatched her up and hauled her out of the blast zone. The second they cleared the area, a massive fiery explosion engulfed the cave entrance. The roaring flames incinerated the doorway before slowly dying down, leaving behind a thick, blinding cloud of smoke. A massive rock worm burst from the smoke, jaws spread wide as it lunged at the target inside. The ice elemental Guardian gritted its teeth, staring in sheer shock at the monster that had just spawned out of nowhere. The giant worm crashed straight down onto it before it could even lift a finger. Garrett glanced over at Elena, his voice filled with concern as he checked on her. Just keep breathing. You might feel a little dizzy the first time. The rock worm snapped the guardian right up in its jaws, leaving the remaining fire elemental guardian totally dumbfounded. Stit roared out to draw its attention. Where the hell are you looking? He threw a brutal punch right at its back. I'm right over here, you bastard. Morton materialized, cheering with absolute excitement. Thanks for the power buff. Do you think you can crush solid iron with your bare hands now? He asked, practically buzzing with anticipation. Don't let up. Keep the pressure on it. Following his lead, Stit drove a fierce punch right into the guardian's jaw. The devastating uppercut sent the beast staggering. Stit channeled his energy into his hand once more, clenching his fist as he prepared to drop another earth-shattering blow on his enemy. He violently pinned the guardian to the dirt, raining down a flurry of savage punches. Suddenly, he froze, noticing something seriously wrong with its body. Seeing glowing cracks form on its skin alongside waves of scorching smoke, he realized the manticore's hide was burning up. Its body temperature was skyrocketing. In that brief moment of distraction, the guardian's hand ignited into a blazing, razor-sharp blade. It slashed viciously at Stit's arm, forcing an agonized scream from his lungs. "Ah!" Morton hurriedly warned him. "Stay sharp. It'll counter the second you leave an opening." Stit frantically unleashed a blast of freezing frost, blasting the guardian away. Ice wave! The sheer force pushed it back several yards, its arm severely damaged by Stit's freezing aura. Mem suddenly popped up, scanning the situation. Something isn't right here. Stit silently agreed, probing his surroundings with extreme caution. Yeah, so it wasn't just my imagination. That gatekeeper healed in no time. It just smirked, standing right back up to face him head on. Motem analyzed the situation clearly. Not only can it deal damage using the opposing element, but it hasn't taken a single scratch. It's not weakening at all. Its flames are only getting stronger. Steve frowned, unable to hide his tension as he muttered, "Maybe. I've been going about this all wrong. Let me try this one more time, with everything I've got." Steve raised his hand, unleashing his mana as he silently chanted, "Fireball!" The gatekeeper watched closely, caught off guard. It leaped out of the way, dodging the incoming flames. Motem raised an eyebrow, suspicious of its reaction. Steve grimaced in shock. "It dodged my attack?" Suddenly, a thought struck him. Wait, is that why the fire user split up from the ice user? The memory of its previous attack flashed through his mind. The gatekeeper had looked so smug. The temperature must rise whenever the two halves move apart. It had braced itself, unleashing ice spikes that tore through everything around it. Is the ice user acting as a coolant for the fire user? Realizing this, Steve drew upon his mana. I'll just have to blast this thing to ashes with everything I've got left. He hurled the flames straight at it. Fireball! The gatekeeper's body trembled, forced to grit its teeth and brace for impact. Steve's eyes widened. It's working! So that's the trick. He thought, if I keep them separated and continuously drive up the heat, I can actually take them down. He reached out, expanding his mana output. I can't let this drag on. I have to end this right now. Steve roared as his mana furiously erupted, gathering into a raging storm. The vortex swept over the gatekeeper, twisting its body and making it scream in agony. Steve gritted his teeth, straining his arms to control the black hole. The gatekeeper thrashed wildly, trying to break free from the crushing grip of the mana vortex. To Steve's shock, he saw the vortex beginning to crack. The monster unleashed a burst of flames, shattering his spell and blasting the mana right back at him. A fiery whirlwind engulfed Steve, forcing him to his knees. Ignoring the lingering mana around it, the fire user made a mad dash straight toward the ice user. Steve scrambled away from the flames and yelled out, "Garrett, the ice user is trying to protect the fire user. Don't let them get back together." Garrett gritted his teeth, watching anxiously as the gap between the two monsters rapidly closed. Easy for you to say. What the hell am I supposed to do from all the way over here? Suddenly, he glanced over at Elena. "Hey, let me borrow that for a second." Garrett grabbed the firearm, gripping it tightly before pulling the trigger with a sharp blast. "Is this how you use this thing?" The explosive force blasted the ice user far away, leaving the fire user completely stunned. Furious, the monster launched an attack right at him. Garrett groaned, clutching his aching arm. Ugh. The recoil on this thing makes it impossible to aim. Suddenly, a loud rush of air echoed from behind. Elena dashed forward, stepping right in front of him. Let's hope this is enough to keep them apart. She swept her hands forward. Gale Wind! A system panel materialized. Active skill enhancement. Gale Wind upgraded to Cyclone. Blows away enemies with a massive surge of wind. Low effectiveness against targets outside the immediate radius. A massive cyclone erupted, entirely obscuring their vision while completely shredding the incoming blast of fire. Even Elena was shocked by the sheer power of it. Is this also the effect of Amrita? The roaring winds extinguished the flames on the gatekeeper's body, violently lifting the monster off its feet and tossing it several meters back. Steve stomped his foot down hard on its chest. Did you enjoy your fleeting little moment of hope? He shoved his hand right into its face, channeling his black hole magic, and unleashed it. Well, time's up. Just die already. The mana pulsed violently before exploding like a hurricane. The sheer force ripped the fabric right off Steve's arm, while the gatekeeper writhed and shrieked in absolute agony. Ah! Steve gritted his teeth, pushing his power to the absolute limit. The mana and dust finally settled, revealing the two motionless bodies. A massive ice spike, which had stopped just inches from piercing them, instantly began to melt, dripping away drop by drop. Steve slowly stood up amidst the lingering hum of his mana. Right beside him, the two halves of the gatekeeper were already turning to ash and fading away. He let out a long, heavy sigh. Elena looked over at him, her eyes full of concern. Garrett let out a tired smirk. Looks like it's finally over. A profound silence slowly settled over the dungeon. So what's our next move? Should we go grab the artifact now? Steve rested his hands on his hips. Well, there don't seem to be any other paths around here. I think the protective casing shattered. The artifact is completely exposed. So the item this dungeon boss was guarding is the tomb's artifact. Garrett looked over, a flash of surprise on his face. That's the artifact? All right then, let's grab the damn thing and get out of here. I just want to leave this place as soon as humanly possible. Steve picked up the artifact, staring down at it. Me too. But seriously, what even is this thing? Suddenly, a bizarre pulse of energy rippled outward from the artifact. It began radiating an increasingly volatile aura, filling Steve with a creeping sense of dread. Something felt incredibly wrong. Hey, what the hell is happening to it? Motem suddenly glowed with an intense light. Hey, are you still asleep? Elena froze, her eyes wide as she stared at the suffocating mana pouring out. Garrett began to tremble, thoroughly spooked. What the hell is going on? Steve tightly clenched his hands, desperately trying to withstand the clash of two massive surges of power erupting at once. Hey, what the hell are you doing? He demanded through gritted teeth. Why would you suddenly start using corrosion magic? Damn it, what is happening? My head! Steve collapsed heavily to the ground. Elena and Garrett rushed over in a panic. A torrential downpour suddenly unleashed from the heavens. The sky was pitch black, completely swallowing the sun. It felt as though everything in the world was being washed away by the heavy, unrelenting rain. Inside a small tent, Garrett sat leaning back, staring up as he finally caught his breath. Nearby, a hooded figure, the carriage driver, and one other person sat silently around a makeshift table, their faces illuminated by a single flickering candle. A heavy silence filled the room as everyone sat lost in thought. Suddenly, someone reached out and gently picked up a bottle from the table. Garrett stood up and walked out, startling the driver. Meanwhile, somewhere else, a flickering candle cast its light over a half-eaten loaf of bread left on a table. A voice called out from outside. "Are you in there?" Startled by Garrett's voice, Elena turned her head. "Come in," she said. Holding a bottle of water, Garrett pushed the curtain aside and stepped inside. "How are you holding up?" he asked. Oh. Garrett looked at Elena and offered her the water, his voice filled with concern. "I know you want to look after him, but you need to take care of yourself too. Here, drink this. He's been out for 5 days now, and who knows when he'll finally wake up." Elena didn't say a word. She just sat silently by the simple bed where Stay lay motionless. His eyes were closed, as if he had slipped into a deep, endless sleep. "He's getting better," Elena said hesitantly. Though deep down she was still worried. She thought to herself, even though he still has a long way to go, maybe he is a little stronger than he was on the first day. Elena's gaze pierced through to the dark magic surging within Sid. It left her deeply unsettled, seeing that dark energy continuing to course through his veins. Elena recalled the moment Step came into contact with that mysterious energy source, pondering it in silence. He must have passed out because his body couldn't handle such a strange surge of power. He absorbed it from that dark artifact. Garrett stood with his arms crossed, closing his eyes as he let out a heavy sigh. You know as well as I do, we can't afford to waste any more time. We've already waited 5 days. If we keep putting off our plans, we're going to miss our chance to intercept the brigade's cargo. Elena suddenly spoke up. Lowering her head slightly, she hesitated before saying, Actually, there is one way to speed up his recovery, but I'm not entirely sure it will work. Garrett's eyes widened in surprise. Huh? He asked urgently. Are you serious? Why didn't you say something sooner? Elena shrank back a little, answering reluctantly. I've never been in a situation like this before. I didn't want to rush into something I don't fully understand. I was afraid of making it worse. Elena touched her own arm, feeling the strange energy coursing beneath her skin. She hesitated. I was hoping he would just recover on his own. But if we keep waiting, our entire plan falls apart. So, I'll do everything in my power to heal him right now. Garrett looked slightly skeptical. Placing his hands on his hips, he made up his mind. Sounds good to me. I'll leave waking him up to you. We'll get the carriage ready so we can bring him along. If we leave immediately, we can still catch up to the brigade. Garrett gave a quick wave and pushed the curtain aside to leave. I'm counting on you, he said, full of trust. Elena rubbed her hands together and let out a soft breath. Summoning her own power, she began to purge the dark energy flowing through her arm. To suppress this dark energy, Elena thought to herself, I need to counter it with pure energy. Recalling how she had unleashed her abilities during that last battle, she gathered her strength and pressed both hands firmly against ST's chest to test her theory. The power began to surge and condense. Elena grimaced, sweat beading on her forehead. Ah! She poured every ounce of her strength into healing him. The energy flowed from her hands in massive waves, but Stay remained completely motionless. I have to hurry, Elena pushed herself desperately. Meanwhile, in an unknown realm, there was nothing but a canvas of deep black sky and the faint glimmer of distant stars. Shattered fragments of memory began to flash through Steve's mind. Where am I? He wondered. What's my name again? What was I doing before this? He vaguely remembered the beginning of his journey, taking on quests, engaging in fierce battles, and meeting new friends. Oddly enough, he also recalled the bitter hardships and triumphant victories he had faced along that grueling path. Am I? Sit thought, his mind full of doubt. Suddenly, an image flashed into his head, an old man with his hand over his chest, smiling gently at him. What is this? Saint thought in panic. Memories began stacking on top of each other, flooding his mind, starting with the image of an unfamiliar room. He slowly realized what he was seeing. Next came hazy glimpses of piercing eyes, a squad of 3, and blurred, unrecognizable faces. Are these someone else's memories? She wondered. Then an image appeared of a figure speaking. The figure stood in front of the other 3, performing some kind of action. One by one, the 3 of them let out a deep breath. Immediately after, they all dropped to their knees at the figure's feet in a profound display of reverence. Then, as quickly as they had appeared, the shattered memories vanished without a trace. Elsewhere, in a room cluttered with ancient scrolls, the warm, peaceful rays of the morning sun spilled across the floor. A figure with pale blonde hair was slumped over a desk, fast asleep. Suddenly, he jolted awake. Ivan lifted his head, rubbing his forehead with a wince. Ugh, when did I pass out? He muttered to himself. Peeking through his fingers, his eyes snapped wide open in shock. His jaw dropped as he stared in disbelief at 3 silhouettes slowly materializing within the shafts of light. Whoa! Ian couldn't believe his own eyes. A dazed, booming laugh escaped his lips. Ha 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 ha. He looked at the figures standing before him one by one. Seeing a strong, red-haired young man, he immediately cheered. I actually did it. Next to him was a rugged, heavily built old man. Unable to contain his excitement, he muttered, I really did it. And finally, a breathtakingly beautiful elven girl. He was beyond thrilled. Ahiba stared at his creations, a goofy grin spreading across his face as he clenched his fists in triumph. I've actually created life. But wait, why aren't they moving? Suddenly, it hit him. Oh, right, I haven't given them names yet. Your name is Daisha. Gathering his magic, he traced a glowing rune in the air, pointing directly at the elven girl. Your name is Desha, he declared, a kind and gentle elf. In an instant, the girl sparked to life. She drew in a sharp breath, her eyes snapping open, wide with fear and confusion. He then turned to the sturdy old man beside her, tracing another name into the air. And you are a mighty and honorable dwarf. With that, the old man also jolted to life. He panted, looking completely bewildered. Ah! Next, Aban wrote down the name of the final person. Your name is Kane. You are a resilient one. The young man immediately opened his eyes and took a breath, just like a living human. Iban then said, Welcome to the world. He proudly introduced himself. I am your creator. All three of them immediately fell to their knees in deep reverence. The red-haired young man asked earnestly, Please, master, may we know your name? He replied, My name is... The memory cut off right there, leaving the last words entirely unheard. 500 years later, a pair of armored boots stepped onto the rocky outcrop. The red-haired young man sheathed his sword behind his back. He breathed a sigh of relief and said, It's been so long since I've been back here. The old dwarf was there too, grinning broadly in greeting. Hey, long time no see, you fool. How many years has it been? The young man leaned in furiously, getting right in the old man's face, and snapped, What? A fool? You're the fool. You look absolutely ridiculous in that armor. Didn't father teach you anything about fashion, you old fool? And what's with that weird glove? The old man frowned and said, Oh, so you've become quite the tough guy now, huh? He grinned, swinging his powerful fist in a challenging gesture. How about we have a match to see who's the last one standing? The young man didn't back down in the slightest. He excitedly hoisted his power-surging weapon onto his shoulder, laughing as he said, Sounds great. I'm not leaving until I teach you a lesson. Both of them flared with fighting spirit, ready to charge. Suddenly, a sword flew in from nowhere, followed by a voice calling out to Kane and Eston. Deza frowned, glaring at the two of them. She scolded, What are you two doing? This is Father's land. If you're going to fight, at least take it somewhere he can't see. Kane quickly gave an awkward laugh, scratching his head as he said, Hey, we weren't actually going to fight. Eston made the exact same gesture. He added, Yeah, Deza, why do you always scare us every time we see you? You're always like this. Deza huffed, turning around to walk away. The other two hurried after her. Hey, wait for us. Their loud, bustling chatter continued all the way until the three of them returned home, calling out for their father. The old man inside was startled into attention. He smiled radiantly at the return of the ones he had once given life to. He asked warmly, It's been so long. How have you all been? Inside that familiar old home, a voice tinged with guilt spoke up. Forgive us. We really should have visited you more often. The old man chuckled, leading the three of them inside. As they walked, his eyes crinkled with a warm smile. I know you've all been busy with your own lives. There's no rush. The three of them stepped inside, looking around. They were all left utterly speechless and exasperated by the sight before them. The old man quickly said, It's a bit messy, but make yourselves at home. I'll go get some fruit for you. Grimacing, Deza frowned and sighed. She raised her hand, using her magic to tidy up. You really should clean up more often. Father, just look at this. Have you even cleaned once since our last visit? Hearing that, the old man laughed in response. Ha ha ha. I haven't cared much about cleaning since I started living alone. The cluttered objects began to float, lifted by Deza's magic. In just the blink of an eye, everything became incredibly neat. Everything was put right back in its proper place. Books returned to their shelves, and the room became exceptionally orderly. The few remaining items were quickly sorted out as well. Sitting on the table, he closed his eyes in exasperation and said, Hey girl, it's been ages since we've seen Father, and all you want to do is clean. Yeah, why are you such a neat freak anyway? Though, honestly, it does look a lot better. Kane just stared blankly, not knowing what to say, while the pale blonde old man calmly continued peeling apples as if nothing was happening. Deza kept using her power to organize the furniture. She turned her head and said without an ounce of mercy, Or how about I clean you up next? Just keep quiet. Eston yelled back in frustration. What did you say? He angrily retorted, Or how about I rearrange your face for you? Ringing laughter echoed under the small roof, bringing the house to life more than ever before. Another flashback began. It had been 500 years since that man first gave the three of them life. Among all of his extraordinary powers, the one the trio inherited the most was the ability to create. Each of the three possessed their own unique and formidable power. Eston stood on the stone pedestal, gazing down at the houses and the waterfall before him. Just like him, the three of them yearned to create. Eventually, they forged life forms similar to themselves. Daisa crafted a town in the heart of the forest, filled with gentle, vibrant flora. Before long, the world was brimming with life. Cain sat cross-legged, admiring the bustling town before him. Very quickly, they were revered as gods for their divine creations. Suddenly, a question broke the silence, pulling the memory back to reality. "So, how have things been lately?" The old man smiled, his eyes crinkling happily. "I haven't seen you all in centuries." Cain turned around in his chair and said, "Well, you know how humans are, don't you? They're pretty much the same as they were 3 years ago. They farm, build shelters, and lately, they've been busy dealing with monsters too." Dessa and Eston said nothing. They watched their father's expression closely. He had asked about the monsters. Eston, holding a cup of water, picked up the story. About 50 years ago, strange creatures started showing up and attacking everything in sight. We have no idea where they came from, and their numbers just keep growing every single year. The old man turned to look at the scattered weapons on the floor. So that's why you brought all that gear along? Just a few hundred years ago, weapons like those didn't even exist." Cain laughed. "We don't really need to use them, but by law, we still have to lead the vanguard." He turned toward the neatly stacked scrolls and asked curiously, "By the way, Father, seems like you're still as busy crafting as ever, huh?" Dessa also turned to look at the old man relaxing in his chair, chiming in, Yeah, he really is." Cain reached for a scroll and picked it up, asking with interest, "What exactly are you making here?" Instantly, the old man appeared right next to him, smacked his hand, and snatched the scroll away. Keeping that smile on his face, he warned, "No touching." Eston rubbed his hand, wincing in pain, and blurted out in surprise, "Ow, huh?" "Why not?" The old man just smiled, looking all mysterious. "I'll let you know when it's finished. Until then, it's a secret. By the way, music. I want to hear about your own creations. You are their leaders, after all." The sky began to darken into evening, though bright light still illuminated the outside of the house. The teacups on the table were already empty when a soft, grateful voice spoke up. "Today was really wonderful, Father." Dessa put on her gloves, smiling as she looked back. "It's a shame, but the kids are waiting for me. I really should get going." Eston, already fully strapped into his armor and gloves, swung his arm to stretch and grinned broadly. "It was so good to see you again, Father. You should come visit my place for a few days sometime." The old man chuckled in reply. "Ha, I'll make a trip over as soon as I finish this research project." He then turned and asked, "Do you have to leave too?" Hearing his father call him, Cain jolted and looked up. Yeah, I've got to head out too." The silhouettes and the chatter of the three slowly faded into the distance. The old man stood rooted to the spot, watching them go. The moment they were completely out of sight, he rushed back inside and slammed the door shut. He leaned heavily against the door, looking utterly exhausted, drained of every last ounce of strength. Slowly, he slumped down to the floor. He hung his head, his face darkening with a grim shadow as cold sweat drenched his body. Even after a long while, his condition didn't improve in the slightest. He just sat there, sweating profusely, and muttered faintly, "That was too close." Meanwhile, in another place, our priest under the bright, clear moonlight illuminating the entire forest. Garrett and the others were whipping their horses, pushing forward without a break. In his carriage, Elena was working herself to the bone, desperately trying to heal Steve. Behind them was the carriage carrying the masked figure and the rest of the group with their luggage. Garrett was fraught with worry, nervously glancing back into the carriage with restless anxiety. Inside, Elena was releasing a massive amount of magic, channeling it into Steve, who lay completely motionless with no signs of waking. Elena furrowed her brows, biting her lip in intense exertion, her face soaked with sweat. The skull-shaped ring on Steve's finger continuously radiated a bizarre energy, accompanied by a terrifying, rapid surge of dark power. The sudden explosion of force from the ring startled Elena, forcing her to dodge backward. She threw her hands up to brace herself, her face etched with high alert. The dark magic surrounding Steve was fluctuating wildly. Elena carefully reached her hands back out. She used her own magic to suppress that sinister power. Right after, she placed both hands firmly on Steve's chest, relentlessly pouring surges of power into him to force the darkness down. She was panting heavily, beads of sweat dripping from her face. Panic crept into her thoughts. Usually, energy flows like water or wind, but this energy is resisting absorption. It's almost like it's sentient. No, that's impossible. What am I even thinking? Seeing Elena gasping for air made Garrett's stomach tie into knots. He peered inside and asked anxiously, "Hey, any progress? Is he showing any signs of waking up?" Elena kept pushing her magic, not even glancing at Garrett as she poured all her focus into healing Steve. "Don't pressure me," she snapped breathlessly. "This is incredibly difficult." Garrett felt a bit awkward. He turned away, driving the carriage while scratching his cheek in embarrassment. Right, just keep at it then. I'll just, talk to myself." The caravan continued its rapid advance, plunging deeper forward despite the enveloping darkness and the ominous, dangerous woods. Someone gently took the reins from his hands and said, "Boss, go get some rest." He let go of the reins. Thanks." Garrett ducked inside the carriage. He leaned against the wall and softly asked, "Are you okay?" Elena had wrapped herself in a blanket and was leaning against the side of the carriage, trying to sleep. Hearing his voice, she jolted awake. Still exhausted and groggy, Elena rubbed her eyes. "I'm fine," she mumbled, half asleep. Garrett sat down on a nearby crate. "It's been 8 days," he said gently, full of concern. "I know you're probably sick of hearing me say this, but please, don't push yourself too hard." Elena sat back down beside Steve and resumed her task. "I told you I'm fine," she insisted. Garrett let out a heavy sigh. Looking at Steve, he muttered impatiently, "Come on, Brian." He stared at Steve's unconscious face, unable to shake the gnawing anxiety in his chest. "Wake up already," Garrett urged in a low whisper. Suddenly, a loud shout of alarm rang out from outside. "Sir, there's a strange noise coming from the woods next to us." Garrett immediately popped his head out of the carriage. He frantically asked the small-frame driver, "Huh? What noise?" The driver looked absolutely terrified. Suddenly, from deep within the forest, a monstrous gust of wind, or rather, something else entirely, slashed past them at a terrifying speed. It sent the low-hanging branches and debris flying everywhere. Tense, Garrett gripped his sword tightly, bracing for an attack. "There's something out there! Heads up!" he roared to the group. A split second later, a glowing magical charging bull appeared out of nowhere. It pulled up alongside and relentlessly rammed into the masked man's carriage, startling him into grabbing his gear and jumping to his feet. Panic creeping in, Garrett yelled, "We're under attack! Everyone, brace for battle!" The pursued carriage barreled straight ahead. Someone screamed in terror, "Wait, my lord, heading that way is suicide!" A sinister voice rang out, Well, what do we have here?" What an unexpected haul. A hulking figure stepped down from a carriage driven by some bizarre, unseen force. She smirked and purred, "You're even more handsome in person than on your bounty poster." The slant-eyed man sitting inside the carriage chimed in, "We were just wondering if it was really you. Looks like we hit the jackpot." Garrett glared at them, his guard up as he demanded, "Are you here for my head?" The muscular woman with a scarred eye let out a chuckle. "Not exactly. We're actually hunting for Gazzo's mercenaries." A cargo wagon bearing a dragon crest was speeding along. The enemy continued. A mercenary group that famous couldn't possibly vanish without a trace. Garrett gritted his teeth, cold sweat beading on his forehead as he narrowed his eyes in high alert. He must be panicking out of his mind right now. How the hell did they catch up to us? The enemy looked at him and flashed a smug, toothy grin. "It doesn't matter if you lose an arm or a leg, as long as you're still breathing, so you'd better play nice." She added emphatically, "Leave him to me." Instantly, the lackeys lurking behind her carriage lunged forward, while the slant-eyed man inside watched the chaos in utter silence. A man in black thrust his sword straight at Garrett. He desperately clung to the carriage wall, struggling to stand and fight back. Suddenly, a javelin tore through the air, plunging into the swordsman's side and sending him tumbling down with a wince of pain. The man in black crashed heavily into the dirt beside the carriage. The masked man sitting at the front of Garrett's carriage stood up, his hands bristling with throwing weapons. "We will cover you," he shouted. The other guard gave it his all as well. He yanked hard on the reins to steer the frantic horses. Three blade-wielding warriors on Garrett's side turned toward the enemy and roared, "Sail! Get us closer!" The slant-eyed man in the carriage clicked his tongue in annoyance. Raising a hand swirling with ominous blue magic, he scoffed, "Don't do anything stupid." A plume of black smoke erupted from his palm. It coalesced into the shape of a raven with glowing, brilliant blue wings. "Go!" he commanded. The magical raven shot out like an arrow. It slashed right across the arms of the advancing warriors, making them stagger and groan in agonizing pain. Garrett's eyes widened, his jaw dropping in shock. He can control spirit beasts? He frantically yelled at his comrades who were trying to push the attack. "Don't worry about me. Just pull the carriage back. You'll get torn to shreds if you get too close." She laughed in amusement as she watched Garrett's heroics. "Ah, how touching." The slant-eyed man recalled the raven to his hand, frowning in silence. Suddenly, he flicked two fingers to the side, redirecting the flow of his mana. Sensing something was off, Garrett flinched and tracked its movement. Surging with overwhelming magic, the raven darted past, grazing Garrett's arm. Unable to dodge in time, he reflexively threw up his arm to block it, even though he was cloaked in stealth. Garrett winced with a painful grunt, suddenly realizing what was happening. So that's how they tracked us down. Hearing the noise, the raven snapped its head around to look at him. It curled into a concentrated orb of energy, latching tightly onto Garrett and paralyzing him. The slant-eyed man was losing his patience. "What an irritating trick," he muttered. "This spirit beast is burning through too much mana. Keep him pinned down for me." She flashed a wicked smirk. "Sounds like fun." Just then, another man in black vaulted onto the roof of Garrett's carriage. Startled, he glanced up. The thugs sneered at each other. "Let's see what we're dealing with here." Garrett leaped onto the carriage roof to meet them, unleashing his own surging mana. The enemies kept swarming in, their numbers growing by the second. They were locked and loaded, ready to strike at any moment. Swordsmen and spearmen braced themselves for a bloody fight. They wildly hacked and slashed at Garrett, but his body was like a phantom. Their blades just phased right through him. The attackers were completely dumbfounded. Gripping his dagger, Garrett thrust his ethereal arm right through one thug's face, leaving the man frozen in absolute shock. He stared wide-eyed in disbelief at the transparent arm passing straight through his own head. In a flash, Garrett materialized his blade right against the back of the assassin's neck. As his body gradually turned solid, Garrett moved like a blur, weaving effortlessly through their ranks. A single, lethal slash was all it took to drop his foes in the blink of an eye. The rest of the thugs started to panic, fear gripping their hearts. "Change of plans," one of them shouted. "Rush him all at once." The guy next to him nervously shot back. "So who's going first?" That shut him up real quick. Gripping a long dagger in each hand, Garrett spat furiously. "I thought you bastards wanted me alive. Then come and get me, you arrogant pricks." Tassa watched the whole spectacle and chuckled at her grunts. "Hey, geniuses, stop chasing him around. Why don't you take a peek inside the carriage instead?" Her words made Garrett flinch mid-battle, realizing she had caught on to his weakness. He's definitely trying to protect someone in there. Inside the carriage, Elena was biting her lip. Desperately pouring her healing magic into Stant, Garrett's heart skipped a beat. He shot a glare at Tassa and cursed under his breath. "Damn it!" Two of the thugs caught onto it as well, wicked smirks spreading across their faces. Without missing a beat, one stayed behind to pin Garrett down, while the other clung to the roof and swung right into the carriage. They moved so fast that Garrett could only stare in horror. The man in black peered inside, a smug smirk crossing his face as he spotted something. Suddenly, a sharp noise startled him, making him whip his head around. Elena was just as startled, but she poured all her energy into healing Stee, paying the noise little mind. In the blink of an eye, Garrett appeared out of nowhere, his magic flaring around him. He delivered a brutal kick right to the man's face, sending blood spraying and his knife flying. The assassin fell flat on his back, gritting his teeth in absolute disbelief at what had just happened. "How the hell?" he cursed. Garrett gripped his knife tightly, his voice dropping into an angry warning. "Come at me all you want, but I won't let you touch them." Before Garrett could even finish, another assassin on the roof thrust a spear straight at his arm, casting a binding spell to freeze him in place. "Now," the man yelled. Garrett yanked his arm back just in time, twisting to the side to dodge the strike. "Damn it!" With a blur of swift, ruthless movements, Garrett drove his blade right into the man's back, sending him plunging from the roof. A chill ran down Elena's spine as she watched. Garrett rubbed his shoulder, his voice strained as he turned to her. I'm so sorry. I really didn't mean to drag you into this. Just then, another cloaked figure lunged at Garrett from behind, wielding a sword with terrifying speed. Without a second thought, Elena yanked the knife out of the assassin who had just fallen. She hurled the blade straight into the attacker's face, sending him tumbling backward. Only then did Garrett grit his teeth, whipping around in pure panic. He stared as the enemy slammed hard into the dirt, quickly left behind in their dust. Forcing a nervous chuckle, Garrett turned back to Elena. Nice throw, but Elena's face was completely rigid, flushed with tension and anger. One hand was still glowing with healing magic over Steve, while her other arm was locked in the exact position from her throw. Up above, Tassa had finally seen enough and decided to join the fray. You two look so pathetically fragile, she sneered. With a vicious swing, Tassa unleashed her weapon, a dark crimson energy erupting from the blade. A blinding cloud of dust violently kicked up around them. She let out a demonic cackle. But you brats aren't playing fair at all. The hooded figure grew incredibly anxious. He turned and warned, Watch out, she's plotting something. A sharp voice immediately shot back. Well, obviously. Suddenly, the surrounding magic violently surged, swirling and condensing into a single point. With one devastating overbearing strike, the entire roof of the carriage was violently sheared off. Everyone screamed in terror. Ah! The second the roof was blown to pieces, Garrett and Elena instinctively threw their arms over their heads. Gripped by sheer terror, Garrett bit his lip and quickly turned to Elena. Listen to me. I'm gonna go hold that crazy witch off. Do you think you can wake him up while I do? Elena slammed both hands down, channeling her magic. She pushed her powers to the absolute limit, desperately trying to pull Stay out of his coma. We are in some serious trouble here. Elena gritted her teeth, a thin trail of blood trickling from the corner of her mouth. It's still too early, she thought frantically. Tassa gripped her weapon, the blood-red magic violently swirling around her body. Her voice dripped with vicious sarcasm. You really think you can stop me? You must have forgotten your place, little boy. We've just been going easy on you. To Garrett, Tassa looked like an absolute towering giant, bringing down a horrifying, apocalyptic strike. Terrifying bolts of lightning cracked around her. All we need is your head, she roared. Garrett went deathly pale, a cold sweat breaking out across his entire body as he stared in utter disbelief. Damn it, he cursed inwardly. She's actually strong enough to move that thing? If I try to block that, I'm dead, or completely crippled at best. Garrett's mind instantly flashed to Elena, who was still desperately trying to heal Steed inside. His mind fiercely tore itself apart. But if I stop the carriage to dodge the blast, they're going to take the full force of it. Damn it! Garrett dug his fingers into his own shoulder. The protective magic flaring around him began to quickly fade away. I'm so sorry, he thought despairingly. Knowing exactly how this was going to end, Garrett completely dropped his magical defenses. Everyone, please forgive me, he thought, his heart breaking in agony. Garrett tilted his head up, staring blankly at the catastrophic attack hurtling directly toward him. He let go of everything, completely surrendering to the absolute certainty of his own death. Suddenly, a colossal pillar of pure energy erupted from thin air. It smashed violently into the ground below, the sheer shock wave launching the adjacent carriage soaring high into the sky. Garrett's eyes snapped wide open in absolute shock. His brain completely short-circuited, entirely unable to process what was happening. Elena was just as stunned. Her jaw dropped as she stared blankly at the explosive scene unfolding in front of her. A low, calm voice suddenly cut through the heavy silence. Sorry. Sit let out a slow, hot breath of steam. His eyes were burning with raw, furious power, and a terrifyingly massive aura of magic violently erupted from his entire body. Later that night, deep inside a quiet pine forest, the group was finally resting, warming themselves by a crackling campfire as they ate. Garrett broke the silence. Man, I really didn't expect us to hit the rendezvous point this early. Talk about perfect timing. Seriously though, how the hell did you wipe out all those pursuers with just one strike? Sid stared quietly at his own hand. To be honest, I really didn't have much of a choice, given the absolutely crazy situation we were in. He trailed off before Steve finally asked, By the way, Who exactly were those guys? Garrett sighed heavily. I'm pretty sure they were after me. I've heard rumors about these ruthless mercenary groups that make a living hunting down wanted criminals. Those bastards were definitely one of them. He paused, giving him a meaningful look. By the way, you really owe it to her to treat her right. She was literally ready to sacrifice her own life for you if you hadn't woken up when you did. Garrett nodded gently toward Elena, who was now sound asleep, making sure the gravity of his words sank in. Steve listened, a soft, grateful smile touching his lips. Yeah, I really owe her my life this time. Garrett stretched his arms. Anyway, we're going to have to lay low here until the merchant caravan arrives so we can figure out our next move. So get as much sleep as you can tonight. He gave Stay a casual wave as he headed off to sleep. If we actually pull this job off, it's going to change a whole lot of lives for the better. Get some rest, man. ST smiled and waved right back at him. Once Garrett was gone, his gaze slowly drifted down to his own hand. Staring at his faintly glowing palm, his voice turned deadly serious. All right, it's time you answered my questions. A strange ring on Sit's finger slowly began to pulsate with light. What the hell was that thing? He demanded. And I'm not talking about the dream. I mean that weird black artifact from earlier. Sit's eyes narrowed, his intuition screaming that something was terribly wrong. Why exactly did you absorb it? The ring still gave no response. Steve shouted in frustration, "Answer me!" Then, accompanied by a sudden chime, a voice finally echoed out, "You are not ready." Steve snapped, thoroughly annoyed. So you do know something, don't you? If you keep acting like this, how the hell am I supposed to trust and work with you? The ring fell utterly silent. The lack of response left Steve feeling completely helpless. I don't remember ever seeing that garden, that house, or those people. It just can't be real. The Lord, the only race left that still believes in the divine. Steve recalled how Elena had drawn her bow back then, radiating pure murderous intent. How could Destra, the god of earth, be so repulsive? And Danton had also said, "If anyone bothers me with this matter, I swear in the name of Exxon, the Lord of Hell, I am ready to banish them to the deepest depths of the underworld. If I must," Steve pondered, filled with doubt. Could it be the elves and the dwarves? He began piecing everything together. Des, the god of elves, and the demigod of the dwarves. If those two deities truly exist, then the last one must be the god of humanity. Steve clutched his head in deep thought. Which also means I actually saw those gods, and that creature was the one who created them. His train of thought was suddenly interrupted by Elena. Steve quickly rushed over to check on her. "Thank goodness you're awake. How are you feeling?" Startled, Elena took a step back and replied, "I'm fine. I'm okay." Steve gave a warm smile. "Thank you for waking me up. I really appreciate it." Elena shyly looked away. "It's nothing. Don't worry about it." Just then, Garrett yelled from a distance, "Hey, you two lovebirds. If you're both awake, get over here." Steve was caught off guard. "Lovebirds, you idiot." Teased by Garrett, Elena's face flushed red and she let out an awkward cough. Steve walked over to Garrett, crossing his arms, and asked, "What is it?" He replied, "I'm not sure how much time we have left." "We need to come up with a plan as soon as possible." Garrett pulled out his binoculars and said, "Take a look." Steve took them and peered into the distance. "Is that the caravan we've been waiting for?" "Spot on," Garrett replied. "It's still quite a ways off, but considering how long we've been delayed, it's actually getting pretty close." Garrett then suggested, "The scout I sent out yesterday should be returning soon, so let's get ready for the mission." He began drawing a series of abstract shapes in the dirt, leaving Steve looking at him in dismay. "I wasn't trying to plan the attack, but do you even understand this kind of presentation?" Garrett replied confidently, "We have way more experience than you think. We understand each other perfectly." Suddenly, a man came running toward them, shouting a report. Seeing him, Garrett smirked. "Speak of the devil, my guy is here." "So, how is the caravan looking?" Bernard asked, panting heavily. "Sir, it doesn't look good." Garrett pointed his wooden stick at him. "I knew this caravan would be a tough target to rob since it belongs to the military, but is it really that bad? What exactly is the problem?" Without another word, Bernard walked up and took the stick right out of Garrett's hand. He drew out his explanation stroke by stroke. First of all, getting close to the caravan is completely impossible. Garrett looked shocked. "Huh? Why not?" Steve muttered to himself, realizing they truly did understand each other's weird drawings. Bernard explained, "They have an Akuris handler, They'll spot us from 1,000 paces away. Anaka what? Steve asked, totally confused. Elena spoke up. An Akurus. It's an incredibly intelligent monster bird. Its vision is just as sharp as an elf's. But I had no idea they could actually be tamed, Garrett responded. Actually, they can be, but you have to train them from the moment they hatch, and they will only ever stay loyal to a single handler. On top of that, because they are so incredibly rare, their tracking radius is absolutely massive. Steve crossed his arms with a heavy sigh. Are there any other problems? At that moment, he glanced over at Elena. He noticed her arm was trembling slightly. An Akurus is worth an absolute fortune. Steve frowned, confused. What does that have to do with anything? Who cares how much they're worth? Bernard explained. Usually, the best way to protect a caravan is to station groups of mages for both offense and defense, and to use mana detection skills. Steve nodded in agreement. That makes sense, Bernard continued. This is just my theory, but it could be a great opportunity for us if the caravan guards have their equipment charged with dyspolium. Garrett thought for a moment before replying. You're right, but if they're already relying on dyspolium, it's also going to weaken the effectiveness of their own magic. That's our only way in. Elena offered, I can handle that. 1,000 paces is nothing to me. Steve quickly stopped her. No way, I won't allow it. You need to rest. If you keep pushing yourself too hard, Elena reassured him. I am more than capable of taking down a single bird. If you're that worried, I'll only take one shot. And then I'll come right back, Saint sighed. You're impossibly stubborn, Garrett replied, but I have no intention of stopping you if you're dead set on it. Truth be told, without your marksmanship, we'd never even get close to them. Saint, clearly uneasy, reluctantly agreed. All right then, just one shot, Elena replied. Fine by me, Garrett laid out their optimal strategy. If we take out that bird, it will give us a massive tactical advantage. He then turned to ask, and what about the dyspolium? We aren't entirely sure yet. We need to plan this out. Saint smirked with pure confidence. It doesn't matter. He raised his ring, a smug grin spreading across his face. Even if they have dyspolium, I have my own ways of casting magic. The caravan was marching through the misty light of early dawn. Lord Benedict, sitting tall on his horse, asked his men, Are you exhausted yet? We've been riding non-stop from the south to the north. You all must be drained. He continued, We need to reach the northern peak as fast as humanly possible. Our mission is complete the moment we deliver these materials. Just a little further now. Push through. His subordinate Thao responded, At your command! Just then, a massive eagle suddenly swooped down from the sky. It dove straight toward Lord Benedict. Benedict had already raised his thick leather glove, and the beast landed flawlessly right upon his wrist. Watching from behind, Thao muttered in awe, What an incredible beast. Another guard replied, You think so? They're incredibly dangerous and nearly impossible to tame, but fiercely loyal and unmatched in hunting. Seeing the majestic eagle perched on Benedict's arm, the men couldn't help but praise it. Majestic and deadly. Give it a scrap of meat and it'll scout for miles. Now I see why folks go through the trouble of raising them. The eagle took flight again, but suddenly plummeted out of the sky, crashing onto the ground right in front of Thao. He stared at it in pure shock. What the hell? A single arrow had pierced clean through its heart. The bird lay in the dirt, trembling as it took its final breaths. A desperate shout echoed through the ranks. We're under attack! Draw your weapons. Get into formation now. Lord Benedict was stunned. What, an ambush? What kind of suicidal fools dare to attack a royal caravan? A relentless hail of arrows rained down on them, giving the highly trained royal guards no time to react. Their own weapons were coated in dyspolium, designed to easily take down even a seasoned mage. But as the ambushers suddenly leaped from the shadows, they mercilessly slashed into the royal soldiers, sending blood flying everywhere. Benedict watched in utter horror as his elite troops were slaughtered. How the hell is this happening? He stared wildly at the carnage. Wait a minute. Are they using ancient artifacts? Cold sweat poured down his face. Artifacts were fueled by dark energy, not mana. That was why the dyspolium had no effect. Realizing this, he desperately roared out commands. Regroup! Form up on me! Vanguard, support the cavalry! Rear guard, hold your ground! A panicked voice cried out. We're in deep trouble, my lord! Someone is attacking our rear, a soldier shouted. I think it's a mage. Meanwhile, the entity within Saint's ring spoke up. What a bunch of fools. They can shoot all they want, but it won't do a damn thing. Saint began strolling confidently toward the royal forces. A guard yelled, "If he's a mage, we need to charge him head on." The terrified soldiers hastily formed a shield wall. "Don't be afraid. If we close the distance, our Dispolium weapons will shut his magic down." Saint's eyes turned cold as ice. "Care to say a few words?" he muttered to the spirit, raising his ring toward the charging guards. "Ha! Don't worry, this won't even take 5 minutes," the voice in the ring sneered. Saint chuckled. "You're being awfully arrogant again." With that, Motum fell silent, unleashing a terrifying surge of power from the ring. The dark energy blasted straight into the rushing soldiers. It pierced them at the speed of light. In a fraction of a second, the soldiers' eyes rolled back as their minds were completely wiped. The remaining guards looked at their comrades in utter bewilderment. "Hey, what's wrong with you?" But before he could get an answer, a blade swung viciously toward his neck. His head was completely severed, sending him to the afterlife alongside his fallen comrades. The surviving soldiers fell into complete and utter panic, unable to comprehend what was happening. "What in the world is happening?" Saint let out a dark chuckle. "Oh, just look at that." A soldier, fully possessed by Motum's sinister power, snarled, "Go on, you pathetic fools!" The sight left everyone utterly paralyzed with fear. What the hell just possessed him? They watched in absolute horror as the possessed soldier raised his own sword, held it to his neck, and gave them a twisted smile. Without a second thought, he slit his own throat, sending himself straight to the grave. The remaining soldiers spun around wildly in terror. What? What just happened? Why are our own men slaughtering each other? After absorbing the dark artifact and fulfilling its morbid conditions, death itself became the ultimate catalyst to unlock a brand new skill. By unleashing the deathly energy from the ring, he gained the ability to possess and control others. It sounded simple enough, but the truly terrifying part was that for a few hours, he was completely free to take over anyone he pleased. The commander stood there utterly helpless. "What the hell are you doing?" Stet stepped forward. "What do you think?" "We're just taking back what you stole." He channeled his power right into the enchanted blade. The soldier broke out in a cold sweat, paralyzed as he stared at Stet. With a single brutal swing, Stet cut him down. Blood splattered across his face, while Motum immediately slipped into another soldier standing right behind him. "Bloody brilliant," the spirit said. "I had no idea having a physical body could be this convenient." Stet let out a heavy breath and replied, "Why so surprised? Haven't you ever thought about getting a body of your own?" A hand suddenly reached out and rested on Stet's sword. "Sometimes, when you manage to get on my nerves, I do think about taking yours." Motum and Stet exchanged a knowing smirk. "And you really think I'd let you?" Stet shot back. With that said, Stet mercilessly finished off the enemy in front of him. Motum spoke up. "You've got guts to keep fighting, but step back and watch. I want to savor this feeling for as long as I can." Stet chuckled. Such a weird feeling. Meanwhile, Benedict, drenched in sweat, gritted his teeth. "What the hell is going on?" he thought frantically. "I need to get the cargo out of here first. And who is that out there moving like a damn ghost?" Garrett slashed deeply into a soldier's shoulder, while their counterattack struck nothing but his afterimages. As for Motum, even with a spear shoved right through his host's body, he simply brushed it off and struck back, brutally crushing the soldiers. Benedict couldn't wrap his head around why his own warriors were slaughtering each other. Beside him, Thao gripped his sword, grinding his teeth in pure fury as he watched the bandits butcher his comrades and loot the carriages. He cried out, "Lord Benedict, please give the order! They're going to take everything if we just stand here!" Benedict suddenly leaped down from his horse, taking Thao by surprise. "First, we need to rally the troops," Benedict barked. Without warning, Benedict drew his blade and charged at Garrett like a shooting star. Garrett flinched, his eyes going wide at the sudden assault. Benedict closed the distance in a flash, swinging his sword with deadly intent. Garrett barely had enough time to raise his own weapon to block the heavy strike. Garrett clenched his teeth, struggling to hold his ground against the crushing weight. "He's way too fast," he thought to himself. Benedict unleashed another vicious slash, but Garrett quickly leaped back to create some distance. Benedict's expression darkened as he thought, is he falling back to activate his artifact? Not wasting a single second, Benedict dashed forward with blinding speed. He launched himself into the air, winding up for a devastating kick at Garrett. I won't let you, he swore inwardly. Just then, the gem on Garrett's cloak began to glow, but a heavy boot smashed into him before the spell could finish. Benedict's brutal kick launched Garrett through the air, his face twisting in intense pain. Garrett crashed violently against the base of a thick tree, groaning in agony. Damn it, he hit me before I could even activate the cloak. Benedict mercilessly pressed the attack, catching Garrett off guard once again. Their blades violently clashed together, the harsh shriek of metal ringing out as both men gritted their teeth in a fierce deadlock. With a face full of absolute rage, Benedict roared, "Are you plotting to destroy the kingdom? Do you have any idea who you're stealing from?" Sweating profusely and barely holding the commander back, Garrett fired back. "Destroy it? The Benizian royal family has been bleeding the people dry for centuries. Even the damn goblins know about it. You think you can just keep robbing the commoners blind to pave your own way? It's all just to satisfy your own greedy desires." Benedict gnashed his teeth. "You bastard! How dare you!" Right at that moment, Thao came sprinting toward them like a madman. Benedict yelled out, "Thao, grab him!" But as Benedict glanced back, he was completely caught off guard. Thao violently swung his sword at Benedict, forcing the shocked commander into a desperate block. "What the hell are you doing?" Benedict roared. The possessed Thao smirked in genuine surprise. "Oh, you actually blocked that?" Motem, now fully in control of Thao's body, gave a wicked grin. "Well, hello there." Benedict trembled in utter disbelief, murmuring, "Thao!" Suddenly, a heavy footstep slammed into the ground as someone lunged forward. From high above, a massive slash of pure energy came crashing down right onto Benedict. He froze in sheer terror. What the hell is that? A deafening explosion ripped through the entire forest. Benedict couldn't even process what had just hit him. Impossible! The scene faded, shifting to morning light piercing through the forest canopy. Stet was panting heavily, leaning his hand against a tree trunk to steady himself. Thank God the battle lasted less than 10 minutes after activating that skill, he thought. If it had dragged on any longer, the longer that skill stays active, the more dangerous it gets. Garrett walked over, tossing a canteen of water towards Stet. "I was wondering where you wandered off to. Didn't realize you were out here puking your guts out." "Did the toll finally catch up to you?" Stet snatched the canteen out of the air and let out a long sigh. "Ugh, this isn't exactly helping," Stet muttered. "Did you and your guys finish cleaning up the mess?" Over by the carriages, the men were already tying down the remaining loot. Garrett nodded. "They're doing just fine. Thanks to your little display, the royal guards didn't even dare to touch us." "So, are we officially done here?" Stet took several huge gulps of water before finally answering. "Yeah, we both got what we came for." Garrett raised an eyebrow. "Why do you ask? You actually want to keep working with me?" Stet scowled deeply. "Not in a million years." Garrett burst into a fit of mocking laughter. "Well then, I suppose this is where we part ways, eh? I'll head back to Grea. This has taken much longer than I expected, so I'd better hurry." Steed finished his water, let out a breath, and asked, "What about the caravan?" The scene shifts to destitute people, wrapped tightly in rags, sitting miserably under dilapidated roofs. Garrett replied, "I'll deliver the goods to where they're needed. There are so many people in this kingdom who can't fend for themselves, and they're starving. We still have a long road ahead of us, so we'd best be off." Garrett pointed behind him at Bernard. "I've asked Bernard to escort you. He'll take you wherever you need to go in the capital." Elena lay exhausted in the carriage. Garrett added, "The young lady looks utterly exhausted, so leave this to us." He asked with a cheerful tone, "So, do you know where you're heading next?" Steed pondered for a moment before replying, "Well, I suppose." The scene shifts to the capital. Inside a lavish mansion, Raptors leaned back against the sofa, lost in deep thought. A voice suddenly called out, "Raptors, are you heading out again?" He chuckled, looking at the approaching figure with amusement. Well, who do we have here?" "My dear little brother, Anfet. Why don't you take a load off and have a drink with me?" Anfet stood there, looking somewhat taken aback. A bottle and a glass, already brimming with wine, sat waiting on the table. A voice remarked, "Ah, Anskill Vintage 95. It certainly has the aroma of luxury." Anfet sat down across from his brother, his expression deadly serious. "I'm not here to drink. Tell me, how many have you managed to find?" Raptors fell silent. Closing his eyes, he rested his chin on his hand, mulling it over before answering. "About 3. I haven't been quite so lucky." He turned his gaze toward a sword mounted on the wall and smiled. I already gave 2 of them away to a couple of low-ranking royal guards. I kept one for myself, purely because it looks rather exquisite. Anfet closed his eyes and sighed in exasperation. Raptors, please, stop handing out artifacts to people like that. The scene flashed to someone struggling to control an artifact, raw energy surging from their violently bulging muscles. Anfet continued. To prevent the battle for the throne from escalating, even if we aren't permitted to hoard artifacts, you're expected to set an example for everyone else. Raptors. A hand firmly gripped the hilt of the sword. You worry entirely too much, Raptors replied smoothly. I only hold on to the truly useful pieces. There's no need to fret. He held the artifact sword up, small sparks of electricity crackling along its blade, and flashed a grin. Or perhaps you'd like one for yourself? Anfet's expression remained stern. In his hand, he gripped a staff-like artifact, its spherical head pulsing with energy. I don't need, nor do I want, any more artifacts. I'm perfectly fine with just this one. Raptors plopped back down onto the sofa, swirling his glass of wine. He let out a long sigh and asked, So, have you caught wind of any interesting news lately? How's our little Jero doing? Anfet, seated across from him, replied. He's fine. He's quietly living a rather ordinary life. He added calmly, he dropped by without saying a word to anyone. Then he quietly turned his gaze forward. Raptor set his wine glass down on the table. Even so, that's not what Idrin told me. Suddenly, his demeanor darkened. Resting his chin on his hand, he asked in a low, dangerous tone, Are you absolutely sure about that? That absolutely nothing has happened? Anfet raised a hand and let out a weary sigh as an image briefly flashed in his mind. That is the extent of what I know, Anfet replied out loud, though inwardly he sneered, That bastard Idrin is incredibly suspicious. Raptors kept his chin resting on his hand, his eyes clouded with thought. The kingdom of Benizia had 3 princes. An image of the 3 royal sons materialized. To the outside world, they seemed bound by a deep, unbreakable brotherhood. But beneath the surface, a bitter, lingering tension poisoned their relationship. In this invisible war for the throne, Raptors held a massive advantage. An imposing image of Raptors appeared, backed by mountains of shimmering gold coins. He was the undisputed heir to the throne. Beside him stood his 2 most trusted and capable retainers, Idrin and Mar. He even wielded absolute control over the kingdom's vast resources. On the other hand, his 2 younger brothers, Anfet and Jero, were constantly relegated to standing in his towering shadow. They were treated more like mere subordinates than actual rivals. Yet, to their credit, they endured this subjugation without open rebellion, though the expressions on Anfet and Jero's faces remained stubbornly cold and uncompromising. As a result, the 2 brothers decided to handle Raptors in their own distinct ways. Jero openly defied him, completely turning his back on his eldest brother. This blatant disrespect infuriated Raptors, the proud firstborn, and since Jero was the youngest, he practically had 0 chance of ever claiming the throne. The scene shifts to Jero standing fiercely in a military camp, commanding his loyal guards and the soldiers below him. Despite his youth, Jero had been forced into brutal training to fight on the treacherous northern borders. Anfet, however, was an entirely different story. Anfet was incredibly cunning. He always lingered safely behind Raptors, pretending to be a loyal supporter while ensuring his own survival. He managed the kingdom's finances, playing the role of a devoted advisor to the future king. An image showed Anfet faithfully standing behind his brother, the picture of unwavering support. But in the shadows, he was meticulously honing his skills and quietly securing his own power base. Though he never had the slightest intention of bowing to Raptors, Anfet's expression remained perfectly composed, never showing a single trace of defiance. Suddenly, a voice broke the silence. Just out of sheer curiosity, Raptor's face contorted into a terrifyingly serious glare as his voice dropped. You aren't plotting some little betrayal behind my back, are you? Anfet. Anfet held up his hands with an awkward chuckle, the very picture of innocence. Of course not. Although Anfet and Jero bitterly competed with one another, their secret alliance made one thing perfectly clear. They both thirsted for the throne, and their absolute top priority was eliminating Raptors. There was absolutely no reason for them not to join forces. Anfet cleared his throat and said, Well, I feel like I've taken up far too much of your time, Raptors. He turned on his heel, pushing the door open to leave. Raptors merely sat back in his chair, his eyes closed in stony silence. Anfet added, I really should be going. A faint, sly smile crept onto Anfet's face. Next time, the drinks are on me. Raptors simply stared coldly in his younger brother's direction, not uttering another word. The scene shifted to the desolate northern outskirts of Benicia. As Elena slowly regained consciousness, a peculiar scent drifted to her nose. Is that medicinal herbs? She wondered silently. Awaiting them in the carriage were Steed, Elena, and Bernard. Bernard, who had taken the reins, glanced back at Elena and called out, We'll reach Ken soon enough. You'll be able to find the medicine you're looking for there. At the same time, Steed was lost in thought, his mind lingering on Golden. I only recently caught wind of the sudden boom in the medicinal trade, he mused. How on earth did he know about it? He wondered. That man, Garrett. Elena let out a soft sigh, her face still showing traces of fatigue as she replied. I'm fine. An ethereal voice echoed. Motem appeared within Steve's mindscape and said, I can tell by looking at her mana flow. She is not fine at all, Steve replied. Then try manifesting a bow. An artifact in Elena's hands emitted a faint glow. She channeled her magic into the artifact. Two streams of power surged from both ends of the grip. Suddenly, she gritted her teeth in pain. Her hands trembled, causing the magical energy flowing into the grip to slowly fade away. She clutched her shaking arm after the failed spell, exhaling in pure exhaustion. Seeing this, Stace said, See, if you keep pushing yourself like this, you won't be able to use magic ever again. You shouldn't push yourself until you're fully recovered, so just rest. Elena's expression tightened with frustration. She bit her lip, too exhausted to argue. Inside the carriage, Stee asked Bernard, Do you know how much further? He replied, We should be seeing it very soon. Bernard let out an, Ah, and announced, We're here. Before them laid a small town, flanked by a sturdy stone wall on the right. Inside the town, the locals were bustling with their daily chores. This was Kedon. Stay looked toward the village and spoke, What a long journey. Is this the place you wanted to bring us to? Thank you so much, and please pass on my gratitude to your master as well. Bernard smiled brightly and replied, Don't mention it. Compared to everything you've done for us, we're the ones who should be thanking you. Stee gazed thoughtfully into the distance. He thought to himself, Maybe I should tell them my real name in case I need a favor later. They probably still think I'm Brian. Bernard called out, We've arrived! The carriage rolled into the town, surrounded by crowds of busy people. Bernard offered, If you need anything, just say the word. My master insisted that we provide you with whatever you need before we leave. Just as he finished speaking, Elena suddenly collapsed, hugging herself and shivering. Stay and Bernard jumped, turning around in shock. Stee rushed over, dropping to his knees to check on her. He thought to himself in a panic, Is she really this sick? As Elena lay unconscious on the floor, Motem's voice echoed in his mind. I was wondering how she managed to withstand such an erratic flow of energy. I guess she was just putting on a brave face. Stee gritted his teeth, angry at himself for letting this happen. Motem added, She pretended to be fine and you didn't even notice. Seems like you two don't understand each other very well, huh? From the carriage, Stee leapt straight down onto the road, sprinting forward as he yelled, Stop the carriage and wait here! I'm gonna go buy some medicine or herbs! He dashed ahead, his face dead serious about her condition. He thought to himself, just drinking a normal potion won't be enough to restore her mana flow. But surely there has to be some kind of medicine here that can help. Seeing the houses and stalls in front of him, he realized, that's why we came here in the first place. He skidded to a halt in front of a herb stall, slamming his hands onto the counter, startling the old apothecary. He shouted urgently, I need a mana recovery potion! The old man stammered in shock. I don't have any. Stee shot back, his panic turning into anger. What do you mean? Caden is supposed to be the place for rare medicines. How can you not have a mana potion? The apothecary held up his hands defensively, sweat beading on his forehead as he replied, It's true, we have all the common remedies, but right now, no one in town is selling mana potions. Stay gritted his teeth, letting out a frustrated breath. Unbelievable. An old woman approached from afar, her voice making him spin around in surprise. She said, This is a peaceful town, young man. You shouldn't be going around yelling like that. I understand your frustration over why a town famous for medicines has no recovery potions, but he's telling the truth. The scene shifted to an image of a lush, wooded hill with a massive waterfall cascading down the center. The old woman continued. The Dunlai flower, the main ingredient for the potion, only grows at the top of the rocky peaks. But no one can go up there anymore. Just a few months ago, all the foragers had to return empty-handed. Stee looked at her puzzled, then turned to the old man. So, if I pick the flowers, can you brew the potion for me? The old man behind the stall replied, Well, of course I can. But how do you plan on doing that? It's easier said than done. The old woman chimed in, I wouldn't recommend it, boy. It's no use. Stee spun around and rushed toward the forest, his cloak billowing behind him, radiating absolute determination as he called back. Just wait, I'll be back. The scene shifted to a forest. Stay was hiking down the trail toward the gathering spot. He asked out loud, I wonder if someone wiped their memories. Do you know anything about this? Motem replied, If no one remembers, how would I know? Suddenly, Stay glanced sharply to his right, sensing something. Among the rocks and dense thickets, rare herbs grew abundantly in the forest surrounding the town of Caden. Out of nowhere, 2 black streaks flashed past at blinding speed on the path behind him. But almost instantly, he sensed the anomaly. His expression hardened with caution. His hand dropped down, tightly gripping the hilt of his sword, ready to unsheath it for whatever was blocking his way. A green blur darted behind the tree trunks at Stee's back. Leaves rained down where it passed, while he stayed hyper-focused on the path ahead. As he closed his eyes to track the strange entity, a massive, green monstrous silhouette loomed directly behind him. He could tell it was incredibly fast, yet massive. Suddenly, something plummeted from above at breakneck speed. Here it comes! A sharp spike hurtled down straight for Stee's head. Startled, he looked up just in time to see a gigantic pincer plunge into the ground, obliterating the earth in an explosive shockwave. In a split second, Stay reacted, leaping into the air to dodge the lethal strike. He landed safely a short distance away, sword in hand as the dust settled. Before him stood the towering shadow of his attacker. He rested his sword on his shoulder, his face completely calm as he spoke. Strange, the townsfolk didn't mention a word about this. A deafening roar echoed. Towering in front of Stay was a colossal spider with razor-sharp legs. Its 6 eyes glowed blood red, drool dripping from its fangs, hungry for prey. Stay stood his ground, sword still casually on his shoulder. I definitely didn't expect to run into a Gosokni out here. How is this even possible? The Gosokni let out a furious screech and lunged, its front legs jabbing violently at Stee, catching him off guard. He ducked under the strike and dashed forward, swinging his sword. The beast's missed attack smashed into the ground, sending shockwaves that shattered the earth. After evading the Gosokni's blow, he twisted his body and charged straight at it. One hand gripped his sword while the other gathered energy for his next move. Gritting his teeth, he threw a heavy punch forward with the hand wearing Mem's keepsake ring, which now pulsed with blinding green energy, and roared, "Catch this!" The wind began to pick up, making the forest canopy sway violently. A massive energy explosion echoed, shaking the entire forest to its core. Steve cursed under his breath after defeating the Gosokni monster, letting out a heavy sigh. The area struck by his attack was devastated. Energy had ripped through the shadows, shattering rocks and leaving massive craters in the tree trunks. The mangled corpse of the Gosokni lay covered in a pulsing blue aura. Steve sheathed his sword. Above him, Motem spoke up. "A Gosokni, huh? That's not normal at all." Steve replied, "I know. They usually live in packs of hundreds. Where are the rest of them?" An image of the beast flashed through his mind again as he continued. "I know we're just trying to find some Dalai herbs, but if we don't do something, it's only a matter of time before they completely destroy the town." His face grew serious, lost in deep thought. How come no one noticed this sooner? Suddenly, he flinched, sensing something approaching. An arrow shot toward him at lightning speed, but he reacted instantly and caught it bare-handed. An arrow, he thought to himself. A system panel popped up. Skill activated. Auto-reflect. Ability to reflect low-level projectiles. Steve raised his voice. "You'd better answer me right now before I blow you to pieces." The green-hooded attacker trembled in shock, having missed his chance to assassinate Steve. Standing on a tree branch, gripping his bow in one hand and his quiver strap in the other, he panicked inwardly. How the hell did he catch an arrow bare-handed? This guy is incredibly dangerous. Steve grabbed his own wrist, channeling energy into his intertwined fingertips, ready to unleash a blast. He roared, "Answer me right now." Wind bullet! He snapped his fingers, firing the skill directly at the green-hooded figure. With a loud crack, the tree trunk shattered. The attacker plummeted heavily to the ground, completely unable to dodge. A voice rang out. "How dare you!" The green-hooded figure, his eyes dark with rage, gritted his teeth and panted heavily as Steve pressed the tip of his sword against him. Steve commanded, "Look up here." He looked down at the figure with a surprised expression. Seeing Sit scowling up at him from below, Steve blurted out, "An elf?" Sit gnashed his teeth in frustration and replied, "How could a lowly human defeat me?" Sit let out a heavy sigh and added, "It's been a long time since I've seen anyone like you." He recalled images of other elves, thinking about how they would turn pale white whenever they went on high alert, and especially how much they utterly despised humans like him. Steve took a step closer to Sit. Keeping a firm grip on his sword, he said, "Hey, get up. I'll pretend you never tried to kill me. Just tell me what's going on in this forest." Sit stared at him in utter confusion, entirely speechless. Crossing his arms, Steve said, "Listen here. I have an elf friend who is terribly sick, and I need to get to the mountain peak to find ingredients for a cure. The folks in the town over there say that anyone who comes up here ends up losing their memories. Do you know who's doing this?" Sid averted his gaze, looking down as if realizing something. In the blink of an eye, the elf vanished right in front of Steve. Steve gasped in surprise. "Hey, wait!" But the elf had already darted into the nearby canopy to escape. Mem asked in confusion, "Why did you just stand there? You could have frozen his legs if he tried to run." Steve let out a heavy sigh and replied, "I don't want to go around terrifying everyone before I figure out what's actually going on here. But man, that elf was fast." The scene shifted to a magnificently grand room where a voice echoed out. "You did what?" Sit anxiously bowed his head, stammering out his reply. I spotted a human in the forest while on patrol, so I..." Hearing this, Myriad exploded in anger. "So you just shot at him without even warning me first?" Sit stood in the middle of the room, under the intense scrutiny of several other elves. He confessed defensively, "I didn't have a choice. You'd understand if you met him face to face. He completely crushed a Gosakini using nothing but his sword and a tiny bit of magic. What good could someone like that possibly be doing in our forest?" Myriad closed her eyes, exhausted, and sighed. "I get it. So, did you kill him?" Sit awkwardly averted his eyes and mumbled, "Well, that's the problem." Furious, Myriad gritted her teeth, stormed over, and slapped him hard across the face. She screamed in absolute rage. "Things wouldn't be this bad if you had at least managed to kill him, but you let him get away? Are you trying to ruin a whole month of my hard work?" The surrounding elves exchanged worried glances, whispering, "Oh no, this is really bad." Glaring at Sit as he gloomily clutched his cheek, Myriad continued to yell, "Why do you think I have to erase their memories and drive them away like that? If that human ever sets foot in here again..." Steve slowly descended the staircase and interrupted, "Then what?" The group of elves stared in sheer panic as Steve suddenly appeared right inside their base. He casually picked his ear and said, "Go on, keep talking. I'd really love to know why you're erasing everyone's memories." Myriad froze, staring at him in absolute shock, completely rooted to the spot. Steve immediately spoke up. "What's wrong? Cat got your tongue?" Myriad furrowed her brows in blinding anger. She instantly raised her hands to launch an attack. Activating her wind cutter blade skill, a sharp blade of swirling wind formed in her grasp. Myriad immediately lunged forward, charging straight at Steve. He casually remarked, "You elves are really hot-tempered." Steve's expression hardened as he tracked Myriad's movements. In a flash, he caught her wrist, completely neutralizing her attack. Myriad glanced over her shoulder and screamed, "Shoot!" Following her command, the elves in the back unleashed a volley of arrows at Steve. Steve closed his eyes and summoned his reverse wind magic. A massive tornado instantly materialized, swallowing the entire room and leaving the elves utterly terrified. Sit raised his arms to shield himself from the gale. Sit cried out, "What the hell is this?" Myriad stared at Steve in sheer disbelief, thinking to herself, how is this even possible? Tightening his grip on Myriad's arm, Steve warned, "You will never be able to defeat me, so listen up." He pointed toward the back, gesturing at Sit. As you can see, he's still standing there perfectly fine. I didn't come here to hurt you. He continued. I won't lay a finger on you as long as you answer my questions. Why did you have to overcomplicate things like this? Myriad asked in utter confusion. He doesn't even speak the human language? How could he possibly answer you when he didn't understand a single word you were saying? Mem whispered to Steve, You were basically talking to a brick wall. Steve scowled in irritation. He let go of Myriad's hand, thinking to himself, What a waste of time. Myriad cradled her wrist, which was throbbing with pain from Steve's iron grip. She demanded, What do you mean by that? Aren't you a human assassin sent here to kill us? Sid threw his hands up in a mock surrender and added, Look, if I wanted you dead, this whole building would be dust by now. Anyway, now that you know I'm here, and since no one seemed to understand a word I said earlier, let's take it from the top. After that, the two of them sat down and talked for a while. Myriad finally spoke up. Right, I understand now. Sid let out a long, heavy sigh. Even though it's pretty hard to believe that a human could actually be friends with an elf. He kept the rest of his thoughts to himself. So what? Are you calling me a liar? Myriad snapped, her tone defensive. Can you just tell me the name of that elf? Sid asked calmly. Elena. The image of Elena immediately flashed through his mind. He muttered her name again softly. Elena Renoa. The group of elves standing behind them gasped in shock. Elena? Sid flinched, snapping his head back to look at the elves. You guys know her? The elves began whispering frantically among themselves. How does he know that name? How is that even possible? Myriad quickly shouted, cutting through the noise. Wait, hold on. Let me get this straight. Your sick friend is Elena? What exactly happened to her? Was she attacked? Sid was taken aback. He hesitated before answering. She just pushed herself too hard. He thought to himself, I definitely can't tell them it was because of me. Then, changing the subject, he pressed, Anyway, are you going to answer my question now? He pushed his sword out slightly in a subtle threat. If you're really the one who wiped the villagers' memories, mind telling me why? Seeing the blade, Myriad quickly waved her hands in panic. Don't get the wrong idea. We never attack anyone unless we're threatened first. We only wanted to protect ourselves from intruders. Sid sighed in annoyance, turning his head to look away. Catching his drift, Myriad quickly added, I'll teach that scout a lesson later. She continued, her voice softening. Look, we truly don't have any bad intentions. We just didn't want anyone getting close to the mountain because there's a nest of monsters living up there. The image of the demonic spiders flashed in Sid's mind. He thought to himself, So the rest of those monsters are still up there? If that's true, then these elves have actually been saving the townsfolk this whole time. With that realization, he immediately turned to leave, tossing a casual wave over his shoulder. All right, I'll take your word for it. By the way, I'm in a bit of a rush, so I've got to run. Myriad panicked, her eyes widening. Are you going after those monsters? Have you completely lost your mind? Sid glanced back at her with a cocky smirk. Didn't your little scout tell you? Those oversized spiders are absolutely nothing to me. He leapt out the window, calling back effortlessly, Catch you later! The group of elves stood frozen, staring blankly at the spot where Sid had just been, entirely speechless. Myriad stayed silent for a long moment before finally whispering, This could be our chance. Hearing this, one of the elves turned to her in confusion. What do you mean, Myriad? We can't let anyone get near that cave. If we do, our entire plan falls apart. Myriad replied, her tone dead serious. Think about it. We can't keep them away forever. She grabbed her sword, gripping the hilt tightly. I'm going with him. If we don't wipe out those Gosaks now, it's only a matter of time before they slaughter the villagers and us. Catching up to him, Myriad marched right up to Sid, grabbed him by the collar, and declared, Let's go, Sid. Startled, he blinked at her. Wait, what? You mean me? With that, the two of them headed out into the wild together. Myriad glared at Sid. Of course you have to go. Then she shouted back over her shoulder to the remaining elves, The rest of you, guard this place. We'll be back. Up on the mountain peak, Sid stood right in the middle of the dark forest. He rested his hands on his hips, casually waiting for the hidden spider monsters to make their move. He wondered to himself, I really should have spotted a few of them by now, shouldn't I? Those two from before must have just been strays. Suddenly, a massive demonic spider lunged out of the shadows, diving straight at him. Sid fluidly drew his sword, driving it straight through the beast's bloated head. The monster shrieked in agonizing pain. "Wind, rise!" he commanded. His blade erupted in a brilliant glow, unleashing a vicious gale that ripped the spider apart. The creature was shredded into pieces, raining down onto the forest floor. Disgusted, he quickly cast Reverse Gale, blowing the gory remains far away. But in the next second, another spider dropped down, appearing right in front of him. Sid narrowed his eyes at the creature, his mind racing. Just 2 of them? These guys must have split from the hive. Why the hell are they roaming alone? The spider suddenly spat a stream of noxious yellow liquid right at him. Sid instantly recognized it. It was the exact same vile sludge the mineral reserve had spewed out before. Acid, he realized. He instantly launched himself high into the air, just as the monster raised its massive pincers to strike. Vaulting directly over the spider's head, he caught a sudden glint of light flashing from the nearby bushes. Sid snapped his gaze toward it. What the hell is that shiny thing? He wondered. Something hurled through the air, completely intercepting the spider's attack meant for Sid. Landing lightly on his feet, he grumbled in extreme annoyance. "Seriously? This again?" Gripping his sword tightly, he called out, "More elves, huh?" Without hesitation, he slashed his blade straight through the thicket. Sid stopped his blade just inches from Myriad's face, blocking her path. "It's you, and that kid from earlier. What the hell are you two doing here?" Myriad quickly answered, "We came to help you. We want to..." Not even letting her finish, Sid cut her off coldly. "Save it. I don't need your help." Spiritual chi rapidly surged into his palm, and without even looking back, he blasted a raw wave of energy behind him, instantly obliterating the spider monster from before. "Just stay away from me," he warned sharply. "You're only going to get in my way." Myriad was absolutely stunned. He just wiped it out with a single strike, she thought, trembling. Sid turned his back to them, his tone dismissive. "Elena was a different story, but I've barely known you two for 5 minutes. I don't have the time or the patience to babysit you from scratch, so just go home." Myriad lowered her gaze, speaking softly. "Elena, I'm sure it's incredibly rare to find someone who learns that fast, especially with her combat support skills." She continued, a hint of sadness in her voice. "I understand why you feel that way, after having fought by her side." Sid remained completely silent. This reminded him of Elena. Looking toward the mountain peak ahead, where a waterfall cascaded down, Myriad continued, "Anyway, the Gosokni have built a nest right in the flower garden you're heading to at the top." Myriad crossed her arms, looking at Steve, and said, "I'll admit you're incredibly strong, but even you can't take on an entire Gosokni nest alone without destroying the danlife flowers in the process." Steve stayed silent. He reached out his hand, casting his devour magic on the spider corpses he had just killed. Still focused on his spell to absorb the spider monster's remains, he asked, "So, how exactly are you going to help me?" Myriad replied, "We'll let you handle the Gosokni, and we'll slip in to grab the danlife flowers while you keep them busy." After she spoke, both she and her brother were absolutely stunned by what Steve was doing. She thought to herself, is he actually absorbing the monsters? Steve absorbed all the spiritual energy into his hand and muttered, "I think this should do it." His mana had surged thanks to the effects of his devour magic. Steve grasped the final wisp of spiritual energy in his palm. Watching this, Myriad added, "I have to say, I'm a little surprised. I've never met a human who doesn't despise elves like you do. It's a first for me. Is that why Elena travels with you? How did you two even meet?" Steve glanced back at her and replied, "You sure ask a lot of questions, don't you? It's a long story. If you really want to know, you can ask Elena yourself once she's recovered. What about you? Why are you helping me?" "Is it because of Elena?" Myriad looked down, her voice laced with sadness. "That's not the only reason." She recalled the image of the forest she once called home, now infested with lurking spider monsters. "We lived in that forest long before the townsfolk even arrived," she said. The brutal image of her comrades being attacked and slaughtered by the monsters flashed through her mind. She continued, "But when those Gosokni invaded, our lives were completely ruined. Every single one of them is incredibly strong, and they easily overpowered us elves. So we decided to starve them out. After that, she and her 2 younger siblings decided to head toward the town. She explained that they took advantage of the fact that the Gosokni rarely ever leave their territory. We made it our mission to protect the townsfolk from the spiders, even going so far as to erase their memories. Motem appeared beside Steve and chimed in. Sounds like they were being pretty cautious. Steve let out a heavy sigh and said, So, the wandering spiders I ran into earlier were just the starving ones, huh? Myriad replied, It wasn't exactly a perfect plan, but it was all we could do under the circumstances. And just when we were stressing over what would happen once they got too hungry, she looked at Steve, who was listening intently, and continued, You showed up. You're our only hope of getting out of this nightmare. The scene shifted to the inside of a massive cave at the mountain's peak, where a sword radiating intense energy suddenly appeared. It was Steve's sword. He fought like a madman, raining down devastating, earth-shattering strikes right onto the spider monsters' heads. Meanwhile, Myriad used her magic to handle the rest. With a wave of her hands, she blasted away the thick spider webs, completely sealing off the cave entrance. Seeing those grotesque webs strung up everywhere, Steve gritted his teeth in annoyance. Myriad stayed focused, clearing out the webs blocking their path. Steve's sword got caught in a patch of webbing. Frustrated, he cursed, Damn it, this place is completely covered in webs. In that brief moment of distraction, a spider dropped down, ready to strike from right above his head. Seeing this, Myriad screamed, Hey, watch out. Without a second thought, she used her magic to control the earth, throwing up a defense. Instantly, a massive slab of rock jutted out from the ground to block the attack. Taking the monster out in the blink of an eye, Myriad activated her piercing stone skill, crushing the enemy with a boulder. Steve turned to look at the mangled corpse of the spider and asked Myriad in surprise, Wait, are you a mage? Myriad let out an exhausted breath and said, It drains a massive amount of mana, so I try to save it for emergencies. It's really not viable for dragged-out fights. Steve glanced over at her, nodding in understanding. Got it. It's not very effective against huge swarms like this. Suddenly, the stone slab behind Myriad was shattered by something, violently exploding into pieces. Startled, she quickly spun around. A bolt of lightning shot out of nowhere, striking its target. The surging electricity completely engulfed the spider, leaving it convulsing and screeching in agony. Seizing the opening, Steve dashed straight for the beast. He thrust his hand toward the monster, casting a spell, and roared. The wind howled as a fierce tornado instantly materialized, tearing right into the spider monster and shredding it to pieces. He turned to look at the person standing behind him and asked, Blue lightning, huh? The one who cast that lightning bolt was her younger brother. He looked a bit flustered, secretly wondering to himself, Am I just getting in his way? Steve then spoke up. Hey, your little brother is surprisingly useful. Looking at the aftermath of the attack, Myriad said, He definitely has talent. He's just way too frail and squishy. Her brother replied, Well, I'm glad to hear that, at least. Steve cracked his knuckles, gearing up for his next move. He grinned. You two actually have some solid combat experience, don't you? Shall we pick up the pace a bit? Blazing flames suddenly erupted, entirely engulfing Steve's body as he warned them, You guys better protect yourselves. He shouted at the top of his lungs, Fireball! The entire mountain instantly began to shake violently. A massive explosion erupted from deep inside the cave, blasting outward like an erupting volcano. Steve. Myriad and her brother leapt out from the thick, billowing smoke and raging flames. Myriad screamed, Ah! All three of their cloaks and clothes were heavily scorched. Myriad glared at Steve and furiously yelled, Hey, you almost killed us too, you lunatic. Her brother winced from a mild burn, whispering in awe, He's insane. Steve, however, replied with complete calm, I told you, I didn't want to waste any more time. Besides, it's not like you two are completely defenseless, you're actually pretty strong. He then changed the subject. Anyway, is this the place? Right at the mountain's peak, there was a massive cave structure towering like a fortress. Steve looked at it, confused. I thought there was supposed to be a flower garden up here. The horrifying scuttling sounds of the spider monsters rapidly closed in on them. Steve looked down, let out a heavy sigh, and muttered, So, you guys were just hiding, huh? He whispered to himself, All I see are damn spider webs. The three of them touched down on the solid ground. The spider horde instantly surrounded them, screeching menacingly. Looking a bit panicked, the younger brother turned to his sister and said, Myriad, I really think we should turn back. Myriad shot a sharp glare and said, If you say one more word, I'll take you down first. Sit, on the other hand, smiled in amusement and replied, Man, this place is crawling with them. Sit spoke up, Hey, knock it off, you two, and look at this. He gazed at the flower stems near the cave entrance, right where a spider monster was standing, and said, That's the Dalai flower, isn't it? Myriad looked over and said, Yeah, but it looks pretty tough to get close. Steve summoned a swirling purple magic aura around his body, grinned and said, All right, you two handle the flower. I've got the rest. That purple magic surged wildly through his body. Steve unleashed an overwhelmingly powerful energy. It was the Cursed Aura skill. The Cursed Toccasin Cloak skill enveloped the caster in dark energy, weakening all surrounding enemies. Motum recalled the last time he used this magic alongside Elena and Garrett and said, You haven't touched this spell since back then, have you? It drains way less energy now, and it's much easier to control. Motum materialized and added, I have refined and optimized it just for you. Sid then asked, Is it because of that dark artifact? Motum replied, Most likely. Steve dropped his knees into a fighting stance and said, Well, I'm certainly not complaining. He then launched himself forward, much to Myriad's absolute shock. Her eyes went wide in disbelief, wondering to herself, how can he wield so much dark energy? The swarm of spider monsters shrieked and lunged straight at Steve. Steve's cloak slowly morphed into a pair of wings. He muttered, So this is... Then he fiercely spread his massive wings wide and taunted, This is how you use this thing, right? The spider monsters panicked at the sight. The oppressive dark energy blanketing the area made them tremble in fear, and a split second later, they were completely crushed against the earth by the sheer weight of the dark magic. Steve slowly touched down. He let out a long breath, smirked, and said, Ha ha! How do you like that, you miserable bugs? That sinister dark energy gradually swallowed the entire mountain peak. The spider monsters were drained of all their strength, lying flat on the ground, trembling uncontrollably. Steve roared, Now's your chance! Myriad jolted at Steve's shout. She immediately turned to Sit. Let's go! Sit! Sit nervously chimed in, If we die out here, it is entirely your fault. The spider monster guarding the cave entrance screeched in an absolute frenzy. Myriad sprinted toward the flower. She eyed the beast in front of the cave, thinking to herself that it had to be the queen and the alpha of the pack. It was still holding its ground remarkably well, even after taking that massive hit. It reared up on its hind legs and violently lunged at Myriad. Suddenly, a crackling bolt of lightning flashed. It intercepted the monster's strike dead in its tracks, making it screech in pain. Sit had activated his lightning shock skill, blasting the enemy with a surge of high-voltage electricity. Myriad seized the opening, sliding swiftly right under the monster's legs. She whipped out her electro-weapon and activated the lightning whip skill, conjuring a crackling lash of pure electricity to bind the beast. She lashed the lightning whip tightly around the stone pinnacle right above the cave entrance. Sit watched as Myriad successfully hauled herself up to the top of the spire. He thought to himself, Nice job. Just don't look back. Whatever you do, don't look back. He drew his bow back and fired an arrow straight at the monster. The arrow slammed directly into the beast, but it didn't seem to faze it in the slightest. The monster shot Sit a furious, lethal glare. Then it let out a deafening roar and launched a barrage of its razor-sharp bristles right at Sit. Seeing this, Sit was absolutely terrified. He thought, Wait, it can shoot its own hairs? The deadly bristles flew at Sit at lightning speed, forcing him to throw his arms up just to brace himself. The spikes rained down heavily upon Sit like a storm. But then the monster saw something and a sudden look of shock crossed its face. Steve materialized, sweeping his arm outward and roaring, Wind Slash! He used his magic to completely blow away the incoming barrage of bristles. The monster immediately leaped up and lunged straight for Steve. It charged furiously toward the two boys. Up above, Myriad provided cover fire to support them. She leaped gracefully down onto the back of the massive monster. She reached her hand out. Aquan gripped something unseen in the air and forcefully yanked it upward, shouting, Rock Bullet! Instantly, a jagged slab of solid stone thrust up from the ground, mercilessly impaling the queen spider right through its body. It shrieked in excruciating agony. Myriad glanced down at the patches of flowers below, then quickly leaped down, landing right beside the stems. She yelled, I'm grabbing the flowers! Head back to the forest before the rest of the horde catches up! Steve shouted back furiously. No way! I am taking them all down right now! Just stay back! Seeing Steve act so unhinged sent a genuine chill of fear down Sit's spine. Steve unleashed a violent whirlwind from his bare hands, roaring, Gale Force! The spider monster was blown forcefully backward by the cyclone, looking visibly stunned. Not stopping there, Steve conjured a blazing vortex of flames and roared again, Fireball! The spell combo of Gale Force and Fireball merged into a catastrophic blazing firestorm, a flaming tornado that violently blasted the swarm of spiders away. The monsters were completely incinerated, screaming in absolute agony. Myriad's eyes widened in sheer disbelief. She thought to herself, impossible. How could a human possibly wield magic this devastating? Who exactly is this guy? Myriad and Sit sprinted deep into the cave to take cover from his terrifying, overpowered attack. She glanced back over her shoulder, thinking, I can feel the scorching heat radiating from the ground even from all the way in here. What the hell is going on? Elena thought to herself as she and Sit kept running deeper into the darkness of the cave. That blazing firestorm seemed to have completely turned more than half of the monster swarm to ash. Suddenly, something crashed down from above with an earth-shattering boom that shook the entire mountain peak. A massive beast stepped ominously out of the thick smoke, letting out a blood-curdling, furious roar. Sit stared at it, panicking as he stammered, Damn it, there's not a single burn mark on it. Motem materialized and gravely stated, Only an ancient tomb guardian could withstand a strike of that magnitude. Well, this is bad. Steve swept his gaze over the crushed monsters on the ground and roared, Curse Devour! In an instant, he forcibly absorbed the monster's spiritual energy. As he siphoned the power, he casually remarked, By the way, that attack packed quite a punch. I almost roasted myself alive there. Motem snapped, that is irrelevant. The real problem is that my magic had absolutely zero effect. He sounded incredibly irritated. How did that not kill that wretched spider? It's just a stupid spider. Steve sighed in heavy exasperation and said, Is that seriously all you care about? I almost got killed out here. He reached his hand into his pouch to grab something and went on. Well then, fighting monsters is always full of fun surprises, isn't it? Let's not overthink it. He pulled out a small vial of red powder, flashing a wicked grin as he said, If mana doesn't work, we'll just have to resort to brute force. Seeing this, Motem immediately recognized it. Is that the salamander powder from last time? The glowing powder sparkled brilliantly in Steve's hand. Recalling his previous battle, Motem exclaimed, This spider actually blocked the fiery storm. He unscrewed his sword hilt and poured the vial of powder inside. ST added, Don't worry, I've already checked its shell. Besides, the stuff I used last time was just salamander powder. I figured it's better to test the waters first. Steve gripped his newly modified sword. Motem cleared his throat and grumbled, Those dwarves never get anything right. ST dashed toward the spider monster and yelled, All right, let's go, stop whining. The monstrous spider immediately spat acid right at ST. He swung his sword, conjuring a fierce gust of wind to block it, and roared, Wind Cutter! The monster was quite taken aback by how easily he evaded its attack. Seizing the opportunity, he lunged upward, aiming the tip of his sword straight at the beast. The blade plunged down rapidly, but the spider monster used its pincers to catch Sit's sword. He was quite shocked that his attack was blocked so effortlessly by the spider. Gritting his teeth in frustration, Sit thought to himself, Damn it, I need to break through its hide and kill it in one strike. He thrust his fist forward and roared, Wind Bullet! A blast of wind erupted, propelling him backward and safely away from the monster. Stit landed softly on the ground. Motem spoke up. So, you just need something strong enough to tear it apart, huh? Steve replied, Got any bright ideas? Motem immediately said, Ice. Steve asked in confusion, What? He urged, Hurry up, get ready. Without hesitation, Steve summoned his magic and shouted, Ice Wave! But in his mind, he was thinking, he's probably just guessing. Why ice? Instantly, Motem chanted along, adding a wind bullet. That spell combo created a barrage of ice pillars. Razor-sharp shards of ice rained down upon the ground. Sty gasped in awe. Whoa, the ice pillars are blasting out countless shards of ice. That'll definitely cause some heavy bleeding. Motem yelled, Fire! Stit swiftly waved his hand, directing the icy shards straight at the monster. The shards ripped through the beast's body like a ferocious storm, making it shriek in agony. The ice shards finally managed to damage its armored shell. Sty seized the moment and charged forward, thinking to himself, "This is my chance." Sit aimed the tip of his sword dead center at the monster's head. He roared, "Counter!" Instantly, a blinding blue light erupted from the blade, striking the monster head on. A critical hit. Looking at the technique he had just unleashed, he recalled the image of Casper, feeling incredibly impressed. He thought, that alchemist is pretty terrifying too. Following that devastating attack, the spider monster's head was completely obliterated. His sword was glowing red hot from enduring such a massive impact force. Stit thought to himself, I still can't believe he actually handed over something this dangerous to me, even if I did ask for it. Modem noticed something unusual and spoke up. "Stee, look at its belly." Hearing that, he immediately shifted his gaze down to the monster's abdomen. He was just as surprised to see something inside. Looking at the pile of artifacts spilling out from the monster's guts, Motem said, "No wonder a normal monster was that strong." Stee stepped closer, picked up an artifact, and said, "Did it eat some explorers who were carrying these?" Saying that, he clutched the artifact tightly in his hand, smiling smugly to himself. The scene shifted to a cozy little wooden cabin. Steve sat by the sickbed, handing some medicine to Elena, and said, "Here, drink this." He noticed Elena eyeing the medicine cautiously because of its smell, so he coaxed, "It's a miracle tonic made from deer antlers steeped in dandelion. Drink it all up." Hearing that, she slowly drained the glass in her hands. Once she finished, Elena let out a long sigh of relief. Steve smiled happily, seeing that Elena was visibly getting better. He stood up, opened the door to leave, but didn't forget to look back to say goodbye. "All right, get some rest now. It'll take a little time to recover completely. See you later." Elena silently waved goodbye to him. Bernard was standing outside, and as soon as he saw Steve walk out, he asked, "How is she doing? Is she going to be okay?" Steve replied, "Yeah, she is. Thanks for taking care of her for me." "Is something the matter?" Bernard said, "You have 2 visitors." Stead froze for a second. It seemed he had guessed who they were, but he still asked, "Visitors?" Right at that moment, just outside the door, Myriad and Sit were already waiting. Inside the quiet room, Myriad fell completely silent at the sight before her. Meanwhile, ST muttered in sheer awe, "So this is human civilization." When Sit realized who the visitors were, he let out a heavy sigh and scolded, "What were you two thinking? Just casually walking into a human town like this? I know you two used magic paint on your faces, but it's still way too risky." A moment later, he led them in to visit Elena. Myriad suddenly spoke up, clearly impressed. "Look at that, you really are an honest guy, Zit." Her words made him frown. He let out a scoffing sigh and questioned, "What? Are you saying you didn't trust me all this time?" His sharp retort made her hastily explain, "No, it's not that. It's just, you can never know what's real unless you see it with your own eyes." Hearing her say that, he asked curiously, "Then how do you know Elena?" She looked melancholic for a moment before replying, "She's like a sister to me, even though we don't share the same blood." Then she began to recount, "We elves from Ken and the elves living in the dark forest have been connected for a very long time. It was through those ties that her relationship with Elena became so close." Halfalas. As the daughter of the chieftain, Elena was excellent at diplomacy, so she was incredibly popular in our tribe too. However, those peaceful days ceased to exist the moment the ancient tomb appeared. But for some unknown reason, an ancient tomb emerged in the dark forest. Its power grew so wild that we elves could no longer contain it. And then, tragedy struck. Elena lost her father, and things went from bad to absolute worst. After that, we lost all contact with them, including Elena. Listening to Miri's story, Steve thought to himself, "Wait, are they talking about Karn? I rescued that guy a whole century ago. Maybe I should just let Elena tell them." While the two were deep in conversation, Elena's ears suddenly twitched. She slowly opened her eyes and softly called out, "Miri!" Her voice made Miri jump in surprise. Suddenly, a wooden chair scraped loudly against the floor. The 2 girls were so overjoyed to reunite that they had thrown their arms around each other in a tight embrace. A moment later, Elena asked in disbelief, "But how?" Watching the 2 girls, Steve let out a long sigh, feeling utterly helpless but a little happy too. He abruptly grabbed Sid by the collar and dragged him outside. Back in the softly sunlit room, a gentle voice echoed. "When I heard humans were spotted around here," Elena said sadly, "I thought you had already left the forest." "Miri, I hadn't heard a single word about you." Seeing her friend so down, Miri quickly explained everything. Relocating too suddenly would have drawn human attention. So, we created a buffer zone where magical herbs could grow near human settlements, doing everything we could to keep them out of the forest. Pausing there, she looked at Elena with her own burning question. "Anyway, enough about me. Tell me about you. Why on earth are you working with a human?" Hearing that, Elena let out a soft gasp. Well, inside that lovely wooden room, whatever Elena had just confessed made Miri gasp in pure shock. "He rescued Karn too? Wow, he's even more incredible than I thought. He conquered that ancient tomb all by himself." Miri stared at the magical runes on Elena's arm in disbelief. "So, is that why you're traveling with him? To repay the debt? And you've even started using the ancient artifact?" Her words made Elena suddenly blush, stammering in response. Well, mostly..." This shy reaction gave Miri completely the wrong idea, making her squeal loudly. "Wait a minute!" Having no idea what wild thoughts were running through her friend's head, Elena rushed to deny it. "No, it's not like that." The ringing laughter of the two girls echoed all the way outside, catching Steve's attention. Miri laughed until tears pricked her eyes. "Well, you can fall for whoever you want. Honestly, I'm just relieved it's that particular human. By the way, Sid is definitely going to freak out." Outside, hearing his name dropped, Sid was utterly bewildered. Ignoring his confusion outside, the two girls continued their cheerful chatter. Curious, Miri excitedly asked, "It's so good to finally know what's going on. You're not planning to stay in one place for too long, are you?" Elena let out a heavy sigh. "I don't think so. Though, honestly, I'm not entirely sure where we'll be heading next." After chatting a little longer, Miri suddenly stood up, pulled her hood over her head, and said, "I understand. Well, I truly hope we cross paths again someday. You're always welcome to come visit us in the forest any time." This farewell left Elena feeling a bit melancholic. "I will, for sure." The door creaked open. Seeing Miri step out, Steve immediately asked, "Done already?" "How's Elena doing?" Miri quickly replied, "She's perfectly fine. By the time we finished talking, she looked just like her old self." Suddenly, she called his name with a serious tone. "Steve, you're the most reliable person I know. I need you to promise me something. Please, make absolutely sure nothing bad happens to Elena while she's repaying her debt to you." Hearing this, he looked somewhat helpless. "Elena never owed me anything to begin with. I wouldn't stop her if she ever wanted to leave." His laid-back attitude made her think to herself, "I have no idea how these two are going to work things out. Either he's completely clueless, or he's just playing dumb." Pushing the thought aside, she asked about Steve's next move. "So, where are you headed now?" He shook his head. "I'm not exactly sure. Haven't really decided yet. My only goal was just to get her here. My whole plan was just to get Elena healed up." Hearing this, Miri gave him a sudden warning. "Is that so? Well, I was going to stop you if you planned on heading north. Things up there are pretty messy right now." Her words left him a bit curious. "The north, huh?" 2 days later, amidst the cheerful chirping of birds in the forest, Steve set out with Elena. Before leaving, he didn't forget to bid farewell to his friend. "Thanks for letting us tag along this far. Take care of yourselves. Oh, and tell Garrett I said hi." A little while later, Elena spoke up. "Where to now? Another ancient tomb?" He flashed a sly grin and replied, "Nah, I'm sick of tombs. This time we're heading to Northport." Hearing their destination, she immediately grew anxious. Northport, the human port city? But we could get into serious trouble if someone recognizes us. Despite her repeated warnings, he remained stubborn. "We still have to go. There's someone at that bustling port we desperately need, and right now, they're probably hiding out in some shady joint. The person you need for my future plans is probably that young man with a long scar across his face, holding a cloth soaked in crimson blood." Sky was staring at his wanted poster. "Steve, a bounty of 400 crows?" Suddenly, he pinned the paper down with his sword. His bloodlust spiked in an instant. His eyes were filled with burning hatred as he muttered, "You cowardly traitor." At the same time, by the Binkon, Steve had made up his mind. "I will find him, no matter the cost." Myriat warned him in a stern voice, I am going to stop you if you plan on heading north. Things haven't been looking good up there lately." Confused by this, Steve asked, "The north?" The scene shifted to the northern front. A soldier roared, "Attack!" Artillery shells were immediately fired off, and battle cries echoed across the field. "We have to stop them before they breach the front lines." What are they shooting at? It turned out they were attacking a monster, but it seemed completely unharmed while the soldiers were just wasting their ammunition. Thankfully, someone noticed this and shouted, "I don't think bombing it is going to work." "Sir, the monster is counterattacking." It raised its arm, preparing to strike. The soldiers froze in terror. Just then, someone rushed in. The beast recklessly continued its attack, smashing its fist into the ground. Suddenly, a blade slashed its arm, making it roar in agony. The one who did this was Zero. He stood proudly before the monster and declared, "Good job, everyone. I will take it from here." Seeing him appear, the soldiers cheered in joy. "The prince is here!" A private in the crowd asked in awe, "What was that last attack? Did His Highness just use magic?" Another soldier replied, "Have you never seen it before? I guess it's not that simple." He then pointed out the sword in Prince Zero's hand. "Pay closer attention next time. That is the prince's battle artifact, Gomera." At this moment, the monster growled in a furious rage. Zero observed it carefully with a serious expression. The blade Gomera in his hand began to glow, radiating spiritual energy. He unleashed a razor-sharp slash right at the beast. The monster took a devastating hit and howled in pain. Not stopping there, he dashed forward again. Letting out a resolute battle cry, he delivered a fatal strike that sliced the beast right in half. After taking care of the monster, he gracefully landed on the ground. He looked up and muttered something, his eyes locking onto a glowing orb floating inside the creature's remains. Is that its core? He wondered. Without a second thought, Zero raised his sword and struck the core, which then dissolved straight into Gomera. This sight made the soldiers burst into triumphant cheers. "Long live the prince! The monster is dead!" Still bewildered by what had just happened, a private asked himself, did he just absorb its core? He stared at the ancient sword and thought, I have never seen an artifact like that before. After the battle, the sky began to clear up. A private approached Zero with an offer. "You are truly brilliant, Your Highness. If you drop by the barracks, we will prepare some wine for you." However, he turned them down. "No need. I am going to rest for a bit. Do not let anyone disturb me." Hearing this, they answered in unison, "Yes, sir." A while later, at the northern front outpost, Zero sat in a corner of his tent, a dark, sinister energy oozing from his body. He was panting heavily, shivering and drenched in cold sweat. It seemed like he was trying to suppress the rampaging Gomera. This was clearly taking a toll on him, as he struggled to keep the blade under control. After a grueling struggle, he finally let out a sigh of relief. The scene shifted again to a brightly lit ferry terminal. Helena was walking down the street with Steve. They were both bundled up tightly, looking like a couple of thieves. Elena spoke up. "Do you even know where we are going?" Glancing nervously at a wanted poster, she added, "The longer we stay out here, the higher the chance someone spots us." In stark contrast to her anxiety, he calmly replied, "Don't worry. With my experience in the underworld, big cities like this are usually pretty convenient." After saying that, he suddenly flashed a signal light outward. On the opposite shore, someone caught his signal. This person was also heavily disguised, muttering to himself, "Is that a signal light?" As for Elena, seeing Steve do this made her ask, "What did you just do?" He sat down, let out a sigh, and answered, "Just wait. He will be here soon." Suddenly, a voice rang out. Well, what we have here?" A scarred man with a bushy beard rowed his boat over to Steve and exclaimed in shock, "Steve, is that you?" He docked his boat at the pier and mocked him. What a surprise. "Didn't you say you would never set foot here again?" Steve didn't even bother arguing, simply replying, "You talk just as much as ever, don't you? You loudmouth." Then, with a tone that was half request, half threat, he added, "Can you give us a ride? Or should I just take the boat myself if you refuse?" Through the quiet of the night, the old man's resigned sigh could be heard. That is no way to talk to an old friend. A short while later, as he was ferrying Steve and Elena across the water, he asked, "How long has it been? 13 or 14 years? You were so dead set on never coming back. So, what brings you here?" Steve stayed silent for a moment, not answering, failing to pry any information out of him. He turned to Elena. "Hey there, young lady. How did that grumpy guy convince you to tag along? Tell me about it." Instead of an answer, he was suddenly met with a massive fireball. Once the shock wore off, he calmed down and remarked, "Looks like you picked up some new tricks, huh?" he hissed. He calmly warned the man. "That's enough talking. Do me a favor and shut up, will you? If you keep it up, I'll shove this right down your throat." Without a hint of fear, he grabbed his hand tightly and said, "What a warm welcome." Then his voice turned grave. "You're the cold-blooded fool who abandoned us back then." Not bothering to argue with this scarred, rugged brute, Steve just sighed and asked, "Where is Sky? I came here to see him." Hearing that name, the man let out a heavy sigh and said, "Wrong. You're going to have a hell of a time finding him." His deep voice echoed through the night. "Everyone in this city is waiting for the day you get what you deserve. Maybe then you'll finally see Sky." With those parting words, he quickly rowed his boat away, leaving Steve and Elena standing there in silence. Steve kept his eyes fixed on the direction the man had gone. He turned to Elena. "Sorry about that. We're in bid 3 now, so this kind of thing is going to happen a lot." Elena replied, "So what? It's not the first time we've run into something like this." Steve replied awkwardly, "I suppose." He added, "I'm glad you understand." Steve then glanced around the street, thinking to himself, "I can't believe it's been 10 years. This place has changed a lot." Elena spotted something by the side of the road. "Steve, I think I found something," she said. Steve followed her gaze, his expression shifting from doubt to absolute shock as Elena approached a wall covered with a wanted poster. She reached out, tore it down, and examined it. "Is this the guy you're looking for, right?" Steve asked as he took it from her. "Yeah." He took the piece of paper from Elena's hands and stared at the face drawn on it. "It really is Sky," he thought to himself in sheer disbelief. 1.2 million? Since when did he get a scar on the right side of his face? What the hell happened to him since the last time I saw him? Elena pulled him out of his thoughts, starting to interrogate him. "Isn't it about time you told me the truth? Who is this, and why do you need to find him?" Steve hesitated before answering. "I'm a little reluctant to talk about it." By now, Elena was getting annoyed. "Spit it out! I've been following you around blindly this whole time." Steve lowered his head slightly and replied, "I grew up in an orphanage, back when I would do absolutely anything for money. I met this guy." Looking at the wanted poster, he murmured, "Sky Wunkin." Steve began to recount his past, the very first time he and Sky crossed paths. Since neither of us had anywhere to go, we quickly became friends. We started gathering the abandoned kids in the area. If we wanted to survive in this city, we had to stick together. We all came from different places, but we shared the same goal, so we made a pact. Steve reminisced. He continued his story. We wanted to make sure no one would ever look down on us again. That was our ultimate goal. But we had very different ways of trying to achieve it. Because I wanted to achieve our goal through success, I saved the money I earned and applied to join an expedition group. Sky, on the other hand, wanted the absolute power to protect what mattered. So he immediately set out to find and develop ways to grow stronger. Then one day, he told me he had finally gotten what he wanted and showed me hundreds of kilos of gunpowder. While I was saving up just to leave this place, Sky was building a massive area of effect bomb. He wanted to blow up the warehouse and the entire city along with it. After that, Sky and I got into a brutal fight, and I ended up leaving the city all by myself. I haven't heard a single thing about him since. Finishing his story from the past, Steve seemed a bit sorrowful. He looked at Elena and said, "I hate to admit it, but that loudmouth back there was right. Whether Sky's ideas were right or wrong, I still wasn't there for him when he needed me most." He added gloomily, "That's probably why the people here despise me." Steve stood in thoughtful silence for a moment, then sighed. "Come on, let's go. Standing around here won't solve anything." The two continued forward, the path growing more and more deserted the further they walked. The walls were almost completely swallowed by moss, and not a single soul could be seen on either side of the street. Trailing behind Steve, Elena complained, "I'm starting to reek just being here." She covered her face in disgust and asked him, "Have you ever even been down this way before?" Steve looked far down the road. He replied, "It's been a long time, but I know this place like the back of my hand, and it hasn't changed much. This little alley is exactly the same as it's always been." He muttered softly, "Not that there's any reason for it to change anyway." Elena kept her hand clamped over her nose. She pressed on. So, this is where you used to live? Steve didn't answer right away, just kept walking straight ahead. He started speaking again. Sky used to be incredibly resourceful. We searched high and low for a place where the kids could actually be safe, but this entire city is crawling with scum. He paused, then added, because of that? As he spoke, Steve walked up to the wall and placed his hand against it. Right where his hand rested, there was a brick marked with a very specific symbol. Tonbal. Sky built a safe haven for everyone. As he spoke, he pressed down on the brick. The wall suddenly slid open, revealing a hidden door concealed inside. Elena stood there, completely stunned. She followed Steve inside, stopping right in front of the door. Are those guys really still in there? She asked Steve. I think I heard something, Steve replied, sounding a bit unsure. Is that so? The door swung open, and the two of them stepped inside together. 3 thugs sitting together spotted them the second they walked in. Startled, one of them blurted out, Atelier? Then they started murmuring among themselves. Well, look who we have here. The loudmouth from earlier chimed in, Are you kidding me? Seriously? Steve just stood there. He raised a hand in a casual greeting and said, Long time, no see. The black-haired thug's face twisted in rage as he roared, Grab that idiot! Then the whole gang charged straight at Steve. Steve remained perfectly calm. Resting his hands on his hips, he sighed helplessly. It's fine. I really don't need a special welcome. With that, he swung his arm, throwing his first punch right at the bearded thug. The man threw up both arms to block, but was still sent flying backward. He was struck with both shock and sheer terror. Ugh, I can't breathe. Dust and debris clouded the air where he had crashed down. The onlookers were absolutely horrified. They could only ask themselves in utter disbelief, what the hell is going on? How did he take him down? Steve roared furiously. If this is what you guys want, then come at me all at once. As he spoke, he channeled his power into his enchanted fists. Without another word, Steve dashed toward them and launched a blazing fast assault. The first guy took a punch that dislocated his jaw, while the next one caught a direct hit right in the face. Stunned, they thought to themselves, how is this even possible? It was a chaotic brawl where one side did all the attacking and the other side just took the beating while endlessly questioning their reality. He's just a damn Tomb Raider. The bearded thug in the back sat frozen like a statue in pure bewilderment. He couldn't believe how the guy had gotten so incredibly strong. Meanwhile, in another room of the building, someone else was burning with rage. The long scar on his face pulled taut. It was Sky. Those idiots, he muttered. He shoved the door wide open and bolted for the stairs. He glared down at the floor below and hollered, Hey, you morons! Sky rolled his wrists to warm up as he kept shouting. I told you not to make a racket while I'm working. But his voice suddenly died in his throat when he got a clear look at the person standing downstairs. He blurted out in surprise, and the other replied, Long time no see, Sky. Speaking of Sky, or Sky Jin, the man with a bounty of 12 million kurongs on his head, he had a rather tragic past. He was born in the central slums of the northern city of Greylock. His mother, Lagin, was so breathtakingly beautiful that it was hard to believe she came from the slums. Despite their grinding poverty, she always kept a warm smile on her face, until her life was utterly destroyed by a nobleman. That man had everything he could ever want, which left him hopelessly bored with his own existence. So, to escape his mundane life, he ventured into the slums for some twisted entertainment. That was when he laid eyes on Ella. As a result of that nobleman's visit to the slums, Sky was born. Despite their bitter hardships, Sky spent his first 10 years surrounded by his mother's endless love. The tragedy of his life began when he turned 10. One day, he came home only to find his beloved mother gasping for her final breaths under the blood-stained blades of assassins. Her blood poured out, soaking the floorboards, and even as her body gave out completely, she still fought to look toward the doorway where her son was standing. Her very last words to him were to run away. Sky listened to his mother and started running. He ran and ran, never once looking back in his sheer panic. Even with the torrential rain pouring down outside, he used every last ounce of his strength to flee that wretched place. Not long after he fled the slums, everyone there was ruthlessly massacred. But it took several years before he finally learned the truth, sitting on the curb watching the endless crowds pass by. His eyes grew colder and sharper than ever. Sky's life started anew, fueled entirely by the burning desire for revenge. Later on, he made a few friends in the slums of Bedin City and formed his very own gang. Utilizing his deep roots in the underworld, Sky tracked down the one who had hired the assassins to hunt him and his mother. It was Duke Marcus Crossford, Sky's own biological father. Upon discovering that his bastard son was living in the slums, the Duke immediately set out to erase this shameful stain on his legacy. Sky was driven utterly mad by the brutal, inhuman arrogance of the nobility, and his hatred for them only deepened with every passing day. Later, Sky caught wind that Duke Crossford was planning a visit to Bidden. He orchestrated a scheme to make himself the victim of an explosion, which was exactly what led to their separation, as well as the failed assassination attempt. As a result, Sky's gang was ruthlessly crushed by the authorities and placed under heavy restrictions. All of this was tightly kept information that had never been revealed before. And now, this was the long-awaited moment of reunion between Steve and Sky. Sky stood halfway down the stairs, high enough to get a perfect view of the utter chaos on the floor below and to see Steve clearly. He asked, "Is that really you?" Steve replied, "Long time no see, Sky." In stark contrast to the calm demeanor of the two men greeting each other, the underlings who had just been brawling with Steve turned towards Sky. One of them screamed, "Boss, don't just stand there, do something!" Sky raised an eyebrow and asked, "Do what?" Another thug completely agreed. Glaring with furiously wide eyes, he yelled, "He's right! We absolutely cannot let that traitor get away!" Faced with this situation, Sky looked a bit conflicted. He twirled a strand of his hair as he mulled it over. In contrast to Sky, Steve seemed slightly unsettled. He smirked and thought to himself, does he really want a one-on-one? But before Steve could ponder any further, Sky made his decision. "All right, I've thought it through." Right after saying that, Sky drew his gun and aimed it dead straight at Steve. Steve reacted in a flash. He used his wind slash skill, a technique meant to evade incoming bullets. Witnessing this, Sky blurted out in utter disbelief, "What the hell? I used a sun bullet so you couldn't dodge. Looks like you've picked up a few new tricks. But how exactly did you dodge that?" Steve snapped furiously. "You idiot! Is this how you greet an old friend you haven't seen in ages? By shooting them right in the face?" Sky replied to Steve as he loaded the second round into the chamber. "Well, I'm glad to see you too. It brings back a lot of memories. But it also pisses me off." Sky continued. "So, I decided to shoot you first and talk later. From now on, I'll throw you a welcome party right after I blow a hole through you." Motum chimed in. "That's no ordinary gun. It'll do a lot worse than just leave a hole in you." Facing Sky like this, Steve gritted his teeth in anger. "What the hell did you create this time?" Before he even finished speaking, he dashed towards Sky as Steve roared, "You stupid bastard!" While Sky was still in shock and unable to react, Steve was already soaring right above him. The lackeys around them quickly rushed in. They shouted at the top of their lungs as they launched their attacks. "Attack! Protect the boss! Who knows what that bastard Steve is going to do? We need to stop him!" But they weren't given a chance to get anywhere close. Right at that moment, an arrow from Elena shot past. It struck the leader dead on. The sheer force of the arrow sent them all tumbling to the ground. Only then did Elena raise her voice in a harsh warning. "Nobody move." She knocked her second arrow, aiming right at them with a deadly threat. "Stay completely still, or I will kill you all." One of the thugs Elena had just knocked down was lying on the floor. "Who the hell is she? She's pretty hot, actually." The blonde guy next to him saw this and snapped furiously. "Stop staring at her, you idiot! Focus!" Ignoring everything around them, the battle between Steve and Sky raged on. Steve channeled his wave and ice abilities simultaneously, preparing to deliver a crushing blow from above. Sky stood there, stunned. "What are you doing?" Saying that, Sky instantly aimed his gun and fired at the path Steve was charging through. Steve used his wind-cutting ability to dodge the bullets once again. This made Sky curse under his breath. "Damn it! I can't even land a single hit on him!" At the same time, he noticed something completely off. The floor, and even his own feet, were frozen solid. Sky thought in utter confusion, "Ice?" By now, Steve was already right beside him. Sky clenched his teeth, questioning, where the hell did he learn that? Before he could find an answer, Steve landed a heavy punch straight to Sky's chest. The blow forced him to his knees. Sky blurted out in pure disbelief, "How the hell?" Ignoring Sky's question, Steve pointed the tip of his sword right at him. Steve spoke with absolute resolve. Give it up. You've never been able to beat me with brute force, and you never will. Do you have anything else to say? Sky lowered his head, closing his eyes as he replied. Just like when you almost killed me 14 years ago, huh? Is that why you came back? To finish me off? The two of them remained frozen in their stances after that final strike. Sky continued, If that's why you're here, then stop stalling and just finish it. But strangely enough, hearing those words, it was Steve's turn to look confused. What are you talking about? Steve sheathed his sword. That's not why I came here. I came to help you achieve your dream. Calm down and listen to me. Sky replied, completely dumbfounded. What? Are you planning to blow something else up? Steve denied it clearly and loudly. No, I'm going to kill the prince. Hearing this, the lackeys who had been watching the entire situation unfold were completely shell-shocked. Even Sky was speechless. It sounded like a ridiculous joke. Sky still couldn't believe what he had just heard. He asked Steve, You're kidding me, right? To everyone's sheer astonishment, the subordinates below started whispering and gossiping among themselves. The blonde guy said, He's changed a lot since the last time we saw him. The bearded guy standing next to him also muttered, He was never like this before. It wasn't just the lackeys. Even Sky, who was sitting dumbfounded on the floor, wasn't faring much better. He asked Steve doubtfully, Am I going deaf or what? Sky's voice faltered as he added, You've completely lost your mind. Steve reached out a hand to pull Sky up. He didn't answer Sky's question, but threw one right back at him. Have I lost my mind? That doesn't sound like you at all. Sky replied with a deeply skeptical look. He asked once more, Are you seriously being for real right now? Seeing that Sky still seemed full of doubts, Steve pulled him to his feet. In that brief moment, their hands locked together. It felt as though the old bond between them was tightly forged once again. Sky sighed. Let's see what you're planning. Once everyone had gradually calmed down, Steve began recounting the story about the prince and everything he had been through during all that time. Unzero Messer, the third prince. He's caused a hell of a lot of trouble. Steve reminisced about the time he ventured into the ancient tomb. The prince had led the way. He had followed right behind him, with the royal guards escorting them from the rear. Both sides of the path were lined with countless treasures of gold and silver. He continued his story. He made me act like that ancient tomb already belonged to him. He used me. Reaching this point in the story, Sky's voice broke. He recalled the state he was in back then. The flesh and skin across his entire body almost completely peeled away. He continued, and I was almost killed. It was a pain beyond compare. He had lain on the ground, tears streaming down his face. Steve was all alone in that place, without a single patch of intact skin left on his body. Hearing this story from his brother, Sky grimaced and smacked his own head in a mix of pity and disbelief. Sky said, Good Lord, you aren't exactly quick on your feet, are you? You wasted 10 whole years, and now you finally understand how I feel. Sky sat in the chair opposite Steve. He continued asking, So, you and that girl were trying to pull that off? Just the two of them. Sky asked softly, What the hell were you thinking? In stark contrast to Sky's bewilderment, Steve was completely relaxed. He sat with his arms crossed over the chair and replied to Sky, Answer me. Are you going to help me or not? Sky answered him by ruffling his hair in deep thought. As Sky went back to his familiar gesture from earlier, habitually twirling strands of hair around his finger, he asked Steve, What do you need from me? Steve quickly replied, Your skills and your entire team. Sky was stunned. He furrowed his brows and exclaimed, Are you really that brazen, or are you just putting on a brave face? Sky continued speaking to Steve. You could say I'm being incredibly generous by deciding to help you. What's your plan? He looked at ST thoughtfully, then said, I get that you want revenge, but an opportunity like that doesn't just fall into your lap. As if he had been waiting for this exact question, Sty replied, You know about the Gambini Fortress in the western part of the northern battlefield, right? You and I are going to join forces to take over that fortress. The image of the fortress seemed to appear right before Sky's eyes, standing imposingly upon the cliff. It was treacherous, massive, and incredibly majestic. He was so utterly astounded that he couldn't even speak. But that silence only lasted for a few seconds. Roars of laughter burst through the door, echoing all the way down to the lower floor of the building. That sound successfully made Elena and all of Sky's subordinates look up toward the upstairs room in suspicion. Meanwhile, the two men inside that room were continuing their conversation. Sky looked like he was at a loss for words after his fit of hysterical laughter. He said, "I have literally never heard anything so ridiculous in my life. I knew you had issues, but I'm completely speechless." Faced with his brother's reaction, Steve was equally lost for words. He gave Sky a deadpan look and said, "Bullshit. I've never been more certain about anything in my entire life. What the hell are you thinking?" Stit scolded in annoyance. "You bastard." Sky still disagreed. He pointed out the facts. With its strategic advantage of sitting right at the peak of a towering cliff, it could be called an absolutely perfect fortress. Sky knew the details of the fortress inside and out. He described its architectural design, piece by piece, in incredible detail. And Sky emphatically reminded Steed that there was only a single entrance, and there was even an ancient tomb right beneath the fortress, a place that constantly emitted ominous, dark smoke. Its defenses are stronger than anything else out there. So how exactly do you plan on capturing it? Steve laid out his plan for Sky. "We are going to disguise ourselves as a traveling merchant caravan and walk right through the front gate." Sky flat out rejected the idea. "Don't be stupid. They are not just going to let free merchants stroll right into the fortress like that. And even if we somehow managed to get everyone inside, we'd be completely surrounded." Steve didn't seem worried about this in the slightest. He smiled and replied, "An elf I know recently discovered some signs coming from the northern tomb. She gave me a few pointers." Sty recalled the words Miss Myriad had told him back then. There is something going on at the northern tomb. Once again, Stit left Sky completely speechless. He asked, "You're out here talking to elves now?" Recalling the dark, ominous aura of the ancient tomb, Stit continued his explanation. "Anyway, she said a horde of monsters will be gathering near that fortress soon. That means they'll be teaming up to take over the tomb, so they won't be paying attention to us. That is when we will slip in unnoticed." Seeming to notice Sky's sheer disbelief, ST continued to reassure him. "Besides, they aren't going to unload the cargo, so we'll be perfectly fine hiding inside." Hearing this, Sky crossed his arms and leaned back in his chair, not forgetting to interrogate Steve. "How can you be so sure?" Steve replied smugly, "Because I recently ambushed a merchant caravan heading north. The guys holed up in that fortress are definitely starving by now. This is the absolute best chance to strike." Sky's eyes went wide with shock as he blurted out, "You're the one who cut off their supply lines? News really does travel fast." Sky continued questioning him. "So what's your next step after capturing the fortress?" Sty replied, "That bastard Jero's army is stationed right near the fortress. They are the perfect tools to conquer the ancient tomb. If we use the tomb as bait to lure them in, they'll happily dive right into it." Not nearly as excited as Steve, Sky looked deep in thought. "But we have no way of knowing if he'll manage to escape." Stit looked as if he had just heard the most ridiculous joke. He gnashed his teeth in sudden fury, the power from his ring gradually radiating outward as he clenched his fists tightly. Stit asked rhetorically, "Escape? When that coward sees me, he won't be able to run anywhere." Seeing this, Sky asked quietly, "What exactly is that ring? Seeing you this confident, you must know something that I don't." He let out a chuckle. "Though, knowing you, you might just be the first one to run away. All right, my team and I are yours. We'll do whatever it takes for a chance to turn this rotting kingdom upside down." After discussing everything, Sky went to inform his team members, and exactly as expected, they responded with overwhelming enthusiasm. Someone even screamed out that they were going to get revenge on those idiots. Some even stood on the tables and chairs. They were jumping up and down, cheering wildly. If Sky says it's doable, then we actually have a shot. Watching the crowd, Steve and Sky could only nod. Not bad, they thought. That's a solid reaction. But what surprised Steve the most was the sheer loyalty. He looked at Sky in awe and asked, "They really trust you to lead them, huh?" As if on cue, Sky turned toward the riled up crowd below and roared, "That is enough! Everyone, back to your positions!" The crowd fell dead silent. Sky continued his rally. "We are going to hijack the caravan. Take all the food and supplies. Grab everything you possibly can." The crowd below roared in agreement. "So, when do we move out?" someone shouted. Sky weighed the options. "Hold your horses. We can't make a move just yet. Who knows if the big boss is lurking around? Remembering a crucial detail, Sky added, Irene Henrietta, the prince's most trusted retainer. She will definitely notice if too much cargo starts moving through Beedon. Outside, the old moss-covered houses stood quietly. Though the streets weren't exactly bustling, a few stragglers still wandered by. Besides, Sky continued, we don't want the whole town watching a massive caravan rolling through in broad daylight. The earliest we can move is tomorrow night. With that settled, Sky threw on his coat. Steve watched him and asked, You heading out? Sky finished adjusting his coat, ready to leave. To the workshop, he replied. I've got a stash of high-grade explosives that could be really handy with a few tweaks. I might as well put them to good use, otherwise it's just a massive waste. Oh, and one more thing. Before Steve could react, Sky quickly grabbed the hilt of the sword hanging at Steve's side. Hey! Steve yelped in surprise, completely unable to stop him. Sky drew the blade from its scabbard. He held it up to the light, running his fingers along the edge with absolute fascination. I've been dying to get a closer look at this beauty ever since I first saw it. Does it have some kind of explosive property in it? Sky muttered, examining the sword intently. I never would have thought to mix this kind of craftsmanship with explosives, he marveled. Who forged this? Steve replied, a dwarf named Kin. Trust me, you don't want to know him. Sky looked up, an eyebrow raised. You're buddies with a dwarf? Sky asked, looking intrigued. Oh, wow. And then, without warning, he bolted straight into the room and slammed the door shut, leaving Steve yelling after him. Huh? Hey, what the hell are you doing? Sky's muffled voice came through the thick wood of the door. Oh, you are going to love this. Just give me a minute, he yelled, safely hidden out of sight. Steve could only stand there, completely helpless. I swear to God, he roared. If you break it, I am going to kill you. Yeah, keep your shirt on, Sky replied, entirely unbothered. He didn't miss the chance to toss back a threat. Keep yelling and your precious sword might just lose a few pieces. Now Steve was left standing there all alone. He scratched his head. Well, what the hell am I supposed to do now? Why do I feel like I'm the only one not pulling my weight around here? Just as he muttered that to himself, the heavy main doors creaked open. The person walking in was none other than Elena. Steve blinked, genuinely surprised to see her back so soon. Oh, he greeted her. I thought you went out for a walk. Back so soon? Did someone give you trouble out there? Elena kept her eyes down as she pulled back the hood of her cloak. You don't need to worry about me, she replied quietly. But, by the way, she paused for a moment, then asked, Since when did you plan on doing this? Steve frowned, totally lost. Elena's voice dropped to a hurt whisper. And you didn't even bother to tell me. I still don't know what Myriad told you to make you want to march into Bana, but I definitely didn't know you were planning to siege an entire fortress, she said, her tone sharp. I had to hear it from those guys outside. Seeing how upset she was, Steve quickly threw his hands up in a placating gesture. Hey, I didn't have a choice, he defended himself. Without Sky's help, my plan to take that fortress would have been a total pipe dream. I just wanted to keep it under wraps until I knew for sure it was actually going to happen. He hesitated, softening his tone. Though, looking back, yeah, I really should have told you sooner. Elena kept her head bowed, her face hidden in the shadows of the room. All he could hear was her quiet voice asking, So, if this plan actually works, and you manage to take down the prince, does it all finally end? Steve stood completely still, facing her. He looked at her, entirely unsure of his own answer. I guess so. That half-hearted answer left Elena utterly speechless. After a tense silence, she finally murmured, I see. Steve rubbed the back of his neck. Actually, there's something else I need to tell you. That caught Elena off guard. She looked up, frowning. What is it? Breaking into a cold sweat, Steve forced the words out. Our plan is finally reaching its endgame, don't you think? You've paid off whatever debt you owed me by now. Besides, Can must be worried sick about you. The moment those words left his mouth, Elena's entire demeanor flipped. Hurt morphed instantly into blazing visible anger. Without a single word, she stormed right back out, slamming the heavy wooden door so hard the hinges rattled. Steve winced, completely baffled, and blurted out, What the hell was that about? Right then, Motum manifested out of nowhere, leaning against the wall. So, the entity sneered, you and the little elf girl, you're just going to call it quits once the dust settles? Steve let out a heavy, exhausted sigh. Call it quits? Look around. We aren't exactly living in a fairy tale here. Besides, Steve continued, no matter how this grand plan of ours pans out, we're still going up against an entire kingdom. But as he said it, he shrugged. It didn't even feel like that big of a deal anymore, not when he had already had absolutely nothing left to lose. Motem let out a low, raspy chuckle. I figured as much, but I'll tell you one thing. He glanced toward the door where Elena had just vanished. That girl, she has absolutely no intention of walking away. Steve could only answer with another tired sigh. The scene shifted. Now they were traversing a harsh, rocky mountain pass. The air was suffocatingly humid, and the barren landscape was entirely devoid of life. As they marched on, Steve called out to Sky, his voice tight with anxiety. Hey, Sky, double-check the route. Are you absolutely sure we aren't walking straight into a trap? Sky casually pulled back the carriage curtain and peered out into the sweltering heat. What? He mocked, smirking back at Steve. Are you getting cold feet just because things are actually going our way for once? This ain't my first time doing this kind of thing, you know? Steve snapped back, his voice thick with frustration. Yeah, I know. I just wanted to be sure, Steve continued. So, what exactly did you do to my sword? Sky shot him a look of pure disdain. You actually call that thing a sword? I didn't break it, so stop your whining. Steve shot Sky a sideways glance, his tone turning cold. Then what did you do to it? I'm planning to drop your weapon right in the middle of their troops, Sky replied matter-of-factly. Steve gasped in shock. You're gonna do what? Steve blurted out. Sky ignored the outburst and went on. It's a one-time use only. Save it for the absolute worst-case scenario. Still completely lost, Steve pressed him. But what is it exactly? I poured 14 years of my own experience into that thing, Sky warned. So you'd better make damn sure you only use it when it's life or death. With that, Sky let the carriage curtain drop and crawled back inside to catch some sleep. It's too damn hot. I'm done talking. Just focus on driving. Once Sky was out of sight, Steve finally lost his temper, muttering a string of bitter curses under his breath. That bastard hasn't changed one bit. Reaching out with his mind, he asked, Hey, Motem, do you have any idea what he did to it? Motem's voice echoed in his head, answering his plea. I believe it has been encased in a layer of magic. He cast a spell over the protective sheath, so I cannot be certain of its true function. Steve gritted his teeth, his frustration boiling over as he asked himself, what the hell did he actually do to my weapon? Motem spoke up again. Is he not your friend? Surely he would not create something that could get you killed. Even so, you must tread carefully. I do not know how it operates, but from the traces I can sense, I am certain it holds immense power. Still uneasy, Steve pressed for more answers. So, it could be dangerous then? Motem replied calmly. It is unlikely to be lethal to you. Up on the fortress walls, two exhausted soldiers were talking, completely out of breath. One of them spat cursedly, Damn it all! I know the Northern Front is a total mess right now, but what the hell is the Central Command even doing? He panted. Are they just going to leave us out here to starve? It's been nearly 2 weeks. The other soldier groaned. Stop your whining. You're just wasting your energy. Suddenly, something caught one of the soldiers' eyes. Up in the sky, a carrier pigeon was flying straight toward them. Look up there! A messenger bird! I wonder who it's from! His comrade just sighed in despair. Who cares? We need food right now, not damn letters. The first soldier muttered darkly, That's a terrible omen. Meanwhile, the messenger bird had finally finished its journey. After flying such a grueling distance, it gently touched down on the commander's outstretched arm. As the commander read through the message, a flash of panic crossed his face. The commander, a battle-hardened man named Angela, suddenly barked out an order. Everyone, assemble! Once the troops had fallen into line, Angela spoke grimly. Lieutenant, the monster population in the Gambini crypts has reached its critical limit. He paused, his voice heavy. Because of this, we must now select our vanguard for the 426th assault. Lieutenant Nicholas froze. His mind was racing with dread, silently agonizing. I have to tell them. I have to tell them that our supply convoy has vanished without a trace. Suddenly, Angela raised a hand, snapping Nicholas out of his spiraling thoughts. The lieutenant flinched as Angela announced, We will select the assault team later. For now, you are all dismissed. Hearing this sudden order, the soldiers exchanged bewildered glances, completely confused by the delay. Whispers broke out among the ranks. Another assault? How much longer are we supposed to keep doing this? Are the supplies even still on the way? Muffling the rising unrest, Nicholas and Angela turned and headed straight into the command tent. The men are losing hope, Angela thought heavily. I don't think their morale can withstand any more bad news. Once inside, Angela turned to Nicholas. How long do you honestly think our food reserves will hold out? Caught off guard, the lieutenant hesitated, struggling to find the right words. Seeing his silence, Angela let out a heavy sigh. I understand. Right now, we must deal with the most pressing threat. I will personally assemble a squad and head down into the crypts. He placed a firm hand on Nicholas's shoulder. Hold the fort and manage the situation while I am gone. Meanwhile, far beyond the walls, Steve and Sky's carriage was steadily approaching the very fortress that Angela and Nicholas were struggling to defend. How's it looking out there? Sky called out. Steve glanced around. Yeah, if we just roll up out in the open like this, we're only going to draw more unwanted attention. Despite the risk, they calmly guided the horses forward. Sky pushed the curtain aside and poked his head out to check on Steve. Hey, don't get cold feet now. Just stick to the plan, Sky muttered. Steve scoffed. Who the hell said I was scared? Get your ugly head back inside. As their carriage finally rolled up to the towering gates of the fortress, the guards instantly barked at them. Halt. You are approaching the Gambini fortress. Stop your carriage and state your business. Hearing the sudden commotion from the gates, Nicholas jolted in surprise from inside the camp. Amnak. Sitting casually at the reins, Steve kept his cool and called back to the guards. We're here with a delivery. Just following our orders. Sir, we've brought food and supplies for the fortress. Nicholas practically sprinted to the gates, his heart pounding as he demanded suspiciously, what is going on here? One of the guards stammered back. Lieutenant, sir, these men, they claim they've brought the supply run. Nicholas stared in utter disbelief, his mind reeling. Supplies? Now? How could random merchants possibly know about our critical shortages? Steve didn't miss a beat, calling out, We received an emergency directive from the Royal House of Benizia to deliver these goods directly to you. Nicholas's mind was racing a mile a minute. Now, his deep suspicion shifted directly onto Steve himself. Have I seen this guy somewhere before? Eager to dispel any doubts, Steve added smoothly, and just so you know, this is totally legit. Everything has already been paid for in full. All you need to do is accept the cargo. Still not buying a single word of it, Nicholas narrowed his eyes. Can you actually prove that you are a merchant? Without a second of hesitation, Steve shot back, I've got the official contract right here, along with the identification token from my employer. Sir, you may inspect it if you wish. Nicholas still hadn't let his guard down, his mind heavy with suspicion. Finally, the fortress gates opened. As if waiting for just that, Steve flashed a triumphant smile. Seeing the supply wagons, the soldiers erupted into joyous cheers. Food! We've got food! The supplies made it! Nicholas turned to Steve. Thank you for coming. Thanks to you guys, we can all breathe a little easier now. Hearing that, Steve replied, Oh, I'm just glad to have completed the mission. He continued, It was sweltering on the way here. You all must be exhausted. Would you like to inspect the goods? Steve's smile lost its polite triumph, twisting into something far more savage and sinister. Nicholas replied, Of course. With that, Steve threw back the wagon's curtain. Nicholas waited with eager anticipation, thrilled at the prospect of a good meal. But as the curtain pulled away, what awaited Nicholas wasn't a mountain of food, but the barrel of a gun. And then, bang, the weapon fired. A massive bloody hole was blown straight through Nicholas's bandana. A soldier screamed in absolute panic. We're under attack. The people inside the wagon smirked triumphantly, Sky among them. Elena looked a bit tense, but fully prepared for battle. As for Steve, he was grinning from ear to ear, as if he'd been waiting for this exact moment for an eternity. Both sides clashed, weapons raised. Steve unleashed his magic. In his hands, he held black orbs shrouded in a glowing green aura. He roared, Tesla! Like a spark igniting a powder keg, the orbs hurtled toward the fortress guards. One stopped right in front of a soldier's face, leaving him utterly bewildered. What the hell is this? He wondered. And then the orbs detonated. Caught completely off guard by the blast, the soldiers screamed, What the hell is going on? Who are these people? Before he could even finish, his comrade right next to him was gunned down by Sky. Sky sat in the wagon, his face practically dripping with bloodlust and cruelty. "That's exactly how my whole damn life has felt," he spat. Realizing they couldn't outgun Sky, the guards switched to bows and arrows. It seemed the archers had locked onto Sky as their target, and with that, a volley of arrows was loosed from their bowstrings. But unluckily for them, before the arrows could even reach Sky, something blasted them out of the air. Sky let out a startled gasp, just as another arrow shot back toward the archer, burying itself dead center in the guard's left eye. It was Elena's arrow. "Don't lose your head, Sky," she warned. "Keep your eyes on the surroundings." Sky shot back. "Thanks for the save." "I haven't felt a rush like this in a century," he added. Cutting to the sky above, an oppressive energy was closing in. After a grueling bout of combat, the fortress guards were visibly running out of steam. Men were collapsing left and right, their bodies covered in wounds. Even so, they struggled to their feet, groaning, That bastard." A soldier roared, "Take out that sorcerer first." In unison, dozens of arrows rained down on Steve. Yet, he didn't flinch in the slightest, remaining perfectly calm and unfazed. At exactly the right moment, he cast Wind Sever. His expression grew serious, tinged with a flicker of surprise, as a guard suddenly lunged at him with a spear. He couldn't dodge in time. The spear plunged straight through his body in a sickeningly painful blow. The guard drove his legs faster, desperate to finish Steve off right then and there. But, nope. Thanks to that sweet protagonist plot armor, his time wasn't up yet. Despite being impaled pretty damn deep, Steve just looked at the guy with a mocking smirk. "Charging in all by yourself? If you want to pick a fight, you really should bring your buddies." Steve's hand gripped the spear shaft. He triggered his regenerative ability, automatically restoring his stamina and closing the wound. Watching this impossible feat, the attacker could only gasp. "What the hell kind of monster are you?" Before the words fully left his mouth, Steve's fist was already in his face. "Wind bullet," Steve whispered. A concentrated blast of wind erupted from Steve's hand. The sheer force of the shockwave was so terrifying, it launched the soldier dozens of meters into the air. He made a rather rough landing against the fortress wall, smashing a massive crater right through the stone. Steve called out, "I'm only going to say this once. Surrender now, and you get to live. Don't make this harder than it has to be. Drop your weapons." The remaining guards who could still fight heard his warning. At first, they gritted their teeth, ready to fight to the bitter end. But ultimately, their weapons clattered to the ground. After all, nothing beats staying alive. Completely subdued by Steve's overwhelming power, the garrison surrendered in unison, tossing their weapons aside. Seeing this, Steve beamed with absolute delight. Mission accomplished. Hearing that, Sky scoffed. "Way easier than I thought. What's next?" Steve told him, "She and I are heading down to the crypt to clear out the rest of the treasure. While we do that, you need to..." Before he could finish, Sky cut him right off. "You want me to set up traps, right? Don't sweat it. I know the drill. Just make it back in one piece." After Steve and Elena headed down, Sky took charge of the surface, barking orders. "Strip them of all weapons and armor. Tie up the survivors and herd them together. I've got a whole lot of questions for these guys." The scene shifted to the dark depths of the fortress crypt. It practically oozed with dark energy, radiating a sinister aura enough to give anyone the creeps. Down here, Steve recalled the warning Myriad had given them. In the northern ancient tombs, monsters regenerate much faster than anywhere else. Steve mulled it over in his head. I'm guessing it's because the artifact at the core of this crypt is incredibly powerful. Motum spoke up. "Looks like one hell of a fierce battle went down here." Steve pinched his nose. "That stench of rotting corpses and dried blood, it's been here a long time. Only some sort of mutated monster could survive in a dump like this." Elena cut through his thoughts, whispering urgently, "Steve, I hear something behind that door. It's probably the guards they stationed down here." Hearing that, Steve said, "Let's go check it out." Without missing a beat, he shoved the heavy door open and stepped inside. After seeing what lay inside, Steve seemed lost in thought. A question echoed in his mind. Bones? Are these just dry bones? This crypt doesn't seem as tough as I thought. Suddenly, someone roared, "Get back!" startling the soldiers out of their wits. As fate would have it, Angela was also down in this crypt. He bellowed a warning to the group, "That is not a skeleton." Just then, pieces of bone slopped off the monster's body in a grotesque display. Someone screamed, "It's a golem!" It radiated an overwhelming aura of power that caught everyone off guard, sending shivers down their spines. The wounded soldier sprawled on the ground, howling in agony. The golem thrashed its arms in a blind rage, causing the skulls embedded in its body to tumble off. Suddenly, a magical strike blasted it right in the head. It was the exact same energy, but this time it slammed into its right leg. Then, another ruthless strike blew out the golem's left leg. The terrified soldiers cried out, "Look out, it's coming down!" It turned out to be Angela, who was firing off back-to-back spells while warning the squad. "Everyone, fall back! I don't want to catch any of you in the crossfire!" He channeled a surge of mana into his hand, readying his next attack. Meanwhile, the battered and broken golem was dragging itself closer to Angela. He took aim and unleashed the finishing blow. As the monster was blasted to pieces, a spherical object inside its head pulsed with a faint purple light, revealing itself to the group. Angela threw a heavy punch, thinking to himself, "Found you?" The sphere shattered into pieces under his crushing strike. The soldiers cheered in relief. "It's finally over. Let's head back." Lord Angela is incredible, but Angela barked out a stern order. "Stay sharp. Don't let your guard down and help the wounded." Suddenly, a menacing surge of power erupted from behind, catching his attention. Thankfully, Angela reacted just in time to parry and dodge the incoming strike. He roared furiously, "Who goes there?" Mem's voice echoed just as Steve stepped out of the shadows. That didn't feel like wind magic. He must be using an artifact. Angela stared in absolute shock, his mind racing. An intruder? How the hell did he bypass the fortress's defenses? Wait. Before he could finish, Steve instantly summoned his magic and provoked them. "Stop dragging your feet. I don't have time to waste, so I'm going to take you all out at once." All of a sudden, a blast of energy shot straight ahead, smashing into the door right in front of Elena and making her jump. It turned out to be a warning shot from Angela. "You've got a lot of nerve," he sneered, waltzing right into Benea's treasure vault like you own the place. He turned his interrogation to Elena and her companion. "Tell me, what exactly are you doing down here?" Elena just let out a soft sigh, chuckling faintly as if she already knew a secret. Angela's eyes flew wide open in sheer panic as he stared at Steve. The sharp sound of a spell echoed, and a lethal blast of magic fired straight at him. "Wind bullet!" Angela coughed up a mouthful of blood, staring in utter disbelief. What the hell was that? He was sent flying backwards, but still managed to spit out a curse. "Damn it! The bastard attacked without any warning. I couldn't even see the attack." Elena calmly reported back to Stowe. "Looks like he's still breathing." Steve wiped a streak of blood from his face, letting out an impressed grunt. "He's going to be a tough one to put down." Motum quickly analyzed the situation. He must have used some kind of displacement ability. The soldiers rushed over, reaching out to help Angela to his feet. "My lord, are you all right?" He brushed them off, gritting his teeth. "I'm fine. Leave this bastard to me." Despite his bravado, Angela was reeling in disbelief. "I managed to dampen the impact with my shift ability, but it still blew me away." "Just what kind of magic is that?" He forced himself to calm down and prepared for another volley. "Wait, this is no time to be overthinking things. There is no way he can dodge this one. He's only human. He'll never survive a rapid-fire barrage." Steve leapt high into the air, gearing up for a major strike. At that exact moment, Elena swiftly loosed 2 consecutive arrows straight at Angela. The sudden ambush froze him in his tracks. Both arrows sliced through the air in a blur, piercing right into Angela. Steve landed gracefully on the ground and praised her. "Nice shot!" The enemy soldiers immediately charged forward, shouting, "We'll handle the girl! Support Lord Angela!" Hearing their battle cries, Elena extended both hands and focused her mana. "Wind! Rise!" Elena's spell was unleashed, whipping up a fierce gale that howled violently through the entire crypt. The soldiers desperately tried to shield their eyes, but it was useless. "I can't see a damn thing." Meanwhile, Steve crouched down, hyping her up. "That's what I'm talking about." Right after, Stay instantly activated his beast sense ability. He dashed forward at a completely unbelievable speed. The coughing henchmen could barely breathe in the dust storm, but they still tried to warn each other. "We have to find the enemy. Watch your backs." One of the soldiers suddenly widened his eyes in absolute horror. In the blink of an eye, Steve wiped them all out with a single, devastating sword slash. Hearing the agonizing screams of his men, Angela shouted an order from a distance. "Don't just stand there. Get out of the sandstorm." Suddenly, he noticed a freezing current of air swirling around his body. While Angela was still reeling in shock, solid ice began to creep up his legs. Ice? Angela's face went grim as he realized the tactic. Is he trying to launch another sneak attack from behind the mist? His mind raced for a counter strategy while Stay charged straight at him. "Come on then, I'll just use my shift ability and we'll see how you handle this." But Angela was taken completely off guard when he finally saw the boy's weapon. A sword? Wait, isn't he a sorcerer? Steve's blade had already sliced right into his waist. Blood sprayed everywhere from the vicious slash. But even wounded, Angela stood his ground, his feet planted as firmly as solid rock. Steve panicked, realizing the cut wasn't deep enough. Gritting his teeth, Angela retaliated, swinging a brutal punch from behind. The massive blow was aimed right at Steve with full force. Luckily, he managed to dodge out of the way just in time. Panting heavily and clutching his wound, he gasped, "Don't fight him head on." Suddenly, Angela whipped around to face Elena, catching her completely off guard as magical energy began gathering high above. He finished his warning just as the blast of energy struck Elena. "Attack him from a distance!" Steve was completely frantic when she was knocked down. He growled in absolute fury. "You bastard!" He charged straight at him like a raging tornado, forcing the enemy to brace himself. But as Steve slammed into him, his attack was completely blocked by the defense. Steve clenched his fists, struggling to break through the defenses of Angela, the Curse Eater. This ultimate technique allowed him to absorb energy from cursed items, drastically boosting his physical strength and skills. Unleashing every ounce of his power with pure determination, he let out a fierce battle cry. Steve landed with explosive force, completely ready for blood, and charged right back in. He glared at Angela, his eyes burning with such fierce determination it looked like he wanted to tear him apart alive. Angela furrowed his brows, absolutely shocked that this kid could be so powerful. Does he really think he can beat me with just brute physical strength? He thought. Is this guy even human? The two of them crashed into each other, completely evenly matched, both ready to fight to the death. The soldiers watched in awe as a massive wave of energy smashed into the ground and violently erupted. Steve swung his fists at Angela, his face twisted in absolute rage, looking ready to end him right then and there. Angela winced and gritted his teeth, completely overwhelmed and unable to fight back. Furious, he spat, "You!" As Steve's overwhelming power came crashing down, Angela struck back with his own. Their two energies collided as if they were going to tear the world apart. But in the clash, Angela was ultimately overpowered by Steve's sheer strength. All he could manage to say was, "You monster." Motem cheered Steve on, shouting, "We've got the upper hand. Don't stop. Keep the pressure on." Steve stared Angela down, his eyes still burning with that same relentless fighting spirit. Angela glared right back, his own gaze growing even more desperate and determined. Two privates were completely terrified and in a panic, having no idea what to do. "Oh my God, look at them," one of them said. "We have to do something." Elena was behind them, looking entirely unsure of what to do. Suddenly, the private drew his bow and aimed right at her, just as she quickly fired a shot of her own toward Angela, making the two arrows shoot right past each other in midair. Her arrow was closing in fast on Angela, who was still locked in intense combat. At the exact same time, the other arrow whizzed right past Steve's face. Taken completely by surprise, Steve quickly unleashed a skill to deflect the private's arrow. Releasing the attack, he yelled, "Wind Cutter!" Angela swiftly cast a spell to block her incoming arrow, shouting, "Shield!" as the magic flared. Steve's eyes narrowed dangerously. His face tightened in focus as he lunged forward, thrusting his attack straight into Angela's stomach for the killing blow. Angela was completely helpless and took the full force of the blow. Steve followed up with a lightning-fast attack, launching himself straight at his enemy with a furious war cry. Suddenly, a mysterious surge of power crashed down from the sky, shattering the ground and sending rocks flying everywhere. Caught by Steve's devastating combo, Angela was absolutely covered in blood, his face twisted in excruciating pain, completely unable to fight back. The privates shielded their faces from the flying debris and fierce winds. Staring at Angela in absolute horror, they screamed out with trembling voices, "Lord Angela!" His face was contorted in absolute agony. Blood poured from his nose, and his entire body was completely soaked in it. Slowly, the light began to fade from his dark, empty eyes. Brimming with confidence after taking down Angela, Steve issued a harsh, razor-sharp command. Drop your weapons and surrender immediately, all of you, or else. Suddenly, a terrifying roar echoed out, and something absolutely massive began falling straight down from the cliff above. Panic and confusion washed over everyone as they yelled out. What is that? It's moving! The monstrosity crashed directly into the screaming privates, who were cowering on the ground. One of them, half his face already melting away, cried out in sheer, absolute terror. Help me! Please! Steve was completely caught off guard. Watching the horrific scene unfold, he gasped. He's melting. Did that thing just absorb him? What the hell is that? Steve stood face to face with the grotesque monstrosity, which was 100 times his size. Motem spoke up, his voice grim. That's the guardian of the ancient tomb. It might look like a giant heap of flesh, but I can feel its core. It's a golem. Steve cursed. Are you kidding me? We just got here, and we're already fighting the guardian. Motem stepped up behind him and explained. This ancient tomb has been starved for ages. The men up at the fortress only stayed outside, making the guardian even more ravenous. That's exactly why it came out hunting for food. The horrifying golem let out a terrifying, ear-piercing screech. Fearing for their lives, Elena frantically yelled out. It's getting ready to attack, she warned. What's the plan? Steve began conjuring a fireball in his hand. Without a single trace of fear, he smirked confidently and said, Same as always. We smash it. With that, he hurled the massive fireball, watching it erupt into a massive, sweeping explosion. Fireball! He roared, as the blazing sphere of intense magical flames slammed directly into the beast. The guardian was immediately engulfed by the roaring flames of Steve's attack. A large chunk of its fleshy body burned and melted away, but it began regenerating almost instantly. Motem shouted a warning. It's healing right away! You have to find its core! He yelled. The monster was already on the verge of full recovery, towering menacingly over Steve and Elena. She looked at Steve as he frantically asked, Elena, can you pinpoint where its core is? She stared up at the horrifying creature, her expression desperate and her eyes filled with absolute dread as the beast fully regenerated right in front of them. I can't see a thing, Elena cried out. The dark energy wrapped around it is way too thick. Plus, my arrows will never be able to pierce through that disgusting, slimy body. Steve's expression hardened into a sharp, unbreakable resolve. Fine, then I'll just have to dig out the core myself. So, the real problem is that slimy body of it, huh? Steve pressed both hands against the earth, bracing himself for a move. Elena drew her bow, preparing a devastating shot. There was no need to hold back. This thing wasn't human. He channeled his energy, freezing the ground beneath it. Ice wave! With a surge of frost, Steve encased the monster in solid ice. He shouted his command to Elena. Now, shoot! Elena glared at the beast, drawing her bowstring taut before letting it fly. Her eyes burned with absolute resolve. This strike simply could not fail. The arrow launched with terrifying speed. Driven by incredible force and flawless aim, Elena's shot slammed dead center into the monster's body. The golem practically exploded on impact. Could it be? Was it really defeated by Elena and Steve just like that? They thought it was down for good, but no. It regenerated in the blink of an eye. The beast rose again, slamming its massive foot into the earth. It was a terrifying sight. It towered over Steve and Elena, radiating pure rage, ready to crush them into dust. They seemed completely trapped by this walking disaster. Elena gasped, What? What is it doing? Is it going berserk? The towering golem was so fiercely intimidating that the very ground fractured beneath its fury. Steve's heart sank in panic. Realizing the sheer scale of the danger they were in, he scrambled to save them both as the golem unleashed its wrath. He desperately yelled, Oh no! Elena, run! Get out of here! The monster lumbered toward them, each massive footstep shaking the earth like a tremor, shattering rocks and sending debris flying everywhere. The golem was incredibly colossal, towering over them like a prehistoric apex predator. In fact, its suffocating presence was far more terrifying than any beast. Elena and Steve looked like mere insects standing before it. She was utterly paralyzed with fear, overwhelmed by the golem's monstrous true form and its sheer destructive power. She glanced down the steep cliffside, Die Buenstiegsites, searching for an escape route. With no time to spare, Elena leaped over the edge, clinging tightly to an outcrop of rock to dodge the impending carnage. Suddenly, a blur moved at blistering speed. It was Steve. He threw himself backward off the edge, plunging down the cliff to grab a hold right across from her. He looked at her and gasped, "Phew, that was way too close." Just then, a streak of crimson suddenly lashed out from the monster above. The red tendril violently wrapped around a leg. It tightened with bone-crushing force, and the one caught in that crimson grip was Steve. He contorted in absolute agony, gritting his teeth desperately to endure the torment. Groans of sheer pain escaped his lips. Elena stared at him in sheer panic, her eyes filled with terrifying concern as she screamed his name. The grotesque tendril wasn't just binding Steve's leg, it was corroding it. The flesh beneath the grip was melting away, causing him to shriek in excruciating pain, utterly helpless. Steve looked down at his leg as the horrible substance dissolved his flesh. He hissed, "Damn it, is this some kind of highly corrosive acid? It's gonna melt right through my bones." Suddenly, the sharp scrape of a sword being drawn echoed from the rocks, followed by a resolute voice. I guess I don't have a choice anymore. It was Steve who had drawn his blade. Sword in hand, he lunged straight down to face the monster head-on, shouting back just as he fell, "Elena, don't come down here. I'm gonna crush this thing and be right back." Elena watched his silhouette plummet into the darkness as his voice echoed up from the abyss. "Find an escape route and be ready." She frowned, her face twisting with a mix of deep frustration and intense worry. He's going rogue. Again. Meanwhile, Steve plummeted downward, his sword tracing the glowing red tendril still attached to his leg. His face was a mask of furious annoyance. Steve growled, "This damn thing is so annoying." With zero hesitation, he mercilessly slashed through the venomous grip binding his leg. Fueled by sheer determination, Steve clenched his fist, because his ring spirit, Mem, had just informed him that the monster was entirely alone down here. Its massive body meant that no matter where he aimed in the dark, he was guaranteed to hit his mark. Surrounded by shadows, Steve smirked. "Understood, then let's end this." He channeled nearly all of his remaining mana into a devastating wind strike. The explosive force was immense, generating a blinding light as he launched himself downward. "Mid-strike," he roared. Wind burst! Steve tracked the impact of his devastating punch, watching it erupt into a massive, blinding golden shockwave right in front of him. But Steve's expression darkened. Frustrated by the impact, he gritted his teeth. Damn it, that still wasn't enough. Suddenly, a toxic purple miasma drifted right past his face. His eyes narrowed sharply. "What now?" he coughed. "This poisonous gas is insanely thick." Conjuring a blazing orb of flame in his palm, Steve commanded, "Back me up." Wind-severing fireball. A blazing golden streak rained down from above like a meteor. Likely, the explosive fireball Steve had summoned. An ocean of flames engulfed the monster, completely catching it off guard. It thrashed around in panic, entirely unable to counterattack. Back up top, Elena gasped in utter shock as a colossal pillar of fire illuminated the abyss. Her face was painted with bewildered panic. Staring into the roaring inferno, she muttered, "What the hell is going on down there?" Deep below, heavy, confident footsteps echoed. Ah, it was Steve. Radiating a dominant and imposing aura, he strode forward and asked, "Why is it so damn dark in here?" "Can you see anything at all?" Mem replied instantly. "Look over there. It's a glowing blue orb completely tangled up in those thick roots." A smirk formed on Steve's lips. "Ah, there you are." He practically radiated the smug confidence of a victor. With a knowing, arrogant tone, he scoffed. "These golems are all exactly the same, once you find their core." He stood directly before the monstrous core, his stance immovable and completely devoid of fear. That fierce, unwavering determination returned to his eyes. Frost gathered wildly in his hand as he commanded, "Ice wave!" Instantly, he summoned a swirling vortex in his other hand. Wind burst. With a feral grin, Steve slammed his palms together, forcibly merging the freezing frost with the explosive gale. By combining the spells, Mem's voice echoed, "Blizzard active. The fusion of gale and deep frost will inflict a severe freezing effect on the surrounding area." The absolute zero temperature erupted outward, completely encasing the monster in a majestic tomb of ice. Supremely confident in his deadly finishing blow, Steve stood tall and sneered. Like I just said, every single golem is exactly the same. The golem's blue core was entirely frozen solid. Without missing a beat, Steve thrust his sword straight through it, shattering it into pieces. And we're done here. Suddenly, the scene shifted. The very foundation of the earth began to quake violently, cracking and crumbling under immense pressure. Steve and Elena were completely caught off guard. Panic setting back in, they yelled out to each other over the deafening tremors. "Now, what is happening? What's going on? The ground is shaking." He asked him, "Is that coming from the tomb?" They stood at a distance, looking toward a spot where Sit likely was. Sit and Elena suddenly appeared right in front of them, catching them completely off guard. The old man muttered something, but the guy had no idea what he meant. "Did you use the teleportation? What the hell happened?" Sit let out a sigh and casually replied, "What do you think? We kicked their asses and got out of there. I think the tomb's entrance collapsed. It was just a little tremor, so it won't cause much trouble." The two of them didn't expect Steve to actually pull that off. The guy thought to himself, "I thought he would just run for his life." Someone holding a bottle of water said, "I wasn't too sure before, but it looks like you've really gotten stronger, huh?" It was Sky, handing Steve the water with a rather intense glare, adding, "Seeing you conquer the tomb and make it back alive, and with only 2 people." ST grabbed the water bottle and confidently said, "If I wasn't strong, I wouldn't even dream of taking down that bastard prince. By the way, what have you been up to this whole time?" An image of Zero flashed in mind as Sky spoke. He said, "Don't worry, I left that idiot a little bait he absolutely cannot refuse. You'll be seeing him soon enough." A questioning voice echoed out near the kingdom's main gate. "So, you packed this entire place with gunpowder?" Sky smirked, glancing toward the gate. "It's not just gunpowder. It's an explosive welcome party for the royal family." Sit let out a sigh, looking at him. "It's literally just gunpowder, man." Sky went on, "Just in case." He looked at the surrounding soldiers and began to explain. "We've already taken care of the guards here. My men have armed themselves, and I buried some explosives around the perimeter too." Sit let out a chuckle. "You're really thorough, aren't you? Guess your past experience actually came in handy." Sky closed his eyes and reached his hand out toward him. "I think it's mostly thanks to that. Now, hand it over." Sit asked him, genuinely confused, "Hand what over?" Sky immediately grabbed his arm. "The artifact! Did you really think I'd let you walk away without letting me inspect it first?" Sit frowned, asking him, "How did you know about that?" Sky stared intently at his arm and said, "I saw you carrying something shiny that you definitely didn't have when you went into that tomb, huh? What is it made of? Feathers or metal?" He let go of the arm he was holding, then threw his hands up, looking over at Steve. "Anyway, I want to examine it more closely later. You should go get some rest." ST let out a heavy breath, looking at him. "I thought you wanted to see what it looked like right now." Sky frowned, shooting back. "And do what? Watch you collapse from utter exhaustion? I'm not going to twist your arm over it." He waved his hand in the air and said, "I've already set up 2 tents for you. Go get some rest. It's going to be a while before he gets here." After that, Sky waved his hand to order his other subordinates to show them the way. From inside a tent with green flaps, a voice sighed in relief. Sky's actually a really good guy." Inside, Steve looked down, frowning as he asked himself, "Now, what am I supposed to do with this?" He stared at his badly bruised purplish leg, asking, "What the hell is happening to my leg?" Suddenly, Motem's voice echoed in his ear. "I did warn you." ST turned his head to look at it. Motem continued telling him, "Healing magic only repairs your physical wounds. It does not neutralize poison. Unfortunately, there is absolutely nothing I can do about it right now." He asked it again. "Even antidotes are useless. Can I still recover?" Motem told Steve that ordinary antidotes had 0 effect on the Tomb Keeper's venom. It seemed to ponder for a moment before analyzing. "It is a blend of dark magic and a lethal poison. However, since the Keeper is already dead, the poison will eventually run its course and fade." The problem was not knowing exactly when it would fade. Sid's face was dripping with sweat as he gritted his teeth, saying, "I have another massive fight coming up, but there is no way I can fight him in this condition." Finally, he fell backward, collapsing onto the bed. "Ugh, whatever. I've survived way worse than this. I can handle a little bit of poison." Motem warned him, "Do not let your anger consume you. You will only slow down the recovery process. And do not forget, you will not die as long as I am still here." 3 days later, a convoy was marching straight across a desert of golden sand. Zero sat on horseback, his eyes scanning the path ahead, and suddenly spoke up. "Tell me, Lieutenant." The lieutenant riding beside him glanced over and replied respectfully, "Yes, Your Highness." He began to question the lieutenant, even though it is quite hard to believe. Did the letter from 3 days ago really state that the expeditionary force was completely wiped out inside the tomb? Zero frowned, staring intently ahead. "So I was thinking, if we arrive too late, how thoroughly destroyed do you think that place will be?" An image flashed in the lieutenant's mind, a grim picture of the northern front lines. Gambini didn't just protect the kingdom from invasions, it also kept that tomb from spiraling out of control. Because of that, if the fortress were to fall, it would tear a massive hole straight through our northern shield. Hearing those words, Zero could only bow his head and let out a heavy sigh, saying nothing more. The lieutenant anxiously continued his speculation. If a fortress of that magnitude is overwhelmed, countless monsters will flood directly into Banaian territory. And in the absolute worst-case scenario, they could swarm right into the heart of the kingdom. But there's an even bigger problem. He started running through a highly probable outcome. If word leaks out that the northern front line has been breached, the northern kingdoms might launch a full-scale invasion. Zero, who had been silent this whole time, finally asked, "So you think so too?" The lieutenant instantly panicked, looking at him. "Forgive me, Your Highness, I did not mean to criticize the royal family's judgment." He simply frowned, lowering his gaze, and said, "It's fine. I have no intention of bringing this up to place blame on anyone." Suddenly, the shout of a soldier echoed in his ears. "Your Highness, I've spotted Gambini up ahead." Hearing that, Zero immediately asked the scout, "How does it look? Is the situation out there terrible?" The soldier observed the fortress gates through his binoculars before replying to him. "It looks clear out here, my lord." He frowned, a flicker of anxious uncertainty crossing his mind as he wondered, did we make it in time? High up on the fortress walls, 2 soldiers spotted Jero's convoy approaching. Their faces lit up with relief as they called out, "You made it, Supreme One. We'll open the gates right away." The soldier beside him quickly turned and barked an order. "The prince is here! Open the gates!" Looking up at them from below, he shouted, "We received your letter and came to help. Where's the fortress commander?" One of the soldiers yelled back down at him, "He's fighting the monsters down in the crypt, my lord, but I'm not sure how much longer he can hold out." Zero lowered his gaze to the heavy iron gates slowly creaking open in front of him, then commanded the soldiers behind him, "Is that so? All right, everyone, we're heading into the crypt." At his command, the carriages and the entire convoy began rolling into the fortress. Suddenly, a cloaked figure came sprinting toward them, panting frantically. "Supreme One, you arrived just in time. If you had been even 1 day later, things would have been completely disastrous." Zero furrowed his brow at the approaching stranger, his guard instantly going up as he wondered, "That's strange. Where are all the other soldiers?" Suddenly, a wicked, unreadable smirk spread across the cloaked figure's face. He let out a piercing shout, "Watch out!" before hurling something forward. In an instant, he triggered a fire skill, launching a blazing spark straight at a random target. Jiro's reflexes kicked in instantly, jerking his body to the side to dodge it. What the hell? The fireball struck dead center, landing right in a cluster of explosive barrels suspended above the fortress gates. Jiro's eyes shot wide open in horror, finally noticing the traps that had been secretly rigged up there. A massive explosion ripped through the air, sending a giant pillar of fire erupting right at the gates. Thick, choking smoke and roaring flames swallowed the entire area. Jiro's mind was reeling, completely stunned. What the hell is going on? The walls had completely caved in. Battered and bleeding, he found himself slumped in the mountain of rubble, realizing with a jolt, most of my soldiers are still trapped outside. Is this a mutiny or an ambush? And who the hell said it? Sky peered down at him from above, dripping with absolute mockery. Well, well, well. Look at that. Such a gorgeous explosion. Shame your face didn't fare so beautifully. All that isolation and trouble was totally worth it. Zero scowled, tilting his head up. Gritting his teeth in fury, he spat, "Who the hell are you?" Sky flashed a wicked smirk, casually jerking his thumb over his shoulder. Oh, I'd absolutely love to introduce myself. But there's someone else here who's just dying to see you first. Say hello. Emerging from the smoke ahead of them, Steve stalked forward in a pitch-black cloak. His eyes burned with intense fury, his grip tight around the drawn sword in his hand. Jiro still didn't recognize him, doing nothing but glaring furiously at the approaching figure. The cloaked man slowly raised a hand to pull back his hood, putting a very specific ring on full display. How long has it been? At the sight of it, Jiro's eyes blew wide open in sheer disbelief. Sid offered a terrifyingly cold smile. Long time no see, my precious boss. Jiro's face twisted into an ugly snarl, veins bulging on his forehead out of pure rage. He tightened his grip around the hilt of his sword, let out a deafening savage roar, and lunged straight at him. They charged at one another, their clashing powers erupting in a brutal head-on collision. Over the chaos, Sit yelled mockingly, "Why so angry? I'm the one who should be pissed off." Locked in a fierce struggle, Zero spat back right in his face. "That ring belongs to me. I didn't suffer through hell just to hand it over to you." Enraged, Sit aggressively slammed his forehead right into Jiro's in a vicious headbutt, cursing at him. "You absolute moron! You piece of shit!" Sky turned to Elena, who was standing right beside him. "Stit's got the prince covered. We'll handle the grunts outside." Casting a brief look at Steve and Jiro's vicious duel, he turned to Elena and shouted orders to the rest of the crew. "All right, people, set up a long-range formation right in front of the fortress. Let's go." Meanwhile, back on the other side of the battlefield, Jiro ground his teeth, glaring at his enemy. "Suffer through hell? What the hell did you ever suffer through?" Sit screamed furiously right back at him. "You were too much of a coward to get your hands dirty, so you just made everyone else do the heavy lifting for you, you spineless prick." Jiro frowned, his mind racing with calculations. "If I use Jiro while I'm alone, the recoil will be devastating. I need to take him out with physical damage, as fast as possible." A terrifying dark purple aura suddenly exploded from Stit's body. "Bring everything you've got. I'll show you exactly how hard I've been preparing for this day." Magic cloak. Instantly, Zero's body was engulfed by his own overwhelming aura. This power... Jiro's sword hand felt like it was being physically crushed under the pressure. Is he being buffed? He wondered in shock. Stet thrust his hand forward, unleashing his skill. Explosive wind. Instantly, a massive, violent tornado materialized right in front of Jiro. The gale-force winds hit him like a truck, sweeping him up and throwing his entire body away like a dead leaf. Stet pushed a button on a device in his hand, letting out a cold, mocking laugh. That bastard really thought he could just ruin everyone's lives and get away with it. As the thick white smoke slowly began to clear, the impact zone was revealed, but Jiro was nowhere to be seen. Without warning, a silhouette exploded from behind a different collapsed wall, rocketing straight at him. Stet's reflexes fired, instantly bringing his sword up just in time to block the savage sneak attack. He was completely thrown off, his mind racing. What the hell? How does he still have so much power? After taking all those hits, Jiro scowled, channeling every last drop of his strength into a devastating strike against him. "So, you're finally showing your true colors, huh? But don't get too cocky. Umstet Atelier. I've faced down absolute monsters on the northern battlefields." He swung his blade in a vicious arc right at him. "And I've slaughtered countless men a hell of a lot stronger than you." Stet barely tilted his head before Jiro's knee came flying straight at his face. The brutal, unexpected strike launched Stet entirely off his feet, sending him flying backward. He groaned in pain, wincing as he felt the warm trails of blood streaming down his face. But the assault wasn't over. The second Steve forced his eyes open, Jiro was already looming right over him. Having closed the distance in a flash, his sword raised high for the killing blow. Gritting his teeth, Steve shoved his own blade upward in a desperate counterattack. Another deafening shockwave erupted, echoing violently across the battlefield. Jiro's sword was violently deflected upward, while the impact sent Steve skidding backward. Jiro stared in absolute disbelief, his mind reeling. How the hell did he just deflect my artifact with a cheap iron sword? Recovering instantly, Jiro exploded forward with lightning-fast speed. His face twisted in absolute fury as he locked his eyes on Stet's position and charged directly at him for another strike. The sword in his hand traced an arc through the air, slashing straight toward him. a warning voice rang out in Steve's ear. "Watch out!" He instantly tilted his head, locking his focus on the incoming strike. He launched a counterattack right back at him. Wind Blast! Jero dodged to the side, so he swinging his blade to cleave the attack right in half. But the arm holding his sword began to tremble. He glared back at him. "Picked up a few new tricks, haven't you?" Stit leapt back, readying another strike. "So your blade can slice through the wind, huh? Let's see how it handles lightning." In a flash, he fired off 2 orbs of crackling electricity, catching his opponent completely off guard. Furrowing his brows, he channeled all his energy into unleashing his next move, Tesla Arc. A massive, high-voltage lightning bolt struck Jero dead on, making him scream out in agonizing pain. The intense voltage surged through his entire body, searing his flesh inch by inch as he groaned continuously. Remembering the pain he himself had once endured, Stit glared at him and asked furiously, "How is it? Tingles a bit, doesn't it?" "Now you know exactly how I felt." Zero's body was slowly being scorched away, the skin on his face blistering under the intense, fiery heat. His grip on his sword tightened, a desperate thought echoing in his mind. Power. I need more power. Suddenly, Jero threw his head back and let out a furious roar. The raging flames engulfed him completely, and the explosive force blasted his body backward. Sit's eyes widened in sheer disbelief as he gritted his teeth. "You're still standing?" Zero leveled the tip of his sword at him, his entire aura radiating a lethal, dangerous intent as he declared, "I'm going to obliterate you and take back that ring." Standing nearby, Motum shot him a glare of utter annoyance. "What the hell is he blabbering about?" Steve retorted, his voice dripping with anger. "Music. It never belonged to you in the first place." Across from him, the enemy vanished, moving with the speed of lightning. His eyes darted around frantically as he cursed under his breath. "Damn it, he's way too fast." Before he could even react, Jero closed the distance, viciously slamming Stit's head straight into the ground. Then, with a brutal swing of his arm, he hurled him right into the adjacent wall. Stit crashed heavily into the stone. With a painful groan, he pointed his hand forward and unleashed a new strike, Surging Tide. But his enemy's sharp eyes had already tracked the movement. Zero swiftly brought his sword up, effortlessly blocking Sit's attack. He stared coldly at his opponent, declaring, "Time for a reality check. I would have crushed you by now if you didn't have that ring." Sit clenched his fist tight, glaring right back at him. "You're the one who needs a reality check." He began channeling his energy. Origin Core! Zero watched him closely, quietly assessing the change. His opponent's physique seemed sturdier, far more formidable. Stit pushed off the balls of his feet, coiled like a spring, before launching himself forward. Zero frowned, carefully tracking his movements, wondering to himself, does he still have tricks up his sleeve? But before he could finish the thought, Steve had already closed the gap, lunging straight at him. Activate Pondus. The blades of Steve and Jero clashed head-on, throwing off a shower of fierce sparks. Gripping the hilt with both hands, Stit poured all his strength into the weapon, letting out a deafening battle cry. Powerful energy began coursing down his arm, channeling directly into the blade. Artifact Pondus! Basic effect engaged. Power boost! His hands gripped the sword with everything he had. But the bones in his arms were slowly beginning to fracture under the sheer, devastating weight of his own power. Zero's eyes bulged as he gritted his teeth, desperately struggling to hold back Stit's ever-growing strength. "It's too heavy!" Finally, a fierce light flashed in Stit's eyes as he unleashed a devastating, decisive swing. Wind Bullet. The sheer force of the slash sent Jero's body rocketing high up into the sky. Blood sprayed wildly from his nose, his eyes battered and bruised as he was sent hurtling through the air. A single thought echoed in his mind, refusing to accept reality. This is impossible. Damn it! After being launched into the air, his body plummeted back down, slamming into the hard ground with a sickening thud. Panting heavily, Stit stared down at him with undisguised contempt. "You aren't even worthy of being called the Prince of Benesia. Did you really think you could hold the northern front?" His sword hand trembled violently from the sheer overexertion of his power. "Then let's see you try to stop this." Meanwhile, a few minutes earlier, down below the fortress walls, a commander raised his hand, channeling a spell as he barked orders at his men. Pour every last drop of your magical and physical strength into this. Now. Without hesitation, the soldiers thrust their hands forward, unleashing a synchronized barrage of magic. Lightning strikes and roaring fireballs. A massive explosion erupted at the base of the wall, the shockwave forcing the defenders up above to duck for cover. A tanned, blonde soldier named Nancy leaned over the high ramparts, looking down in sheer awe. Man, this fortress is tough as nails. They couldn't even leave a scratch on it. The chubby, square-jawed soldier beside him held up a bomb, flashing a wicked grin. And we've still got a whole mountain of explosives left. I can't even remember the last time a battle went this smoothly. He casually tossed the bomb over the edge, and seconds later, a deafening explosion ripped through the air below. The enemy soldiers at the bottom let out agonizing screams. Dancy glanced up toward the high tower, a sudden thought crossing his mind. Oh, right. With a badass sharpshooter like her. He watched Elena draw her bow with perfect precision, unable to hide his admiration. They won't even get close to us. Wait, what the hell is she aiming at? Sky whipped his head around toward the two of them, calling out sharply. Hey, if you lose focus out here, you're gonna catch an arrow to the skull, he barked loudly. Keep raining those bombs down on them. Suddenly, a nearby soldier squinted into the distance, his voice tight with alarm. Boss, there's something coming. Sky turned his gaze toward the thick, billowing clouds of dust on the horizon, his brow furrowing in confusion. What do you mean? Slowly, from deep within the swirling dust, the imposing silhouette of a man began to emerge. The moment Sky recognized the man's face, a wave of sheer dread washed over him. He leaned over the parapet, screaming at the top of his lungs to the other troops. Fall in! Gather everyone! They've brought reinforcements! Panic instantly rippled through the ranks of the soldiers. What? What did he just say? How the hell do they have reinforcements? The face of the approaching man finally came into clear, terrifying view. Sky's voice rang out, delivering the grim news to his men. It's Midwell, the Eastern Commander. The soldier Nancy frowned in disbelief and shot back. You mean the guy nicknamed MC is invincible? The cloaked soldier wearing a headband froze, his jaw dropping the moment he heard that name. The subordinate with the slanted eyebrows asked nervously, Shouldn't he be at Senteach-ma? What is he doing here? Sky bit his nails anxiously. I'm not sure. I didn't see this coming. In his mind, he secretly added, I know this is actually for the best. I never thought the prince's capable right-hand man would go out of his way to come all the way to the northern battlefield. Nancy, now feeling anxious, turned to Sky beside him and asked, What now? Sky frowned, staring hard at the ground, and told him, Gather everyone into a ranged formation and tell every single person in the squad. Do not attack until I give the order. A pair of ironclad boots stepped off a horse onto the ground as an urgent voice ahead called out the man's name. Lord Morwell! The man ran up with a panicked expression and asked, What wind brought you here? Morwell stared straight ahead and countered, Is Prince Jarrow inside? He looked at the ruins in front of them and immediately replied, Yes, my lord. He went in first, but as you can see, the exit is blocked. He's currently trapped in there, and the enemy won't give us a chance to get close, so it's quite hard to get updates on the situation inside. Mac also stared straight ahead, giving a single nod after hearing this. Is that so? I'll go take a look. Rally the men. Standing on the fortress wall, Nancy saw Mac's movements below and spoke up. Here he comes. The person standing next to him also asked nervously, Should we attack? Sky kept his head down, gritting his teeth as he told them, Ignore him. At that moment, Elena, standing from a higher vantage point, heard his words and glanced down below. Then she leapt straight down from the tower onto the fortress wall. Sky was still talking to the others. When the time comes, follow my orders and fire at his army all at once. Do not attack MC. She walked up to him, confused, and asked, Why aren't we attacking their commander when he's right here? Is there some special reason? Sky tilted his head, glancing at her, and asked back. You haven't heard of him? The thing on his back is an ancient artifact. He began to explain. His battlefield achievements are legendary. He has never been defeated. That's why everyone knows the power of that ancient artifact. His shield absorbs all physical damage and reflects it 1,000 times over. Sky broke down his speculations for her. He's baiting us into attacking him, but we are going to strike his army instead. Mac looked up at the fortress wall, silently assessing the situation in his head. I don't see a single arrow aimed at me. Their commander definitely isn't a fool. A subordinate soldier behind him reported loudly. Everything is ready, sir. Awaiting your orders. He glanced at the man, then announced, All right, let's begin. Sky observed the current state of Mac's army and wondered, are they really going to attack the fortress with those cannons? He looked at the targets of their cannons and evaluated, but they're aiming way too low. As if suddenly realizing something, Sky shouted loudly, directing the other soldiers into action. Everyone, attack those cannons! Elena flinched, her eyes widening when she heard him say, Don't let them fire! He furrowed his brows tightly, stunned after hearing those orders. The face of the soldier wearing the headband wasn't much different. His jaw dropped in bewilderment. Nancy could only stare wide-eyed at him. Down below the walls, the prince's subordinates shouted loudly, ordering the fire, and countless arrows shot forward. Mac used all his strength to roar, Mages, now! Hearing the order, the mages slammed both hands onto the ground in unison, activating their skills to conjure barriers against physical attacks. A sturdy energy shield was erected in front, blocking and deflecting the arrows right back. Seeing this, Sky gritted his teeth and cursed. Damn it! Down below, Max smirked, a triumphant smile blooming on his face. He raised the shield in his hand and bellowed the order to fire. A barrage of cannonballs was fired directly at MC, causing a massive explosion around him, with flames roaring toward the sky. His entire body was engulfed in fire, but the corners of his lips curled into a smile. The beast head carved on the shield's surface suddenly let out a loud noise and opened its jaws wide. It sucked all the flames engulfing MC straight into the shield. Then, its mouth snapped shut. He slammed the shield heavily into the ground. Sky gritted his teeth, glaring at the unfolding situation. Damn it! Max smiled and began channeling power into the shield. Immediately, Sky's warning voice rang out. Everyone, get away from the wall! The scene then shifted to Sit's battle. Sit frowned and sneered. You don't deserve the title of Prince of Benea. Did you really think you could hold the northern battlefield? The hand gripping his sword trembled from exerting too much force. Then try blocking this. Sit swung his sword, preparing to aim a magical strike directly at Jero. A slash was drawn through the air. Suddenly, Sky's warning voice echoed in his ear. Sit, get away from the entrance now! Sit, confused, turned his head to glance at him, his face full of bewilderment. What? At this moment, the lion's mouth on Mac's shield had opened incredibly wide, blasting out a surge of power from within. The massive force blasted straight ahead, shattering the stone wall into countless pieces. He rallied the others. The wall is down. Push forward. On this side, Sky also started issuing orders to his men. Grab your weapons. Stop them at all costs. A troop of Jero's soldiers heard the command, wielding their weapons as they sprinted toward the fortress wall. Maihi, who was standing at the front, suddenly launched his body into the air, doing several mid-air flips as he soared rapidly over the soldiers below, finally landing right in front of Sit. He frowned at the figure before him, asking, What the hell is going on? His thoughts suddenly stalled. Wait, it's him. M's face was dead serious, frowning as he stared him down. He didn't say a word, but the shield on his back began to radiate power. Before ST could even react, merely staring at him, the heavy iron shield launched from afar and slammed brutally into his body. Stit let out an agonizing groan from the impact. His entire body was sent flying back dozens of meters, crashing right through the city gates. Jero's face was now covered in crimson blood. He gritted his teeth and barked, Morwell, what are you doing here? He walked up to him, offering a vial of pink liquid. You do not look well, my lord. Here, drink this. Zero did not even question it, tilting his head back and downing the entire mysterious liquid. M watched him as he leaned back against the wall. Your wounds have been healed, but you are still exhausted. You need to rest. He lowered his head and snapped, Do not tell me what to do. The man immediately dropped to one knee and spoke with deep respect. Your brother commanded me to pass on a message. Jiro's entire body went rigid the moment he heard those words. He said, You owe me for this one. He could only silently curse that bastard out in his head. He waited until I was about to drop dead before helping, and now he says I owe him. M looked at him and spoke up, offering a gentle reminder. You are mistaken, Prince. He glanced at the sword on the ground and continued, If you had used Gomera's power to escape, this would have been much easier, but you chose not to. M turned around, but before leaving, he threw him a glance. You lost your temper and just wanted to fight. That is why you ended up in this state. I will handle the enemies. Please, get some rest. Zero gritted his teeth, glaring daggers at his back. Such nonsense. Meanwhile, on Steve's side, he frowned, exhaling heavy breaths as he stared intently ahead, waiting. Watching the silhouette of MC slowly approaching, he silently wondered, I do not get why reinforcements are here. Did someone already know about this battle? An unexpected voice suddenly rang out in his ear. Hey, do not fight them anymore. Let's fall back for now. ST shot him a glance. What is going on out there? And where the hell did that guy come from? Sky asked him in return. Have you seriously never heard of the unstoppable force of the East? He immediately replied, Of course I have. I mean, what is he doing here instead of staying in the East? Sky frowned, guessing, I get what you mean, but we have no idea why he is here either. All we know is that we should avoid using physical attacks. Stee glanced sideways and asked, So you are saying I should use magic? Good lord, thanks for stating the obvious. Opposite them, M clasped his hands together and announced, Enough chit-chat. The tiger head on the shield on his back began to glow once more. MC's eyes locked onto them, and he shot forward like a rocket. Sky completely froze, cursing inwardly, My God, he is too fast. Sit glanced over at him, thinking in a panic, Sky won't be able to dodge that. Just as he was about to move, a sharp pain flared up in his leg. Damn it, why is my leg wound acting up right now of all times? Ahead of them, Ma had already closed the distance. Using both hands, he landed a precise, crushing blow directly onto both of them. Mar used his immense strength to send both Stay and Sky flying dozens of meters away. M looked at Sky's miserable state, let out a breath, and said, Well, that strike took care of one of them. His face showed clear impatience as he looked at the two of them. Let's not drag this fight out any longer. Do you wish to surrender? He calculated quickly in his head, I will try to hold him off with a fireball spell. Instantly, Mar raised his shield to block his attack completely. I thought he wielded a sword. Without pausing, Steve unleashed yet another powerful attack right at him. Lightning shock! He looked at the technique the boy just used, guessing inwardly. So, he is a sorcerer? M then reached into his cloak, searching for something. A moment later, a black sphere-like object appeared in his hand. Seeing what he was holding, Motum screamed out a warning. Hey, do not let him throw that thing. Stee, completely confused, asked, What? Right after, a massive explosion erupted, spreading a thick cloud of gray smoke everywhere. He frowned at the blinding gray smoke in front of him, asking, What the hell is this? A smoke bomb? Motum quickly explained, That is Dyspolium. It seems he is not foolish at all. Hearing that, he immediately covered his nose. M saw his reaction and praised him. You are quick, but it is too late. The particles have already flooded your lungs. Motem frowned and continued. This is bad. With your current physical state, stamina, and spirit, you stand zero chance of beating him. Even if I revive you, he will just destroy you all over again. Stee glared at it. What do you mean? There has to be a way, right? It frowned at him, its face shifting into an expression of deep contemplation. Finally, Motum looked toward Sky and told him, You have to use absolutely everything you have got, because if you do not defeat him right now... It then looked back toward M. Not only will you fail to kill the prince, but our entire plan will be completely ruined. Assimilate. Not giving them any time to talk, Mar raised his fist, channeling all of his raw power into it as he lunged forward. He delivered a savage punch right to Stee's face, forcing a sharp cry of pain out of him. He was sent flying backwards, nearly collapsing onto the dirt. MC's feet pushed off again, launching himself high into the air. His eyes flashed fiercely as he descended upon Stit, raising the sword in his hand high, ready to cleave right through him. Suddenly, a mysterious voice echoed out. Assimilate! Suddenly, Steve flashed a mysterious smile. Mark frowned, staring at the boy in front of him, completely baffled by his sudden change in attitude. Out of nowhere, a blinding beam of light shot right past his face. It was Mortem, using Sky's body to point his gun straight ahead. You really are an interesting little thing. How long have you been hiding that? Looks like he's built for speed rather than strength. Steve tilted his head and called out to him from behind. Seeing you use that skill still makes me feel a bit weird. Mortem replied to him, "We'll talk later." The fire in his eyes burned even brighter as he yelled out in excitement, "Stand firm, Steve!" Inside the fortress, the soldiers' voices echoed, constantly shouting warnings to each other. "Hold them back! Don't let them breach the fortress!" Through the air, something was flying past as fast as the wind. Mortem, with blazing eyes, locked onto his target, raising his gun and firing a relentless barrage. On the opposite side, Mark could only throw up an arm to shield himself from the hail of bullets. Seizing the perfect moment, he used his blinding speed to launch himself straight at Mortem. Mark threw a heavy punch forward, countering the gunfire. Mortem instantly dodged, frowned, and raised his gun again. I'm not sure what kind of gear that is, but it's incredibly tough to destroy. On the other side, his eyes widened as he saw the gun being raised to fire. Mark immediately brought his shield up, blocking the rain of bullets flying from Sky. While pouring his strength into his defense, he mocked in his head, "Idiot, does he really not know what I'm about to do?" Mortem fired at him relentlessly like a raging storm, but the shield perfectly deflected every single bullet. Suddenly, Mortem let out a massive roar. "Steve, grab him!" Hearing the call, Steve instantly activated his skill, launching his entire body forward. Over here, Mortem completely stopped his gunfire. Damn it! While Mark was still confused by the sudden pause in the attack, Steve had already lunged right above his head from behind. Sensing the danger, he turned his head to check his back. Mark glared at the incoming blade, thinking with disdain, "That sword looks weak. Let's see if it can even leave a scratch." Steve yelled fiercely as he thrust the sword downward. "You really think some Metal Gear can stop me?" "Magic!" His blade slashed heavily against the sturdy surface of the shield. Mark gritted his teeth, channeling all his strength into the shield to block the strike. Just a second later, Steve was sent flying into the air by his counterattack. Mark glanced over, letting out a long sigh of relief. That was a nasty hit. He hadn't rested for even a second when Steve unexpectedly charged right back at his shield. His hand slammed onto the surface of the shield as he activated his skill. "Bondus! Increase weight!" The energy Steve channeled made the shield heavier and heavier, driving it straight into the ground. Mark frowned, trying to force it back up. "Ugh! Why is it suddenly so heavy?" At the exact same time, Mortem launched another attack from behind. Mark tightened his grip on the shield, pushing even more power into it. Meanwhile, he threw his other arm up, preparing to block Mortem's strike. Mortem's foot slammed violently into Mark's raised arm, but immediately after, Mortem kicked off, flipping away in another direction. Mark couldn't understand the maneuver at all, his face frozen in pure shock. "He jumped off me?" Steve used one arm to pin the shield to the ground, keeping up the weight-increasing skill. With his other hand, he thrust his sword straight at Mark, but the strike was blocked. Steve unleashed his magic, attacking both of Mark's arms simultaneously. Mark could do nothing but grit his teeth and endure the pressure. A surge of blue energy began radiating from within the shield. It exploded instantly, blasting Steve far away. As the smoke cleared, Steve landed lightly on his feet, completely unharmed. Mark, on the other hand, was covered in wounds. He looked up at the boy. "I gotta admit, I'm pretty surprised. I never thought you'd be this strong." Suddenly, a strange surge of power erupted from the fortress gates, making both of them whip their heads around. Jiro's entire body was radiating dark magic as someone called out to him, "Prince!" His eyes flashed a menacing red as he slowly stepped toward the two of them. A sharp screech. He suddenly called out his name. Steve stared at him, frowning, and thought to himself, "What the hell is wrong with him?" Suddenly, Jiro's arm shot out, reaching right in front of his face out of nowhere. Steve brought up his sword, stabbing straight through the prince's arm. He pulled with all his might, trying to yank the embedded blade back out. Steve frowned, realizing he couldn't pull the sword free. It's stuck. Is he regenerating even with the sword lodged inside him? Jiro's eyes had completely lost their focus. He smiled, staring at the boy with sick amusement. "I caught you." At that moment, Mortem appeared beside him and warned, "Steve, the cross!" A memory flashed in Steve's mind. Sky had told him, "I installed a secret feature, but you can only use it once." After hearing that, Steve had complained, "I told you not to mess with it." Now a voice urged in his ear, "Use it!" Staring intensely ahead, he finally made his decision. "All right, Sky, let's see how strong this thing really is." He reached out and touched the center of the blade. Hope this works. As power surged into it, a blinding beam of light erupted from within the sword. A split second later, a massive explosion tore through their position, echoing across the entire sky. Sky's blurry image appeared before his eyes, his face full of panic as he pleaded, "Come on, open your eyes!" Finally, Sky's face came into sharp focus. He was staring right at him, yelling, "Hey, wake up! Come on, you're opening your eyes! Don't make me punch you!" Steve's eyes fluttered open just as Sky called out, but immediately after, he let out a groan and threw up a pile of white liquid. Sky jumped back in sheer terror, staring at him. "Oh my God, what the hell is wrong with you? What did you do this time?" Sit just said to him, "Don't worry about it." Sky rubbed his shoulder, looking over at the smoke and flames, exclaiming, "Man, I can't believe you used the secret weapon while I was passed out. I wish I could have seen it. It must have been insanely powerful. The last thing I remember is getting hit." He fell flat on his back, completely out cold. It was spectacular. By now, Steve had pushed himself up, telling him, "We need to talk when we get back." Elena rushed over to them from the other side, her voice filled with worry. "Stit, are you okay?" Sky, lying on his back and staring up at the sky, let out a sarcastic chuckle. "Ha ha ha. I'm right here too, you know. It's like I don't even exist." "You're so lucky, Stay. Really happy for you." He turned to look at her, exhaling softly. "Don't worry, I'm fine. I'm just a little too tired to talk right now." Hearing this, Elena breathed a sigh of relief and looked around. Thank goodness. ST looked over at the flames and asked, "So, what happened to those guys? Are they dead yet?" Sky sat up as well, following his gaze. "Probably. I made it using the rarest gunpowder, and I even infused it with a bit of wind magic." Just then, Elena caught a strange sound. It was the heavy, rhythmic thud of footsteps slowly marching forward. It was Mar. He emerged from the flames, carrying Jero's unconscious body over his shoulder. He glared at them, his face covered in blood. Both Sit and Sky were completely stunned to see him still standing. Sky gritted his teeth, muttering in disbelief, "That guy's a freaking monster." Elena was just as shocked to see him completely unharmed after that explosion. She quickly calculated in her head, "I'm almost out of mana, but I can manage one last shot." Suddenly, the deafening roar of artillery echoed through the air. Elena turned toward the explosions erupting outside the fortress walls, thinking to herself, "Wait, didn't I destroy all their cannons?" A soldier frantically ran over to them with a report. "Boss, we've got a huge problem," the suntanned soldier, NY, shouted at them. "It's the enemy's long-range magic artillery. They're firing at us from a distance." The moment he finished speaking, a series of deafening explosions blasted all around them. Sky threw his arm up to shield his face, shouting to the others, "Looks like we need to get the hell out of here first." Elena turned to him. "But our target is right over there." He glanced back at her, explaining, "I know. I'm just as frustrated as you are, but we have to be smart about this." Sky quickly analyzed the situation. "I mean, just look at the state that guy is in. And he's still holding up his shield to protect the prince." He eyed Mark and Jero's battered condition and deduced, "They're both completely exhausted. If we drag this out until their reinforcements arrive, it's over for all of us." Elena looked at him. "So, what do we do now?" Sky held up a hand. "I've got an idea for everyone. We fall back." With that, he pulled out a small white sphere. Soldier Nanny was holding an identical one in his hand. Boom! The entire fortress was instantly engulfed in a thick gray cloud of smoke. Elena frowned, covering her nose, and muttered in confusion, "A smoke bomb?" Sky tugged on his horse's reins and glanced back to explain. "It's a special kind of smoke. Most targeted tracking skills won't be able to penetrate it. Now get to your mount. I'm leaving Steve with you." Soldier Nancy also grabbed her reins, turning to him with a reminder. "Everything is ready. Give the order to retreat." Sky leaped onto his horse, calling out to the soldiers around him, "Don't let those guys catch you. Let's move." At his booming command, the entire cavalry scattered, galloping away in different directions. The enemy forces immediately spotted their movement. "What the hell is this?" "Look over there," one of the prince's lieutenants bellowed, issuing an order. "They're making a run for it. After them." Soldier Nanny glanced at the person beside him and said, "We need to split up." "Good luck to us, Commander." Sky gave him a confident smile. "All right, I'll see you all at the hideout. I expect every single one of you to make it back alive." That evening, inside the fortress walls, the army was setting up camp to rest. A gentle voice spoke up. You need to rest, my lord. Morwell? Mark lifted the flap and stepped into the tent, asking his question. How is the prince doing? The subordinate standing behind him replied. He still hasn't moved. Mark's brows furrowed deeply as he stared at the motionless figure on the bed. Zero's body lay there, terribly mangled. The subordinate continued the grim report, and we still haven't been able to locate his missing arm. Judging by the wound, it looks like it was completely blown off in the explosion. Hearing this, Mark could only cross his arms and let out a heavy sigh. I know. Suddenly, a blood-curdling scream pierced the air outside. He instantly whipped his head around. What is going on out there? Outside the tent, Jero's sword was radiating a bizarre, surging energy. Terrified soldiers scrambled to report, It's the prince's artifact! Mark rushed outside, his eyes locking onto the weapon. Gomera! This is bad! Without warning, the sword shot straight toward him, launching a vicious attack. Mark clenched his fists and gripped his shield with all his might. He threw it up just in time to block Gomera's strike. Mark gritted his teeth, pushing back with every ounce of his strength to hold off the blow. What the hell? The sword hovered mid-air, a sinister, dark aura pulsating around it. Suddenly, it shifted its aim, splitting off a surge of energy into the sky before rocketing straight toward the bed where Jero lay defenseless. Seeing what it did, he gritted his teeth. How dare you! He immediately triggered the power of the shield in his hand. A blinding beam of light blasted from the shield, striking dead center at the Gomera sword. M also dashed toward the Gomera sword with lightning speed, raising the shield high in his grip. He brought it down in a devastating smash, leaving the surrounding soldiers utterly stunned. A bizarre blue liquid sprayed out from inside it, splattering everywhere. The first soldier just stared in blank confusion. Is that blood? The second soldier standing right next to him mirrored his dumbfounded look. Why the hell is an artifact bleeding? That weird blue liquid had now splattered all over M's face. The sword on the ground was practically shattered to pieces. That gross blue liquid just kept oozing out of it. The sludge even splashed onto the surface of his shield. Meanwhile, 3 figures dressed in black crouched in a hidden corner, with one of them throwing up a hand signal. Watching from a high vantage point, he spotted armed guards patrolling the area. He whispered, They've got guards swarming the place. Stay sharp. Sky frowned and let out a heavy sigh. Damn it. I knew sneaking around here wouldn't be a walk in the park, but I didn't expect it to be this bad. Steve nodded in agreement. The guards are literally everywhere. He pressed his hand against a marked brick on the statue. Well, at least we made it to the spot. As the secret door clicked open, a voice echoed out, There's truly no place like home. Stepping inside, he yanked his hood down in pure irritation. What the hell are you laughing at? You blew up my sword with that stupid bomb of yours, Sky groaned. Oh, quit whining. You're still breathing, aren't you? Cut me some slack and let me sit down for a sec. Seeing them walk in, someone turned around with joy. The commander's back! The other middle-aged man perked up as well. He just smirked and replied, Of course I came back. What, did you guys think I was dead? Hey, why is it so dead quiet in here? Where's everybody else? Nancy replied. With that many guards swarming outside, it's going to take them a while to slip through. Right now, it's just us and a handful of guys keeping watch outside who made it back. Hearing that, it clicked for Sky. So that's why I didn't see that loudmouth around. We barely made it here ourselves. So, do you have any news? He rested a hand on his chin, his voice dropping low. Sir, do you remember Python? Those guys are pretty notorious in the underground world of Bin, he answered. Oh, right, I know them. The young man continued. Well, they got busted a few days ago. Sky was completely caught off guard. Wait, what? Are you serious? You mean to tell me a bunch of standard soldiers managed to capture them? That doesn't sound like them at all. The man explained, turns out Irin, the supreme commander of the Western forces, tracked them down personally. Thinking about her and McDwell, he scratched his head in frustration. So, the prince's royal guards and troops are just prowling around outside right now? God, they must be absolutely furious. Sky then turned towards Steve and stated bluntly, Well, that settles it. You definitely can't stay here anymore. Hearing that, Steve asked, What do you mean? Sky replied immediately, With the entire Benea faction hunting you down, you won't even be able to step foot outside without getting dragged away. A drop of sweat rolled down Steve's face as he fell into a grim silence. Nancy tapped her finger on a wanted poster. The good news is, not many people actually know what you look like yet. They only have this one blurry picture of you on the bounties, but it's only a matter of time before they widen the dragnet. Hearing that, Steve slammed his head onto the table and let out an agonizing groan of pure frustration. The plan and the timing were completely flawless. How the hell did all this random crap just pop out of nowhere and ruin everything? Sky snapped, "What's the point of whining about it now? Get a grip and focus on our next move." Steve snapped back angrily. "And where exactly am I supposed to go? The entire northern region is already under Benaya's thumb." His face was twisted in deep annoyance as he complained, "I swear, I never want to see that bastard Jero's face ever again." Sky furrowed his brow and offered a solution. "Look, if there's nowhere left for you to hide out here in the west, Bisony, then head north." Hearing the suggestion, Steve looked up and asked, "The north?" Envisioning an empire buried in endless white snow, Sky explained, "If you lay low in the Chromatos Empire up north, Benaya wouldn't even dare to hunt you down. In fact, it's the perfect opportunity for you to build up your very own army, and there's absolutely nothing Benaya could do to stop you." He pressed on, "I'm pretty sure you've already figured it out by now. Going after Jero all by yourself is basically a suicide mission. What you need right now is the sheer power of an army backing you up, and that is exactly what you need to bring back with you from the north." Steve just sat there, completely lost for words. The scene shifts outside, where a ship's sails were already hoisted, prepped for departure. Shrouded in a black cloak, Sky stepped forward, pulled down his hood, and smirked. "To make up for blowing up your sword, I went ahead and scored you a ship." Steve looked around in sheer disbelief. "Are you kidding me? I thought you dragged us all the way out here just to pull a prank on me." He continued to vent. "The entire harbor is barricaded by the Royal Army, and I don't even see so much as a rowboat out here." Hearing that, Sky casually rested a hand on his hip and fired back. "Did you honestly think a smuggler's ship would be out in plain sight for anyone to spot? Hold on a sec. It's supposed to be right here." The moment the words left Sky's mouth, the faint silhouette of a massive vessel began to shimmer into view. The cloaking magic completely dissolved, revealing an enormous ship right before their very eyes. One of the guys gasped in awe. "Hold on. The entire ship was invisible this whole time? Just how long has it been sitting here?" Elena replied in astonishment. "It's some kind of optical illusion. I've never seen it used on something this large. Is that him?" Standing on the deck, a woman's silhouette appeared and called out, "I was a bit worried when you said it was a friend of yours, but he looks decent enough." Then she introduced herself. "I'm Claudia, and this is my beloved ship." Steve also replied, "I'm Steve Adderley, and this is my friend." Claudia asked, "So it's just the two of you? By the way, I'm glad you made it on time. If you had been late or run into any trouble, I would have left you behind." Sky-Fi laughed. Classic Claudia. Thanks for coming. Even though it's a sensitive time, I'll pay the travel fare as soon as possible." She turned away and waved her hand dismissively. "I'm just doing my job, and did I ever say you had to pay? Just buy me a drink next time, and for my crew too." Suddenly, Claudia turned back and asked, "I just remembered, this is your first time heading to the north, isn't it?" "Do you get seasick?" he answered bluntly. "No, actually, this is my first time on a ship." After their conversation ended, the vessel sailed peacefully across the vast ocean. Up on the deck, Steve was shivering and puking his guts out. A man carrying a sack of cargo grumbled in annoyance. "Could you head down to the lower deck? You're in the way." He had been like that for 2 days, and the guy was clearly fed up with it. "Damn it, what else can I do? I'm dying over here." Just then, Motem appeared and said, "Well, using a recovery spell will make you feel better temporarily, but as long as you're on this ship, you're just going to throw up again." At that moment, another voice rang out with concern. "Goodness, are you all right?" Steve turned to Elena, unable to hide his wonder. "This is your first time on a ship, and your senses are a lot sharper than I thought. How are you still completely fine?" She looked at the vial of medicine in her hand and replied, "Like the captain said, you're either born a sailor or you aren't." Then Elena handed it to him. "Here, drink this." Steve reached out and took it curiously. "What is it?" she replied. "A potion the captain gave me. It should help ease your seasickness." He was just about to drink it when he suddenly remembered something important. "Did you talk to her? How much longer do we have to travel?" Elena answered, She said it'll take about 2 weeks. We have to detour around the magic storm that divides the northern and southern continents. Steve was so shocked that he spat the potion right out. 2 weeks? Seeing that, she quickly warned him, "Don't spit it out. That's your lifesaver." He felt so miserable that tears streamed down his face, thinking, what if I die before we even get there? Right then, Motum spoke up to encourage him. "Don't worry, I'll heal you." Steve groaned, "You're no help at all." Just then, Claudia walked over and asked, "Hey Han, how are you holding up?" He reluctantly replied, "Much better, thanks to your potion." She said, "I haven't taken that out in a long time. I'm glad you used it, and don't be embarrassed about getting seasick. Everyone on board is taking the route up north, so I can't guarantee you won't run into some shady characters. Stay on your guard." Hearing that, Steve asked, "Did you come out here just to tell me that?" Claudia put her hands on her hips and chuckled, "Well, I am the captain, so it's my duty to look after everyone. Plus, I wanted to tell you guys to brace yourselves." Hearing that, he was confused. "Wait, what?" She pointed a finger upward. "I didn't want to break it to you, but until we completely clear the storm, the journey is going to be a lot rougher than expected. It's going to rain tonight." Looking at the clear blue sky, he wondered to himself, "Rain? But the sky is so clear." And just as Claudia had predicted, the sky turned stormy and it began to pour. From inside the cabin, a voice spoke up. "The ocean is so unpredictable. Where did those clouds even come from? What's the plan? This is your first time heading north too, right?" Steve propped his head on one hand and sighed. "First, I'll stop at an outpost to see if I need a new explorer's license. Because entering dungeons without a license is illegal. I was planning to make a grand entrance in the north. I don't want any trouble the second I arrive." Elena smiled. "I see. Then I'll spend some time studying the northern culture." He asked how she planned to do that. Suddenly, she flinched as her ears caught a strange sound. Elena immediately stood up and said, "Steve, there's something outside." He was puzzled. "What do you mean?" Outside in the pouring rain, monsters resembling giant lizards were crawling out of the water and onto the ship. Her voice rang out, "I hear something coming from the hull." A middle-aged man placed a hand on his chin, his voice deep. "Are those things here already? That's earlier than usual." Then he grabbed his massive broadsword and bellowed, "Listen up, everyone! Mealtime is over. Take your leftovers back to your rooms, lock your doors, and do not come out." With that, the man slammed the door and left. Everyone there was utterly bewildered, wondering to themselves, what just happened? What's going on? Where did he go? Outside, Claudia looked thoroughly annoyed. Why are they showing up so early? Then she immediately barked an order. "Grab your weapons, everyone." She shouted at the top of her lungs, "Do not let the reputation of the Tannish Charlie be tarnished. If any passenger gets hurt, I'll throw the lot of you to the sharks." Hearing that, the crew quickly grabbed the Cinnair weapons, ready for battle. A man lugging his blade groaned. "Why are there so many of them today?" Her voice rose even higher. "You lot are done eating, aren't you? Time to get to work." Inside the ship's cabin, the air was thick with tension and confusion. People were murmuring, "What on earth is going on?" One man rested his hands on his hips and spoke up. "If even the chef has to go out there and fight, maybe we should lend a hand too." Another man quickly objected, "I'm sure the ship will be fine." He continued, his tone firm and full of confidence. "We'll only get in the way. Let's just stay put in here like he told us." Meanwhile, two figures in black cloaks sat in complete silence. Suddenly, one of them glanced back at Steve and asked, "Do you have any idea what's happening, Brian?" He calmly raised a hand and said, "Could you keep it down for a second?" With that, he shut his eyes to focus. Sensing something, Steve's eyes snapped open in sheer surprise. It was way too quiet. Glancing toward the door, a voice suddenly rang out. "Should we head out and see what's happening? With it being this quiet, the fight is probably over." Without a second thought, he pushed the door open while the others curiously peeked outside. The sight before them left Steve completely stunned. Hold on a second. He realized the pack of monsters ahead had already been impaled by various weapons. "Those are Aquanes," someone chimed in. "Just look at them," another agreed. "Do they ever get tired? They're always getting sliced up anyway." At that moment, Steve asked, "Do they always attack the ship like this?" Claudia replied, "Yeah, the A-Queens always show up whenever we set sail. We're totally used to it by now. It's practically become a warm-up exercise." Gripping her weapon, she warned, "Just to be safe. Keep your guard up. They hunt in packs, so there could be more lurking around." Claudia added, "Plus, they've been showing up in alarmingly high numbers lately." Right then, a razor-sharp appendage on the downed monster suddenly twitched. In a split second, a white blur shot upwards, aiming straight for a nearby figure. Instantly, a strong hand grabbed her arm. Sit yanked her out of the way, swiftly snapping the monster's weapon with one hand while delivering a powerful kick that sent the beast flying. Seeing this, voices from inside the ship rang out in absolute shock. What the hell is going on? What the hell was that? Is one of those things still alive? WCOM glared and bit his lip at the sight, and a split second later, a blade swung out in a deadly arc. Glancing over, he noticed a razor-sharp axe blade was already pressed firmly against Shi's throat. WCOM demanded furiously, "You bastard, what the hell did you just do to her?" He calmly replied, "I think there's been a huge misunderstanding." Right then, Saya threw a brutal punch straight to WorldCom's jaw, furiously shouting, "You absolute idiot! He just saved my life!" Annoyed, she scolded him, "And I've told you 1,000,000 times to stop scaring people like that?" Clutching his swollen jaw, he stammered, I just thought..." Annoyed, Steve finally spoke up. "Hey, aren't you going to say anything to me?" Hearing this, WCOM let out a heavy, reluctant sigh. Then he coldly turned on his heel and walked away without a single word of explanation. Watching him leave, Steve muttered a curse. What an asshole. Claudia crossed her arms and sighed. "Sorry about that." "Sorry for what?" he asked. She replied, "As the captain, I never expected to have to rely on a passenger's help. I'm really to blame here." ST asked, "Why didn't you just use that invisibility spell like you did on the ship last time? That would have kept the A-Queens away, right?" Claudia smirked and replied, "If it were that easy, I would have already done it. Unfortunately, an invisibility spell for something of this massive size doesn't last very long, and I can't just cast it whenever I want. But I suppose dealing with these kinds of messes ourselves is just part of life on the ocean." She added, "Welcome back to the high seas." Inside the ship, the atmosphere grew incredibly quiet, with only the rhythmic hum of the moving vessel echoing through the space. Sit rested one hand on the table and let out a heavy sigh. This morning would have gone a whole lot smoother if I hadn't gotten seasick. Holding a glass of water, Elena sat in her chair and asked curiously, "Stit, what exactly do you know about the North?" He replied, "Honestly, not much." She eagerly asked, "Did you know that up there they eat snow covered in sweet syrup just like it's fast food?" "No idea," Steve replied. Elena kept going. "Did you know they use dwarven sleds to travel across the snow?" Seeing her constantly asking about such bizarre things, Steve couldn't hide his confusion. "Where did you even learn all this stuff? From some book?" Elena happily replied, "My roommate told me. She's really sweet and super smart." Sit looked completely baffled. "Your roommate?" Then she pointed towards Saya and said, "That girl right over there." Following her gaze, he thought to himself, "That girl from yesterday, she's from the North?" Remembering how heavily Kazuya slammed the table earlier, he continued his train of thought. What's a northerner doing on a passenger ship heading from Benaya up to the north? She doesn't exactly seem like someone involved in shady business. Just then, a figure stepped up to stay and asked, "Can we talk for a second?" He looked up indifferently. "What do you want?" WCOM scratched his head, letting out a heavy sigh. "My girl told me I had to come apologize." With that, he casually turned on his heel and walked right off. Steve sat there, completely dumbfounded. "Right, got it. Wait, that's it? Hey, is that what you call a conversation?" "Fine, whatever works." The scene shifted outside, where the sky had already begun fading into a deep orange. Urgent shouts echoed across the deck, pushing the crew to move faster. As everyone scrambled into position, Steve stood watching, wondering, why the hell are they in such a rush? The crew sprinted past, barking orders at each other. "Hurry! Check the ship's rigging!" Elena chimed in to explain. "From what I've gathered, the weather is turning sour much faster than predicted. And sadly, that's not our only problem." Just then, Claudia's sharp voice cut through the chaos. "What are you all panicking for? We still have time before the storm hits." One of the crewmen quickly reported, "Aye, Captain, but we're seeing terrible signs. The wind currents and the tide are completely off the charts. Something isn't right." Hearing this, she grabbed her spyglass and barked a decisive order. "Hard to starboard. Change course. If you spot any obstacles, steer clear. I don't care if it delays our schedule." Hearing her, the sailor wiped the sweat from his forehead. Aye, Captain." With the order given, Claudia raised her spyglass to scan the horizon. Through the lens, the shadowy silhouette of a mast, with a tattered flag flickered in the distant mist. Why is there a mast out there? Wait, could it be? Suddenly, the ocean ahead erupted into violent splashes, accompanied by a rapid series of deafening crashes. A chill of fear ran down her spine. Staring dead ahead, she thought to herself, "This is my first time seeing one in the flesh. Damn it, why did it have to be now?" A massive vessel was barreling right toward them. Claudia instantly recognized it, the gray bone ship. Standing firm on the deck, she roared, "Brace yourselves. If we aren't careful, they'll sink us straight to the bottom." The rain began pouring down in buckets, yet the gray bone ship kept creeping closer. Sensing the impending doom, Claudia tightly gripped the diamond-shaped artifact in her hand and issued a new command. "Drop the sails! Blast that thing out of the water before this turns into a bloodbath." Once the crew scrambled into position, she quietly muttered the Kini incantation. In an instant, their ship was enveloped in a radiant, rainbow-like aura. Claudia then screamed at her crew to man the cannons. Braving the violent storm, the gunners gripped the heavy artillery tightly. "We're locked and loaded! Ready on your mark, Captain?" She kept the orders flowing. "Get us as close to that ghost ship as you can. We'll be knocked off course by the recoil. Hold your fire until I give the word." The ship abruptly swerved, charging head-on toward the gray bone ship. At the perfect moment, Claudia screamed, "Fire!" A massive, blinding wave of golden energy blasted out from the heavy cannon. But it didn't matter how many rounds they fired. Every single blast was deflected by a glowing purple barrier. Seeing their attacks rendered useless, the crew stood in absolute shock. "What the hell is that?" Claudia thought, her mind racing. "A barrier!" one of the sailors suddenly yelled out in panic. "The recoil knocked us off course. The bone ship is ramming us." Suddenly, a grotesque, writhing mass began erupting from the enemy vessel. A barrage of pitch-black objects launched themselves violently onto Claudia's ship. A terrified voice shrieked, "Brace for impact!" Watching the onslaught unfold, Steve panicked. "What the hell is going on? Is that a ghost ship?" Elena quickly threw her arms up to shield her face from the debris. WCOM instantly threw himself in front of Sia to protect her, while Elena kept her guard up against the shockwave. Claudia didn't waste a single second and roared her next command. "We are under attack. All combat squads to the deck. Draw your weapons and prepare for close combat." From a bird's-eye view, alongside the bizarre projectiles smashing into the hull, swarms of shadowy phantoms were leaping onto the deck. Amidst the bloody chaos, a commanding voice boomed over the crew. "Listen up, the enemy is boarding our ship." In that exact split second, a heavy chain whipped through the air, cleanly slicing an undead creature's head in half. In the blink of an eye, the wielder gripped their weapon, dropping into a lethal battle stance. A decaying zombie lunged viciously forward, only to be instantly impaled by a brutal thrust. Elena stood completely unbothered, her glowing weapon humming in her hand. Seeing how calm she was, he just stayed silent. WCOM then shot a glance over to where Steve was fighting. Steve ruthlessly slammed a monster's head right into the deck with one hand, grimacing as he muttered to himself, "What the hell are these things?" He stared at the crushed skull still gripped in his hand, his mind racing. Skeletons or zombies, I guess it doesn't really matter now. "Soul Eater!" Steve triggered his skill, but his eyes widened when a faint purple aura wrapped around everyone instead. "Why isn't my skill working?" He panicked. Suddenly, a rotting corpse lunged at him, forcing him to throw his arm up to block the heavy overhead strike. Steve's expression grew deadly serious. Did I just hear something? He thought. First, a ghost ship shows up out of nowhere. Then my skills just stop working. And now I'm hearing voices? Right on cue, Mem's voice echoed directly into his mind. "Steve Atelier!" The sheer force of that voice jolted him awake, snapping his eyes wide open. Steve glanced around frantically. What just happened?" Mem replied, its tone urgent. "I've been trying to wake you up." The voice pressed on hurriedly. "There's no time to explain, so I'll get straight to the point. You were trapped in a powerful illusion and you didn't even realize it. I managed to snap you out of it, but it's only a matter of time before it pulls you back under." Confused and disoriented, Steve demanded, "Wait, hold on, what exactly was I hallucinating?" Motem answered bluntly, "Everything. Every single thing you just saw was fake." The only reason you haven't completely broken free is that you still don't truly trust me. It pushed further. Think about it. Doesn't it strike you as odd that we're just standing here talking? The enemy isn't even attacking you. Steve frantically looked around, finally realizing that everyone on the deck was completely paralyzed. The entire world was frozen in time. Motem's voice dropped to a grave tone. Are you starting to see what's wrong here? It pressed the issue. Why would a warship choose to board us for close combat instead of just blowing us out of the water? And why on earth did your Soul Eater fail to activate? Motem then explained, if we had the luxury of time, I would have let you piece the clues together and wake up on your own. Steve's eyes were currently glazed over, completely white, but the system's next words ripped his consciousness back to reality. But we are completely out of time, so I'm dragging you out right now. Suddenly, reality snapped back, revealing that every single person on the ship was enveloped in a faint, eerie purple glow. A voice cut through the daily silence. Everything seemed as quiet as usual. Move it! Hurry! One of the goons urged, his voice full of awe. Our captain is incredible. I cannot believe that illusion is still holding up from a whole mile away. The guy next to him said nothing, simply giving him a thumbs up. Meanwhile, the one leading them picked up a girl, his tone stern. Shut up and let's move. Unable to hold back his curiosity, one of them asked, why does the captain even want this girl? The leader snapped back, how should I know? Probably some big shots kid. If you really want to know, go ask the captain yourself. Before leaving, one guy called out, hey, hold on. It has been a while since we scored a haul this big. Why don't we pocket a little something for ourselves? The leader replied, if you're going to grab something, make it quick. Hearing that, he waved his hand dismissively. No rush. None of them realized that right at that moment, a hand was clenching into a tight fist. Right before his eyes, particles of energy radiated outwards. A sudden explosion blasted across the deck, startling the men in black. The leader muttered in utter shock, how is this possible? The illusion wasn't supposed to wear off for a while. Steve appeared, his dark eyes bottomless. With one hand, he tightly gripped the head of an intruder caught in the blast, his voice icy. So, what exactly do you want from my ship? Seeing this, one thug drew his dagger, cursing, you bastard! The other tried to talk him down. Forget it, we don't have time for a fight. His mind was racing. This wasn't part of the plan. What should they do? Then the thug shouted out, hey, wizard! Gripping his dagger tightly, he barked, don't move! You know what will happen if you don't listen, right? Faced with the threat, Steve gritted his teeth, cursing under his breath as the thug pointed the blade at Cassia. Back off, take one more step, and... Right at that moment, Mortem possessed one of the accomplices and pressed a sword against the thug's own neck. Prepare to die. Feeling the cold blade, the thug panicked, thinking, how did this happen? I didn't even see him move. Mortem controlled the intruder's voice, declaring, stand still. I am trying to read your mind, which means I need your head intact. Mortem's blue spirit energy surged through the possessed intruder, eerie blue mist radiating from his arms. After forcing the three thugs to tie each other up, Mortem confirmed that there was nothing useful. They were just lowly grunts. They had absolutely no idea what the motive behind this kidnapping was. There is one more thing, Mortem added, pointing out a faint purple barrier surrounding the gray bone ship. The illusion cloaking that ship might be broken, but it is still protected by a shield. It is likely tied to an artifact. Piercing through it won't be easy. This made Steve question, can't we just shatter it with magic? Mortem replied, only if you blast it with an overwhelming amount of raw power. But that would be a huge waste of mana. Grasping the situation, he let out a heavy sigh. Alright, let's try waking everyone up first. I am sure they aren't that foolish. They will realize something is wrong soon enough. Mortem's ethereal mist drifted over Elena. In just a heartbeat, she completely snapped out of the illusion. She looked around in a panic, gasping as she asked, Where did the enemies go? But Steve reassured her, gently saying, it's okay, just breathe. She then noticed that everyone else on board had also just broken free from the illusion. Everyone was frantic. Steve, what the hell is going on? Meanwhile, after apprehending all the intruders, the ship calmly resumed its journey across the ocean. Elena suddenly voiced her suspicions. Were they trying to kidnap Sia? Steve turned to her, confirming, so that is her name? But why would they even do that? Elena was still struggling to make sense of it. Steve replied, I am not exactly sure. None of them actually know the reason. Elena, could you do me a favor and brief the captain on what just happened? I need to go have a little chat with our guests. Over on the other side, Wycombe scratched his head, asking, Miss, what exactly are you doing up here on the deck? I specifically told you to stay safe inside your cabin, he scolded. Sia fired back defensively. Don't tell me what to do. I don't even know what just happened. By the time I realized anything, I was already out here, he scolded her with a heavy sigh. You're always like this. Young lady, as the heir to the family, you really need to be more careful. Right at that moment, Steve dropped down beside them, cutting in. Are you two going to stop bickering anytime soon? Wycombe turned to him, looking apologetic. But could you please tell us what just went down? I only remember bits and pieces of it. It's all so confusing. Mortem, noticing a sudden shift in the man's attitude, spoke up in Steve's mind. He changed his tone. Is he finally showing us some respect? Meanwhile, Steve crossed his arms and explained, everyone on deck was trapped in someone's illusion. I was the first one to wake up. Steve went on to explain that he had knocked out a few guys who were trying to kidnap her. Hearing this, Sia pointed at herself in pure shock. Me? He pointed over at the men tied up in black robes. After taking a look at them, Wycombe firmly stated, I have no idea who they are. We have never crossed paths, but their outfits and that ship over there look awfully familiar. Right on cue, a heavy sword slammed fiercely into the deck. Claudia, furious, planted her hands on her hips and declared, I don't give a damn if they look familiar or not. From now on, no bastard is getting anywhere near my ship. I heard the whole story from the girl traveling with you. So, we were hallucinating everything? The skeletons, the ghost ship, and even that damn storm? Steve looked at her and nodded. That's right. One of Claudia's crewmen groaned in exhaustion. Captain, I don't feel so good. But she was absolutely resolute. I am going to make them pay for this. Still, she couldn't help but wonder, but how on earth did they disguise themselves as a bone ship and slip right past us? I am going to tear them to shreds. Steve gently interjected. I completely understand why you're furious, but we don't have the firepower to sink their ship right now, so I need to ask you for a favor. Steve then held up a ring pulsating with dark energy, smirking confidently. Let us handle their ship. You just focus on keeping this boat moving forward. Hearing this, she blurted out in utter surprise. Wait, what? Are you seriously planning to take them on by yourself? He didn't bother explaining any further. He just stood silently at the bow of the ship, quietly muttering the words of a dark incantation. Next, Steve gripped the ring tightly in his hand, uttering a single word into the roaring avalanche. In an instant, the seawater turned to ice, and a freezing mist rose into the air. Claudia was awestruck by the sight, but she quickly regained her composure and ordered the crew to press straight ahead. The scene then shifts to the Benazia Royal Estate, where brilliant sunlight bathed the grounds in a peaceful atmosphere. There, Raptor sat with his legs crossed, reading from a piece of brown parchment in his hand. Suddenly, the door burst open, and he scolded the one who entered, Could you not slam the door like that? I'd rather not be disturbed, Anfet demanded. What did you do? Raptor sighed and replied calmly, How am I supposed to answer if you don't make yourself clear? Anfet furiously questioned how he not only predicted the incident at Gambini Fortress, but what truly baffled him was, And you even sent McDowell and his Eastern Army as reinforcements? Raptors replied, Considering the distance from the capital to the fortress, you must have thought it was impossible. Anfet remained deeply suspicious. How the hell did you know about what was happening at the fortress? Raptors answered nonchalantly. From Conrad, obviously. I thought you already knew, so why are you asking me? He then emphasized, Yes, Conrad works for you, so you should already know. Anfet countered his narrative, arguing that Conrad's vision only showed a fraction of the truth, not the entire picture. If they were wrong, it would have been a massive mistake, Anfet said, clasping his hands behind his back. Yet you just blindly followed Conrad's vision without consulting anyone. You even rallied an army without permission. Do you have any idea what could happen to the kingdom? Raptors rested his chin on his hand and replied, I didn't know you cared so much about the kingdom. How reassuring. Then he flashed a cunning smile. I thought you were just mad that I snatched the throne. Hearing him use foresight as an excuse to protect the North, Anfet swallowed his rage, veins bulging on his forehead. Raptors chuckled and offered some mock encouragement. Don't be upset, little brother. I made the right call, didn't I? Who knows what would have happened if I hadn't stepped in? He brought up the casualties. Besides, we've already suffered enough losses as it is. Just be glad it wasn't worse. I've had enough headaches over the incident at Gambini. Meanwhile, Anfet frowned, thinking to himself, am I supposed to be happy we didn't lose even worse? This whole mess has been an absolute nightmare for me. What really gives me a headache is how the hell he managed to see Conrad's vision. Seeing Raptor's calculating smile, Anfet realized something crucial. I have to assume he'll be watching my every move from now on. Then Raptors picked his paper back up and asked, why the long face? If that's all you had to say, you can leave. With all the problems we're facing right now, I don't have time to chat. Hearing this, Anfet turned away. Very well. Anfet stormed out and slammed the door behind him. Raptor still wore that smug smirk on his lips. As he marched down the hallway, Anfet's mind raced with thoughts. I need to figure out what kind of scheme my dear brother is plotting. That's my top priority right now. Anfet gritted his teeth, acknowledging a highly dangerous truth. I can't just act blindly. I have to uncover his plan. The scene cuts back to the ship, which had now arrived at the Empire. Someone keeping watch from high above called out. We're here. That's the port city of Nia. Steve, bundled up in a thick winter coat, let out a long sigh. Ah, we finally made it to the Chromatos Empire. Suddenly, Claudia called out to them, hey, could you two come over here for a second? There's something I need to tell you before we enter the city. Steve and Elena listened in surprise. Then she shook Steve's hand. Thank you. Claudia said sincerely, thanks to your help, everyone on this ship is safe. If it weren't for you, we would have been buried at the bottom of the sea. Steve replied cheerfully, I suspect they might target others after failing this time around, but just in case, stay on your guard for any trouble. She then pulled out an item. I'll take your advice to heart, she said. Here, a small token of my gratitude. Steve asked curiously, what is it? She handed him a neatly folded piece of paper and explained, I'm usually swamped with work, but if you contact the sailors using this paper, I'll be the first one to receive your message. If you ever need anything or anyone, just this once, I'll drop everything to help you immediately. Steve took the paper, pleasantly surprised. I'll treasure it. Snow continued to fall, blanketing the port in white. A voice called out, no need to worry about entry procedures, just disembark and head on in. After saying their goodbyes to the crew, Steve and Elena made their way into the city together. Another voice then chimed in to guide them. Please present the identification papers you received earlier at the security checkpoint. Wherever the two of them went, the locals would wave at them with friendly smiles. Elena looked at her surroundings and suddenly blurted out, I wish the South was like this. A place where elves and dwarves could one day live alongside humans. Steve wholeheartedly agreed with her. Yeah, then Elena asked, where to now? He replied, we need to find a place to stay first. After that, we'll go gather some intel. Suddenly, a voice interrupted them. Excuse me, could you come with me for a moment? Hearing this, the two of them turned their attention toward the voice. Standing right in front of them was Siaya, and next to her was Wycombe. She waved her hand, signaling them to come closer. Shortly after, all four of them boarded a horse-drawn carriage. On the way, Steve asked curiously, so, you're taking us to your place? Yeah. Siaya raised a finger. Why so surprised? You saved my life. I couldn't possibly let you leave without repaying the favor. She continued. If you don't mind me asking, what brings you here? He crossed his arms and looked out the carriage window. How should I put this? Elena murmured softly, looking out the window as well. I've never seen a snowy forest before. Motem appeared and chimed in. I fled from that southern prince after a failed assassination, and Steve mentioned it's quite difficult to head south right now. The rest is personal. Sia smiled warmly. That's perfectly fine. Don't worry about it. She continued. Most smugglers just make the trip without having any real connections up north. I assume it's the same for you, right? Steve sighed. He thought to himself about how he had already spent all the money he made from raiding the ancient tomb to support Sky, then replied, Yeah. I guess this isn't exactly a great start. CIA's voice rang out. Well, I want you two to get comfortable here in the north. So from now on, I'll be supporting you as much as I can, covering everything from transportation to finances. Hearing this, Steve looked at her in confusion. Wait, what are you talking about? But that's going to cost a fortune. She remained completely calm. I really should have done this sooner, but please allow me to properly introduce myself. Meanwhile, Elena was still gazing out the carriage window, totally mesmerized. Just look at this place. CIA then formally introduced herself. I am Sia Hardenbrock, the sole heir to the wealthiest merchant family in the north. Before long, they arrived at the grand estate. The snow was still falling heavily outside. Sitting in the parlor, Steve was visibly stunned, wondering to himself, just how much does this sofa even cost? Elena looked up, marveling at the sheer extravagance of the manor. Steve leaned back against the plush cushions, feeling a slight twinge of envy. Being the heir to the wealthiest merchant must be nice. I couldn't make this kind of money even if I spent my entire life raiding ancient tombs. Just then, Sia walked over with a bright smile. I'm so glad you two are making yourselves comfortable. Elena then spoke up. Should I be calling you Lady Hardenbrock now? CIA burst into a soft laugh. Why so formal all of a sudden? Just treat me the exact same way you did on the ship. Steve turned to her, still looking doubtful. CIA, I have a question for you. When she nodded for him to continue, he said, Look, I get that you want to return the favor, but this level of gratitude, this is just way too much. Steve's expression grew serious. Is there something else you want to tell us? Sia nodded, her voice dropping lower. Do you remember the sailor we caught back on the ship? Steve nodded. I tried interrogating him, but I got absolutely nothing. They were just hired to kidnap you. The guy didn't even know the actual reason behind it. Sia sighed in agreement. Exactly. My guard, Wycombe, interrogated him too, but got the exact same story. At that moment, Wycombe reached into his sleeve. He pulled out a sleek, dangerous-looking dagger. A bead of cold sweat rolled down Sia's face as she continued. But take a look at this. I took this dagger from a thief who tried to rob me right before I left the north. She took a breath. When I first found it, I just thought it belonged to some common thug. Steve took the dagger from her hand to inspect it. A common thief wouldn't carry a high-end weapon like this. And there's a name engraved on it. Sia's voice darkened as she spoke the name. Augustin Riverwood. He was my father's absolute best friend and his most trusted business partner, she explained. Sia continued, her voice heavy with grief. Tragically, he was murdered during a robbery just a few days before I left the kingdom. Remembering the men in black cloaks, she said, I managed to extract information from those robbers about this dagger and about the person who ordered his assassination. Sia's tone turned deadly serious. And then this time, they used a bone ship to try and kidnap me. That means my family isn't safe anywhere anymore, not on land and not at sea. Steve narrowed his eyes, speculating. Is it possible it's just a coincidence? What makes you so sure that the same person is behind all of this? She shook her head. The truth is, my family is planning to revive the trade routes between the north and the south. Hearing this, Steve's eyes widened in shock. Wait, what? Is that even possible? I thought there was a massive magical storm completely separating the two regions. CIA quickly explained, it's extremely difficult, but not impossible. The smugglers have already been pulling it off. She continued, however, both sides have very different policies when it comes to non-human races, and they each exploit the smugglers for their own profit in different ways. Because of that, both sides are desperate to resolve the issue. She took a breath before adding, that's exactly why a group of northern merchants started making moves in the shadows. My father was their leader, and hundreds of merchants, including Augustin, gave him their full support. Sia sighed. As the representative of the family, I couldn't just speak about this to anyone. I had to travel down south personally to sign the contracts and finalize our future plans. Her voice dropped even lower. But the moment we began setting the operation in motion, I started hearing reports of people within the project being attacked. And then I was nearly kidnapped myself. Do you see the picture now? Steve nodded grimly. Yeah, I get it. It was way too brazen for them to attack you out in the open like that. They knew exactly where you'd be. Someone on the inside is pulling the strings. Imagining a faceless figure lurking in the shadows, Sia practically spat the word. A traitor. Steve looked at her, putting the pieces together. So, you actually want something else from us, don't you? She looked at him, pleading earnestly. Please. Her voice cracked with emotion. I need to find out exactly who is behind all of this. CIA quickly held up both hands to reassure him. Oh, but please don't worry. I will still fully support the two of you, even if you completely refuse to help me with this. She emphasized that her hospitality and her request were two entirely separate matters. Hearing this, Steve still wasn't completely sold on the idea. But is there a specific reason why it has to be us? Crossing his arms over his chest, he let out a heavy sigh and continued. Aside from that crazy run-in on the ship, we don't even know each other. On top of that, we have absolutely zero experience or knowledge about how things work up here in the north. If you're asking us to do this, we're basically the worst possible candidates for such a massive family crisis. She tapped her chin thoughtfully. Not necessarily. Actually, you two are completely perfect for this job. After all, absolutely no one knows who is pulling the strings behind these incidents. CIA explained further. If I send our own people to look into the matter, the mastermind behind this will notice right away and torture everything out of them. It'd be completely pointless. Hearing that, Steve sighed. True, it doesn't matter what they look like. They won't get a damn thing out of me. Is that why you brought us here? She replied. It wouldn't be very smart to discuss this at the docks in broad daylight. Then, holding up 2 fingers, she continued. Aside from Augustin, there are 2 other merchants involved in the project. I need you to keep an eye on both of them for me. Seeing his slightly weary expression, Cassia clenched her fists and stressed. Of course, I'll pay you handsomely for this job too. Motem popped up and chimed in. Sounds like a sweet deal, doesn't it? Our goal is to gather ancient artifacts in the north. It continued. Even if we have to travel everywhere and explore the entire continent just to track down those merchants she mentioned. Isn't it a win-win situation? You get to explore the north with the backing of a wealthy sponsor. Steve nodded, considered it for a moment, and agreed. Well, that's true. Then he said decisively, All right, I'm in. The 2 of us will be traveling around a lot anyway, so we'll handle your business while we're at it. Hearing that, Kazuya slumped back into her chair in sheer relief. Really? Oh, thank goodness. I was so worried I could barely breathe. WCOM smiled brightly. That's wonderful, my lady. What a relief. However, Steve was still a bit skeptical and asked, Aren't you worried about handing me such an important task? You were pretty harsh to me earlier. He replied calmly, You've shown us what you're capable of. If CIA trusts you, I respect her decision unconditionally. Motem remarked how different he was from their first meeting, and even Steve had to admit, You changed your tune pretty fast, huh? CIA turned to WCOM, looking a bit displeased. Don't say that. You'll put pressure on them. Brian already agreed to help me, so let me do my job. Then she warmly turned and told WCOM to show the guests around. Stepping outside, Steve looked at the sword in his hand. These past few days, we've been living like nobles. I almost feel guilty accepting such an expensive dwarven sword, even though I really need it. Sia, standing behind him, held out her hands. Please, don't feel guilty. I was actually surprised you only took that one sword. I was ready to give you a whole armory. Steve declined. This is enough. I want to travel light. Steve then asked seriously, So, there are 2 suspects, and you want me to keep an eye on one of them, right? The guy named Novelia Riverfell. She confirmed, Exactly. He's a merchant who supplies goods to the dwarven town of Silas, which isn't too far away. So it'll be much easier for you to head over there. You're taking this pretty casually, huh? Then Steve sheathed the sword at his waist and wondered, By the way, do you know where the nearest Adventurers Guild is? I need to take a test and get my license back. CIA was surprised. A license? Then she offered, How about I just get you one? That way, you won't have to worry about the test unless there's some special reason. Hearing that, he asked a bit nervously, Is that illegal? CIA gave a wry smile. In my experience, in the underworld, illegal only applies to people who don't have money. It's a shame, really. You should go get your license from ACOM. After hearing this, Steve realized it wasn't his first time doing this sort of work, but it was still pretty intimidating to hear a wealthy merchant say something like that. Are all merchants like this? Once the carriage was fully prepared, WCOM announced, I've stocked the carriage with plenty of food, money, and a few things you might need for your expedition. And one more thing. He pulled out a small sphere. This is a communication artifact. It allows you to contact CIA directly, so use it whenever necessary. But remember, you can only use it 10 times. Then Warcom handed him something else. And here is a Class A Adventurer's license. You can use it right after you verify it. Steve took it and realized it was designed to prevent forgery. It's made from a special alloy, one that lights up when its owner touches it, and only the guild knows how to forge that alloy. Finally, he wished the 2 of them a safe journey. We're counting on you 2 for a lot. Then he didn't forget to reassure them. Don't worry, we got plenty of experience with this from back when we were in the South. With everything ready, the two got into the carriage and set off. See you later. Arriving at a town, his voice rang out. Elena, I'm warning you right now. Steve reminded her that it would be best for them to avoid drawing attention to the artifacts. Elena was puzzled. What do you mean? He replied, because there are usually dozens of people itching to get their hands on them from a tomb. And in a lot of cases, many parties end up getting slaughtered before they even reach the ancient tomb. Opening the door to step inside a place, Steve instructed, So, if anyone gets too close, we'd better stay on our toes. The two of them then stepped into the Adventurers Guild. He spoke up. Let's see what jobs are on the way, and keep a low profile. Scanning the text on the flyer, he muttered to himself, To the Principality of Rakan. I guess the distance could vary, but why is the pay so low? Then again, I suppose I shouldn't be picky. Steve then turned to the clerk and said, I'd like to take this job. The man spoke around the cigarette in his mouth. I haven't seen you around here before. What's your rank? Hearing this, the others in the guild turned their attention to the pair. Steve spoke up. I have a question. Has anyone else taken this job besides us? The clerk rested his chin on his hand. About 5 people, I think. Honestly, getting that many is a minor miracle. Who would want to work in these conditions? Besides, it's hard enough finding B-rank adventurers, let alone an A-rank. His voice took on a sense of urgency. Anyway, they're gathering at the west entrance leading to the docks this afternoon. So, you'd better hurry up. Once they were outside, Elena asked curiously, Why was everyone staring at us like that? It's not like we did anything to stand out. Steve replied, They're probably just jealous or annoyed that someone's taking their jobs. He continued, I don't think they like people like me. Some young kids showing up with an A-rank badge. That sort of resentment is pretty common among adventurers. Spotting a crowd ahead, Steve said, That must be the place. Coleman saw him and asked, Who are you? Holding up a scroll, Steve replied, We're here for the job. Are you the one looking for escorts to Len's territory? Coleman took the paper and said, I was already disappointed with the people who signed up, but an A-rank? Finally, we have a real professional. But you don't mind working for just 200 quad a day, do you? Funds are a bit tight lately. I can't pay you any more than that. Steve shot back. Do you think I'd be here if I cared? Coleman turned and walked away, tossing back. You've got an attitude. Get in the carriage. The carriages lined up and began to move. Someone shouted loudly, Hey, watch the guy leading the way. Check the map carefully. And you guards, stay alert for any danger. I'm not paying you to sit around doing nothing. Steve peeked outside and groaned. Everyone seems so uptight, just like in the South. I'm already dead tired from all this. Right? Another man introduced himself. Nice to meet you. I'm Clauset, a B-rank adventurer. Steve casually replied, That's pretty cool. The man who was driving the carriage smiled back. Ha ha, spoken like a true A-rank. How the hell did you manage to reach A-rank anyway? Steve answered seriously, It's nothing much. Just stay alive and don't take jobs that are out of your league. Just focus on surviving as long as possible and wait for the right opportunities. If you do that, you'll make A-rank someday too. Clauset lowered his voice. You make it sound easy, but that's exactly the problem. He spoke up again, and lately I've realized something. Having a lot of money is the easiest way to rank up. But if we were rich, why would we even be adventurers? At that moment, Elena turned to him. Steve, I have a question. He turned with a and she immediately asked, There were plenty of other jobs, so why did you choose this one? Steve quickly explained to her, Well, it's not just because this route stops at the Nobelia Merchant Guild on the way to the Principality of Rakan. Think about it. An ordinary merchant assigned to transport goods directly to the main branch of a massive trading house? It's absurd. Something fishy is definitely going on there, and that means this is a prime opportunity for us. Once we complete this mission, we can negotiate directly with the Merchant Guild. All we need to worry about is how to make a good impression. Keep the carriages as close together as possible. Do not lose sight of the lead carriage. Just then, a harsh gust of wind slammed into Clauset's face, making him complain. Oh man, a sudden blizzard? Talk about awful timing. Of course, it happens right on our shift, doesn't it? Steve simply replied. Yeah, but deep down, Steve was thinking, this is the perfect time to pull some strings without anyone noticing. With that thought, he drew his sword, but in the process, he accidentally cut his finger. He quickly pulled out some powdered medicine. The moment she saw it, Elena asked what the powder was, and Steve replied, "It's styptic powder to stop bleeding. It's a common ingredient in healing potions, but using it like this works too. From now on, the scent of blood will be much stronger." As he explained this to her, Steve dripped his blood onto the powder. Then the two of them stepped off the carriage and he dropped the blood-soaked powder into the snow. Seeing this, she asked, "Is this the opportunity you were talking about? This scent of blood?" Steve answered honestly, "Yeah, exactly. We don't need to carry it with us. Can you scan the area?" A second later, she picked up a sound coming from the distance and immediately warned Steve, "Someone's heading our way." Steve asked, "How far away?" She replied, "About 150 meters. When are you planning to make your move?" But he just brushed it off. "If there are no witnesses, there's no point in doing anything. We have to wait until they get closer. That way, the others will see us in action." The group then continued their journey through the raging blizzard. After a while, Conrad shouted, "Hold up! Monsters right ahead!" The moment he saw them, Coleman asked in shock, "Snow apes? They normally keep to themselves. Why are they suddenly attacking here?" "Brace for combat. They're coming from behind us too." Gripping the hilt of his sword tightly, Steve sighed. "Good grief. Looks like we can't just sit back and watch." Elena quickly activated her powers, readying herself for battle, while Steve swiftly pointed his blade at the monsters. Noticing this, she asked, "Why use a sword when you could just wipe them out with magic in a flash?" But Steve replied, "It's always best to keep a few tricks hidden up my sleeve." In the blink of an eye, a snow ape lunged at him. However, Steve didn't flinch in the slightest. Once everything was finally settled, they moved on and rested at the Z-Mini Merchant Guild outpost. Everyone enjoyed their meals and chatted happily. "We'll need you to stop the carriages so we can inspect the cargo." Then, seeing someone approach, the guy at the head of the table raised his hand and yelled, "Hey, Brian, get over here, quick!" And Steve quickly replied, "I'm coming." What's more, the guy even treated them, calling out, "A mug of ale for everyone and bring out some more food." A second later, Claus beamed a bright smile and said, "Excellent. We're almost done with this carriage escort mission anyway." Next, he brought up their fight with the snow apes and said, "I still can't believe you took down that many snow apes. You're a true A-ranker, all right." At this, Steve felt a little embarrassed, scratching his head as he replied, "It wasn't that big of a deal." Besides that, the guy at the head of the table also asked, "So, what are you planning to do after this trip?" "We're thinking about exploring some of the nearby dungeons after finishing this run." However, he turned them down. "I'll have to pass. I'm not really good at the whole teamwork thing." Deep down, he figured they were probably just trying to recruit another A-ranker. So, the guy just laughed and said, "Well, I guess that's that then. Still, if you ever want to join a new party..." Right at that moment, Coleman pushed the door open and walked in. The instant he saw him, his expression soured and he muttered, "What's that old geezer doing here? Did the old man just come here to drink?" And Coleman angrily shot back, "I have something to discuss with you all." Hearing him say that left both Steve and Elena feeling a bit puzzled. After that, the two of them went along with him. Then Steve asked, "What's going on? It's not time for our payout yet, is it?" Hearing this, the old man simply replied, "Someone wants to meet the two of you." This only raised another question in their minds. Next, as they stepped up to the door of a room, they both heard, "It is a pleasure to meet you. I am Ruth, the assistant branch manager of the Z-Mini Merchant Guild." Steve was quite surprised to see him. On the other hand, he couldn't help but think to himself, "He made his move on us way faster than I expected." The next second, Ruth gestured toward the old man and said, "I've heard from Coleman about everything that happened. I wanted to be the first to represent the Merchant Guild and personally thank you for ensuring the cargo arrived safely. You really came through for us in a desperate time. All I can say is that we are incredibly lucky." And Steve cheerfully replied, "It was just part of the mission. We were simply doing our jobs." However, as he said those words, he accidentally revealed his ring for the man to see. Ruth felt a wave of confusion and thought to himself, A ring? Is that thing sparkling?" On top of that, the faint light from the ring was already seeping out into the room. The scene then shifted to the two of them arriving at the library. While they were searching for clues, he spoke up and asked, "Elena, find anything interesting?" And she simply replied, "I haven't found anything out of the ordinary." Next, Steve agreed, Yeah, same here. I've looked through all the ledgers on this side, but there's nothing suspicious at all. A moment later, Motum returned, having used a secret technique to take possession of Ruth's body. At this moment, he suddenly channeled his magic and said, "We have a 10-minute time limit before the seizure spell wears off. The old man has already been moved to a safe location." A moment later, Steve turned to Motum and asked, "Did it really take you that long? Think carefully. Was there truly nothing else?" Hearing that, he sighed and replied, "Don't go ordering me around with that arrogant attitude of yours." Meanwhile, Elena just stayed quiet, listening to their exchange. But then Elena let out a sigh of her own and said, "I've always found you to be pretty strange from the start, but to think you actually possess an artifact with a soul inside it? How bizarre." And only now had he revealed it. Hearing this, Steve could only scratch his head and mutter, "Well." Meanwhile, Steve, looking down at a map, replied, "Oh, here we go. I found it. Nobelia. Sia was right. I thought that guy Nobelia had been living in hiding all this time, but it seems his contact with the outside world was only restricted recently. The last record was just 1 month ago." And then Elena asked what the odds were that he was the mastermind behind the attack on Sia. However, Steve seemed a bit torn as he said, "We still don't have enough information to make a solid call on that. There are absolutely no records in the ledgers. If the people involved and the ones he reached out to were here, maybe we could have squeezed some information out of them." Motum, looking displeased, spoke up loudly. "What was that?" "The seizure spell is a powerful ability, but it isn't omnipotent. If we try to forcefully dig any deeper into their minds, their psyche could be completely shattered." On the other hand, Steve tried to placate him. I know. Man, I guess we don't need to dig through Ruth's memories anymore. It looks like he doesn't know anything about Nobelia's current situation anyway. At the end of the day, what we really need to figure out is where this letter is being sent and who the recipient is. If we can uncover all of that, we'll know exactly what Nobelia is up to and where he's hiding. Hearing this, Motum pointed out that the method of sending the letter would be decided by Nobelia himself, which means we'll just have to go check it out for ourselves. Steve quickly asked Motum, "So where do we need to go?" To which he explained, "The outskirts of this city. It's not too far." Trusting Motum's words, Steve made his decision. "All right then, let's place the letter over there as bait." Meanwhile, Elena had kept completely silent, just listening to the two of them analyze the situation. Eventually, he looked at her with a hint of surprise and asked, "Do you have any questions?" Motum chimed in as well. "Yeah, what's on your mind?" Without missing a beat, Elena voiced her thoughts. "I've actually been thinking about this for a while now. Memento Motum is just too much of a mouthful. Wouldn't it be better if we gave you an easier name to pronounce?" And the artifact Motum instantly grew indignant, snapping, "Huh? Is that right?" At this moment, Anfet was utterly enraged, his words exploding like spitting fire. Hands grabbed Conrad by the collar and roared, "Tell me the truth. Since when did you start betraying me? Who put you up to this?" And he frantically tried to explain himself. "Betray you? I wouldn't even dare dream of it. I have never once entertained such a thought, Your Highness." However, Anfet refused to believe him. "The only ones who know about the prophecy are you and me. Unless I've completely lost my mind, doesn't that mean you're the one who leaked the information?" Seeing him in such a blind rage, Conrad desperately tried to reason with him. "Yes, whatever you say is right, but please, think about it one more time. Do you honestly believe I am even capable of betraying you?" Hearing that, he gritted his teeth in anger, then fell silent to mull over Conrad's words. A moment later, he turned to him and said, "You're right. You have no reason to betray me. My mistake. It seems I haven't been in the right state of mind with all these endless incidents." Mark vanished right after getting treated, which only made handling the crisis in the East even more of a headache. What an absolute mess. Just then, a soldier rushed in to report to Anfet. "Your Highness, please come quickly," to which he demanded to know what was going on. The soldier hastily replied, "The third prince, he's finally awake." He immediately made his way to the third prince's chambers. Inside, everyone stood in dead silence around the bed, tending to the prince. After watching the situation in silence for a moment, Anfet stepped up to the bed and said softly, "You're awake." Meanwhile, Jero suddenly gasped out, 35 days? What happened?" Hearing this, he let out a fake sigh and echoed, "What happened?" Right after, Anfet proceeded to recount the entire ordeal to Jero. Anfet concluded, "That is everything that has transpired since then, so Are you satisfied with the mess you've made? Hearing his question, Jero just hung his head in silence. Seeing this, Anfet let his annoyance show, snapping, "You could have retreated and called for backup at any time. But you didn't, all because of your damn pride." At this, Jero just cast him a quiet, lingering glance, still saying nothing. A second later, Anfet added, "And one more thing. Father asked me to pass on a message the moment you woke up." He then echoed the exact words of Emperor Zero. "You're at Messer. Because you lost sight of your duty as General of the Eastern Vanguard, you failed to hold the front line. Not only did you allow the enemy to breach the fortress, but you also cost our army devastating losses. I cannot simply overlook this. From this moment on, you will bear full responsibility for your actions. You are hereby stripped of your title as General of the Eastern Vanguard." Hearing this harsh decree, Jero clutched his head in deep remorse and despair. Furthermore, as he listened to his brother relay their father's decree, his mind flashed back to the battle with Steve. Meanwhile, somewhere else entirely, Steve, Elena, and the sentient artifact Mortem were busy tailing a target. Steve glanced over his shoulder and grumbled, "We've been tailing this guy for 2 whole days now." To which Elena shot back, "You're not about to tell me we got the wrong guy or something, are you?" That's when Mortem chimed in, "Are you doubting me? Is that just professional paranoia? Do you honestly think a guy sneaking around looking for a letter in the dead of night is just some regular civilian? Just make sure you're reading the map right. At the very least, we need to know where the hell we're going and what the nearest landmark is." At this, Steve scratched his head, looking a bit lost. I'm actually not too sure." The artifact Mortem was stunned into silence for a moment, before completely losing its temper. "Do not tell me you dragged us all the way out here without even knowing where we are." Steve quickly tried to defend himself. "Do you have any idea how exhausting it is to keep my skills active while tracking someone through a damn blizzard? Animal instinct isn't exactly an easy skill to maintain, you know, and I've been running it non-stop for 2 days straight." Elena calmly cut in. "The nearest location is most likely the Raken Principality." Steve blinked, completely caught off guard. "Huh? How do you know that?" So, Elena went ahead and explained her reasoning. "Based on the map the CIA showed us before we left, I calculated our current trajectory. It's highly likely that's where we are. I've heard the Raken Principality sits right at the intersection of 3 different borders. That's exactly why none of the surrounding nations can interfere with it." Hearing her breakdown, Steve let out an impressed, "Oh!" Meanwhile, Mortem scoffed. "It really is the perfect place to lay low. You should take notes from her, Steve, and say." A little while later, they successfully tracked their target right to the edge of the Raken Principality. Staring ahead, Steve's jaw dropped as he exclaimed, "Whoa, it actually is Raken. Just what I'd expect from an elf and a former hunter. You're amazing." But Elena was all business. "Focus, keep your eyes on the target." Steve quickly nodded in agreement. Of course. But internally, Steve was already strategizing. He's heading into an alleyway. I better take him down fast before things get too complicated. The 2 of them silently tailed him deep into the alley. After walking for a bit, Steve glanced over and whispered, "Elena, where exactly does this alley go?" Without missing a beat, she replied, "I know the way." But suddenly, a hulking brute blocked their path, barking at them, "Hey, who the hell gave you permission to snoop around here? I ain't never seen your faces before. You really think you can just waltz through my turf without paying the toll?" Hearing the loud commotion, the young man they were tracking glanced over his shoulder, looking both confused and alarmed. Seizing the distraction, the target immediately bolted. Seeing this, Steve clicked his tongue in pure frustration. "The underworld is always like this," he grumbled internally. He watched their target sprint off into the distance, prompting Steve to curse out loud. "Damn it, he made us!" Meanwhile, the massive bearded thug just sneered at him. "Oh, as long as I'm standing here, neither of you is going anywhere. Try me if you've got a death wish. That is, if you even..." But before the thug could even finish his sentence, Elena delivered a brutal kick straight to his face, sending him howling in agony. Without wasting a single second, she sprinted past him to chase down their target. Hearing their boss screaming in pain, the rest of his gang spilled out from the shadows shouting, "What the hell is wrong with that crazy bitch?" Taking advantage of the chaos, Steve launched his own attack, roaring at them. "You shouldn't start a fight and then turn your back, right?" The moment the words left his mouth, Steve landed a massive punch on the bearded brute, making him shriek in pure terror. The sheer force sent the massive man flying backward. Cracking his knuckles, Steve glared at the rest of the gang. "Come on, all of you at once! I don't have time to waste on garbage." While the young man was desperately sprinting for his life, Elena had already caught up to him. She closed the gap with terrifying ease, thanks to her active skill, Swift Stride, which exponentially boosted her movement speed, allowing her to cover massive distances in the blink of an eye. Moving with the raw, devastating speed of a hurricane, Elena snatched him up in a heartbeat. She ruthlessly slammed him face first into the dirt, knocking the wind out of him as he groaned in pain. Pinning him down, she demanded coldly, "Nobelia Riverfell, where is he?" Thrashing on the ground, the man grunted out, "You really think I'm going to squeal to you?" In response, Elena mercilessly pressed her sharp, eagle-beak blade against him as a lethal threat. "It's a hell of a lot better than having your skull crushed," she whispered lethally. The man's tough guy act vanished in an instant. Okay, I get it. Just let me go." "What do you people even want from me? What the hell is going on?" After surrendering, he led Elena to a hidden location. After scanning the area suspiciously, she grabbed him firmly by the throat and hissed, "Are you absolutely sure he's here?" Sensing the sheer danger radiating from Elena, he stammered, Who are you?" Moments later, she knocked him out cold. Tossing his body aside, Elena muttered to herself, "I know for a fact someone's in there." Stepping inside, she was caught off guard. There really was someone hiding in the room. Still, Elena held her tongue, biding her time. She crept closer to the figure, keeping her voice low. "You're Nobelia Riverfell, aren't you?" The man jumped, visibly startled. He whipped his head around to glare at her, his voice trembling with anger. "So, you finally show your face. Look at what it's come to." Elena blinked, completely bewildered by his outburst. Before she could process it, he hurled a glass of water straight at her head. Luckily, she ducked just in time. The glass flew past her, shattering violently against the wall. As he let out a pathetic yelp, Elena pinned his head hard against the table. Frowning in confusion, she thought to herself, "Is this pathetic guy really Nobelia Riverfell?" Pinned beneath her, he shrieked, "What do you want from me? Why can't you just leave me alone? If you're going to kill me, just get it over with." Taken aback, Elena awkwardly released her grip. "Look, I'm not here to kill you," she muttered. Without warning, an assassin materialized right behind Elena's back. Catching his presence at the last second, she whipped her head around. The killer lunged, swinging a heavy battle axe straight at them. Acting on instinct, Elena summoned her cyclone magic. Instantly, a fierce gale erupted, blasting everything in its path. Nobelia cried out, caught in the suffocating gusts. Yet, the assassin stood his ground, entirely unharmed. Elena's eyes widened in shock. "An assassin?" she thought, bracing herself. He glared back at her with eyes full of sheer, murderous rage. A split second later, he blurred into motion. In a flash, her spectral eagle arm chomped down on a thick chunk of the wooden table. It chewed it up in an instant, spitting a barrage of deadly wooden splinters right at his face. But the assassin effortlessly cleaved them out of the air with his axe. Just then, the door swung open and Steve casually strolled in. Without missing a beat, he planted a brutal kick square in the assassin's face, sending the man shrieking in panic. Grabbing the staggering killer, Steve effortlessly hurled him across the room. Elena stared, stunned by his sudden arrival. Dusting off his hands, Steve turned to her. "Who the hell is this guy? Is he Nobelia's bodyguard?" Looking back at the groaning assassin, Steve sneered, "I only blocked your little attack because you swung it my way, idiot." Enraged, the assassin roared, charging at him again. Seeing the chaotic mess, Elena stammered out a reply. I'm pretty sure you just gave him a critical hit." Steve leaned in, lowering his voice. "Seriously, what's going on here?" "I have absolutely no idea what's happening," Elena admitted. "But we better take this creep down before we interrogate Nobelia." Meanwhile, the desperate assassin suddenly pulled out a small pill and shoved it into his mouth. Elena caught the movement out of the corner of her eye. "Steve!" she yelled in a panic. "His mouth! He just swallowed something!" Lunging forward, Elena grabbed the assassin by the throat, squeezing tight. The man let out a choked, gurgling gasp, struggling for air. Steve rushed in right behind her. "Hold him down!" he roared, delivering a heavy, gut-wrenching punch straight to the killer's chest. The sheer force of the blow made the assassin violently hack up the pill. As the assassin collapsed, coughing and wheezing uncontrollably, Steve snatched the wet pill off the floor. From assassination to suicide, huh? Damn it, what kind of mess did we walk into? Sometime later, after securing the prisoner, Steve activated his communication crystal to contact Cassia. So, does this mean Nobelia isn't the mastermind behind the kidnapping after all? Through the crystal, Cassia's voice rang out. I'm certain Nobelia isn't the traitor. In fact, this man? She paused, the line falling completely silent for a moment before she spoke again, her tone firm. Actually, Steve, you, Augustin, and all the others, you're all victims in this. Nobelia sat huddled in the corner, nervously listening to their conversation. Please, don't leave me alone with that psycho, he whimpered. Ignoring him, Cassia fell silent in thought for a moment, before adding with absolute certainty, there was clearly an assassination attempt aimed at Nobelia just now. Steve frowned, looking at the restrained killer. Then what's the deal with our assassin here? Does he know something we don't? A dark smile crossed Steve's face as he answered, I have a feeling we're about to find out. Glancing over his shoulder, he asked, Elena, do you mind leaving the room for a minute? I need to have a private chat with Nobelia. There's something I need to discuss with him. Hearing his name, Nobelia flinched, stammering in terror. What? Discuss what with me? Elena simply shrugged, unfazed by the tension. Sure thing, she replied, heading for the door. Once they were alone, Steve entirely bypassed Nobelia and stalked straight toward the tied-up assassin. The killer stared up at him, caught completely off guard. Steve just smirked, cracking his knuckles. All right, now it's your turn. The assassin thrashed wildly, his eyes burning with fury, but Steve didn't waste a second. He activated the mortem ring, its dark energy instantly suppressing the captive. In a matter of seconds, Mortem ruthlessly tore into the man's soul, taking complete possession of his body. Every single memory flashed rapidly before Mortem's eyes. From the moment Elena had him by the throat, all the way back to him slicing through those wooden splinters. Watching the blank look on the assassin's face, Steve finally asked, Well, did you find anything useful in there? The ancient spirit's voice echoed in his mind. Hold on a second, it murmured, falling silent as it went to work. After a moment, the possessed assassin visibly flinched, and Mortem muttered in sheer bewilderment, Huh? How is that even possible? While Steve waited in silence for an explanation, the Mortem artifact suddenly forced the man's body to collapse onto the floor, before violently ejecting itself from the assassin's mind. Steve furrowed his brow, staring at the unconscious man. What the hell was that? He demanded. Are you done? What did you see? Mortem's voice echoed back, laced with frustration. I was sifting through his memories, but I hit a wall. There is something inside his mind. It feels deliberately planted. But since when? It's foul. Absolutely sickening. There's a thick, unnatural fog completely blocking me from going any further. Steve's eyes widened in sheer disbelief. Are you kidding me? Something actually managed to block your power? Who the hell is this guy that someone went to such lengths to lock up his brain? And more importantly, who has the power to do that? It's not just a simple memory seal, the spirit grimly explained. That vile, muddy presence has been rotting in his brain from the very beginning, blinding my sight. But I did manage to catch a glimpse of one thing hidden deep within this bastard's mind. Something massive. A towering presence piercing straight through the heavens. The World Tree. Steve blinked, utterly thrown off. The World Tree? You've got to be joking. I thought that was rooted deep in the elven kingdom of Calem. What business does a mythical tree have hiding inside the head of some random human hitman? And what does any of that have to do with him hunting down Nobelia? Before he could think further, the Mortem artifact urgently cut in. Tell me, exactly how far is this place from the elven kingdom of Calem? And Steve replied, It's far, really far. Even on horseback, I have no idea how long it'll take. A moment later, it answered back. Good, at least you know that much. Then, that's exactly where we're headed. Hearing this, he asked it in surprise, Huh? We're trekking all the way to the Lum Tree just because of some vision you saw? But the Motem relic replied, We must get to the bottom of this. A second later, he asked it again, Get to the bottom of it? It then explained to him that the energy surging within that guy was just like the energy of the artifact in the Regia Valley. At that moment, speaking through the magic crystal ball, Steve talked to Sia. While I don't know the exact details, it seems that Assassin is connected to the Lum Kingdom. Furthermore, he added, I read his memories and saw the World Tree. Upon hearing this, Elena asked, the World Tree of the Lum? Right then, Sia replied, that's actually in the exact opposite direction of where you all are right now. Why would a place like that be brought up at a time like this? Steve just sighed and replied in frustration, how should I know? That's what we need to find out. Speaking of which, what happened to that last guy? Didn't you say there were still plenty of suspects? Right after, Cassia lowered her head and replied in anger, that's exactly the problem. While you guys were away, I looked into it, but I have no idea where that person is right now. At this point, feeling completely stuck, he sighed heavily and groaned, what a dead end. In addition, Cassia made a suggestion. We'll look into things on our end. You guys can do whatever you need to in the meantime. Left with no choice, Steve accepted it and replied, all right, thanks for your hard work. Oh, right, before that, couldn't you guys protect Nobelia for us? He's way too clumsy for us to just let him run around doing whatever he wants. Hearing this, Nobelia was startled. He also added, I can't believe such sloppy communication has actually worked out up until now. I guess the guy is pretty extraordinary in his own way. Sia spoke up from the other end of the line. In that case, I'll send someone to pick him up. Please wait at the Mini Merchant Guild. We have someone perfectly suited for a situation like this. CIA immediately agreed. All right, we'll reach out again if we find anything new. Steve also agreed, replying, got it. And after a couple of vague hums, he put the magic crystal ball away. Right after that, Nobelia hurriedly explained, this might be a bit late, but I want to thank you guys for your help. Everything happened so fast that I missed the chance to say it. But why would you spout such nonsense about me being clumsy? I was just gathering intel. Building an information network to fall back on in a situation like this was meant to pass on everything I've collected, just in case things go south. After hearing all this, Steve looked surprised and asked him, what are you talking about, intel? At this point, Nobelia had no choice but to tell everyone the truth. When I heard that Augustin died, I knew it wasn't just an accident. There was absolutely no way it was a coincidence, because all my instincts were screaming that someone was definitely pulling the strings behind the scenes. So I started investigating Augustine's death myself. I used every connection and information broker I knew in Reiken, and gathered all sorts of intel, ranging from assassinations of key figures to unexplained accidental deaths. Absolutely everything, and this is what I found out. They're using a dungeon in Kuss as their base. I'm absolutely certain of it. But Steve didn't believe him. Do you have any proof to back that up? A second later, Nobelia pointed at the map he had brought out and said, the funds and products of unknown origin circulating recently all point to one single place, and that is the dungeon in Salis. I swear on my entire career as a merchant to say this. Isn't that enough to prove my words? Seeing this, Steve felt satisfied, smiled, and replied, wow, I guess despite looking so clumsy, you really are a big-time merchant, huh? A moment later, he recalled what the Motem relic had said and thought to himself, a creature of shadows, an icy energy that seems to pierce right through the soul, and an aura of death moving like a living, breathing thing. To think I'd hear that guy's name up in the north again, the phenomenon where he loses control of his abilities. If we run into that thing, things are going to get incredibly messy on multiple fronts. That thought had kept Steve tossing and turning for 3 straight days. Sensing this, when it was just the two of them, Elena turned to him and asked, you look so serious. It feels like you haven't slept well in days. Is something wrong? Quickly, Steve replied, it's nothing. I'm just thinking a bit. He then fell silent. A moment later, he sighed and said, it's rare to see you care. Instantly, she felt both embarrassed and caught off guard. The next second, Elena averted her eyes and said, all right, fine. Let's just hurry up and go. I heard that if we follow this path, we'll reach Eisen of Kus, and he agreed, replying, all right, let's pick up the pace. After walking for a while, she spoke up again. Is this the place? Meanwhile, Steve asked in amazement, this is Eisen? I can't believe such a massive city exists underground. She then replied, it's a bit hot. Plus, didn't you just ask if it was because it's underground? Then she asked Steve, where do you want to go first? Hearing that, he replied, let's go check out the weapons first. As the two of them took off their cloaks, Elena asked him, weapons? Don't we already have enough weapons? But Steve explained, Well, these are good weapons, but if we run into tricks like anti-magic rooms during emergencies, the only thing we can rely on is a stronger weapon. As the two ventured deeper into the city, they ran into two people, and then the first old man looked surprised and said to Dorian, "Wait a minute, aren't they humans?" Hearing this, Dorian replied, "Huh? They came here in person?" The next second, he turned to ask the two of them, "Hey, what are you guys looking for? You aren't lost, are you?" Steve immediately answered, "Oh, perfect timing. I'm looking to commission a sword, but I don't know where to go." And Dorian kindly pointed him in the right direction. "Ah, there are plenty of weapons around here, but the deeper you go, the more skilled the artisans are. But the equipment at my place can be considered the best quality for the most reasonable price." Hearing that, Steve laughed and replied, "Ha ha. Thanks, but I'd like to look around a bit further." Dorian didn't make things difficult for him and said, "Ha ha, I can't stop you then." Right at that moment, the Motem relic appeared again. "Steve, wait a moment." Seeing this, he replied, "What? I'm busy." Hearing that, Motem quickly chimed in, "I'm sensing a familiar energy around here." At those word sentences, Steve immediately pressed, "A familiar energy?" While Elena remained silent, listening to the two of them, the artifact, Emotem, explained, "Over there, I believe your dear companion noticed it long before you did." Steve immediately asked, "What is it?" However, unsure of the exact answer, it replied, "I need to inspect it myself." It seemed things were getting interesting. Meanwhile, still feeling rather skeptical, Steve remarked, "Is this really the place? It just looks like an ordinary blacksmith." "Just an old man over there." Then the artifact, Motem, urged them, "What are you two waiting for? Why don't you just go inside?" However, instead of entering, Steve stood at the door and called out, "Hello? Is anyone here?" Inside, Melkulo was caught off guard by the voice. A moment later, he shuffled out to the door and grumbled, "Who goes there?" Seeing Melchilo, Steve awkwardly stammered, "Oh, are you a blacksmith?" Suddenly, the old man fell silent, then abruptly turned and scurried back inside, leaving Steve completely baffled. Steve turned back to the artifact, Motem, and asked, what was with that reaction? It simply replied, "My instincts were spot on. Although the scent has faded over time, it's unmistakably there." Astonished, Steve asked, "A scent?" Without delay, it explained the concept of death energy. There is a heavy stench of death energy radiating from both that man's body and this very house. Steve was still trying to wrap his head around finding death energy in such a place. The artifact, Motem, argued, "I led you all the way here, so why back out now? You should have grabbed onto his robes and begged for his help." Later, sitting down at a table, Steve let out a heavy sigh and said to Elena, "He outright refused to talk to us. It's not like we can just barge in there, right? But hold on, is he actually a blacksmith?" The artifact, Motem, immediately chimed back in. "For beings like dwarves, who spend their entire lives toiling with iron and ash, that scent seeps deep into their very bones. It cannot be washed away easily." Still, Steve wasn't buying it. "I just can't believe you actually smelled that," he muttered. However, the artifact continued to explain, "Regardless, that man is on a completely different level compared to the ordinary dwarves we've crossed paths with so far. When it comes to forging, he is the absolute best in this city." Still dubious, Steve asked, "Is that really true?" He certainly seemed to hate being called a blacksmith. Right at that moment, Dorian walked over and asked, "Hey, why did you two go in there?" Both of them turned to look at him, utterly bewildered. Meanwhile, the surrounding crowd started to murmur. "What exactly were you doing, snooping around someone else's workshop like that?" Whispers echoed, "Who sent them here?" Brushing it off, Dorian cheerfully continued, "I saw you guys heading out. You said you were traveling further north, so why wander into that place?" "Are you outsiders?" Steve answered honestly, "Yeah, it's our first time up here in the north." Dorian waved to calm down a few of his acquaintances nearby. "Don't worry, I'll have a proper word with them. Just go back to your work, folks. Everyone makes mistakes from time to time." Then, turning back to Steve, Dorian smiled. "I don't suppose I need to introduce myself to you lot." "I'm Dorian." Following his lead, Steve replied, "I'm Brian." Offering a handshake, Dorian cheerfully declared, "Great to officially meet you. Now, I won't beat around the bush. Did you meet him?" Taken aback by the direct question, Steve hesitated before answering, "Yeah, we saw him." Dorian immediately lowered his voice, warning him, "It's best if you don't bring up his name around here." Confused, Steve asked, "Why not?" Dorian simply replied that the old man had caused quite a bit of trouble in these parts. Piqued by curiosity, Steve pressed further. Trouble? Without missing a beat, Dorian explained candidly. He is a fallen blacksmith, a man who obsessed over fusing artifacts with weapons. That's who he is. His name is Melchilo. Later, inside a bustling tavern, Dorian, Elena, and Steve sat together. Fusing artifacts and weapons, Dorian started, posing a hypothetical question. I'm sure you've wondered about it yourself. Why go through such immense trouble? He began to explain slowly, painting a picture in their minds, a visual of frozen, jagged stones piled high upon one another. To put it simply, artifacts are like ice. Whether they take an angular or rounded form, their shape and underlying functions are entirely random. No one can truly control them. They are merely gifts left up to fate. Intrigued, Steve chimed in with a question. But what if that ice were to melt? As he spoke, the imagery of a sharp crimson blade manifested in their minds. It would turn into liquid, capable of morphing into any shape, essentially becoming pure, raw energy. Dorian continued at his steady pace. It would become an artifact or a weapon, possessing incredible abilities in the exact form its master desires. That was the masterpiece Melchilo sought to forge. The ultimate item. Hearing this, Motum interjected, It's a fascinating theory, but there is one massive flaw. Steve asked, Now that I think about it, you mentioned earlier that he caused a lot of trouble, right? Dorian took a deep gulp from his mug of ale. Letting out a satisfied breath, he answered. In order to melt down artifacts saturated with death energy, Melchilo resorted to using cursed tools forged by absorbing the dense necrotic energy found deep within the dungeons. There are certain dwarves who naturally possess a high tolerance to both magic and death energy. The narrative shifted, visualizing Melchilo furiously working away at his anvil in the sweltering forge. Dorian continued his grim tale, and while his twisted methods did actually work, in the end, it was Melchilo himself who broke down. An image of Melchilo's intensely strained face flashed in their minds. He concluded heavily. That ultimately led to the catastrophic failure of his experiment. The mental imagery shifted one last time, the experiment failing as the forge was completely engulfed in a wave of lethal energy, and Melchilo collapsing in sheer agony. Dorian continued. The artifact he failed to control unleashed a massive surge of death energy and exploded right then and there. Since Melchilo was caught right in the blast, that decaying aura seeped deep into his hands, leaving him severely afflicted. Dorian calmly explained to him that from the city council's perspective, they wanted him executed for attempting something so incredibly dangerous. However, the local lord decided instead to banish Melchilo to the most desolate corner of the city. The scene shifted to a dilapidated shack deep within a cave. Dorian went on, he had built up far too many great merits, so killing him would have been a massive waste. Inside that rundown shack, Melchilo sat all alone, staring blankly into space. Dorian sighed. But now, he can't even move his hands without taking painkillers. Whatever you might think of him, the man is truly pitiful. Had his experiment succeeded, he wouldn't just be famous in Kuss, but across the entire north. Yet among the dwarves, he is just treated like a notorious outlaw. Stet's expression turned serious as he spoke up. Hey, I just came up with a theory. Hovering right beside him, Motum chimed in. Me too. Cutting back to the cave dwelling, a dusty workbench sat cluttered with a few tools. The scene focused on Melchilo, whose thoughts were dwelling on Stet. He muttered to himself, Who was that brat anyway? Some kind of blacksmith? A sudden knock at the door shattered his train of thought. Melchilo frowned, wondering, who could that be? Is it the medicine? But as he pulled the door open instead of his delivery, he was utterly baffled to see Stet's grinning face staring back at him. Stet offered a friendly, cheerful greeting. Hey there! Startled, Melchilo immediately scrambled back inside. Stet quickly called out, Whoa, hold on a second. Don't just run off like that. He casually stepped into the house, completely ignoring Melchilo's furious shouting. Get the hell out right now before I call the guards. Do you have any idea that this is trespassing? Stet tried to reason with him. Just hear me out first, and I promise I will leave right after. The old dwarf turned around when he heard Stet call out his name. Melchilo! Standing right in front of him, the boy asked, Don't you have any intention of making your dream a reality? The only response he got was that same burning anger. Melchilo barked, Get out! Stet hurriedly pressed on. No, please, just listen to me. I came here because I need to talk to you about that experiment of yours. Those words only fueled Melchilo's rage even more. He snapped, What the hell does that have to do with you? How much more pathetic do you want to make me look before you are finally satisfied? Unfazed, Stet confidently declared, Use me. I am completely immune to the artifact's death energy. The boy's bold claim caught the old dwarf completely off guard. He scoffed, Stop spouting nonsense. Stet maintained his calm demeanor. He extended his arm toward Melchilo, a clear gesture of his willingness to cooperate. Looking him in the eye, he said, Let's forge a masterpiece together. The scene cut to a bitterly cold, snow-covered wasteland where Elena asked, How much further do we have to walk? The view panned to a swinging suspension bridge caught in a freezing blizzard. Motem answered Elena's question. We are almost there. Stet relayed the spirit's words to her. He says we are getting close. Upon reaching a dark cavern, Motem chimed in, It is inside here. Stepping into the cave, the two of them finally let out a sigh of relief from the biting cold. Stet remarked, I guess since nobody uses this kind of ore. This dungeon ended up being way out in the middle of nowhere. Elena looked over at him and asked, This is about that mineral called chromium, right? He nodded. Yeah, because it is a metal that actually stores death energy. Nobody wants anything to do with it. But ironically, that makes it the absolute perfect metal for our artifact. A massive dungeon exuding a dark, ominous aura loomed right before their eyes. Stet smirked. A huge dungeon like this is bound to give us both the chromium and the artifact. Are you guys ready? Let's go. The two of them leaped down into the dungeon. The scenery that greeted them was a dazzling underground cavern made of glittering ice. He couldn't help but marvel. Now this is a dungeon truly fitting for the north. He waved his hand, signaling her forward. Let's head deeper and check it out. As they pressed on, both of them were taken by surprise. It's actually getting warmer. Even though this is an ice cave, the deeper we go... After delving deep inside and wiping out the horde of monsters lurking within, he turned to Elena. Did you happen to spot any ore veins along the way? All I saw was ice. She let out a weary sigh and replied, Nope, me neither. Shouldn't a mineral packed with death energy be located somewhere near the artifact? Just then, Stet suddenly noticed a very bizarre cluster of ice crystals. He pointed at it, asking, Could this be it? Motem immediately gave him the answer. Yeah, that's the one. It is absolutely radiating with death energy. He casually snapped off a piece of the nearby crystal cluster and mused aloud. In that case, a massive space like this has to have some kind of guardian, right? He tossed the crystal shard onto the ground. The very second it hit, the entire dungeon began to tremble violently. A blinding light flared up from the deepest depths of the cavern, and a colossal monster materialized right in front of them. It snapped open its hideous maw, unleashing a deafening roar at the two of them that shook the dungeon to its core. Instantly shifting into a combat stance, Stet shouted to her, We will worry about mining after we are done wiping the floor with this thing. Deep inside the monster's throat, vicious ice crystals slowly condensed into a dense, glowing mass. It was charging up to blast them. Sensing the imminent danger, he immediately screamed out his orders to her. Elena, get behind the wall now! But before she could even move, the beast unleashed a barrage of jagged ice crystals straight at her. Stet reacted in a flash, conjuring up a massive wall of ice to shield her from the impact. The two powerful attacks collided with a thunderous explosion. Standing his ground, he roared back at the monster. Here, take this! Elena was caught off guard by his sudden move. That's the bullet you used with your old weapon, she said. He quickly snatched it up, channeling a blazing flame into his hand before aggressively thrusting it toward the monster. Nothing beats fire when you're up against ice, right? With a fierce roar, a massive blazing red fireball blasted straight toward the beast. The fireball slammed into the monster, making it let out a deafening, agonized shriek. Unfortunately for him, the blast only melted a tiny fraction of its icy armor before it instantly froze over again. Steve clicked his tongue and muttered grimly, It freezes right back up the second I melt it. He dashed toward the monster, shouting back at her. Elena, distract it for me. She raised her bow, attaching his bullet to the tip of her arrow. With precise aim, she fired, the arrow tearing through the wind straight at the beast. A massive explosion echoed as the arrow found its mark. Taking advantage of the blast blinding the monster, he leaped swiftly into the air, vaulting right over it. "Now's my chance," Steve roared, bringing his sword crashing down onto the beast with every ounce of his strength. A blinding flash of the blade struck the monster. Steve's sword violently clashed against the thick ice crystals plating its body. But suddenly, the jagged crystals extended, tightly gripping onto his blade. "My sword!" he gasped in shock. Before he could react, the monster brutally swatted him away. The sharp crystals on its body shot outward, piercing straight into him. The devastating attack left him with a severe wound to his side. Steve gritted his teeth in pure agony. His sword had completely snapped from the impact. Seeing him fall, Elena screamed his name in panic as the critical wound sent agonizing waves of pain through his body. The monster didn't stop. It let out a deafening roar and charged right at him. Elena quickly raised her bow, locking her sights fiercely onto the beast. She let the bowstring snap, sending a barrage of arrows whistling toward it. Every arrow exploded on impact, sending violent tremors throughout the dungeon. Taking advantage of Elena's distraction, Steve immediately cast a recovery skill, rapidly healing his gaping wound. But Elena's explosive barrage had completely enraged the beast. Its eyes widened menacingly, preparing to unleash something terrible. Suddenly, it violently plunged the icy crystals on its body deep into the ground. Unfazed, Elena kept up her relentless assault. She frowned in confusion, wondering why it was rooting itself in place. Her arrows continued to detonate one after another against the monster's armor. Meanwhile, a fresh layer of thick ice was slowly forming over its entire body. As the smoke from the explosions cleared, the monster was already gathering a terrifying amount of energy to strike back. Motem panicked as he realized the imminent danger. "Get out of the way!" he screamed at Elena. Right as the devastating blast of energy was unleashed, Steve yanked her behind a massive ice wall in the nick of time, narrowly dodging the beast's deadly counterattack. Motem warned him urgently, "Watch out for this abnormal ice. Stay behind the wall and observe its movements." "I know!" he snapped back. "If that hits me, I won't be able to regenerate." He furrowed his brows in sheer frustration at how unkillable the beast seemed to be. Is there really no other way? He thought to himself. Just then, something clicked in his mind. "Elena, hold the line," he ordered. "Shatter its lower half for me." She looked completely bewildered, having no idea what he was planning, but she nodded and followed his lead. "Got it," she replied. While she provided cover, he seized the moment to drain the raw power from a vein of necrotic energy ore. Motem watched in absolute shock. As waves of deadly necrotic energy surged directly into his body, it exclaimed, "The devouring curse!" Suddenly, a glowing system prompt materialized, announcing that his skill had just leveled up. "Wait a minute," he thought in surprise, but his train of thought was abruptly cut off. "Steve, the pillars are shattering!" Elena screamed. He instantly shifted into a fighting stance, channeling an immense amount of power into his arm, ready to strike. All right then. The moment the words left his mouth, a massive surge of freezing air violently condensed around him, forming colossal chunks of ice. He stood firm, single-handedly hoisting the gigantic block of frozen energy he had just created, fully primed to counterattack. A wildly confident smirk crept across his face, as if he already knew exactly how this would end. The monster stared at him in sheer terror, its massive eyes blown wide as it frantically gathered its own power. It unleashed a devastating beam of energy, but before the attack could even fully form, his colossal iceberg completely overpowered it, slamming the beast brutally against the cavern wall and shaking the entire dungeon once again. Trapped and utterly terrified, the monster clamped its jaws desperately around the giant block of ice lodged in its mouth, thrashing wildly to shatter it. Steve launched himself high into the air, glaring fiercely down at the struggling beast. Once again, he violently compressed the surrounding air into the palm of his hand, unleashing every last drop of his power. This time, a colossal, devastating tornado roared forth, obliterating the beast completely and ending the deadly threat of the dungeon once and for all. The scene shifted to the spoils of their harrowing raid, now laid out neatly across a wooden table. "Here are the ancient artifacts, along with the chromium," he stated. He flashed a triumphant grin at Melchilo. "I told you I'd bring it back, didn't I? Feel free to use it however you want." Dorian proudly jabbed a thumb at his own chest, thoroughly pleased with himself. "I didn't do half bad myself, eh?" The old man sighed. Looking at the battered state of the two adventurers, the old dwarf Melchilo asked him with a worried gaze, "Are you sure you'll be all right?" If the others find out you've been associating with me, they'll... But before the old man could even finish his sentence, Dorian cut in, reassuring his old friend. No matter what you do here, the results won't ever be recognized or known. In other words, whatever I do in the shadows stays in the shadows. Steve immediately backed him up. Exactly. Besides, I'm just a passing adventurer. I'll be leaving this place soon enough anyway. Melchilo let out a helpless, exasperated sigh as he looked between the two. You boys are absolutely reckless, he muttered. Steve calmly replied, looking completely unfazed. The burning desire to forge an even greater masterpiece, isn't that the very thing that keeps a dwarf's heart beating? His words struck a deep chord, and Melchilo's hesitation visibly began to crumble. You understand that feeling better than anyone here, Steve pressed on. I know you want to be there, to witness the exact moment a true masterpiece is born into this world. The old blacksmith's calloused hands began to tremble. Melchilo stood in deep silence, agonizing over a choice that felt like the most important decision of his entire life. After a long, tense pause, he finally made his choice. All right then, he grumbled softly. Tying his hair back, Melchilo dove right into the zone, his eyes blazing with sheer determination. He turned to Stet, put the artifact into the forge, and pull it out. Brian, you said you were completely immune to the artifact's death energy. Try to make the most of that. The scene shifted to a roaring forge, with thick plumes of smoke billowing into the air. Steve now held the artifact in his tongs, with Modem floating right beside him. He stared at the object in his hands in confusion. It looked just like ice, perfectly holding its shape. Modem answered his unspoken question, because only an artifact can truly destroy another artifact. I've never seen anything like this either! Melchilo pointed right at him, noticing what he was doing. He yelled out, No! 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 Don't use the tongs! Grab it with your bare hands! Steve was completely bewildered by the old man's words. Melchilo quickly explained, Don't panic. The gloves you're wearing are already infused with death energy. The gloves on his hands were radiating a dark, eerie aura. Melchilo watched him closely. Looks like you're holding up just fine. You really are completely immune. Don't worry about the heat. Steve looked down at his gloves, a wave of shock washing over his face. Suddenly, the artifact in his hands began to shake violently as if it was fiercely rejecting him. The death energy of the gloves and the artifact are clashing against each other, Melchilo explained, his expression turning gravely serious. This right here is a wall that normally cannot be crossed, he told him. He continued to guide him. Think of your gloves as a hammer and crush the artifact. During this process, a massive explosion of death energy is absolutely guaranteed to happen. At that moment, the old blacksmith flashed back to the horrific tragedy he passed years ago from that very same blast. Melchilo pressed on. If you can withstand it, you must keep forcing the heat into the artifact. If you fail, everyone here is going to die. Steve flared up when he realized the guy saying all this was now hiding far away from him. Why the hell are you hiding all the way over there saying that? He yelled furiously. The two old men immediately defended themselves. We're not hiding. We're just cheering you on from back here. Their bickering was cut off by Motem's voice, warning him to focus. The harder Stit crushed the artifact, the stronger the death energy it unleashed. It was completely true. The artifact would literally turn into pure energy when subjected to extreme heat. As they spoke, Motem zeroed in on the object in his hands. It was starting to warp out of shape. It was on the verge of erupting with pure, deadly energy. Motem earnestly warned him again. It told him that if even the tiniest fraction leaked out, it would trigger a massive chain reaction of explosions. Dorian and Melchilo, still cowering in the distance, couldn't help but panic at the sight before them. Dorian gasped, turning to his old friend. This death energy is absolutely terrifying. How on earth did you survive a blast like this, you crazy old man? And you actually lived through those explosions? Ignoring his bewildered old friend, Melchilo frantically screamed at Steve. Merge the chromium into the artifact. Do it right now. Hearing the command, Steve tensed up and swiftly followed his orders. Boom! A massive explosion ripped through the forge as a blinding purple light swallowed the entire room. Melchilo stared in absolute shock as the blazing light slowly began to fade. Trembling, he muttered, It's done. A radiant, glittering crystal now sat perfectly on the table, pulsing with a completely alien energy. Seeing it, Melch Chilo cried out in pure joy. The chromium has fully absorbed the artifact's energy. With a metal like this, I can finally forge the ultimate weapon I've always dreamed of. Dorian looked at his old friend's ecstatic expression and asked with concern, "But old man, are you really going to be okay with those hands of yours?" Melch Chilo walked straight towards Steve and the newly forged metal, throwing an answer back to Dorian. "Didn't you say it yourself? It's our very reason to live." Approaching the new metal, Melch Chilo couldn't hide the wild excitement on his face. He slipped on his forging gloves and called out to his friend, "It's all about mind over matter. Get ready. From here on out, it's our turn." One by one, the heavy bandages Melch Chilo unwrapped from his arms fluttered to the ground. Dorian asked his friend, worry-lacing his voice, "Hey, are you holding up okay?" "Now that the job is done, my hands are starting to ache again." The two old men collapsed onto the floor together, utterly exhausted. Just then, Melch Chilo wondered aloud, "Wait a minute. When did we even ask that kid, ST, to come over here? We've been waiting forever. Why isn't he here yet?" But right as the words left his mouth, a familiar voice echoed through the room. "I'm right here," he announced. Melch Chilo instantly replied. "Ah, there you are." The old blacksmith handed a sleek blade over to him. He grinned. "Now, take a good look at this." Steve stared in sheer awe as the blade pulsed with an overwhelming surge of energy. The old man continued proudly, "From now on, this is your sword, the Void Blade." Motem inspected the blade curiously and asked, "What's up with this? I'm honestly surprised. It doesn't feel like anything special." Still a bit dazed, Steve looked at Dorian and Melch Chilo. "You guys already named it? But why call it the Void Blade?" "Well, that's because the inside of the sword is quite literally empty," Melch Chilo explained. The razor-sharp sword shimmered, radiating a mystically powerful aura. He went on to explain the deeper meaning behind the name. It was forged solely to serve its master, but right now it doesn't even know who its master is or what they desire. So, doesn't it make perfect sense for it to be completely empty? A massive smile broke across his face as he admired the sword in his hands. He looked up at Melch Chilo. "I get it now. Thank you so much. So, how much do I owe you for this?" Melch Chilo immediately waved him off. "No need for that. Just take it." Still sprawled out on the floor in utter exhaustion, he smiled. Who on earth would work themselves to the bone like this just for money? Just getting the chance to forge a masterpiece like that, that's more than enough of a reward for me. If you really want to pay someone, go ahead and give it to my old friend who helped me make it. Dorian, lying beside him, had long since fallen into an exhausted sleep. Mechilo continued, "Now hurry on back. You still have forging and grinding to do. Working with chrome for so long has completely drained my strength," Mechilo said wearily. "I'm going to get some sleep now. If you ever have some free time later on, feel free to drop by." He hummed cheerfully, admiring his very own sword. The old man didn't forget to give him one last reminder. "And remember to treat it with the respect it deserves," he replied with a soft, "I will." The scene shifts. Steve's group was now standing in the middle of a rocky, snow-covered ravine. He turned to their dwarf guide and asked, "So, we'll find the next dungeon if we just follow the slopes of Mount Fod?" The guide nodded. "That's right. The group that attacked Augustine must have passed through this exact route." He looked apologetically at the two walking behind him. "I'm really sorry for making you kids leave your mounts behind and travel on foot." He let out a heavy sigh and explained, "With all the rumors about northern merchants getting attacked by snow apes, we're just sitting ducks if we ride." Steve looked awkwardly at the dwarf and waved his hands. "Oh, it's really no problem. You're guiding us, so it's the least we can do." An image of the white ape he had summoned flashed through his mind. He thought to himself, even though taking them out would be a piece of cake. A sudden worry crept in. "Wait, snow apes? Don't tell me rumors about my summon have already started spreading?" The dwarf, leading a horse-drawn cart up ahead, let out a hearty laugh. "Looks like I was recommended to some truly reliable adventurers. We'll be reaching a cave soon. Let's stop and rest there for a bit before we push on." Suddenly, the sword strapped to his waist began to glow, vibrating violently. He stared down in sheer confusion as the blade radiated a blinding light. Panic laced his thoughts. What the hell? Why is it suddenly acting like this? A wave of dark energy began to seep into the freezing air. Up ahead, the dwarf's horse let out a terrified shriek. Motem's sharp senses instantly picked up on the danger. He urgently warned Steve. "Something is coming! A sudden gust of wind violently whipped past the two of them, moving so incredibly fast that they couldn't even catch a glimpse of its shadow. Shocked, Steve thought to himself, "What the hell just flew past us?" The unnatural wind bypassed the two of them entirely, making a beeline straight for the dwarf, who had just raised his axe in a defensive stance. Taken completely by surprise, the dwarf couldn't react in time. He watched in horror as the bizarre wind enveloped and began to take control of his body. Steve whipped his head around, shouting a frantic warning. "Hey, watch out!" But the moment the words left his mouth, the dwarf was already charging at him, swinging his heavy axe down with lethal force. Steve let out a yell and vaulted backward, barely dodging the vicious strike. The axe slammed into the ground, shattering the solid rock upon impact. Sliding to a halt, Steve yelled in frustration, "What the hell are you doing?" Suddenly, a shadowy figure with glowing, eerie eyes manifested right out of the dwarf's body. The dwarf groaned in absolute agony, fighting desperately to resist the shadow's terrifying control. Motum stared at the phantom looming behind the dwarf and muttered, "Is that a phantom?" He was utterly baffled, scrambling to make sense of the entity's sudden appearance. But how is it even here? "What exactly is that thing?" Steve demanded. Glaring at the floating, sickly green phantom with its grotesque, demonic face, Motum grimly explained, "Phantoms are otherworldly entities from the astral plane. It freely roaming around the physical realm makes absolutely zero sense." Stunned by its origin, Steve asked, "You mean it's an entity from another world? Like a spirit?" Before Motum could even respond, the possessed dwarf let out a feral roar and lunged forward, axe raised high to strike him down. Steve swiftly ducked back, narrowly avoiding the lethal chop. Motum rapidly continued his explanation. "Exactly. It seems it possessed the dwarf because it couldn't do any direct harm to you or the elf girl." Desperate to end this nightmare, Steve urgently asked Motum, "Can I use my possession skill to force it out?" The dwarf growled in sheer torment as his vessel was hijacked, his face violently contorted as he stood panting, his dead eyes locked onto Steve. "You could try," Motum yelled back, "but if too many souls merge and intertwine, the host's mind might completely collapse." Steve grimaced, his brows knitting together in severe frustration. "So, you're saying he'll die?" Steve's mind raced, frantically searching for a viable solution. "If I just let this play out, he's going to die anyway. Damn it, what do I do?" Right at that agonizing moment, the blade at his hip flared with blinding light, shuddering violently as if begging to be drawn. Steve glanced down in utter shock. That was when Motum's voice rang out in his mind. "Draw the sword, Steve." He unsheathed the blade, his eyes widening in pure disbelief at the blinding aura it unleashed. "The sword, it's glowing," he breathed out. But before he could even process it, the dwarf charged at him again, letting out a blood-curdling scream as he brought the heavy axe crashing down. Startled, Steve gritted his teeth and braced himself against the incoming onslaught. His radiant sword and the heavy axe violently clashed, unleashing an ear-splitting screech of metal. In a split second, the sword erupted with a blinding holy light that engulfed the entire space, washing out everything around them, followed instantly by the agonizing shrieks of the possessed dwarf. Shielding his eyes from the overwhelming glare, Steve squinted at his own weapon in absolute bewilderment. What the hell is this light?" Moments later, as the searing light finally faded, the battlefield came back into focus. The dwarf lay completely unmoving on the freezing ground, wisps of dark smoke dissolving into the thin air. Steve took a hesitant step back, utterly stunned by the aftermath. Staring at the lifeless-looking body on the ground, dread pooled in his stomach. "Oh God, don't tell me he's actually dead?" "He is still breathing," Motum quickly assured him, "and the phantom that possessed him has been completely eradicated." Hearing Motum's words, Steve stared at the glowing blade in his hands in absolute awe. "Well, would you look at that? It actually works," he muttered. Motum scanned their surroundings, his tone dropping into a deadly serious warning. "Do not let your guard down, Steve. I am starting to sense a massive swarm of identical energy signatures heading our way." Elena, still trembling from the sheer shock, stared down at the collapsed dwarf. Is he dead?" she asked frantically. "What are we supposed to do now?" Steve pointed to the ring on his finger, the vessel containing Motum, and quickly reassured her. "Motum says he's alive. I just purged the phantom out of him. But he also said there are a lot more of those things heading straight for us. Motum, clearly annoyed by Steve's hesitation, snapped inside his mind. Why are you overthinking this? Just draw the blade and annihilate them all. I can guarantee you, boy, you are the exact target these phantoms are hunting. Hey, Steve looked at the ring as if Motum had completely lost his mind. What the hell are you talking about? Are you absolutely sure about that? It is painfully obvious, Motum firmly declared. Recalling the terrifying sequence of attacks from just moments ago, Motum broke it down for him. Think about it. The second that thing took control of the dwarf, it bypassed everyone else and specifically tried to butcher you. He asked, puzzled, Wait, you're right. Why in the world is that? Elena looked at him and sighed. She said, Earlier, I just had to step aside so I wouldn't get in your way. Motum looked at him and said, No matter what, I can still guide you to their lair. The dwarves will certainly be safer if you go in there alone. He gripped the sword at his hip, answering firmly. That's right, I've got this amazing weapon with me too. Let's see who exactly is targeting me. Stitt declared confidently, Let's head straight north. He and Elena pressed on toward the source of that terrifying dark energy. The scene shifted to a gloomy, sinister cave, reeking of malevolence. The two ventured deeper inside. He glanced around the cavern, a strong sense of suspicion creeping in. What is up with this place? This isn't just some normal cave. It looks exactly like a dungeon. The sword at his hip kept rattling, glowing as if warning them of danger. He looked down at it and muttered, Even the sword hasn't settled down since we set foot in here. They kept moving forward. Motum, hovering right above them, said, I'm not exactly surprised. Just keep following this path. I can smell the distinct stench of cosmic entities seeping up from deep underground. Deeper within the cave, an eerie voice echoed, How did the mission go? A figure in a black cloak, surrounded by an aura of darkness, stepped forward and knelt to report to the one seated on the throne. I failed, my lord. The figure on the throne glared down at the cloaked subordinate with menacing eyes. You failed, he snarled. He clenched his fists, trembling with rage as a deadly aura erupted from his body. The master hissed, I went through all that trouble to forge those phantoms using my own life force. He glared down at the kneeling servant, releasing a terrifying, oppressive pressure. But now, I know for certain. He thought of the boy and Motum pressing deeper into the cavern, murmuring, He must be the descendant of our ancient sworn enemy. It seemed that after all this time waiting, he had finally returned. The master barked his orders. Everyone, prepare yourselves. Meanwhile, Stitt's group was still delving deeper into the cave. Motum hovered in the air, grumbling in disgust. That rotten stench of cosmic entities is getting stronger by the second. Elena turned to Stitt, her face full of concern. If there are really that many otherworldly beings here, aren't we in massive danger? He glanced back at her and asked, You mean those phantoms? But Motum quickly chimed in to answer for him. Motum explained, Because of the unique mental bond between an artifact and its master, you possess a certain level of mental resistance. Go on, tell the girl that. Stitt glared in annoyance as Motum hid behind his arm. If mind control was that easy from the get-go, I would have just used domination to take Jer's head. He reluctantly clenched his fist and turned to Elena. Anyway, it's just a bare minimum layer of defense, so we still need to stay alert. She nodded in understanding, and he added, They have plenty of other ways to attack us besides just possession. She agreed, replying softly, I'll be careful. The two continued their trek deeper, but they found nothing but empty space filled with eerie echoes. Stitt asked, utterly confused, Wait, we've walked pretty far down already. Why is there absolutely nothing here? Elena, can you sense anything? After a moment of focus, she shook her head. No, I don't sense a single living creature. But right then, Motum popped out again, its face tense with anxiety as it warned them. No, it's too late. They've already surrounded us. Both of them watched in shock as dozens of black-cloaked figures materialized out of thin air, completely encircling them. They immediately snapped into a defensive stance. Elena stared at the cloaked mob in bewilderment. Where did they even come from? Stitt was just as baffled. I know, right? I didn't sense a single drop of presence from them. Just what the hell is going on? Suddenly, to their absolute shock, breaths emerged from the center of the black-cloaked crowd. The old man barked out a twisted greeting. His grotesque, sinister face fully revealed itself as he pointed a finger straight at Stitt. his voice dripping with mockery. "The Lord's greatest enemy," Motem muttered, glancing at his young companion in pure confusion. "Greatest enemy?" Stit stared back at the old man, completely baffled. What kind of ridiculous nonsense is this? The scene then shifted, showing Stit locked in a tense, brutal battle with the old man. Stit growled, "I'm not looking to get any answers out of you." He immediately channeled the power of his artifact, Motem. "Domination," the artifact declared. Stit furiously locked his aim onto Bress and yelled, "Shut your mouth and take this." A blinding beam of light shot straight into the old man's forehead. But it didn't seem to do a damn thing. Motem cursed loudly, "Damn it!" Stit turned to Motem, hovering beside him, visibly confused. "Wait, why are you still here?" Motem urgently barked back, "Stit, draw your sword, now!" Bress's eyes turned pitch black. He stared at Stit and sneered, "What an interesting little trick." The old bastard stood tall, looking down his nose at them as he scoffed, "Was that supposed to be the demon purging light?" He then faked a dramatic gasp of surprise. "Oh, wait. No, it feels a little different. It seems you actually do possess power worthy of being named our sworn enemy by the Lord." Infuriated and utterly lost by the old man's rambling, Stit snapped, "What kind of crazy nonsense has this guy been spouting this whole time?" Bress casually waved his hand, releasing a massive plume of black smoke. He chuckled darkly. "Since you clearly came here prepared," the black-cloaked figures surrounding them began to disintegrate. They dissolved into thick streams of black smoke, flying straight into the old man's raised arm. Stit watched the bizarre scene unfold, a wave of panic washing over him. He muttered in disbelief, "Those guys around us just vanished into thin smoke. Were they just phantoms this whole time?" Once they completely faded away, nothing was left but their empty black cloaks, scattered all over the ground. It finally clicked for him. That was exactly why he hadn't sensed a single trace of their presence. After absorbing the dark energy from his cloaked minions, the old man's arm rapidly withered away into a skeletal claw. He raised that bony arm and lunged straight at Stit. His entire body had now transformed into a terrifying, withered skeleton. Gripping a massive scythe, he looked like the Grim Reaper himself. He locked his hollow eyes onto Stit and roared, "Die!" Bress raised his skeletal arm high, hoisted the giant scythe, and brought it crashing down with devastating force. Stit desperately raised his sword across his chest, struggling with all his might to block the crushing blow. The sheer impact sent him flying backward. Elena, standing right behind him, witnessed the whole terrifying clash, her eyes wide with absolute horror. She watched in terror as the dark energy he conjured blasted straight toward her. Meanwhile, Steve gritted his teeth, fighting with everything he had to push back against Brad's overwhelming power. Watching him struggle, the old monster let out a mocking sneer. "Did you really think you were strong enough to be an enemy of God?" Furious, Steve roared back at him, "What the hell kind of nonsense are you spouting?" At the same time, he channeled his magic into his sword. Enchant. With the skill activated, he shattered the old man's attack. Forced to step back, the villain stared at Steve in sheer disbelief. Just then, sensing another threat hurtling his way, the monster snapped his head around. An arrow was whistling straight for Brad's skull. He caught it effortlessly, inches from his face, and growled in fury. "How dare you interfere!" His piercing glare locked onto Elena, sending a cold shiver down her spine. "You insolent, pathetic little elf," he spat. Seizing the moment he was distracted, Steve instantly channeled all his mana into his arm. "Mana vortex!" he bellowed, unleashing a massive surge of energy straight at the enemy. But the old monster simply swung his scythe, effortlessly shattering Steve's attack. Disdain dripping from his voice, he scoffed, "You bear the mark of my greatest enemy, yet this is all the power you possess?" Doubts crept into his mind as he thought, "I highly doubt he's holding back with me. Is he really just this hopelessly weak?" After a brief pause, the old monster suddenly threw his head back and burst into maniacal laughter, the sound echoing through the cavern and leaving Steve totally bewildered. "Ah, no wonder something felt off," he mused. The moment the words left his mouth, he launched himself at Steve. "It seems I was mistaken from the very beginning," he roared. The black scythe slashed down viciously. Steve barely managed to block it, groaning under the weight. This strike, it's way heavier than before. Teeth clenched and drenched in sweat, he stared at the razor-sharp, pitch-black blade hovering just inches from his face. Unable to hold on any longer, he was sent flying. Blood sprayed through the air as the scythe tore into his flesh. Suddenly, another force shot toward Brad. Caught off guard, he turned his head just as an arrow pierced right through his body, sending him into a fit of absolute rage. Without missing a beat, he gathered dark energy and took aim at Elena. "Stay out of our business," he snarled. Her eyes went wide in horror as the blast hurtled toward her. Before she could even flinch, the dark magic slammed into her, sending her crashing violently into the back wall with a deafening boom. Staring down at her broken, motionless body on the ground, he spat in disgust. "I have no interest in a filthy elf like you. Just lay there and bleed." With that, he grabbed Steve by the arm, hauling him up. "You can't even awaken the host body." Brad yanked him higher, his eyes fixing on the ring adorning Steve's finger. "How dare you step foot in this place, you absolute fool!" he roared. Steve's blood ran cold. He could actually see it. Panic gripped him as he thought, "He can see the Motum artifact?" Suddenly, Motum, manifesting from the ring on his finger, spoke up, looking right at the monster. "Apologies, but I'm in the same boat as my partner here." Floating effortlessly in the air, Motum kept its tone perfectly calm. "I don't understand a single word of the utter nonsense you're spewing." In response, crackling black lightning began to surge around the old monster's body. "Oh, then perhaps looking at this will jog your memory?" A crimson sphere wreathed in dark lightning materialized, projecting an image that both Motum and Steve instantly recognized. They stared at the scene unfolding before them, completely stunned, unable to believe their own eyes. Seeing their shock, the monster gloated, "That's right. You've seen this plenty of times, haven't you?" Brad's hand became engulfed in pure energy, forming a razor-sharp blade. Looking down at Steve, he declared, "I am merely a fragment of the Great One, a lowly vessel acting in his stead. And my only purpose is—" Without finishing the sentence, he grabbed Steve's arm, raised his energy blade high, and brought it slashing down, cleaving off the hand that wore the Motum artifact. Steve let out an agonizing, blood-curdling scream. His severed hand fell with a heavy thud onto the cold ground. The monster crouched down, casually sliding the ring off Steve's lifeless fingers, and finally finished his sentence. "To wipe all of his enemies from the face of this world." Gazing at Motum in his palm, he smirked. "But you should be proud. Out of all the ones I've faced, this little human you brought along has survived the longest." The grim reality of their devastating defeat was clear. Elena lay slumped against the wall, completely unconscious. Meanwhile, Steve was curled up in pure agony, clutching the bloody stump of his severed arm. Taking in the slaughter, the monster smiled smugly at Motum. "You trained this one quite well, I must say." Having lost the artifact, Steve gritted his teeth, choking out through the pain, "Ugh, my ring." Right at that moment, Steve heard Motum's voice echoing in his mind. "Do not panic." He instantly went quiet, trying to process the situation. After a moment, Steve thought back to it. "How?" It quickly explained, "Our bond isn't completely severed just because the physical ring was taken. Calm down." However, the monster interrupted, "It doesn't matter if you understand my words or not. Both you and your pathetic companion are going to be sealed away by my hand, and the Great One will make that seal eternal once he returns to this world." Hearing this, the Motum artifact gasped in shock. "What?" The monster sneered, "I actually pity you. You're doomed to repeat this endless cycle over and over until the day you finally perfect yourself, even though you can't even manage to regain your own memories. Truly, what a tragic fate." While the monster was busy monologuing, Steve quietly channeled healing magic into his stump, desperately whispering recovery incantations. Meanwhile, the monster simply stared in silence at the Motum artifact. A moment later, having stopped his bleeding, Steve smirked and asked, "Well, isn't this getting a bit more interesting?" Taken aback by his defiance, the monster scoffed. Oh, is that so? I suppose you two won't get bored down there, since you'll be sealed away together." Steve's bravado faded into anxiety as his mind raced. "Damn it, what the hell do I do now? Charging in blindly is just going to get me killed. Should I use magic? But what kind of spell would even scratch this guy?" Just then, the Motum artifact flared with magical energy and urged him, "Light! Remember what happened with the dwarf? Light magic will definitely work." Without a second to lose, the monster lunged at Steve again. But to the beast's absolute shock and disbelief, its dark magic completely failed to penetrate the sword in Steve's hand. Seeing this, Steve's eyes widened in stunned realization. Holy crap, the light actually works. Motem quickly reminded him, think back to what the blacksmith said. The core of the sword is fueled by the user's absolute willpower. The blade will answer your deepest desire. Having an instant epiphany, Steve let out a deafening battle cry, pushing himself to the absolute limit to unlock his true power. A split second later, his blinding power erupted, leaving the monster utterly baffled and horrified. "What the hell is this?" it roared. Even Steve was completely taken aback. He stared at the glowing sword in his hand, murmuring in his mind, "Is the light from the sword transferring over to the artifact?" With this? Wasting no time, Steve cast his next spell, Bondus, Weight Reduction. Next, BK cast a full power spell, striking the monster. He unleashed every ounce of his strength, attacking it relentlessly. Overwhelmed, the beast let out a furious roar. Meanwhile, ST smiled in satisfaction, thinking to himself, "Yeah, I knew it. 3 ancient artifacts. It's just too much for me to handle." He struck the monster again, forcing it to fly back in panic to defend itself. Then, he followed up with a relentless barrage of slashes, making the terrified beast shriek in agony. Pinning it down, he demanded, "Who are you?" He paused. "No, never mind that for now. What did you mean by this great enemy you mentioned?" The creature coughed violently, choking out its words. "When the time is right, you will know." It scoffed. "What meaning does the answer hold for you now? You just need to do what you must do. Perhaps, one day, you will eradicate us completely." Furious, he snapped back, "Stop giving me these damn vague answers." But the beast only continued. "From the very moment you slipped that ring onto your finger, everything that follows became your inescapable fate. Reject it, and you will die. Embrace it, and you will witness the truth with your own eyes. So, keep struggling all you want." Hearing this, Sit clicked his tongue in frustration. Shh! Devour the curse! Once the battle was finally over, they traveled to another city. He turned to Elena and said, "Well, we have made it to CNT. This is the city of engineers," he explained. She looked around and replied softly, "Compared to Ison, it seems so much more peaceful here." A moment later, he suggested, "Let's find a place to rest and study these scrolls. Ever since we made it out of that dungeon, we haven't had a single second to look over the loot. There are so many scrolls here. We are bound to find some useful information." Eventually, they settled into a local tavern to look over their findings. The contents were mostly filled with bizarre numbers, strange diagrams, and the names of materials they had never even heard of. Elena fell silent, deep in thought. After a while, she pointed at the parchment. "Hey, look at this line right here." He leaned in closer to read it. "Formation of the inner core, and mobility mechanisms." What exactly were they trying to build here? He wondered aloud. It says, "All orders are to be sent to Chuck Lay's workshop. The deadline is set for the end of October. Chuck Lay's workshop? Huh? Looks like we finally found a solid lead." Right at that moment, a massive explosion echoed from outside. Boom! Startled, the two of them exchanged confused glances. Seeing their reaction, the waiter quickly hurried over to explain, "Oh dear, it's a bit loud out there, isn't it?" "I am so sorry about the racket," he offered a polite smile in return. "No worries at all. It is our first time visiting the city, actually." "Did that explosion come from a workshop?" The waiter nodded enthusiastically. "Yes, it certainly did. It is no surprise that things are a bit more chaotic than usual today. After all, today is a very special day." Intrigued, Steve immediately asked, "A special day? How so?" The waiter happily explained, "Well, the Grand Engineering Expo is being held in just 2 days. Engineers from every field imaginable will be gathering to showcase their latest inventions and research. Since the deadline is approaching so fast, what you are hearing is just the frantic sounds of the workshops in overdrive. If you two don't have any pressing matters, you should definitely go check it out. There are going to be so many brilliant creations on display. It is going to be absolutely fascinating." Hearing this, Steve let out a surprised gasp. "Oh, wow," he murmured. Then an idea struck him. "Say, do you happen to know where Chuck Lay's workshop is located?" The waiter hesitated for a moment before replying. "Ah, well, I can sketch out a map to old Chuck Lay's place for you, sure. But honestly, he probably isn't taking any new orders right now. Elena frowned in confusion. Is that because he's too busy preparing for the expo? She asked. However, the waiter shook his head, dismissing the thought. No. His workshop isn't running at all anymore. The building is still standing, but from what I hear, it was shut down about a month ago. Hearing this, both of them widened their eyes in shock. The waiter shrugged and added, I'd wager he is probably just in there clearing out the last of his equipment right now. Steve stiffened, alarmed by the sudden news. He cursed under his breath, Damn it, why the hell did it have to be right now? Please, draw me that map, as fast as you can. A short while later, the two of them hurried over to a secluded workshop nearby. Stepping inside, Steve approached the man in charge. Hello there. We came here because we were told this was Mr. Chuck Lay's workshop. The moment the name left his lips, the man froze in disbelief. After a long silence, the man replied in a low, heavy voice. Charlie was my father's name. He offered a stiff introduction. I am Chad. As you can plainly see, I'm afraid this workshop has been out of commission for quite some time now. We are no longer accepting any new orders. Without missing a beat, Steve pressed him, what exactly happened here? But Chad immediately shut him down, refusing to explain. Look, I really don't want to air out my family's private matters to complete strangers. So, if you don't have any other business here, I'm going to have to ask you to leave. Just then, the magical artifact, Motum, whispered directly into Steve's mind. Should I invade his consciousness and extract the information by force? It would be child's play for me. But Steve immediately shot the idea down. Absolutely not, he muttered back. We need to gather our information ethically. Just give me a second. Turning back to the man, Steve spoke with gentle respect. I deeply apologize. We didn't mean to pry into your family's personal affairs without knowing the full story. But the truth is, we are currently investigating something in secret, and we are genuinely worried that your father might be caught up in something terrible. Hearing Steve's grave tone, Chad's eyes widened, a mix of pure shock and desperate curiosity washing over him. Suddenly agitated, he grabbed Steve's arm and demanded fiercely, Do you know something about what happened to him? Seeing the man losing his composure, Steve calmly replied, No, I can't guarantee that we have all the answers. But Chad refused to let go, pleading desperately, Please, I am begging you, help me find out what happened to my father. Sometime later, back in the quiet tavern, Steve and Elena sat down to speak properly with the man. Let us properly introduce ourselves first, Steve began smoothly. This is Elena, and my name is Brian. So, you are saying your father has completely vanished. Chad lowered his head, a heavy sigh escaping his lips as he answered him. It's been a whole month. I don't even know if he's still alive in this world anymore. He recalled the past as he spoke. One day, a few figures in black cloaks came to see my father. They brought along some blueprints, asking him if he could forge this or that. He lamented, remembering the lonely silhouette of his father working night after night. At first, he was thrilled to try something new, pouring his heart and soul into that project. But he looked more gaunt every time he came home from the forge. His voice then grew heavy with gravity. Then, suddenly, one day, he just vanished into thin air, along with every single item he had crafted. I did everything I could to track his movements. He let out a heavy sigh of despair. But I couldn't find a single trace. Saying that, he stared at Steve across from him. Until you two showed up, that is. As night finally fell, Steve stretched his tired limbs and stepped out of the inn. He said he'll be back tomorrow. Elena glanced at him, silently asking for his thoughts. So, is this really the dead end of the trail we've been chasing? He replied with hesitation. Well, yeah. Suddenly, Motem appeared right beside him to reassure him. Don't worry about it. It's a bit faint, but they definitely left more tracks behind. Hearing this, Steve gave a confused frown. Are those guys really sloppy enough to leave tracks? Motem answered him casually, completely unaware that their entire group was being watched. They probably figured no one would pay attention to such an ordinary city. As those words left his mouth, the two figures perched on the roof suddenly darted away. The heavy thud of their landing instantly drew their attention, proving Motem right. Look at that! They popped up as fast as if someone was trying to beat them to death in a dungeon. Right on cue, the two black-robed figures drew their weapons. Glancing at them, Motem stated with absolute confidence, "If they're really that pathetic, you could take them down without breaking a single drop of sweat." In a flash, Steve drew his sword and called out to them, "Hey there, boys!" He thrust his blindingly radiant blade forward and yelled, "Feast your eyes on this!" The piercing glare from the sword forced the robed men to raise their arms in defense. The light grew overwhelmingly bright, completely engulfing their bodies. After staring at the pile of ashes on the ground for a moment, he sheathed his sword and said firmly, "After seeing that, I'm absolutely certain. If goons like these are involved, Master Chuck Lay didn't just run away on his own. I bet he's been kidnapped or locked up somewhere." Hearing his theory, Elena immediately raised a grim point. "Do you think they might have already silenced him?" Steve replied calmly. "Unless they found another master craftsman, they wouldn't just kill him off so carelessly." With that settled, the group pressed onward, chatting as they walked. These guys' motives are as clear as day. They secretly abducted him to forge something for whatever dark scheme they're plotting. Come on, let's check the more isolated areas first. The scene shifted to a breathtaking snow-covered landscape, accompanied by a questioning voice. "How about this place?" Elena activated her spiritual senses. Sweeping the area, she murmured, "I can definitely feel it. It's faint, but there's definitely a life force here, and it doesn't belong to a monster." Hearing her confirmation, Steve called out into the open, "Hello, is anyone there?" Then Elena continued, "I only caught a fleeting glimpse of it, so I can't tell if it poses a threat to us or not." "Not only that, but," Motem chimed in, speaking at a slow, deliberate pace, "the foul stench of those fanatics is still lingering around here. It's absolutely revolting." In stark contrast to their caution, Steve excitedly drew his sword. "Well then, no point in waiting around. Let's go. Let's wipe them out quickly and bounce. MK forged me a seriously wicked weapon." A moment later, a black-robed cultist currently being held by the collar let out an amused laugh. "Has a new challenger finally graced us with their presence?" Steve knitted his brows, thoroughly annoyed by the man's attitude. That guy, what's with you people and opponents?" The cultist maintained his mocking smirk. "We don't just cross blades with our enemies without a good reason, you know." Hearing this, Steve scoffed in disdain. "Oh, really?" "Because I don't buy a single word of that," he grumbled, leveling his drawn sword at the man. "Every single goon I've run into said the exact same thing, yet every last one of them tried to take my head off." As the blinding light erupted from his blade, the black-robed cultist stared at it and began shrieking in sheer terror. After effortlessly wiping out a horde of cultists, Elena and Steve ventured deeper inside. She glanced back at the carnage they left behind and marveled. "Well, that was a lot easier than I expected." Steve, on the other hand, sheathed his sword with a look of total dissatisfaction and complained, "I seriously can't believe these guys. What's the point of fighting enemies who just poof into dust the second they look at a glowing sword?" After walking a bit further, they stopped in front of a large cave entrance. "This has to be the main chamber." Suddenly, his eyes widened in sheer surprise at the sight of the figure inside. Staring at the man heavily bound in ropes, he yelled out in panic, "Master Chuck Lay!" Steve rushed over to Chuck Lay and draped a cloak over him, quickly tossing instructions to the person behind him. "Elena, check on Master Chuck Lay's condition. I'm going to scout the perimeter and secure the area." She nodded swiftly. "On it!" After leaving the old man in her care, Steve stood up and began scouting the area. His mind was racing with dark thoughts. Ever since he had set foot in this main chamber, a sinister, dreadful feeling had only been growing stronger and stronger. Right at that moment, a beam of light flashed through the dark space. Sid tilted his head and peered into the shadows. He spotted an object bound by heavy chains to a stone. It was radiating the aura of a relic. He picked it up, muttering to himself, "What the hell were these guys planning to do with a relic out here?" With a sharp grunt, he crushed the object in his grip, instantly devouring the curse it held. Immediately after, the monotonous voice of the system chimed in. "Active skill, Ice Wave, has evolved into Ice Needle. Passive skills. 2 new skills, including acrobatics, have been unlocked. The supplementary skill of the Mem Relic is currently in the process of being unlocked. Once the required conditions are met, the seal will be fully lifted. Total number of relics absorbed to date, 5. Current mana reserves, 67,503. Locked abilities. Relic synchronization number 4, mana cost 45,000. Relic avatar, mana cost 9,000. Unknown skill, unknown relic, unknown mana cost. Glancing over the flood of information, he sighed to himself. Man, I've been so caught up lately, I haven't even had time to check my stats properly. With that thought, he tapped on the newly unlocked skill slots. A moment later, Steve returned to Elena to check on the situation. How is he holding up? She glanced down at Charlie, who was so exhausted he had passed out on the ground. He's stable now, she replied. I cast a healing spell on him and gave him a medicinal pill. But the stress must have been too much, so he blacked out. Hearing this, Steve immediately called out, Great, we've got a ton of stuff to carry, so let's get moving. A while later, the three of them finally arrived back at Charlie's house. Sitting up on his bed, his eyes filled with gratitude, he said, You too. I truly don't know how to properly thank you. I honestly thought I was a goner, trapped in that dark, damp hellhole without being able to move. Steve offered a gentle, reassuring smile. We're just glad you're safe, sir. Though, we do have a few questions for you now that you're awake. But at those words, the old man simply lowered his head in heavy silence. What exactly happened down there? Steve pressed. After a long moment of hesitation, Charlie finally spoke up. You two already know that I received a commission from those monsters, right? Steve nodded. Yeah, we know. Charlie let out a heavy breath. The job itself was actually quite simple. He slowly unraveled the dark secret. The order was for a type of medicinal syringe. They specifically commissioned the item, but kept me completely in the dark about what it was actually for. But I've been in this trade for years. Trying to hide something like that from me was utterly pointless. His voice broke as he recalled the agonizing days his family was watched. But those bastards took my family hostage. I had no choice but to agree. What he revealed next was truly horrifying. I managed to create a prototype of that syringe. Those sick bastards filled it with some sort of pitch-black liquid. The next thing I knew, they took it and injected that foul stuff straight into the corpse of a child. Charlie's eyes darkened, haunted by the memory. And then, a few hours later, that dead child actually came back to life. Hearing this, both Steve and Elena froze in utter shock. Seeing their pale faces, the old man pressed on. Of course, they immediately killed it again right after, but I swear to you, that body was alive. Taking it all in, Steve gritted his teeth, a wave of revulsion washing over him. They're trying to resurrect the dead? And they're doing it with alchemy instead of a relic? No, even with a relic, dragging the dead back to the mortal realm is completely absurd. It should be outright impossible. He immediately reached out internally, asking, Hey, Modem, do you think something like this is actually possible? The entity fell silent for a brief moment before finally answering, That child, it countered with a heavy question of its own. Did it truly come back to life? Snapping back to reality, Steve quickly pressed Charlie further. So, where is that syringe right now? Charlie answered him with utmost caution. From what I gathered, right after the final test, they shipped it off to the Elven Kingdom at the Great Tree. I don't know the full story, but I know for a damn fact that it bodes ill. The scene shifted to a grand palace. Outside a set of heavy doors, a man was desperately pleading. My prince, I beg of you, please step out of your room, just this once. Hearing the frantic shouting, a nearby guard panicked and tried to intervene. Lord Banstock, please, His Highness needs to rest right now. But Banstock refused to listen, continuing to cry out outside the door, completely disregarding the exhaustion of the one inside. My beloved prince. Inside, Zero remained in deafening silence, looking utterly frail and drained, not making a single sound in response. Just as Banstock grit his teeth in deep distress, a cold voice suddenly echoed from down the hall. What is all this absolute racket? Banstock jumped, whipping around toward the voice, and gasped. Prince Alfred! He and the surrounding guards hastily dropped to their knees, bowing deeply in apology. I sincerely apologize for causing such a disturbance in the royal palace, Your Highness. I was just so worried that I got a little... Alfred calmly cut him off. I understand. It is only natural for a loyal servant to worry for his master. As he spoke, his cold gaze shifted towards Zero's door. Even so, you cannot keep carrying on like this. Right on cue, the heavy doors to the room creaked open. Elegant, polished boots stepped slowly into the dimly lit room. Zero couldn't even bring himself to look the man in the eye. He let out a frail, shaky breath and muttered, It has been a while. Banstock. Seeing the prince's withered, sickly body, Banstock's heart broke as he cried out, "Your Highness!" At that moment, Alfred let out a mocking scoff. "You've spent so much time resting that you look like an absolute wreck, little brother. Hurry up and make yourself presentable. You are expected in the Great Hall. His Majesty the Emperor has some urgent matters to discuss with you." Hearing his brother's words, Zero's eyes widened in mild shock. "What, me? Just go get ready." A short while later, dressed in proper royal attire, he made his way into the Grand Hall as the herald announced, presenting His Highness Prince Zero. Stepping inside, Zero's voice rang out, steady and full of deep reverence. Third Prince Zero pays his highest respects to His Majesty, Emperor Cheris. With that, he immediately dropped to one knee, bowing deeply before the towering figure on the throne. "I have come at your Majesty's summons." Sincero cast a visibly displeased glance at the man kneeling below. Looking down at Jero's severed arm, he asked, "Good, how is your body holding up?" Jero maintained his posture, answering calmly, "Thanks to your Majesty's care, I am feeling much better." Wasting no time, the Emperor cut straight to the point. "I have a question for you, Jero." In the echoing silence of the vast hall, Sincero's words carried a heavy, unseen weight. "Your arm, do you wish to have it back?" At those words, Jero's eyes widened in sheer surprise. "Do you have a plan, your Majesty?" The warm glow of the palace faded, shifting into a raging blizzard where two figures trudged through the snow, deep in conversation. "Calum, you said this is the kingdom of the Northern Elves?" "That's right. Why do you ask?" Elena smiled, brimming with anticipation. "I know this isn't exactly the time to be cheerful, but as a Southern elf, I can't help but feel excited to finally see the only world tree left on the continent." Seeing her so lively, Steve let out a soft sigh and replied, "Right, I think I've heard about that. For elves, the world tree is the source of all life. You must be really looking forward to it." As he spoke, an image of the world tree crossed his mind. Come to think of it, wasn't the tree that mutated into the gatekeeper of the Dark Forest a subspecies of the world tree? She eagerly shared a bit more lore with him. "I've also heard that before the continent was divided, our ancestors carried seeds of the world tree, settled down in the Dark Forest, and planted them there. Though I doubt they could have ever predicted the world tree's corruption. But wait, how did you know about that?" In response, Steve simply raised his hand, showing off the ring on his finger. "It told me," he smiled. "Once we're done here, let's go check it out. If we're lucky, we might even find a seed to take back and plant in the south." And so, the two of them kept walking, casually chatting about everything under the sun. "I really appreciate your thoughtfulness, but aside from that, I heard the ecosystem around the world tree is supposed to be incredibly stable. But if things keep going like this, aren't we all going to freeze to death?" The moment the words left his mouth, Motum materialized, firmly shutting down his concern. "You're not going to die." Steve stared blankly at the spirit, throwing out a wild guess. "What, you mean if I freeze to death, you'll just drag my soul back into my body?" Motum quickly set him straight. "I mean, it won't even come to that." After walking a little further, a lush green landscape miraculously appeared beneath their feet. The two of them pulled back their hoods, faces full of sheer astonishment. Steve stared at the bizarre clash of two completely different climates, absolutely baffled. "What the hell is this place? Did we just step into an illusion or something?" Motum chimed in. "You can relax. If this were an illusion, you wouldn't even realize you were trapped in it." Steve hesitated, asking, "So, what is it then?" Motum carefully explained it to him. "You two have just set foot into the sanctuary preserved by the world tree." He gestured toward a colossal tree towering in the distance. "That's why whenever elves gaze upon that tree, they feel an overwhelming surge of love. Pretty amazing, isn't it?" Laying eyes on the majestic tree, Elena's face filled with profound emotion, her voice soft and full of wonder. "That is the world tree of Calum." In stark contrast to her awe, Steve gritted his teeth, his frustration boiling over. Just what exactly are those fanatics after that they target the world tree itself? His mind then flashed back to a previous conversation through the crystal orb back at the inn. "If we piece everything together, are you saying the Mastermind's forces have already infiltrated the Calum kingdom?" Steve had replied firmly, "Exactly. And I want to hunt them down as fast as possible within those borders." Ciel's voice echoed from the other side of the orb. "If their target is in the north, then luck is actually on our side. We've pinpointed the location of the only remaining merchant. They said his last known whereabouts were in the KLM kingdom. Highly suspicious, don't you think? Back in the present, Steve furrowed his brow, analyzing the situation. If that person really is a dark trace, then this is our golden opportunity. What's his name? The voice from the orb quickly dropped a name, Sylveston Gray. Locking that name in his memory, he assured her, "Got it. I'll ask around and see what I can dig up." Ending the flashback, the three of them pressed forward, urged on by Modem's sudden warning. "Steve, get ready. You already noticed them, didn't you?" His gaze hardened, and he replied through telepathy, "Yeah, I sensed them the moment we stepped foot in here." Feeling the tension, he slightly drew his sword and asked, "Are we their targets?" Motem immediately corrected him. "More like they're trying to wipe out anyone who gets in their way." He then called out over his shoulder, "Elena!" Hearing Steve call her name, she immediately understood his intent. "I know, a mere cold wind wouldn't make my Amrita react like this." The moment she finished speaking, two bizarrely masked figures materialized right in front of them. "Who are you? From the way you're standing your ground, you don't look like fools who just wandered in here by accident." Not that it matters anyway. The one wearing a single-horned mask pulled out a massive hammer, resting it menacingly on his shoulder. Meanwhile, the one with the twin-horned mask drew a great sword, taking a similar battle stance. Steve quickly slipped on his explosive gauntlets, grumbling to Motem. "I told you these guys talk too much." Motem replied, "Well, that's actually a good thing. We'll use you as sacrifices for our welcome back gift to Chuck Lai." Suddenly, a dense cloud of smoke and dust erupted from the explosives on Steve's gauntlets. Motem recalled the aura of an old enemy, muttering in realization, "That bastard gives off the exact same vibe as that Grim Reaper from before. I don't think they'll go down as easily as those phantoms." After setting off a small flash of light, he immediately dashed forward and reassured her, "Don't worry, I've gotten stronger too." Gripping his sword tightly, he called out the skill name, combining Bondus with enchantment. "First form!" He aimed straight at the two-horned bastard, who had been standing silently and watching him this whole time. Just as Steve brought his sword down, the enemy effortlessly blocked it with his broadsword. Stunned, a bead of cold sweat rolled down his face in sheer disbelief. "Huh? But I used the exact same amount of power as last time." He recalled the moment he had sent the Reaper flying with that same move, wondering to himself if there was some hidden condition he needed to trigger. The masked man let out a mocking laugh, his voice dripping with amusement. "Well, well, you truly are an interesting one." Seizing the moment, the one-horned brute leaped into the air, raising his massive hammer high to smash him. Just then, a volley of familiar arrows swiftly shot toward the enemies. A deafening explosion ripped through the air as the two forces collided. The one-horned masked, a freak, had actually caught Elena's arrow bare-handed. The two-horned masked man behind him did the exact same thing. He crushed the arrow in his grip, snapping it right in half. Immediately after, the two demons glared at the thick plumes of smoke rising from the blast. Hidden within that very smoke, Steve was already whispering a plan to the person behind him. "Elena, I need you to cover me." Drawing her bow, she readied herself and replied, "Ah, got it." In a flash, a sharp arrow pierced straight through the thick smoke and shot outward. The one-horned brute quickly swung his hammer to deflect the arrow. Seizing the opening, Steve darted in from the blind spot right under the beast's arm. Steve channeled all his strength into his explosive gauntlets. It was a weapon that used his own inner energy as ammunition. Just as he threw a full-force punch and shouted his skill name, a dark shadow blurred past them and the blast erupted. The two-horned bastard had reacted with terrifying speed, slamming his broadsword down to intercept Steve's punch at the very last second. Steve gritted his teeth, furiously cursing them in his mind. "These damn bastards!" On the other side, Elena quickly raised her bow, taking aim once again. Without a single word of warning, she released the bowstring, sending an arrow screaming forward. The two masked enemies coordinated flawlessly. One brought his massive hammer crashing down right where Steve had just dodged, while the other effortlessly slashed the arrow away with his blade. The moment Steve's feet hit the ground, he whipped out two small spherical bombs and shouted, "Tesla!" With a fierce swing of his arm, he hurled the two spheres straight at the masked freaks. The two-horned brute immediately took a batting stance, raising his broadsword like a baseball bat as he locked his eyes onto the projectiles. With a clean, effortless swing, he swatted the explosive spheres right out of the air, sending them flying. Immediately after, a lethal sword wave came slashing towards Steve. Steve stared at the incoming slash, his brow furrowing in shock. A sword aura attack? Acting purely on reflex, he threw up his sword to block the fierce strike, groaning in frustration. Why is every single one of their skills completely different? With some fancy footwork, he brilliantly deflected and shattered the two-horned demon's attack. But in that brief moment of distraction, he completely failed to notice the one-horned brute lunging at his exposed back. It was only when the massive hammer was mere inches away from crushing him that Steve finally realized the deadly danger he was in. Then, a thunderous crash violently echoed out as another massive shockwave tore through the battlefield. Covered head to toe in soot and dust from the blast, Steve gritted his teeth, visibly annoyed and completely caught off guard. What the hell now? As the thick, choking dust slowly cleared, the one-horned brute had been sent flying several feet away by some unknown force. The one responsible was none other than McDowell. He casually rolled his wrist and threw them a calm, indifferent side glance. Long time no see. Elena gasped in shock at the sight of the man standing before them. As for Steve, his pupils shrank to pinpricks, veins bulging on his forehead as he seethed with pure, unadulterated rage. General McDowell! Unable to hold back, he furiously charged straight at the man, roaring at the top of his lungs, "You absolute bastard!" Following his lead, Elena instantly loosed an arrow to back him up. McDowell looked slightly puzzled, but effortlessly raised his shield to block both of their fiery attacks. Steve's blade violently clashed against the roaring lion's head on the shield, its glowing red eyes burning with a fierce light. Recognizing the cursed thing, his frown deepened as he cursed under his breath. Right, that damn shield. A split second later, McDowell shoved his shield forward with terrifying force, sending Steve skidding back several meters. He spoke up calmly, putting a halt to the pointless brawl. "Before you try to take my head, we should probably finish off the real threat here first." Adding a surprisingly helpful warning, McDowell pointed out the ambush coming right from above Steve's head. "You might want to look up." Steve instantly raised his blade just in time to block a vicious downward strike from the two-horned freak. The masked demon glanced down at Steve's trembling sword and sneered mockingly. "You seem awfully relaxed, don't you?" But in that brief moment of arrogance, Elena's arrow whistled through the air and violently pinned into his body, blasting the demon away and freeing Steve from the deadlock. Without missing a single beat, Steve snatched up the broadsword the two-horned enemy had dropped. Using his Bondist skill, he completely erased its heavy weight, dual-wielding the massive blade alongside his own sword as he unleashed a devastating twin-weapon assault right into the bastard's chest. But the very second he sent the demon flying, the towering figure of McDowell came charging in like a heavily armored rhino. Hearing those heavy, thundering footsteps closing in, Steve whipped around and roared. Once again, the two men violently clashed head-on. The demonic broadsword Steve had just stolen smashed furiously against the lion-headed shield, sending a blinding shower of sparks into the air. The sheer impact launched both of them violently backward. McDowell smoothly dug his heel into the dirt, bringing his long skid to a graceful halt as he stood his ground. Steve did the same, but his eyes widened as he realized the stolen broadsword in his hand was rapidly disintegrating into thin air. A few paces away, the two masked freaks had already regrouped and were shouting orders at each other. "Get on your feet," the two-horned beast growled, sounding out his partner. "What exactly should we do with these little trespassers?" The one-horned brute grunted, totally missing the hint. "The hell do you mean by that?" With a sickening thud, the giant hammer was dropped heavily onto the ground. The bodies of the two masked monsters began to gruesomely melt and fuse together as they revealed their final plan. "We're going to slaughter every single one of them." The moment those twisted words left his mouth, the two horrific entities merged completely, morphing into a colossal, pulsating sphere of pitch-black darkness. From within the sphere, a skeletal hand reached out. Sensing the shift, Mark took a defensive stance and spoke up. "Looks like things just got a lot more dangerous." At his words, Steve stared in disbelief at the fused body of the two masked men. Mem called out its true name, a Death Knight. The Death Knight loomed before Steve and his group. Elena rushed over, calling out to sit. He looked visibly anxious. Elena continued, her voice tense. It would be a huge mistake to turn this into a three-way battle. Morwell frowned in silence, listening closely. "But if we temporarily team up with someone we can actually reason with, wouldn't that be better?" Hearing that, Steve shot her a glare and roared, "What? I'd rather blow this whole place to the ground than team up with that bastard. Motem materialized instantly, cutting Steve off. You absolute idiot. Shut your mouth and listen to the elf. The fact that the shield guy showed up right in front of us means we can definitely strike a deal with him. Glancing over at the Death Knight, who was already raising his sword, Motem added, if you want to tear each other apart, do it after we take that thing down. Steve ground his teeth in rage. He shot a furious glare back at Morwell and barked, hey, you bastard! I'll take the front. You back me up. I've got a bone to pick with you, but I'll save it until after we clean up this mess. Got a problem with that? You can just walk away right now if you want. Morwell furrowed his brow, thinking to himself, so, he understands how I fight. A faint smirk touched his lips as he replied, fine, understood. Suddenly, the Death Knight lunged straight for their group. Sit yelled out to Elena, Ellen, cover us! The Death Knight was already bearing down on him. He narrowly dodged its first strike, immediately swinging his own blade back at the monster. Riding the momentum, Sit unleashed a relentless flurry of sword strikes against the Death Knight, but the undead warrior refused to back down. Gripping its spear tightly, the beast took a vicious sweeping strike at Sit. By some miracle, he managed to dodge it. Though he evaded the brunt of it, the spear tip grazed his cheek, drawing blood. Steve ground his teeth, furious. Where the hell did that spear come from? Its attack patterns make no sense. The knight didn't pause for a second, launching itself forward and catching Steve completely off guard. He scrambled backward. The monster hurled its spear right at Steve with devastating, earth-shattering force. But right at that moment, Morwell flashed into view, planting himself directly in its path. His furious glare actually made the Death Knight flinch. Morwell slammed into the creature, sending it crashing hard into the dirt. He raised his shield, and a brilliant halo of light erupted around it. The eyes of the lion carved into the shield blazed a menacing crimson. Crushed by the heavy pressure of the light, the Death Knight wildly raised its sword to block. The beast shoved back against Morwell's attack with everything it had. Before it could even recover, Steve's sword tip was already inches from its face. "You're a serious pain in the ass to work with," Steve growled, his voice dripping with venom. The strange comment clearly confused the monster. Without a second of hesitation, Steve brought his sword crashing down on the Death Knight, tearing a horrific shriek from its lungs. Steve readied his steel-clad fist, gritting his teeth in frustration. Damn it, that was way too shallow. This bastard is built like a tank. Igniting his fist, he threw a brutal, flaming punch that caught the knight completely off guard. The Death Knight frantically leaped backward to put some distance between it and Sit. But before it could even catch its breath, a magical bolt shot straight toward its face. It narrowly dodged the blast and hissed, "How interesting." The creature turned its head, glaring at Morwell in absolute bewilderment. Morwell's brow furrowed, channeling a massive surge of energy into his shield. He launched a devastating strike at the beast. A colossal explosion ripped through the spot where the two clashed. Sit shielded his face from the blinding dust and muttered, "Did that do it?" Motem's voice rang out grimly. No, that shield bearer's attack didn't even leave a scratch. The Death Knight had somehow summoned its own shield to perfectly block Morwell's massive blow. Seeing this, Motem cursed, "He actually blocked it." The Death Knight lowered its shield and growled, "How completely infuriating. You've really become quite the meddlesome nuisance." "I cannot let these worms reach the World Tree," the beast thought to itself. Suddenly, the sword in Steve's hand began to glow brightly, vibrating with intense power. He stared at his blade in confusion. My sword. It's reacting even stronger now. Out of nowhere, the Death Knight collapsed to the dirt. When it rose again, its entire form had twisted into something else entirely. A formless, terrifying dark spirit. Morwell watched in sheer horror. In the blink of an eye, the monstrous spirit shot forward, wrapping its ghostly hands around Morwell's throat before he could even raise his shield. His entire body began to violently convulse. Morwell ground his teeth, fighting through the suffocating agony. What is this terrifying chill? He thought wildly. Watching the scene unfold, Sit was absolutely horrified. What the hell? Sit screamed. It barely even touched him, and he's already freezing over. Motem yelled out in urgent warning. That bastard completely threw away its defenses. It's pouring everything into pure offense now. That freezing aura is literally sucking the life out of him. Steve launched himself into the air, aiming a deadly strike right at the spirit's back. If it dropped its defenses, then I can tear it apart, Steve thought fiercely. But without warning, a spectral hand lashed out from the creature's smoky body, striking Steve first. Steve's eyes widened in shock. Where the hell did that extra hand come from? Completely overpowered, Sit was sent flying backward, crashing hard into the ground. The spirit doesn't have a physical body anymore, Motum warned. Pinned down with a ghostly grip around his throat, Steve glared up in fury. This is getting so damn annoying. The entity kept one phantom hand tightly clamped around Mark Dowell's throat. Twisting its formless body, it reeled back and hurled a brutal punch straight at Sit. But right at that very second, a blinding beam of light crashed into the monster, knocking it away. Elena glared at the beast, her brow deeply furrowed. The magical blast had come straight from her. The monstrous spirit stretched its eerie phantom hand toward Elena. It clicked its tongue in irritation, scoffing internally. Just a pathetic, miserable elf. But that split-second distraction was all Steve needed. Seizing the opening, he drove a crushing punch straight into the demon's face, making it howl in agony. He furrowed his brows, glaring back at Cho, and sneered, "I am betting everything on this one strike, you bastard!" A thick layer of ice instantly bound his legs. Cho couldn't move an inch. Panic set in as he thought, "My legs!" Steve launched himself high into the air. He gripped the hilt of his sword tightly and roared, "Increase weight! Medium level!" Sparks crackled fiercely. A surge of blue lightning coiled around his arm and the entire blade. Steve drove his sword down with brutal force, plunging it straight into Cho's body. The impact triggered a massive explosion, completely obliterating the area beneath him. Later that evening, Elena and Steve sat around the campfire with Mark. Steve pondered for a moment before speaking up. "Are you hiding something from us?" Suspicion and anger fueled his voice as he yelled, "Last time you came to capture us, but now you're giving us medicine and playing ally? And how the hell did you even find us?" Mark replied with perfect calm, "Just intuition." Steve stared at him, utterly bewildered. "What?" Steve snapped. Mark just kept talking. "As long as Venya remains an enemy of the Southern Alliance, the entire South will be a path covered in thorns." Elena and Steve listened intently to every word Mark said. "Don't you think in that situation it was painfully obvious where you two would escape to?" He recalled the image of himself walking alone in the dead of night and added, "Of course, you don't need to worry about being followed. Tracking you from Venya to this place was entirely my own decision." Steve let out a heavy sigh, mulling it over before saying, "So, you're telling us to trust you? A noble and a grand general of Venya, who supposedly threw everything away just to come to the north?" Mark smiled and replied, "There is a huge misunderstanding here. I was actually born in the north. You could search this entire continent, and you still wouldn't find anyone with less attachment to the south than me." He looked at the two in front of him and continued, "I simply heard rumors of an adventurer making massive waves after arriving in the north, so I followed that trail here." Steve sighed, muttering, "Those damn rumors." Motum suddenly materialized beside him and chimed in. "If he really is a northerner, he could have just quietly stayed there. Why would he drag himself all the way to the south just to spout this nonsense?" Steve immediately turned to question Mark. "Then what exactly did you mean by attachment?" Mark sat comfortably by the small fire and answered, "My journey to the south and becoming a general was simply because it aligned with the path I was already taking. Prince Laplace is a good man, but even he cannot tie me down to one single place." Steve remained silent as he listened. Mark continued, "Meaning I have absolutely no obligation to report my actions or blindly follow orders." Motum popped up again and whispered, "This guy has completely lost his mind." Steve pressed further, "Then what is your actual purpose for coming here all alone?" A thrill-seeking smile spread across Mark's face as he answered, "My goal is simple. A fight with someone truly strong. Let's finish the duel we started last time. That is all I want." Steve was absolutely floored. He froze, his mind reeling. "What the hell? That is your goal? That's the whole reason you threw everything away?" Motum shook his head in disappointment. "I take back what I said. He's just a complete idiot." The scene shifted to the next morning, with Motum advising, "Don't let him get to you." Steve snapped irritably, "You think I can just let that go?" Motum reasoned with him. "If he had wanted to kill you from the start, he could have just tossed you to that death knight and walked away." Steve grumbled, "I know, but..." Motem quickly interjected, "You've gotten much better at making friends, so what's the issue here? You can always fight him later." Steve was walking alongside Mark and Elena. He let out a depressed sigh. Turning his head to look at Mark, he asked, "Hey, if you're really from the north, do you know anything about the World Tree?" Mark flinched slightly, glancing over at him. He replied, "Aside from the fact that the World Tree plays a crucial role in maintaining the northern continent's ecosystem, I don't know much. However, I do know quite a bit about the elves who protect it." Elena's ears twitched, visibly startled upon hearing that. The image of the capital, Zenta, surfaced in Mark's mind. He explained that the roots of the World Tree lay in Zenta, the capital of the Forest Kingdom, guarded by elves with extraordinary skills and immense experience. The figure of an elf flashed through his memory. He continued, "They are called the Sealers, and their sole duty is to protect the tree." Steve quickly cut in, "Protectors, huh? Then who would win in a fight, the Zealot faction or the Seller faction?" Mark answered without hesitation, "The Sealers have an overwhelming advantage." Steve was confused. "What? Why?" Visualizing the World Tree and a human side by side, Mark explained clearly that the World Tree had bestowed immense power upon the Sellers. Perhaps, because of that blessing, their magic operates on a completely different level compared to humans. The World Tree and the army of Sellers appeared in Mark's mind. He added, "If you consider the fact that there are several thousand Sellers residing in Zenta, absolutely no human faction could even compare." Steve sighed, thinking to himself, "Well, I guess I'm out of questions then." He finally spoke up, "I guess you really are from the north." Sometime later, the three of them were standing inside the town, right in front of the colossal World Tree. Steve said, "Now, let's treat everything we know about this situation as a serious warning." "Damn it, you're too much." An elf standing guard up above instantly spotted the trio. She glared down at them and ordered, "Halt! Outsiders are forbidden past this point. Turn back immediately." Steve stood below and shouted back, "There's an absolute emergency. I need to speak with your people." "I'm sorry!" But he quickly thrust out his hand, channeling Motem's spirit, and muttered, "Please forgive me for this." "Possess!" Motem roared. In a split second, he hijacked the female elf's body before she could even react. Now in full control of her body, Motem spoke through her. "I have pinpointed the location inside. I will escort you all. Please, follow me." Witnessing this shocking scene, Mark's eyes went wide. What the hell just happened, he thought. "To a cellar?" Steve stepped forward, waving his hand dismissively. "No time to explain. The faster we get this done, the sooner we secure our victory. So just keep quiet and follow us. If you don't want to, you can stay behind." The three of them ventured deep into the World Tree. Steve pushed the door open and stepped inside. A cloaked elf immediately challenged them. "Who are you people?" He let you continue, clearly annoyed. "You all barged in right when we were having an important meeting. Start explaining what's going on." The elf girl, currently controlled by Motem, spoke up. "I am sorry for the intrusion. However, I came here because there is something you absolutely must see." He told Steve to draw his sword. Steve looked at Motem in confusion and asked, "Why so sudden?" He replied, "That sword is highly perceptive, unlike its master." Steve drew his sword, quite surprised by the situation unfolding before him. The sword glowed and trembled. Motem continued, "Because it can sense this strange atmosphere, just as I do." The sword emitted a strange, blinding light. Suddenly, a sticky black sludge began seeping out from the cracks in the wall. Seeing this bizarre sight, the elf guard exclaimed, "How insolent! What kind of dark magic did you use?" The elf girl controlled by Motem spoke up. "We don't have time. I'll explain the details once we've all evacuated." Outside, the World Tree was engulfed in a blinding dark fog, and fierce winds sent leaves scattering everywhere. Steve asked in confusion, "What is going on?" Motem replied, "As you can see, these elves can still be attacked by the Zelos despite their excellent vision." The elf girl controlled by Motem said, "That was quite successful, especially since I honestly had no idea until I got closer." Thinking about how they merely hid that giant tree instead of blinding every single elf, this wasn't exactly a new feeling for him. Recalling the image of Steve on the boat during that relentless storm, Motem continued, "Because this illusion is identical to the one we saw on the ship heading north, though on a completely different scale." A cloaked elf spoke up. "Hey, you over there, what on earth have you been babbling about?" So that means the world tree changed because someone tampered with it, right? Motem replied, "No need to explain further. You're very sharp." Suddenly, the nearby elves cried out in agony and collapsed to the ground in droves. A strange black aura surrounded them. Stee gasped, "What's happening?" Everyone seemed to be acting strangely. One elf suddenly mutated. He roared, his eyes rolling back completely white as if he were being controlled. Motem immediately ordered, "Stit, ready your sword." Stee panicked. He asked if they were turning into Zelos. "So they're just going to disappear, right?" Motem replied, "If that happens, then we are already too late. They are no longer human." He quickly drew his sword. The radiant light from his sword made the mutated elf scream before dissolving into nothingness. A cloaked elf watching this was utterly shocked. He thought to himself, "What is this, and who is this kid?" No, that should wait. He then placed 2 fingers on his neck to send a signal to his comrades and said, "Listen up." To all the Sela currently stationed at Zenta. Looking over the chaotic scene of Zenta, he continued, "Gather the civilians and isolate them with protective magic. If you see anyone acting strangely, don't ask questions, eliminate them immediately." Motem said to Steve, "That elf caught on to the situation fast." He replied, "So you're saying they polluted the world tree by distracting the elves with an illusion. Is that even possible?" Watching the bizarre black sludge oozing from the world tree's trunk, Motem spoke up, "I'm witnessing it right now. Ever since the illusion was broken, that black liquid hasn't stopped pouring down from the tree. I think this whole area will be flooded soon." Elena stared at the sight before her, eyes wide with shock, thinking that the black sludge dripping from the tree was only making things worse. Then she spoke up, "If this keeps up, so many people will turn into Zelos." Motem replied, "The world tree sustains the ecosystem here. It completely neutralizes magic and returns it to the air." Looking at the liquid continuously pouring from the trunk, he continued, "That's exactly what they wanted. They contaminated the world tree, which acts as a filter, thereby polluting the water source beneath it." He thought of a syringe and continued, "I think they used that injector device we heard about to inject something into the world tree. Something vile." Stee let out a heavy sigh and said, "So that means I have to climb all the way up there. What do you two think?" Elena startled, glancing at Steve and said, "Why even ask?" "We're going up," Mark chimed in, "climbing the world tree. It's something I never imagined I'd do, but I'm coming too." Standing before the slimy trunk of the world tree oozing with black sludge, Steve said, "All right then, let's hurry." Meanwhile, at a nearby location, 2 cloaked elves ran up to Simus and said, "Commander, I have a report." Simus cut him off. He said, "There's one thing I need to hear before your report." He took off his hood, turned around and asked, "How are the civilians? Are they safe?" One of the guards replied, "The Sela have tried to gather as many people as possible, and the reality is, the city's entire security has been completely compromised." Looking out at the city beyond the Sela's protective barriers, the surroundings were already quite desolate. He continued, "It seems parts of the area are in chaos due to the battle with the Zelos. The Sela have managed to bring the situation under control, so the casualties are decreasing." Simus frowned, his voice full of worry. "We don't have much time. We need to handle things here as quickly as possible and send reinforcements to help them. We must hurry." The 2 soldiers replied, "Yes, understood." At that moment, inside the world tree, there were still numerous nutrient vessels. Simus remembered this, silently placing his faith in Steve's group. If you ride the air currents up the nutrient vessels inside the world tree, you can climb up very quickly. I'll leave this to you. Helena, Stit, and Mark were riding the updraft, ascending higher. Elena looked up and called out, "The air current is rising incredibly fast. If we aren't careful, we'll get trapped in it. I'll hold on to you tightly until we reach the upper level." Stit couldn't utter a single word, as his face was pressed tightly against Elena's chest, leaving him blushing furiously. Mark looked at Stee and smirked. He had seen him effortlessly control someone earlier, a truly impressive skill. The 3 of them ascended rapidly thanks to the updraft. They quickly landed on a high level. Steve asked, "Are the levels separated? I feel like it's a bit too early for us to have reached the upper level." Suddenly, a voice echoed out of nowhere. "Welcome." A stranger was already standing there waiting for the 3 of them. He clapped his hands and smirked. "You got here a lot faster than I expected." Steve eyed him suspiciously and asked, "Who the hell are you?" Before the man could even answer, Steve drew his sword and declared, "Well, since you're already here waiting, it means you're definitely not an ally of ours." The guy clapped in delight and said, "I like how blunt you are. Getting straight to the point makes things a whole lot easier." Then one of his eyes glowed blue, as if he were controlling something. Instantly, Elena and Mar, who were right beside Steve, were blasted backward. Steve whipped his head around in absolute shock, but the guy hadn't even moved. Seeing Mar and Elena knocked out cold from a single strike, "Huck, why come on at all, CR?" Panic flooded his mind. Questions raced through his head. Wait, did I miss something? Was it magic, an invisible attack, or is there someone else hiding here? If there are more of them, what the hell do I do? He glared intensely, trying to formulate a plan. Wait a minute, he gritted his teeth in burning anger. There's no way he could just stand completely still while launching an attack that powerful. Steve closed his eyes, taking a deep breath to calm his racing heart. Then he opened his eyes and let out a heavy sigh. Just then, Motem's voice echoed in his mind. "All right, my eyes are finally wide open. I'm not the kind of guy to fall for the exact same trick twice." Steve quickly glanced at the spots next to him, confirming that his two friends were actually still standing right there. He replied to Motem, "I'm certain of it. I've felt this exact same energy before." Motem recalled the memory of when they were inside the World Tree, right when Steve's group first crossed paths with the elves. He muttered, "You're right, it's him. The illusion on the gray ghost ship and the one at the World Tree, he's the one who created them. That's the power of the relic he's holding." The one-eyed bastard flinched, genuinely shocked to see Steve break free from his illusion. Over the dramatic music, he stammered, "What? How the hell did you see through it?" Steve swung his glowing sword, fully ready to fight. Right then, Elena snapped out of the illusion as well. She gasped heavily for air. Mar had also just broken free from the trance. Panting, Mar thought to himself, "Wait, was all of that just an illusion?" The one-eyed man watched Steve use his glowing sword to snap his friends out of it. He clicked his tongue in annoyance. "Man, this is such a pain." He cursed internally. "To think my skill got completely shattered like that. How freaking annoying. And what's the deal with that damn sword?" He nervously bit his thumbnail, a mix of anger and anxiety bubbling up. "Damn it," he thought. "This was supposed to be a simple kidnapping. Where did it all go wrong?" He flashed back to when he had infiltrated the merchant guild. "I took the fall for the ghost ship mess, and I dragged myself all the way out here, but I still haven't seen a single coin." He gritted his teeth, gathering raw energy into his hands. "I need to get the hell out of here. Fast." "You damn brats!" He crossed his arms over his chest, then violently unleashed a massive blast of energy straight at them. Steve watched in confusion. "Is he throwing a shield at us?" he thought. Motem immediately recalled the massive barrier that had protected the ghost ship. "I've seen that exact shield back on the ship," Motem warned. "Normal magic won't be enough to block it." Steve shouted back, "Then how the hell are we supposed to stop it?" Just then, Mar leapt forward, raising his own shield to intercept the attack, leaving Steve completely stunned. The villain's energy shield slammed into Mar's defense and violently shattered into pieces. Mar scoffed, "Not a chance. I'm taking this bastard down." Steve glared at him and muttered, "Crazy son of a gun." Mar channeled his own energy into his shield, firing a powerful shockwave right back at the one-eyed guy. The man easily summoned a shield of his own to block it, sneering, "Oh, so you're a shield user too? Let me guess, you just use it to block physical hits, don't you?" Suddenly, the villain spawned two massive shields right behind Mar, making him jump in alarm. He laughed cruelly. "If that's all you've got, you could never defeat me." With a heavy crash, the two glowing shields slammed Mar face first into the floor. Seizing the moment he was distracted, one of Elena's arrows shot toward his blind spot, but he sensed it coming. He let out an arrogant huff and manifested another shield, swatting her attack away effortlessly. He locked eyes with Elena and smirked. "So, you're the long-range sniper." She stood there in stunned silence, unable to utter a single word. He shifted his gaze over to Steve and mocked, "Which leaves you, let me guess, a magic caster?" Steve drew upon Motem's power and roared, "Tesla!" unleashing a fierce blast of magic straight at the villain. Steve gritted his teeth, his eyes glued to the blast to see if the attack hit. As the magic faded, a thick, impenetrable shield was revealed, completely protecting the man. The one-eyed man chuckled. "Not bad. You're actually a formidable opponent." He smirked at Steve, his voice dripping with absolute contempt. "I bet I'm going to make a fortune once I deliver your severed head." Suddenly, thick, pitch-black liquid began oozing out of his pupilless eye. He raised a hand, and in an instant, a massive swarm of magical shields materialized in the air. Watching the gruesome sight, Motem yelled in panic, "This isn't right! He's pushing way past his limits!" Steve was sweating, just as terrified. "Is he going insane?" Steve shouted. Motem quickly ordered, "Just keep hitting him. Keep attacking until he drains all his energy. It's the absolute best thing we can do right now." Steve yelled, "Elena! Mar! Don't stop! Keep attacking him!" Elena raised her bow, taking a firm stance, and shouted her command. "Spiratus! Cannon form!" In a flash of light, her bow shifted and locked together, instantly transforming into a heavy cannon. The one-eyed bastard actually looked startled at the sight of the massive weapon. Without hesitation, Elena fired a devastating point-blank blast right at him. He desperately threw up a shield to catch Elena's explosive shot, successfully blocking the impact. Using the distraction, Mar vaulted high into the air, perfectly synchronized with Steve's next move. Steve roared out, "Air bullet!" Fueled by the momentum, Mar violently slammed his own shield right against the villain's magical barrier. The intense pressure caused the magic shield to falter, and ultimately, it shattered into pieces. That one-eyed bastard was blown completely backward. Sty was caught entirely off guard. He thought to himself, "What the hell? Why did it shatter?" He definitely blocked it earlier, didn't he? The man scrambled into a sitting position, gritting his teeth in sheer fury. He clicked his tongue, his trembling hand pulling out a glass vial filled with a pitch-black liquid. Damn it, time's up. He remembered receiving it from a strange man who had told him, "If anything goes wrong with my request, this will make things much easier. However, you must only use a single drop when you truly need it." But he didn't hesitate. He downed the entire glass vial in one gulp. That same black liquid began oozing from his other eye. "That's right," he thought. "There's not much time left." Seeing this, Motem exclaimed in surprise, "A black liquid!" After draining it, the man smashed the glass vial onto the ground, shattering it to pieces. A sinister, dark aura engulfed him. He smiled wickedly and sneered, "Yes, this is it. Come at me one more time and I'll take all your heads." Suddenly, the sound of something dropping made him snap his head around in surprise. Seeing his own hand literally melting and dripping to the floor, he was absolutely horrified. "What the? How is this happening?" he thought. "Why?" he panicked. He wildly darted his eyes towards Steve's group of three, obsessing over the thought that he still needed to bring back their heads. Immediately after, his vision faded and his eyes slid shut. Mark watched the man completely dissolve before his very eyes, leaving nothing but his clothes behind. Startled, he asked, "What just happened?" "Is he dead?" Music Steve spoke up. "Was that some kind of potion with severe side effects?" Motem chimed in. "Not yet. He isn't dead." Something began to emerge from the puddle of black sludge beneath the man's discarded clothes. Motem immediately shouted, "A shadow demon! Watch out! I barely know anything about this type of monster." The slimy creature, covered in a thick layer of black mud and bearing jagged, razor-sharp teeth, looked absolutely horrifying. Sty waved his hand, signaling to Elena, "Let's test its reactions first." Elena swiftly fired an arrow at the monster, but the creature instantly conjured a magic shield and deflected the attack. Steve flinched in shock. "It can still use his artifact?" he thought. Furious, the monster launched violent liquid tentacles straight at Steve's group. Mark took a direct, devastating hit from one of the tentacles. Sty and Elena couldn't escape the relentless barrage of attacks either. The monster continuously lashed out with its tentacles in a frenzied assault. Furious, Steve gritted his teeth, feeling Elena trembling in pain right behind him. He raised his hand, summoning Motem, and commanded, "Recover!" Motem responded. "Steve, there's no need to drag this out," Motem said. Steve glanced over at Mark, who was biting his lip in sheer agony. Motem continued, "The elf and that defensive guy are practically dying. Leave the rest to them and just finish this." Steve pulled up his system interface and asked Motem, "All right, when should I trigger the synchronization?" Suddenly, a brilliant flash of light erupted, blinding the entire area. The active skill was synchronized, and his entire body was instantly enveloped in crackling static electricity. This skill could be swapped with any of his existing ones. His legs synchronized with the skill Lightning Speed. allowing him to move far beyond his basic physical limits. Damage accumulation applied in real time. Stai charged forward, closing the distance to the monster in a flash. He furrowed his brows and lunged straight at it, fueled by pure fury. Stai slammed his fist directly into the monster, activating the synchronization skill, Explosive Core. This skill weaponized the very natural elements the enemy relied on, using parasitic magical energy to violently turn their own power against them. Struck by the devastating blow, the monster let out an agonizing shriek. Stai gritted his teeth, enduring the intense recoil. Damn it, that hurts, he thought. The monster exploded, splattering into tiny puddles of sludge that rained down onto the floor. It shrieked, desperately trying to pull its liquid body back together. Stai drew his blade of light. Will it even give me a chance to use my artifact? He wondered. He gritted his teeth and with every ounce of his remaining strength, swung the sword down in a vicious arc. The blade instantly cleaved the monster cleanly in two. The radiant slash severed the monster's core, leaving it completely unable to regenerate. Exhausted to the bone, Stai slowly collapsed. Mark quickly rushed over and caught him. Looking down at Stai, he said, "To think you were hiding that kind of power. If you had a skill this strong, why the hell didn't you use it when we fought the Black Knight earlier?" Utterly drained, Stai panted heavily and managed a weak laugh. "Shut up," he rasped. "Why would I trust you enough to put myself at that much risk?" Mark scoffed. "Cocky bastard." Later, the three of them sat huddled around a small campfire inside the World Tree. Helena gently checked on Steve. "How are you feeling now?" Startled from his thoughts, Stai replied, "Oh, I'm feeling a lot better, actually." He stretched, cracking his stiff joints, and added, "It doesn't even hurt when I move anymore." Watching the airflow inside the World Tree gradually weakening, he continued. "When the sun sets, the air currents in the supply channels will start to drop. Let's just wait here until the flow picks up again." Curiously, Elena asked, "Come to think of it, did you manage to loot anything after defeating him?" Stai immediately replied, "Oh, right, I grabbed his bag." He opened the dead man's bag and pulled out a piece of paper. "There's not much in here," he said. "Just a map and some roughly scribbled notes regarding the skull ship." Mark watched him closely, but stayed completely silent. Feeling annoyed by the stare, Steve snapped at Mark. "What is it? If you've got something to say, just spit it out." Mark finally spoke up. "I know exactly what that is because I've seen it too." The majestic image of the World Tree flashed in his mind as he continued. The World Tree is the ultimate symbol of peace and endurance. It's the sacred guardian of all nature. If it were to be chopped down, the fallout would be something an ordinary person couldn't even begin to imagine. He locked eyes with Steve and added, "Back then, when we first arrived, you explicitly told us that you were only tracking them and investigating as a personal favor." Recalling his recent clashes with the masked men and that one-eyed guy, Mark continued, "But if we keep going, I get the feeling our enemy is going to be someone very close to you. Am I wrong?" Sate stayed silent for a moment, then let out a heavy sigh. "Everyone's acting like they know everything, but I don't. I really don't know. Unfortunately, I have nothing more to say on the matter either." Mar just stayed quiet as he watched Steve explain. Sit pulled out his blanket and slipped inside. "In case you're doubting me," he said, "you'd be better off just getting to sleep quickly instead." Elena also immediately pulled her blanket up to go to sleep, leaving Mar staring in dumbfounded surprise. Sit added, "We don't have much farther to go until we reach the top, so save your energy." Cutting to the next day, the three of them were riding the air currents, flying upward. Steve grimaced. "It's getting harder and harder to breathe." Modem appeared and said, "If we keep gaining altitude like this, we'll reach a point with zero oxygen. If it weren't for the World Tree, we would have passed out already." Elena looked around and said, "The supply shaft is getting darker the higher we go. I think we're almost at the top." Mar noticed something and warned, "Get ready, everyone." He looked up at an opening above them. "There's the exit." The three of them flew through the exit and landed on a branch of the World Tree. Sid stared at the silhouettes of a few people ahead of him. "Are they the ones?" he thought. A voice called out, "So, you've arrived." Sid flinched, thinking, "Did someone tip them off about us?" A man with a thick beard spoke up. "To think my opponent would show up at a time like this." Steve gritted his teeth, his mana flaring up as he declared, "Fine by me. No need to waste time. Honestly, this works out perfectly. A quick battle and a quick result." He shouted, "Synchro! Lightning speed!" Sit bolted toward the group in a flash, but the bearded man easily blocked his strike with a bare hand. A loud clang of metal on metal rang out. Sit was utterly shocked. What was that sound? He thought. What the hell is this bastard's body made of? Holding back the blade with his hand, the man said, I had my doubts, but the intel was right, though I guess it's been a long time since I fought my last enemy. Sit furiously muttered, You talk too much. He leaped high into the air, taking the man completely by surprise. Realizing something was wrong, the man glared up at Sit. Sit ruthlessly swung his sword down at him. Pulling back his hood, the man panted, staring back. You're too hot-headed. Mar and Elena also drew their weapons, ready for a fight. Sit clicked his tongue at the man, then called out, Our strategy stays the same. Bro, don't take your eyes off me. Elena, cover me, and I'll take the vanguard. A smaller man stepped forward, smirking as he said, I was actually a bit worried, but this guy's nothing to fret over. The larger man replied, He might look like that, but he's still our enemy. Underestimate him, and you might just end up dead. He threw an arm out to stop the smaller man, adding, You'll only get in the way, so stay back. Silverstein! Silverstein uttered in surprise. But sir, Sit, recognizing him immediately, asked, Are you Sir Silverstein? The smaller man looked confused. Who are you, and how do you know me? Sit scowled. That's none of your business. Not unless you make it clear whether you're a friend or an enemy. He swung his sword of light forward and continued. Then, let me put it simply, because I don't know whether to kill you or let you live. The bearded man clenched his fists in excitement and said, Looks like I'm really going to enjoy this fight. Come at me again. Sit gritted his teeth in fury at his provocations. Where did all your power go? What are you waiting for? Are you scared? Or are you overthinking things? Sid thought to himself, Is he trying to provoke me? The man slammed his hand against the vent next to him and mocked. Of course, your goal is this vent. If you don't hurry up, you're never going to see the result you're hoping for. He grabbed his cloak and added, Though, of course, I won't let it happen that easily. He then ripped off his cloak, revealing his heavily muscled physique. Seizing the opportunity, Elena fired off an air bullet. The attack landed a direct hit on his body. Sit said anxiously, I guess it won't be that easy. Motem chimed in, Stop wasting time trying to find another way. Motem appeared fully and said, Even if you try to fall back on basic techniques, you're just wasting your mana. Stop wasting time. Use Synchro and the Hollow Blade at the same time. It's only a matter of time before the entire North is engulfed in chaos if you keep worrying about the risks of your skills. Sit let out a long breath and thought, I guess I'm out of options. I have no choice but to use them. A blinding light erupted from where Steve was standing, his entire body and sword cloaked in crackling static electricity. The massive man looked mildly surprised, wondering what the light was, when instantly a flash of light lunged right at him. Unable to react in time, he could only wonder what it was. He scowled in pain, looking down at the deep gash across his lower torso. Sit had struck him with lightning speed and already leapt back. He gritted his teeth, struggling to endure the sheer exhaustion. The large man immediately collapsed to the ground. Silverstein's eyes widened in utter disbelief. What the hell? How? That's impossible. Steve turned his head, glaring at Silverstein. That's right, you better get out of here before I do the same to you. The man immediately conjured a cloud of black smoke and vanished, not forgetting to leave some parting words as he fled. You bastards always pull this crap right when you're about to die. Suddenly, another monster emerged from the remaining black sludge and stood before Sit. It stared at him in silence, growling menacingly. Then it let out a frenzied roar. Sit immediately slashed a wave of light from his sword at it, catching the beast completely off guard. He drove his fist straight through that swirling liquid and shouted, Core burst! The monster shoved Steve off its body with a massive burst of force. He launched himself backward, putting some distance between them. Suddenly, he caught sight of something, his eyes going wide with shock. One of the monster's liquid tentacles whipped out and lunged right at Steve. It impaled him, and he let out an agonizing scream. The attacks came so relentlessly that there was no way to defend against them. Drained of all his strength, Steve collapsed heavily to the ground. His eyes rolled back, glassy and lifeless, before he completely blacked out. Motem screamed his name. Soul confinement. An instant later, Steve's eyes snapped open and he gasped for air, his chest heaving in absolute terror. He sat up, feeling his completely shredded clothes, yet his body didn't have a single scratch on it. I swear, he muttered, I felt it pierce right through me. Had it just happened again? Motem materialized out of nowhere and roared, "You absolutely just died! Get your head in the game and get up!" Seeing Steve calmly stand up and shrug off his ruined cloak, the monster froze in sheer disbelief. Mark furrowed his brows in total bewilderment, thinking, "What the hell?" I'm certain that attack just went straight through him, Mark thought. Elena's eyes were just as wide with shock. It's like he didn't even take the hit at all. Thank goodness, she realized. Steve snapped his head back and yelled, "Stay back, both of you! If that thing hits you, you're dead!" He charged straight at the monster, calculating, "If I keep my distance and leave an opening..." But the monster effortlessly pinned Steve to the ground. It peered down at him, its face twisting into a mocking, contemptuous smirk. Trapped beneath its weight, Steve began to tremble. But in the very next second, a glowing arrow from Elena streaked through the air and struck the beast. Immediately after, Mark's charged light magic blasted into it as well. The monster took the hit, losing massive chunks of its body, but to Mark and Elena's absolute horror, it instantly regenerated every missing piece. It rolled its terrifying eyes toward the two who had just attacked, and with terrifying speed, it lunged straight at them. Mark clicked his tongue in frustration. "My range just isn't far enough," he cursed inwardly. Seeing the monster closing in fast, he violently shoved Elena out of the way to protect her. The beast's attack slammed brutally into his leg. Mark let out an agonizing scream as the crushing blow landed. Steve watched in horror as Mark was pinned under the monster's oozing black liquid. Boiling with rage, Steve roared, "Hey, you stupid bastard!" He unleashed a massive surge of flame straight at the monster, furious. "You piece of trash! Where the hell are you looking? Blazing storm!" A furious tornado of fire spiraled out, instantly engulfing the monster. Scorched by the blazing storm, the beast shrieked in excruciating pain. Motem fused into Steve's body as they dashed straight into the fiery storm right in front of the demon. "There's one thing I learned for a fact while living on this floor," Steve declared. He roared, "Sink, crush, plus enchant." Instantly, a crackling aura of static electricity surged around his hand and his blade. "Even if I die doing it, whether this is a blessing or a curse." Steve leaped high into the air and brought his sword crashing down with overwhelming power. "I'm paying it all back," he roared. "Die!" The monster exploded into pieces. As the thick smoke slowly cleared, only Steve remained, sitting dead silent on the ground. He frantically darted his eyes around, his heart pounding. He stared at the massive injector tube on the other side, thinking, is it finally over? Just then, a voice called out, "Looks like you were right about her." Startled, Steve whipped around and gasped when he saw Mark's leg. "What the? Is your leg broken?" Mark looked at him and offered a tired smile. "This girl here, she actually knows a bit of healing magic." He turned to Elena. "I can't thank you enough," he said earnestly. Then he glanced over at Silverstein, his tone hardening. "That bastard, I don't know if he was attacked by someone who mutated into a monster or if he's just been lying around this whole time, but we have to drag him out of here. He's not getting off the hook by dying." Suddenly, a group of figures leaped up from below. "Move in, everyone," a commanding voice echoed. They landed squarely in front of Steve's group, weapons raised, and announced boldly, "We're the rescue squad. We got held up, but we finally made it." The elf leading them pulled off his hood, only to find the three of them sitting there in total exhaustion. It looked like the battle was already over. He stammered awkwardly. "Could someone please explain what just happened here?" Despite the victory, the atmosphere still felt terribly grim. Mark and Elena stepped forward to quickly brief the elf squad on everything that had gone down. Meanwhile, Steve stayed completely silent. "Steve!" Motem called out softly. They both stared intently at the massive injector tube looming in front of them. "This nightmare isn't over until we destroy that device," Motem warned. "I know," Steve muttered. He raised his clenched fist directly at the tube and roared, "Air bullet!" The sheer force of the blast instantly shattered the device into a million pieces. But the moment it broke, a sinister black vapor began spewing from the ruined pipe. Steve tensed up, thoroughly confused. What the hell? What kind of gas is that? Mark and Elena snapped their heads around in shock, watching the dark mist plume upward from the shattered breach. Instead of accelerating the corruption process, it's sublimating into a pure gaseous state, Motem analyzed. Steve narrowed his eyes, dread creeping into his voice. "Are you kidding me? It doesn't end even when we break the damn thing? What happens now? What do we do?" Devour curse, Motem ordered grimly. Try to absorb it all. Steve hesitated. Is that even going to work? Motem quickly explained, theoretically. The whole idea that its aura is slowly corroding the world is completely misleading. Use sync to drastically accelerate your skill synchronization, then drain the energy straight out of the socket where the device was attached. Motem flashed back to the horrifying image of the world tree bleeding that viscous, sickening liquid. But honestly, I can't guarantee you can actually absorb it all through that breach. Shocked, Steve yelled, Then what the hell do I do? Motem's voice turned gravely serious. Just brace yourself. The sheer mass of energy inside that thing is light years beyond anything we've ever absorbed. Motem warned. Even if you pull this off, I have no idea what it's going to do to you. It's a massive gamble. Steve dropped into a deep crouch, slamming his hands against the ground. An intense golden light erupted from his body, crackling outward like arcs of raw lightning. Sink, he commanded in his mind. As his palms pressed firmly into the earth, a soothing, emerald green light began to swirl around his hands. Focusing every ounce of his willpower, he activated the skill. Devour curse! Steve's face contorted in agony. He ground his teeth together so hard his jaw ached, cold sweat pouring down his face in thick beads. There's way too much power inside this tree, his mind screamed. The rescue squad watched his reckless stunt in absolute horror. What in God's name? One of them shouted. Is he seriously trying to contain all of that by himself? They turned to observe the massive withering tree billowing with black smoke. Captain, look at the dark energy seeping from the trunk. The gloomy black sky parted in an instant, letting down a gentle, radiant beam of sunlight. The enormous dying trunk suddenly looked as if it had been reborn. Pulsing with energy, it sprouted tender, vibrant green shoots. Seeing this unfold before their eyes, everyone burst into joyful cheers. Life has returned to the tree, the green-haired spirit exclaimed in absolute awe. How is that even possible? A mere human absorbing the destructive aura of such a colossal tree? Meanwhile, Steve gritted his teeth, enduring the agonizing pain all on his own. Ah, this feeling. In his hand, he tightly clutched a black cube. He felt its pulse, realizing to himself that this dark relic was one of a kind. Steve's face twisted deeper into a scowl, revealing the agonizing torment he was enduring. Steve's vision blurred and began to fade. As his sight narrowed, the frantic silhouette of Elena rushing toward him appeared in his mind. At that very moment, deep within a dense forest, two men stood facing each other. Achiban appeared, his frail body heavily slumped against a boulder. A voice suddenly echoed out, "That is enough." Yet the old man remained in complete silence, refusing to utter a single word. Looming over him with an imposing stature, the man stepped closer and spoke. "Father?" Suddenly, Achiban's voice broke the silence. His face twisted with apprehension as he muttered, "To see that in your possession? Of course." Then panic struck Achiban as he frantically grabbed at the pouch on his hip. "No!" He snapped with fierce anger. "It is not what you think it is!" Seeing Achiban's reaction, coupled with his arrogant excuses, Aston could no longer hold back. Gritting his teeth, he snarled, "And so, what if it is?" Achiban clenched his jaw so tightly that his entire body began to tremble involuntarily. He quickly turned and fled, leaving Aston standing rigidly in place, staring at his retreating back. Achiban sprinted with all his might, tearing through the dense trees of the forest. Suddenly, a streak of white aura shot toward him. A spear slammed deep into the earth, radiating a powerful white energy that forced him to a screeching halt. Retrieving her spear, Desa stared at him with a dead serious expression. "You should give up. You know it in your heart, father. What you are doing is wrong." Achiban stubbornly defended himself, barking back, "Wrong? Don't speak such nonsense. If this is wrong..." He pointed a trembling finger at Desa, who wore a look of utter helplessness. "You, the one trying to stop me, is the one who is wrong." With eyes full of murderous intent, Achiban launched a ferocious attack, roaring, "Do not stand in my way." Faced with his aggressive assault, she gracefully sidestepped to dodge the blow. The moment his attack missed, Achiban immediately scrambled away to escape. He gritted his teeth, desperately fleeing for his life. Achiban kept glancing back over his shoulder as he ran, completely unaware of the glowing blue barrier waiting right in front of him. Just as expected, Achiban slammed headfirst into the blue barrier, violently bouncing off and crashing into the dirt with an agonizing groan. Kane stepped forward as the blue shield slowly dissolved away, his voice ice cold. I will not repeat myself. He slowly reached back, gripping the hilt of the sword slung across his back. With a terrifyingly grim expression, he demanded, Father, hand it over to us. Sprawled pathetically on the ground, Achiban stared back with absolute defiance. I cannot do that, drawing the blade from his back. Kane replied coldly, We understand. A vicious sword strike slammed down, kicking up a massive blinding cloud of dust. Witnessing the brutal scene unfold before them, Disa and Aston were stunned into absolute silence. Within the thick swirling dust, a faint silhouette could be seen standing tall, gripping a long sword. Then a weak, trembling voice echoed out. Kane. Among the deeply churned earth, a pair of glasses lay discarded, catching the light with a sharp glint. Kane's face darkened with a heavy, unreadable sorrow. My apologies. My hand slipped. Kane turned and walked in the opposite direction, brushing past Dasa and Aston. But he could not have gotten far, he muttered. A look of deep sorrow washed over Dasa's face. Just then, a voice rang out. Calm down. We are all after the exact same thing. With a deeply contemplative expression, they listened as Kane's voice echoed. We just need to clean up this mess. Meanwhile, Achiban dragged himself up, gasping desperately for air. He glared upward, his face twisted in pure, hateful resentment. Gathering every last ounce of his power, Achiban conjured a massive white orb and let out a furious roar. In the end, he was sent tumbling wildly backward, rolling head over heels across the dirt. Achiban's 3 children stood over him with eyes like ice. Even though we gave him a chance to surrender, this is how it ends. Lying battered on the ground, Achiban spat with contempt. Surrender? His face scrunched up in boiling, unyielding rage. Do you really think I am so utterly pathetic that I would break from mere words? Forcing himself to sit up cross-legged, his voice shook with fury. Everything has come to this because of you 3. If you actually understood what I have been planning, it would never have to end like this. Kane, entirely unsympathetic to his rant, shot back coldly. Understand, the first person to cross the absolute line was you, Father. As Aston recounted the horrifying truth, countless faceless phantoms seemed to materialize in the air. Billions of innocent lives were sacrificed for your ruthless scheme. Dace's face was dead serious, her guard raised high as she listened to Kane's damning words. What kind of reaction were you expecting from us after we witnessed all of that? Sympathy? Understanding? There is absolutely no justification for what you did, no matter what twisted excuse you offer. Aston stood behind them, his brow furrowed fiercely as he declared, But no more. I will no longer sit back and watch your madness continue. In that moment, Achiban stealthily slipped his hand into the pouch at his hip and sneered, If that is truly what you believe. He suddenly yanked out a black cube, oozing with a suffocating dark aura. The sinister energy immediately invaded his body. With bloodshot crimson eyes, he growled, Then I have nothing left to say to you. Achiban channeled the dark power, compressing it tightly between his palms. His insane action left Kane frozen in his tracks, his eyes shooting wide open in sheer shock. Suddenly, a colossal sphere swirling with dark energy barreled straight toward him. Caught entirely off guard, Kane had no time to dodge. He braced himself, using sheer brute force to halt the sphere's momentum. Acting on pure instinct, he pinpointed a weakness and viciously thrust his sword straight into the core of the black orb. The devastating counterattack completely shattered the sphere's integrity, cracking it apart. Witnessing his attack being effortlessly dismantled left Achiban utterly stunned. Clutching the dark, energy-infused cube in one hand, Achiban fiercely slammed his other hand into the dirt. Instantly, another massive orb covered in strange runic patterns erupted from the ground. This gigantic crimson sphere viciously clashed against the dark power. As the malicious dark energy merged into the newly formed sphere, his hands began to tremble uncontrollably. Heavy beads of cold sweat rolled down his forehead. Charging forward and catching his gaze, One of them shouted in furious despair, "We are family. We share the same blood. Is this really how everything ends between us?" In a flash, Achiban raised his hand, fully encasing himself safely within the protective shell of the sphere. Achiban pushed his hands against the inner surface of the orb, reinforcing it so that their incoming attacks completely bounced off. Seeing this, Disa finally made her move, summoning a storm of glowing blue crystal shards that hovered in the air. Calling out to him one last time, Disa launched her attack. At her command, the brilliant blue crystals shot forward. The razor-sharp shards ruthlessly and relentlessly bombarded the exterior of the Crimson Barrier. Cain was no exception. He charged forward, his face burning with the will to fight. His slash struck the sphere's outer barrier decisively, without a single wasted movement. With the three of them joining forces, Achiban couldn't hold out for much longer. Right now, he was desperately forcing himself to resist. Achiban gritted his teeth. While fending off the collective attack from his three children, he summoned a dark magic circle with his free hand. At that moment, Cain sensed something was off while pouring all his strength into striking the spherical barrier. Suddenly, a thick dark aura came whistling right at him. He swiftly used his sword to strike the dark aura away. Cain roared out, "Deshara! Aston!" The brutal battle raged on. Amidst Deshara's all-out assault, Achiban brought up his shield and dashed toward the red sphere. Just then, a massive explosion of flames engulfed the vast space, shattering it to pieces. Achiban was violently thrown backward in pain by the blast. Just then, someone darted past Aston's shoulder and said, "Aston, let me borrow your shoulder for a second." Seizing that split-second opening, Cain pressed the advantage and drove his sword into his father. Achiban's face darkened. Blood violently spurted from the wound as he let out a truly agonizing scream. Achiban collapsed to the dirt, his blood continuously pooling out around him. He looked up at Cain and wheezed, "So, is this the end?" Cain's slash was beautifully swift, but it wasn't quite enough to completely defeat him. Propping himself up from the ground, he muttered, "Impressive as that was." Clutching a black hexagon tightly in his hand, Achiban continued, "You still haven't beaten me." Just as the words left his mouth, something caught in his throat. His cheeks bulged, and a few drops of red liquid trickled out. Achiban suddenly vomited a massive mouthful of blood onto the ground, instantly catching Cain's attention. His face stiffened and thick beads of sweat broke out across his forehead. "Oh God, this is really bad," he thought to himself. Seeing this, Deshara panicked and shouted, "Cain, that liquid!" Cain's face turned grim as he said, "Yeah, I know. It's draining away most of Father's magical power." The pool of viscous liquid on the ground began emitting a faint purple glow, floating up just as he deduced, drifting away. Cain looked at Achiban, who was gasping heavily, and said, "I get it now. We're almost done here, Father." At that moment, a single thought crossed Achiban's mind. In the end, running away might be my only choice. Achiban grabbed the vibrating black cube where he stood, unleashing a beam of red energy that shot straight into the sky. Aston said anxiously, "Father, sick, I was wrong. To stop him, I should have been prepared to actually kill him." Deshara asked, feeling helpless and afraid. "But how?" Right in the middle of this dilemma, a decisive voice rang out. "I'll do it," Cain declared heroically. "Contain the damage. Don't let it spread." Through the gloomy sky and heavy rain, Achiban was flying away at breakneck speed. He kept his focus solely on pushing forward. But suddenly, Achiban noticed something behind him and snapped his head back in surprise. In his line of sight was Cain, chasing closely on his tail. "Cain?" he thought, sheer panic suddenly washing over his face. Achiban pressed both hands tightly against the opposite sides of the cube, cursing inwardly, "Damn it! At this rate, he's going to catch up to me." The top face of the cube began glowing with red light as his mind raced frantically. If it has to come to this. A sword came whistling through the air, carrying a desperate scream. "Father!" Cain shouted frantically. "Please, just stop!" High in the air, the sword buried itself deep into Achiban's body. A massive collision between the two forces erupted in the sky. Shifting to another scene, Steve lay there with his eyes peacefully closed. Suddenly, his eyes snapped wide open, beads of sweat forming on his face. Steve raised his hand, staring silently at the ring on his finger. As he gazed at the mem ring, panic set in. What? Why would he take the dark artifact? On a beautiful morning, sunlight shined down on the world tree. Inside Steve's room, he sat on his bed, wondering to himself, has the world tree returned to normal? His eyes focused on something. He was staring at the skull ring on his finger, looking perplexed. He thought back, come to think of it, why hasn't he said anything all this time? Is he stretching again? Suddenly, someone walked into his room. It was Elena. She gently checked in on him. Oh, you're awake? Already? He was still distracted by the ring, but managed to reply to her. It feels like I absorbed the dark artifact more effectively this time. How many days has it been? Didn't the last treatment take a whole 2 weeks? She let out a breath and replied with a bright smile. About 1 week. I had less work this time. There were more people helping out, and my physical condition was better too. Right at that moment, another friend walked in. It was Drino. Today is, oh, you're awake? How are you feeling? Seeing him, Steve answered honestly. Oh, I'm fine. No pain at all. Hearing that, his friend sighed in relief and happily exclaimed, Thank heavens, I need to go tell the chairman. If you don't mind, could I meet you in the Great Hall in 30 minutes? Naturally, Steve agreed, then turned and quietly asked Elena. Yeah, that works. Reno, do you happen to know her real name? She didn't answer him, merely saying, I'll get things ready right away. A little later, at the conference table, Chairman Simus practically shouted with joy the moment he saw Steve. Welcome! You're finally awake. I was so busy last time that I didn't even get the chance to introduce myself. He flashed a warm, friendly smile and introduced himself. People call me Simus. I am the chairman of the Zenta Council. How are you feeling? Steve answered him clearly and confidently. I'm fine. Except for being starving. It seems like there's a lot I haven't been told yet. Let's just get straight to the point. Seeing how serious he was, the chairman got right down to business. You don't waste any time, my friend. Your comrades interrogated one of the merchants you captured at the peak of the World Tree. The reason I called you here so urgently is to inform you about him. Hearing this, he immediately recalled the name. Ah, you mean Sylvester Gray? Then he asked, what was that bastard doing there? The older man immediately explained that the cultists had been providing behind-the-scenes support, supplying communication networks and transportation. It seems they've been working together for quite a long time. From what I've gathered, he was a highly reliable collaborator. Furthermore, the old man knew something else. In any case, I've uncovered quite a few hidden secrets through him. One of those secrets is about Siaya, the girl you all saved. At this point, Simus turned to Elena. Renor, could you explain the situation? She quickly gave a clear report of the incident. The interrogation revealed that the cultists, acting through Sylvester, ordered the assassination of the head of the Hardenbrook family and his wife, Siaya. Hearing this, Steve was confused. Assassination? Wasn't it a kidnapping? She immediately clarified things for him. Word is that kidnapping them instead of killing them was entirely Sylvester's own decision. Furthermore, she made it clear that kidnapping CIA was a move to control their rival, the Hardenbrook family. Are you saying it was to seize the Northern Commercial District? I have already relayed this information to CIA via our communication device. After listening to the report, he sighed inwardly. If it hadn't been for Sylvester acting on his own, both Siaya and the world capital would have been completely wiped out. It truly was a stroke of luck. Then he continued his questioning. Anyway, what exactly did the South stand to gain from cutting off trade with them? Simus provided the answer. In truth, our council has known about the existence of these cultists. We've actually known about this for a very long time. His words took Steve by surprise. Oh, you already knew? But how? The old man didn't hide anything and explained, that fanatic group calls themselves the Disciples of Archibo. Their history of operations here in the north goes back much further than you'd think. He hurriedly pressed the old man further. Have you ever sent word to the Empire or the other kingdoms? If I asked for help, they would certainly listen to me. This question made the old man's tone grow stern. Among the disciples of Archibo that we've uncovered, there was a noble from the Chromehouse Empire. It's impossible to tell who can be trusted. If I had acted too hastily, I wouldn't have known whose hands that information might fall into. At this point, he finally revealed the truth of the matter to answer Steve's question about their motives. The reason Archibo's disciples tried so hard to cut off trade with the South is quite simple. They wanted to prevent any hostile forces from the South from infiltrating. Then the old man asked a question that immediately brought Jero to his mind. Did you know that refers to the kingdom of Venya? A little while later, sitting at a lavishly prepared banquet table, Steve kept staring at the skull ring on his finger. He was deep in thought. Why isn't there any reaction yet? Well, since I absorbed so many curses all at once, it wouldn't be surprising if something got jammed up. Just then, someone stood right in front of him, making him sigh. Is there something else? Mark asked him in return. Were things a bit too much today? Steve replied helplessly, It's still the same. It looks fine on the outside, but there's zero reaction. Hearing this, Mark let out a long sigh. I see. What a shame. Then he turned to leave, but didn't forget to drop one last remark. For the time being, I'll be stationed at the city restoration site, so once it wakes up, get in touch with me. His words left Steve questioning himself. Did he just make an empty promise? Right at that moment, Simus appeared out of nowhere and took a seat next to Steve. The moment he saw him, Steve asked, Oh, Chairman, what are you doing here? The old man hesitated for a moment before speaking up. To be honest, I was quite worried when I saw you in the conference room. When the kingdom of Venya was brought up, you looked absolutely terrible. I asked Renor about it, but she refused to say a word. Seeing the old man being so earnest, Steve could only grit his teeth in frustration and admit, it's just some complicated personal matters intertwining. There's really nothing I can do about it. Then, changing the subject, he suddenly asked, By the way, have the disciples of Archibo been completely wiped out? The old man answered him, but couldn't help wondering about something himself. Yes, it's truly all thanks to you that their core members were eliminated. But do you think this is really the end of it? He continued to chat cheerfully with Steve while eating. But don't worry too much. They've suffered devastating losses this time. It'll be almost impossible for them to bounce back. Furthermore, we'll be thoroughly prepared. We absolutely will not make the same mistake twice. In any case, I want to thank you once again. So, what are your plans next? Steve replied, his mouth completely stuffed with food. I don't have any concrete plans yet, but I guess I'll just figure things out as I go. I've got things I need to take care of too, but with Canlam's current situation, are you going to be all right? Simus quickly answered, letting him know, I'll manage, though it looks like I'm going to be extremely busy. The leaders of the Chrome House Empire and Silas have requested a meeting. This led the old man to firmly declare, even right there within the territories of those two kingdoms, there are still things completely visible to the naked eye. I simply can't avoid this meeting any longer. It's high time the other kingdoms learned the truth about what's been happening. A while later, fully stuffed from the feast, Steve fell back onto his bed and sighed out loud. Man, things are just getting more and more complicated, aren't they? Suddenly, the ring on his finger began to glow, instantly catching his attention. A system interface suddenly popped up. The amount of absorbed magical energy has exceeded the limit, advancing to the next stage. The ring on his finger unexpectedly began to fade away. The system's notifications continued. Skill: Cursed Cloak upgraded to level 2. Cursed Armor upgraded to level 3. Activating armor forged from pure willpower. Cursed Footsteps can now be cast bare-handed without the need for a catalyst. When activated, this skill continuously weakens nearby enemies over time and parries incoming attacks. Cursed Devourer level 1 and 2 can now trigger enhancements up to 3 times a day without a cursed item, relying solely on self-generated magical energy. With each enhancement, both physical constitution and magical power receive a massive boost. Just at that moment, a voice echoed out, Where are you? Steve quickly answered Motorem, the entity residing inside the ring. Oh, so you're finally awake? It happened again this time. We both passed out back then, but at least I woke up 3 days before you did. Then it asked him, Anyway, it feels like I just blinked and woke right back up. Is the World Tree all right? He thought for a moment, then replied, There's quite a lot you need to catch up on. Sunlight streamed into the room. After hearing the whole story, Motem casually concluded, Well, to put it simply, it's nothing too serious. Hearing this, Steve angrily confronted it. Nothing too serious? Do you have any idea how worried I was? Just because you went completely silent? Seeing him like that, it sighed and brushed it off. It's fine, really. Let's decide on our next destination. You've been obsessed with collecting artifacts for a while now. Ignoring its attempt to change the subject, he pressed on. How long has it been since you absorbed that corruption? And why are you suddenly acting so tough now? You saw the exact same thing I did, yet you're completely fine? It answered honestly, I've always been like this. I just haven't had the time lately. Speaking of which... It hesitated, rethinking its words. No, never mind. I'll talk about this after I've thought it through a bit more. Seeing that Motem wouldn't say more, Steve didn't bother pushing it. Yeah, fair enough. I wasn't expecting an easy answer from you anyway. We have plenty of time, we can leave it for later. In the training room, Mar called out to Steve. Are you feeling up to it? Steve replied with a relaxed vibe. The ring's been fixed, so we can spar for as long as we want now. Hearing that, Mar got fired up and shifted into a combat stance. Perfect, let's get right into it then. You ready? Naturally, Steve was hyped up too, telling him to attack whenever he wanted with everything he had. The moment Mar replied, he was already charging straight at him. Nice intensity. Without a hint of panic, Steve instantly activated his cursed armor skill. This caught Mar slightly off guard, and then the two of them violently clashed with a massive boom. Suddenly, one of them was pushed back. That person was none other than Steve, making him hesitate and wonder if his body could actually withstand this. Suddenly, he realized Mar was winding up for a heavy strike. Just as he predicted, Mar unleashed a blow with overwhelming force that sent Steve flying. But then, something happened that completely shocked Mar. It was blocked. What kind of skill is that? It turned out Steve was completely unharmed by the attack and still had the energy to show off. It's a new skill I just got, still getting the hang of it. This cocky attitude made Mar's battle lust flare up again. You asked for a spar just to test out some unproven skill? Perfect, I'll completely crush you into the dirt. Of course, Steve wasn't scared in the slightest. He arrogantly shot back, if you can, I'd be incredibly grateful. Instantly, Steve triggered his light speed skill. This skill made Mar cautious, a speed boosting skill, and with the debuff surrounding his shield, he probably couldn't use mana. Right at the moment Mar lost his focus, Steve suddenly appeared right behind him, and then he delivered a clean punch right to the face. The strike was so powerful that it sent Mar skidding quite a distance away. However, just that wasn't enough to stop him. Damn it, that's heavy. Couldn't dodge it. Struggling to stand back up, Mar asked him, just suppressing the debuff isn't enough. It seems like you can create a weakening field around it too, right? Steve replied with a serious expression. You really do have sharp combat instincts. I see you've already figured it out. Your endurance is pretty impressive too. This match is payback for you getting in my way earlier. Hearing Mar say that, Steve recalled that moment and calmly responded, payback? Well, considering how furious you were back then, even if you killed me right now, I wouldn't have any excuses. Hearing him say that, Mar just sighed and confirmed, well, I got a fair bit of help this time around, so I guess we're totally even now. After saying that, he turned and walked away. That was one intense spar. Go wash your face and head to the main hall. I don't know what's going on, but the chairman is calling for us. A little later, all three of them, Steve, Elena, and Mar, were gathered in the hall. Steve spoke up. Chairman, you asked for us? Seeing them arrive, Simus immediately explained why he had summoned them. Ah, thank you all for coming. I've been so tied up handling negotiations with the two kingdoms that I couldn't come to you personally. He handed the three of them a scroll and said, actually, there's a favor I need to ask of you. Steve took the scroll and immediately pointed out, isn't this just an employment contract? Seeing how he addressed it, the chairman quickly defended himself. Oh, don't look at me like that. I'm about to make you an offer that benefits us both. You can refuse if you want to. I heard you've been looking for a dungeon for your next destination. His words made Steve curious. How did you know? The chairman answered honestly, I heard it from Drano. Hearing that, Steve just let out a soft, ah. After that, the chairman moved on to the topic of dungeons. In reality, finding a dungeon in the lands of the Great Tree is practically impossible. He explained that this was because the World Tree drastically reduces the concentration of corruption within its territory. But then, he pulled out a massive stack of papers from nowhere and said, these are letters sent via magic all through last night. They're all from the cities and villages surrounding the Great Tree. He informed the three of them about the contents of the letters. They were all cries for help due to the sudden emergence of dungeons. It seems that when the World Tree was tainted, the corruption spread out and crystallized. It has formed numerous dungeons. On top of that, Simus shared a few more details. Furthermore, thanks to the World Tree, the air is thick with boundless magical energy. Because of this, the monsters in that area are far stronger than usual. Even the local guards are struggling to hold them off. That is why I am begging you all. His voice was dead serious as he made his request. Please wipe out those dungeons. If that is not enough, I will pay you handsomely. Plus, you can keep all the loot you find inside. The offer drew an excited gasp from Steve. Well, since you put it that way. A moment later, his joyful voice echoed down the hallway. A dungeon all to ourselves with 0 interruptions? Now that's a sweet deal. Steve walked with a delighted grin. If we were at war, I would have just snatched the artifacts and vanished, but now we get full cooperation and a sponsor. He turned to his 2 friends. A total win-win situation, do not you think? Though, that only works if we can actually prove our strength. Elena did not say a word, just offering a faint smile. Suddenly, he turned his attention to M. Hey, I have a question for you. M replied without missing a beat. What is it? Steve's tone turned dead serious. With my current strength, could I kill Jarrett? The question brought a moment of heavy silence. Then M carefully explained, in the past, you managed to take down the 3rd prince. We successfully set up a perfect trap, cutting off his supplies and completely isolating him, but Venya will absolutely not let that happen again. He made sure to warn Steve, this time you need to be prepared to take on the entire kingdom. He then offered a piece of genuine advice. If you ask me, we need to prepare much more thoroughly for the worst case scenarios. Hearing this, Steve had to admit that M was a cold bastard, but his analysis was spot on. Then M threw a question back at him. Where are you heading next? Steve hesitated. There are way too many places I need to visit. Have you decided on a route yet? M pressed further. Should I not just tag along with you? Why else would Chairman S.U.S. call me over? That caught Steve completely off guard. Wait, you are planning to follow me around again? After I beat you to a pulp today? The fight is over, man. Seeing his reaction, M firmly stood his ground. Exactly. And the outcome was crystal clear. From now on, I just need to travel the world, observe, learn, and sharpen my skills. Right on cue, Motum appeared and scoffed. Do not forget, even if he is useful, he is still just a brainless battle maniac. Steve actually agreed. There is 0 guarantee he will not stab us in the back. The moment he loses interest in us, he seems exactly like the type to immediately hunt down a new prey. Suddenly, M chimed in, well, at least I have not done that yet. That made Steve flinch. Excuse me? Yet? Steve sputtered. M just maintained his calm demeanor, replying, then do not play these little games with me. He then made a solemn vow. Until I demand another duel like the one we had today, I will never betray you. If I ever break that promise, you can slit my throat. That should not be too hard for you, right? His ruthless nonchalance made Steve sigh heavily. I seriously cannot figure out what kind of psycho you are. Suddenly, Elena stepped up. I am still here, you know. She leveled her sword straight at M, her voice sharp with warning. Just remember, the price of betrayal is a heavy one. Her intense reaction made M muse to himself that it sounded more like a threat than an oath, but he simply replied, fair enough, I will keep that in mind. At that moment, Steve noticed the blade in Elena's hand and asked, whoa, did you modify it somehow? She quickly explained, I was testing it out a bit while you were asleep. She shared a new discovery about the weapon. He mentioned that this thing can easily shapeshift into multiple forms. Though, obviously, getting used to it will not be a walk in the park. Pausing there, she turned to double-check with Steve. So, is this guy really tagging along with us now? Steve shrugged it off casually. Well, for now, it does not seem like a bad idea. Hearing that, M just stood in silence, his eyes darting between Steve and Elena. Elena met his gaze, sizing him up. Finally, the two of them shook hands. I will take a leap of faith and trust you this once, she stated. M nodded firmly. I will not let either of you down. Meanwhile, in the dead of the silent night, a voice called out. Hey, I brought up some potions and a few snacks for you. Hearing this, the guard on watch duty shouted back. Oh, sweet. The guy at the bottom of the tower quickly asked, anything crazy going on up there? The sentry shook his head. Nah, nothing at all. Relieved, his partner suggested, awesome. Then hurry down here and grab your potions first. The guard gladly turned to climb down for the supplies. Man, I was actually worried I would run out of potions, but I am good now. But suddenly, he caught a glimpse of something and yelled, huh, hold on a second. Squinting into the dark, he spotted a few goblins lurking in the tree line, letting out creepy, savage giggles. Without a second thought, he let 2 arrows fly straight into their hiding spot. Just then, his partner clambered up the ladder and asked, what is going on? Did you nail them? The guard snorted. Of course I did. Those bastards were never going to let me sleep in peace anyway. He let out an exhausted sigh. It has been 20 days already. Ever since those dungeons opened up around here, the monster hordes just keep growing, and these makeshift barricades can only hold out for so long. His friend tried to look on the bright side. Even so, because we bumped up our defense forces, our response times are way better. Suddenly, a massive tremor shook the earth, sending both guards into a sheer panic as they screamed at the top of their lungs. Huh? An earthquake. Just then, a loud shout rang out. Everyone, get ready! In the distance, a massive horde of monsters was closing in, prompting the guard to yell a desperate warning. It's the Organos! Realizing what was heading their way, the porter gasped in sheer horror. The Organos? But the archer right next to him suddenly noticed something off. Wait a second. Look at them. They observed the monsters' frantic movements, trying to piece the situation together. They're not attacking. It looks like they're running away from something. Suddenly, a loud commotion erupted behind the horde, terrifying one of the beasts so much that it gritted its teeth and broke into a desperate sprint. Boom! Massive explosions suddenly went off in the distance, sending the panicked guards into a total frenzy. What the hell? Amidst the thick, swirling smoke, a voice rang out, asking if anyone was hurt. The blonde porter, watching from his high vantage point, stared at the chaotic scene in utter bewilderment. What in the world? What's going on down there? Steve emerged from the smoke with his two companions and confidently announced, Reinforcements are here. We've taken out all the monsters in this area, so don't worry. He held up the ring on his finger and smirked. No monster corpses left behind either. Devour the curse. A little while later, inside a sturdy wooden cabin, a voice broke the silence. So, you guys all came from Zenta? Steve stepped forward, shaking the blonde guard's hand to introduce himself. That's right, I'm Brian. The guard blinked, still a bit dazed, and stammered, my name is... But without even waiting to hear the poor guy's name, Brian cut straight to the chase. As you all know, the sudden outbreak of dungeons has caused massive destruction across many villages. What's worse, he continued, similar attacks are happening simultaneously in towns and cities all across the continent. Zenta is currently deploying forces everywhere to get this situation under control. He then turned to his companions. Elena, Mar, I need you two to stay here and protect the villagers. There's a high chance more monsters will show up. Understood, they replied in unison. Brian then added, As for me, I'm going in to clear the dungeon. At that moment, Jensen chimed in nervously. Excuse me, but where is the rest of your squad? Is there anything we can do to help? Hearing this, Steve just shrugged casually. Oh, there is no one else. It's just the three of us. His nonchalant answer made the guard shriek in absolute shock. Hold on a second. Are you saying you're going into the dungeon all by yourself? That's practically suicide. But Steve remained completely unfazed, gently reassuring the frantic guard. Relax, I'll be perfectly fine. Gripping the hilt of his sword, he flashed a confident grin, promising to wrap things up in no time. A little while later, deep inside the dark dungeon, Steve muttered to himself as he casually slaughtered monsters. Phew, I've wiped out pretty much everything on this floor. The boss room should be right around the corner. After walking a bit further, he reached a massive set of doors and kicked them wide open without a second thought. The moment he stepped inside, he muttered with a smirk, All right, let's see what we've got here. Looming before him was a grotesque monster he didn't even recognize. Without the slightest hesitation, the beast spat a deadly stream of acid straight at his face. Steve let out an exasperated sigh. A slime type, huh? He thought to himself before gracefully leaping into the air to effortlessly dodge the attack. Just then, Motem's voice echoed in his mind, warning him. If you keep your distance, this guy is going to be a real pain to deal with. Steve completely agreed. Yeah, no kidding. Without missing a beat, he activated his skill, Cursed Armor. Right on top of that, he cast Lightspeed. In a flash, he bolted right at the monster, delivering a vicious, bone-deep slash. Taking the full brunt of the attack, the beast let out a deafening roar of sheer agony. But Steve wasn't done yet. Seizing the opening, he viciously thrust his blade into it a second time. Thrashing wildly from the intense pain, the monster violently slammed him hard into the ground. Seeing this, Motem instantly scolded him. Hey, why didn't you dodge that? Steve didn't even bother explaining. He just burst out laughing. Ha 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 ha. Smirking, he gloated, It completely absorbed the damage. The armor is definitely working. Hearing his reckless logic, Motum retorted, "You need to be absolutely sure before pulling a stunt like that." "That's exactly why I let it hit me. I had to field test the defenses first." "All right, round 2. Let's finish this." He instantly triggered his next skill. Flame Burst. The monster let out a furious bellow, but before it could react, a massive, roaring tornado of fire engulfed it completely. In that exact split second, Steve kicked off the ground and launched himself forward. Closing the distance in the blink of an eye, he delivered a devastating deep cleave straight through the beast. But of course, he wasn't about to give it a chance to breathe. To top it all off, he unleashed his ultimate move, Core Explosion. Boom! A colossal explosion violently ruptured from within the monster's body, completely blowing it to smithereens. Meanwhile, back at the village, the onlookers stared at the unfolding battle in absolute awe. Are they really just that insanely strong? Or is there some kind of dark magic at play here? The dwarf standing next to him gulped, stammering out, "That's..." Just then, a heavy shield ruthlessly smashed into a goblin's jaw with a sickening crack. The one delivering that brutal blow was none other than Mar. Over on the other flank, a gleaming sword was raised high into the air. Swoosh! Elena brought the blade down, cleanly executing the monster. But right in the heat of the bloody battle, something massive caught her eye. With a deafening rumble, the towering dungeon was suddenly collapsing in on itself. Panic swept through the villagers as they shrieked, "What in the world is happening?" Sen stared in total disbelief, barely able to form words. Is the dungeon actually... The jaw-dropping sight left every single soldier in the village utterly paralyzed with shock. Whispers quickly broke out among the ranks. "Whoa, it actually collapsed." The dungeon is completely gone. Right amidst the chaos, a familiar voice nonchalantly asked, "Hey, what are you guys all staring at?" Elena's sensitive ears instantly twitched at the sound of his voice. "Well, I definitely didn't expect it to end quite like this." A soft, relieved giggle escaped her lips. Meanwhile, far away under the falling snow of the night sky, the frantic, echoing footsteps of search parties rang out all across the city of Bidden Bear, desperately hunting for something in the dark. They're still close. Sky crouched on the rooftop, keeping a close watch on the people below. The figures in the alley were shouting as they chased after someone. "Over there! I found one!" Hearing their shouts, Sky cursed under his breath. "Damn it!" Down in the alley, a burly soldier viciously impaled the fleeing figure. The severely wounded boy groaned in agonizing pain. Witnessing this, Sky drew his gun in a blazing fury. "You bastards!" he growled, but Nancy hurriedly held him back. "Boss, don't!" Nancy pleaded urgently. "We have to go. Don't let the distraction our brothers created go to waste. Every single one of us volunteered for this." Hearing Nancy's words, Sky froze. He gritted his teeth and cursed, "Damn it all!" With heavy hearts, the two turned and darted across the rooftops, fleeing into the night. "Let's move." A while later, on a deserted street, Sky finally spoke up. "I knew we'd been marked for our loyalties, but I never expected the Venyan forces to act this quickly." "They've been completely out of control all night anyway," Nancy immediately chimed in. "Ever since you decided to strike the third prince, isn't this exactly the backlash you expected? Everyone knew what they were signing up for. If you don't want their sacrifices to be in vain, focus on getting out of here alive." Hearing this, Sky clenched his jaw and muttered, "Even if I make it out after so much bloodshed, will I ever find peace?" Suddenly, an eerie voice echoed through the alley. "Don't you feel the slightest bit of guilt scurrying away like that?" Startled, the two whipped around to find a silhouette emerging from the shadows. "Shit, where did that come from?" The newcomer was none other than the Western General, Hereta. "What a pleasure to finally meet you filthy little rats," she sneered. Seeing her, Sky forced a smirk and fired back. "Well, isn't that a warm welcome? I had no idea the noble lords were pulling night shifts just to hunt me down." She let out an amused laugh, slowly unsheathing her sword. "I could easily be asleep in my quarters right now, but hunting you is reason enough." Sky immediately stepped forward, shielding his comrade. "Fall back," he ordered. Nancy looked at Sky, hesitating for a split second. "Didn't I tell you to get the hell out of here and stay as far away as possible?" Without warning, a pitch-black shadow lunged forward, with terrifying speed. Sky's eyes went wide with shock at the sight. Reacting purely on instinct, he grabbed Nancy and violently yanked him out of the way. "Watch out!" Barely dodging the lethal strike, Sky shoved his ally aside and roared, "Caw, get back! Let me handle this bitch!" With that, he turned to face the general, a knot of worry tightening his brow. "Well, there's no running from this anyway," he muttered to himself, eyeing the menacing aura swirling around her. "If more of our guys jump in, it'll just turn into a massive bloodbath and get in my way." "Go secure our escape route," Sky yelled over his shoulder, giving Nancy his final instructions. "I'll take her down and meet up with you to get the hell out of this city." Hearing this, Nancy hesitated for a brief moment, but ultimately nodded in agreement. "All right, just don't die on me." As soon as Nancy darted off into the alley, Sky's mind raced. That last strike. Was that shadow magic? I've heard the rumors, and it looks like she's actually using it. Snapping back to reality, his eyes locked onto the glowing blade in her hand. Without missing a beat, he drew his gun, calculating his next move. Magic weapons like that aren't invincible. There's got to be a weak point. Wasting no more time, Sky charged straight at her. Harita watched him with sheer contempt. "Charging a blade with a mere firearm?" she mocked, leveling her dark, aura-infused sword directly at him. What a pathetic low-class way to fight! As Sky sprinted forward, trails of ominous black smoke immediately erupted from the ground beneath him. At that exact second, a specialized bullet dropped from Sky's sleeve into his hand. He gripped it tight and thrust his arm forward, unleashing a blinding, explosive flash of light. Caught completely off guard, Arrow shielded her eyes from the blinding glare, her mind reeling. "A lightning spell? No, this feels completely different." Panic flashed through her as she suddenly realized her sword was vulnerable. With the blinding light disrupting her shadow magic, her thoughts were violently cut short by a cocky, familiar voice. "Hey there, Your Highness." Before she even realized it, the cold steel of a gun barrel was pressed dead center against her forehead. "I guess they don't teach dirty street fighting at the Royal Academy, do they?" Sky smirked, the sharp click of the hammer echoing in the silence. "Yeah, out here, you learn the hard way." The moment the words left his mouth, a deafening gunshot ripped through the air. Sky stared blankly at the body collapsing to the ground, a wave of confusion washing over him. "Wait. What? Is that seriously it?" Sky frowned, letting out a disappointed sigh. Turns out these fancy Western generals are nothing special after all. Suddenly, a terrifying shadow lunged straight at his face from the darkness. He jerked his head aside just in time, but the dark blade still slashed a bloody line across his cheek. Where the hell did she go? From the gloom, that chillingly familiar voice sneered. "Missed me." Sky stared in absolute shock as she appeared completely unharmed, as if rising from the dead. "Where the hell did you crawl out from?" He whipped his head around frantically, his heart pounding in his chest. "You can make damn shadow clones too?" "What the hell? Are my tools seriously nothing compared to her magic gear?" Shaking off the shock, he gripped his gun tighter, a reckless grin spreading across his face. "All right, now things are getting interesting. Let's see what you've really got. Only one of us is walking out of this alley alive." Arrow tightened her grip on her sword and charged at him in a blind rage. "You arrogant little rat! I'm going to shred you to pieces!" The second the words left her mouth, Sky rapidly squeezed the trigger, unloading a hail of bullets. Without missing a beat, she melted seamlessly into the shadows, evading the entire volley of gunfire. Seeing her vanish, Sky tensed up, his mind racing. Damn it. What other horrors is she hiding in that darkness? Right at that moment, she leaped up from behind him to strike. Suddenly, Sky gave a cryptic smirk. Her sword seemed to have pierced through something, sending a few splatters of blood flying. At the exact same time, he turned his head and fired a shot right at her. But as the bullet closed in, it was blocked by shadows. Seeing this, he frowned slightly, gritting his teeth as he cursed inwardly, "She can shield herself with the shadows. Damn it." At that moment, she brought her blade down fiercely toward his shoulder, roaring, "Die, you parasite of the kingdom!" Luckily, Sky managed to block it with his gun just in time, shouting back, "Are you kidding me? I'm just fighting to survive." He raised one of his arms again. Seeing this motion, she suddenly remembered what happened before. Another cheap trick. Instantly, she swung her leg high and kicked his arm. Her eyes were terrifying as she warned him, "Don't you dare try to trick me again." Following her words, her sword thrust forward with immense power. Sky's eyes flickered with panic as he cursed inwardly, "Her blade! It's too close!" He watched the blade inching closer and let out a bitter laugh, unable to dodge in time. Suddenly, a mysterious voice echoed, "If you go down like that, your subordinate will lose face." As Sky saw the blade bearing down on him, he realized that if his subordinate saw this, he'd literally die of embarrassment. They were all dodging perfectly. Right at that moment, an ethereal hand reached out from behind him, and just as the blade struck, he vanished completely. What the hell is this blue mist? She stared blankly at the fading trail of smoke, furiously cursing. "What the hell kind of trick did you just pull, you bastard?" Furrowing her brows, her terrifying gaze darkened as she angrily demanded answers. "You dare run away!" And with that, she merged into the shadows below, determined to give chase. "Next time, I won't let you escape." The wisps of blue smoke drifted away in a specific direction. A moment later, Sky materialized inside a small house, gasping heavily for air as Nancy supported him. "Boss, are you all right?" Seeing his state, the man standing opposite him offered some reassurance. "No need to panic. Getting sucked into the spatial void for the first time is definitely hard to get used to." After catching his breath, he gently pushed Nancy's hands away and confronted the man in front of him. "Now, start explaining. Who the hell are you?" Hearing the question, the man suddenly realized his omission and replied, "Ah, I almost forgot." Garrett pointed at himself and declared proudly, "I am Garrett, a wanderer who travels across Venya helping people and the leader of the Bandits. Though right now, it's just me." Ignoring Sky's judgmental stare, he continued to ramble. "After hearing your proposal, I've been waiting at the rendezvous point to provide backup." Seeing no reaction to his words, he turned around and gestured for them to move, as if saying they should get going now that they understood the gist of it. "Since I was in such a rush, I couldn't teleport us very far. We need to fall back now." But Sky suddenly spoke up, stopping his next move. "Hold on a second. I still don't understand any of this. I don't know what Nancy promised you in exchange for this, but was it really worth risking your own life to save us? Who exactly do you think we are?" Garrett chuckled in amusement, casually replying, "The prime suspects in the Gambini crisis. What a fascinating faction. Honestly, I wasn't thrilled about having to scour all of Venya just to find you guys. Watching you die like that would have been a massive waste of both talent and bravery. I've heard that line before." They continued chatting like this, completely unaware that something was lurking in the shadows. "The enemy of my enemy is my friend. Have you ever heard that saying? I heard you guys create some really interesting gadgets." While he was making his offer, Sky seemed to notice something. "You'll have to let me see them sometime." Right at that moment, something leaped out from the darkness. Spotting the figure emerging, Sky desperately shouted a warning, "Hey, right behind you." But it was too late. A sharp blade pierced straight through Garrett's body. Damn it! Suddenly, his body dissolved into the same blue mist from earlier. He appeared to resurrect, reforming at a spot much closer to Sky. Sky probed curiously, "Do you have an artifact too?" Garrett cried out in pure panic, "I almost lost my life just now. That wasn't fun at all." "How did you catch up so fast?" Witnessing the scene unfold, the woman sneered dismissively, "So that was your little trick. Not bad technique. But now that my shadows have enveloped this place, you won't be escaping my grasp again." The surge of power radiating from her sword grew stronger by the second. "This entire place belonged to me the moment my darkness spread." Immediately, Garrett drew his own sword, offering an amused compliment. "Great fighting spirit. If I had the time, I'd gladly spar with you. But this next move is my ultimate skill, so try not to go down in one hit, all right?" At this, she seemed to sense something amiss, gritting her teeth as she muttered inwardly, "Something isn't right. It's 2 against 1. If I keep hesitating like this, I'll be taken down. I have no choice. I need to counter their offensive first." Seeing her hesitate, Garrett signaled with his eyes, "Hey, now's our chance. Do you have a fun little gadget to distract her?" Hearing him ask that, Sky replied with a hint of annoyance, "Huh? What happened to that ultimate skill of yours?" He carefully transmitted his thoughts in reply. "You really think that would work on her? She's known as a general, after all. We have to be a bit more reckless this time, so please, steady your breathing first." He twitched his fingers in response. "You're no ordinary guy either, huh?" With that thought, he instantly fired a shot forward and declared, "We're in the middle of a fight, so I'll pretend to trust you for now." A familiar silver bullet spiraled furiously toward her. She furrowed her brows at it, exuding arrogant confidence. You dare use that lightning trick again? This time, I'll slice it apart before it can even detonate. No sooner said than done, she immediately swung her sword, slicing the bullet in half. Suddenly, something burst from within the bullet. A smoke screen. Enro quickly aimed his sword at the ground, groaning in sheer annoyance. Are these bastards really not going to put up a proper fight? Then, driving her sword firmly into the earth, she made her decision. If that's how it is, I'll slaughter every last one of them. A few seconds later, amidst the blinding smoke and dust, she pressed her lips tightly together, drenched in sweat. The surrounding scene slowly became clear. Aside from her, there was no one else around. Her hands gripping the hilt began to tremble. Lost in her thoughts, she couldn't sense a single thing in the surrounding area. In her mind, the image of a completely deserted city appeared. Snapping back to reality, her eyes burned with fierce determination. This is the last time. I've made my decision. What a massive pain. At that very moment, in a different location, a massive, earth-shattering explosion rang out. As the dust settled, a familiar figure emerged, cursing loudly. What a complete mess. Hearing the cursing, Elena and Mar turned to ask, "Are you still pissed off? This last village seems to have it the worst." Looking at the desolate ruins, he explained that the dungeon had spawned right in the middle of the village. The villagers couldn't react fast enough. Plus, this is the furthest village from Ysugenta, so sending reinforcements definitely wouldn't have been easy. He then continued, offering some words of comfort. "We've done everything in our power to clear all the dungeons so far, jumping straight in the second we arrive. I know you're furious, but don't be too hard on yourself." Still brimming with irritation, Stay retorted, "Put that aside for now. What really pisses me off is what I found inside the dungeon. I saw a cloak that belongs to those spider-legged freaks." He paused, his voice softening slightly. "But it was just torn remnants. Looks like they slipped away beforehand. I thought those things were supposed to self-destruct." Right after, the three of them turned to leave. Suddenly remembering something, he asked them, "Anyway, did you guys find anything outside? Are there any survivors?" Elena finally spoke up to answer him. "There are no survivors, but we did find traces of the villagers." Following her lead to where the footprints were, he carefully repeated, "Traces?" Sit crouched down, examining the tracks in utter confusion. Why are they all heading outside? Were they running away from the monsters? With that, he closed his eyes and activated his skill, Survival Instinct. Guided by the faint trail of smoke and the images flashing in his mind, he quietly deduced they ran toward the southern forest. Suddenly, an image of Mem appeared, stating that their scent still lingered. It slowly revealed a grim possibility to him. They might have dragged the villagers along with them. Hearing this, he gritted his teeth, his anger boiling over as he cursed. "What? Those absolute bastards!" The scene shifts to the royal palace of Venya, inside Conradic's chambers. He was sitting there, gazing into his magical orb. An ancient artifact. The orb suddenly erupted in a blinding flash of light. Through the crystal, a hazy image of a distant place flickered into view. As the light faded, he let out a heavy sigh and muttered, "An inevitable future." He spun around and sprinted off, leaving the orb behind as he whispered a name. The Great Desert of Kadelt. Conrad dashed down the hall, shouting an urgent announcement. "A prophetic song of the future, Your Highness, the Great Desert of Kadelt." The scene shifts back to Stee's group, who had just arrived in a snow-covered wasteland. The moment they stepped out from the World Tree, a biting wind hit them. Elena gasped in awe. The power of the World Tree truly cannot be underestimated. The MC quickly chimed in with a groan. "It's freezing! Just thinking about it makes me shiver." Just as they were busy chatting, a bird suddenly appeared right above their heads. Of course! The bird abruptly vanished, dropping something that caught his attention. He reached out, gently catching the object, and exclaimed, "A letter, and it has Chairman Simus's signature." Looking at the item in his hands, the MC asked with burning curiosity, "Is there anything special in there?" Steve skimmed through the letter and quickly replied, "He says he's discussed how to handle the current situation moving forward with the heads of state." He read each word carefully, imagining Simus penning the letter. The leaders are finally starting to realize the sheer severity of the issue, resuming operations immediately after the series incident. If the villagers really were abducted, this is going to turn into a massive international crisis. Who knows where the remnants of that terrorist group will hide, or what the hell they'll do next. Snapping back to reality, he focused and read aloud clearly. Even though we have the perfect device to track down those apostles, they say the further we get from the world tree, the harder it is to use. Right at that moment, Mar jumped into the conversation. However, that fanatic managed to connect with the world tree right from the start. And after these past 4 months, I really don't think tracking them down and bringing them back to Zagenta is a good idea. The moment he finished speaking, Elena chimed in to ask, "What about investigating the affected villages?" Stay calmly rolled up the letter and replied, "They said they've already dispatched people, but because the distance is so vast, it's going to take quite a while. For now, they've left the tracking to us." With that, they pressed on. He took the chance to hurry the other two along. "You said you were going to send a message to the other two nations. So hurry it up, we don't have time to waste." A little while later, they stepped through a teleportation portal, arriving at a completely different place. Stee instantly grew annoyed and cried out, "What the hell? Why is it like this? We just left a snowy mountain and now we're instantly in a damn desert? Ever since we got tangled up with them, everything's been a total mess." Mark, trailing behind, pulled up his scarf and spoke up. "Hey, the mana in this desert is way thicker than usual. We should probably pick up the pace. Even with all this gear, the sand is still cutting right through to my skin. It seriously hurts." Hearing him complain, Steve immediately scoffed. "You're a huge guy, but you're whining like a baby. Hang on a second." He raised his hand, softly calling out the name of the spell to summon blades of wind. "Swirling Gale." As the dust settled, he turned to check on him. "You good? Breathing should be a lot easier around here now, and the visibility is way better too." What a genuinely useful technique. Let's keep moving. Suddenly, Elena spotted something and cut them off. "That looks like a mountain over there." She kept her eyes locked on the distant peak as she described it. "I see a silhouette." Hearing this, Steve quickly shielded his eyes from the glaring sun and squinted into the distance. Someone was definitely there. Spotting them from below, he hollered up, "Hey, what the hell are you doing up there?" "Are you followers of Apple?" The man standing above heard him and replied with freezing coldness. Paul, who? Who is that? I don't know the first thing about him." Suddenly, the MC's expression shifted to sheer shock, realizing exactly who he was looking at. Staring at the man who had just spoken, Steve smirked and called out, "Oh, I certainly didn't expect to see a familiar face out here." Raptor flashed a dangerously handsome smile as he greeted the group below. "Long time no see." Seeing the general, Mark was completely baffled. "Your Highness, what on earth are you doing in a place like this?" But the moment the question left his lips, he recalled the shadowy figure from before and answered his own question. "Ah, is it because of Conrad's prophecy? Did you come to Tyloa?" At that moment, the two lackeys flanking Raptor stared at Mark in utter disbelief. "Wait, are you seriously the general? Why in the world are you traveling with them?" Suddenly, Raptor's voice cut sharply through their chatter. "Enough! I hardly think this is the time for tearful reunions. Where are you hiding it? Were you sleeping down there, and what in the world is this April nonsense anyway?" Steve, clearly losing his patience, drew his sword with a fierce glare and interrogated him. "Oh yeah? And who's the old man with you?" "This is none of your damn business." Ignoring the prince's arrogant words, Steve channeled his aura and launched himself straight at the royal. Moving at a terrifying speed, he effortlessly blew past the prince's two lackeys. The sudden burst of speed made the purple-haired minion whip his head around in sheer shock. "Stella 2, what the... How did he close the distance so fast?" Steve surged right past them, thrusting his blade straight at where Raptor was standing, but his sword only sliced through thin air. His eyes widened in disbelief as he muttered, "You actually dodged that? At that speed?" Right then, the prince's mocking voice echoed from high above. "Ooh, that was close. You nearly took my head clean off." How incredibly rude. Down below, Elena had been quietly analyzing every single move. She narrowed her eyes at the floating prince, making a mental note. Levitating in midair like that takes serious skill. But back to Steve. Motum suddenly materialized in his subconscious, raising a sharp question. "Do you think he's using some sort of ancient artifact to react that quickly? Ugh, this is getting really annoying." Keeping his eyes locked on the target, Steve mentally replied, "He didn't just fly away. It feels like he's hiding another artifact." Following Motum's advice, Steve summoned a small crackling fireball in the palm of his hand to test the waters. Without hesitation, Steve hurled the expanding sphere of flame straight into the sky, silently roaring the spell's name. Fireball! But as the blazing inferno closed in on the prince, a mysterious, glowing anomaly flickered into existence. The anomaly rapidly expanded into a swirling spatial portal, swallowing the massive fireball whole. Steve flinched, his eyes blowing wide open in pure shock. Without warning, the very same portal, along with his roaring fireball, ripped open right next to him. What the? Boom! A massive, earth-shattering explosion engulfed him, drowning out his yell. But a split second later, a powerful shadow burst violently out of the thick smoke. Other than a heavily scorched cloak, Steve was completely unharmed. He let out a sharp breath. Thank God for this armor. But what the hell was that? Motum observed the rapidly shrinking portal and deduced, a short-range teleportation gate. But using it like that artifact must drain a massive amount of mana. Taking a closer look, Steve realized those ancient relics actually belonged to Raptor's two lackeys. Dropping into combat stances, the minions muttered to each other, I don't care if he's just some brute, but there is no way we're letting him lay a finger on his highness. The second the words left his mouth, the male minion's magical rings blasted a blinding beam of light straight into Stella's portal. Motum instantly barked a warning in Steve's mind. He's doing it again! Watch out! Seeing the deadly trap unfold, Steve gritted his teeth and stammered. This is... Suddenly, a blinding beam shot out of a portal right beside him like a sniper bullet, cutting off his frantic apology. Clang! His armor furiously deflected the magical bullet as Steve roared in absolute frustration. I'm a little busy right now, you annoying bastards. But his shout was immediately followed by a barrage of magical bullets tearing toward him from both sides. Just in the nick of time, Elena and Mark flashed into view, parrying the deadly crossfire as they yelled at Steve. We've got these too! Elena cast a fiercely reassuring look over her shoulder, perfectly dividing the battlefield. You just focus entirely on the prince. With his team backing him up, an explosive surge of mana channeled directly into Steve's legs. He leaped powerfully into the air, calling out to them. All right, we're counting on you. Seeing this, the male lackey was utterly in disbelief. No. Do you really think the general would betray the prince? He replied coldly. Sorry, but I am no longer a noble of Venya, nor am I your general. That's right, this is a betrayal, and I owe you absolutely no explanation. Hearing this, the lackey gritted his teeth and launched a flurry of attacks. That's impossible! Mirror effortlessly raised his shield to block the assault, mocking him, take a deep breath. But while his guard was down, a teleportation portal appeared right behind him. Luckily, Elena dashed in just in time to block the sneak attack. She turned her head and scolded him fiercely. You're hesitating. If you're harboring some foolish thoughts, just spit it out. I'm ready to snap you out of it any time, so pull yourself together. Matt calmed down, furrowing his brow as he shot back. There's no need. I won't betray my own choice. You're right. This is a battlefield. One tiny slip-up and we're dead. He glared at the lackey, reminding himself just one moment of carelessness could cost him his life. With that, he cast a rather hostile glance towards Stella. Meanwhile, a figure hovered high in the sky, looking down at the chaotic battlefield. Raptor sensed the surging auras and sighed softly. So that's how the god of war makes an entrance? What a pity. Suddenly, a familiar voice rang out, cutting him off. Where are you looking? Startled, he looked over to see Stay rocketing up right in front of him. Raptors narrowed his eyes, silently sizing up the person before him. This guy has surpassed the limits of a mortal. As soon as he reached Raptors, Stee thrust his sword forward without a second of hesitation. The blade surged forward at a terrifying speed, yet it was effortlessly stopped by a single hand. Did you really think I made it this far just because I can fly? Stee felt a crushing weight on his sword and gasped inwardly. What? I can't move my body. Raptors then lifted his foot, stepping onto his head with utter contempt. I don't know who you are, or why you're attacking me, but don't delude yourself into thinking we're on the same level. With that, the foot on his head ruthlessly stomped down. Steve was smashed into the ground by raptors, triggering a massive shockwave. Rising from the thick cloud of dust, he spoke calmly. I see. Now I get it. Protected by his armor, he emerged unscathed. He looked up at the man above and questioned, So you don't just fly, you can slow down time too? Just then, Mem's voice chimed in with an analysis. Perhaps he can only slow time within a specific radius. Sit kept his eyes on raptors hovering in the air and replied, "But if he really had that kind of power, he could have wiped out all three of us in an instant. Why is he just watching?" The voice quickly offered a word of caution. "I can look into it, but don't overuse the synchronization." Suddenly, a familiar, towering figure appeared beside him. M hurriedly explained, "Sorry, I didn't mean to mess things up. 1 second I was fighting, and the next, I'm over here." Sit immediately cut him off. "Oh, perfect timing. I was actually planning to finish off the prince in a single strike." He carefully laid out his plan, asking, "But I'm afraid he might run away. What do you think?" The man gave him a slow, rock-solid response. "There is no way the prince is getting out of here. I'm absolutely certain." Just as he was stunned by this confident answer, a bullet fired straight at them. "What, absolutely certain?" Instantly, MC shoved him aside, roaring out, "Get back! Don't stand so close to me!" Steve gritted his teeth as he dodged, grumbling in annoyance. "Damn it, I didn't even get to ask!" Suddenly, a voice spoke up to advise him. "But if that intel came from the inside, it's probably reliable." All this time, raptors had been floating silently in the sky, quietly observing everything. The man below now plunged his sword heavily into the ground, slowly muttering. As for Steve, he unleashed a fierce blast of energy forward with his bare hands. Right after that, he blasted a stream of fire into it, fusing the exploding air and the fireball. This birthed a brand new technique that hurtled straight toward raptors. The firestorm detonated completely, followed by an earth-shattering explosion that rattled the sky. From the heart of the flames, he burst out, coughing violently. Seeing that silhouette, Steve shouted in alarm, "What? Is he running away?" Motem watched the enemy's movements and countered his words. "Look, he only dodged the direct hit, but he stopped right nearby." Witnessing this bizarre action, he frowned in confusion. He really isn't escaping?" High up in the sky, Raptors gritted his teeth, struggling to hold his ground. He deduced inwardly, launching such a sudden, wide-range attack. Is it because of his clash with the god of war just now? A scenario formed in his mind as he made his judgment. The power he gained from the artifact is absolute, but the skill's range is locked to a fixed axis. After using it, his mobility is severely crippled. Damn it, he must have been warned about something. Then he recalled that specific moment with Conrad, serving as a grim reminder to himself. However, according to Conrad's prophecy of the future, something is going to happen right here, a game-changing event. I need to get into position. He then reached back, his hand piercing through the barrier behind him, as he cursed internally. If I had known this would happen, I wouldn't have come alone. I was too focused on mobility and brought as few people as possible. What a massive mistake. Raptors forcefully ripped a hole in the barrier, breathing a sigh of relief. At least I didn't get separated too far. Just then, ST rocketed up from below, shouting loudly to grab his attention. Where are you looking? He clenched his fist tightly, radiating a dark, surging power as he prepared to unleash a devastating punch. In Raptor's eyes, his speed was nothing more than a crawling turtle. He then said, I am genuinely impressed by your strength, but it seems you haven't learned a single thing. He grabbed his hand with utter disdain, saying, Do I need to remind you that attacking me like that is completely useless? Tsk. Seeing his strange smile, he sneered in confusion. Are you out of your mind? Raptors didn't realize that something was currently activating in Steve's hand, followed by an intense burst of light radiating from the object he held. In an instant, the thing detonated, inflicting agonizing pain upon him. Hearing that agonized cry, the two lackeys immediately turned around. Seeing his falling figure, they rushed over and screamed, Prince! Taking advantage of their distraction, Elena raised her hands as if drawing a bow. A radiant bow and arrow manifested, gathering power and ready to strike. Instantly, the arrow infused with her power was released, darting forward. Zella turned her head slightly and spotted the incoming arrow. She hastily opened 2 teleportation portals to reflect the attack. Just as the speeding arrow was hurtling back toward her, Elena suddenly noticed something. It was Mark rushing in with his shield to block the arrow for her, shouting, I'll block it! At the same time, the lion carved on his shield radiated power in tune with his thoughts. That alone was enough. From that gathered energy, the shield unleashed a massive surge of power forward. Seeing the colossal wave of energy rushing toward them, the male lackey cried out in panic, Zella! Teleportation portals. As soon as he spoke, she opened a teleportation portal to counter the massive wave of power. While struggling to hold her ground, she cursed inwardly, "Damn it! There's no time to set the coordinates!" With that thought, she swiftly moved her hands, simultaneously opening another teleportation portal. That portal absorbed the energy on one side and expelled it from the other. Suddenly, Motem sensed something and cried out, "Hey, take this!" Prompted by its words, Steve frantically shouted a warning, "Everyone, get away from the sand dunes, now!" The moment he finished speaking, a massive explosion erupted, catching the prince's two lackeys entirely off guard. That force pierced through everything, incinerating all in its path. A moment later, the flames spawned by that power gradually dissipated. Stella was terrified out of her wits, stammering as she yelled, "Protect the prince! That is our top priority!" In her mind, she anxiously wondered, where did that terrifying explosion come from? At that exact moment, an earth-shattering explosion occurred, accompanied by deafening shrieks that filled the sky. A little later, in the darkness, someone activated the survival instinct skill, and suddenly, a loud noise echoed out. Shortly after, a voice called out, "Can you hear my voice? Get out of there, quickly!" Immediately, Elena and Mark, still perfectly safe, popped their heads out. As soon as they emerged from the pile of sand, Steve was already waiting and sighed in relief. Thank goodness where we stood wasn't buried too deep. The moment Mark freed himself from the sand, he immediately asked, "What in the world was that just now? How are the prince and his team?" Steve replied nonchalantly, "I'm not sure. They might have been buried under the sand, or they might be dead." He looked around and said, "I can't sense any life signs other than the two of you. Even the ground has been raised due to the massive amount of sand, but that's not the main issue here." He pointed it out to the two of them. "Look closely and you'll see it too." What he was pointing at was a bizarre energy lingering in the air, a dark, ominous aura. Seeing it, Mark exclaimed in awe, "I can't believe we can actually see it this clearly." Suddenly, the ground trembled, causing him to shout in a panic, "Tremors? Now what?" An earthquake? Even Steve had to grit his teeth, wondering, what the hell is it this time? Suddenly, a massive shadow loomed over him and Mark. A gigantic monster materialized right before the three of them. The gaping hole in its chest immediately caught Motem's attention. Embedded in its chest was a dark, ancient artifact. Right at that moment, a deafening scream echoed out. "What the hell?" Steve suddenly noticed his own sword. "Huh? My sword is suddenly glowing." Then, looking at the glowing eyes of the colossal beast, he realized in shock, wait, is he also one of Iba's disciples? However, he quickly reassured himself, there's nothing to worry about. He is just huge. That doesn't mean he is actually strong. As usual, I will take the lead. The moment he finished speaking, he dashed right past Elena and Mark. Just as he was about to clash with the monster, it kicked him squarely, sending him flying. This sight terrified Elena, making her scream at the top of her lungs. "Steve!" Even Mark flinched, wondering how such a massive giant could move so incredibly fast. Just then, Steve spoke up to calm everyone down. "Don't panic. Keep your eyes on the target." Next, he swiftly activated his Inferno skill combined with the Hollow Blade's Heatwave Inferno version, declaring confidently, "I'm going to burn him to ashes." Wasting no time, he quickly ordered Elena, "Elena, fire with everything you've got." Hearing that, she let out a quick "oh" in response. In a flash, she unleashed an arrow. The arrow soared forward, and the sudden attack startled the giant slightly, but he quickly raised an arm, bracing to block the hit. However, instead of blocking it, the arrow pierced clean through his hand, while Steve seized the opportunity to lunge straight at him. This feint attack caught the beast completely off guard. In that split second, he raised his sword high and delivered a devastating slash to the giant. But to his utter disbelief, what the hell? His sword couldn't even pierce its skin? Just then, the giant retaliated, making him curse in sheer frustration. Damn it! The monster slammed him with a brutal punch that smashed his face into the ground, and immediately followed up with another heavy blow straight to his back. The sheer physical power of the giant left Steve wondering, how the hell is he this strong? Mem spoke up in response. "Focus! Even if I fully heal your body, you will just get crushed again if you don't get out of there right now." Hearing that, he snapped back angrily. Easier said than done. Right as the giant threw another punch at him, he barely managed to yell out, "How am I supposed to escape?" In the darkness, Mem's voice suddenly echoed out, alerting Steve. "I'm sensing the energy of an ancient artifact hidden in the sand." These words left him utterly baffled, wondering, an artifact? Why would there be an artifact here? Suddenly, something within the sand reacted. The energy radiating from it felt strangely familiar to him. Oh, could it be that someone from the prince's party was buried in this area? Motem also confirmed this suspicion. That must be it. Upon hearing that, he instantly activated his skill, Devour the Curse. The ring on his finger began to radiate intensely with power. Prompted by that surge of energy, the system announced, "You have unlocked a new ability." This left Steve completely stunned. A manifestation. Just as the giant was furiously pounding the ground, a sudden surge of energy erupted from the impact. The sheer anomaly of it caught the brute completely off guard. Even Steve's eyes went wide with shock. Standing right in front of him was a girl, one fierce enough to catch the giant's massive fist dead in its tracks. The gorgeously striking girl with a famously foul mouth snapped, "Listen up, you bastard. This is the end of the line for you." Without missing a beat, she pulled her arm back and slammed a brutal counterpunch into the giant. The brute reeled from the impact, clutching its hand as it stumbled backward. She let out a heavy sigh and turned to a dumbfounded Steve. "Get up, will you? Were you planning on taking a nap down there?" Still completely dazed, he managed to stammer out, Who are you?" That question clearly struck a nerve, making her whip her head back around to snap at him. "What? Who am I? What the hell kind of nonsense are you spouting?" Oh, that was when the girl finally revealed her true identity. She was actually Motem, now taking on the human form of Freya. "Do you recognize me now?" At that very moment, a system prompt popped up explaining exactly how she had managed to take on a human form. The manifestation skill allowed its user to convert and wield soul energy in a physical form. Reading this, it finally clicked in Steve's mind what manifestation truly meant. "So you're..." Seeing him still staring blankly, she snapped in frustration, "Don't just stand there looking like a ghost. Snap out of it." Then she quickly added, "Save your stupid questions for later. Right now, we need to focus on the enemy right in front of us." Naturally, he wasn't about to argue with that. "All right." But right as he said that, Steve's attention was suddenly drawn to his own sword, leaving him stunned all over again. "Huh? Did my sword transform?" Suddenly, the giant let out a deafening roar. That shout seemed to jog Steve's memory, prompting him to quickly ask, "This is really messing with my head. Wait, hold on a second. If you're out here in the flesh, doesn't that mean I can't use the ring anymore?" Freya answered as she lunged forward. "Aside from a few specific skills, it doesn't change a damn thing. Didn't I just tell you to save the stupid questions for later?" Without hesitating for even a split second, she charged headfirst into the fight. "I'm going in!" Just then, Elena and Mark sprinted over to Steve, asking in a panic, "Hey, are you okay?" At the same time, Mark caught sight of Freya and blurted out, "Who the hell is that? A new enemy?" But before he could even finish his thought, Elena anxiously chimed in. "Is she an enemy or an ally?" Steve replied, utterly bewildered. Honestly, I have no idea what's going on right now." Tossing that out, he dashed forward to join the fray, but made sure to shout back a warning to his friends. "Just let us handle this freak show. You two go find somewhere safe to hide." His choice of words left Elena completely baffled, muttering to herself, "Us?" Meanwhile, on the other side of the battlefield, Freya was winding up for a massive punch. She delivered a skull-rattling blow right to the giant's face, making blood spray wildly from its nose. But she didn't stop there. She launched into a relentless barrage of punches, a combo so vicious that Steve, watching from behind, couldn't help but gasp in awe. "She's insanely strong!" But then something totally unexpected happened, making his eyes bulge out of his head. "Huh!" In a flash, Freya was swatted out of the air, crashing into the ground with a deafening thud. A massive cloud of dust kicked up into the air, making him cry out in alarm. "Ah!" Freya, however, just sat up in the dirt, cursing furiously. "Damn it, I guess I'm still not strong enough yet." Seeing her so incredibly frustrated, Steve tried to comfort her. "Hey, calm down. You definitely did some serious damage. Hell, my sword couldn't even leave a scratch on its skin." "Yeah, but there's no way I can take it down with these weak-ass punches," she grumbled. It was only then that her eyes landed on the blade in Steve's hand. "Since when did your sword look like that?" Steve answered honestly. "Oh, this? Right after I nearly kicked the bucket a minute ago, it just suddenly transformed out of nowhere." Hearing that, Freya instantly snapped, What the hell? If I'd known that sooner, we wouldn't be dealing with this massive headache. You can absolutely slaughter this freak with that sword now. Her bold claim completely caught him off guard. Is it really that powerful? How do you even know that? She didn't hesitate to give him a straight answer. The reason your sword changed is because it's directly linked to my core energy. The stronger I get, the more powerful the blade becomes. I can literally feel it. She then suddenly brought up what Lai had told them. Remember what that dwarf said about your sword having the power to grant its master's deepest desires? That's exactly why it drains all the ambient energy around it, including dark magic and even my own energy. It all made sense after I fought that thing myself. The sword only has such a volatile reaction to those damn cultists. The only way to put this freak in the ground for good is for you, the master of the blade, to strike the final blow. Having laid everything out, Freya turned back to Steve with fierce eyes. Because I'm manifesting out here, there isn't much juice left in the ring. That means you've only got one shot to end this. Do you understand? I'm going to carve out an opening for you. The moment the words left her mouth, she lunged right back at the giant. Wait for the perfect moment. Her attitude made Steve grit his teeth as he muttered, still as cocky as ever. Up ahead, Freya was already unleashing her infernal combustion skill. At that exact second, the giant threw a massive counterattack. Freya immediately launched a strike to draw its attention, but instead of clashing fists head-on, she agilely scrambled up its massive arm and delivered a blindingly fast strike right to its face. Seeing her opening, she screamed out a signal. Now! Seizing the fleeting opportunity, Steve instantly launched himself high into the air. The system chimed with a notification. The fusion skill, La Eva, conjured a blaze of intense heat. This technique continuously drains a massive amount of energy in real time. The energy consumption scales up based on the size and intensity of the flames. Steve poured every ounce of his strength into this strike. The flames erupted in a roaring blaze. He delivered a devastating, critical blow right to the giant. Seeing that he had successfully taken the monster down, he let out a heavy sigh of relief. At that very moment, the giant collapsed to the ground, completely lifeless. Amidst the sheer devastation, the giant had finally met his maker. Freya just stood there, staring down at his corpse. As Steve slowly stepped closer, the giant's hand suddenly twitched. Seeing this, Freya scoffed. He sure is a stubborn one. Finish him off. Even Steve cursed in pure annoyance. You damn monster! Without a second thought, he unleashed his consuming spell. But suddenly, something happened that made him gasp in pure shock. Whoa! The power within his ring was slowly devouring the giant. The moment it consumed him completely, the strange thing inside his chest dropped into the sand. Freya stepped forward, picked it up, and warned, "Hold on to this tightly." She grasped the squirming thing in her hand and muttered in frustration, "It's still trying to break free." Suddenly, he turned and asked her, "Aren't you going to absorb it this time?" She casually shot back, "And what if I suffer a cultivation backlash?" She handed the bizarre object over to Steve and scolded, "Don't be so impatient. We still have a lot of unanswered questions." Instead of absorbing it immediately, he tossed it into his pouch and agreed, "All right, let's talk about it later." The three of them, Steve, Elena, and Mar, dragged their enemy's corpse out of the sand and sighed heavily. Suffocating under the sand like that. What a horrifying way to die. At that moment, Elena spoke up. "Are you planning to burn the body right here?" Steve mused. "It's highly likely that all their artifacts are parasites, which means I can't even use them." He then glanced at his ring before shooting something directly out of his palm. It turned out to be a burst of flame to incinerate the enemy's corpse. In that brief moment, he suddenly turned to Mar and asked, "Do you regret fighting alongside me?" Mar replied casually, "Not at all." He then elaborated, "Even if we hadn't run into them today, they would have met a gruesome end eventually anyway. The Benicia royal family has way too many enemies. It was only a matter of time." Steve nodded in agreement. "Yeah, I get it. Recalling what you said earlier during the battle with the prince, it seems you know exactly why they were here." Mar confessed truthfully, "There is an artifact in Benicia that can predict the near future. That's also how I figured out why the raptors were here in the first place. And it's exactly how I managed to bring reinforcements to Fort Gambini just in time. Sorry for bringing that up. The prince must have seen something here. That's exactly why he refused to leave." Mar's words made Steve sigh deeply, thinking to himself, Thank God I didn't attack Benicia unprepared. Otherwise, I wouldn't have stood a chance. Phew! I guess I should be thankful I found out just in time. Suddenly, a voice echoed out, startling him and making him whip around. I have a question for you too, Brian. Or should I say, Steve. Elena panicked as the memory hit her. She remembered letting his real name slip out when she was worried sick earlier. Realizing her blunder, she let out a quiet gasp. Oh no! Mar asked Steve with a deadpan expression. Why were you hunting down the third prince? Seems like you hold a serious grudge against him. Steve stayed silent for a moment before letting out a heavy breath. Then, out of nowhere, he waved a hand at Elena. Amidst the scorching desert heat and the blazing fire, an astonished voice broke the silence. Did your artifact actually bring you back to life? What a bizarre twist of fate. Mar glanced over at Elena and remarked, and your companion is an elf from the dark forest. Everything is starting to make perfect sense now. Steve pointed toward Freya, who was standing in the corner and openly revealed her identity. And that right there is Memento Mortem. She came right out of my ring, though she usually doesn't look like this. Suddenly, Freya yelled in absolute fury. Are you just going to stand there gossiping all day? She barked an order at him in total frustration. If you're done dragging your feet, get up here, she demanded loudly. I can't see a damn thing inside that hole the giant just crawled out of. We need to go in and check it out ourselves. I'm heading down first. Follow me. A little while later, the whole group had gathered down in the pit. Elena covered her nose as they walked. Ugh! The stench down here is absolutely horrifying. Meanwhile, Freya casually shoved open the door to a room and stepped inside. Don't just stand there spacing out, there's something in here. The moment they entered the room, even Steve had to pinch his nose, groaning, God, this smell is completely unbearable. He stared at the piles of junk in front of him and asked, Where the hell are we? What are all these crates? Freya turned to him and demanded, Open one of them. Her blunt request left him completely bewildered. Huh? Do you really think these can even be opened? He questioned. He only asked that, but his hands were already prying the crate open. The moment the lid came off, what was inside made him jump in horror. A shocked scream echoed out, followed by a bewildered question. A corpse? No! Is that a mummy? What's with all these coffins? Freya deduced grimly. These have to be the missing villagers from Eden, the town we passed through before entering the desert. Elena nodded in solemn agreement. You're right, the bodies are heavily decomposed, but the stench is still sickeningly fresh. Stet turned around, hesitating. Wait, are you saying these are all just villagers? Freya stared at the piles of coffins, guessing they must have snatched people from wherever they could, not just here. Sit glared at the corpses, his voice trembling with rage. So this is where those bastards dragged all those innocent people. Suddenly, the mummy inside the open coffin snapped its eyes open. Just then, Elena whispered, I hear someone. As the corpse slowly sat up, Steve asked, You hear someone moving around in here? Right at that moment, the mummy lunged at him. Too bad for it. He backhanded it, flying across the room. Completely baffled, he blurted out, What the hell? I thought they were already dead. Suddenly, he glanced down at his sword and gasped. My sword. It's glowing. This sparked a sudden realization. That meant all of them were disciples. He leveled his sword at the mummy he'd just knocked away, his mind racing. Just what exactly is going on here? I thought we were out of danger, but then something strange happened. As the glowing blade drew near, the corpse instantly dissolved into nothingness. Just then, Freya called out, Steve, get over here. He walked over, still a bit dazed. What's wrong? She pointed at a small opening, telling him to look closely at the slot on the altar. Do you recognize that shape? Realizing what she meant, he pulled out the object he had looted from the giant earlier, gritting his teeth. Hold on, are those bastards using this? He stared at the magic array laid out across the room, his voice full of doubt. To create these disciples? Steve's group continued their search of the area. They quickly came to an agreement. This place is pretty massive. We should be fine if we split into two groups. Freya, her eyes fixed on the runes carved into the stone tablet, threw a sarcastic jab at him. You'd better worry about yourself first. At least that elf is smarter than you. Her snarky comment instantly ticked him off. Hey! But she kept her cool, casually pointing out the reality of their situation. In terms of danger, those two are probably much safer upstairs. If anything goes wrong, we're the ones trapped down here in the basement." Hearing that, he immediately agreed. "Then let's finish searching this place and get back upstairs as fast as we can. I'm not seeing anything useful down here anyway." Right then, Freya pointed out something she had noticed about the glowing red text covering the area. You might not be able to see it with the naked eye, but there's something scrawled all over these walls. It looks like some kind of magic circuit. The problem is, this dark relic doesn't seem to activate it. She let out a long sigh before offering a guess. "Do we need something else to trigger a reaction?" The air in the room was thick with mana, but Steve had another idea. "Based on my experience as an explorer, the most important thing when you're stuck is to stay calm, think rationally, and figure out exactly what isn't working." His words made her look down at the object in her hand, replying with a hint of frustration. "We aren't missing anything specific. I know for a fact this dark relic can interact with the array. It's just not working right now." Suddenly, Steve had a thought. Maybe it's out of power. His suggestion caught her completely off guard. "What?" Steve took the relic in his hand and laid out his reasoning. "When we first found this thing, it was radiating a massive amount of energy, remember? We even saw it glowing right through that giant's chest. But look at it now. It looks completely drained." He grew more confident in his theory. It probably burned through way too much dark energy, mutating that disciple into a giant. If it hadn't, every single disciple in that room back there would have ambushed us. His logic made Freya pause. She looked at the relic, mumbling to herself, "Dark energy, huh?" To test his theory, he looked around. And this place just happens to be overflowing with dark energy. Let's see if I'm right about this. No point standing around making wild guesses. Without a second thought, he activated his skill, Cursed Armor. The reaction was instantaneous, making Freya gasp in awe. "It's working! Even you can see the runes now. Okay, I'll admit that wasn't a bad idea." Just then, Ma and Elena walked in. Sensing the heavy aura filling the room, he frowned and asked, "What's with all this dark energy?" Hearing his voice, Steve quickly turned around. "Oh, you guys finished checking upstairs? We're about to test something down here, but honestly, I have no idea how long it's going to take." Steve waved them off, instructing the two. "Close the basement door and wait for us upstairs until we're done." He then unexpectedly asked the guy to look after Elena, which totally caught him by surprise. "If anything goes south, keeping her safe is on you, big head." Suddenly, Freya called out to Elena. "Hey, elf girl." She brought up a conversation they had before. "Remember what you told me a while back?" Back then, Elena had asked her, "Why don't we come up with a name that's a little easier to call you?" Thinking back on it, she looked straight at Elena. "You said I should have a real name, right?" Freya puffed up her chest, proudly showing off her decision. "Well, I've been thinking about it non-stop, and I finally came up with one." She happily declared the name she had chosen for herself. "My name is Freya. You can call me that from now on." Shifting out of her human form, she transformed back into a ring, softly whispering the name to herself. "My name is Freya." A little while later, Steve sat completely motionless in the center of the basement. Deep in his mind, he was witnessing something unfold. Out of nowhere, two shadowy figures materialized, making him wonder if he was just hallucinating. One of the figures drifted right past him. The figure stood before an army of disciples, his voice booming. "The enemy's relic has vanished," he snarled, his tone dripping with frustration. "We've mobilized every single disciple to scour the entire northern region for the past few years, yet we haven't found a single trace of it." Suddenly, the ring on Steve's finger began to glow. Within the vision, the leader turned to his subordinate. "Do you realize what this means?" The subordinate stammered out a reply. Could it be somewhere in the south?" The leader immediately confirmed his suspicion. "Exactly. The relic is absolutely in the south. We suspected as much, but those royal bastards of Benicia still hold power over the southern territories. Once they figure out the true power of the relic and how to use it, we'll have absolutely no way to stop them." The leader's words hit Steve like a truck. "Wait, what? So, the disciples are rebelling against the Benicia Empire?" Just as he processed this, the leader let out a deafening shout to rally his men. "Calm down. Now that the enemy's artifact is out of our control, there is only one thing left to do." He took a step closer to Steve, his next words sending a chill down the boy's spine. "The enemy will soon reappear, so we must raise a new army to stand against him." His declaration caused his fellow disciples to panic and question him. An army? How exactly do you plan on creating new disciples? The leader immediately replied, "We will seize the world tree. We will use the world tree's mana circulation system." He began to elaborate on the plan, explaining how they would inject this holy power directly into the tree. Then, we can turn every living creature within the world tree's realm into a host, breeding countless more disciples. At this, he roared with absolute certainty, "Whether they are the enemy or not, we will crush anyone who stands in our way. Our ultimate goal remains unchanged," he declared with every ounce of his breath. "Everything we do is to prepare for the Lord's return to this world." His fanatical words made Steve, who was watching nearby, shudder in sheer terror. As the illusion finally shattered, he broke free, gasping heavily for air. Then he asked, "Is it over? What the hell was that?" "A recording," Motem immediately replied, thoroughly explaining what had just transpired. The mana circuit must act as a device that records and replays conversations held in this basement. Having just transformed back into a human, he added, "Seeing as they mentioned the world tree, I'm guessing this didn't happen too long ago." Suddenly, Steve spoke up. "Wait a minute. Based on everything we've heard so far?" He shared his theory about Freya's identity. "You must be the enemy's artifact." He then reasoned, "The one who wielded the artifact before me vanished along with it. And from that, you were born. I'm guessing it's been a very long time since the enemy last appeared." Piecing the events together, he concluded his theory, which means, "I became the enemy the moment I picked up the artifact. So, basically, they've been preparing for a war against me, right?" Steve's words made Freya's head throb, causing her to groan in frustration. "This is so frustrating. I can't remember anything. I have to piece my memories together like this. I don't think there's anything else down here, so let's head back upstairs." A moment later, voices echoed from the upper floor. "So that's why they attacked the world tree," someone suddenly mused aloud. "By the way, I know we need to get out of here, but there's a problem." His words left Steve confused. "A problem?" He quickly explained, "While I was investigating the dungeon, I realized that ever since we stepped inside, the desert's mana outside has been growing stronger. We're trapped in here." His revelation made everyone gasp in shock. "What?" At that very moment, out in the desert, the howling wind carried dark magic that seeped into the air. Down in the basement, Freya voiced her thoughts on the matter. "Not too long ago, I noticed something strange. Think about it. They have an artifact so powerful that it could corrupt the world tree." She pointed out the anomaly. Yet, that artifact has been completely dormant, even after all this time. Her brows furrowed as she deduced, "That means its energy is being drained somewhere else. And if my guess is right," she firmly concluded, "it's powering this very desert. I'm absolutely certain that energy is being used to sustain the desert." Suddenly, Freya asked, "Do you remember the mana you felt when we first stepped foot in the desert?" She elaborated, "You might not have noticed because you used a skill to blow away all the mana around you, but it was incredibly dense." From this, she theorized, the only way to consume all the mana from this artifact is to create a mana desert. She then suggested, if we absorb this artifact, the mana flow that big guy mentioned will naturally dissipate. Then we can finally leave the desert. Freya's words made Elena anxious. "But if you absorb that artifact, you'll pass out again," she asked with worry. Steve placed a hand on her shoulder and reassured her. "Don't worry, my body seems to be getting used to it. Every time I absorb dark energy, the time I spend unconscious gets shorter. Plus, I feel safe with you by my side." His sweet remark made her blush shyly. Then he snatched the object from Freya's hands and said, "All right, let's get this over with." Instantly, a surge of mana began flowing into Steve's body as he activated his skill, Curse Eater. Meanwhile, at the Cadell Plains, a harsh voice growled, "I'll give you one chance to answer me yourself." Destra sternly interrogated the man before her. "Who do you work for?" The man didn't answer, only letting out a few mocking chuckles. Seeing this, Destra tightened the chains around his neck. "If you won't tell me—" Just then, someone appeared and yelled out her name. "Lady Destra!" Aeson shouted a warning. "Get away from him!" The moment those words left his mouth, the man Destra had captured suddenly mutated, a violent spray of crimson blood erupting from his body. Destra floated in midair, furrowing her brows at the man collapsing to the ground. Aeson landed behind her, looking at her with concern. "Are you all right, Destra?" She glanced back at him. He looked down at the corpse in front of them and asked, "Did he just kill himself?" Destra sighed to him. "I only wanted to scare him. How many times has this happened now?" Aeson let out a heavy sigh. "Destra, let's hold off on digging for more information about them for now. We have plenty of other things to worry about." Hearing him say that, she looked around, searching for someone. "Where is Cain?" Aeson frowned as he explained. "He went south to mediate the war between the elves and the dwarves. I just happened to run into you on my way somewhere else." Destra lowered her weapon, trying to organize her thoughts. "There's never a single minute of rest. Let's resolve this mess first, then we'll continue our investigation together." He immediately agreed. "All right." Meanwhile, in another location, torrential rain poured down on the Sky Castle. A heavily bearded soldier was in the middle of combat when a sudden surge of power blasted him away. The blonde soldier fighting him was also violently thrown back. Cain's eyes went wide as he raised his sword high into the air. He then lunged forward, bringing the blade down in a devastating strike against the ground. Agonizing screams echoed through the air. Cain halted his steps, standing frozen in place as a heavy, exhausted breath escaped his lips. He glanced at the surrounding crowd and spoke up. "Everyone, get back to your posts." Cain looked over at the wounded soldiers, issuing a stern warning to the rest. "He left this place in absolute ruins," he declared fiercely. "You all better not make me draw my sword again." His eyes flashed as he glared up at them, making the soldier with the thickest beard flinch in fear. The blonde soldier was no exception, gritting his teeth in pure terror. Screams of panic erupted all around as the soldiers broke formation and scattered in every direction. Cain looked at the only person still standing calmly before him. "Desha," he called out. Lowering his head, he asked, "Tell me, where did I go wrong?" Cain glared, his voice breaking into a shout. "It took everything I had, every ounce of my willpower. But in the end, I killed our father with my own 2 hands." Remembering that moment, wielding such immense power, he hadn't hesitated to drive his sword through that familiar body. The rain poured down even harder, perfectly matching Cain's sinking heart. And yet, nothing has improved. In fact, it's only gotten worse, he thought. Jaw clenched, Cain stared intensely at his own trembling hands. "Maybe I shouldn't have killed father after all." Desha looked at him, her voice softening in comfort. "It's not your fault. Someone else is pulling the strings behind this war between the clans. Aston and I are looking into it." "Stop it!" he shouted, cutting her off. "Don't pretend you don't know." Cain bowed his head and covered his eyes with his hand. "We all know the truth. There was never anyone hiding in the shadows." He opened his eyes, staring down at his hands once more. "I used to be able to end a war like this with a simple wave of my hand. Do you know why I took up arms and stepped onto the battlefield myself?" In his mind, it felt as though humanity was fighting to break free from their chains, desperate to escape their restraints. "Because my control over the mortals I created doesn't work anymore." Desha's eyes widened in sheer disbelief. She stared at him, asking him to repeat himself. "What?" Cain's face went completely blank as he continued. "They have lost control. That is why I had to plant fear into their minds. It was the only way to snap them back to their senses." She still couldn't believe it, clutching her hands tightly against her chest. "But how is that even possible?" Cain began to explain. "Under normal circumstances, it wouldn't be. Don't you realize what this means?" Standing there in the pouring rain, he poured out everything weighing on his soul. "We are gods. We crafted them with our own hands, and we can do almost whatever we please. Yet, not only have we lost control over them, but we don't even know what's causing it. The mastermind you're so desperately hunting down is the very same person blocking our power." Desha lowered her head, still struggling to process the reality. "How can that be?" she murmured. Cain furrowed his brows deeply, lost in his thoughts. "Out of everyone we know, who is the only one capable of nullifying and suppressing our powers?" There was only one answer to who was pulling the strings behind everything she was investigating. An image flashed in Desha's mind, the father who had created them. She was completely captivated by Cain's words. "It's none other than our father." Hearing this left Desha even more stunned. Thinking back to that moment, she stammered, "But you know that's impossible. You killed him yourself that day." Cain's gaze locked onto the ground as the memories of the day their father died flooded back. He remembered how their father had fought back, The father I knew wasn't the kind of person to act so recklessly. He tried to use his power to suppress us. Though he couldn't stop his children, Cain's remorseful words echoed through the rain. And yet, he fought us to the bitter end in a hopeless battle. He could feel the tangled contradictions of it all. There is so much that's suspicious about his sudden death. There's still something out there being kept hidden from us. Suddenly, a voice called out from behind them. "We've got a problem!" Aston landed on the ground, seemingly out of nowhere. Cain turned to look at him. "Aston!" He spoke to them in urgent breaths. "I just managed to settle the war in the northeast, and now the elves and the dwarves are at each other's throats again." Desha looked at him anxiously. "What? Where are they?" Aston kicked off the ground, ready to take to the skies. "Follow me." Desha immediately flew after him, leaving Cain all alone. He bit his lip, gazing up in the direction they had left, wondering to himself, could it really be our father? Through the torrential rain, they stood on the cliffside, observing the armies below. Later, when the conflicts across the entire continent finally died down, Desha managed to capture a few suspects believed to have incited the riots. They wore concealing cloaks, radiated dark energy, and called themselves the disciples of Achaban. A thought suddenly struck Cain's mind. Wait, have these disciples been around since back then? Meanwhile, in a pitch-black room, Steve opened his eyes only to find Elena lying right beside him. Oh, he looked at her sleeping soundly next to him. She actually stayed here with me. Steve sat up and glanced toward the door, deciding to let her sleep a little longer. Where's Big Head? Is he outside? Steve tilted his head back, squinting up at the glaring sky above. What the? Is this really the same desert from before? Suddenly, a voice echoed in his ear. See, my hypothesis was spot on. The mana in the surrounding air has stabilized. Watching the desert slowly come back to life with blooming plants, Motem deduced confidently. With this much mana in the air, it won't be long before this whole area is teeming with life, especially if humans stay the hell away from it. McDowell, standing below, called up to him. You're awake? Steve looked down at him. Yeah, I owe you one. The older man replied in a casual, dismissive tone. Forget about it. By the way, this right here is going to be a massive opportunity. Steve didn't catch his meaning and asked him to clarify. An opportunity? McDowell furrowed his brows and began to explain. Hasn't the only barrier blocking the entrance to the desert completely vanished? Now, anyone from the north and the south can pass through freely. Stet began to weigh the options. True. There is nothing more tempting than the wasteland. That means Benezia could end up clashing with the other kingdoms. Morwell glanced over at Stet. Exactly. In the worst-case scenario, it could even spark an all-out war. So, what's your next move? He pushed himself off the rock and stood up straight. Well then, have you finally turned your back on them? His mind flashed to the image of a man, stripped of an arm and wrapped heavily in bandages. Zero has been put out of commission. McDowell added, and the first prince has been dealt with. An amused smirk crept across Stit's face. Let's go enjoy the miserable looks on those Benesian bastards' faces. Sit, perched high up on the cliff, looked down at the man below. Either way, we should head out the moment Elena wakes up, he replied. For sure. Stit gazed off into the distance, his mind already churning with schemes. I'd better check what's brewing in the south before making a move on those Benesian bastards. Recalling the recent ambush, he realized something crucial. No matter how powerful I become on my own, to stand against an entire army, I need to at least match their sheer force. The siege had taught Steve a valuable lesson. I learned that the hard way during the assault on the Gambini fortress, but I can't rely on Sky to bail me out again. I need to come up with another way. Just then, Elena walked up from behind. Are you feeling any better? She asked softly. Sit turned to look at her. Ah, yeah, thanks. I just woke up a bit ago. How long was I out this time? About 2 days, she replied, holding his gaze. Compared to the 2 weeks you were out last time, it seems your body is finally adapting to the dark energy. Steve just smiled, his eyes fixed gently on her. Yeah, I guess so, he murmured. Oh, by the way, Elena, I've been thinking about where we should head next. Elena's cheeks flushed with a soft pink as Steve asked, what do you say we pay a visit to the Dark Forest? Heavy, relentless thuds of combat echoed through the training grounds. Jero channeled every ounce of his strength into his prosthetic arm, throwing a brutal punch straight ahead. His sparring partner, a heavily bearded general, swung a fierce counterhook right at him. But Jero was a fraction of a second faster, landing a devastating pinpoint blow straight to the man's gut. A massive dent caved into the general's silver chestplate as he let out an agonizing groan. The hulking man was sent flying backward, and murmurs of awe and praise instantly rippled through the onlookers. "Incredibly impressive, Your Highness," someone called out to him. "It seems you're having no trouble moving whatsoever." Jiro stared down at his prosthetic limb. It had taken him over a month to fully master it. Examining the arm forged from the tyrant's artifact, he nodded in grim satisfaction. "At the very least, it functions flawlessly." His expression darkened into a fierce scowl as a memory flashed through his mind. Someone had once asked him, "Let me ask you this, Jiro. Do you want your arm back?" He clenched his fist so hard it trembled violently. Gritting his teeth, he made a silent, seething vow. "That bastard, he stole my arm, and he stole my ambition. The next time our paths cross..." Veins bulged across Jiro's face, his jaw clamped shut in pure, unadulterated rage. "I'm going to crush you with absolutely everything I've got." Blinded by fury, Jiro slammed a brutal punch into the stone pillar behind him, shattering it on impact. Chunks of jagged debris rained down over his head. "Gods! That was a solid stone pillar!" A nearby soldier gasped in disbelief. The general he had just sparred with chimed in as well. Unbelievable! To think he was holding back such terrifying power. Suddenly, a voice called out from the distance. "How's the new arm treating you?" It was Anfet and Van Stock. Zero glanced at the two men approaching. "Better than I expected," he replied. Recalling the sword that had failed him in his defeat, he couldn't help but praise this new weapon. "My old Gera artifact doesn't even hold a candle to this." Hearing this, a deeply thoughtful expression settled onto Anfet's face. He remembered the terrifying moment Jero had lost control, when the arm had seemed hell-bent on devouring him alive. Since the tyrant's form directly fuses with your nervous system, forcefully regenerating both bone and blood vessels, I heard the agony was so unbearable that enduring it without heavy sedatives was practically impossible. No one had ever survived the sheer torment and the horrific mutations during the adaptation process. That's exactly why this artifact was left rotting in the vault until recently. Anfet looked him in the eye and asked, "Was it your thirst for vengeance that gave you the strength to push through that agony?" Jero bowed his head deeply. "I am profoundly grateful for this." Anfet nodded. "You don't need to thank me. Father was the one who bestowed this upon you, not I." Jero offered a respectful bow. "Understood, Anfet." The man then turned on his heel to leave. "Are you finished with your training? If you are, come with me. His Majesty wants a report on your new arm." Later, a booming voice echoed through the opulent palace halls. "Tell me, how does it feel, sparring with that new arm of yours?" Jiro knelt reverently before the figure seated upon the throne. "I am extremely satisfied, Your Majesty," Jiro declared. The Emperor looked down at him with approving eyes. "Excellent!" The Emperor's voice rang out with absolute authority. "As of this moment, I hereby reinstate Jero Messer to his rightful position as General of the North." Sitting imposingly on his throne, he issued his command. "Put an end to your training and return to the front lines." Jiro didn't miss a beat. "Understood, Your Majesty." Suddenly, a frantic soldier appeared at the grand doors, breathless and desperate to deliver a message. "Your Majesty, there's a severe crisis in the Celt Desert." The two royal guards at the entrance immediately crossed their spears to block him. "Just what the hell do you think you're doing? You can't just barge in here." The soldier continued, "I just got word that the mana storm in the desert has completely vanished." Hearing this, Anfake turned to look toward the door. "What?" Zero also looked over in that direction, thinking to himself, has the mana storm in Cadell really disappeared? The king finally spoke up. "Are you absolutely sure about this?" He was secretly thrilled, knowing exactly what this meant, and a menacing smile spread across his face. "He is finally here, the one I have been waiting for." Over by the forest, a bird flew across the sky. Sid looked at the scroll he had just caught and said, "All right, I've got a reply from Chairman Simus." He tucked it away, then looked toward the enemy camp ahead. "Let's break through the front lines and head straight south." Mac, who was hiding behind a rock, chimed in with his assessment. "The defense system is way stronger than I remember. This has to be because of the Gambini incident and the disappearance of the mana storm. Sid raised his hand, channeling his power. Just give me a second. I'll wipe out these small fries and take over right now. A faint glow of his skill radiated from his fingertips. Above the guards' heads, a strange surge of energy began to form. One of the soldiers noticed it and looked up, only to have something shoot straight into his face. The guard next to him turned, saw his comrade's body start convulsing, and asked, "Hey, what the hell is wrong with you?" While they were distracted, a blade came flying right at them. The sharp dagger pierced straight into the soldier's chest before he could even react. The eyes of the first soldier suddenly flared with a strange light. Time to get rid of these idiots. A mysterious force blasted toward the guards, throwing them into absolute panic. What the hell? What is wrong with you guys? Mac ducked back down, muttering in awe. I still can't believe how insanely powerful that skill is. This must be exactly how he attacked the Gambini fortress. Steve and the rest of the team walked into the camp as Elena called out. "Hey, Big Brain, get down here. Let's wrap this up and keep moving." As they walked together, Elena's expression looked like she was deep in thought. Sid looked at her and asked, "Are you nervous about heading into the forest?" Snapping out of her thoughts, she looked at him. "Yeah, just a little bit." Then she turned her head with a heavy sigh. "It's nothing, really." Deep down, she was worried about something else. "When I get back, Dad is going to ask about everything that happened. If he finds out I've been fighting against the Benaya Kingdom... No, I can't tell him the truth. I need to make up a convincing story." Deep within the forest, rays of sunlight pierced through the canopy, illuminating the lush green grass below. A man was chewing on a piece of bread, staring blankly ahead, when a voice from behind called out, "Cry, you know you're not supposed to eat until your shift is over, right?" He tilted his head, glancing back at the man. "Nothing ever happens around here lately anyway. What's wrong with having a quick bite? I hate working on an empty stomach." The man standing behind him scolded, "Didn't you hear what the scout said?" He frowned, giving a stern warning. "The humans have been acting really suspicious lately. There have been multiple troop movements, and they're rotating massive armies. They might be planning something big. Don't you get it?" Suddenly, his ears twitched as he sensed something abnormal. Without hesitating, he immediately drew his bow, dropping into a defensive stance. Something is coming. Cry, standing beside him, also went on high alert. "Yeah, I feel it too." His eyes went wide in shock as he saw who emerged from the shadows. "Huh?" The man next to him asked in absolute disbelief, "Am I seeing things?" Seeing Steve's group of three approaching, they immediately called out her name. "Elena!" She looked over at them with a warm smile. "It's been a while. I'm so glad to see you two are safe." Crush tilted his head, looking at the man standing behind her. "Thank you for bringing Elena back safely." The other guard standing with him looked toward Mac and asked curiously, "By the way, who is he?" Sid glanced at the man standing beside him, pausing for a moment before answering. "Him? Yeah." He closed his eyes, let out a soft sigh, and introduced him. "He's a friend of mine, a mercenary. We go way back." Max, standing right next to him, just stayed completely silent. He remembered the strict warning Sid had given him earlier. "If we run into any elves in the dark forest, just follow my lead and watch what you say, especially if it has anything to do with Benaya." Not suspecting a thing, Cry just smiled at them. "Is that so? Anyway, the elder will be thrilled to meet you." The other guard chimed in, checking up on her. "Elena, are you back for good?" She smiled and waved her hand dismissively. "I'm just stopping by for a visit, so don't get too emotional on me. But things aren't too bad out there, so you guys don't need to worry." Meanwhile, inside the Elven Kingdom, Renoa warmly welcomed his daughter's return with a bright smile. "Elena, it is so good to see you." He pulled her into a tight, loving embrace. "How long has it been?" Feeling a bit embarrassed, Elena gently reminded him. "Dad, please, everyone is staring at us." Renoa finally let her go and beamed at the two men standing behind her. "Haha, my apologies. Please, have a seat. The food will be ready in just a moment." She breathed a sigh of relief, taking off the cloak from her shoulders, and asked him, "How is Mother doing?" He then caught her up on everything, explaining that she had retired and was currently resting at home. On another note, Renoa glanced at the shield leaning against the chair and praised it. "That gear you've got there's absolutely magnificent." Elena just rotated her wrist, giving him a casual, dismissive reply. "Oh," he continued, "I know it's incredibly dangerous out there in the outside world. You don't have to tell me what you've been up to if you don't want to. Just promise me you'll always be careful. Do you understand me?" She bowed her head slightly and answered him softly. Yes, father. Renoa looked fondly at his daughter sitting right in front of him. Now I understand that you didn't come home with the intention of staying permanently. You're just stopping by to rest, aren't you? Sid, who had been silent this whole time, now turned to look at him and explained, Yes, sir. Elena just wanted to visit. We needed to assess the situation in the south, and since we were already here, would it be all right if we stayed here for a few days? Dranoa's eyes widened, slightly taken aback to see him answering the question instead of Elena, but he immediately smiled brightly at them. Of course, stay here for as long as you'd like. I was just so happy to see you that I didn't even give you a chance to relax. I'll prepare the rooms for you two. Please, get some rest after you eat. That evening, the world outside was completely still, with a full moon shining brightly in the night sky. Sid lay back on the bed, letting out a long sigh of relief. Goodness, how long has it been since I actually got to rest like this? Suddenly, a voice from outside the door made him sit up and look over. Sid, could I speak with you for a moment? Sid looked at Dranoa, who had suddenly appeared in his room, and replied, Of course. Is there something you wanted to discuss, sir? Drainee sat across from Sid at the small table in the room and began speaking. I apologize for interrupting your rest. I just wanted to talk to you about a few things, though I'm sure you already know. He laughed warmly and said, My daughter seems to really like you. She's terrible at hiding her feelings. Sid was slightly startled, looking at him in disbelief. Excuse me? Dranoa gave him a pointed look and asked, Did you really not notice during all the time you two have spent together? I could tell the moment I saw her. She smiles so brightly whenever she looks at you. Sid lowered his head, his face full of deep thought. I didn't know anything about Elena's feelings. Or perhaps I was intentionally ignoring them. Sid remembered the times he had fallen into a coma, and she was the one who had taken care of him. Recalling the moments they shared, facing life and death together so many times, Sid spoke up, including my own feelings as well. He clenched his fists, giving off an intense aura. Sir, I live a very different life. It might be even more unusual than you think. It is simply too dangerous to drag anyone else into this kind of lifestyle. Dranoa frowned, rubbing his chin. You haven't told Elena that, have you? Sid looked up at him. Well, I did once, out of concern for her. In his mind flashed the memory of when he had asked Elena, So, if this plan succeeds and deals with the prince once and for all, does that mean everything will be over? I guess so. At the time, Sid hadn't seemed to realize Elena's feelings, so he bluntly replied, Now that our plan is slowly coming to an end, don't you think you've done enough to repay your debt to me? Back then, the way Elena glared at Sid was full of hurt and anger, and when she left, she slammed the door shut behind her. Back in the present, Dranoa let out a heavy sigh after hearing the story. Good grief, that was definitely a mistake. Listen here, Sid. He looked at the young man. I assume the reason you and Elena haven't talked about what happened outside the forest is because you might pass out if you knew how dangerous it really was. Am I wrong? Sid remained silent, offering no response. Dranoa added, In that case, do you know why I let Elena go with you even though I knew that? He began to explain. My daughter lost almost all of her freedom from the moment I disappeared. She became obsessed with her duty to protect her people and her community as the next village chief. There were invisible barriers holding Elena back, not to mention her burning desire to get revenge for me. As a result, she wasted her entire childhood. Sid bowed his head, seemingly beginning to reflect on how the past couldn't be changed. Even now that I've returned, there is no way for me to make up for all the precious time Elena has lost. That's why I felt that the least I could do was let her live the way she wants to. That is the best I can do for her as a father. He stared intently at the young man. I have an important question for you. Dranoa's face turned dead serious. How do you truly feel about Elena? Sid's eyes widened as he met the older man's gaze directly. I truly care for her, sir. Up on the roof, just outside the room, Elena was sitting alone near the window. Her face was flushed pink, one hand raised to cover her mouth out of fear that any sound would alert the two men inside. Suddenly, a greeting rang out from behind, startling her so much she whipped her head around. Freya smiled, teasing her. Eavesdropping on people in the middle of the night, that's not a very good habit, you know. Elena hastily explained, I wasn't eavesdropping. I just happened to hear them while I was out here on night watch. She turned back to ask the newcomer, Does Sid know I'm out here? Freya looked at her and replied, No, that idiot is probably too distracted to even notice. She sighed and explained, as you already know, I'm not human. I can instantly sense anyone nearby. So, how long have you been listening? Elena turned around, her gaze fixed downward. Freya, there's something I've wanted to ask you from the very beginning. The two of them continued talking amidst the silent, fog-draped night. I know we still have so much left to do. Thinking about that, I just wonder, if only I could hear Steve say those words to me one more time. Tears welled up in Elena's eyes, her face etched with such sorrow she looked ready to burst into tears at any moment. Freya sighed, looking at her. I thought you'd at least be more level-headed than that stubborn fool. What a silly thing to worry about. She sat down right next to Elena. Listen here. Ever since that battle at the Gambini Fortress, has that idiot ever told you to go home again? Elena glanced over at her. No, Freya went on. He might not be the sharpest tool in the shed, but he certainly doesn't lack willpower or determination. She offered a warm smile, gazing at the girl beside her. Freya let out another sigh before her figure slowly began to fade away. She gently placed a hand on Elena's head, leaving her with one final thought. So stop overthinking it. Go inside and get some sleep, otherwise you'll be up all night, won't you? Elena's cheeks flushed a soft pink. She simply lowered her head in silence. Meanwhile, Steve was lying in bed, resting a hand against his forehead, lost in his own thoughts. Freya materialized by the bedside, looking down at him. So, what are you going to do? He shot a question back at her. About what? You know exactly what I mean, she replied. Don't play dumb. Do I really need to spell it out for you? Steve furrowed his brows in deep thought. All right, I've made up my mind. Early the next morning, the blazing sun cast its golden rays across the earth. Inside her room, Elena lay in bed, the sweet chirping of birds drifting through the window and echoing softly in her ears. Her expression was dazed, her heavy eyes betraying a completely sleepless night. Suddenly, a sharp knock at the door startled her. Knock, knock. She sat up, raising her voice in irritation at the door. What is it? A familiar voice called out from the other side. Oh, sorry. Were you still sleeping? Steve stood outside, awkwardly scratching his cheek. I was just wondering if you'd want to go for a morning walk with me. I can't ever seem to find my way around this place. He shyly added, if you're too tired, you can just go back to sleep. Inside the room, Elena cupped her burning flushed cheeks with both hands and called back. It's fine. Just wait a second, I'll be right out. As the two strolled along the winding forest path, Steve looked over at her. How does it feel being back here after all this time? Everyone is doing much better than I expected, Elena replied softly. He looked at her with a warm sense of relief. I'm really glad to hear that. Steve tilted his head up, gazing through the lush canopy above. You know what's weird? I'm not even from this forest, yet I feel so completely at ease here. Almost like I've come home. She followed his gaze up into the trees. Most people call this the Forest of Shadows just because it's dark, she murmured. But to me, it feels so warm and cozy. Steve shifted his gaze to the girl walking beside him, before lowering his eyes to the dirt path ahead. A flood of memories washed through his mind, and he couldn't help but wonder, exactly, when did it all begin? At first, Elena was nothing more than a reliable companion. Time had slowly drawn them closer together, but she had done so much more for him than any ordinary comrade ever would. Time and time again, she had saved his life, even putting her own on the line to do so. He suddenly called out her name, making her turn to look at him. Elena's expression filled with innocent curiosity as she waited for him to go on. There's something I need to tell you. When I saw you with your father yesterday, for some reason, it just made me feel overwhelmingly guilty. Steve lowered his head, unable to meet her eyes. With your father finally back, your family actually had the chance to be whole again, but I feel like I completely ruined that for you. The moment the words left his mouth, a heavy silence fell between them as they locked eyes. But a second later, Elena abruptly turned on her heel, ready to walk away. That was my own choice to make. If you only dragged me out here to get all sappy and pathetic on me. Panicking, he desperately reached out his hand to stop her. No, wait! That's not it at all. Steve finally managed to catch up to her. He grabbed her wrist tight, pulling her to a halt. By now, her face was already flushing a deep, fiery red. Standing right behind her, Steve let out an exasperated breath. Seriously, why is saying something so simple this damn hard? She kept her head down, flustered and confused. What? What do you mean? Steve softly explained, at first, I tried so hard to deny my own feelings. I wanted to bury them, to just lock them away. But it was never that easy. The more he spoke, the redder his own face became. I've always been in complete control of myself, but whenever I'm with you, it feels like my heart is completely melting. The hand gripping Elena's arm gently pulled her, spinning her body around to face him. The moment her eyes met his, her entire face flushed furiously crimson. She froze, staring at Steve like a deer in headlights. Wait a minute. Her mind raced in an absolute panic. Aren't things like this? His face drew closer and closer to hers. A second later, there was almost zero distance between their bodies. Elena's mind screamed in panic. What do I do? Her hand slowly curled inwards, clenching into a tight fist. Steve caught the movement out of the corner of his eye, but it was far too late. Elena unleashed a flawless, full-force punch directly into his gut. His face scrunched up in absolute agony. Completely bewildered, he wheezed, "What the hell was that for?" It was only then that she snapped out of her daze, violently covering her face with both hands as she let out a shriek. "Oh my gosh!" Elena crouched down in a complete panic, anxiously checking on him. "Are you okay?" "I'm so sorry. I just completely panicked." Collapsed on the ground, Steve let out a strained chuckle. I'm fine. But a little warning before you punch me would be nice." He looked up at her with a warm smile. "But thank you for liking a guy like me, Elena. And I like you too." Elena's anxious face instantly flushed crimson at his words. She faltered, completely at a loss for what to say next. Yeah. Suddenly, the symbol of the modem artifact glowed brightly on Steve's hand. It burst into laughter as it watched the two of them. Those two idiots finally understand each other, it thought. Then it vanished, leaving behind only a lingering thought. A human and an elf. What a fascinating couple they will make. Meanwhile, at the palace of King Zero, 3 figures stood before His Majesty to deliver their report. "We are not entirely sure what happened, Your Majesty," the man reported with a respectful bow. He continued, "Raptors has gone missing, and the magical storm in the cattle desert has completely vanished." Hearing this, Emperor Zero fell into a deep, brooding silence. Seeing his reaction, the man quickly added, "Please forgive me, Your Majesty." As for Anfet, who stood nearby observing it all, he remained perfectly silent. The desert is one thing, he thought to himself, but the Emperor didn't even flinch at the news of raptors going missing. Just what is he thinking? The second prince wondered to himself. Finally, Emperor Zero broke his silence to reassure the 3 of them. "Stay calm, everyone. Our kingdom is the shield that protects the Southern Alliance. We must remain strong no matter what happens," he continued with absolute authority. "Anfet, establish contact with the northern kingdoms as soon as possible." Hearing his orders, Anfet immediately responded, "Right away, Your Majesty." Zero then gave his next command. "I am certain we are not the only ones caught off guard by this turn of events. We need to reach out to them before they jump to any dangerous conclusions." He then turned his attention to his military leader. "And General Henrietta, remain in the capital for the time being. I may have need of your services." She bowed in compliance immediately. "Understood, Your Majesty." "You are all dismissed," King Zero declared. Just as everyone turned their backs to leave, he suddenly called out to the second prince, One more thing, Anfet." "Yes, sire," he replied respectfully. Zero continued coldly, "Call off the search for the first prince. We cannot afford to waste our military resources on him." Anfet, clearly confused by this, asked, "What do you mean, Your Majesty?" The Emperor's brows furrowed as he spoke in a dark, brooding tone. "This is his punishment. I have absolutely no intention of letting a man driven mad by ambition become my heir. If he is still alive, he will find his own way back here," Zero stated firmly. Anfet was momentarily taken aback by the harsh truth, but he simply bowed his head. "As you command." The scene shifted back to the room where Steve, Heinaf, and Mar and Elena were gathered. She slammed her hand hard on the table and announced, "I heard the news from the other scouts this morning. An entire syndicate has been purged from Ben." Hearing this, Steve looked as though he had already anticipated everything. He immediately asked, "A syndicate? That has to be Sky. The good news is their leader wasn't captured, but he has gone completely missing. Steve thought it over for a few seconds before continuing. He probably managed to escape. The general of the Western forces is the one calling the shots over there. I honestly can't believe he managed to slip past her. I gotta hand it to him. The guy really knows how to make a getaway, he muttered to himself. Then Steve looked up and asked, "Is there any other news?" Elena nodded. "Ah, there is this." As she answered, she handed over a rolled-up parchment. Steve immediately unrolled it to take a look. It turned out to be Steve's very own wanted poster, boasting a bounty with 6 zeros at the end. An absolutely staggering sum. Even he couldn't help but marvel at it. Whoa, guess I'm a big shot now. 8 million. Elena leaned in to look at the parchment and noted, "The drawing is a lot clearer than your first wanted poster." Steve scoffed in reply, "I bet they're dying to get their hands on me after that attack on the Gambini fortress." Mar, who had been sitting quietly in the corner, suddenly spoke up. "You'd better watch your back. If wanted posters like that are circulating out there, we can't rule out the possibility that Benia will decide to march right into the dark forest to hunt you down." Hearing that, Steve crossed his arms and fell into deep thought. In that case, Garrett, I need to find Garrett. Elena blinked in surprise and asked, "You mean that bandit? How are you going to do that?" Steve answered without missing a beat. "He told me he has informants and supporters working for him all across the kingdom. I'll start by tapping into my sources down south. Danton, an old buddy of mine from the black market, might know a thing or two." Steve then turned to Mar and added, "Oh, and by the way, big guy, you're going to have to sit this one out here." Mar looked completely baffled. "Wait, what? Why?" Seeing his reaction, Steve quickly explained, "A guy your size carrying a massive shield like that? You'd attract way too much unwanted attention. Plus, people down south would definitely recognize you, and we just can't risk that." Mar seemed to realize that Steve's logic was totally sound, and he reluctantly agreed. "You've got a point. Besides, I need to stay and prepare the defenses in case Benea actually decides to attack." Steve let out a sigh of relief and replied, "Exactly. And since I'm asking you for a massive favor, I figure I owe you something in return." Steve then told him about a top-tier combat arena that the local elves love to use. Mar's eyes lit up. "I've actually been there. It's a fantastic arena." Steve grinned and made his offer. "Keep this village safe while I'm gone, and in exchange, I'll spar with you in that arena until you've had your fill." Mar gave him a long look, then cracked a wide smile and agreed. "All right then, you sneaky rogue. I'll keep this village completely safe until you get back." Later, Elena and Steve arrived at a tranquil spot where warm sunlight filtered beautifully through the canopy of leaves. A place where many elves were gathered. "Steve, Elena, I heard the news from Kin. I didn't think you two would be leaving so soon." Elder Benora broke the silence, then gently added, "May good fortune be with you." Renoa, standing right beside her, chimed in as well. "Ah, by the way, Elena, take this." With that, he held out a necklace bearing a massive radiant gem. Elena accepted it, looking at her father in surprise. "This is the mark of the village chief. It's said to be a holy relic that grants the gods protection to whoever wears it," he explained. Draenoa offered a warm, incredibly affectionate smile. "I hope this necklace serves as a protective charm for you on your journey, my dear. And don't worry, I've already had a replica made." Hearing this, a wide smile spread across her face. She rushed forward, throwing her arms around both of them in a tight embrace. Mar, standing off to the side, called out to Steve, "Take care of yourself, all right?" He added with a grin, "Because the moment you get back, there's an arena match waiting for you." Seeing Mar like that, Steve couldn't help but think, he seems weirdly pumped about this for some reason. Brushing it off, Steve said his goodbyes, and the two of them finally set off. They glanced back over their shoulders to wave one last goodbye. "We'll see you all later." Sometime later, in a tranquil sunlit spot, Elena suddenly seemed to notice something. She quickly alerted Steve. "I can sense humans nearby." Steve, having felt it too, nodded calmly. "Yeah, we should be seeing them any minute now. This is the town of Low." Hearing that, Elena looked confused. Huh? The town looked drastically different from what she expected. Gazing down at the town from a high vantage point, Steve replied, "Has it always been this bustling? It looks like there are a lot more stone buildings now, too." Steve sighed softly. "It looks like he made an absolute fortune off that mine I told him about after the dungeon raid." Elena chimed in, "Wait, Is this all because of that mine you told them about? She then realized Danton has hit the big time now. He really must have put his black market experience to good use. I know you're happy to see the town thriving, Elena continued, but I honestly have no idea how we're going to slip past all those people. Steve stroked his chin, falling into deep thought before finally agreeing. Yeah, you've got a point. In that case, as he trailed off, an old memory suddenly flashed through Steve's mind. He remembered mentioning once that a spirit's favorite treat was freshwater fish. All right, it's your time to shine, he called out. A small magical creature popped out and grumbled, "Using magic is such a hassle." After it let out a tiny gasp, Steve placed his hand flat against the stone wall. A brilliant surge of blue energy erupted from his palm. "Avatar!" he chanted. Instantly, a striking woman materialized, leaping straight out of the wall while trailing violent arcs of blue lightning. Steve explained that since she was already inside the walls, she wouldn't have to deal with the annoying checkpoints or cause any unwanted panic. "You know exactly what you need to do, right?" He double-checked. Yeah, she sighed. "I have to go track down this Danton guy and tell him you want a meeting." "Spot on," Steve nodded. "But keep in mind, the townsfolk might still sense that you're an outsider, so please, do not cause any trouble. Got it?" A wicked, sly smirk crept across her face as she readily agreed. Hey, piece of cake." The very next second, her eyes locked onto a random villager. Before the poor guy could even process what was happening, she grabbed him fiercely by the collar. "Listen up, human," she demanded aggressively. "I'm looking for someone named Danton. You wouldn't happen to know where I can find him, would you?" Trembling with sheer panic, the man stammered, What do you think you're doing?" Completely ignoring his terror, her expression grew even more murderous. "I said Danton! Tell me where he is!" she barked. By now, the terrified villager was sweating bullets. Oh, Danton," he stuttered. Oddly enough, despite being scared out of his wits just a second ago, a deep blush suddenly crept up his face as a thought crossed his mind. Wow, she is incredibly gorgeous. Catching on to his shifting gaze, she swiftly delivered a sharp smack to his head, glaring at him in warning. "Stop blushing at me, you creep!" she snapped. Snapped back to reality, the flustered villager immediately began pouring out apologies. If you're looking for Danton," he babbled, "you can usually find him at the Medikov Trading Guild." She tilted her head, mulling it over for a second. "The Medikov Guild, huh? So that's where this Danton is hiding?" Cut to the outside of a grand building, where a voice echoed from within. The man's words repeated in her head. "If you're looking for Danton, you can find him at the Medical Trading Guild." She furrowed her brows, muttering to herself again. "The Medical Guild, huh?" Freya pushed the heavy doors open, stepping into a packed, rowdy tavern. Her sharp eyes scanned the sea of patrons, actively hunting for her target. Right at the center bar, a massive, burly man was busy polishing a large beer mug. "Found you," Freya thought to herself with a smirk. "There he is. He looks exactly the same as when I last saw him from inside the ring." Without missing a beat, she strutted over and confidently took a seat right across from him. Danton looked up, flashing a practiced smile. "Well now, what brings such a stunning lady to my counter?" "Are you here for business?" Freya threw a quick glance over her shoulder at a noisy group of drinkers before leaning in. "I've got a question for you. Have you ever heard the name Brian Gosling?" The second the name left her lips, he flinched slightly, visibly caught off guard. No, I don't believe I have," he stammered. Unfazed, Freya slapped a wanted poster with Steve's face right onto the counter. "All right then, how about this guy?" Behind his calm facade, Danton was sweating bullets, screaming internally, "Steve, what the hell did you do this time?" He brought a fist to his mouth and cleared his throat awkwardly. "I'm sorry, miss, but playing detective really isn't my line of work. Now, can I get you something to drink?" Annoyed, Freya let out a heavy, dramatic sigh and rolled her eyes. "Fine, I'll just cut to the chase. You might be built like a massive bear, but you're definitely as sly as a fox. Steve was actually pretty smart to make friends with you. Look, he's waiting right outside the city walls. He's stressing out because he can't find a way to sneak in." Hearing this, Danton's entire demeanor shifted, and he leaned in with urgent panic. "Yeah, we're here. Lead the way." A loud shout echoed from inside the large room. "Steve!" Danton grabbed him in a tight bear hug, lifting him completely off the ground. "What the hell have you been up to, huh? You nearly gave me a heart attack." Steve's face was squished so hard he had to gasp out to stop him. I can't breathe." Hey, let me go! Freya and Elena could only stand to the side, quietly stunned as they watched the two of them. Oh man! Steve pushed Danton's face away with one hand, but Danton refused to let go, squeezing him even tighter as he asked, Seriously, what's going on? How did you get so damn strong? He finally set Steve back down on the ground. What exactly have you been doing out there, and why is the bounty on your head so much higher now? Freya watched him panting for breath and muttered her assessment. He acts just like a kid. Steve bent over, catching his breath, and let out a chuckle. Uh-huh. I'll explain everything later. He looked up at the man in front of him. By the way, I'm honestly impressed you haven't been arrested yet, considering how tense things have been around here lately. Recalling their past encounters, he asked, I'm sure plenty of people here have seen us together. Has no one really tipped off the guards? Danton pumped his fist, laughing so hard that tears gathered in the corners of his eyes. Ha ha, if it weren't for that mine you told me about, the guards absolutely would have hauled me off by now. He threw his hands open to explain. A lot of people know we're friends, but since my mining business is the backbone of this town's economy, they can't lay a finger on me. He grinned smugly as he spoke, which means I hold more power in the black market than ever before. Steve looked at his thrilled expression and offered a warning. You're definitely living the high life right now. Just don't let it get to your head. Danton looked at him and continued. Anyway, whoever came to town and reached out to me instead of contacting you directly made a very smart move. The truth is, even the black market isn't safe for you anymore. With a bounty of 8 million coins, even the black market won't keep its mouth shut for long. Steve sighed and slumped into a wooden chair. Yeah, I can understand that. Steve looked up at him and asked, Oh, by the way, how's Clyde doing? The smiling face of the man Steve just mentioned flashed through Danton's mind. Ah, Clyde? The old man's got a ton of creativity, but he completely lacks direction. So, I assigned someone to guide him in his work, and after that, his true potential really started to shine. He then asked, Oh, speaking of which, did you sell that sword Clyde made for you? He's going to be pretty pissed off when he finds out. Steve turned his head, glancing at the sword resting beside him. Sell it? Of course not. It just got a little broken. Danton looked at him, completely baffled. What the hell happened to it? He asked, frowning. Well, I tried to assassinate the third prince of Benicia. Hearing that, Danton furrowed his brow and stared at him. The third prince? Steve continued his story. Sounds like one hell of a story. Who knew how much time had passed, but the solitary candle on the shelf now cast its warm glow across the entire room. Danton's face was dripping with sweat as he gave his verdict. You've gone completely feral since the last time I saw you. Steve's wild tale had him sweating bullets. First, you hijack a royal fortress. Then, you nearly assassinate a prince. And what about this whole thing in the north? And that crazy desert? Steve waved his hand, gently fanning the frantic man. You're gonna give yourself a stroke. Just breathe, man. Deep breaths. Danton raised a hand to massage his temples, letting out a long, heavy exhale. How the hell am I not supposed to freak out over all this? No wonder your bounty is up to 80 million coins now. Those Benizian bastards are gunning for you. Though obviously, they can't catch you. Danton then glanced over at Freya, who was sitting on the other side of the room, raising a hand in a polite wave. So, the young girl who came to see me earlier is actually an artifact. I've never heard of anything like that in my life. Steve turned to him, making things clear. Anyway, if your life suddenly gets a lot more dangerous because of those Benician royals poking around, that's indirectly my fault. I'm sorry for dragging you into this, but I have absolutely no intention of stopping until I've gotten my revenge. Hearing this, Danton just flashed a warm smile, crossed his arms, and replied, If you think I'm going to judge you for that, you're dead wrong. This kingdom is in desperate need of a massive overhaul anyway. Thinking back to all the brutal oppression, people being taxed into the ground regardless of their income, innocent citizens being beaten in the streets, and the endless conflicts between different tribes and humans alike. Elena went pale as she listened to him continue. None of this will ever change. Not as long as the current royal family remains in power. He kept listing off their endless crimes. Benicia is, for all intents and purposes, the absolute ruler of the entire Southern Alliance. Since Benicia rules with such an iron fist, I'm certain the situation is exactly the same, if not worse, in almost every other kingdom across the South. He then covered his mouth, lowering his voice. Honestly, I'm amazed there hasn't been a full-blown coup or a massive uprising in a kingdom like this. Steve grabbed a roll of bread and turned to face him. The royal family possesses an artifact that allows them to see the future. Danton loudly repeated the word he had just heard. The future! Chewing on the bread, Steve explained, that's how they're able to crush even the slightest hint of rebellion before it even begins. Danton closed his eyes, giving a solemn nod. I used to think you were taking things too far, but now I see it clearly. Unless someone genuinely backs that royal family into a corner, this kingdom is never going to change. Steve lowered his head, his voice growing quiet. At first, all I wanted was revenge. I never had any grand vision of changing the entire kingdom, but I suppose I might as well do it while I'm at it. Suddenly, he opened his eyes as if he just remembered something. Oh, that's right. Danton, I'm trying to track someone down, but I have no idea where he is. His name is Skyen. Do you happen to know him? A face flashed through Danton's mind. Skyrkin. Yeah, I know him. Birds of a feather really do flock together. What's your connection to him? You guys are giving me a headache. Danton turned around and pulled a piece of paper from inside his drawer. All right, I'll contact some people in the guild and ask around. Steve turned his head to look at him. Well, I'm done with my business here too. Should I just wait around until you find something? Do you mind if I stick around for a bit? Danton's hand tightened around the scroll of paper, gripping it firmly. Listen, Stet, while you're in this town, there is one thing you need to remember. Steve frowned as he listened to the warning. Your revenge might have started out as a personal vendetta. Then Danton thought of his homeland, hoping for a better future. But I truly hope you completely turn this obsolete kingdom upside down. And I'm not just saying that as the head of a black market branch. Danton smiled and pointed at him. I will always help and support you. Don't you forget that. Stit smiled and let out a soft breath as he looked at him. Thank you, Danton. Right before stepping out of the room, Danton stopped in his tracks. I have one more question before I go. Stit looked at him. Huh? His face was serious as he waited for Danton's question. Finally, Danton spoke up. Do you guys need separate rooms? Elena's cheeks immediately flushed a deep pink after hearing Danton's question. Freya lowered her head, closing her eyes as she let out a quiet giggle at his words. Stit yelled out, What the hell are you thinking? Danton asked him in a teasing tone. What? I had to ask, right? The man who was hunched over his work instructed his subordinate to place the item over there. The young man immediately replied, Yes, sir. Suddenly, the voice of a man wearing a black cloak echoed in their ears. Clyde actually has his own apprentice now? I can hardly believe my eyes. Clyde frowned, let out a chuckle, and pulled down the goggles resting on his eyes. He turned his head and asked, What? Who just said that? His eyes widened in shock when he saw the person standing before him. Oh my God, it's you. Stit smirked and gave him a wave. Long time no see, G. The man let out a gasp. Stit, what the hell are you doing here? The sunset painted the sky in a golden orange hue, and inside the forge, the atmosphere had grown quiet. Clyde sat by the fire, looking at the man across from him. What the hell have you been doing out there? Your wanted posters are everywhere. And yet, he just replied nonchalantly, Huh? Steve turned his head to look at the item resting beside him. Oh, you mean the sword you gave me, right? I hate to break it to you, but it's completely ruined. The older man's face grew tense as he asked, Did it serve you well? Stit let out a couple of laughs. Serve me well? Haha, it saved my life, and then some. Clyde lowered his head, relaxing as he laughed along with him. That's good. As long as a weapon or a piece of armor serves its master well, I'm a happy man. He paused. So, what kind of weapon are you using right now? Stit reached into his bag and pulled something out. Oh, I'm using this. Clyde stared at the gauntlet and sword placed before him. You mean to tell me someone actually has the skill to forge equipment like this? He then picked up the sword and observed it for a moment. Isn't this a hollow blade? How did they even think of turning a weapon into an artifact like this? What an absolutely brilliant idea. Next, Clyde picked up the gauntlet to evaluate it. And these joints, they're designed specifically for piercing strikes. These are true works of art. If you're planning to stay here for a while, leave them with me. I think I can make them even better for you. Stit looked at him in admiration. I'd really appreciate that. Thank you, Clyde. A steaming plate of eggs and meat was placed on the table. This is our guild's special breakfast. Stit looked at the person who just spoke, looking confused. Why are you still cooking and cleaning glasses? You're a guild master now. Danton looked at him and replied, Old habits die hard. Besides, I actually enjoy this kind of work. By the way, you didn't like your room, did you? For some reason, you look even more exhausted. His face had dark circles clearly visible under his eyes as he spoke. You put us in the same room on purpose, didn't you? Steve's face flushed red as he ground his teeth and snapped, Thanks a lot. Because of you, I didn't get a wink of sleep. That's why I look like this. Are you happy now? Danton laughed so hard that tears welled up in the corners of his eyes. Hey, look at you blushing. So, what exactly happened? You can thank me for the favor I did for you whenever you're ready. He stood up and turned to leave, waving his hand to let him know it was no big deal. Don't be ridiculous. Anyway, thanks for the meal. He called him back. Hold on, I'm not done with you yet. Danton reached into his coat, searching for something. After hearing what you told me yesterday, I immediately sent some of my guys to look around, and I found a pretty interesting document. Steve crossed his arms, looking at the piece of paper placed on the table. So, basically, someone else has also been asking around for information on Sky. He confirmed with him. That's right, and we got the request just 2 weeks before the criminal sweep at Beaton 3 took place. That seems pretty suspicious, doesn't it? He looked at the man across from him and asked, Was it a noble or someone from the royal family? Danton started to explain. You know how seriously we take background checks in this business, especially with spy factions running around. But looking at this guy, at least on the surface, he just seemed like an ordinary person. Steve looked down, staring at the paper on the table. I need to find out who this person is. Can you do that for me? He rolled up the paper and replied without missing a beat. Of course, I'll do my absolute best. Oh, and one more thing. You weren't planning on just filling your stomach and running off, were you? He looked bewildered as Danton stood up and headed toward the kitchen. He handed him a plate of food. Bring this back for that young lady. He smiled in amusement, watching his retreating back. I'm just trying to help you out, my friend. Good luck. Sit looked at the plate of food in his hands, wondering to himself, I didn't even know he could cook something like this. A curious voice echoed inside the quiet room. Is someone else looking into Sky? Elena took a bite of her food, glancing at Steve sitting across from her. I suppose the timing could just be a coincidence, but do you have anyone in mind? He closed his eyes and let out a long sigh. I'm not entirely sure, but Danton said he'd look into it, so I know he'll dig something up. Hearing him say that, Elena visibly relaxed, happily enjoying her meal as she chimed in. Then there's nothing to worry about. Looking at her, Steve's face flushed a deep shade of pink once again. He panicked inwardly, muttering to himself, Oh, this is not good at all. Meanwhile, in another location, a man was giving orders to his subordinate. You're dismissed. The soldier in front of him raised his hand in a crisp salute. Yes, sir. Please take care. A pair of feet, clad in dress pants and leather shoes, stepped into the room. Anfet swept his gaze across the room. He silently judged the space, taking in all the items that had been hoarded in here. Even though most of it was just useless garbage, Anfet's hand brushed over a golden object encrusted with red jewels. This was a display screen for an eavesdropping artifact. The Fugé artifact, it transmits nearby sounds over incredible distances. He gritted his teeth, thinking to himself, I can't believe he actually managed to get his hands on one of these. Remembering the time he had grabbed someone by the throat, it suddenly made sense how the news about the visions had spread. Anfet gripped the ancient artifact tightly in his hand. In that case, he channeled his power into it, attempting to activate the artifact's core function. Images from inside the castle began projecting right in front of him, eventually locking onto the exact location where the second half of the artifact was planted. A warning chime went off. There was one right there. Anfet spun around, violently cursing in his head. That absolute bastard! He actually planted a bug in my own room. He stormed off, seething with rage. Even with artifacts like these, he still manages to screw everything up. What a complete idiot. A guard standing by the door saw him storming over and asked in confusion, Why are you in such a rush, Your Highness? Is something wrong? Anfet waved him off dismissively. That is none of your business. Stepping outside, he frowned and closed his eyes for a moment. He gripped the Fugé artifact tightly as he walked forward, then suddenly snapped his eyes open as a realization hit him. He had also planted a bug in Conrad's office. Anfet came to a dead halt in front of a set of doors. And that's not all. He reached out with both hands, shoving the massive doors wide open. Anfet swept his gaze across the grand room. He even had the nerve to plant one in here. Staring dead at the throne positioned right in the center, he cursed inwardly once again. Raptors, you despicable piece of trash. But then he looked down at the artifact in his hand, a sinister smirk spreading across his face as he plotted. I'll consider this little toy a gift from you, and I'll be sure to put it to very good use. Scene change, the instructor's voice echoed across the training grounds. Keep your eyes forward and run as fast as you can. Zero bellowed at the soldiers. You're supposed to be the sworn protectors of the Benicia capital. Is this really all the stamina you've got? Suddenly, a voice called out to him from behind. Sir? He turned his head, glaring sharply at the subordinate who had just arrived. What is it? The soldier stood at attention and offered a crisp salute. Sir, the Emperor wishes to see you. Walking behind him, Zero noted, I see we're heading straight to the Emperor's private office. What's this all about? The soldier glanced back, replying nervously, I'm not entirely sure, sir, but His Majesty explicitly ordered us not to let anyone else into the office. Standing before the heavy doors, the guard loudly announced, The third prince has arrived, Your Majesty. An authoritative voice called out from within, Come in. Zero stepped into the room, bowing respectfully before standing at perfect attention behind the Emperor. He then looked up and asked, Is there a specific matter you wish to discuss with me, Your Majesty? Jiro thought to himself, he would never summon me to his private office unless it was something of absolute importance. The Emperor didn't answer his question. Instead, he simply gave another command, Enter. Immediately, Anfet pushed the doors open and strode inside. The moment he saw him, Jiro scowled, gritting his teeth as he wondered, what the hell is Anfet doing here? He then shifted his gaze back to the Emperor standing before them. May I ask why you summoned both of us here? The Emperor slowly turned around, his brow furrowing as he looked at the two princes. I called you both here to explain the exact situation the two of you are currently facing. Anfet stared, quietly studying his expression. I've never seen Father this angry before. He loudly called out to Zero. Startled, he quickly replied, Yes, Your Majesty. Emperor Shinchero glared at him and asked, How much do you know about the enemy you're facing? He bowed his head in thought. The enemy. Are you referring to Steve Atelier, Your Majesty? But the Emperor sharply dismissed his words. No, I'm talking about his artifact. Zero's eyes went wide, his brow furrowing deeply. How did you know? Anfet, standing off to the side, was also throwing observant glances at him. The Emperor continued, Does that really matter? How I knew? I've only kept quiet about it because I deemed it necessary. And what was the result of that choice? Not only did you lose the entire army you brought with you, you even lost this artifact to someone else. Zero frantically raised his voice to explain, but, Your Majesty, that wasn't intentional. He recalled the situation back then. I received a vision saying that anyone who used that item would be cursed to turn to ash. After hearing the whole story, he calmly muttered just 2 words, You fool. That was no curse. Zero looked bewildered, asking in return, Your Majesty, what do you mean? Emperor Shinchero explained it to him. That artifact tests the will of whoever wields it. It tests a person's sheer desire to live when faced with the threat of death, as well as their absolute resolve to overcome any pain. When someone proves they are worthy of the artifact, it burns away their body and breathes new life into them. He continued to explain, in doing so, it optimizes the user's body to become a perfect vessel for the artifact. What you called a curse is simply the artifact's mechanism. Zero frowned, looking down at his own hands. But when I held that artifact in my hands... The Emperor firmly cut him off. Exactly. And had you not given it away to someone else over such nonsense, that artifact would have been yours. Anfet, who had been silent all this time, finally spoke up. I have a question. What if... Emperor Shinchero cut him off. I know what you're going to say. First, both of you, come with me. Beyond the fragments of history you think you know, lies a truth about this world, passed down only from one king to the next, and I am going to share it with you. He turned and began walking in a certain direction. Long ago, the wicked elves started a territorial war against humanity. They even used forbidden magic to forge ancient relics capable of wiping out the human race entirely. But fortunately, before they could complete all the relics, humanity claimed victory over them. That was only possible because the relics couldn't unleash their true power unless all of them were gathered in one place. Shinchero reached out and pushed open the heavy double doors in front of them. The war ended, and the elves scattered across the lands. Aside from monitoring the elves to ensure they would never dream of rising up against humanity again, someone sealed those relics away so they could never be used. Both Anfet and Zero stared inside the vault the Emperor had just opened. He continued, "That person was none other than the founder of Benezia." The three of them slowly descended into the underground chamber. But there were limits to what he could do. First, these relics were far too powerful for humans to destroy, so sealing them was the only option. And second, the whereabouts of the final and most powerful relic remained utterly unknown. Zero stared wide-eyed at the man in front of him, speaking in pure disbelief. "Are you talking about—" Emperor Shinchero confirmed his thought. "That's right." He gazed at the objects floating before them. "The relic you gave away was the final one." Ahead of them were three spheres radiating a mysterious dark energy. If you had obtained that item, the relics would have clashed and destroyed one another. And finally, we would have been freed from this damned fate. Zero furrowed his brow and asked, "But if it's such a crucial artifact, why didn't Benezia search for it sooner?" Emperor Shinchero asked him in return, "Zero, do you know why I sent you on that expedition? Out of all your brothers, you are the only one with a fierce attachment to life and an endless will to fight. I placed my faith in you because you survived the vast northern border as a commander. Do you realize now what a disastrous mistake you've made?" He bowed his head, making no reply. After staying silent for a long moment, he finally asked, "What do you want me to do?" The Emperor told him, "Do nothing." He tilted his head, shooting a side glance at Anfet. "At least, not right now." Anfet's eyes went wide, his whole body trembling under that piercing gaze. After the conversation ended, Anfet walked down the corridor, replaying what the Emperor had said to him earlier. "The one who worries me the most is you, Anfet." He had laid out the strengths and weaknesses of each son. Raptor is arrogant, but sharp. As for Zero, he has boundless willpower, but lacks intellect. Yet, the two of them share something you don't. Do you know what that is? They make things happen. Neither Raptor nor Zero achieved their goals, he recalled the Emperor's words, but at least that is better than failing to produce any results at all. He gritted his teeth furiously. "In that sense, you are unfit to be king. You could become an excellent politician, perhaps prime minister at best." His hands balled into tight fists, his grip tightening as the Emperor's brutal assessment echoed in his mind. "But not a king. Your job is to support the king." Finally, Anfet let out a furious scream, violently hurling the object in his hand against the wall. The guard stationed outside peeked inside and asked, "Prince Anfet, is everything all right?" He snapped at them, "Shut up! Get back to your posts now!" Terrified, the guards instantly replied, Yes, my lord, forgive us." A pair of glasses lay shattered on the floor, the heavy, ragged sound of his breathing filling the empty space. Anfet clenched his fists, his entire body trembling as a dark aura rolled off him. He thought bitterly, "I've worked so damn hard for this kingdom, and that's all he thinks I'm good for? A mere assistant? Pathetic. Fine. If he wants me to take matters into my own hands so badly, then that's exactly what I'll do." The scene shifted to Steve, walking forward and saying, "I never expected the people we're hunting to reach out to us first through Danton." Elena, walking beside him, turned to ask, "But they demanded to meet in the middle of nowhere, where no one can find us. Do you think this is a trap?" He furrowed his brows and raised his fist. "Trap or no trap, I am going to crush them. I swear, if they dragged us all the way out here just to waste our time—" Her ear twitched, catching a strange sound in the distance. Steve asked her, "How many of them are there?" Elena tilted her head up, straining to listen, and muttered, 6. Hearing that, he shouted loudly toward the cliffs on both sides. "So that is how it is? Don't even think about ambushing us. Show yourselves." Up on the cliff, the cloaked figures heard him. "If you piss me off, you are going to pay for it. I will slaughter every last one of you." Sale stood high up on the cliff, frowning as he stared intently at the two people below. "What the... Brian? Then he leapt down to the ground. I thought you were heading north. What are you doing here? Steve looked at him with a bewildered expression, not understanding what was going on, and asked, Do you know me? He pointed at himself and reintroduced himself. It is me, Saley. We have met a few times before. Motem appeared behind him, reminding Steve, Remember the guy who works for Garrett, the magic user? That was when it finally clicked for Steve. Ah, right. But what are you doing out here? Sale turned around and shouted at the top of his lungs toward the cliff. Hey everyone, it is nothing to worry about. He is our ally. The people standing above repeated his words. An ally? Sky frowned as he looked at him. I was wondering who had been tailing us these past few days. Was it you? Steve was taken aback when he saw him. Huh, Sky? I am glad you are okay, but what exactly is going on here? While a group of people were setting up camp on the cliff, a complaining voice rang out. Good grief. Couldn't you have gotten here any sooner? Why did you have to wait until my people were robbed blind to show up? Sky frowned, scolding him. And you even dared to challenge me. You are way too cocky sometimes. You know that? He tightly grabbed Steve's collar. Just bringing it up pisses me off. I really need to teach you a lesson. Someone standing behind them watched the two and let out a heavy sigh. Ugh. Garrett pointed his finger at them. So, your real name is Steve Atelier, not Brian? You are the guy on that wanted poster everyone is hunting down? And yet you are close friends with Sky? Steve, who was still being held by the collar, looked at him with a completely calm expression and answered, Yeah, something like that. Garrett then turned his head to look at the two girls sitting off to the side. So, I am guessing you ladies are using fake names too? She smiled and introduced herself. My name is Elena. He then looked over at Freya, but she just snapped, You don't need to know. Mind your own business. Hearing her say that, Garrett clutched his chest and thought to himself, Mind my own business? That is not something you say to a bandit leader. I am the one who helped Sky get to where he is today. Well, at least he answered my question. I guess that makes us teammates in a way, right? I am really trying my best to stay positive here. Sky suddenly flinched, pulling back the hand gripping Steve's collar, and asked with a panicked expression, Hey, so what exactly did you do up north? Steve let out a long, heavy breath and admitted it. Well, I killed the first prince. A shrill, terrified scream of pure shock rang out. You did what? All around them, the subordinates snapped their attention toward the group. Sky's voice trembled in utter disbelief as he continued to ask, What do you mean? You killed WHO. Garrett's eyes went wide, his face completely drenched in sweat. I did hear rumors that the first prince hadn't attended any recent major events for some mysterious reason. So it was actually because he kicked the bucket? Steve looked at him and began recounting the situation. Yeah, I caught him traveling with a small group, totally exposed without any army to protect him. So I killed the prince along with his lackeys and burned their bodies to ash. Sky looked at Steve with a gaze full of admiration. You never fail to surprise me, do you? But that is actually great news. He then announced, The general in the east is missing, the first prince is dead, and we can pretty much consider the third prince dead too. Now, we just need to take out the general of the Western Army in Baden-Ba and the second prince. Not too shabby at all. Steve thought to himself, Yeah, this is probably not the best time to mention Big Head. Then he spoke up. I did overhear a few things while I was finishing off the first prince. Somewhere else, a hand cast a spell over a crystal ball. They mentioned having some ancient artifact in Benicia that could let them see into the future. Suddenly, a panicked voice cried out. What? Sky scowled, gritting his teeth. If that's true, then weren't we doomed to lose from the very beginning, no matter how hard we tried? So that explains why the Eastern General showed up in Gambini. Garrett turned his head, immediately shutting him down. No, as a fellow artifact user, I can guarantee you that no artifact is truly omnipotent. At most, it only grants the user glimpses of crucial moments that might alter their fate. They sat around the camp's bonfire, strategizing. On the flip side, we can actually use this against them. The more of a threat our plan poses to the royal family, the easier it is for them to predict it. Steve nodded in agreement. He's right. No matter what move we make, we have to account for the possibility of failure. What we need most right now isn't a flawless plan, but the flexibility to handle whatever comes our way. Sky chimed in as well. I agree, but first, Zit, I have to ask you something. He furrowed his brows, staring intently in his direction. You've always been the core of every plan we've put together. You'll be carrying the weight of not just my people, but everyone else here too. Are you truly ready to shoulder that kind of responsibility? Elena, who had been sitting quietly to the side, gave a firm nod, echoing Sky's sentiment. Steve's expression hardened with unwavering resolve. Of course, I know we can pull this off, but I also know we're going to need all the help we can get. He leaned forward, stating firmly, at the same time, there's no denying how dangerous this mission is. I won't hold it against anyone who wants to back out right now, so I have a question for all of you. Sky let out a heavy sigh after hearing him. No matter what happens from here on out, will you guys stick with me until the very end? Elena looked at him and smiled, giving a firm, decisive nod without a second thought. Garrett let out an exasperated sigh. Ha, I can't believe you fools are actually going to wage war against an entire kingdom, but I like your spirit. He stood up and motioned for them to follow. Come on, I'll show you guys to your temporary quarters. Later, inside a secluded, completely empty tent on the outskirts of the camp, Garrett leaned over, tapping his finger against the map spread out before them. Luckily, the kingdom of Benicia has been significantly weakened. Irene Henrietta is the only capable commander they have left. He began to break down the situation. She wields an artifact known as belonging to the night. It allows her to summon shadows as her minions, and the dimmer the light around her, the more powerful the artifact becomes. Sky already had first-hand experience with this. She's going to strike at night when her artifact is at its absolute peak. But to accommodate the rest of her army that actually needs light to see, she'll operate alone as a rogue unit. We have to be extremely careful with our own light sources, since it'll easily give away our position. Garrett laid out the countermeasure. We'll be using specialized combat goggles that grant us night vision. My men are transporting the supplies as we speak. Steve nodded, asking another question. What about the second scenario? We still aren't completely sure that Irene will be the one commanding their forces. Garrett closed his eyes, his brows knitting together. Well, from what I know, the second prince isn't cut out for the battlefield at all. Unlike his two brothers, he was far more focused on governing the kingdom. There was absolutely no way a desk-bound bookworm would suddenly show up on the front lines. Suddenly, one of his subordinates came sprinting up to the tent, practically gasping for breath. Boss, we've got a massive problem. There's a group of strangely dressed people marching through the valley, heading straight for us. Garrett immediately barked an order. What? Show me the way, right now. Outside, a massive battalion of soldiers, their legs clad in heavy iron armor, was marching steadily forward. Crouching behind a cliffside, Garrett scowled as he observed their formation. He let out a harsh curse. Son of a bitch! As the troops drew closer, he finally recognized their colors. It was the army of Benicia. Completely baffled, he muttered, "What the hell are they doing out here?" "How many of them are there?" Garrett asked intently. Just then, another one of Garrett's men came sprinting up the ridge. Panic was written all over his face as he yelled, "Sir!" He quickly leaned in and whispered something into Garrett's ear. Garrett's eyes widened. "What? Why the hell are you only telling me this now?" It turned out Benicia had stabilized, and their forces were already advancing toward the northern front. Their army has split into two factions. One branch is heading east, and the other is marching straight south. Garrett's scout relayed the grim news to the three of them. The scout continued, his voice trembling. "I'm not entirely sure about the southern division, but the army approaching us right now is definitely the eastern vanguard." Squinting at the marching troop, Steve chimed in. "If they're heading south, they must be moving toward the Forest of Shadows." Steve fell silent, a heavy dread sinking into his chest. Are they seriously planning to storm the Forest of Shadows with a massive force like this? He thought to himself. At this point, I just have to trust that Big Head can handle whatever comes their way over there. Shaking off his worries, he turned around. "Hey, Garrett, didn't you mention earlier that you set up discipline panels all across the valley?" Steve asked. Garrett didn't miss a beat. "Not the entire valley, but yeah, I've got them set up to some extent." "Do you think they'll be able to block the blasts from those cannons?" Steve pressed. Garrett kept his eyes glued to the enemy forces as he replied, "The panels can hold up against pure mana blasts, but if they're firing solid metal rounds, yeah, we're probably screwed." Steve quickly caught on. "So, unless we know exactly what kind of ammo they're packing, we're completely flying blind." "What about their commander?" he asked. Can you make out who it is from this distance? Garrett lifted his binoculars to his eyes. Let's find out. Peering through the lenses, Garrett let out a low, surprised hum. Well, I'll be damned. It's none other than the second prince, Anfet. He couldn't wrap his head around it. What the hell is the second prince, Anfet Messir, doing out here? Just then, Motem appeared, calling out to them. Hey, Zit, take a closer look at his chest, Motem pointed out. Hanging from a heavy chain around Anfet's neck was a pitch-black orb. It was a pitch-black relic, and it was reacting to the second prince. People were calling out to him, Your Highness, Prince Anfet. But he remained completely silent, lost in his own world. It wasn't until Banstock spoke up. Are you all right, Your Highness? Only then did he finally snap out of it. Oh, Anfet replied. It's just been a while since I've been on a battlefield, so I zoned out a bit. I'm fine. Seeing this, Banstock quickly reassured him, You really don't need to worry too much. Your Highness, the army here will lay down their lives to protect you. Just try not to wander too far ahead of them. Anfet simply nodded. I know, but deep down he was furiously cursing himself. Damn it, if I had just secured the vantage point I needed back then, I wouldn't have had to split the army into two groups like this. Aloud, Anfet continued, but I am absolutely certain of one thing. That bastard, Steve Atelier, is here. As he spoke, his hand brushed against the black relic resting on his chest. Suddenly, a memory of the artifact flashed through his mind. Anfet, you may take this if you wish. In the memory, King Shinchero was holding a dark sphere. It will react whenever an ancient holy relic is nearby, though of course the choice is entirely yours. Remembering this, Anfet gritted his teeth, a surge of burning rage washing over him. Suddenly, Anfet roared, All mana cannons, into position! Instantly, the soldiers scrambled, aiming the heavy magical artillery, just waiting for the command to open fire. Seeing this unfold, Sky panicked and screamed, What the hell? Are they seriously trying to fire cannons from that far away? Can those things even reach us? Elena was just as shocked. Pure terror flickered in her eyes. Amrita. Elena thought to herself, their cannons are fully loaded with concentrated mana, which means they absolutely can hit us. Someone shouted back. Finally, the moment of death arrived. Anfet screamed the order to fire. Instantly, a terrifying barrage of mana blasts erupted from the cannons. The explosive rounds tore through the sky, soaring straight toward the cliff, where Steve and the others were standing, creating an absolutely chilling spectacle. Still unsatisfied, the prince barked another order. Do not stop! Keep firing! Even so, Anfet's face was still twisted in absolute fury. He thought to himself, if they manage to return fire from that high ground, we'll be sitting ducks, but I won't even give them the chance. I'll blow them to pieces from a distance they can't even touch. Come out and face me. Atelier. Up on the cliff, the group was desperately scrambling to dodge the relentless bombardment. Sky yelled at the top of his lungs. Garrett, get your men out of here right now or they're all gonna die, Garrett replied in sheer desperation. I'd love to, but there are explosions going off everywhere. Their voices were filled with mounting regret and helplessness. We never should have split up to flank them like this. If we aren't careful, we're gonna take a direct hit. Suddenly, Steve stood up. Damn it! If that's how it is. Seeing this, Garrett yelled a frantic warning. Hey, are you trying to get yourself killed? Keep your head down. But Steve completely ignored the warning. He muttered, Aura! Synchronize! Speed! In a flash, his entire body was engulfed in blinding streams of light. Witnessing this, both Sky and Garrett dropped their jaws in sheer disbelief. Huh? Sky gasped. And Garrett stammered, What? What the hell is he doing? A massive bolt of lightning illuminated the cliffside. Down below, even Prince Anfet squinted at the glare, wondering, What is that light? With the crack of thunder, Steve transformed into a blinding, colossal sphere of lightning. Without a second of hesitation, he dive-bombed straight down toward the second prince, accompanied by the terrified screams of the soldiers. Still clueless as to what was happening, Anfet shouted out, What is that, a bomb? Then Steve's voice echoed through the air. You really should have just stayed at your cozy little desk. Why the hell did you even come out here? As Prince Anfet locked eyes with him, the color drained completely from his face. He couldn't believe his eyes. Up on the cliff, Steve's teammates were just as dumbfounded. He always just runs off on his own and drags trouble right to us, that idiot. Suddenly, a voice called out from behind Sky and Garrett. Hey, mind giving me a hand with this?" It was Elena. She grunted, "This thing is way too heavy." Garrett looked at her with a complicated expression before asking, "Wait, you actually know how to use that relic?" Then, turning sharply, he yelled, "Sky, fire a flare. They already know exactly where we are anyway. It's payback time." Sky scoffed, "Don't you dare bark orders at me." A split second later, a brilliant flare shot upward, illuminating the entire night sky. "Listen up!" Garrett roared. "I need everyone near me to grab as much rock and metal scrap as you possibly can. I'm loading them as shrapnel for the cannon." "I don't care how you attack. Just throw absolutely everything you've got at these Benesian bastards." Garrett bared his teeth. "It's time to hit back." The moment the words left his mouth, Elena activated her dragon head relic. The entire mountain seemed to shatter. Deafening screams echoed from every direction. Witnessing the absolute carnage unfolding before him, Anfet's face twisted in horror and disbelief. "The army is, if I were you, I'd be looking right here," Steve interrupted smoothly. With that, he lunged at the prince like a fired arrow. "Let's see if you can last any longer than your older brother did," Steve mocked. Despite the lethal danger rocketing toward him, Anfet stood completely frozen in place. Suddenly, the dark sphere in his hand began to glow fiercely. Mid-sprint, pushing at maximum speed, Steve's entire body violently lurched to a halt, as if an unseen force had slammed into him and pinned him down. "Ugh, what the hell is going on?" he gasped. Steve's expression darkened. "I'm pushing myself to the absolute limit." Then a mocking voice echoed, "It is absolutely useless. Finally, I get to wipe that smug look right off your face, Steed." It was Anfet. The prince sneered, continuing his taunts. "Let's see if your boasting comes from true confidence or just pathetic arrogance." Helpless, Steed cried out to Modem, "Hey, can you do anything about this? I'm completely paralyzed here." The spirit shot back in frustration. "You absolute idiot! Why would you charge straight into the enemy's den without knowing what they're capable of?" It quickly explained that Anfet was using an artifact to manipulate and seal the space around them. "We are locked in. There is no way out of here." Hearing this, Steed could only curse under his breath. "Damn it!" Suddenly, Anfet barked another order. "All mage battalions, get into formation! Attack!" Bandsock echoed the command, shouting at the top of his lungs, "All mage battalions, formation, now!" At the signal, the entire army instantly swarmed, surrounding Steed. With a voice trembling with rage, Anfet gave the final word, "Strike him down!" Instantly, a massive barrage of flames erupted from the battalions. Every single spell locked onto Steed at the epicenter. Yet, despite the relentless bombardment, a flicker of unease crossed Anfet's eyes. He thought to himself, "I have to admit, the bastard is impressive. How on earth did he survive those earlier strikes? My mana is being amplified by the dark artifact, and I even have an entire army backing me up. Yet all I can do is restrict his movements." The realization made Anfet's blood boil with rage. He gritted his teeth. "Whatever. I never expected taking him down to be easy. I don't care how long it takes. I will chew you up and spit you out." Meanwhile, Steed's comrades were fighting tooth and nail to reach him. One of them shouted, "Boss, there are just too many of them. I can't break through their lines to regroup with everyone." Watching from higher ground, Gareth gritted his teeth, feeling utterly powerless in the chaos. "Damn it, I don't know what they did, but it looks like Steed is completely paralyzed. Are we really just going to leave him down there?" Seeing the panic setting in, Sky sharply cut through the noise. "Gareth, tell the men to forget about that idiot for now and focus on the enemies right in front of us. This sudden shift in their formation is the perfect opening. Keep the pressure on them," she commanded. Back in the center of the battlefield, Steed was struggling to withstand the relentless bombardment from Anfet's army. He cursed inwardly, "Damn it, even with my plunder ability, I can't break out of this force field." Motem's urgent voice echoed in his mind. "If we keep taking hits like this, even the cursed armor is going to shatter." Suddenly, Steed's sword moved on its own, trembling with an unseen force. "Whoa! Hey, the sword!" He gasped in surprise. Motem quickly realized what was happening. It's resonating with the prince's dark artifact. Though, I have no idea if it's actually going to help us get out of this. Steed fell silent for a moment. Then an old saying flashed through his mind. The blade answers to the will of its master. The sword will obey my command. Noticing his shift in demeanor, Motum asked, confused. Did you just come up with something? I'm working on it. Just stay quiet for a second. I don't even know if this is going to work. Steed snapped back. Channeling everything he had, he pushed to break the stalemate, forcing the cursed armor to expand its aura. Pondus enhancement, Steed roared. A massive shockwave blasted the encroaching flames away. It's actually working, he cheered. I can feel it. There's a massive surge of mana flowing straight into Pondus, Steed thought, feeling the raw power coursing through him. Up above, Anfet's dark orb suddenly began to shudder violently. He stared at it in disbelief. What the hell is going on with this thing? Panicking, Anfet screamed furiously at his troops. What are you fools doing? Hit him with everything you have. Steed clenched his fist, drawing back his arm to deliver a devastating punch to the invisible barrier. I know exactly what to do with all this mana, he thought to himself. As his fist slammed into the spatial lockdown, jagged cracks ripped through the magical barrier. If I can just make one tiny crack, I can shatter this whole damn thing, he declared with absolute certainty. With a deafening shatter, Steed burst through the barrier. The surrounding soldiers recoiled, terrified by the sudden shockwave. Where is all this dark energy coming from? One of them screamed. Steed emerged from the smoke, leaving the enemy army completely dumbfounded. He smirked. Well, this sword is way more useful than I thought. Anfet's face contorted in sheer disbelief. You monster! How did you do that? He was losing his mind. That was a spatial distortion spell amplified by pure mana. How the hell did he break it? Bansock instantly jumped in front of Anfet, raising his guard. Your Highness, please step back. Steed locked eyes with him, a mocking smile on his face. Long time no see, huh? Last time we met, weren't you just playing lapdog to Jero? Bansock completely ignored the insult, scoffing coldly. You should just give up. Bansock puffed out his chest, declaring proudly, behind me stands an army of 30,000 soldiers, backed by mana-powered artillery. This entire formation was assembled for one single purpose, to annihilate you. You might be strong, but you are nothing against our combined might. Hearing the threat, Motum urgently warned him, Steed, you'd better hold onto that sword tightly. You didn't catch that, so you asked again, huh? It then explained that they were getting ready to fire a signal flare to launch an attack. What the hell are you talking about? Stit kept asking Motum. It immediately replied, I can smell it. Do you remember the bomb Sky planted during the Gambini attack? A bomb? Right at that moment, a brilliant flash of light flared up from the mountain behind them. A look of sheer panic flashed in Steve's eyes. He asked, Is that what I think it is? A bomb was about to detonate. In an instant, the blast turned everything around them into a blinding cloud of smoke and dust. Screams of agony echoed from all around. The entire area was now nothing but a blinding white haze, making it impossible to see a thing. You could have warned me sooner, you know, Sit said. So what? I could have just revived you anyway, as long as we had enough mana. Motum replied with total indifference. Hearing this, Stay immediately shot back. His voice was laced with anger. What the hell were they thinking? How could they just fire right at me without giving a damn about their own allies? I swear, when I get back, I'm going to teach that bastard a lesson. Hearing this, Motum pointed out, You're their only ally on this side, you know, but thanks to that underhanded attack, most of the frontline soldiers have been wiped out. Over on Anfet's side of the battlefield, Banstock, covered in brutal wounds, struggled to his feet. Completely baffled by what had just happened, he blurted out, What the hell was that? Just then, a voice rang out. Hey, crony, run that by me one more time. It was none other than Stee. A contemptuous smirk spread across his face as he said, What was it you said about your soldiers again? Looks like Bach's fury has reached its absolute boiling point. He roared, What are you idiots waiting for? All units, attack! Instantly, the soldiers swarmed Stee like a pack of wolves closing in on their prey. Watching from afar, Garrett grew incredibly anxious. Hey, they've gone completely insane. Their entire army is rushing right at Stet. Shouldn't we go down there and help? But Elena seemed much calmer than he was. She reassured him. There's no need to worry. The rest of the enemy forces are just ordinary foot soldiers. No matter how many of them there are, it won't make a difference. Our top priority right now is tending to our allies. Even when faced with an endless wave of soldiers, Stee showed zero fear. He even cracked a smile. Meanwhile, Motum kept urging him on. Come on, hurry up. I'm itching for some action over here. Let's give them a taste of their own medicine. Plunder. With that said, he unleashed a punch packed with devastating power. Strangely, one of the enemy soldiers flashed a sickeningly savage grin. A thick cloud of dust filled the air, leaving the soldiers caught inside coughing and covering their noses. Suddenly, one soldier's face drained of color, as if he had just seen a ghost. It turned out that one of their own soldiers was being mind-controlled. He was brutally slaughtering his own comrades, while the man he just slashed could do nothing but scream in absolute agony. One after another, 1, 2, 3, countless soldiers were mercilessly cut down. Witnessing this bloodbath, Banstock was so shocked he muttered to himself, "What the hell is going on here? Why are our men attacking each other? Is this another one of his sick powers? I just don't get it. He was supposed to be a pathetic, useless adventurer," he thought to himself. Filled with utter disbelief, Banstock wondered, how did he get so damn strong? Countless soldiers had already dropped dead, yet Stee stood there without a single scratch on him. Banstock gasped in utter horror. This is impossible. Anfet barked out an order at the top of his lungs. "What are you doing? All of you, attack him right now." However, not a single soldier could move an inch, paralyzed as sharp, invisible blades sliced through the air and tore into their bodies. Wherever Stee walked, he effortlessly slaughtered the enemies in his path. His overwhelming power left the surviving troops screaming in pure terror. "He's way too strong. None of our attacks are even scratching him." Even Anfet couldn't believe his eyes, muttering to himself, "How can one man possess this much power?" The battlefield was now a complete ruin, with Stee standing all alone amidst a mountain of slaughtered soldiers. Staring at the terrifying smirk on Stee's face, Anfet felt a chill run down his spine as he wondered, can anyone actually stop him? Just then, Stee suddenly vanished into thin air, leaving Anfet startled and panicking. "What the—" While Anfet was still frantically looking around, Stee materialized out of nowhere and gripped him right by the face. With a sickening thud, Stee violently slammed Anfet's head into the ground, drawing out a howl of agony. Even though he was now completely pinned down, the man still had the nerve to spit out a threat. "You little bastard, if you dare do this to me, my entire kingdom will hunt you down. Do you really think you can get away with this?" Not even letting the arrogant punk finish his sentence, Stee cut him off with a dismissive scoff. Yeah, I know. I've prepared myself for death more times than I can count since that day, so you really don't need to worry about me." Then, hoisting his weapon high to deliver the final blow to Anfet, Steve stated flatly, "I don't hold any particular grudge against you, so I'll at least make this quick." With a swift, clean slash, he sent Anfet to his grave. Blood spilled across the earth, soaking into the fallen scepter as Steve's cold voice rang out once more. "As for you, on the other hand—" His gaze shifted to Banstock, who was trembling pathetically on the ground as his voice rang out, "I'm actually quite tempted to take you alive." Completely stripped of any will to fight, Banstock could only sit there frozen in pure terror. "There's way too much dark energy radiating off him." Clears throat. "I can't move a single muscle." Steve's voice was utterly chilling as he enunciated every single word. "The way you just stood there, watching innocent people get slaughtered as if they were nothing but mere insects." The sickening memory of Banstock's indifferent gaze flashed through Steve's mind as he laid down his absolute verdict. "I will never, ever forget that." Wasting no more time, Steve casually hoisted Banstock up by the throat. "Now, it's my turn," he sneered. His face darkened with pure murderous intent as he whispered, "Let's see what kind of face you make while dying in excruciating agony." His chilling words were instantly followed by a blood-curdling scream. Sometime later, a raucous victory banquet was underway, with cheers and glasses raised high in honor of Steve Atelier. "Here!" A heavy mug of beer was slammed down onto the table with a loud thud, followed by a slightly hesitant voice. "This one's for you too, you bastard!" Garrett pointed furiously at Sky, demanding an explanation. "What the hell was with that explosive you just set off? How could you create something so dangerous inside our base?" Seeing him this furious, Sala quickly tried to calm him down. "Calm down, boss." However, he just kept screaming in absolute rage. "How am I supposed to calm down? I almost lost my entire base and all my men." Sky calmly pointed out that he and Steve were exactly alike. When you need me, you're all smiles. But the moment it's over, you're screaming in my face. I should have just blown everything to hell with those explosives. Those words made Garrett lose his mind all over again as he roared, "What the hell did you just say?" Realizing things were getting out of hand, Sala quickly dragged him away. "Boss, come on, let's step away." "Somebody help me hold him back, guys." Meanwhile, Steve stood on the upper balcony, looking down at the chaos with a heavy sigh. "Looks like everyone is having a great time." Right then, Elena appeared and remarked, "Well, it's completely understandable. We did win a massive victory, after all." The moment he saw her, he offered his sincere gratitude. "Thank you for exposing their weakness for me. It was truly impressive. What exactly did you use to attack them?" She answered without hesitation. "It was a liquid bomb created by Sky." She went on to explain how she had pulled it off. "I poured it into the Spiratus and used it as artillery ammunition." At the time, Gary had been helping her carry the barrel, frantically asking, "Is it really okay to pour all this in?" However, the sheer destructive power of the bomb had left even her stunned. "I've never fired a blast that massive before. The impact was way bigger than I expected." Hearing this, Steve immediately scowled. "A liquid bomb? Then why does that guy only ever come up with the most bizarre ideas?" Ignoring his grumpy expression, Elena said gently, "Regardless, it brought us one step closer to our ultimate goal. This is a really good sign." Naturally, he agreed with her. "Yeah, you're right. Since the Benesian forces ordered all their troops from the northern front line back to the capital, they won't be able to launch an attack anytime soon." As he spoke, he gently patted her head. "But we still need to head back to the Dark Forest as soon as possible, so make sure you get some rest before we set out." He then turned to leave, tossing back one last remark. "Right now, I have a few things to take care of." A little while later, a door creaked open. Steve walked in and asked if she had found anything. Hearing his voice, Freya replied, "Is break time over already?" "No, I haven't found a single thing." She stared at some mysterious black orb, muttering to herself, "I just can't figure out how the Crown Prince got his hands on an artifact like this." Steve, however, didn't have her patience to just sit and stare at it. He wanted to examine it right then and there. "I see. Then there's no point in waiting around. Let's test it out right now." He immediately activated his skill, Curse Devour. His power began to flow straight into the black orb. Suddenly, he was pulled into a pitch-black void where it felt like someone was already waiting. 3 figures flickered past, leaving Steve bewildered. What kind of memory is this? A figure with pure silver hair was leading the way. The moment Freya spotted Jero and Anfest in the vision, she made a guess. I can't say for sure why. Bunty. But it seems this relic absorbed some of the prince's memories. A voice echoed, "The end will come soon." The one leading the way turned out to be Emperor Zero. His presence made Steve narrow his eyes. Just what is the king of Benicia plotting? Suddenly, outside the grand hall doors, a soldier caused a commotion, and then Jero abruptly collapsed to his knees. Only then did Steve realize who he was looking at, gasping in shock. "Wait, that's impossible!" He watched as the man, still clinging to life, bowed his head in greeting to Anfest, which made Steve's blood boil. That stubborn bastard is actually still alive? Damn it! I should have finished him off completely when I had the chance. Although the man was alive, all 4 of his limbs had been reconstructed using entirely different materials. Right then, Freya's voice rang out, pulling him back. "Focus! The memory is shifting!" The moment she spoke, a blinding light flashed, shifting the scene to an entirely different place. A resigned voice echoed through the void. "It seems this truly is my end," followed closely by the sound of bitter weeping. "Lord Desha, please no! You have to stay strong!" Desha didn't say a word. He merely let out a heavy sigh and thought to himself, in the end, he vanished while buried in his work at the forge. Cain went missing while living among the humans. I suppose this really is the end of the line for me. He then spoke up to soothe the crowd. "Do not weep for me. This is not death. My power is simply drained, and so, my body is merely returning to dust." At that exact moment, a panic-stricken elf cried out, "But Lord Desha, what are we supposed to do without you?" Desha sternly called out his full name, Ellerin Ponsdrino. The elf immediately stood at attention, replying, "Yes, Lord Desha." He slowly explained, offering his final counsel. You must learn from the other two races. They have already lost their gods, yet they continue to live on. My absence does not doom our race to a dark future. Although her words made Eloren want to protest, she continued to patiently reassure him and the others. There is nothing to fear. I did not guide you all this way just for you to become a weak and helpless people. Desha's body was slowly fading away, yet her voice remained incredibly gentle. I will be leaving soon, but I hope you will always remember everything I have taught you. With those final words, she vanished, leaving her people in deep sorrow. Lady Desra, she's truly gone. Suddenly, a faint light flickered within the remaining dust left behind by Deesa's disappearance. This immediately caught his eye. He quickly picked it up from the ashes. Gazing at the sparkling object in his hand, he softly murmured her name. Lady Desha. And then he realized she was right. The resolve in his heart was already much stronger than before. We are not weak. The only way to live up to her expectations is to live our lives to the absolute fullest. He then carefully placed Desra's relic stone inside his necklace, a silent promise in his mind. And her final wish is the hope she left behind. The relic necklace would serve as a constant reminder that Deesa would always be with them. A sudden flash of light pulled Stay right out of the memory. Panting heavily, he asked, Hey, did you see that? Freya furrowed her brows. I did. That pendant looks incredibly familiar. Stit turned to Freya. That elf, Rain, I was just wondering if he might be one of Elena's ancestors. What do you think? Instead of answering, she suddenly dashed off, tossing back a single sentence. I need to check something. Her abrupt reaction left him completely bewildered. Huh? Where are you going? Heavy footsteps echoed down the hallway, followed immediately by Freya shouting at the top of her lungs. Excuse me, coming through. Hearing the commotion, Elena turned her head in confusion. What's going on? Suddenly, Freya lunged at her, shoving her hand straight down Elena's shirt while barking an order. Hold still! The sudden assault made Elena shriek in shock. What do you think you're doing? After a moment of frantic groping, Freya found the very necklace from the memory and ruthlessly crushed it in her bare hand. The sight made Elena scream in horror. Wait, that's a holy relic. Are you crazy? Seeing her fury, Freya quickly tried to calm her down. Just relax and look. You could have just asked, Freya muttered, looking at the stone fragments in her palm. Just as I suspected, this is Destra's core. Later during their roundtable meeting, Elena asked in disbelief, Is that Desra's core? It was quickly confirmed. That's right. We saw the memories while absorbing that prince's dark relic. The holy relic has been passed down for so many generations that everyone forgot what was actually inside it. All they remembered was that it was extremely important. She then turned to Stein. Do you remember what the goddess said before she vanished? He answered immediately. This is not death. He suddenly recalled Desha's exact words. I have simply exhausted my power, and so my body must return to dust. Elena nodded. Right, it sounded like she was just trying to comfort the elves. But it wasn't just that. She told them the truth right from the start. She stared at the glowing core on the table and continued. Her body may have faded, but the core containing her true essence has been passed down ever since. And now, here it is. Hearing this, Steve couldn't help but ask, does this mean she can awaken again? I mean, the elven goddess? Freya suggested that it was highly likely. Her words left Elena absolutely stunned. We can resurrect the goddess? Freya didn't answer her directly, only noting that things that initially seemed completely unrelated were finally starting to connect. Freya then began to list them off, one by one. First, the supreme being who created the saints for the three races. Next, the dark relics. From all of this, I have a theory, and it involves the king of Benicia. I have a gut feeling that he's brewing some sinister plot, and we absolutely cannot underestimate it. Hearing this, Stee immediately asked, Do you have any idea what we should do? Freya thought for a moment before replying. The goddess didn't die and decay like ordinary organic beings. She vanished into pure light. If we have a massive enough source of mana, it might just be worth a shot. However, she pointed out there was one major problem. Hearing this, he immediately pressed her. What problem? She then broke it down for him. To forge a brand new body capable of containing the mind of a goddess, we would need an astronomical amount of mana. And even if we managed to create that body, Just keeping it stabilized would constantly drain a colossal amount of energy. This prompted him to ask, "How long do you think I could sustain it using the mana inside my ring?" She couldn't give an exact time frame, only a grim estimate. 5 to 10 seconds at most. It's not even worth considering. Steve fell silent deep in thought before suddenly speaking up. "A new body, huh? Then, what if we already had a fully mature body ready to go?" After asking that, he slowly turned his gaze toward Elena. Meanwhile, in the hall down below, a loud voice echoed. "What the hell is all this about?" Sky scoffed. "If it's nothing important, I'm leaving. I've got a ton of experiments to finish." Hearing this, Garrett angrily barked back. "Excuse me? If you keep messing around with that weird crap, I'll break your damn arms and legs." But Sky wasn't about to back down. "What's your problem? You know damn well you're going to use whatever I make anyway." Stubbornly, Garrett roared back, telling him that if he was going to build something dangerous, he needed to take it far away and do it by himself. By this time, Sit had already arrived downstairs with Elena. He stepped in to play peacemaker. "Hey, calm down. I got enough of a headache as it is. Can you two just stop arguing?" Looking annoyed, he announced, "I was planning to handle this by myself, but if things go sideways, it'll be a massive pain later. So, I called you both here to explain everything first." His words left them both completely lost. Explain what? Before they could even ask, he looked right at them. "Have you two ever heard of the elf goddess Disa?" He was met with dead silence. A moment later, Steve pulled out Deskara's core and showed it to his two buddies. "So, this gemstone you're looking at is actually the goddess's core. We're going to bring her back to life." Garrett started panicking the second he heard that. "Whoa, hold on a second. You're going to do what now?" Sky practically yelled at him. "You just said you didn't have enough mana. How the hell are you planning to revive her?" Steve just calmly pointed at Elena. "Elena will take care of that." His casual attitude only made Sky even more furious as he gritted his teeth. "But how?" Steve quickly broke down the steps for them. "When we channel our mana into the core, it'll revive Desha's mind first before her body. Elena will act as a temporary vessel for her. But there's one crucial step to make this work. We have to trick the core into believing that the goddess's physical body is already fully formed." After hearing Steve's explanation, Garrett's face dropped into a dead serious glare. "Please tell me you're joking. This is way too dangerous. Have you even thought about what will happen to Elena if something goes wrong?" Steve let out a heavy sigh. "Of course I have, but the decision has already been made. Besides, this was Elena's idea to begin with." Right on cue, Freya materialized and chimed in. "Do not worry. The goddess's consciousness will simply coexist alongside Elena's. Their minds will not merge together, and if things start looking dangerous, we can pull the plug at any moment." Still entirely unconvinced, Garrett anxiously pressed them. "Is there really no one else who can do this?" Freya was quick to clarify. There might be, but the success rate is much higher if the host shares similar personality traits with the goddess. And as fate would have it, Elena shares a striking resemblance to her. Realizing there was no stopping this insane plan, Garrett finally threw his hands up in defeat. "Fine, whatever. You're not going to stop even if I try, so just do what you want." But completely opposite to Garrett's hesitation, Sky was absolutely thrilled by the whole idea. "Oh man, this is going to be wicked. If we're doing this, let's get on with it already." Steve gave his two friends a stern look. "You guys need to focus too." He then turned his full attention back to Elena, his voice softening. "Are you absolutely sure about this, Elena?" She took a soft breath and smiled. "Like I said before, I would be deeply honored if I could help the goddess in any way." Hearing her unwavering resolve, he made a solemn vow. "Don't be scared. I promise you I won't let anything happen to you. You have my word." And of course, she trusted him with all her heart. "I trust you completely." Her absolute faith brought a warm, relieved smile to his face. Without another moment's delay, Steve gently pressed the goddess's core against Elena. Instantly, a massive surge of power erupted, engulfing her entire body. Garrett and Sky watched in absolute awe. Garrett's jaw dropped as he muttered, "Holy crap, it's actually working." The divine energy of the core slowly seeped into Elena. The room fell dead silent as everyone held their breath, waiting for the result. Of course, Garrett couldn't keep his mouth shut. Did it work? Is that it? Suddenly, Elena's eyes snapped open, but the presence radiating from her was no longer Elena. It was the goddess, Desha. Humans! The goddess spoke, her voice echoing with ancient authority. The majestic sight left the three boys staring with their eyes bulging out of their heads. Sky was the first to manage a whisper. Is that really the goddess? Freya finally stepped forward to explain. Right now, Lady Desha has taken control of her body. It seems Elena willingly stepped back into her own subconscious. So far, everything looks perfectly stable. Out of nowhere, Steve dropped down to one knee and spoke with the utmost reverence. Please forgive my insolence, but I must confirm something. He looked up at Desha, who was now occupying Elena's body. Are you truly the goddess, Desha? His question brought a wave of sorrow over the deity's face. Has it truly been so long that mankind no longer recognizes my presence? Without skipping a beat, Steve got straight to the point. We brought you back because we need answers. We summoned you into a physical form with the help of your descendant, Elena Dren. If your grace has any questions, I will do my absolute best to answer them. Desha gently placed a hand on Elena's chest. First, I must thank this brave child. But why would you risk so much just to awaken me? Steve looked her dead in the eye and answered, because we need to know the truth. Right at that moment, the memory ring on his finger suddenly began to glow. Desha noticed it immediately, her eyes widening in realization. That ring? If you possess that, then you must already know a great deal. Well then, would you like to hear my story? I must warn you. It's quite a long tale. In a flashback to the distant past, a voice echoed through a high tower. Desha, don't you think Father has been acting a little strange lately? Desha tilted her head, clearly confused. Father, what do you mean? The man sighed. It's hard to put into words. But he went on to explain the bizarre things he had noticed over the past few days. Father used to always share his plans and ideas with me, or at least bounce his thoughts off me. But lately, he doesn't seem to care about talking at all. The last time we actually had a real conversation was 4 months ago. Hearing this, Desha let out a soft sigh. You know Father wouldn't just act like that without a good reason. Maybe you did something to tick him off, like, I don't know, bragging about those stupid gadgets of yours again? Her teasing immediately struck a nerve, and he fired back defensively. No way! People love my inventions just as much as they love me. I mean, sure, sometimes they catch people off guard, but still. Just as he was passionately defending his creations, something suddenly crashed down from above, scaring the absolute life out of him. What the hell was that? As the dust settled, they realized the thing that had just dropped in was Kane. Panting heavily, he looked up and gasped, Desha, I need your help! Recognizing who had just crashed their conversation, both of them screamed in sheer shock. Looking at Desha with a bewildered face, Kane asked, What's going on? Kine honestly explained why he needed help. A battle between humans and elves has broken out in the south, but neither side will listen to my orders. I don't think I can stop them on my own. His words made Desha a bit skeptical. They wouldn't listen to you? That's impossible. However, Aston didn't overthink it like she did. He urged cheerfully, then let's not waste any more time. Let's go. Seeing that he agreed to help, Kane immediately volunteered. I'll lead the way. He instantly dashed off first, with the other two following close behind him. Follow me. After flying for a while, they arrived at the battlefield between humans and elves. The place was in utter chaos now, leaving them horrified and wondering, what on earth happened here? As the three were flying mid-air, one of them suddenly spotted a human in a frenzy, trying to beat an elf to death. Look, over there! The sight startled Desha. She quickly used her magic to rescue the elf. The human who was about to strike the elf down was instantly sent flying by her power. Then she rapidly approached the person she had just struck. Filled with rage, she wanted to kill him. How insolent! Just as she was about to strike, someone shouted loudly to stop her. Hey, Desha, don't! Aston landed and reminded her, gods like us cannot directly harm our own creations. We cannot forget the very first rule we set for ourselves. His words made Desha bite her lip in thought, and she eventually backed down. As soon as she walked away, Kane shouted angrily, Why on earth would different species fight each other like this? At that moment, the human Desha had just spared suddenly grabbed a nearby rock and frantically charged at her. This terrified Kane. He hurriedly rushed out to stop him, yelling, "Stop right there!" A few months passed after the first clash between the species. Thanks to the intervention of the three gods, the conflict ended quickly, but the aftermath was far more severe than they thought. First, having suffered the most damage in the conflict, elves and humans no longer trusted each other. That war caused the two races to despise and resent one another. Following the battle between elves and humans, bloody conflicts among the three races erupted all across the land. But no one knew exactly how these conflicts started or who crossed the line first. The three gods traveled across the continent, trying to calm everyone down, but the situation quickly spiraled out of control, and eventually, even they had to resort to violence. Keen had to draw his sword to resolve the problem. After that heated clash, corpses lay scattered across the ground. Meanwhile, Desha was healing someone when another asked her, "How is it this time?" She frowned and replied helplessly, "It's the exact same phenomenon as before. I just can't understand why or how they keep attacking each other. His memories are a bit jumbled." She also added, "There are strange gaps in his memories. This shows that there's a third, unknown force interfering in this matter. But what do they gain by inciting conflicts everywhere like this?" Aston was also quite puzzled at this point. Exactly. The entire continent is in a state of decay, and there isn't a single sign or clue as to why. Suddenly, Desha brought up an idea. How many times a day have we seen things like this? Why don't we ask Father for his opinion on this before the situation gets any worse? However, Aston argued, "Normally, I'd agree with you, but like I said before, Father hasn't been talking to us lately. Besides, I'm sure he'd want us to handle this problem ourselves." Suddenly, a surge of dark power appeared, making all three of them flinch as they felt it. Kine asked in confusion, "Where is that energy coming from?" Aston replied anxiously, "I have a bad feeling about this. Let's go check it out." At the exact same time at a tower, agonizing screams rang out. A monster raised its foot high, then coldly stabbed the person in front of it to death. The person cried and screamed in agony from the painful stab. Just at that moment, Kane came running. "I'm going in!" He suddenly accelerated, moving even faster than both Desha and Aston. On the other side, the monster seemed ready to kill again. Not giving it the chance, Kane sent it flying with a single punch. He quickly landed on the ground, growling furiously through gritted teeth. "How dare you kill humans right in front of me?" Glaring at the monsters before him, he declared, "I'll find out who sent you here later. But first, I'm going to wipe all of you out." On the other side, Desha was using her power to assess the situation. After checking, she wondered in bewilderment, what kind of creatures are they? Aston hurriedly suggested, "Should we help him?" However, Desha replied, "Kane can handle it himself. What I'm more concerned about..." Staring at the dark energy radiating outwards, she felt somewhat uneasy. Is that bizarre energy? Is that where it's coming from? Desha was approaching from behind Kane. Meanwhile, Aston commanded him, "Kane, evacuate the townspeople first." "I've got a bad feeling about this." And he quickly replied, "I know, I already have an idea where these things are coming from." Adding to that, Desha told him, "We felt it too on the way here. It must be that dark aura radiating strongly from the mountain cave on the other side of town." After that, everyone headed there together. At this moment, as they ventured inside the cave, Aston spoke up. "This cave is giving me the chills." And Desha added, "This whole place is really strange." Keen agreed, replying, "I think so too." Walking a bit further, Kane clenched his magical fists and said, "I can feel some sort of evil energy all around us. We shouldn't waste any more time." As soon as he said that, he suddenly cast a spell, and the next second he turned to the others and said, "I'll leave the rest to you guys." Hearing this, Aston replied in surprise, "What?" Furthermore, while Desha noticed monsters approaching them, Aston was still grumbling. He always leaves the hard part to us." Meanwhile, Kane delved deep underground. It took him quite a while to finally reach the bottom of the abyss. Right before his eyes stood a living creature, a three-headed wolf wreathed in flames. Glaring at it, Kane growled, "So, you're the one reeking of all that foul energy." At his words, the beast let out a deafening roar, but Kane was already lunging forward to strike. He unleashed a fierce battle cry, his fighting spirit blazing. A moment later, Desha and Eston caught up to him. Desha called out loudly, "Is that the last of them?" Hearing his voice, Kane turned around and asked in surprise, "Oh, what took you guys so long?" But Desha shot back, clearly annoyed, "Stop nagging! The other floors were swarming with strange monsters too, but we've wiped them all out. Anyway, is that it?" Kane turned back to him and said, "No, we're not done yet. Look at that." "Huh?" Catching sight of a sudden glint, Desha looked completely taken aback. "Huh? A necklace? What the hell is that doing here?" A mysterious, eerie power was radiating from the piece of jewelry. "What do you make of it?" After studying it for a moment, Desha replied, "I bet every single monster in this cave, and even the ones in town, were spawned by the power inside this necklace." Hearing that, Kane reached out, snatching the necklace as he replied, "My thoughts exactly." A look of sheer disgust crossed his face. He stared at the necklace for a second, and then, with a surge of magic, Kane crushed it into absolute nothingness. Seeing him obliterate it, Desha sighed. Don't you think that was a bit too hasty? I actually wanted to take a closer look at the damn thing." Kane just let out a heavy sigh. "That doesn't matter right now. We need to go see Father, immediately." Soon after, he stormed back to the house, fuming with rage. Seeing him in such a state, Desha quickly yelled out to stop him. "Kane, calm down. What the hell are you doing? Have you forgotten how furious Father gets when we barge into his place without permission?" But Kane just scoffed. "Let him be mad. I need to see for myself where exactly this tunnel leads to, and when on Earth he even built it." Ignoring the warning, Kane marched deep into the forbidden grounds without his father's consent. After walking for a while, he called out loudly, "Father, what are you really plotting?" But as he scanned the room, his eyes widened in surprise at the sight of a lone book. This is Father's journal," Kane murmured. And as he flipped through the pages, the dark truth of his father's deeds was finally revealed. Eons ago, Iban, dwelling within Jero's mortal vessel, was lost in deep solitary thought. "There is absolute nothingness. Why must I be so painfully alone? No matter how much time slips away, nothing ever changes. I am forever cursed with this hollow, agonizing loneliness. Life? Yes, that's it. I shall create new life just to keep me company." The scene shifted to Iban standing in a mystical, enchanted forest. After channeling his magic to sprout a tiny sapling, he found himself pondering, just how long has it been? The world is finally overflowing with life. Yet, as he gazed upon his creations, a deep sense of dissatisfaction gnawed at him. It is still not enough. This world needs more. Raising his hand, he silently yearned for something entirely different. Driven by that desire, Jero gathered clay from the earth and carefully molded Kane. Soon after, he sculpted Desha and the others, his heart swelling with a single, profound wish. "I am going to build a real family." Looking at his perfect masterpieces, Iban smiled with immense satisfaction. Almost immediately, the three of them bowed deeply at his feet. Their faces were filled with absolute devotion and obedience, and so they lived together with Iban in blissful harmony. Time passed, and eventually the children bid their farewells, leaving the comfort of their beloved home. Iban watched them go, a warm, proud smile gracing his face as he saw the three of them off. But a moment later, a sudden dark shift overtook Iban's thoughts. As he waved his hand in farewell, a haunting realization crept into his mind. I am changing. Watching his three children fade into the distance, bickering and playing as they went, a chilling thought struck him. When the blood of an immortal is divided, it will inevitably wither and fade. No, I absolutely refuse to let that happen. His face twisted into a mask of deep, unsettling anxiety. I sacrificed countless eons just to harvest the fruits of my labor. Trembling, he stared down at his own hands, engulfed by an agonizing wave of regret. I refuse to lose everything to the pathetic limitations of death. Immortality. I must find a way to secure true immortality. Life. Yes, I have to delve far deeper into the very essence of life. Poisoned by this obsession, Iban turned completely ruthless, forsaking all morality to plunge himself into his twisted research. As the eerie, disembodied voice read the journal aloud, a hauntingly familiar image materialized. Iban was agonizing over one critical flaw. There was absolutely no way to store natural mana in a single vessel. He desperately tried to artificially gather and contain the mana, but it always slipped through his fingers and dissipated. Flashbacks of his relentless, maddening failures played out as the dark history was unveiled. But then, he discovered a brand new type of energy with incredibly bizarre properties. He dubbed it dark energy. This sinister force only manifested after the death of humans, the creations of the three gods. Specifically, it was born solely from profound injustice, blossoming when someone was brutally murdered or deeply betrayed. On its own, the dark energy held zero offensive power. But Abon made a terrifying discovery. It could actually be condensed and stabilized by fusing it with raw mana. And so, under the cover of a raging storm, he crossed the ultimate line. He slaughtered a man with his own hands just to harvest that dark energy. Furrowing his brows and panting heavily, a twisted cheer echoed in his mind. It actually worked! As the murdered man lay bleeding out on the cold earth, a wisp of pure dark energy drifted from his corpse, accompanied by Ibon's manic, delighted laughter. If I can fuse massive amounts of this dark energy with all of this natural mana, my grand design will finally be complete. But just as he eagerly reached out to grasp the swirling vortex of mana, something suddenly breached the center of the sphere. Huh? What the hell is going on? Why is the energy reacting like this? Staring in absolute disbelief, he cried out as the strange entity grew larger and larger before his very eyes. What in the world is that? A living creature, spawning inside a sphere of pure mana. A new life form was born from the fusion of two energies. Ichiban had just created the very first monster. The scenery abruptly shifted. Beneath a gloomy sky in a small, remote town, the entire town was littered with dry bones, a faint, eerie mist creeping through the streets. Looking at the carnage, he let out a dark, amused chuckle. Magnificent, he praised in high spirits, drawing the attention of the giant beast before him. There's so much dark energy and mana here. As the words left his lips, the monster raised its massive arm, ready to strike. The more people I kill, the denser the dark energy becomes, and the more mana I can hoard. Unfazed by the beast, Ichiban simply raised a hand, unleashing a spell right back at it. At this rate, I can harvest mana far quicker than I ever imagined. What a delightful little surprise. He watched his magic effortlessly subdue the creature, his mind already calculating. But I need a way to slaughter even more people. Much faster. The monster's body bubbled and writhed gruesomely as he muttered with cold indifference. If I only rely on these beasts, there's a risk my children will step in and stop them. The moment he made up his mind, the monster's head violently exploded. In that case, I need a different strategy. Ichiban's eyes gleamed with a deadly, dangerous resolve. I need a way to generate massive amounts of dark energy, without relying on these monsters. Time shifted to a quiet morning in a field. His slow, deliberate footsteps caught the attention of a local farmer. Sensing something off, the man called out, "Hey, you there! Are you lost?" Ichiban slowly approached him, his voice disarmingly calm. "Oh no, I'm quite all right. Could you just stand still for a moment?" Without warning, he pressed a finger against the bewildered farmer's forehead. A sinister light flared from his fingertip as he delivered a single chilling command. "Obey me." The instant the words were spoken, the man's eyes glowed with an unnatural light. The farmer's hands tightened into a death grip around his pitchfork. Ichiban gave his next order, "Head into town." Watching the man trudge blindly toward the village, a wicked smirk curled on Ichiban's lips. He had ensured no one would ever trace the bloody human conflicts back to him. From then on, everything unfolded exactly as he had planned. Now he stood in deep thought before a massive, grotesque anomaly. Just as he was trying to comprehend the phenomenon, the colossal mass began to throb. So, this is what happens when you condense maximum dark energy into a single space. Perhaps it's a sign that the energy is trying to evolve into something greater. Hearing the strange rumbling, Ichiban blinked in genuine surprise. The massive anomaly began to fracture, briefly revealing a strange necklace within, though he completely missed it. What's happening? In the next breath, the colossal mass violently exploded, blasting out shockwaves of pure dark energy. As the shattered fragments began magnetically pulling themselves back together, Ichiban leaped high into the air. Hovering above, he watched in bewilderment as the debris and dark energy violently swirled into a vortex. Ichiban felt a surge of raw, unimaginable power that left him utterly speechless. The massive core of energy burst open, instantly devouring the surrounding earth. Mirroring his chaotic thoughts, the debris violently slammed back together. Floating mid-air, he stared intently as the jagged fragments reconstructed themselves into another gargantuan structure. But this time, the coalesced energy morphed into a massive, cavernous maw, letting out a terrifying, bone-chilling roar. Witnessing this unholy creation, a wicked, fascinated grin spread across his face. It's encasing itself in dark energy, forming a cavern that continuously breeds monsters. Highly impressive. Yes, exactly that. What thrilled him the most were the frenzied, bloodthirsty beasts violently clawing their way out of the depths. And their target was clear, the small town at the foot of the mountain. The savage horde descended, ruthlessly tearing into the helpless villagers below. It had become a slaughterhouse, harvesting immense dark energy and violently drawing in everything around it. In that horrific moment, Ichiban had birthed the very first dungeon. The scenery faded away, replaced by the gentle rays of the present sun filtering into a small, quiet cottage. Time snapped back to the present. Stai sat there, his face pale with absolute disbelief after hearing the harrowing tale. Desa lowered his gaze, his voice heavy. That is what we found written in the research notes hidden inside my father's secret basement. Stee hesitated before carefully asking what happened next. What happened next? Desa replied grimly. My father's grand design succeeded. Countless dungeons lured in naive humans. He took all the massive dark energy harvested from their deaths, fused it with his mana, and created a core. Stai lowered his head, his tone dead serious. This core? You must be talking about a relic. So, the dungeons, they were literally mana factories, built just so Ichiban could cheat death. Desa gave a helpless, bitter nod. We tried everything in our power to stop him, but our father outmaneuvered us at every turn, relentlessly breeding more dungeons across the land. And in the end, he gathered all the cores from them. He injected every last drop of his remaining mana, forcibly fusing those cores into a single entity. Desa's eyes darkened as the terrible memory surfaced. They condensed into something monstrous. As he painted the picture, Stee immediately realized what it was and gasped. The Black Relic. Desa gave a slow, solemn nod. Exactly. With such a terrifying amount of mana concentrated in one place, we couldn't possibly miss it. Kin Aston and I tracked him down, and found him right as he was trying to absorb the core. But in that very moment, he violently ended his own life. Stee's eyes widened in sheer, utter shock. Wait, what? If he was so reluctant to part with his children, why the hell would he just kill himself in the end? Desa hesitated, a shadow falling over his face. The truth is, it wasn't suicide. Meanwhile, in a completely different location, a man violently slammed someone against a heavy wooden door, roaring furiously, "Tell me right now!" The heavily bearded man gasped, his bloodshot eyes darting frantically as he choked out, You'll never stop our grand design. We are the true disciples of Ichiban. Even the gods themselves couldn't stop us now." His fanatical screech only fueled his interrogator's explosive rage. Without a single second of hesitation, he brutally snapped the zealot's neck. He let go, watching with cold indifference as the lifeless body slumped heavily to the floor. Just then, another person ran up. "Exxon, I found it!" Kane held out a fragment of dark energy. This is what those disciples are carrying. Seeing it, Exxon seemed to finally grasp the situation. Now it all makes sense. This explains why our powers have been completely useless against them. It is all because of that fragment. Since it is a creation of Father, even Desha couldn't track it down. Kane nodded in agreement. Exactly. I believe they are plotting something. To resurrect Father by gathering these dark fragments. Aston fell silent for a moment, then strapped his armor back on and issued a command. Then we need to hurry. We don't have enough mana left to maintain our physical forms much longer. He immediately crushed the fragment in his grip, destroying it, and declared with fierce determination, "You are right. We have to end this before we close our eyes once and for all." Back in the chamber, Steve was conversing with Desha's consciousness. So, the disciples we fought weren't exactly religious zealots. Correct. Their minds and bodies must have been corrupted by our Father. The deity revealed this slowly and gravely. After that, we began wandering the continent, searching for the remaining fragments of Father. We intended to hunt down and destroy every single piece, but our time was running out. The deity's voice carried a heavy burden of worry. Our power was slowly fading away while the disciples kept growing stronger, wreaking havoc upon the world. That was when we came up with an idea. Through the deity's memories, Aston's massive face appeared in the vision. I need the essence of you both. At that very moment, a small council was taking place within the temple of the three gods. We came here to listen to your plan. What exactly are we supposed to do after we fade away? Why do you suddenly need our essence? If we scatter any more of our essence, you know we will be one step closer to complete dissolution, right? Desha agreed, speaking up with gentle caution. We cannot just leave our burdens for the future generations to bear. Whatever the cost, we have to finish this before we vanish. He quickly cut off her words. I understand how you feel, Desha. He offered a well-meaning reminder. But we must never underestimate Father. In the near future, his disciples will try absolutely everything to resurrect him. Right after saying that, he leaped down from the pedestal, stepped forward, and revealed his grand plan. On the contrary, we no longer have the strength left to fight. Because of that, I am thinking of creating a proxy. Follow me. The two of them looked utterly confused, but still followed him. A proxy? Exactly. An immortal proxy for the gods. You will carry on our legacy and our war for centuries to come. Aston stood before a glowing chalice radiating with immense power, explaining his vision. We will use this proxy to wipe every last one of those despicable fragments off the face of the earth. He gazed proudly at the skull ring hovering over the chalice. This will be the greatest masterpiece of my life. I shall name it Desura. He whispered the name softly, catching Freya completely off guard. Mem! She pressed her lips together tightly, listening closely to every word the deity said next. You are an artificial relic, forged to carry on our mission after we vanish from this world. The deity looked up at her, smiling warmly with genuine joy. It is so wonderful to finally meet you face to face like this. I haven't seen you in centuries. But Freya looked deeply uncomfortable, brushing off the warm greeting. Artificial? I have absolutely no idea who you are or what happened in the past. Seeing her reaction, Desha wasn't angry. Instead, she gently explained. Of course you don't know. You were only programmed with the functions to fight monsters, clear dungeons, and face off against the disciples of Ibon. The more she listened, the deeper her frown became. That doesn't explain a single thing. Why can't I remember my own past? The deity lowered her head again, carefully explaining the truth to her. We forged this ring with two main purposes in mind. The first was to eradicate dungeons and monsters. Desha's consciousness detailed every aspect of the ring. Based on that, the ring was first equipped with an ability known as Curse Devourer. This solved the issue of mana supply, the most critical flaw in all relics. It also gave an added advantage in tracking down the dark artifacts whenever the wearer actively hunted monsters. The second purpose of the ring was absolute stability. The unique ability of the disciples is mind control and brainwashing, so simply creating a powerful weapon wasn't enough. If the wielder were to be brainwashed and handed the ring over to the enemy, our entire plan would crumble. Back in the present, the deity firmly stated, that is exactly why we created a new soul and sealed it inside the ring. She pictured the image of Steve and Mem merging into one body, saying, the ring fuses directly with the wearer's physical form, allowing two souls to share a single body. By doing this, the wearer becomes permanently immune to all mental attacks. He frowned, listening in utter silence to every single word she spoke. We also needed that second soul to choose the right wearer and manage the ring's abilities. After saying this, Desha turned her attention to Freya, asking gently, I am sure you have experienced this yourself. The deity quickly brought up an example from the past. When the chosen wearer of Motum is the right match, the revival ability remains constantly active to shield the user from death. But whenever Motum faces an absolute threat or true death, the ring is designed to abandon the wearer's body and force itself as far away from the danger as possible. Sparked by this reminder, they suddenly recalled what the Grim Reaper had told them before. Are you just going to repeat the same thing over and over until you finally complete your mission, and you still don't remember a single thing, do you? I truly pity you. Desha bowed her head slightly, continuing with a tone full of remorse. And unfortunately, the pain that comes with it is excruciating for both the body and the mind. Even though it is true that we created the ring's soul purely for our own needs. She gazed at the ring radiating power on his hand and firmly assured him, I can promise you this much. We, or at the very least, I never want you to bear the memory of that pain, or what you must endure to repeat the process. After her solemn words, Freya could only gaze at her in silence. A moment later, the scenery remained unchanged, the same sunlight still filtering through the window. Desha's consciousness seemed to have departed, returning the body to Elena, who was looking at Steve with deep concern. I get it. Are you all right, Steve? You look like you're in pain. He calmly replied to her, Oh, I'm fine. He let out an exhausted sigh and confessed honestly, Actually, I'm not doing too great, but I think Freya is going to be far more hurt by this than I am. The moment those words left his mouth, a familiar voice instantly chimed in to argue, I am absolutely not hurt. Startled by her sudden appearance, he quickly questioned, Where on earth did you come from? You vanished into the ring earlier without saying a single word. Freya coldly made up an excuse. I just needed some time to process everything. She turned her head, shooting Steve a sideways glance as she declared, Regardless, all I care about right now are my present memories. I don't give a damn about the past, so I'm going to do everything in my power to keep you alive. I have no choice but to do so because if I lose these memories, I'll have to start all over again. Seeing her acting like this, he let out a soft, satisfied chuckle and nodded in agreement. That sounds exactly like something you'd say. Besides, I've been thinking about what the goddess mentioned earlier. As he spoke, he recalled Desha's exact words. She said they hid the ring inside a dungeon and sealed the fragments of Achiban they had gathered in a highly restricted area of the elven forest. But that's not entirely accurate. The forest at the location the goddess told us about. Steve furrowed his brows slightly and revealed, It no longer exists, not since the continent was split into the north and south by the Cadell Desert. That was the site of the Great Massacre, where the humans who rebelled against the elves were wiped out. Elena calmly picked up where he left off. Countless elves lost their lives in that battle too, and as a result, their contempt for humanity only grew deeper. Freya immediately voiced her own suspicion. A war sparked by humans. I bet those apostles were pulling the strings behind the scenes. It's starting to make sense why the king of Benaya possesses so many dark relics. Meanwhile, a frantic chase was unfolding at the royal palace. Your Highness, no, this can't be. As he sprinted into the royal training grounds, he found countless corpses neatly lined up across the dirt. Zero screamed in absolute panic, frantically searching around. Commander, where is the commander? A soldier immediately rushed over, presenting a wooden box as he reported, My lord, we just received this. Inside the box rested the severed heads of Bok and Anfed. The moment his eyes fell upon them, his entire body began to tremble violently. Consumed by sheer agony and boiling rage, Zero let out a heaven-shaking roar that startled the observers deep within the palace. A sinister smirk crept onto a pair of aged lips. How utterly ruthless. Finally, my destiny has reached its grand finale. Behind Sincero, a magic orb pulsed, radiating an overwhelmingly powerful aura. The scene shifted to a dense forest where Steve was pacing around, letting out a deeply troubled sigh. Seeing him so distressed, Motem materialized to reassure him. Don't overcomplicate things. The king is clearly backing the prince. He's your main target. This just gives you another perfect excuse to wage war against Benaya. Hearing her words, he understood the logic, but an uneasy feeling still gnawed at him. The king of Benaya has to be one of Achiban's apostles too, right? Then why on earth would he hand over a dark relic to the second prince? He tightly gripped the ring on his hand and voiced his theory. If he knows I have you, then he must also know that I can absorb these dark relics. Motem immediately made a decision. We'll just have to beat the details out of the king or the prince. Regardless, if Achiban is resurrected, this entire continent is doomed to be wiped out. We have to stop them before that happens. The two continued walking forward, deeply engrossed in their conversation, completely oblivious to the person trailing behind them. You're right. The longer we stand around overthinking this, the more time we give the enemy. Suddenly, a voice spoke up from behind, offering a stern reminder. Do not let your guard down, not even for a split second. Hearing that voice, Steve jolted in surprise and whipped his head around, only to find Dacia's consciousness standing there. Your opponent possesses multiple fragments. There is no telling what he might do with them. At that moment, Steve couldn't help but internally groan in mild terror. It seems she has completely adapted to Elena's body. I didn't even hear her sneak up behind me. Pushing his thoughts aside, he carefully probed, "Pardon me, but would you mind if I asked you something?" She graciously gave him the floor. "What is it?" He raised his hand, pointing directly at the ring. Motum still has 2 unactivated abilities. As he spoke, the system interface popped up, displaying the locked skills. I was wondering, do you happen to know how to activate them? The gem set in the center of Dacia's forehead emitted a faint glow as she drifted into deep thought. You should consider those abilities as your absolute last resort. Hearing this, Steve blurted out in disbelief, "My last resort?" The goddess began to explain in greater detail. The activation of these abilities is merely a tool, designed to help the wielder destroy dungeons and eradicate monsters more efficiently. Any mana that you assume you've consumed while triggering these new skills, she elaborated on the ring's underlying mechanics. This, in reality, being stockpiled deep inside Motum. Once the ring is completely overflowing with energy, it will radiate the very light it has been absorbing. The more he listened, the more confused he became. But why? Dacia had no qualms about explaining further. It was designed as a final failsafe, just in case my father ever managed to successfully resurrect himself. The abilities will automatically trigger when the right time comes. But it would be in your best interest to pray that such a time never arrives. As her majestic voice faded out, Steve gazed down at the ring and quietly murmured, "I understand now." Sometime later, the scene shifted back to the inn from earlier, accompanied by the loud slam of a door. Inside the room, Garrett was urgently rushing him. "All right, it's time to stop talking and start making a plan. What's taking you so long? Don't tell me you're getting cold feet?" He stared blankly at the 2 idle figures before retorting, "I'm still trying to process everything, but that's exactly why I came to see you two. We need a plan. I never said I was scared." Hearing his reply, Garrett grew annoyed and scolded, "If you jump into another battle without a plan, I swear I'll kill you myself. We're up against an entire kingdom this time. We need to be thoroughly prepared." Sky agreed with him, adding, "Benicia has already lost most of its forces. As long as they feel threatened, they won't step foot outside their castle. So, we have to take the fight to them." Hearing his words, Garrett felt a sudden wave of surprise. He is surprisingly sharp at times like this. Aloud, he praised, "You're right. I've heard they've gathered a massive army in the capital, so we need the element of surprise to scatter them." Garrett frankly stated the reality of their situation. "We don't have the numbers to overwhelm them." Steve, seemingly aware of this, immediately replied, "Exactly. We need a strategy that is both effective and powerful." Meanwhile, in the grand hall of the royal palace, Shinchero spoke to the 2 figures kneeling before him. "Listen closely. The forces of Benicia are now in your hands." He glanced at his son, who was looking away, and sternly commanded, "Look at me, Jero. It seems you are in better spirits." Little did the king know, his son's mind was boiling with rage. Better spirits? He thought bitterly. He didn't seem to care at all that he had just lost 2 sons. Shinchero, sitting on the throne, revealed with an amused smile, "Wakapa famrinsakin Cersei at whole. I have seen a vision." He spoke of this vision with absolute confidence. Within the next 3 days, the elves from the north will march on the capital. The timing is far too perfect to be a mere coincidence. He then dropped a name, intentionally provoking Jero below. Perhaps Steve Atelier is the one orchestrating all of this. Catching the shift in Jero's expression, Shinchero continued, "It seems you are finally starting to grow into that armor. Your arm will be a tremendous asset in the upcoming war." With every word the king spoke, Jero instinctively clenched his iron arm, radiating a terrifying aura of power. His brows furrowed tighter and tighter, his heart brimming with resentment. "Steve, I will crush you once and for all." Right after, Shinchero continued discussing the battlefield. "As the great general of the north, you would normally lead our troops there, but right now we must consolidate our forces." He then issued his command, "I will leave the soldiers to deal with the elves. I want you and Edrin to defend the capital." The moment his words fell, the 2 of them bowed respectfully. Yes, your majesty. Right after, Jero turned on his heel, muttering to himself, "Just you wait, father." He clenched his fist with fierce resolve, his killing intent locked dead on the man sitting on the throne. "The moment I return from this mission, I will kill you for sending Beck and my brothers to their deaths." The scene then shifted to Steve's room, where he and Elena were having a conversation. "So, do we need to wait for more information about the kingdom?" He gave a slight nod. "Yeah, basically. Garrett told us to conserve our strength while he goes out to investigate. He said we'd just get in his way anyway." Sky is also busy doing who knows what. She quickly chimed in, "I see, but there is still one thing I wish to know." The voice and sheer curiosity of the entity residing in Elena's body sent a shiver down his spine. "How did you two become lovers?" Steve, still unaccustomed to this, felt a bit uneasy and thought to himself, "Is she syncing better with Elena's body? Her hair isn't even changing colors anymore." He then probed for her source of information. "Where did you hear that?" Desra smiled gently and revealed, "Elena told me herself last night. A lot has happened with the elves since I left." His face flushed with a hint of embarrassment as he tried to deflect the topic. "Why are you suddenly asking about that?" Seeing his reaction, the goddess grew even more amused. With a soft chuckle, she said, "I've heard that relations between humans and elves aren't exactly great these days. I never expected to see such love blooming so close to me." Her next words left even more to the imagination. "This explains why every night you hear—" Steve panicked and shouted to stop her. Hey, can I get a little privacy here? Please." Right at that moment, someone walked in and delivered a stern warning. "I told you to rest. Stop wasting your energy on this pointless nonsense." Seeing the two of them return, he quickly regained his composure. "Oh, you're back early. How's the situation?" Garrett, standing beside Sky, snapped in annoyance. "Don't interrupt me. It's way too quiet." He then pulled back the hood of his cloak and reported their findings. "We sent the surviving soldiers back with a little gift to gauge their reaction, but they haven't made a single move." Following that, he unrolled a map and placed it on the table. As for the current situation, just like Sky said, Benesia has massed their remaining forces in the capital. So, you could say the castle is practically impenetrable. If we're going to storm the place, we have to find a way to carve out a path. He carefully suggested, "We need something to throw them into chaos." Steve reached into his pocket, searching for something, and offered a direction. "Let's seek help from the north." Garrett repeated, utterly confused. "The north?" Steve placed a large orb on the table and explained, "Right now, the entire south has turned against us. The north is the only place left where we can ask for help." Garrett was skeptical and couldn't understand. Who in the north would agree to cross that massive desert and travel all the way south just to fight for us? Steve softly uttered a single phrase, "The Northern Elves." Hearing this, Garrett looked over at Desra in Elena's body, who had turned to face him with a sudden gasp. "Oh." Feeling a bit apprehensive, Garrett probed further. "Are you thinking of using the elf goddess?" Realizing Garrett had completely misunderstood, Steve instantly shot back. "Use her? I really don't think they'd appreciate that phrasing. It would be much better to tell them that we are fighting a holy war against the Demon King." Destra breathed a soft sigh, smiling in agreement with him. At that moment, Sky spoke up. Now that the elven goddess has been resurrected, that alone should be enough to grab their attention. Steve also thought back to the letter Chairman Simus had sent for his assessment. They know about the disciples of Achiban to some extent, so it's highly likely they'll come to our aid. He carefully explained the situation to them. This isn't just a matter of who we deploy. If we can't stop King Benezia right now, the casualties will be catastrophic. Destra stayed quiet, hanging on to his every word. We can't afford to hesitate any longer. The more time we waste, the stronger our enemies become. Then he immediately started giving orders. "Sky, I need you to create something that can deal some serious damage to them. You can push past your limits as much as you want. And Garrett, keep a close eye on the situation in the capital. Let me know the second anything looks off." Hearing his orders, Garrett agreed with an amused smile. "Understood." Steve gripped the orb tightly in his hand, taking on the hardest task himself. "Elena and I will try to gather as many northern troops as possible." In the massive room, Steve's voice echoed with commanding authority. "Get ready to welcome some new allies. This is our chance to finish what we started at the Gambini Fortress and make Benicia pay for everything they've done." He flashed a fiercely confident smile, entirely determined to win this battle. Let's hit them with everything we've got. Steve was pleading for Chairman Simus's aid. I really need your help, Chairman Simus. The member nations of the Southern Alliance are all in bed together. Not a single one of them is willing to lend us a hand. I know that crossing the desert won't be easy, but... Before he could even finish his sentence, Simus cut him off. Give me a moment to process all of this. You're telling me that the ancient elven goddess has been resurrected? Do you have any idea how monumental this is for our people, traveler? Steve was a little caught off guard. Just then, Destra gave him a gentle reminder. Wait, Steve, you said you're talking to the north, right? If so, isn't that where the World Tree is located? Hearing her words, he paused to think for a moment before turning back. That's right. Immediately, Destra channeled her magic into the crystal orb. In that case... A split second later, Chairman Simus reacted, his voice filled with sheer shock. What in the world? Right at that moment, someone rushed into his room in an absolute panic. Chairman Simus, the World Tree's mana is surging out of nowhere. Simus gasped in disbelief. What? He rushed over to the World Tree as fast as he could and couldn't believe his own eyes when he saw the transformation. Stunned, he asked, what on earth is going on here? Meanwhile, Destra offered him a warm, joyful explanation. Did it work? I suppose that reaction is answer enough. That tree you all call the World Tree, it's merely a piece of me. I can manipulate it as easily as lifting a finger. I don't even need to gather any mana to do it. Now, my children, listen closely to my words. Kin Extent and I made a grave mistake when we abandoned you, our descendants, leaving you all to deal with the messes we left behind. I won't even try to make excuses for what we did. I know it's incredibly selfish to ask this of you now, but without your help, this entire continent will be swallowed by a bloody, endless war. I am begging you. Not as your goddess, but as the mother who brought you into this world. Hearing her plea, Chairman Simus could scarcely believe his own ears. After a heavy moment of silence, his fingers suddenly twitched. Without wasting another second, he roared out his orders. Listen to me, people of the North. Our goddess is calling us to arms. The moment they heard the word goddess, the entire crowd erupted into deafening cheers. Fueling their fire, he issued his command, "We march south!" Elsewhere, Kaja reached out to Steve with a joyful tone. I just got word that the Northern Elves are on the move. We'll do everything in our power to make their trek across the desert as smooth as possible. A satisfied smile spread across Steve's face. I really appreciate it, Cassia. Thanks to you, we can put this plan into motion a lot faster. Well, I couldn't just sit around twiddling my thumbs with stakes this high, she chuckled. Anyway, please stay safe out there. Just then, someone stepped into the room, taking them both by surprise. It was none other than Garrett Finver I. Walking up to them, he asked, Did you really manage to get the elves to join our side? Steve let out a long breath and replied, Of course, and I managed to secure us a ton of supplies too. So, what's the situation looking like over in Benicia? Garrett sighed heavily. Right now, there's a garrison of about 100,000 troops stationed there. Steve's eyes widened in sheer disbelief. 100,000? Garrett quickly rolled out a map for everyone to see, pointing out the intricate details. And even as we speak, that number's only going up. We have to make a move on Benicia soon, before fighting them becomes completely impossible. Hearing this grim report, Steve was absolutely stunned. Garrett continued, Those northern elves you recruited are going to play a crucial role in this. The entire fortress is surrounded by incredibly thick walls, and there are only two ways in. The south gate and the north gate. If the northern elves show up at the exact right time, the capital's army will be forced to shift their defenses to the north. We can use that perfect opening to storm the south gate. From up on the balcony, Sky called down to ask, And how many men do we have? Garrett didn't sugarcoat his answer. About 2,500. Our main goal is to lure as many of their troops away from the fortress as humanly possible. We're going to avoid direct combat for as long as we can. Because of that, the massive gap in our military sizes shouldn't be too much of an issue. As for leading our vanguard, I want you and the young lady here to take charge of that. After hearing his request, he just gave a simple nod and muttered a soft response. Yeah. Meanwhile, Destra maintained a grave expression, staying completely silent. Garrett then went on to add, While you two do that, Steve and I will work on weakening the fortress walls on either the east or the west. Curious, he turned to Garrett and asked, Do you have any way to guarantee they won't spot us? And then he replied, "Of course, if all goes well, we can take the shortest route to the castle." At this, Steve chimed in, sounding a bit anxious. "That sounds fine in theory, but it's still too risky. If even one thing goes wrong, we're dead meat." However, Garrett remained perfectly calm, insisting that they just had to get it done before getting caught. "Don't forget, our ultimate targets are the king and the prince. The moment you infiltrate that castle and take them out, this whole game is over, Steve." Right then, Sky spoke up. "I get what you're saying, but Steve is right. This is way too dangerous. This strategy relies far too much on individual skills." But Garrett looked visibly annoyed and snapped back. "Do we have any other choice? This is the best option we have with our current forces. Besides, we are completely out of time. Looks like I'll just have to create another masterpiece." "Sky, just try not to blow up our own troops with one of your crazy inventions." A moment later, Steve offered everyone a glimmer of hope. "Hey, I actually know someone who might be able to help us." Hearing this, Sky looked completely skeptical. Meanwhile, Garrett immediately asked, "Wait, who?" Adding to the suspense, Steve hesitated and said, "But I have a feeling you're really not going to like him." Meanwhile, at a training ground, McDowell was furious, yelling, "Don't be so weak on your feet. Put some strength into it." Out of sheer frustration, he ruthlessly knocked his opponent's sword flying into the distance. Jester, trembling from head to toe, still managed to tease him, "Mark, you're seriously way too strong for a human." A second later, Drenoa walked over to the two of them and asked, "How's the training coming along? You look even more terrifying than usual. Haha." Hearing that, Mark replied with a slightly grumpy tone, "Ah, my lord, your troops are in such good shape that they're progressing incredibly fast." Jester and the others quickly bowed to pay their respects to Drenoa. The lord just laughed cheerfully and told him, "Ha, their morale has definitely skyrocketed ever since you got here. I am truly grateful for everything you've done for our town." Mark brushed it off. "Please, don't mention it. I'm just thankful you took me in." The very next second, Mark spotted a strange object in the sky and asked in surprise, "Wait, what is that?" Drenoa quickly explained, "That is a messenger spell." After reading the letter, his expression darkened and he muttered, I knew they were up to something, but I had no idea this was their plan. Oh, there's a letter here for you too." Hearing this, Mark tensed up a bit, falling into deep thought. A second later, a sudden smile broke across his face as he thought to himself, "Finally." He then turned to the Lord and said, "I think it's time for me to go." Drenoa let out a heavy sigh and replied, "I understand. Well, I won't hold you back if you really must leave. Thank you for keeping this town safe." And with that, Mark left immediately after. On the other hand, Steve was feeling incredibly flustered with Elena sleeping right next to him. So he softly asked her, "Why did you want to see me?" Elena replied, "I'm just feeling really anxious about the upcoming battle. The goblins are getting involved this time too." Hearing that, he awkwardly stammered, "Anxious? Why?" Deep down, he couldn't help but wonder if he was talking to Elena or if a goddess was just playing tricks on him. She then looked at him and asked, "Steve, don't you feel the same way?" Without hesitating, Steve spoke his mind. "Sometimes I wonder if Benezia is just setting a trap for us. If I said I wasn't scared, I'd be lying, but I'm going to give it everything I have, just like always." Suddenly, Elena wrapped her arms around him and whispered softly, "Me too." Meanwhile, up on the fortress walls, soldiers were frantically transporting gear in preparation for war. Out of nowhere, one of them asked, "What's going on?" The other soldier replied, "I'm just wondering if an attack is actually going to happen today." He continued, "I know it sounds ridiculous, but that's what the oracle said. You never really know what those goblins will do, which is exactly why the Northern Front has to stay on high alert. All we can do is protect the capital." Up on a hill that offered a sweeping view of the entire fortress, Garrett Finver kept a close eye on the situation while warning his comrades, "Today is the day. 70,000 northern goblins have already started breaching the northern border. Our job is to hit that fortress with absolutely everything we've got. Steve, why don't you tell us what exactly your plan is? What are you hiding?" Steve hesitated for a moment before speaking up. "First of all, thank you all for coming. I'm really not great at speaking in front of crowds, so I'll try to keep this short. I know you must all be feeling incredibly anxious and terrified right now. But please, don't stress over grand ideas like saving our homeland or anything like that. Just focus on doing your absolute best. If all goes well, we'll all survive and get to see the sun rise tomorrow." Unfortunately, his attempt at reassurance did absolutely nothing to help the mood. In fact, it only made the atmosphere even more miserable. Garrett turned his head, frowning as he asked, "Why the hell are you being so gloomy all of a sudden?" "Good grief, man. Anyway, when are we actually launching the attack?" Steve clenched his fists, filled with absolute resolve. "For now, hold your positions. We wait until our secret weapon shows up." Cutting back to the fortress walls, the commander was barking orders, mobilizing his troops for battle as the soldiers at the north gate swung their cannons to face the north. Up on the hill, one of Garrett's teammates shouted, "Boss, they've aimed everything straight at the north!" Garrett flinched, muttering under his breath, "The north?" Back at the wall, a soldier loudly reported, "A massive army, led by an unidentified commander, is approaching. We are primed for an attack. Please give the order to fire, sir." The general looked confused and asked, "Wait, just one guy leading them?" He raised his voice and scoffed, "What an utterly idiotic formation!" Meanwhile, hundreds of ships, both large and small, were closing in on the fortress, attacking by both air and sea. Seeing the imminent danger, the general roared, warning everyone of the approaching enemy. But as the figure grew clearer, he froze in absolute shock. Could it really be the man he was thinking of? Mark popped his head out from behind a massive shield and shouted, "Hold your fire! We're up against the General of the East!" "Everyone, drop your weapons right now!" the general barked back. And by general, I mean Mark McDowell. "Have you completely forgotten that you are no longer welcome in Benicia?" Mark smirked, his eyes full of defiance. "Oh, I remember perfectly well, but I couldn't exactly keep the kingdom's chains wrapped around my neck forever, now could I? Give it your best shot, Benicia." Suddenly, a smaller boat pulled up right alongside the massive ship. Ropes were swiftly tossed over the ancient pillars, and in a flash, several hooded figures expertly boarded the vessel. Simus stepped forward to greet him. "Ah, it's you. I've heard a lot about what you can do. It's good to have such reliable backup." Sky looked up, frowning as he muttered, "I've heard a lot about Salos too." He gritted his teeth in anger. "So, this is what Stay has been hiding." Whispers broke out among the ranks. "The General of the East is actually leading us. Why do I still have a score to settle with him?" Tsk, what a weird thing to say. "Look, I don't like this any more than the rest of you, but Benicia is our top priority right now. Focus up." Suddenly, he whipped out a shotgun and aimed it dead at Garrett's head. "Hey, big guy, don't get any funny ideas about switching sides. Otherwise, I'm going to put a hole right through that skull of yours," he warned, half joking and half serious. Yeah. His dismissive answer left Sky absolutely fuming. I seriously cannot stand that guy. Meanwhile, at the southern gate of the Benicia fortress, a soldier's report rang out. "What's the status on the cannons?" "They are locked and loaded, sir." The moment the report ended, a massive horde swarmed in like a broken dam. The commander pointed forward and roared, "All units, target the southern gate! Fire!" Just as he shouted the order, an arrow ripped right through his cheek as a brutal warning. The roaring blast of the cannons wiped out hundreds of men, but against that endless swarm, it didn't even make a dent. Elena smirked, "Not on my watch." Down below the fortress walls, the enemy soldiers violently battered the gates until they finally gave way and burst wide open. Sky stood on the deck, gripping his gun as he locked onto his prey. He smirked and shouted, "Let's show these bastards what we've got." Over at the walls, the two sides clashed, slaughtering each other like mindless beasts. The scene cuts to Stead, who let out a long, agonizing scream. Garrett looked at him puzzled. "How are you still not used to this? It's not exactly your first time, you know." Stead completely ignored the remark, practically begging, "Can we just take a quick breather?" Garrett turned his gaze toward the massive estate. "Look, we really don't have the luxury of complaining right now. If you're gonna puke, get it over with. We still have one more gate to breach." Hearing this, Stead grumbled, Yeah, I know." Meanwhile, deep inside the Chamber of Darkness, the two of them were struggling to withstand the suffocating pain the room inflicted. Garrett tried to keep him steady. "Hey, just hold it in." Stead panted heavily. "I just hope the rest of the team is holding up okay." Garrett shot back. "Don't worry about them. They're more than capable of taking care of themselves. Like you said, all we need to do is focus on our own mission." A resolute glint sparked in Steve's eyes. "You're right. Let's find a way out." He activated his piercing vision, searching for any route that could get them out of there. I don't hear a thing, but there's definitely something else in here. What is it? He called out. Hey, I'm going to take it from here alone. Garrett blinked in shock. Wait, what? You need at least one person watching your back. Steve just shook his head. I'll be fine. Besides, your powers will be a lot more useful out there on the battlefield. Garrett stubbornly pressed him. Are you absolutely sure? I get the feeling the guards at the entrance already heard us, but if that's really what you want, I won't stand in your way. Before turning to leave, he made sure to throw in a final warning. Good luck with the rest of it. Try not to get yourself killed. Steve simply nodded. Yeah, you take care out there too. The moment the words left his mouth, Garrett vanished into thin air. But the second Garrett was gone, a sudden presence sent a chill right down Steve's spine. Eerie streams of purple light began erupting from the floorboards beneath him. Thankfully, his reflexes kicked in and he dodged just in time. He quickly ran the possibilities through his head. Manipulating shadows? Could this be the general of the Western forces? She must be hiding in the shadows, just like the rumor said. In the darkness, Enro seethed with absolute rage. Steve Atelli, how dare you set foot in this place? Without warning, she slammed a small sphere into the ground. As it bounced up from the floor, Steve's eyes went wide. A smoke bomb? Before he could even react, the sphere detonated, plunging the entire room into a thick, blinding mist. Channeling her power, she violently drove her sword straight down into the floor. I swear, I will slaughter that bastard for what he's done to this kingdom. As the blade pierced the ground, the suffocating atmosphere grew heavier and far more terrifying. Swirling currents of black shadows engulfed the room until, out of nowhere, a brilliant flash of golden light miraculously erupted from the center. Enro stared in utter disbelief. What is that light? It's completely tearing through the darkness. Steve let out a cocky smirk, physically tearing the veil of shadows apart as he stepped through. I've heard quite a bit about you. Is that really all you've got? He casually grabbed the edge of the pitch-black wall of shadows and gave it a vicious shove. The impenetrable wall instantly crumbled to the ground. Steve strolled right out of the wreckage, completely unharmed. Clenching his fist in irritation, he yelled out, What? Are you just scurrying away into another shadow? With that, he slammed his fist mercilessly into the floor. Golden lightning violently erupted from the point of impact, shooting across the ground and tearing right through the dimensional space itself. Panic began to set in as Enro watched the fierce energy rapidly closing in on her. Damn it all! His mana, it's seeping right into the shadows! Her pupils dilated in shock, but her eyes quickly hardened with fierce determination. I have to stop this! But her reaction was just a second too slow. The surges of pure mana relentlessly flooded into her body, bypassing her defenses completely unhindered. Even though she had entirely lost the upper hand, her survival instincts flared. I need to get out of here, right now. Gritting her teeth, she pushed her agonizingly heavy body to the absolute limit, desperate to break free from the very wall of shadows that had once protected her. She looked absolutely pathetic standing there in front of Stead. He called out her name, Erin Henrietta. He glared at her, his eyes looking like they could swallow her alive. She fought through the pain, forcing herself up to meet his gaze. She could already guess what was coming next. I'm dead. He's going to kill me with his next strike. Suddenly, the floor gave way, sending her plummeting down. Stitt raised his dagger and lunged straight at her. A single strike from him sent her flying hundreds of meters away. Stitt walked over, pressed the blade against her throat, and said, It's time to end this. Suddenly, a voice cut him off. That's enough! Annoyed, he looked up. Jero was furious as he spat out the name, Steve Atelier. Steve didn't back down, growling back, Jero! Jero walked right past him to check on Han. Are you all right, General? He asked. She instantly dropped to her knees in apology. I'm so sorry, Your Highness. Please forgive me. But there was no verbal reply, only the swift, violent movement of his hand. Didn't I tell you he was too strong for you to take on alone? She thought he was showing sympathy, but instead he violently grabbed her by the throat. Gasping in pain, she choked out, Your Highness. With a completely deadpan expression, Zero lifted her off the ground, completely ignoring her agonized screams. Stitt watched the whole thing unfold in pure shock. What the hell? Did your body get just as ugly to match your twisted personality? Jiro shot him a furious, warning glare. This is none of your business. He tossed the general aside and continued, but regardless, I really must praise you. You're the very first person to ever give me such a hard time. You've come a long way for a lowly adventurer, Steve Atelier. Deeply confused, Steve asked, what the hell are you talking about? I won't stop until I crush you once and for all. With that, Steve began gathering massive surges of mana. A freezing wave of ice swept out, as cold as the bitter winter winds. He charged straight at Jero, who was being frozen by the icy gale. Unnerved, Jero barely managed to block the attack. Steve mocked him. Seems like you're doing a lot better since you lost that arm. The one you've got now looks way more useful. Jiro's face darkened as he shot back. I'm sure this isn't everything you have to show me. Show me everything you've got! With a burst of power, Jero shattered the thin layer of ice covering the floor into pieces. Stitch stepped back and sneered. Are you sure you aren't going to regret saying that? Without even waiting for an answer, he began gathering his mana, forming glowing blue spheres of energy all around him. Tesla! Jiro was stunned. Is it that technique? The blue spheres launched forward, flying at the speed of a bullet train. He confidently thought he could block them with ease. But just as the spheres grew larger, a massive explosion erupted where Steve stood, making his figure blur and fade away. He lunged forward like a wild wolf pouncing on its prey, roaring, Die! With that, he pinned Jiro down and drew his sword. The blade surged with a terrifying amount of mana, enough to send anyone straight to the afterlife with a single strike. But it seemed luck just wasn't on his side today. With unbelievable strength, Jiro caught the blade with his bare hands. Even so, Steve kept pouring more power into the strike, pushing Jiro to his absolute limits. Steve frowned, his mind racing. Since when did he get this ridiculously strong? Shoving the sword back, Jiro smirked. It's my turn now, isn't it? Steve gasped in shock. How was he able to use dark energy? Jiro swung his leg up, kicking Steve squarely in the face and sending blood flying from his mouth. Just from that single hit, Steve knew one thing for sure. Jiro hit way harder than he ever had before. Jiro scoffed. Are you wincing over something like this? He taunted, instantly charging in for another attack. After everything you've done to my subjects and my kingdom. Pulling out his shield, Steve yelled back in disbelief. What the hell are you even talking about? You just killed one of your own generals. Is that how you treat anyone who pisses you off? Cursed shield. And what about all the chaos you've caused in my life? Jiro screamed. Steve braced himself, thinking, come on then, let's see how you like getting hit with your own speed. But the second Jiro's hand touched it, every single shield vanished in the blink of an eye. Steve panicked. Damn it, can his left hand absorb dark energy too? Suddenly, a suffocating black aura engulfed the entire room. Before it completely swallowed everything, Steve barely had time to blink. Gritting his teeth in pain, Steve used his sword to fiercely push back against Jiro's dark energy. Jiro roared, I expected so much more from you after all that big talk, but it looks like you aren't so tough after all. Come on, struggle all you want. I'm only just getting started. Right after that, Jiro launched another brutal attack. Forcing himself to stay focused, Steve's mind raced. I have to find a way to get in close. Jiro continued to taunt him. Why should anyone else have to die for your pathetic, despicable revenge? Meanwhile, still figuring out how to close the distance, Steve locked onto a tiny opening. Right there. Without hesitating, Steve made his move. Timing it perfectly, he finally managed to close the gap between them. He instantly went on the offensive, spike on him, striking hard as he yelled, Then you shouldn't have sacrificed me in the first place. Caught completely off guard by the sudden charge, Jiro stumbled back. In the very next second, Steve landed a massive blow, sending Jiro flying backward with an agonizing scream. The crushing force dealt severe internal damage, making Jiro cough up a mouthful of blood. Wasting no time, Stet followed up with another strike. Pondus! He shouted, massively multiplying the gravity. Staring down at him, Steve spat, Every single word that comes out of your mouth pisses me off, you bastard. But incredibly, Jiro managed to dodge the crushing attack. Steve was left in absolute disbelief. Before he could react, Jiro launched a brutal counterattack, tearing through Steve's defenses. Steve cried out in sheer agony as his arm was violently severed and sent flying through the air. Standing amidst the blood, Jiro coldly replied, Way too arrogant for a mediocre adventurer. How does it feel, being in the exact same position as me? Jiro sneered. But just a second later, Jiro's cruel smirk vanished, replaced by utter confusion and shock at what Stit did next. Jiro stared in horror because the arm Steve had just lost looked exactly like his own. Smirking through the pain, Stit provoked him. "What's the matter? Does this look a little too familiar to you?" Jiro gritted his teeth in sheer rage, thinking to himself, "What the hell? How is he healing himself so fast? If I'd had that ring from the very beginning, I wouldn't be dealing with any of this mess." Snapping out of his thoughts, Jiro screamed Sit's name. In a flash, he lunged right at him, making Sit a bit anxious as he muttered to himself, "Damn it! My arm hasn't fully healed yet." And as Jiro closed in on Steve, he roared, "I'm going to kill you!" But luckily, Freya appeared out of nowhere. She delivered a swift kick, snapping, "You're not killing anyone!" And just like that, Jiro was sent flying far away. Seeing this, he asked in surprise, "What are you doing here? I told you to go help Elena." But Freya just sighed and replied, "You told me to help her, and she told me to help you. Can you two just make up your minds already? You're really getting on my nerves. She can handle herself. Besides, I think you need my help a lot more than she does. You were just about to drop dead, you know." Hearing Freya's words, Steve gritted his teeth and shot back. "For your information, I am perfectly fine. Besides, there's something really weird about him. It's like his stamina has spiked or something. But for some reason, the sword won't stop reacting to his prosthetic arm. You see it too, right?" Immediately, Freya told him, "Yeah, it almost feels like some kind of dark relic. But let's take a closer look first." Meanwhile, from the rubble, Jiro began shouting curses at him. "You should be ashamed of yourself, Sit. After all that effort to provoke me, it looks like you can't even beat me without the help of your little servant." Seeing that he was unharmed, Freya burst into a scoffing laugh. "Pfft, did you just call me a servant? I'll be sure to remember that. You do know that was just a warm-up, right? I really hope you don't actually think you're stronger than him just because you survived a few light taps." Hearing this, Jiro looked pissed and snapped, "What did you say?" The very next second, Freya turned to him and called out, "Zit, show him what you got." Right after that, to Jiro's absolute disbelief, Freya transformed back into the modem relic. Watching this, Jiro thought to himself in shock. She went into the relic? Did it absorb her? A split second later, the boy launched an attack at Jiro with lightning speed. Seeing this, Jiro muttered internally, "Lightning speed!" Then panic set in. He grew incredibly anxious as Steve moved so fast he couldn't even catch his shadow. And then, accompanied by the words, "You can't even see me now, can you?" Steve suddenly appeared right behind Jiro. And then, accompanied by the words, "You can't even see me now, can you?" Steve suddenly appeared right behind Jiro. And then, accompanied by the words, "You can't even see me now, can you?" Steve was standing right behind Geraldo, and at the decisive moment, Steve unleashed a relentless barrage of strikes onto Jiro's body. In the end, Jiro spat out a mouthful of fresh blood once again. The moment he crashed to the ground, Jiro demanded, How did you do that? What did that woman do?" Meanwhile, Steve, raising his foot to deliver another kick, taunted him. "What could a mere little servant possibly do, Your Highness?" Just as he finished speaking, Jiro was struck by a brutal stomp, crashing down through several layers of the ground. Even after losing the ability to move, he still managed to choke out, What just happened?" Stepping up to him, Steve replied, "I can see why you're confused. That woman you just saw is a new friend, one that you created for me. Up until a moment ago, she was busy doing something else elsewhere, so I let her borrow half of my power. But now that I have my full strength back, I think you know exactly how this is going to end." A moment later, managing to sit up, Jiro lowered his head in despair, thinking to himself, "He fought me to a standstill, even while putting himself at a disadvantage? How is he this powerful? How can this be possible?" While Jiro was drowning in these thoughts, Sit delivered a brutal uppercut, sending Jiro flying backward as he spat out fresh blood. On the other hand, Jiro's mind was still reeling, wondering, "What am I still lacking?" Then the words of Emperor Shinchiro echoed in his mind. "And if you hadn't given it to someone else because of that ridiculous curse, the relic would already be yours." Overwhelmed with regret, he buried his face in his hands and collapsed. Do you have any idea what a disastrous mistake you've made? Alongside that memory, Zero lay collapsed in a pool of his own blood. Even so, his sheer willpower refused to let him quit, forcing Jiro to mutter to himself, But And with that thought, he struggled to sit back up. Meanwhile, Steve was genuinely surprised that Jero could still move. Eventually, Jero managed to pull himself upright. Then Jero glared at Steve with eyes full of pure hatred and spat out, "I won't let you walk away like this." Jero was slowly pushing himself up. Right after that, Jero glared at Sit with eyes full of pure hatred and spat out, "I won't let you walk away like this." And then the boy spoke to the modem relic. He recovered from that hit? How is that even possible? It instantly explained his dark energy has surged. Meanwhile, Jero's body was slowly regenerating. The next second, he lunged to attack Jero, roaring, "Die!" A second later, a massive explosion shook the castle. Seeing this, the panicked soldiers cried out, "Commander, there's been an explosion inside the castle!" Recovering from his shock, the commander barked, "What the hell is going on over there?" Immediately, a soldier reported, "It looks like we have intruders." Then the commander cursed under his breath, "Damn it! How could they possibly scale the castle walls? Did they get help from someone on the inside? Or has the south gate already fallen?" The very next second, another explosion went off right where they were standing, causing everyone to scream in terror. A moment later, he quickly barked out orders. "Vice Commander, I am leaving the north gate in your hands. Half of you, come with me. We are heading back to the castle." And the Vice Commander firmly replied, "Please be careful, Commander." Right at that moment, Mark Dowell made his return. And so, he launched an attack on the area as well, sending everyone into shocked screams. Seeing them suffer, Mars smirked in amusement and said, "Where do you think you're going, huh?" Meanwhile, Elena had ambushed another part of the castle, and to top it off, Descara was whispering in her ear. The battle was growing more ferocious by the second. "Aren't you worried?" Hearing this, Elena turned and replied, "If I said I wasn't worried, I'd be lying." But Steve knew exactly what he was doing. Right now, he was still locked in a fierce battle with Jero. A moment later, dropping to his knees in exhaustion, Steve clicked his tongue and muttered, "Tsk. I probably shouldn't have wasted so much time taking my anger out on him." Adding to that, the Mortem artifact told him, "I'll distract him so you can get close." As soon as the words left her mouth, she manifested in Freya's form. The moment she appeared, Freya looked around in bewilderment and asked, "Huh? What in the world is going on?" Freya was so shocked because Jero had suddenly mutated, letting out a wild roar. At this point, Steve angrily cursed, "What the hell is this?" while mentally preparing to deactivate the avatar. Suddenly, Freya reverted back to the form of the Mortem artifact. Steve immediately asked her, "What just happened? Are you okay?" The Mortem artifact quickly explained, "He almost absorbed not just my mana, but my very soul. It would be way too dangerous for me to take a physical form right now." Hearing this, Steve quickly reassured her, "It's all right, you've done more than enough." Then the artifact told Steve, "There's no doubt about it now. His prosthetic arm is a dark relic. It's not just some corrupted magical item. He's planning to drain all the mana in this entire area." However, Steve had a lingering doubt, so he asked her, "But wasn't it King Benicia who gave him that dark relic? I bet he knew this ring could absorb relics. What the hell is that old man plotting?" A split second later, Jero suddenly lunged at him. Luckily, the Mortem artifact shouted a warning, "Steve, watch out!" Steve gasped in surprise, but Jero's monstrous arm had already clamped tightly around his throat, choking him as he screamed in pain. Seeing him agonizing in pain, she cried out anxiously, "Steve, do something! He's trying to steal our mana again!" Gasping for breath, he could only choke out, "Easier said than done." Despite the struggle, he managed to pull out a small bomb. In the next heartbeat, he hurled it right at Jero. In a flash, a massive explosion erupted, catching Jero completely off guard. Steve broke free from his grip and swiftly snatched up his weapon. On the other side, thick smoke and dust billowed around Jero, completely obscuring Steve's vision. A moment later, as the dust began to settle, Jero's silhouette emerged. To make matters worse, his grotesque arm had completely regenerated. Seizing the brief window while Jero was still disoriented, Steve dashed forward and landed a vicious slash. Jero instantly howled in agony. But a second later, Steve's expression darkened with worry as he thought to himself, "Damn it." He healed almost instantly. "I have to strike him again before he fully regenerates." Right at that moment, the Mortem artifact urgently warned him. "Steve, fall back!" He immediately complied, though he asked in frustration, "What is it now?" Noticing the terrifying surge of mana swirling around Jiro's body, she yelled, "Get as far away from him as you can." Hearing this, Steve backed away hastily, asking, "Is that another one of that relic's abilities?" The Mortem artifact quickly explained, "I think so. That mana field he's generating, it's draining all the mana and life force around it. Who knows what will happen to us if we stay in there too long?" Steve gritted his teeth and replied, "I need to land a direct hit on him somehow. But if I get close, that thing will suck me right in." "Damn it," the Mortem artifact replied solemnly. "I guess we're out of options. You're going to have to attack him again." Hearing her say this, Steve asked the artifact in utter disbelief. "What? But you literally just told me it was too dangerous." In the blink of an eye, she manifested a suit of armor onto him and declared, "The cursed armor! I can buy you some time by cloaking your body in dark energy. Looking at how horribly he's mutating, I don't think dragging this fight out is a good idea. Hit him with absolutely everything you've got." Stealing his resolve, Steve readied his stance and said, "All right then, I'll try." The moment those words left his mouth, Steve dashed forward like a blur. In a flash, he landed a devastating slash on Jiro and shouted, "It's working!" That brutal sword strike had sliced straight into Jiro's head. Without missing a beat, Steve pulled his fist back, preparing for a heavy punch. The very next second, he smashed his fist into him, making Jiro roar in sheer fury. You damn lunatic!" Just as he screamed, the helmet encasing Jiro's head began to crack, sending shards flying into the air. Throwing another furious punch, Steve roared, "It's over! I'm ending you, once and for all!" Taking the full brunt of the assault, Jiro was completely overwhelmed, his massive body crashing backward. All around Steve, wild flames erupted, blazing furiously. The raw force of the blow sent Jiro flying through the air. Steve was about to charge forward and finish him off, but the Mortem artifact quickly stopped him. "Hold on a second," she warned. "His regeneration speed, it's not as fast as it was before." Narrowing his eyes to observe Jiro, Steve nodded in agreement. "You're right. That attack actually did some real damage." Channeling his curse-devouring magic to synchronize perfectly with the cursed armor, a dark, overwhelming power surged through him. Then Steve let out a fierce battle cry, "Here I come!" Without a moment's hesitation, he bolted toward Jiro. Moving at lightning speed, Steve became a blur, while Jiro locked his menacing gaze onto him. In an instant, the two clashed violently once more. Taking another brutal strike to the head, Jiro let out an agonizing screech. A second later, Steve quickly leaped backward to create some distance. Seeing this, the Mortem artifact urgently warned, "Don't back off too far. If you do, you'll hand him control of the fight." "I know!" Steve shot back immediately. Just then, Jiro suddenly extended his monstrous arm toward him. Even though he had no idea what sick trick Jiro was planning next, Steve gripped his sword tightly, his nerves on edge. The very next moment, Jiro lunged at him, roaring like a beast. Jiro's grotesque arm lashed out relentlessly, raining down a barrage of strikes while Steve fought desperately to parry every single one. Completely losing his mind, Jiro went into an absolute frenzy. In the midst of the chaos, the Mortem artifact shouted, "Steve, attack him while he's gathering his energy." Quickly scanning the frantic assault, Steve found a tiny opening. With deadly precision, his sword slipped right through Jiro's defenses. Caught completely off guard by the sudden counterattack, Jiro's eyes widened in sheer shock. As Steve nimbly flipped backward, Jiro erupted in a fit of rage, screaming at the top of his lungs. For a split second, Jiro just stared at Steve, his eyes full of stunned disbelief. But before he could even react, his massive arm was cleanly severed, sent flying by Steve's blade. Wasting no time, Steve channeled his Leviathan magic, preparing to deliver the final devastating blow. Unwilling to go down, Jiro desperately launched his own counterattack. In a flash, their two streams of mana violently clashed once more. Steve let out a furious roar, finally releasing his pent-up rage. A deafening explosion instantly rocked the castle, sending flames spreading in all directions. Seeing this, the anxious soldiers cried out, "Commander, there's been a massive explosion inside the castle." Staring at the castle in absolute shock, he couldn't help but curse under his breath. "Damn it! What the hell is going on over there? Where is His Majesty, and General Jiro and the Third Prince? What am I supposed to do?" Having finally brought Jiro to his knees, Steve clicked his tongue. "You really just don't know when to quit, do you? I can't believe you're actually still breathing. Anyway, Any last words? With that, he leveled the tip of his blade right at Jero's throat. Coughing up a mouthful of blood, Jero spat back, "What exactly is the difference between you and me?" "A ring! Choosing its own master. I've never heard of such a ridiculous thing in my entire life. Just because you got your hands on the ring first, does that mean I could never be worthy of claiming it?" Hearing this, Steve simply scoffed. "There you go again, blaming your circumstances. Have you forgotten? You were the one who chose to give the ring away. And even when you had the chance, you did absolutely nothing. You haven't changed one bit since the very first day we met." Freya chimed in, her tone sharp. "I think there's a massive misunderstanding here. Even if you had touched the ring first, I would have never accepted you as my partner." Filled with bitter resentment, Jero demanded, "Why the hell not?" Standing firmly beside Steve, Freya replied coldly, "It's simple, really, because you're a complete bastard and I despise you. Judging from everything I've seen through Steve's eyes up until now, this miserable end is the absolute best you could have ever achieved, no matter the circumstances. Let me guess. Even as we speak, you're busy making excuses, thinking that if only you had the ring, everything would have been perfect. I could list 1,000 reasons why you'd fail, but simply put, you were never worthy of this ring to begin with." Without missing a beat, Steve raised his sword high and coldly stated, "Well, considering your life is already a living hell, I sincerely hope I never have to see your face again." But against all odds, Jero managed to slip away yet again. Stunned and utterly confused, Steve blurted out, "What just happened? Did he seriously still have enough strength left to block that?" Even Freya couldn't believe her own eyes. Furious, she snapped, "That's impossible. He was practically half dead. Just stay quiet for a second. There's no way he could have gotten far." Wasting no time, Freya expanded her mana sense to track Jero down. Within seconds, she locked onto his presence and urgently cried out, "He's right below us! I can feel his mana moving around under the floorboards!" Hearing this, Steve tightly clenched his fists. Gritting his teeth, he growled, "Damn it, I should have just executed that bastard when I had the chance. I swear, the second I see his face again, I'm ending him." The moment the words left his mouth, he drove a devastating punch directly into the ground, violently shattering the stone floor beneath their feet. Dropping through the rubble, Steve landed inside a massive underground arena. As soon as his boots hit the ground, he couldn't help but stare in absolute awe at the sheer scale of the place. Glancing around, he muttered to himself, "I can't believe a place like this was hiding right beneath the royal capital." Just then, Garrett dropped down behind him, calling out his name. "Steve!" Startled by the familiar voice, Steve whipped around. "Garrett? What the hell are you doing down here? I told you to go back up the forces fighting outside." But Garrett simply brushed it off. "Never mind that right now. What was that massive explosion just now? Did you finally finish him off?" At the mention of Jero, Steve scowled in frustration. "No, not yet." The cowardly bastard vanished into a cloud of smoke. But the very moment those words left his mouth, Steve froze in pure shock. Jero had suddenly materialized right in front of him. "Is that him?" Garrett yelled out urgently, gripping his weapon. "He looks like he's already at death's door." But Steve only stared, deeply bewildered by the bizarre sight. "What the hell is going on?" Steve muttered to himself. He knew for a fact that Jero was far too weakened to be levitating in midair like that. How is that even logically possible? But before they could figure it out, the heavy, echoing sound of approaching footsteps caught their attention. The moment Steve recognized the figure stepping out of the shadows, a deep sense of dread washed over him. Beside him, Garrett gritted his teeth and hissed, "What? Did he just come down here to check on his precious son?" It was Emperor Chero, but the monarch simply stood there in eerie silence, coldly inspecting his battered son. Suddenly, dark mana flared around Emperor Chero. Without a hint of hesitation, he viciously grabbed Jero by the throat, hoisting him into the air. "Your purpose here is fulfilled," he declared in a chilling tone. With those words, the Emperor tightened his merciless grip. Gasping for air, Jero let out a series of agonizing, strangled cries. Then, following, one final blood-curdling shriek, an unimaginably massive shockwave of mana erupted from his body. Amidst the chaos, a buried memory from Emperor Chero's youth suddenly flashed before his eyes. In the vision, a younger Chero stood completely disoriented in a barren, alien wasteland. What? He had thought to himself. What the hell just happened? Where in the world am I? Who am I? Suddenly, an ominous voice echoed through his mind. Bring the black relics to us. Startled and utterly bewildered, the young Chero frantically looked around. Where's that voice coming from? He panicked, completely unaware that the mysterious black orb in his hands was actually speaking to him. The eerie voice echoing from the black orb persisted, whispering directly into his mind. Bring the black relics to us and grant us our resurrection, to awaken our master, Achiban. That is the sole purpose of our existence. Hearing those sinister words, a deep sense of dread washed over the young Chero. The voice coldly commanded once more. Everything in this world exists purely for his sake. Go forth and collect the black relics. Trembling, he gripped the dark orb tightly. From the very moment he had gained consciousness, that single absolute directive had been carved into his mind. Collect the black relics and resurrect Achiban. It wasn't long before he stumbled upon others just like him, beings who proudly called themselves the disciples of Achiban. And the ritual to resurrect their dark master was terrifyingly simple. All they had to do was use their sinister mind control abilities to spark a devastating war between the three great races, harvesting the resulting dark energy from the slaughter. At first, it was an incredibly difficult task, given the constant interference of the three gods. But once those gods finally faded into nothingness, the disciples were completely free to execute their grand design. However, that reign of terror was ultimately short-lived. With the sudden awakening of the adversary, the ultimate weapon left behind by the three gods, their entire master plan began to crumble to pieces. This adversary was the one true natural predator of the disciples. Unlike the three gods, the adversary fed directly on the life force of monsters and relics. This meant it possessed near-infinite stamina and immortality, while wielding a terrifying power specifically engineered to wipe the disciples off the face of the earth. While the gruesome process of birthing a single disciple required immense time and complex rituals, the adversary only needed to fulfill a few simple conditions to unlock boundless, infinite power to hunt them down. As time passed, the number of disciples steadily dwindled. Naturally, one of the original disciples began to question the effectiveness of their entire strategy. He changed his name to Sin Shinero and headed south, taking more than half of the black relics they had collected so far. He rejected every disciple who tried to win him back, choosing instead to establish his own powerful kingdom in the south. That was how Benicia was born. Using the birthplace of the disciples as his source, he created the Cadell Desert. At the same time, he launched a genocidal war to steal the black relics that Sin had sealed away. All of this was to awaken the supreme god, Iban. While fighting Shinero, Sit looked on in confusion and asked, "What's going on? What was that explosion?" Instantly, Freya appeared beside him and warned, "Stit, I have a really bad feeling about this." Meanwhile, Garrett was coughing violently from the thick smoke and dust. Freya urgently warned them not to let their guard down. A second later, Steve caught sight of a sudden flash of light and asked, "What just blew up? I hope the others are all right?" Just then, Freya called out to him again, "Stit, look!" As he watched Jero's body undergo a bizarre transformation, Steve gasped in disbelief. "Huh? Jero?" But Freya hesitantly replied that it wasn't him anymore. Confused, he turned to Freya and asked, "What exactly is he trying to do?" Suddenly, Zero let out a dark laugh. "You fools are truly pathetic. I'm not trying to do anything, it's already done." Hearing this, Freya urgently turned to him. "Stit, I think I know what's going on." Steve's mind started racing. Could it be? A moment later, Freya explained everything to him. "It looks exactly like the method we used to revive Desa with the black relic and the core. I think he just resurrected the god in a brand new body." Still confused, Steve hesitantly replied, "But he hasn't been in Jero's body for very long. We can still kill him." At the same time, he silently cast a weight-enhancing enchantment in his mind. The aura radiating from Jero was growing stronger by the second, making Steve extremely anxious. He muttered to himself, "If our theory is correct, the god has only just awakened. That means he can't use his full power in that body yet." Just as the thought crossed his mind, Jero's arm clashed heavily against Steve's sword. The very next second, the two of them were locked in a fierce struggle. As they grappled, Steve told himself, "This is our one and only chance to kill him." Meanwhile, the light in Jero's eyes was growing sharper and more vivid. Suddenly, another massive explosion echoed out, leaving Sky completely baffled. He yelled, "Huh? Did the black relic just shatter?" "Ugh, what the hell is Steve even doing in there? I'm gonna give him a piece of my mind when he gets back." Meanwhile, Marmik Dwell chimed in. "Well, at least a huge chunk of the soldiers inside the fortress got wiped out by that massive explosion. We didn't do too bad." "What? Shut up. I already can't stand having you here. Unlike some people, you're the type to hold a grudge forever." A moment later, noticing a strange glow coming from Leonidas, he blurted out in surprise, "Whoa, what is that? Why is Leonidas glowing? What the hell is going on?" Thick smoke and dust quickly swallowed the area, catching Garrett and Freya completely off guard. They screamed, "Stit, are you okay?" Steve yelled back, "That's not him. That thing isn't Zero." The being standing before them was no longer Zero, but the supreme god, Achiban. He stood in absolute silence, coldly staring down at Steve. A moment later, Emperor Shinchero rushed forward and fell to his knees in deep reverence. "My lord, I am your most loyal servant." Hearing this, Achiban slowly turned his head and asked, "Whose body is this?" Shinchero eagerly explained, "To ensure you had a vessel worthy of your divine bloodline, I prepared a flawless physical body for you, forged from a black relic as its foundation. This vessel should be able to withstand your absolute maximum power for at least 1 full minute." Hearing this, Achiban flexed his new arm, testing its limits in silent thought. He then decided to test his magic. The moment he did, radiant streaks of golden light erupted across the ground. Watching from afar, Elena was left completely awestruck and bewildered. She could visibly see an unimaginably powerful torrent of mana surging through the air. Panic set in as she muttered, "What in the world?" Suddenly, her weapon slipped from her grasp and crashed to the ground. Terrified, she cried out, "What is happening?" Over on the other side, Garrett was also completely paralyzed by Achiban's magic. His shield simply vanished into thin air, throwing him into a complete panic. "My shield! It's gone!" "Steve, we've got a massive problem." Hearing the panic in his voice, Steve spun toward Freya and demanded, "What the hell is going on here?" "My weapon and Garrett's relic just vanished." Taking a shaky breath, she explained, "It's because of him. He isn't just absorbing the relics around us, he is actively summoning his own mana back from every single dungeon across the entire continent. Look, every tiny particle he's absorbing is actually a shattered fragment of a relic. Basically, what he's doing right now is the exact same process used to forge the very first black relic." Realizing the danger, Steve quickly asked, "Freya, how are you holding up? Are you feeling it too? Come to think of it, the mana the 3 gods used to create you originally came from him." Freya hesitated for a moment before answering. According to the goddess, Achiban's goal was to create entirely independent beings capable of free thought. And since I am one of the beings created by those 3 gods, I'm actually completely immune to Achiban's power. Hearing Freya's explanation, Steve finally started to piece things together. "So, when are your other 2 abilities going to activate?" he urged. "If those powers were given to you specifically to fight Achiban, shouldn't they be kicking in right about now?" A second later, she replied helplessly, "They're slowly awakening inside of me, but I still need more time." Frustrated, Steve glanced down at the ring on his finger and let out an annoyed click of his tongue. Then Steve watched in absolute disbelief as Achiban's magic violently hoisted both Freya and Garrett into the air, completely immobilizing them. Steve roared out in fierce frustration, while Freya, terrified, screamed out his name. "Stit!" Hovering above, the god looked down and asked Shinchero, "Who are these insects? Their energy feels strangely familiar." "What exactly are they?" Shinchero quickly bowed his head and replied with utter devotion, "Perhaps it would be best if you examine them yourself, my lord." Then Freya had to grit her teeth and endure his agonizing torment. Moreover, because she was connected to Steve's ring, she was forced to share their suffering. "Let us go!" Steve roared. Seeing his fierce reaction, Achiban merely glared at him, and then cast his magic once again. The agonizing pain tore through Steve, forcing a loud scream from his lungs. But Achiban didn't stop there. He quickly invaded the boy's mind. Seeing this, Freya desperately screamed, "Steve, wake up!" as she channeled her healing magic. The very next second, her light flooded his mind, pushing back the darkness. A moment later, Steve finally snapped back to his senses. Seeing this, Ichiban let out an intrigued, "Oh?" genuinely surprised by the boy's resilience. Without warning, he launched another brutal strike at Steve's body, filling the boy with dread. Annoyed, Ichiban muttered, I thought he would have broken by now and not, He clenched his fist tightly, and in the blink of an eye, Steve violently coughed up blood. Yet, Ichiban showed no signs of stopping. A second later, he twisted his fist, subjecting Steve's body to another wave of excruciating torture. Without missing a beat, Ichiban quickly began chanting a different spell. Blood poured from Steve's body, pooling endlessly. A moment later, seeing that the boy was still somehow holding on, Ichiban mused, "I thought you were merely human. Just how much have humans evolved while I was asleep? Fascinating. Such impressive endurance." As soon as the words left his mouth, Ichiban swiftly unleashed the magic of the dark relic. But thankfully, Destra appeared just in time, calling out to him, "Father!" Hearing his daughter's voice, Ichiban was taken aback. A second later, he turned toward Destra and greeted her. "Destra, it's been a long time, hasn't it? Everything must have changed so much." Destra grimly replied, "That's right. When I woke up from my long slumber, the world was a completely different place. Father, what exactly are you planning to do?" But suddenly, Ichiban let out a chilling laugh and replied, "Isn't it obvious? After all this time, the conditions are finally perfect to absorb mana. Once I summon the entirety of my power, I can execute my plan more flawlessly than ever before. Then you, me, Kane, and the others can live together just like before. The four of us will finally be reunited. Which means..." But before Ichiban could finish his sentence, Destra cut him off. "Father, you were the one who taught us. Yinispamen tondi yin. The joy of creating new life and nurturing it. So what gives you the right to just dictate the fate of these living beings?" Hearing his daughter say these words, he suddenly fell silent. Shortly after, Ichiban stared at his own clenched fist and replied coldly, "I care nothing for the creatures you created. What use are they to me if I don't have my 3 children? You are the only family that has ever truly understood me. Without you, I would be doomed to spend these millennia all alone again. What's so wrong with bringing the 3 of you back to preserve our bond? I am simply uprooting the seeds of life that I myself planted in this world." But Destra vehemently pushed back. "Father, every living creature has the right to seek freedom, and death is an unavoidable part of life." After a moment of silent thought, Ichiban coldly retorted, "I see. That repulsive physical form of yours has corrupted your mind. Very well, I will return you to normal soon enough." With those words, he instantly closed the distance between them. In the very next second, Ichiban mercilessly plunged his hand straight through Destra's chest. Witnessing this horrific sight, Steve stared in absolute shock and let out a furious roar. Triggered by his raw emotion, the power of matter transformation awakened violently within his body. Freya could clearly feel this sudden shift in energy, and thanks to this surging power, her invisible bind shattered, setting her free. However, because this immense power was too much to handle, Steve's body was racked with agonizing pain, causing him to scream out in agony. The very next second, his sheer willpower tore through Ichiban's control, breaking him entirely free. Seeing this, Ichiban let out a surprised gasp. "Oh? He actually broke free on his own." Before the words even settled, Steve drove a brutal punch right into the side of the villain's head. Following that, the two clashed violently in a fierce battle, terrifying Shinchero into a panicked scream. In the end, Steve's relentless assault forced Ichiban to cough up a mouthful of blood. Meanwhile, as Destra's soul finally departed from the vessel, Elena's body reverted back to her true form. However, due to her severe injuries, she immediately lost consciousness. Seeing her fall, Steve quickly rushed over to catch Elena in his arms. Watching them, Ichiban callously asked Steve if the two of them were lovers. Hearing this, Steve shot a death glare at him. Unbothered, Ichiban slowly got back to his feet and casually mocked, "How does it feel to watch the one you love die right in front of you? Now, you will taste the exact same despair that I once endured. Perhaps then you will finally understand my actions." Hearing his twisted logic, Steve snapped back in blazing anger. "Understand? What the hell is the difference?" "Between Jero and you. The monster who stole his body. You're both exactly the same. You feel absolutely nothing when you destroy other people's lives, but mark my words, you will ultimately pay the price for all your sins. Ignoring the threat, Ichiban arrogantly sneered, "Ah, is that mana coming from your little ring? I could do such magnificent things with high-quality mana like that." Knowing the danger, Steve urgently turned to the anxious Garrett. "Garrett, get Elena out of here. Take her as far away as possible. And make sure she doesn't get another scratch on her." Hearing this desperate plea, Ichiban mockingly laughed at Steve. "Now, I really want that mana." In the blink of an eye, Ichiban lunged straight at him, but Steve was already in a fighting stance, ready to strike. The next second, the matter transformation activated within his body once again. The materialization data stored deep within the modem relic hummed to life. Matter transformation, Leonidas. With that, the mighty weapon, Leonidas, instantly materialized right into Steve's hands. As the villain's deadly attack came crashing down, Steve flawlessly blocked it with Leonidas. Ichiban was caught off guard, deeply confused as he thought to himself, "He actually absorbed my strike? And this mana I'm sensing, what is this?" The very next second, Leonidas's power surged to another level, violently blasting Ichiban backward and forcing him to curse out in frustration. "Damn it!" Building on the momentum, Steve's body underwent yet another transformation, calling forth Spiritus. In an instant, Spiritus erupted, unleashing a torrent of blazing red fire. Then, the moment he saw the fierce flames erupting, Zero stumbled backward, muttering to himself, "So, this is the energy the gods created to fight the supreme god upon his resurrection." However, that ring was forged from the very essence of three gods. I doubt he'll be able to last long in this mortal vessel. In the end, I suppose it'll be a battle of attrition to see who falls first. After having this thought, he added, "Now, I must complete my objective. Unfortunately, I won't be able to see how this battle ends." With that, he turned and walked away. Meanwhile, Ichiban murmured to himself, for some reason, that attack felt incredibly familiar. Why is that? Then, feeling a sudden surge of tension, he recalled a memory from the past. Are these the memories and knowledge of that disciple? Ah, I remember these faces. The three of them forged the ring. Did you really hate me that much? Were you so determined to kill me? Someone who used to be your own family? To the point of creating something like this. On the other hand, Steve's body was undergoing a gravitational matter transformation. Seeing this, as Ichiban launched his attack, Steve thought to himself, "Right here, right now, I'm going to kill that annoying bastard and prove you wrong." Furthermore, he let out a furious roar, ready to face him head on. As soon as the words left his mind, the two clashed once again. This time, he took a direct hit from the old man, coughing up fresh blood before letting out an enraged scream. Next, Steve readied his decisive punch. In the following second, both of them hurled their fists at one another. Ichiban also barked insults at him. But right after that, Steve felt a mix of confusion and shock as he watched the man's body fade into nothingness. He was left completely speechless as Ichiban's body gradually disappeared. However, a moment later, Steve realized what it was, an intangible matter transformation. Watching this transformation happen, he swore to himself that he wouldn't let the bastard escape. With that thought, he quickly dashed after Ichiban. Meanwhile, Garrett was carrying Elena, running away while screaming at the top of his lungs. On top of that, a frantic crowd was trailing right behind him. Furthermore, Sky asked him, "What the hell is going on?" Following that, Mar also chimed in, "What's happening? What's the situation inside?" But Garrett, completely panicked, just replied, "We'll talk later. We need to get the hell out of here right now." Steve actually heard his words loud and clear. However, he kept quiet. By now, Steve had caught up to Ichiban, who taunted him, "You arrogant brat! How dare you look away while fighting me?" Steve instantly snapped back, "Arrogant? Shut your mouth, you damn walking corpse!" My last shred of patience is officially gone. As soon as he said that, he began channeling the energy within his body. And the old man did the same, thinking to himself, he's channeling his power through the fiber of the floors. Meanwhile, the ground beneath Steve's feet was slowly changing shape. A moment later, his stream of mana transformed into a massive pillar in mid-air. On the other hand, Ichiban fled right after, and Steve immediately gave chase. Sky was so shocked he was left utterly speechless upon seeing the two of them flying through the sky. Then he blurted out, "What the hell is that?" Steve! Right at that moment, Chairman Simus walked over and asked them, "What on earth is going on here? That monster that just flew out in the middle of the battle? Who is that? Do you know who that enemy is? Can someone tell me what's happening?" As soon as they heard his voice, Garrett, Finver, and I turned to look, and in utter disbelief, they said, "Oh my god, those are the Northern Elves." The god that Achiban's disciples had been trying to resurrect had finally returned to the sky. Meanwhile, Steve was still hotly pursuing Achiban. A moment later, a sudden explosion ripped through the sky, and triggered by that blast, another massive explosion erupted down on the ground. Moreover, this explosion completely blocked Achiban from escaping any further. In the next second, he looked up at the high sky in sheer astonishment. Very quickly, Steve launched a fierce attack on Achiban, forcing him to let out a cry of frustration. Meanwhile, Steve felt a rush of excitement and shouted, "Hurry up and melt!" But a moment later, the old man launched a counterattack. What's more, Achiban pulled out the black relic. The moment he saw it, Steve was caught off guard. On the other hand, Chairman Simus was equally stunned after witnessing the man's flow of mana. In the very next second, he muttered in utter disbelief, that was supposed to have ended in the Cadell Desert. On top of that, his mind was racing as he thought, how did they manage to pull that off out there? I can't even keep up with what's happening anymore. Next, just as Steve was diving down toward Achiban, Freya suddenly broke free from the ring. Seeing this, he panicked and screamed, "Freya!" Then she abruptly attacked the old man from behind, making Achiban gasp, "What the hell?" At the same time, using explosive matter transformation, Steve attacked him from the front. Following that, he delivered a solid punch to Achiban, thinking to himself, "Come on, detonate!" But the old man was still able to withstand it. Seeing this, Steve surged his power and relentlessly continued to pummel him. And when he saw that Achiban was still unscathed, he realized, he's locked down my mana flow. Additionally, Freya urgently warned him, "Steve, he's absorbed Garrett's relic. Is this how you use this ability?" And while she was speaking, Achiban was rapidly closing in on Freya from behind. In the next fraction of a second, he drove his attack straight through her body, causing Freya to scream out in sheer agony. Seeing this, he desperately screamed her name, "Freya!" As he rushed toward her, he frantically asked, "Are you okay?" But Freya simply replied, "I can heal the wound." But that ability he just used... Meanwhile, the old man mocked the two of them. "Well, you actually surprised me. Is that really all you can do with power borrowed from someone else? I expected so much more from you." Instantly, Steve snapped back in a furious rage. "Can't you just shut the fuck up? I swear to God, I'm going to rip that mouth right off your face." As soon as he finished speaking, he unleashed Leviathan to attack Ivan. Moreover, Steve let out a furious roar, venting all of his built-up frustration. Seeing this, the old man merely sighed and said, "You won't even leave a scratch on me with that foolish trick." But a split second later, caught completely off guard, Achiban blurted out, "What the hell is this?" His entire body was suddenly bound by chains, and these chains were forged by Freya, using dark matter transmutation. She then shouted for Steve to take him down. Hearing her, he launched another fierce attack at the old man. However, just as Steve's Leviathan strike was about to hit Achiban's body, it suddenly ground to a halt. In the very next second, the old man blasted a wave of magic right back at it. Instantly, the flow of mana froze solid, leaving Steve in absolute disbelief. A wave of dread washed over him as he thought to himself, did he really just freeze it? Leviathan. In the blink of an eye, the frozen manifestation of Leviathan shattered into pieces. Looking incredibly smug, the old man sneered, "You really are quite the entertainer. I'll be returning this to you. Got any other little tricks to show me?" With those words, Iban cast void magic, his body slowly dissolving into nothingness. In the next instant, he launched a surprise attack that left Steve screaming in agony before sending the boy flying backward. Steve was now completely on the defensive, unable to fight back. Watching his enemy, he gritted his teeth and thought, he's getting stronger, isn't he? Or maybe I'm the one losing my mana. But right in that critical moment of life and death, a sudden change awakened within Steve's body. Your final ability has been activated. Steve glared at Achiban through the swirling, thick clouds of dust. A moment later, he muttered to himself, maybe I really am the only one draining my mana out here. Seeing him so heavily wounded, Freya screamed out in sheer panic. Stay with me, Steve. We don't have much time left. Hearing her desperate cry, Achiban immediately turned his attack toward Freya. Meanwhile, the boy struggled to grab hold of his sword, but his fingers wouldn't listen. Steve cursed inwardly. Damn it! I need to pick up my sword, but my hands are so weak. Is this how I died before? Dying without ever being able to save anyone? Right at that moment, matter transmutation triggered within him once again. Your final ability has been activated. A second later, feeling a profound shift surging through his veins, he let out a heavy breath in his mind. Then came the matter transmutation, the power of resurrection, capable of bringing the dead back to life. Steve's thoughts raced as he mumbled internally, bringing the dead back to life. The image of Elena lying wounded on her bed flashed through his mind, giving him the desperate push he needed to keep going. I can't give up now, can I? They definitely designed this perfectly. A moment later, a massive explosion erupted right where Steve was standing, leaving the old man utterly bewildered. After a brief pause, Aben shouted out in shock. Why won't you just give up? Do you still not realize that I hold the absolute upper hand here? The longer you drag this fight out, the lower your chances of winning become. To which the boy furiously roared back. Shut your mouth. I don't give a damn about any of your nonsense. The only thing I care about is wiping you out and staying alive. Freya, switch back! Seeing that he had completely recovered, she gasped in pure astonishment. Adding to her surprise, Steve told her, I want to try something out. Just follow my lead. Meanwhile, the old man scoffed in his mind, I just want to say, and a second later, Achiban spat out, You are wasting your time. With that, he began marching straight toward the boy. Although momentarily taken aback by Achiban's cold words, Steve didn't hesitate to charge right at him. And just like that, the two threw themselves back into the heat of battle. Just like before, Achiban wielded his black relic, as Steve closed the distance between them. But in the blink of an eye, the Steve charging at him suddenly transformed into Freya, leaving the old man utterly stunned. Without missing a beat, she unleashed explosive magic. The very next moment, Freya was locked in a fierce brawl with Achiban. After trading blows for a while, the old man sneered, These petty parlor tricks are useless against me. But the moment Achiban finished speaking, Steve jumped into the fray, catching him completely off guard. Moving at blinding speed, the boy slammed an explosive magic punch directly into his chest. Instantly, Achiban let out a blood-curdling scream of pain. In the following second, he furiously cursed the boy in his mind. You little bastard! Steve followed up by violently slashing the old man with his sword. A brief moment later, the relentless clash finally came to a halt. Shortly after, flashing a triumphant grin, Steve said, It was just a wild idea, but it looks like it worked out way better than I thought. Meanwhile, Freya shifted back into her totem relic form and replied, I can't believe it. Aiming for that tiny fraction of a second when he compressed his mana to cancel out the skill's effect, were you just blindly gambling, or did you actually have a solid plan? Hearing this, the boy honestly confessed that it was just a spur-of-the-moment burst of inspiration. Thank you, everyone. As Steve said those words, his thoughts drifted to Elena, Mark, Sky, and Garrett. On the other side, the old man spat out a question. Just what the hell is going on with you? If you keep pushing this fragile human body past its limits, you're only dragging yourself closer to death. And I mean eternal death, the kind that even the ring won't be able to save you from. Steve was taken aback by his words, feeling a warm trickle of blood sliding down from his nose. Wiping the blood away with the back of his hand, he fired back. That's not how I see it. I'll do it 100 more times if I have to, as long as it means putting you in the grave. With that, Steve darted straight toward the old man. Iben quickly cast his magic and sneered, No matter how proud you are absolutely nothing without the mana to settle this in the end. But before he could even finish his sentence, the old man spun around in sheer panic, screaming, Are you seriously using the exact same trick again? The very next second, Iben swung his black relic right at the boy. However, what he never saw coming was Freya suddenly materializing right above his head. And to make matters worse, she yelled, I'm up here! Meanwhile, the old man frantically glanced back at Steve, who was already closing in on him. Then, in a stunning display of teamwork, the two of them launched a synchronized attack on Iben from both sides. To top it off, they simultaneously unleashed explosive magic. Amidst the chaos, she shouted out a reminder, Steve, don't let him get away this time. To which Steve confidently replied, I know. Meanwhile, he thought to himself, choke on this curse? A second later, the old man's body began to rot away. Panic set in as Achiban muttered to himself, what is going on? Is he devouring my mana? As if reading his mind, Steve sneered, that's right. Every last drop of your mana will soon be mine. I'm going to tear you apart piece by piece. Without hesitation, Steve unleashed a relentless barrage of attacks. Achiban watched in absolute terror as the boy's fist hurled toward his face. After being knocked backward by the blow, he gasped, I don't understand. Your body reached its limit a long time ago. How can you keep fighting when you're so battered and broken? Seeing Achiban hit the ground, Steve quickly moved in for another strike. Desperate and frustrated, the old man screamed, why? Why are you so hell-bent on defeating me? Those 3 gods who gave you this mission mean absolutely nothing to you, and you don't even know the person you're trying to save. Even if you win this battle, you gain absolutely nothing from it. So why do you keep fighting me like this? If you want to be reunited with the woman you love, I can bring her back to life for you. That alone is reason enough for you to stop this madness. Don't you agree? Hearing this, Steve scowled in disgust. I am so utterly sick of your bullshit. I despise people like you more than anyone else in this world. The kind who thinks they're better than everyone else just because they have a little power. Scum like you actually believe you can just do whatever the hell you want. Well, if you ask me, the world would be a hell of a lot better off without people like you in it. With that, Steve began channeling every last ounce of his power. Air Bullet, Dark Arts, Fireball, Ice Wave, Combination Skill, Elemental Burst. The Elemental Burst was forged by fusing different forces of nature together. The skill would multiply in destructive power with every new element added to the mix. All of this energy merged into a massive sphere of glowing mana right above his head. Staring down his enemy, Steve declared, this is the end. Meanwhile, Achiban was completely paralyzed by the sheer terror of what he was witnessing. A second later, Steve roared, die! In a flash, the colossal sphere crashed down toward the old man. As Achiban desperately struggled to fend off the attack, Steve just stood there, watching and gasping for air. The old man's body was rapidly decaying, and thick dark blood continuously poured from his mouth. Every trace of his former arrogance had completely vanished. Gripping his sword tightly, Steve thought to himself, damn it, he's still not dead. Just then, Freya stepped forward and said, I'll deal with him. Her words caught him off guard, and he looked at her in surprise. Without hesitating, Freya walked straight toward Achiban. At that moment, the old man realized with dread, my mana is draining faster than I can gather it. He glared up at her with pure hatred and spat out, so, you're really going to do it, huh? Freya stared him down and replied, that's right, my mission is to destroy you, once and for all. You might not know why your child created me, but I do. He made me to punish you with death for all the innocent lives you've stolen. That is the sole purpose of my existence. As she spoke those words, she placed her hand firmly on his head. Channeling her magic, she declared, you will remember the face of death the moment you close your eyes for the last time by the name of the Mortem Relic. Hearing this, Achiban let out a bitter laugh. Is that all you are? Just blindly following someone else's orders without a single thought or desire of your own? But Freya answered with unyielding resolve. That might be what Desha said, but I disagree. What I want is to finally be completely free of you, and to live my own life. The moment she finished speaking, his body dissolved into nothingness. Looking at the empty space, Freya whispered with a hint of sorrow, it took way too long. Meanwhile, back at the Sky Castle, Sky wondered aloud, I'm so curious about who's going to win. How are we supposed to know? Mar confidently replied, my money is on Steve. Hearing that, Sky teased, what? Are you in love with him or something? How can you be so sure he'll win when you can't even see the fight? Mar quickly shot back, are you saying you actually want to lose him? Flustered, Sky grumbled, oh, just forget it. Right at that moment, Steve finally returned. One of the men below spotted him and shouted, boss, there's something flying this way. As Steve hit the ground, the loud crash made everyone scream in alarm. Panicking, Gareth yelled out, is it another enemy? While Mar immediately ordered, weapons up, everyone! But the lookout quickly corrected them, boss, it's not an enemy. It's him. It's Steve. Exhausted, Steve limped toward them and immediately asked, where is she? After a heavy silence, Sky finally spoke up. Hey, Are you okay? Sky asked nervously, while Gareth just mumbled awkwardly in the background. Fidgeting, Sky awkwardly added, I mean, you look like you're in one piece at least. Despite everything, Steve gave them a tired but genuine smile. Don't get me wrong, I'm not hallucinating or dying of my wounds here. Come on, just answer me quickly. Where's Elena? No one said a word to Steve, but as if on cue, they all silently turned their gaze in the same direction. Following their eyes, his heart dropped when he saw her lying lifeless nearby. But Steve didn't rush over immediately. Instead, he just stood there in absolute silence, gazing at her from afar. It took a moment before he finally ran over and gently gathered Elena into his arms. Cupping her face, he whispered softly, We promised we would spend the rest of our lives together. I am not letting you leave me forever. Instantly, the Mortem Relic activated its resurrection magic, wrapping her body in a warm, glowing light. Sky, Gareth, and Mar all held their breath, watching Elena and praying for a miracle. At long last, the color slowly returned to her pale cheeks. Miraculously, Elena opened her eyes. Looking around in utter confusion, she asked, What are you all doing here? No one answered her, and a soft blush suddenly crept across her face. Breaking the silence, Chairman Simus gasped in awe. I can't believe my eyes! He actually managed to resurrect someone from a completely different species. After taking a deep, relieved breath, Steve smiled brightly and explained, This power doesn't work on just anyone. It only works on those who have died very recently, and it can't be from natural causes. That's why I didn't answer you earlier. I had to think a few steps ahead. Pretty impressive, right? But regardless. Welcome back, Elena. The moment he finished speaking, he gently pressed his forehead against hers. Later that night, a heavy rainstorm washed over the castle. Down in the tavern, Clyde turned to Danton and asked, We won't be getting any more customers tonight, will we? Danton shook his head. The boss says it's time to close up shop. Then, eyeing Clyde curiously, he asked, So, what made you suddenly want to grab a drink together? Danton just chuckled, pulling out a bottle. Well, this is going to be a hell of a lot better than that cheap beer you usually chug. We deserve something truly special on a day like today. But Clyde's eyes widened in disbelief. Is that a bottle of Gemenia 67? Only royalty can afford to buy this stuff. How in the world did you get your hands on it? Hearing his suspicion, Danton casually replied, Opportunities like this pop up from time to time when you dabble in the black market. Immediately, Clyde grew tense, shifting nervously as he muttered, Hey, you're starting to make me really nervous, man. What's so special about today that you'd bring out a treasure like this? The next second, he pulled out an invitation, laughing as he said, Don't ask me, just read it yourself. In a flash, he snatched the letter and replied, Let me see. A wedding invitation. And then Danton quickly replied, Yeah. So C asked again, from Steve. Just like earlier, Danton quickly replied. Adding to that, he said in a tone of utter surprise, And he's marrying an elf. Right after that, C stared at Danton in shock, while the other man laughed until tears streamed down his face. In the end, they both took turns shouting, Host! Congratulations! Congratulations! Meanwhile, Bant was working down in the mines. A moment later, Nicholas brought Steve's invitation over and shouted, Mr. Bantaza, there's a letter for you. Hearing this, he replied, A letter? Nicholas explained, Someone passed it to me through the black market network. After opening the letter to read it, Bantaza was completely taken aback. But a second later, he burst into loud laughter. Seeing him so happy, Nicholas immediately asked, What is it, sir? Bantaza tossed him a pouch and replied, Are you still here? You know what? Here, take this. I'm feeling generous today. Saying that, he turned to leave. However, Nicholas felt confused, so he called out to ask, But sir, this is way too much for such a simple task. However, Bantaza didn't stop walking. He just kept going, saying over his shoulder, It's not often I get to hear such good news down in this dark cave. I hope you'll come back with even more good news. Meanwhile, over at Myriat's place, Sit came running in, looking completely panicked as he said, Myriat, look at this letter. Hearing this, she replied in a tone full of surprise. A letter? What the hell have you been up to lately? We've been keeping our guard up to make absolutely sure no one can find this place. So how on earth did someone manage to send this letter? He looked a bit taken aback by Myriat's accusation, but then, with an awkward voice, Sid explained, It's not what you think. An elf from the dark forest came and delivered this letter right into my hands. Instantly, Myriat demanded, Give it to me. She quickly tore open the letter, reading it in silence. And then Myriad looked as if she couldn't believe her own eyes when she saw the contents inside. As for Sit, seeing this expression on her face, he asked nervously, "What is it?" The next second, Myriad hurriedly walked off and ordered, "Pack up everything. We are leaving right now." Everyone was immediately thrown into confusion, and Sit quickly asked, "What? Where are we going?" And she simply replied, "To the dark forest." Elsewhere, at Claudia's location, one of her men also brought over a letter, hurriedly calling out to her, "Captain! Captain! A letter has arrived!" Hearing this, Claudia asked in surprise, "A letter?" Her subordinate quickly answered, "Yes, it came from the dark forest." The next second, she opened the letter to read it while muttering, "A letter sent to a smuggler? Who has the guts to do something like this, and how did they even know where I am?" However, after reading the contents inside, Claudia's mood completely flipped to joy, and she told her crew to take a short break to recover before continuing their work. Then one of her men asked, "Excuse me, but what's the occasion?" But Claudia just kept walking and replied, "No reason at all. I just want to make a stop at the mainland to take care of a few things." After hearing her excuse, the man pointed out, "But Captain, you always feel sick the moment you step foot on land." Very quickly, Claudia shot back, "I'm ready to pull myself together for the places I need to be. I just hope we have enough anti-nausea medicine." Next, over at Saya's place, Yukon brought a letter to her and said, "My lady, a letter has arrived." Hearing this, Sia happily replied, "I can tell you what it is, even without opening it." He asked in surprise, "What is it?" Then Saya added, "It was sent by an old acquaintance. You know them too. Go ahead, open it and read it." WCOM did as she said and read it out loud. "This is great news. Will you be heading there right away?" And without keeping him waiting, Sia immediately answered, "Of course. No desert can keep us apart any longer. I need to go and give them my blessings." Meanwhile, at Melko's location, he was also informed that a letter had arrived. Hearing this, he simply replied, "It would have been a pretty awkward situation if they had sent the letter directly to you. That's definitely why they sent it to me instead of you." At this point, the messenger asked him, "Isn't it good news?" And then Melko reluctantly replied, "All the big names are currently competing with each other to honor your memory. I wouldn't be surprised if they end up making a bronze statue of you. They used to laugh at your theory about combining weapons and artifacts, but now it's been proven right. That kid also showed that the explorer completed his mission, even though he disappeared right after thanking you." He spoke these words while sitting quietly in front of a grave. Resting right in front of the tombstone were a letter and a sword. Adding to that, he softly said, "I haven't opened the letter. After all, it's not for me. But no matter what, rest in peace." Furthermore, Steve had also sent an invitation to Chairman Simus. So, at this moment, after reading his letter, he happily said, "Finally." Right then, his subordinate rushed in and asked, "What is it, Mr. Chairman?" And Simus proudly declared, "It's a wedding invitation. I knew there was something going on between those two from the very beginning." At this, the young man with hair covering one eye panted heavily and quickly asked, "Excuse me, sir, but do you intend to attend the event? It will push back your work schedule quite a bit." However, he firmly replied, "Of course I'm going. Don't even try to stop me." So, after a moment of silent thought, the assistant reluctantly said, "Yes, sir, I will try to adjust your schedule. Forgive me for asking, but where is it taking place?" The very next second, Simus laughed joyfully and said, "In the dark forest of Benicia. I'll only bring a few people with me, so it'll be nice and quiet. You worry way too much, that's your problem. Besides, even if someone finds out, I will..." Right as he said this, he suddenly hesitated for a moment. A second later, he casually finished his sentence, "The new emperor of Benicia will protect me." Meanwhile, over at Steve's place, Sky was sighing with a heavily annoyed expression on his face. Seeing this, he laughed and said, "How does it feel to be the king? Just imagine it. You, the new emperor of Benicia, Lord Sky of Crossford." But he shot back, clearly frustrated, "I hate the whole idea of running an empire. That's exactly why I don't want to do it." A second later, Steve cut in, his voice firm. "You don't have a choice anymore. Out of everyone who fought in this war, you're the best man for the job. Just think about it. You're the illegitimate son of the Duke of Crossford, one of the most revered families in Benicia. Doesn't that make the perfect title for a new emperor?" But Sky just let out a heavy sigh. "I still can't wrap my head around it. Who could have guessed that his bloodline, which everyone thought was dead and gone, would resurface at a time like this? Then Steve turned to ask Garrett Silvereye, "How have you been lately?" And he cheerfully replied, "I'm doing great. This job actually suits me better than I thought. Right now, I'm keeping an eye on the nobles to stop their exploitation, all under Sky's authority. No one dares to give me any trouble. It's a walk in the park." Garrett said that because he was now the Minister of Finance of Benicia, Garrett Silvereye. Hearing his bragging, Sky immediately teased him, "Enjoy it while it lasts. Eventually, I'm going to drag you back to the castle. You didn't really think I keep paying for your food and travel expenses forever, did you?" And Garrett fired right back, "Yeah, well, looks like somebody has turned into a tyrant." Finally, Steve smiled and told the two of them, "But either way, I really appreciate you both coming despite being so busy. There's still some time before the ceremony starts, so make yourselves at home and relax." Just then, Chairman Simus walked over and spoke up. "So, this is where you all are. Thank you for the invite, Sky. Thanks to your help, I had absolutely no trouble crossing the border." The moment he saw him, Sky stood up and happily replied, "Ah, you made it, Chairman Simus. There's no need to worry about how the Southerners will react to you anymore. Benicia is going to reform the South and tear down all those outdated cultural policies and values, so you can treat this place like your second home." As he said this, Sky walked over to him. Simus smiled warmly and replied, "Thank you, I really appreciate that." Seeing Sky suddenly act so much like a king in front of the chairman left Steve completely speechless. Recovering from his shock, Steve blurted out, "Where did all that sudden majesty come from? Did you prepare a little speech or something?" Hearing Steve's confusion, Sky smirked and said, "I've always been smarter than you." Chipping in, Simus added, "In a way, you're making history right now, you know that?" Steve looked at him, puzzled. "What do you mean by that, sir?" Simus quickly explained, "There has never been a marriage between a human and an elf in the North. Until today, that is. Even though there's less racial prejudice here than in the South, most elves still harbor a certain level of hatred toward humans." Hearing this left Steve absolutely stunned. Simus continued, pointing out that this was the very first real-world example of an interspecies marriage between a human and an elf. "But I shouldn't keep you any longer. I know how busy you are right now. I was told the ceremony is taking place this afternoon. I'll leave you to your preparations. I'm planning to have a long chat with the elders of the Dark Forest anyway. I'll catch up with you later." A little while later, at the wedding venue, Renoa pulled him aside. "I'm sure you're already well aware of this, but one of the biggest reasons why interspecies marriages don't happen is the issue of lifespans. A human's life is tragically short compared to an elf's. Have you really thought this through?" But Steve replied with unwavering confidence, "I'm not exactly sure if it's because I've been channeling magic through this body for so long, but my physical form has fundamentally changed. I expect to live a bit longer than an average human. Actually, a whole lot longer. Elena and I will have plenty of time together. No matter what happens, I will always be right by her side." Tears welled up in Renoa's eyes as he spoke. "Is that so? It truly moves my heart to hear you say that. Then from this day forward, please take good care of my daughter. Elena is here." Startled, Steve turned around only to find her standing right there. Elena was already holding her bridal bouquet, and Steve looked at her with a radiant, blissful smile. A second later, Elena returned his gaze with the pure, glowing smile of a bride. Watching them, Simus chuckled warmly. "I know this goes without saying, but I'm guessing their children are going to be the very first of their kind. I simply can't wait to see them." Garrett immediately chimed in. "Now that you mention it, I'm pretty curious too. I really wonder what their kids are going to look like." Finally, Sky added, "A mix between a human and an elf. I can't even begin to imagine it. Greetings to my beloved readers. This is Unki, the creator of Dungeons and Artifacts. I can hardly believe it's been 3 years since I first published this series. It definitely took a long time for Steve to finally get his revenge. During that same time, I also ended up with high cholesterol. I moved to a new place, and I tasted absolute hell when my computer broke down. Basically, a whole lot of things happened, but in the end, we finally made it to the finish